Chapter 1, Rebirth before the end of the world. Daxia Kingdom. Tianzhou City. Blue Whale Hotel. On the 40th floor, in room 4004. A man and a woman were lying on the big bed. Both of them might be afraid of heat, so they didn't cover themselves properly with the quilt. The two people's clothes were scattered on the ground. At the end of the bed, there was a pair of black stockings with letters on them. But it has several big holes in it, so it seems it can no longer be worn. At least you can't wear it outside anymore. Suddenly, the man on the bed yelled as if he had a nightmare. Then he immediately opened his eyes, sat up with a thud, and shook his head vigorously. The man looked to be in his early 20s. He wasn't very handsome, but rather had a delicate appearance with a bit of a ruffian vibe. Taking a deep breath, Su Lin pounded his head near his temples again. After making sure he was awake, he began to look around. Although the room was not small, I could see it all after just one look around. Hotel? Su Lin muttered to himself, I am. What's wrong, Xiao Su brother? You stayed up so late last night, and woke up so early? Su Lin was thinking that the woman lying next to him was probably woken up by the movement and sound just now. But she didn't seem angry, instead. As she extended her hand, she smiled and said, Xiao Lin, you are in good health. Let me see if you are. This is a mature lady, about 27 or 28 years old, with a good figure, fair skin, and all the right places. When she reached out her hand to Su Lin, there was a hint of charm in her eyes, and she looked like a seductive enchantress. But Su Lin didn't have the heart to think about this at the moment. Don't move, I'm not interested right now. He slapped her hand away. He pushed away her long white legs that were resting on him and took the cell phone from the bedside table. I opened it and took a look. December 24th, 2049 in the Eastern calendar. Am I back? Su Lin thought to himself. Because 1 month later, on the New Year's Day of 2050, the imperial sphere was first illuminated by an unknown light. Then, an extremely abnormal cold current swept across the entire planet in an instant. This caused a sharp drop in temperature around the world. Even in Tianzhou City, a southern city where Su Lin was located, the temperature dropped to an unprecedented -70°C. In some areas, the temperature is even close to -100°C. Of course, temperature disasters will lead to the death and even extinction of humans and various creatures on a large scale. The final human mortality rate reached a terrifying 90%. Of course, Su Lin didn't know the exact number. In fact, if the temperature had simply dropped, perhaps not so many humans would have died. But as the temperature plummeted, large areas of the global crust began to break and separate. As a result, houses and buildings around the world collapsed and sank, leaving only a few intact buildings. A large number of buildings collapsed completely or sank into the ground. After experiencing extreme cold, humans now have to face the loss of their homes. The double disaster resulted in a human mortality rate of over 90%. Among the many countries in the world, the Great Xia Kingdom where Su Lin is located may be considered lucky. In terms of temperature, the temperature in each country is actually similar. However, as for the land subsidence rate, the national land subsidence rate of Daxia is only about 70%. Why do you say the word only? Some people may say that 70% is not very high. It's already more than halfway through. But as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Compared with the 70% land subsidence rate in Daxia, the land subsidence rate in many countries is between 80% and 90%. There were also some countries, such as Japan and Ohan, where the land was almost completely occupied. The people in these countries are almost extinct. Su Lin was not thinking about others, and at this moment he should not be considering others. In his previous life, the house he lived in was not affected by the landslide, so he had a hard time surviving for 4 months in the apocalypse. In the end, he was killed because of conflicting interests. It's not like my wife cheated on me, or my girlfriend or friend betrayed me. It was purely for the sake of personal gain, and then he was tricked by the other party. Speaking of cuckolding, Su Lin couldn't help but glance at the woman lying next to him. In his impression, this woman seemed to be called Lu Ruyan and had a rich second-generation boyfriend. Didn't your boyfriend look for you last night? Su Lin asked her. Brother, don't talk nonsense. He is still my boyfriend and I haven't agreed to him yet. Lu Ruyan said coquettishly. But she did not stop Su Lin's evil hands, and even cooperated with him implicitly. Yeah, I forgot. To be precise, he should be a bootlicker. After all, the rich second generation was just being kept in suspense by her and never got what he wanted. Forgot? Lu Ruyan heard Su Lin say this and immediately said in a scolding tone. That's not what you said last night. He called and you forced me to answer the phone. While I was answering, you. How about answering it at the same time? Seeing that she was still shy, Su Lin did not hesitate. Are you acting like Nie Xiaoqian from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio with me? You're a 1,000-year-old fox, so stop pretending. Then I won't pretend anymore. What do you want? Lu Ruyan said coquettishly, and then. This time, Su Lin did not refuse. During the 4 months of the end of the world, Su Lin basically said goodbye to women. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's mainly because the conditions don't allow it. It was pretty miserable considering he had only done it a few times during those 4 months at the end of the world. At this moment, the air conditioning and heating in the hotel room are sufficient, and the big bed is particularly soft. The woman's appearance is also excellent, with a perfect face and figure, and she exudes charm everywhere. After that extreme cold, this place is like heaven. Feeling the warmth, Su Lin put his cell phone on the bedside table, picked up the water on the cabinet and took a big sip. Well. Of course. Su Lin pressed forward with a fierce look on his face. Ah! Lu Ruyan exclaimed, and then. An hour and a half later. Su Lin took a 10-minute hot shower and is now dressed. On the bed, Lu Ruyan was still a little overwhelmed. When she saw Su Lin coming out, she was a little scared. I don't know what you're made of. You came 3 times last night and twice this morning. Isn't this what you want from me? Su Lin didn't want to pay any attention to her. At this moment, he just wanted to leave quickly and have a meal. He was actually a little tired, but more importantly, he was very hungry. Normally, 2 or 3 times is actually a simple matter for him. The key point is that Su Lin himself forgot that he had sex with her 3 times last night. Okay, it's fun anyway. I'm leaving first. I have something to do today. Rubbing his waist, Su Lin patted his butt and prepared to leave. Of course, he wasn't patting his own butt. Oh, what a heartless man. Lu Ruyan said with a sigh when she saw Su Lin was about to leave. Su Lin was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. The relationship between the two was not an emotional one, nor was it a monetary transaction, so it was naturally not a business relationship. The main point is that both parties get what they want. To be honest, she was the one who paid for the hotel room, so Su Lin was the one who was photoshopped? All I can say is that Su Lin is extremely talented. How can being gifted not be considered a talent? Without any reluctance, Su Lin opened the door and left directly, going to the elevator to go downstairs. Just as the elevator door closed, a voice suddenly sounded in Su Lin's mind. Ding, the apocalyptic game system is starting up. 1%, 5%, 15%. 60%. Chapter 2, Doomsday Game, Only Player. After leaving the hotel, Su Lin hailed a taxi and quickly returned to the gate of his residential complex. He did not go home immediately, but found a small farm restaurant at the entrance of the community. Su Lin entered the restaurant and ordered 6 dishes in one go. Hello, how many people are there? The restaurant owner asked when he saw that Su Lin ordered 6 dishes. It's just me. Su Lin answered and found a seat to sit down. At this moment, he just wanted to have a quick meal and then confirm one thing. Seeing this, the shop owner didn't ask any more questions. He recognized Su Lin as a resident of the nearby community, who would occasionally come to his shop to eat, but usually at night. Su Lin arrived quite early, as it was not yet dinner time, and he was the only table of people in the restaurant, so the food was served very quickly. He didn't order any heavy dishes, just home-cooked stir-fries, so all 5 dishes were served in less than 15 minutes, with the soup being a little slower. There are 5 dishes in one soup, and all the dishes are good with rice, such as tomato and egg, stir-fried meat with green pepper, minced meat and eggplant, stir-fried lettuce, and stir-fried beef. Su Lin ate bowl after bowl of rice. This stunned the boss. He remembered that this young man usually only ate 2 bowls of rice. What's wrong with me today? I've already finished 3 bowls and I'm still getting more rice. However, the restaurant owner was of course very happy to see Su Lin eating his dishes bite by bite. Of course he didn't know that Su Lin hadn't had a normal meal for a long time. In the end times of frozen ground, in addition to the threat posed by disasters, there is also an extreme shortage of supplies. Among all kinds of supplies, the most lacking are, of course, food and water. Water is a little better, at least ice and snow can be boiled into water, but food is really scarce. 3 meals a day? Eating a full meal every day? Not happening. Many of the survivors were lucky enough to have 1 meal a day. Soon, after eating 5 bowls of rice and drinking a bowl of soup, Su Lin was completely full and a little bloated. The boss knew that he used to eat 2 bowls because he knew that he could eat whenever he wanted the next meal, and he usually ate until he was 60% to 70% full. After eating, he wiped his mouth with a tissue, asked for the bill, scanned the code to pay, and then Su Lin walked back home. Zhenghu Future Courtyard. Building 4, Unit 3, Room 1402. Su Lin is 21 years old and was previously a student at Tianzhou Medical University. However, after his parents died in a car accident during his sophomore year, he chose to drop out of school. His family was well off. His parents bought this 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the community with full payment and left him an inheritance of more than 3 million yuan and 2 cars. Before the end of the world, he lived a relatively comfortable life. Unfortunately, after the end of the world, his more than 3 million can be said to be useless. The 2 cars are not of much use. The only thing that is somewhat useful is probably this room. His community escaped the sinkhole and did not collapse. This is also one of the reasons why he was able to persist for 4 months in the apocalypse. But it was only 4 months. In fact, if he hadn't entered the bunker and been ambushed, he might have been able to hold on for a while longer. Shaking his head, Su Lin stopped thinking about it and muttered to himself. I guess I heard it right in the elevator just now? The reason why he ate too much just now was not only because he was really hungry, but also because he was afraid that he was hallucinating because of hunger. At this moment, he was full and went to the bedroom to wash his face with cold water to wake himself up. Then he sat on the sofa and tried to communicate with the voice in his head. The end of the world game system has been loaded. Master recognition completed, the only player in the apocalyptic game. Unique player reward, dimensional space. Inner space can be stopped and temperature controlled. Ding, now distributing the first day reward for newbies, 1 Doomsday Survival Creature raffle ticket. The host can use this coupon at any time. I wish you a happy game. Su Lin waited for a moment and found that the voice in his mind did not continue. He had also read a lot of online novels. After making sure that he was full and awake, he tried to think in his mind. Use raffle tickets. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the item, Destiny Small Stove. Name, Birthday Small Stove, Advanced. Function, provides heating within a radius of 2 meters, and the temperature can be freely adjusted within a certain range. Introduction, although it cannot warm your whole house, it will not wake you up from the cold in your sleep. Comment, never underestimate its temperature. My natal little stove? After reading the introduction of the item, Su Lin had an idea, and a palm-sized, golden, oval, flat-bottomed object fell on the coffee table in front of him. Su Lin reached out and picked it up, and a warm current flowed into his hands. There is no switch or anything on it, just a number displayed, 18. Su Lin turned on the air conditioner in the living room, and the temperature was around 20 degrees, so he didn't feel it much. So he turned off the air conditioner first, and then opened the window to let out the heat. If there is no switch adjustment, then it means. 5 minutes later, Su Lin closed the window, and then an idea came to his mind. The temperature on that small stove reached 26. In less than 3 seconds, Su Lin felt the temperature around him rising. He placed the small stove on the coffee table and took a few steps back. Sure enough, after I retreated about 2 meters, the warmth disappeared. Then he took 2 more steps forward, and the temperature rose again. It actually works. At this moment, Su Lin finally confirmed that this thing was real. Oh right, there's also the reward for the only player, the dimensional space. Su Lin remembered another reward the system had just given him. The name was also easy to understand. Su Lin stretched out his hand towards the small stove, and as soon as he thought about it, a blue-white light flashed, and the small stove on the table disappeared out of thin air in an instant. Su Lin then tried a few other items and found that as long as he had a thought, these things could enter his dimensional space. The same goes for taking things out. Just think about it in your mind, wave your hand, and the things will reappear. However, it seems that this space cannot accommodate living things. Su Lin tried it on the fish in the fish tank, and it really didn't work. In addition, it seems that some special fixed units cannot be charged. Su Lin just opened the window and tried to close the building opposite, but found that he couldn't. But this is not a big problem, it is enough. The things that are most lacking in the end times are nothing more than shelter and various supplies. There is still a month before the end of the world, and he can use this time to stockpile a large amount of supplies in the dimensional space. Now that he has been reborn and obtained this apocalyptic player system, he certainly cannot continue to live one day at a time like in his previous life. Of course, do whatever makes you feel comfortable. As for where he lives, although his current residential complex will not collapse, high floors like the 14th floor are actually not safe. So I have to change my residence. Just as he was thinking about where to move, a white light flashed before his eyes again. Player name, Su Lin. Potential gauge, 89%. Strength, 3, plus instant burst, attack, strength, etc. Agility, 4, plus instant burst, reaction, speed, etc. Constitution, 5, plus health bar, defense, physical strength, etc. Potential points, 0. Equipment item bar, birthday small stove. Ability archive, dimensional space. Note, the three values for normal young and middle-aged men are 3, 5, and the upper limit of the three values for ordinary humans is 9. Tip: potential slots and potential points can be accumulated through self-training or by killing specific creatures. Newbie reward task: complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 100 pull-ups, and a 10-kilometer run daily. Upon completion, you will receive 1 potential point. This can only be done once a day. Please note that this reward is only valid for new players within 7 days and will be invalid after the expiration date. No? Only a 7-day reward? After listening to the system's introduction in his mind, Su Lin subconsciously said. Also, this newbie daily mission seems more and more familiar to me the more I think about it, yet it also feels a little different. He had a general understanding of the tasks issued by this system and the uses of the attributes on the panel. But what surprised him most was the last part of the tip, which said to kill special creatures. What the hell is this particular creature? Su Lin asked in his mind. This system may be a little socially anxious, or just aloof. Just tell him to wait quietly and he will be prompted when the time comes, and then don't answer again. After getting the reply, Su Lin didn't think about it anymore. It was already satisfying enough anyway. The next thing he had to do was to stock up on supplies and change his residence. And exercise? Chapter 3, First Mission. When he thought about exercising, Su Lin took out his cell phone and checked the time. It's already past 1 o'clock. In other words, he had to complete the freshman training task within 12 hours, so he had plenty of time. 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, pull-ups, and a 10-kilometer long-distance run. This amount is actually quite large for someone like Su Lin who doesn't exercise much. Fortunately, Su Lin's physique is pretty good. Among his 3 data, his physique is the highest, so it is not impossible to do it. The key is that there is a reward, so he has to do it even if he can't do it. There are still 30 days left before the end of the world. He has already figured out a way to stockpile supplies, so he can take it slow for now. Let us complete this new member welfare task first. After thinking it over, Su Lin was ready to start. 3 of the tasks could be done at home. As for pull-ups and 10 kilometers, Su Lin himself has no habit of exercising, so he doesn't have the equipment for pull-ups at home, and he hasn't bought a treadmill either. It would be better to just go to the gym. After making plans, Su Lin changed into some casual clothes and went out. After walking out of the unit door, Su Lin did not go outside. There happened to be a gym in the community where he lived. This community is considered mid-range in Tianzhou City. The people living here are all in good condition. In other words, they are all quite free. Although it was still early, when he entered the gym, he saw many residents exercising. Many people may know each other and are chatting and laughing while running. Several people who look like fitness coaches were also giving instructions to the students who had signed up for classes with them. There were also a few women wearing standard fitness outfits, namely yoga pants and body shapers, posing and taking photos there. Overall, the gym exudes a pleasant and relaxing atmosphere. Unfortunately, this relaxed atmosphere did not last long. Hello, sir. Is this your first time here? Or do you have a familiar trainer? Su Lin didn't think much about it, and just at this moment the voice of the gym front desk came. The receptionist's appearance and physique are pretty good, with an overall score of around 70. Places like gyms generally have pretty nice front desks, after all, they serve as a facade. No, this is my first time here. Su Lin answered simply. Sir, are you an owner of this complex? If so, I can give you a one-person, 1-week fitness pass worth 188 yuan. Joe Ka? Upon hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but think, what a coincidence. His task is only valid for 7 days, so it's just right to give him a weekly card. Although when the end of the world comes, money will be basically useless. But there is no need for him to have a free card and spend money to get one. Perhaps the essence of human beings is just a white pea monster? If you can get it for free, why not do it? Next, Su Lin registered his name and the unit number at the front desk. After learning that Su Lin was the owner, the front desk staff became even more enthusiastic and wanted to recommend him to apply for a membership card and introduce him to a coach. However, these are unnecessary for Su Lin, as he is not really here to build muscles or shape his body. Now he just wants to complete today's task quickly, otherwise he will lose a lot of money. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. 98, 99, 100. Ding, today's novice training mission completed, potential point +1. Hiss ha hiss ha. After Su Lin silently recited the last sentence in his mind, he lay down on the sit-up machine and began to breathe heavily. At this time, don't tell him that it's best to stand for a while after exercising, as it's good for the body. It's not that he doesn't want to, he is just really tired. Fortunately, the system is relatively user-friendly and does not require him to complete every project in one go. Otherwise, that pull-up alone would kill him. Others may not know, but apart from the 10 kilometers, Su Lin felt that the most tiring thing was pull-ups. He could do it 6 or 7 times the first time, but later it was just 1 or 2, and then 2 or 3 times until he could do it 100 times. Fortunately, it has been completed, and Su Lin doesn't want to move at all now. I must have a good meal later, then have a massage and rest well. After lying down for about 10 minutes, Su Lin felt a little recovered and slowly stood up to leave. Yuaru, look at that boy. He's so tired after just such a small amount. He's really weak. Just when Su Lin had rested and was about to leave, a muscular man wearing a loose vest who had just come and said to a female companion next to him, "That's right, I feel like he's not as good as me." The woman named Yuaru also said. The two men didn't speak loudly, but because they were close, Su Lin could hear them clearly. He couldn't help but look at the other person. Obviously, the man wanted to show off in front of the woman, and the woman also gave the man face. Seeing Su Lin looking at him, the muscular man probably knew that the other party had heard what he said. But his female companion was right next to him, so he definitely wouldn't be a coward. He didn't say anything, but he showed off his arm muscles as a demonstration. The woman next to him, who was in a yoga pantsuit and had an above-average build, also looked at Su Lin with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Do you live in this neighborhood? There is no rule in this community gym that only the owners of the community can come in. Tenants of the community and people who have applied for cards from outside can also come in, so Su Lin asked. We live in building 7 of this complex. What's wrong? The muscular man didn't know if he was afraid that Su Lin wouldn't believe him, so he told him the number of buildings he had. Hearing this, Su Lin just smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm just asking casually, you guys should exercise well." He didn't choose to go up and argue with them, there was no point. After getting the answer, Su Lin Chao looked at the two people's faces again and left the gym. TSK, I thought this guy would at least come up and say a few words of scolding, I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. Seeing Su Lin just leave, the muscular man did not forget to sneer. Who cares? I've never seen him here before. I'm afraid he's a new tenant. But he's quite handsome. Ma Yuaru followed up. I'm going to start practicing. I haven't practiced for 2 days and I feel like I don't look that good in photos anymore. Don't worry, Yuaru, I'll help you get a peachy butt and a 6-pack in 30 days. The muscular man said attentively. Don't forget what you promised me when the time comes. Let me practice first. Upon hearing this, the woman felt disgusted in her heart but did not show it. Well, this may be because he doesn't want to apply for a membership card and is a fitness coach for free. If Su Lin were still here, he would definitely think about it. As expected, the essence of human beings is white pea monsters. On the other side, Su Lin had already taken a shower at home and changed into clean clothes. As for the man and woman in the gym just now, Su Lin didn't have time to think about it now. He would wait a month before talking about it. Now, he has more important things to confirm. Then Su Lin thought about it in his mind, and the panel appeared in front of him. Player name, Su Lin. Potential, 9%. Strength, 3+. Agility, 4+. Constitution, 5, plus. Potential points, 2. Equipment item bar, birthday small stove. Ability archive, dimensional space. So this is what the potential tank means. Su Lin had noticed this potential bar when he was looking at it before, and now he finally knew what it meant. Simply put, the potential tank can be accumulated through exercise, and when it reaches 100%, it can be converted into a potential point. Chapter 4. Enjoy delicious food and relax your body and mind. Now that he has the potential points, Su Lin certainly won't save them and not use them. However, the points are limited, so he has to think carefully about which attribute to add them to. Su Lin didn't think about it for too long. Considering his current situation, he decided to add 1 point each to strength and physique. He didn't mean to say that he thought agility was unimportant, but for him right now, agility didn't play that big a role yet. According to the prompts behind each attribute, it is obvious that improving strength and physique first will enable him to better complete the novice training tasks. After making the decision, Su Lin did not hesitate and clicked on the plus sign behind the 2 attributes on the panel. Perhaps because he didn't add many points, he was prompted that the points had been added in less than a minute. During this process of adding points, Su Lin felt a slight tingling sensation flowing through his body. However, this did not make him feel uncomfortable, but rather a little comfortable. An increase of 1 or 2 points in attributes will bring about changes, but they are not particularly large, especially in the early stages of attributes, which ordinary people can also achieve through training. If Su Lin were to describe it, his strength would just increase a little. After all, the system had reminded him before that the 3 values of a normal adult male are 5 points. The limit that ordinary humans can reach is 9. His current strength of 4 plus physique of 6 can only be considered average. After sitting for a few minutes to allow his body to adjust, Su Lin got up and went out. Hi, Su Lin, are you going out for a midnight snack so early today? When leaving the community, the security guard at the door greeted Su Lin. Su Lin thought about it and realized that he did know this security guard. His name seemed to be Zhong Min, but he was not very familiar with him. Before the end of the world, Su Lin was a night owl and often went to the gate of the community alone to eat supper at night. Since Zhong Ming often works night shifts, Su Lin often runs into him when he goes out at night. After a few visits, we became friends more and more often, and every time I saw him I would offer him a cigarette or something. Thinking about it, Su Lin said, I haven't had dinner yet, let's go out and eat something now. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette and handed it over as usual. Zhong Ming naturally took it with a smile, and by the way, he swiped his card to open the door for Su Lin. Su Lin didn't smoke either. After all, he was about to eat and he was not used to smoking before meals. The door opened and he didn't talk much. After leaving the community, Su Lin began to think about what to eat. It's not that the lunch was bad, but it was just to fill my stomach and I didn't really savor it. There was no need for this meal in the evening, so Su Lin took a taxi and reported a location. Soon, he arrived at the door of a private barbecue restaurant. This restaurant is quite famous in Tianzhou, and the average cost per person is around 1,000 yuan. In his previous life, Su Lin only came once a week. Although he has a savings of more than 3 million, he still has to stop working. Basically, he only spends money and never earns any money. Fortunately, his house is fully paid for and he also has a car. So he had more than 3 million in his previous life. If he didn't waste it, he could have lived a simple and comfortable life. Anyway, he is not getting married and does not have that many burdens. He entered the restaurant and chose a small private room. After taking off his shoes and going in, he ordered a lot of food, but he didn't drink any wine. Who drinks when they are actually eating? He immediately ordered 2 cans of Coke. I have to say, this kind of famous store is really shady, selling Coke for 10 yuan a can. But it doesn't matter. In a month, this money will just be a number. Why save it? Su Lin's meal cost nearly 5,000 yuan, but there were only 8 or 9 dishes. Although the name of this restaurant says it is a barbecue restaurant, it does not only serve barbecue. When all the dishes were served, Su Lin thought the vinegar crab meat and the black abalone were both pretty good. When it comes to barbecue, beef is of course the best. After all, a few small pieces cost only 600 or 700 yuan. The food tastes pretty good, but the prices are there. A restaurant that is expensive and doesn't taste good will not last long. After 4 months of wandering in the apocalypse, Su Lin hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. In addition, the waiter wearing a cheongsam was kneeling next to him and grilling meat for him, and the meat strands on the edge of the cheongsam were faintly visible. Having already wolfed down his food once at noon, this time Su Lin was enjoying the delicious food while appreciating the beautiful woman. Maybe it was because he saw Su Lin ordered so many things by himself and his consumption was not low, plus he looked pretty good. The waitress in the flesh-colored cheongsam leaned a little closer to Su Lin. Su Lin didn't have any other thoughts right now, mainly because he had been. I am exhausted in the afternoon and now I just want to enjoy some delicious food. However, Su Lin did not have that thought. Instead, another idea suddenly occurred to him. He looked at the other party and said, "The food in your store tastes pretty good. As long as you are satisfied, sir. The ingredients used in our restaurant are all high quality and fresh, so the taste will naturally be good. Then do you know where your store gets its ingredients?" Ah. The Cheongsam girl thought Su Lin was just looking for a topic to strike up a conversation with her, and was quite happy at first, but she didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. I know this. It's right here. That's where many restaurants in Tianzhou City get their supplies. Although a little disappointed, the Cheongsam girl still answered Su Lin's question. Su Lin nodded, looked at the other person and saw that he didn't seem to have a cell phone with him, and said nothing more. Then he slowly began to taste it. The Cheongsam girl left after grilling the meat for Su Lin. After she left, Su Lin took out his cell phone and wrote down the address that the Cheongsam girl had just mentioned in his memo. The barbecue meal lasted half an hour. After drinking the last sip of Coke, Su Lin got up to pay the bill. After scanning the code at the front desk and asking the price, Su Lin scanned 100 more and said to the front desk, "This 100 is the service fee for the waiter who grilled the food for me." "Okay, sir, welcome back next time." After leaving the store, Su Lin looked around and saw a luxuriously decorated health club. After eating and drinking, of course I have to have a massage, otherwise today will not be perfect. Su Lin's idea was very simple. Of course, he should enjoy himself as much as he could before the end of the world. Immediately, he walked straight towards the store called Distress Health Spa. After entering the store, I looked and saw that you can stay overnight here. Su Lin decisively ordered a 2-hour set meal for 698. This package is quite formal, and now Su Lin doesn't want to go to an informal one. After entering the room, Su Lin took the tablet and chose a technician who looked pretty good. After a while, the technician came in. He looked good and had a good figure, with a score of 70. Plus, she was wearing a uniform with the store name printed on it and black stockings on her legs, which added another 5 points. In addition, with the help of the lighting in this SPA salon, I can barely be considered an 80-point technician. She first introduced herself as number 88, and then began to serve Su Lin. Su Lin was lying on a sofa about 1.2 meters wide, and the black silk technician first soaked his feet. Then she lay down next to Su Lin and started the lying massage and ear cleaning. He didn't find it strange, as this was the content of the set meal, it was really regular. Su Lin also put his hand on her black stockings. He didn't make any other moves, just held on to her. The female technician didn't push him away. Anyone who has had a motorcycle ride probably knows that for motorcycles priced over 600 or 700 yuan, there really isn't a problem as long as you don't go too far. The premise is to remember that the price should be reasonable, but not too high, unless you pay more. Of course, it is not recommended to try this for those who spend 200 or 300 yuan. I just want a massage, nothing else. If you can let me fall asleep, I'll give you an extra 100 yuan. Don't wake me up. Su Lin ordered. Okay, just relax. The female technician in black stockings was quite happy to meet a customer like Su Lin who was good-looking, young and well-mannered. Most importantly, he added money. Su Lin nodded. Number 88's technique is pretty good. He had a hard time surviving in the apocalypse for a few months, but he never expected to be treated like this. He couldn't even get a good night's sleep. Under the influence of physical and mental pleasure, Su Lin took out his mobile phone and sent a message. He slowly closed his eyes, and soon fell into his first sleep after his rebirth. Chapter 5, Sources of Materials. Su Lin slept until he woke up naturally. He didn't have any dreams during that time, and he hadn't slept so soundly for a long time. The massage technique of the technician yesterday was indeed good. When leaving the health spa, Su Lin gave her an extra 100 yuan when paying the bill. For breakfast, he simply had a large bowl of beef noodles, with 50 yuan worth of beef, 2 fried dishes and 2 braised eggs. He really liked beef and eggs. It was only 9 o'clock after I finished eating the noodles, so there was no rush to complete today's novice exercise task. Today he should stock up on supplies to prepare for the apocalypse of extreme cold and subsidence that will come in less than a month. As for the source of supplies, Su Lin had actually already thought of a method yesterday. Because a lot of supplies are needed, it is definitely not possible to go to the supermarket and push a few shopping carts to shop. Su Lin took out his cell phone and searched to see if there were any larger warehouses for rent. After searching for a while, he finally found a warehouse that was large enough and in a remote location. After making his choice, Su Lin directly called the number above. After a brief communication with the other party, Su Lin took a taxi to go and take a look. Because the location was relatively remote, Su Lin took a 40-minute bus ride to get there. The warehouse owner who had just spoken to Su Lin on the phone was already waiting at the door. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Seeing Su Lin coming, he began to introduce the advantages of his warehouse. "Little brother, even though the location of my warehouse is not very good, it is large, cheaper than warehouses of the same size, and the surrounding area is relatively quiet. Well, let me take a look myself first." Su Lin didn't pay much attention to what he said and started looking around the warehouse. "Okay, take a look at it yourself first, the price is negotiable," the warehouse owner said quickly. His warehouse has been listed online for more than a month, and he just wants to rent it out quickly, but because of its bad location and environment, and it's a bit shabby, it's really difficult to rent. Of course, he didn't know that what Su Lin wanted was a place that was in a remote location and big enough, and it didn't matter if it was a little old. After looking around, Su Lin just wanted to say, "Who said this warehouse is remote? This warehouse is amazing." Seeing Yun Lin coming back after looking around, the warehouse owner casually asked, "By the way, what are you planning to store in this warehouse?" "Food and drinks, just snacks and drinks, but the quantity is quite large." Su Lin told the truth. He had nothing to hide about this matter. "Oh, I see. You're a distributor, right?" the warehouse owner said, looking understanding. "My previous tenant also did something similar, but it wasn't selling snacks and drinks." Seeing that the other party had already thought of a reason for him, Su Lin smiled and said, "That's about right. Well, little brother, you've just looked around. Can you decide today?" The warehouse manager just wanted to rent out the place as quickly as possible. After all, every day the warehouse was empty meant he earned less money. "It's okay, but I'll only rent it for 1 month. If you agree, I can sign the contract now." Su Lin replied immediately. "Is the rent for this just for 1 month?" The warehouse manager originally wanted to rent it for at least half a year. But seeing that Su Lin didn't seem to want to discuss it, he thought about it and agreed. "There is no other way. I'll just make some money for a month and see what happens. It's better than leaving it here and worrying every day. But if you only rent for 1 month, you have to pay an extra deposit of 1,000 yuan. No problem, I can transfer the money to you now." Su Lin signed a 1-month contract and transferred the money on the spot. After receiving the money, the warehouse manager handed the warehouse key and the remote control of the rolling shutter door to Su Lin. After the other party left, Su Lin picked up a few stones from outside and went into the warehouse alone. There were 2 cameras in the warehouse, and Su Lin smashed the surveillance cameras with stones. Just in case, he also unplugged the power supply of the surveillance camera. Then he took out his mobile phone, opened a green chat software, and found a group chat called Tianzhou City Jiang Taigong Fishing in it. Su Lin doesn't have many hobbies, fishing is one of them. After dropping out of school, apart from staying at home playing games, reading novels, sleeping, and occasionally going to a hotel, the rest of his time was fishing. He has been a member of this group for 2 years and is quite famous in this fishing group, so he got a position as a group manager. Su Taigong, at all members, asking, "Does anyone in the group know of a factory or large distributor that makes food, beverages, or daily necessities?" Less than 2 minutes after Su Lin sent the message, people started replying. "The 40-year-old fishing king, isn't this Xiao Su? I haven't seen you in the group chat for the past few days. We thought you found a good fishing spot and were reluctant to share it with us. A chef sells laozhang, would you like some instant noodles? A cola level 1 distributor Li, Xiao Su, is the quantity you want large? If so, I'll contact the manufacturer directly. If not, I still have plenty, so I'll give you the factory price. A snacks lots, I have a lot of snacks here, how many do you want, Xiao Su?" 40-year-old Diao Wang, I know a few fruit and canned food manufacturers, and there's also a manager at Hua. If you want, Xiao Su, I can help you get in touch. After reading all the replies, Su Lin just wanted to say that the fishermen are still too omnipotent. No, I should say that the fisherman is good at everything except fishing. After sighing, he began to type a reply. Su Taigong, I'll chat with you directly if you need me. Thank you everyone, let's go fishing together next time. Next, Su Lin needed to be busy for a while. Based on the messages sent by his group friends, he found the supplies he was going to stockpile and started chatting privately. I'd like to order 50 boxes of each flavor of instant noodles, excluding the sauerkraut flavor, for a total of 1,000 boxes. Then came various drinks he liked, 100 boxes of each, and his favorite cola. Su Lin got 500 bottles. Then there are all kinds of fast food, canned food, a large number of snacks, and a lot of fruit. His dimensional space can stop time and control temperature, which means that there is no need to worry about things expiring or spoiling. There are also various daily necessities. In short, Su Lin bought a large number of things that can be used or may be used. Finally, there is the source of life, water. Although water is not too scarce under the frozen sinkhole, it is not completely lacking either. After all, even if you use ice and snow to melt water, you need at least fire. Besides, there is nothing wrong with drinking this water made from melted ice and snow brought back from outside in the short term. But if you drink it for a long time, it will have an impact on your body. Now you can prepare normal mineral water, and Su Lin will definitely not think about making any ice water. There is no fear of having too much water, so Su Lin asked for some more, 24 bottles of Wa, and asked for 2,000 boxes. After making all the contacts, Su Lin sent them the location of the warehouse. Since Su Lin was somewhat famous in this group, and he and most of the people had gone fishing together, they all knew each other. The online contract was sent to him directly. Su Lin glanced at it casually and signed it directly. According to the contract, he paid a 30% advance payment first. The remaining 70% can be paid in 3 months. In this way, most of Su Lin's savings of more than 3 million yuan were spent in one go. Next, he just needs to wait for them to deliver the goods to the warehouse by truck, and then he can put them into the space. Chapter 6, 175 centimeters beauty in the gym. Of course, Su Lin wanted to stockpile more than just those things. But it's almost 11 o'clock now, and he has to go back and complete today's newcomer task first. The location of this warehouse is indeed remote. Su Lin had to wait for 5 or 6 minutes before a driver accepted the order. An hour later, Su Lin returned to the community. He had eaten a late and large breakfast, so he wasn't too hungry and went straight to the gym in the community. Hello, Mr. Su. How was your workout yesterday? Do you want me to recommend a local fitness trainer? As soon as he entered, the girl at the front desk recommended him again, probably because she knew Su Lin was an owner of the community and not a tenant. After all, those people in the gym also know that tenants may move out at any time, but the probability of the owner leaving is extremely small. In addition, most people who can buy houses in this community are relatively wealthy, and are more likely to apply for cards and hire coaches than tenants. No, I'll practice on my own for a few days first. Su Lin refused. Coach? Just kidding, he's not really here to work out. If it weren't for this precious 1-point reward, he really wouldn't have come to the gym. After some casual movement, he began today's mission. Let's do the relatively easy ones first. Su Lin thought for a moment and prepared to do sit-ups first. Yesterday he didn't plan well and did a few difficult things first, which led to a lot of tiredness later. 98, 99, 100. In about 3 minutes, Su Lin finished 100 sit-ups. After resting for 10 minutes, Su Lin started doing push-ups. He could finish all the sit-ups in one breath, but doing 100 push-ups in one breath was a little more difficult. It's not impossible, but there is no need, he is not competing with others. Su Lin did it in 2 batches, 50 at a time, which took less than 10 minutes. Continue to rest for 10 minutes and then start squats. This time we were divided into 3 groups and each took 15 minutes. Ha! After finishing the squats, Su Lin let out a sigh of relief. He felt his physical condition and found that he was not very tired and had not sweated much. After a 10-minute break as usual, the 2 most tired ones were left. Su Lin chose to do pull-ups first, and leave the 10-kilometer long distance run to the end. More than half an hour later, Su Lin released the horizontal bar and completed 100 pull-ups. Compared to yesterday when he could only pull up 2 or 3 at a time, Su Lin obviously felt a little more relaxed today. If he didn't do the first 3 exercises and just went straight to pull-ups, Su Lin felt he could finish it in about 10 minutes. It seems that choosing to increase physical fitness and strength is quite correct. There were still 10 kilometers left. After wiping the sweat off his face, Su Lin walked to the treadmill. After adjusting the speed, he started jogging. After running for a while, a tall figure appeared on the treadmill next to Su Lin. While running, Su Lin turned his head and looked. He didn't recognize him, but it seemed like he had seen him before. The woman was about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a short white tight vest, revealing a large area of her snow-white waist. It was obvious that she exercised regularly, and her waistline was clearly visible. He wore a pair of black yoga pants that tightly wrapped around his long, slender legs with graceful curves. She wore a pair of white sneakers and white socks, with the socks covering her yoga pants. Maybe because she came to the gym, she only put on light makeup, and her face could score 85 points. The key is the figure, the long legs plus the looks, which can at least get a score of 93. Perhaps noticing Su Lin's gaze, the woman also turned her head to look. Su Lin did not shy away from the other person's gaze. He was not peeking, so what was there to be embarrassed about looking openly? He is definitely lustful. Any normal man would look at someone who is pretty and has a good figure, right? It's not impossible, and there's no need for him to pretend to be a gentleman or Liu Xiaohui. The true nature of men. Perhaps it was the first time she encountered such a situation, and Su Lin's behavior made the woman feel a little embarrassed. It's not like there haven't been men who peeked at her in the past, and Sun Yiding is used to it. But she had almost never met someone like Su Lin, who would not look away even after she spotted him. Have we met before? Su Lin asked casually without stopping. Seeing him ask such a question, Sun Yiding replied, I'm from Building 4, room 1602. After saying that, she couldn't help but ask, don't you remember me? Maybe in her opinion, Su Lin was pretending not to know her in order to gain her attention. After all, they had run into each other in the elevator at least 4 or 5 times. Should I remember you? Su Lin asked back. When Su Lin heard her say that she was from Building 4, he actually already had some impression of her. I remember that in the first week of the apocalypse, this woman came to borrow 2 packets of instant noodles from me. At that time, Su Lin did not expect that the apocalypse would last so long. Although he did not lend her 2 packs, he also lent her 1 pack. The other party didn't return it later. Now that he thinks about it, he really felt at a loss. If she keeps that packet of instant noodles for a while longer, at least she can give something more. Su Lin recalled the extreme food shortage 1 month after the apocalypse began. 1 slice of bread can be exchanged once. A bag of instant noodles, or even a whole set. Even if it's not good enough, it's better for him to eat it himself than to lend it out. You. Hearing Su Lin's cold answer, Sun Yiding couldn't help but want to retort. But she didn't know what to say, so she could only turn around and switch to the treadmill farthest from Su Lin. Su Lin naturally wouldn't keep her. He looked at her back as she walked away, her butt still sticking out. He. Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. More than 30 minutes later, as the numbers on the treadmill reached 10 kilometers, Su Lin slowly stopped. Today, my speed for all 5 events was obviously a little faster than yesterday. It wasn't easy, but I didn't feel like I was about to fall apart after finishing all of them like yesterday. He looked at the time. It was only 3:30. Sure enough, Su Lin remembered that it took him more than 4 hours to complete the 5 items yesterday, but today it only took him 3.5 hours. Ding, today's novice training mission completed, potential point +1. At this moment, the novice training rewards were also distributed, but then another voice sounded. Ding, now distributing the second day rewards for newbies, 1 potential point +1 lottery ticket for apocalyptic creatures. Here it comes. Su Lin originally wanted to say that the novice reward would not be limited to 1 day, but it turns out that they have been given away all at once now. Of course, Su Lin would not do things like adding points and drawing lots outside. Hopefully I can draw something good. After getting off the treadmill and stretching his arms and legs, he left the gym and headed home. Chapter 7, Yuan Nung Small Motor. As we all know, when most people play games and encounter lotteries, they will have some favorite and unique lottery processes. For example, play a song to cheer people up, adjust your hand posture, choose a time point, draw the lottery at that time, and so on. Although these operations may not be useful, I just want to do them in my heart. It can be regarded as a kind of superstition. Su Lin's habit was to take a quick hot shower after returning home, get dressed, and then sit on the sofa in the living room, silently reciting in his mind. Use raffle tickets. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the item, Yuan Nung Small Motor. Name, Yuan Nung Small Motor, Advanced. Function: it can provide 10 kilowatt hours of electricity within a 3-meter radius, and automatically recharges once every 24 hours. Note: the remaining electricity can be stored daily. Introduction: although it has low power consumption, it can prevent you from being left in the dark in the room during a power outage. Comment: remember, the power of electricity is unlimited. After reading the item introduction, Su Lin had an idea, and an item that was dark blue and looked like a power bank appeared on the coffee table in front of him. Like the previous small stove, this small motor does not have any switches or anything like that. The surface shows a number 10 kilowatts H. No. Su Lin was speechless. The use of the small stove is relatively simple and direct, but how do you use this small motor? There's no place to plug in the electricity either. Where is the instruction manual? Su Lin could only try to communicate with the system in his mind and ask how to use it. I communicated twice, but the system was silent and did not respond. Well, the system is still socially anxious. There was no other way. Su Lin decided to pick it up and study it himself. Just as he picked up the small motor, the screen of his mobile phone, which he had placed on the coffee table, suddenly lit up. At this time, Su Lin discovered that the number on the small motor had also changed, 9.98 kilowatts H. An idea came to his mind, and he tentatively put the small motor back next to the phone. Sure enough, the phone showed that it was charging. After getting the answer, Su Lin tried it a few more times with other electrical appliances. The results show that within a range of 3 meters, the small Yuanneng motor can power these electrical appliances without plugging into a socket. Then, Su Lin simply turned off the power in his home and tried to turn on the lights in the living room. It certainly doesn't leave me in the dark in the room. Looking at the small dark blue motor in his hand, Su Lin couldn't help but smile softly. After the experiment just now, the number on this small motor changed again, and now it is 9.79 kilowatts H. Although 10 kilowatt hours of electricity is not a lot, it is more than enough for Su Lin to use alone. After determining the usage, Su Lin turned on the power. After all, it is not the end of the world yet, and he still needs to waste the electricity of the small motor. Su Lin was very satisfied with what he got this time. Friends who have experienced the end of the world know that in the end of the world, in addition to supplies and shelter, this electricity is naturally a major focus that people cannot escape. Usually people say hydropower, hydropower. The fact that electricity ranks after water shows how important it is. Thinking of this, Su Lin turned off the power of the small motor and put it into the space. Su Lin was very satisfied with the fact that he could turn the switch on and off with his mind. It was very humane. After drawing the reward, Su Lin naturally did not forget that today's newcomer reward also had an extra potential point. Adding the 1 point for the exercise task, now there are 2 points. Judging from today's training process, it was a relatively correct decision for him to increase strength and stamina first yesterday. So he continued with yesterday's point allocation, giving plus 1 point each to strength and stamina. Just like what happened yesterday after adding some, I felt a slight tingling sensation in my body. It didn't last long, and in less than 2 minutes, the feeling completely disappeared. Then Su Lin had a thought, and a light red panel appeared in front of him. Player name, Su Lin. Potential, 27%. Strength, 5, plus. Agility, 4, plus. Constitution, 7, plus. Potential points, 0. Equipment item bar, small stove, small energy motor. Ability archive, dimensional space. At the beginning, Su Lin's 3 attributes were just at the level of an ordinary young adult, with a physical fitness of maybe 5, which was considered slightly better. That's probably why he's so gifted in some way. As for now, his 5, strength plus 7, physique is still within the range of ordinary people. But among most people, it should be considered above average. Su Lin was very satisfied with the ability to intuitively see the changes in his body data. Just as Su Lin was about to close the panel, he accidentally discovered a small detail. He clearly remembered that when he first activated the panel, his potential gauge data was 89%. After exercising yesterday, it became 9%, an increase of 20%. And now it is 27%, and the amount of exercise he did today is exactly the same as yesterday. That is to say, with the same amount of exercise, the potential tank increased by 2% less today. Although this 2% difference does not seem to be very big, Su Lin cannot ignore it. Is it because my body has become stronger? Su Lin couldn't help but think in a low voice. After his strength and physique increased, although the amount of exercise he did in the past 2 days was the same, it was indeed a little easier today. This is probably the only explanation for why the potential bar is reduced by 2%. After figuring it out, Su Lin didn't continue to worry about it. After all, less is less. Besides, this is not without any benefits. At least Su Lin has a better understanding of this apocalyptic game system. It also facilitates the timing of his subsequent editions. And it is undeniable that his exercise today was indeed easy. When he thought about it this way, he realized that it was all benefits. He suddenly felt that he had not lost anything, but had gained something instead. Gurgle. The fairy in the belly issued an order at this time. Su Lin looked at the time and it was almost 6 o'clock. It had been nearly 9 hours since his last meal, and after an afternoon of exercise, it would be strange if he wasn't hungry. Of course you have to eat when you are hungry. Su Lin didn't delay any longer, just changed his shoes and went out. Brother Su, are you going out for dinner again? When leaving the community gate, Su Lin met security guard Zhongming again. He had been working the night shift for the past half-month. The two had chatted several times in their previous life, and Su Lin had even treated him to midnight snacks a few times. I remember the other party seemed to have said that he started working after graduating from high school. After working for a few years, I started working as a security guard last year. I am only in my 20s now. When he saw him, Su Lin remembered a joke on the internet. To say that working is just a transition, security is the final destination. He graduated at the age of 20 and went straight to work as a security guard, when other security guards were in their 50s or 60s. You are only in your 20s. Wouldn't this save you 30 or 40 years of detour? Thinking of this, Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Su Lin remain silent, Zhongming thought that the other party didn't hear clearly, so he said, Brother Su, you haven't had dinner yet? Yes. Su Lin nodded and took out a cigarette and handed it over as usual. Thanks, Brother Su. Zhongming took the cigarette with a smile as usual, and swiped his card to open the door for Su Lin. Although he calls Su Lin Brother Su, he is actually 2 years older than Su Lin. But isn't that the way society is today? Many times, age is not the basis for addressing people. Su Lin didn't correct the other party, of course he understood this logic. It's still a little better now, and it will be even better after the end of the world. As long as you are given a little bit of food, not to mention calling you brother, even calling you dad or grandpa, a lot of people will rush to call you that. At this time, the fairy in Su Lin's belly began to urge again. There was nothing much for the two of them to talk about, so he said hello and walked out. Chapter 8, Ordering a lot of food. After leaving the community, Su Lin didn't plan to go far. He looked around the area and chose a big restaurant where he had eaten before and had a good impression of the food. He glanced at the menu and randomly ordered a few of his favorite signature dishes. It was dinner time, and the restaurant had good food and was large, so there were quite a lot of people eating there. The only problem was that the food was served a little slowly. Looking at families of 3 or 4 coming and going, and a few good friends chatting and laughing, Su Lin couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He knew clearly that in less than a month, all this would disappear and all happiness would be shattered. But these have nothing to do with him, and he can't change them. It is also impossible for him to tell everyone that the world will face doomsday on New Year's Day this year and ask them to prepare early. First of all, 99.99% of people 1T believe it before it happens. Even if he said it, he would definitely be regarded as a madman spreading rumors. And the remaining 0.01% might believe those people? Who knows who that 0.01% is? He doesn't know them, so it has nothing to do with him. Su Lin himself is not a person who is full of love and has an overflowing heart of a virgin. The apocalyptic experiences of those few months only reinforced this idea in him. He himself was tricked by someone, and he was lucky enough to be reborn and awaken this apocalyptic game system, which was extremely lucky. In this life, all he wanted was to stockpile huge quantities of supplies so that he could lie down comfortably in the apocalypse. That would be perfect. That's not right. I should also send all those people who plotted against me down there, that would be perfect. Su Lin thought. It took 10 minutes for all his dishes to be served. It took another 10 minutes to finish the meal. Su Lin took out a tissue with satisfaction and wiped his mouth. The food tasted really good. Thinking about this, when Su Lin got up to pay the bill, he asked the front desk if their boss was there. The girl at the front desk asked Su Lin what he wanted to see the boss for. I want to order some dishes. Can you make reservations here? Su Lin Sui said. Sure, just tell me directly and I'll write it down for you. Seeing that Su Lin looked handsome and a little bit handsome, the receptionist spoke politely. She thought Su Lin would just book a few tables, so there was no need for her to contact the boss about this matter. I want a larger quantity. Su Lin said truthfully. At least 100 tables. What? The girl at the front desk thought she had misheard. It's not like they haven't hosted wedding banquets before, but the largest number was only 50 tables. These 100 tables are indeed a large number. Seeing that Su Lin's face was calm and he didn't seem to be joking, she quickly went upstairs and called the boss down. Soon, the shop owner came down from the upstairs. Su Lin took a look and saw that he was a fat man in his 30s. Hello, sir, do you want to book 100 tables? The boss asked in a friendly manner. His restaurant has never done such a big business as serving 100 tables. Yeah. Su Lin nodded. Then sir, let's go upstairs and talk. There are too many people here. After receiving Su Lin's answer, the boss invited him upstairs. Su Lin didn't refuse and followed the other party upstairs. As soon as he entered the office, the fat boss asked him to sit down and then made tea. After the brewed tea was brought over and poured for Su Lin, the fat boss spoke. Sir, if you're booking 100 tables, what kind of banquet would you like to have? No, I don't hold banquets. Su Lin took a sip of tea and answered truthfully. It's not even 100 tables. Sir, you didn't come here just to play a joke on me, did you? The fat boss was about to get angry when he heard this, but he still asked another question. The main reason was that he saw Su Lin looked calm and didn't seem like he was here to talk nonsense. Sure enough, Su Lin continued, however, the quantity I want should be about the same as 100 tables of banquets. I want 500 servings of your signature dishes, and that's all. Su Lin named a few more of his favorite dishes, also 500 servings. Of course, he would not order the dishes for traditional banquets, as there were some dishes he didn't like. Regarding this point, Su Lin would definitely order what he likes. Su Lin's answer surprised the fat boss. However, the quantity ordered by Su Lin was not just enough for 100 tables, it was clearly enough for 300 or 400 tables. Moreover, he has been running a restaurant for many years. Although he has never hosted a banquet with hundreds of tables in his restaurant, he has seen banquets with hundreds of tables. But he had never seen Su Lin order so much before, 500 servings of each item, and it was for a banquet. This kind of operation is probably rare across the country. Calculate how much it is first. Su Lin reminded the boss when he saw that he was stunned. Okay, I'll do the math. Since there was money to be made, the boss didn't think too much about it and quickly took out a calculator to start calculating. Even though Su Lin ordered a lot, it was actually very simple for him to calculate. There are 8 dishes in total, just add them up and multiply by 500. After the calculation, the boss showed Su Lin the price and continued. Sir, since the dishes you ordered are not standard for banquets, our restaurant has clearly marked prices, so I'll give you a 30% discount. Is that okay with you? No problem. Su Lin nodded, then asked. How long will it take your shop to make these things? A 30% discount is indeed a good deal in the hotel industry, and it could be even lower, but there is no need for him to bargain further. Hearing Su Lin ask how long it would take, the fat boss asked first, Sir, you are not having a banquet here, so how are these dishes provided to you? I packed all these in boxes. Su Lin said as he gave the fat boss an address. When you're done, notify me in advance and send it here. The place Su Lin gave him was naturally the warehouse he rented. Okay, sir, we will definitely use the best takeout boxes here. The fat boss didn't ask any more questions, just said. That's the time. It might take a week. After saying that, he was still worried that Su Lin would complain for too long, so he quickly added, because the quantity you ordered is really too large, we need some time to prepare the ingredients. A week? Su Lin had no problem with the time. He thought for a moment and said, Sure. For a week, there are 8 dishes. You just need to make 80 portions of each and send them here every day. He didn't expect the restaurant to be finished in a day or two. Unless all the dishes were pre-prepared, it would not be realistic. Okay, this way our store's thermal cabinet can fit in. The fat boss nodded quickly. He also thought that the method Su Lin suggested was the best. Next, the boss found a contract, and after signing it, Su Lin gave the boss a deposit of 200,000 yuan. By the way, if the food you make tastes too different from what I ate at the store, then what will happen next? Before Su Lin could finish, the fat boss assured him, "Please rest assured, sir. We have an open kitchen and stove. You are welcome to come and see us anytime later." Su Lin had no doubt about this. The reason he came here to eat was because the food here not only tasted good, but the environment and dishes were also relatively clean. That's it. I'm leaving first. After the discussion, Su Lin got up and left. The fat boss also quickly stood up to see him off. After going downstairs, Su Lin said he wanted to take a look at the kitchen. The boss thought Su Lin was worried that the kitchen was not clean, so he took Su Lin over there. In the kitchen, the cooks looked over here when they saw the boss bringing people in. Su Lin took a quick look and saw 6 people in total. He didn't waste any time and went straight to the head cook and said, "I've ordered quite a few dishes from you guys, so I'll give you 500 each as a reward for your hard work." Then he asked the other party to open the payment code, and readily scanned 3,000 yuan, and continued, "If I am satisfied with the taste, I will give you another 500 yuan later." After saying that, Su Lin left immediately, leaving behind 6 confused chefs. The fat boss didn't expect Su Lin to do this, but he also explained it to the chefs. After listening to the boss's explanation, the 6 chefs finally understood what was going on. But, well, they had never seen such a guest before. The chefs were already unhappy when they heard that they would have to work overtime in the next few days. But now that the money is in place, they must make the other party satisfied. They were not deaf and heard Su Lin say that if they were satisfied, there would be another 500 yuan. No one can resist money, at least not now. On the other hand, after Su Lin left the restaurant, he did not go home immediately. He found several fried chicken and hamburger restaurants and replicated what he had just done at the restaurant. He ordered hundreds of fried chicken and hamburgers of various flavors, as well as a bunch of his favorite snacks. Starting from tomorrow, a certain amount will be delivered to his warehouse every day. The staff at the hamburger and fried chicken shops were a little upset when they heard Su Lin's request. But with a tip of 100 yuan a day, that little bit of emotion disappeared. After all, they only earn a little over 100 yuan a day, which is equivalent to 2 days. They just want more customers like Su Lin. After finishing all this, Su Lin returned home. "I looked at my balance, which was originally over 3 million, but now there is not much left. But this is not a big problem." As for the money issue, Su Lin had actually thought about what to do on the first night he returned. The progress of stockpiling supplies has been completed for the most part. Su Lin lay on the bed, thinking about some follow-up plans. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but yawn. There were indeed a lot of things to do today, and coupled with the afternoon exercise, Su Lin was already a little tired. He didn't think much about it, turned off the lights, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 9, Fitness Girl. At 8 o'clock the next day, Su Lin woke up naturally and got out of bed. "After sleeping for 9 hours, I felt full of energy." He washed up quickly and went downstairs to have breakfast. The security room at the entrance of the community has changed shifts. Su Lin has seen him before, but he doesn't know him. After leaving the community, he found a breakfast shop nearby and ordered a bowl of beef noodles with meat and eggs as usual. After eating, Su Lin took a walk to digest the food, then went home to get some food, and then went to the gym. He had other things to do this afternoon, so he had to finish the freshman training tasks early. "Good morning, Mr. Su. You're here this morning?" As soon as Su Lin came in, the girl at the gym reception desk greeted him. Maybe Su Lin had already refused twice, so this time she was tactful and did not recommend Su Lin to apply for a card or recommend a coach or anything like that. Just when she thought that Su Lin would practice for a few hours and then leave like he did the previous 2 days. "Please get me a monthly pass," Su Lin said as he walked to the front desk. "Ah?" The girl at the front desk was stunned. She often applies for monthly cards for others, but she didn't expect Su Lin to take the initiative to apply for a card. Okay, I always recommended you not to do it, but this time I didn't say anything and you took the initiative. Why? Can't it be done today?" Su Lin asked. He didn't think too much about it. However, after he knew that the growth rate of the potential slot would slow down due to the increase in attributes, he thought of accumulating more potential points now while the various data were not high. No, it can be done." The girl at the front desk opposite immediately responded when she heard Su Lin speak. Although the commission for a monthly card is not high, a few $dozen is still money. "Then I'll help you renew your weekly pass for another month." "Okay." Su Lin gave his cell phone number. After the girl at the front desk operated on the computer. I've already renewed your subscription. Mr. Su, our monthly membership fee is 698 yuan, and residents of this complex can enjoy a 20% discount. How would you like to pay? For a gym like this that is opened inside a residential complex, there is naturally no need to worry about tenants falsely claiming to be the owner. After all, they know people at the property management office, and most people know about this kind of thing. If the person pretending to be the owner is exposed on the spot, he will become famous in the community group. Su Lin clicked on the payment code and handed it to her to scan. There were 2 women waiting behind, probably also to apply for a card or renew it. After finishing the work, Su Lin walked towards the exercise area that he had been accustomed to for the past 2 days. There were relatively few people in the gym in the morning. After he looked around, he found that there were only less than 10 people scattered around. Places like gyms are usually more crowded around 6 or 7 in the morning, and after 6 in the evening. Before starting the exercise, Su Lin moved his body as usual. During the activity, he saw the 2 women who had just lined up behind him also walk to the fitness area near him. Su Lin took a look and found that both of them were of average looks and average figures. Well, probably still 2 fitness girls. Why are they called fitness girls? Because Su Lin saw that when they came up, they hadn't practiced at all, and they put some oil or water on their necks. Then they started posing in various ways and taking photos. Su Lin had only seen this kind of thing on the internet before, but this was the first time he saw it in real life. He didn't look at it any further and then prepared to start today's exercise task. Hey handsome boy, can you take some pictures for us? After taking a few pictures there, the 2 women walked over to Su Lin, and the younger one of them spoke. After seeing it up close, Su Lin discovered that what they had smeared on their necks was really similar to sweat. This is really the case now. Not to mention food and drink, even sweat has Hextech technology. Excuse me, handsome boy, can you take a few pictures for us? Seeing that Su Lin didn't answer, another woman said in a voice that she thought was very sweet. Hiss, her voice made Su Lin feel uncomfortable all over. I'm busy, you can take the photos yourselves. Of course Su Lin refused. He may be lustful, but he is not hungry and will eat anything. Even though the 2 women's scores were a bonus due to their yoga sets, they were still less than 70 points. Su Lin would definitely not look down on them. Then, little brother Su, can you add me on Weibo? We heard that you also live in this neighborhood. We can make an appointment to work out together in the future. Yes, brother, which building and unit do you live in? See if we are close to each other. As they spoke, they each handed out their mobile phones, on which were their QR code business cards for adding friends. Just now at the front desk, they heard that Su Lin was the owner of this community. The 2 of them were tenants in this community, sharing a 2-bedroom apartment. Naturally, they knew very well how expensive the houses in this community were. Although this is not the most upscale community in Tianzhou, it is one of the best among the mid-range communities. The 2 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartments they rented would cost more than 3 million yuan if they bought them. After hearing that Su Lin was the owner of this place and was so young, they naturally wanted to get to know him. Originally, they thought that if they got closer to Su Lin would come over and talk to them while they were taking pictures. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't come, so they had to take the initiative. They are naturally very proactive towards such rich young handsome guys. Xiao Su? Brother? Hearing this address, Su Lin felt disgusted. His expression did not change, but his tone became a little cold. Am I familiar with you? If you want to take pictures, go away and don't waste my time here. After saying that, he didn't have time to chat with the 2 of them. He put on his headphones, put on some music, and started exercising alone. It was rare for the 2 fit ladies to suffer such humiliation. In the past, when they posted videos online or on WeChat moments, they were all praised by the men who wanted to add them. This time, the initiative was directly rejected. And looking at the way Su Lin refused just now, it seemed like he even looked down on them. But there was nothing these 2 strong ladies could do. As soon as Su Lin put on his headphones, he didn't even look at them. Okay, wait a minute. If you don't add us, there will be a lot of other men rushing to add us. They didn't care whether Su Lin could hear them or not. After saying some harsh words, they packed up their things and left the gym in shame. Su Lin naturally didn't hear the harsh words they said. If he heard it, he would definitely want to say. With this figure and appearance, a bunch of people rushed to add her online. I'm afraid she must have used 2 of the 4 great evil spells. However, Su Lin was doing sit-ups and didn't pay any attention to the 2 women. His exercise condition today was obviously better than yesterday. 2 hours later, he only had 10 kilometers left to run. After resting for a while, he randomly picked a treadmill and started running. After about another half an hour, Su Lin completed today's task. I looked at the time, it was 11:30. Excluding the few minutes wasted with the 2 fitness girls, today's exercise time was 3 hours, which was nearly half an hour faster than yesterday. Of course, this includes the rest time in the middle, and the rest time in the first 2 days was also included. Ding, today's novice training mission completed, potential point +1. Ding, now distributing the 3rd day reward for newbies, 2 potential points plus 1 lottery ticket for apocalyptic creatures. The system prompt sounded as expected, and when Su Lin thought it was over, it rang again. Reminder, novice rewards have been distributed. I wish you a happy game. Okay, it's just as I expected. Su Lin didn't feel strange after hearing the last hint. After all, everyone who has played the game knows that it is impossible to always have novice rewards. Although the reward only lasted for 3 days, he was quite satisfied. Moreover, he had good luck in his previous 2 draws, and the items he won were very useful. Besides, the freshman rewards are gone, but at least the freshman training tasks still have 4 days left. It's okay to take whatever you can get, Su Lin thought. Chapter 10, Free Loans. Today Su Lin did not rush home to draw lots and add points. He had brought a change of clothes home before coming, so he took a shower directly in the gym bathroom. After washing, changing clothes and drying his hair, he threw the clothes he took off into the washing machine. When he was leaving, he went to the front desk and said, "Please hang my clothes up for me later." Generally speaking, gyms do not provide services such as hanging clothes. When the receptionist heard Su Lin say this, she wanted to refuse. But then she thought about how he had just opened a card with her today, so she thought, forget it, just help him hang out for a while. Just when she was about to agree reluctantly, she heard Su Lin say, "Take out your personal payment code." "Huh? Mr. Su, what do you mean?" The receptionist didn't understand at first. "I might take a shower here again before the new year. After I take a shower, please hang my clothes up for me. 500 yuan is no problem, right?" "No problem, no problem." Upon hearing this, the girl at the front desk no longer looked reluctant at all. She quickly clicked on the payment code and asked Su Lin to scan it. After receiving the 500 yuan, she became even more enthusiastic than before and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely hang your clothes for you." Not to mention Su Lin might come to wash before the new year. Even if he came every day before the new year, it would only take more than 20 days. It only takes 2 minutes to hang clothes up, and it costs nearly 20 yuan for 2 minutes. Everyone would rush to do it. Su Lin just smiled faintly and left the gym. After coming out, Su Lin put on his coat. Tianzhou City is a southern city. It is winter now, but Tianzhou City used to not be too cold even in winter. But for some unknown reason this year, people living in Tianzhou feel that it is particularly cold. When Su Lin left the community, he saw people on the street, most of whom were wearing thick cotton jackets. According to his impression, this was the situation in his previous life. In the first month before the end of the world, the temperature had actually been slowly dropping. But at first people didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a normal drop in temperature. Although it is cold, people can still accept it and just think that this winter is special. There are also some women who use the unusually cold weather this year as an excuse to finish the thing first. The first cup of hot milk tea in winter. Then I ordered the second cup of hot milk tea below 10 degrees Celsius, the third cup of hot milk tea below 0 degrees Celsius, and the nth cup of hot milk tea. There is also something like the first scarf at 0 degrees. At that time, Su Lin saw a lot of this, short videos and moments. Now that he thinks about it, this is quite funny. Maybe it was because of his improved physical condition, Su Lin didn't feel too cold even though he only put on a coat. After all, it's not the extreme cold yet, and the temperature is around 10 degrees Celsius right now. He stopped a taxi on the side of the road, got in, told the place name, and the car drove away. 15 minutes later. Su Lin got off the car and came to the downstairs of a building with a sign that read Xin Xingxian Financial Investment Company, Limited. After making sure he was in the right place, he went straight upstairs. After going up, I found that the receptionist of this company was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, with a beauty score of about 55%. When she saw someone coming in, she asked, "Hello, what are you doing here? Perhaps because Su Lin was relatively young and didn't seem to be here for business, her tone was somewhat indifferent. I have an appointment with Wang Mingshan from your company, Su Lin said casually. Wang Mingshan? The middle-aged receptionist read the name, then realized what was happening and quickly said, Hello, it turns out you have an appointment with our president Wang. I'll take you there right away. The receptionist's attitude changed instantly, and he immediately led Su Lin to the door of an office. After knocking on the door, she went in, said something, and let Su Lin in. When Su Lin walked in, he saw a middle-aged man with glasses, a mustache and a shrewd look sitting at the desk. There was also a sign on the table with his name on it, which was Wang Mingshan. Hello, please sit down. Seeing Su Lin come in, he quickly asked him to sit down. Su Lin didn't hesitate and sat directly on the chair in front of his desk. Su Lin, Mr. Su, right? Wang Mingshan confirmed the name. Yes. Su Lin nodded. After confirming that he was the right person, Wang Mingshan said with a smile, Mr. Su, you said on Weixing that you needed to borrow some money. How much do you want to borrow? At this time, the middle-aged female receptionist came in with a cup of tea and placed it in front of Su Lin. After she left, Su Lin didn't drink. He just said slowly, 8 million. I want it today. Today? Wang Mingshan frowned. Then, Mr. Su, may I ask, what are you so anxious to do with this money? What I do with the money seems to be beyond your company's management scope, right? Su Lin said calmly. Before on Weixing, you said that no matter how much money is, it's okay. If you can't do this, I'll find another place. Su Lin contacted this person on his mobile phone the night before yesterday. His savings of over 3 million have already reached the bottom, although the money will be useless after the end of the world. But for now, he still needs money for some other things in the future. And it requires a lot, so loans are naturally one of the best options. However, bank loans are somewhat troublesome, and the money is slow to disperse, and the amount of money is not as much as that from loan sharks. Although loan sharks have ridiculously high interest rates, they can disperse funds more quickly and with simpler procedures. As for the high interest rates? It doesn't matter how high it is. Su Lin has never thought about returning it anyway. Since it's all loans anyway, it would be more comfortable for him to borrow money from a place where it's easy and has a lot of money. Mr. Su is really impatient. Wang Mingshan said with a smile. Money is definitely no problem. As long as Mr. Su's collateral is valuable enough, I can lend you the money today. But the interest rate here might be higher than other places. Mr. Su should know this, right? Yeah. Su Lin naturally knew it. But no matter how high you are, I won't pay you back. No matter how high you are, it has nothing to do with me. Mortgage, this is my property certificate. Su Lin went home to get clothes and this was the other thing he brought with him. After handing over the property certificate, Su Lin continued, the market value of my house is over 7 million. I also own 2 cars, which are worth about 800,000 yuan in total. Seeing this, Wang Mingshan immediately took the property certificate and took a look at it. He has been doing this for many years, so he can tell the authenticity of something at a glance. But just in case, he checked it on the computer. After confirming that Su Lin was not looking to take out multiple loans for the same house, he immediately said with a smile, the certificate is fine, it is indeed worth 7 million. This is the car's ID. Su Lin said, then opened his phone and showed him the vehicle information. After Wang Mingshan confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the car, he still wanted to be more greedy, so he said pretentiously, Mr. Su, I can only give you 7.5 million for your house and car combined. Look, your house. In that case, I'll go to another place. Seeing him like this, Su Lin interrupted him directly. He didn't sit for even a second longer, and stood up after taking the property certificate. Seeing this, Wang Mingshan knew he had run into a tough guy, so he quickly stood up and tried to persuade him to stay. Mr. Su, please don't be anxious. Okay, 8 million is 8 million, I can pay you right away. You were the one who got anxious first. Su Lin sat down and took a sip of the tea in front of him. I'm not in a hurry. Su Lin knew that these loan sharks were all evil, but he would not tolerate them. He has a motor home in his hands, so he can go to any loan company? Okay, I'm just anxious. Wang Mingshan on the other side also acted quickly. After keeping Su Lin, he quickly prepared the contract. He was afraid that Su Linjin would leave. Speaking of which, there are so many people who come to him to apply for loans, but people like Su Lin are still rare. In the past, those who came to apply for loans were generally those who looked very anxious. As long as the money could be given to them quickly, it would not be difficult to charge them a little more. There is no one like Su Lin, who looks so calm and gets up to leave without saying a word. If Wang Mingshan hadn't seen that Su Lin's collateral was indeed valuable enough, he really wouldn't have wanted to keep him. Soon someone came over with a contract, and Su Lin just glanced at it and signed it. Wang Mingshan took the contract with a satisfied look on his face, and then said, "Mr. Su, I have arranged for someone to lend you the money. Well, I'll leave when the money arrives." 5 minutes later, Su Lin received the money in his bank account. It must be said that this kind of usury is indeed excellent in terms of the speed of loan disbursement, regardless of other aspects. Maybe they were also afraid that Su Lin would go back on his word. After all, as soon as their money reached someone else's account, interest would start to be calculated immediately. Su Lin was very satisfied with their efficiency, so why would he regret it? It is impossible for him to go back on his word, he just doesn't want to return it. And if they can still find Su Lin alive 2 months later, they will talk about it then. Chapter 11, The house on the second underground floor is not good? Originally, Su Lin was ready to leave after the money arrived. Unexpectedly, Wang Mingshan enthusiastically kept him and invited him to have lunch downstairs in the company. This, I feel embarrassed to take it and eat it at the same time. Well, human nature is to be a white pea monster, Su Lin accepted it with pleasure. The meal was not luxurious, but Su Lin said it was delicious after he finished eating it. After eating, Wang Mingshan also saw Su Lin off to the car. This service quality is probably considered to be among the best among loan shark companies. After seeing Su Lin off, Wang Mingshan returned upstairs. After entering the company, he waved to the woman in her 30s at the front desk. The female receptionist immediately understood, twisted her not-so-slim waist, and followed him into Wang Mingshan's office. Next, several indecent noises were heard from inside. 3 minutes later, it was over. In the office, a middle-aged female receptionist was sorting clothes. Wang Mingshan had already put on his clothes, sat on the sofa and started smoking. "Boss Wang, how much did that guy borrow from us just now?" The middle-aged female receptionist straightened her clothes, leaned against Wang Mingshan, and asked flatteringly. "I see you treated him to a meal and then sent him to the car. He must have borrowed at least 3 million, right?" 3 million? Wang Mingshan snorted. "If he only borrowed 3 million, would I send him downstairs and treat him to a meal worth over 3,000? How much did he borrow?" Speaking of this, Wang Mingshan looked very proud. That guy borrowed 8 million, and the collateral was sufficient. "I just did a careful calculation. If he's not in a hurry to sell his house, it's worth at least 7.5 million. And his 2 cars are indeed worth over 800,000. What? 8 million? The middle-aged female receptionist was surprised when she heard the amount. Wouldn't it be possible to make at least 3 or 4 million from that guy? The female receptionist is called Lai Wei. She is 33 years old and has been with this boss for more than 2 years. She is naturally aware of the profits involved. "Ha, that's about right." Wang Mingshan smiled, but said with a disappointed expression. "It's a pity that this guy surnamed Su is quite courageous. I originally wanted to force him to pay another 500,000 yuan, but he insisted on leaving without hesitation. Fortunately, I finally kept him. If I let this big fish get away, I'd be in big trouble." When Wang Mingshan talked about this, he looked very proud. "Mr. Wang, you are really awesome. Mr. Wang, what about the bag I mentioned before?" The middle-aged female receptionist praised and made a casual request. "Buy it, let's go buy it today." Wang Mingshan laughed. "After I buy you a bag tonight, we'll go straight to the hotel and have a good time." "Thank you, Mr. Wang. You can play however you want." Lai Wei said this, but in her heart she was disdainful. "You're having so much fun with something that usually takes you 2 or 3 minutes, and each dose barely takes 10? I really hope there will be a big fish like the one just now every month." Su Lin, whom they called the big fish, had already returned to the community with the money. When he got off the car, he gave the taxi driver an extra 100 yuan for the fare. "It's nothing else, the money is in place, and I'm just in a good mood. It's free money anyway." The driver thanked him repeatedly and wanted to get up and open the car door for Su Lin. Su Lin didn't let him drive and left on his own. After arriving at the community, he did not go home, but went directly to the sales office. When I went inside, there were a few people looking at the house. "Hello, are you here to look at the house?" A female salesperson in her 20s came over and asked. Yes. Su Lin nodded. So, do you already have a room type you like, or would you like me to recommend one to you? The saleswoman looked average looking and was wearing the company's uniform. Because it was winter, she was wearing flesh-colored cotton tights on her legs. Su Lin just came to buy a house, so he naturally had no requirements for the salesperson's appearance. The saleswoman's tone was okay, so Su Lin said directly, I have a ready-made house I'm interested in. If possible, I can sign it today. Can we sign today? Then please tell me about the apartment you're interested in. I'll check the password and then take you to see the apartment. The saleswoman originally thought Su Lin was just here to look around because he was so young, but when she heard him say that he could sign the contract today, she became more enthusiastic. I remember there's a room on the second basement floor of Building 4, Unit 3. Are you selling it? The second basement floor? The saleswoman was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She thought about it confidently and asked in a somewhat uncertain tone. Sir, we do have a 4-bedroom, 1 living room house downstairs in our 3-unit building, but are you sure you want to buy the basement room? Of course she knew the room on the second basement floor. It was an experimental room type of their company. At the beginning of the design, the company originally wanted to avoid wasting space and try to see if anyone would like this type of house. This is also the only underground house in the community. But it has been 3 years since it was built and it still hasn't been sold. Yes, sure, it's that one. Su Lin had naturally thought it through before coming here. In order to resist the coming of the end of the world, he has prepared everything he needs to eat, drink and use. Then, of course, the only thing left is the last residence. In fact, with Su Lin's current funds, it is not impossible for him to buy a villa with a low down payment. But you have to know that this apocalypse is not just about extreme cold, there is also a ground collapse crisis. Like other areas in the world, Tianzhou City also suffered large-scale collapse of houses due to the landslide. In Su Lin's impression, there are only a few places in Tianzhou City that have not suffered from the landslide crisis. Of course, he didn't know everything. After all, he didn't have this system before, and under the double disasters of extreme cold and ground collapse, there were very few places he could go. This was just a little information, some of which he had heard from others, and he couldn't confirm its authenticity. So the safest option, of course, is to choose the community where he lives now. At least this was a location he knew and was 100% sure would not be affected by the sinkhole. Okay, sir, we can go and see it now. After getting Su Lin's confirmation, the female salesperson led him out of the sales office. After entering the community, Su Lin walked to the front by himself. When they took the elevator downstairs again, the female receptionist saw that Su Lin was so familiar with the community and couldn't help asking. Mr. Su, have you come to see that apartment before? I live in this building. Su Lin said truthfully, I've only seen the house from outside, but I've never been inside. Ding! The elevator sounded. The elevator door opened, and the saleswoman walked out, saying, So you live here. No wonder you knew there was a suite on the second basement floor. Su Lin followed him out and walked for 2 minutes before arriving at the door of the room. The female salesperson was entering the password to open the door. After entering the house, Su Lin started to tour around casually. The house wasn't very clean, but it wasn't dirty either, just a bit dusty. It can be seen that it has not been cleaned for some time. The overall structure is a simple 4-bedroom, 1 living room, fully furnished house with an area of about 170 to 180 square meters. Mr. Su, since you are a resident here, I will tell you the truth. The saleswoman introduced Su Lin as he was touring the place. This apartment has been listed in our company for 3 years. In the first year, we sent someone to clean it on time, and after that, we only sent someone to wipe the dust every 2 or 3 months. In fact, if you have the same budget, I would recommend buying the other units upstairs. The female salesperson was telling the truth, but Su Lin was interested in the underground. High-rise buildings, and even those on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, are far less safe than underground houses in the apocalypse. Su Lin deeply understands this point. Chapter 12, Doomsday Safe House. But Su Lin remembered the doomsday disaster in his previous life. Official shelters like those are mostly built in underground locations such as underground parking lots, subway stations, air raid shelters, etc. Su Lin chose to live underground, naturally considering safety. Apart from anything else, living on those high floors, going up and down more than 10 floors every time is an extremely painful experience. Forget about the elevator. If there is no electricity, then the only thing left is the stairs. Not to mention those places on the 20th, 30th, or even higher floors. No, it's right here. Su Lin rejected the salesperson's good intention and said, "We can sign the contract now." "Okay, Mr. Su, let's go up." Seeing that Su Lin was insisting on choosing this place, the female salesperson definitely didn't try to persuade him anymore. When signing the contract, the female salesperson was extremely happy. After all, she sold this house, which was the hardest to sell in the entire community. Although she didn't contribute much, it was Su Lin who insisted on buying it, but the commission was hers. She was still a little afraid that Su Lin would regret it, so she smiled and said, "Mr. Su, this house is actually not without its advantages. Compared with other apartments of the same size in this community, this apartment is nearly 8,000 yuan cheaper per square meter. And the area is a solid 183 square meters, with no common area at all." Su Lin naturally wouldn't go back on his word. As for the price, he only paid a very low down payment anyway, so it didn't matter if it wasn't cheap. After signing the contract readily, Su Lin left the sales office. After confirming the residence, Su Lin returned to the parking lot below. He came to a War Tiger Guard, which was also left by his parents. This car was bought 3 years ago and was the newest model among the Jianhu models at that time. The new car originally cost over 800,000 yuan, and now after driving it for 3 years, it is probably still worth over 500,000 yuan. After getting in the car and starting it, he drove out of the parking lot. After driving for more than 20 minutes, Su Lin stopped under a super luxurious office building. He got out of the car and went into the office building and told the front desk that he had an appointment. The front desk clerk called the landline to confirm, then swiped his card and let him go upstairs. "Take the elevator all the way to the 40th floor." When the elevator door opened, what caught Su Lin's eyes were the 4 big words: "Change the world." The company enjoys a certain degree of fame all over the world. The full name of the company is Gaishan Awandi Security Group. Their collective business scope covers many fields as diverse as security, automobiles, mobile phones, and even satellites, etc. But the group is best known for its achievements in architectural design and renovation. This can also be reflected in the name of their company. "Hello, are you Mr. Su?" As soon as I got out of the elevator, a good-looking girl with a score of 80 was waiting for me. Please follow me. Mr. Li is already waiting for you in the office." Following the secretary, Su Lin walked into the innermost, second-to-last office. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am the deputy general manager of this company, Li Chang." As soon as I entered the office, I saw a man sitting inside. He looked to be about 30 years old, with a slicked back hair, a strong build, and about 1.75 meters tall. He stood up and handed Su Lin a business card, then asked Su Lin to sit down. "Hello, I don't have a business card." Su Lin also said hello, then sat down and said, That's okay. What would you like to drink, Mr. Su? Coffee or tea? Coke, do you have any? If not, water will do." Su Lin replied. As the vice president of the group, Li Cheng has naturally met all kinds of people. But Su Lin is really rare. He was stunned by just 2 sentences. But he was not angry. When doing business, customers come first. He pressed the landline and ordered, "Go buy a bottle of Coke." He didn't finish his words, but looked at Su Lin and asked, "Mr. Su, do you want canned or bottled?" "Canned, iced, thank you." Su Lin didn't mind drinking water, but since the other party asked, he certainly wouldn't be polite. However, this also made him take a second look at this middle-aged man named Li Chang. "Buy a can of iced Coke and bring it up." After Li Chang gave his instructions to the staff downstairs, he looked at Su Lin. Mr. Su is a young man after all, and he's in good health. He can even drink cold drinks in this weather. Not really, it's just that some drinks can't be drunk cold, so it's better to just drink water. Su Lin said with a faint smile. As we all know, cola and ice cola are 2 completely different drinks. I see. Li Chang nodded. Then Mr. Su, you said on the phone that you had a business deal to discuss with us. What exactly is it? I have a suite here, and I need you to help me design and renovate it. Su Lin got to the point, and after a moment of silence, he continued. It's what people often call a doomsday safe house. You guys should be able to build one here, right? I didn't expect Mr. Su to be a doomsday enthusiast. Li Cheng smiled and said, our group can indeed build this kind of doomsday safe house. We are one of the best in the world at creating safe houses, even if we are doing so in a completely different way. In this regard, Su Lin did not think that the other party was bragging, otherwise he would not have come here. Before coming here, Su Lin had already learned a lot about safe houses on the internet. In addition, he also asked in the Jiang Taigong fishing group. I also paid to ask a few places online. Finally, we chose this safe and secure group. Apocalypse Enthusiast? Su Bailin couldn't help but laugh when he heard this title. By the way, Mr. Su, I haven't asked you what place you want to renovate? Li Chang asked immediately. Of course, Su Lin certainly wouldn't laugh out loud, but replied, the place I want to renovate is an apartment I own in the community. Residential housing? This was a little hard for Li Chang to understand. He explained. Mr. Su, if you live in a residential complex, it might be more troublesome to renovate it. And if it's on a high floor, the safety factor isn't that high. Of course, Su Lin understood this logic, otherwise he would not have changed his residence specifically. My apartment is not on a high floor, it's on the second underground floor of the community. The second underground floor? Li Cheng finally understood a little after hearing this. If it's the second underground floor, then it's indeed suitable for conversion into a safe house. How big is Mr. Su's apartment? 183 square meters. This area is not very large. Li Cheng has done many projects in this area. They have built safe houses of hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of square meters. Naturally, he is not surprised that this one is less than 200 square meters. I have many types of safe houses here, with different safety factors, ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. You can take a look and choose the one you need. Li Cheng picked up the tablet on the table and tapped it a few times, then handed it to Su Lin. This way it was more intuitive and convenient. At this time, the Coke was served. Su Lin took the Coke, opened it, and took a sip. Then he started browsing on the tablet. I have to say that the name of Changing the World is really well deserved. After looking for a while, Su Lin saw a top-level safe house with dozens of security stars and a construction cost of 2.88 billion yuan. As mentioned above, this safe house needs to be built deep underground, and its security can even withstand the little boy. Theoretically, it can accommodate tens of thousands of people and can store enough daily necessities for 10,000 people to live for a year. Su Lin only took a quick look and didn't look at it any further. It's not that he doesn't like it, it's just too expensive, and it's not enough for him to pay the deposit. And most importantly, its construction period is too long and he can't wait that long. Well, it's not because I don't have money, it's just that time waits for no one. Su Lin looked through it for a while and eliminated those that were too expensive or took too long to build. Finally, he chose a safe house with a reasonable price, a 7-star safety factor, and a construction period of less than 1 month. According to the above description, this safe house cannot resist the little boy. But ordinary bullets and explosives cannot affect the interior of the room. Moreover, this transformation covers the entire interior. Not to mention the surroundings, even the ceiling and the floor are covered with a super hard alloy. The door is also a lightweight bank security door with triple protection of iris, fingerprint, and password. Mainly the large bank security doors, which his house could not bear. Ventilation and warmth preservation are also specially developed. As for keeping warm, Su Lin doesn't care because he has a small stove. Besides, no matter how warm it is, in the extreme cold of -70 degrees Celsius, without a stove or heating device, or without electricity, it won't make much difference. Let's take this one. After making his choice, Su Lin handed the tablet back. Li Cheng took it and looked at it. Mr. Su, the renovation cost of the safe house you chose was around 28 million. But that is based on the standard of 300 square meters. If you have 183 square meters, it would normally cost 17 million. But if you can confirm it today, I can decide. 16 million will be enough. Of course, this safety factor does not mean that the higher the safety factor, the more expensive it is. It also needs to be calculated in combination with the building renovation area. After saying that, Li Cheng looked at Su Lin, as if he wanted to see what he would look like after hearing the price. Okay, this is it. Su Lin said calmly. Although he only had 8 million, his expression became calm after hearing the price of 16 million. In that case, I'll ask my secretary to prepare the contract now. Li Cheng called out to the outside. Soon, the girl who had brought Su Lin here before came in with a contract. Mr. Su, let's do as we agreed. The construction period is 25 days. You need to pay a deposit of 2 million first, and then the payment will be made according to the progress of the project. In 4 installments, the first installment is 2 million, the second installment is 3 million, the third installment is 4 million, and the final installment is 5 million. Li Cheng handed the contract to Su Lin, who took a quick look at it. According to the above payment method, before the end of the world, Su Lin only needs to pay the second installment. As for the third and fourth issues? That's already 2 months later. Who will care about this by then? Chapter 13, Purchase the Equality Device plus Collect Supplies. Mr. Li, I need something here. I wonder if you have any channels. After Su Lin signed the contract, he suddenly changed the subject. Oh, I wonder if Mr. Su would like anything else. Li Cheng was in a good mood when he saw that the contract was finalized. After all, although their company is large, projects worth tens of millions don't come along every day. I wonder if you can get this thing? Su Lin didn't say anything specific, but made an 8 gesture with his hand. This. Li Cheng instantly understood what Su Lin meant, but his expression was a little hesitant. Mr. Su should know that guns are absolutely not allowed to be seen openly in the Great Xia Kingdom. Of course I know this, but with your company's strength, you should have some channels to get it, right? Su Lin said calmly. And Mr. Li, guns are only theoretically something that cannot appear in the hands of ordinary people. Isn't it? Hiss. Li Cheng was silent for a while, then nodded slowly. Indeed, Mr. Su is right, but this thing is indeed difficult to deal with. It's difficult? Su Lin smiled slightly. Then it is possible to get it, right? Li Cheng fell silent again. He could indeed get it, but he had to think about whether it was worth it and the risks he might face. Su Lin saw the other party's concerns and said, Mr. Li, I can guarantee. You will never hear the sound of the gunshot you fired at me. Li Cheng heard this, looked at Su Lin's serious expression, and finally said, I can think of a way for you, but it's only one at best. That's no problem, but we need more bullets, Su Lin said without being greedy. Just 1 gun and 300 rounds of ammunition. What do you need so many bullets for? Li Cheng asked in a low voice after hearing the number 300. Su Lin smiled calmly and said, Boss Li, since you're already going to give me the gun, there's no need to ask this, right? Yeah, that's right. I asked too much. Li Cheng didn't continue to ask questions in this regard, but quoted a price. The gun and the bullets together are worth 500,000, paid in full. Not a cent less. The price of the gun itself is actually not that expensive, but the risks it carries are indeed difficult to estimate. Although Su Lin promised, he couldn't believe it completely. So at this price, he must make a little more money. The price is fine. I don't know how long it will take for the goods to reach me. Su Lin did not bargain. He understood the risks involved. It might be cheaper and easier to get this stuff abroad, but you still have to find a way. Moreover, when buying abroad, not only do you have to go through the formalities when you arrive at the destination, but you also have to find various channels, which also costs money. There is no need to save this money. For Su Lin, he was happy to spend a little more money to avoid these troubles. 1 week, I'll contact you then. Li Cheng gave a time. Okay. After Su Lin finished his last sip of Coke, he left the office and took the elevator downstairs. After leaving the earth-changing security group, Su Lin drove the War Tiger Guard towards the suburbs. The accommodation issue was successfully resolved. Moreover, he casually implemented the device of equality for all beings. Now Su Lin naturally has to go to the rented warehouse to collect the purchased supplies. When we arrived at the warehouse, it was already past 3:50. In the morning, the suppliers and manufacturers had already called Su Lin and the earliest batch of supplies would arrive at him at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After Su Lin parked the car, he used the remote control to open the rolling shutter door. After waiting for a while, I saw several large trucks driving towards us. Hello, is this Mr. Su? The driver of the leading truck was a burly man in his 30s. In this weather of about 10 degrees Celsius, he was wearing a large vest and a work jacket with Coca-Cola printed on it. Yes. Su Lin answered, and then asked them to drive the car into the warehouse. Generally speaking, these truck drivers are only responsible for driving and do not unload cargo. However, Su Lin had already agreed with the supplier and manufacturer in advance that he would be responsible for collecting the unloading wages. Therefore, these large trucks are equipped with 2 workers who are responsible for unloading. Although the warehouse rented by Su Lin is big, only 2 trucks can enter at a time. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take out or stack goods. So these trucks loaded with various supplies had to line up, with one truck unloading before another could load in. Moreover, after these large trucks arrived at 4 o'clock, other supplies also arrived slowly. Fortunately, Su Lin calculated the time well. After each batch of goods was unloaded, there would be a gap of several minutes or even tens of minutes in between. During this time, there were no outsiders in the warehouse, so he took advantage of this time to store the transported materials into the dimensional space. Otherwise, his warehouse, so large, might not be able to accommodate the huge amount of supplies he purchased. Su Lin bought so many things that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening in the blink of an eye. There are still 2 trucks unloading in the warehouse. Fortunately, these are the last 2. What is being unloaded at this time are 2,000 boxes of Waha bottled water and 1,000 boxes of instant noodles. These 2 items cannot be loaded into one truck. 3 trucks have arrived for the water, and 2 trucks for the instant noodles, and they are both unloading the last bit. Boss Su, everything has been unloaded for you. Please click and sign. After all the goods were unloaded, people from the 2 companies came to ask Su Linqing to count them and handed over the receipts. Su Lin was too lazy to order. The pile of goods was like a small mountain and looked too much. Even if a few boxes were missing, it would not be a big deal. He took the bill, signed it promptly, and returned it to the other party. After they all left and walked away, Su Lin stretched out his hand towards the large amount of supplies in front of him, and a blue-white light flashed. The supplies that were originally piled up into a small mountain disappeared and fell into his dimensional space. After collecting these things, he saw several more trucks coming outside. But it was just a few small trucks, so Su Lin was not surprised. Mr. Su, we are from the fried chicken shop. We're from the hotel. What arrived now were naturally the dishes ordered by Su Lin, as well as fried chicken and hamburger snacks. It seems that they have been working overtime until now to get what he needs. However, Su Lin had already paid the hard work fee in advance, so these employees did not have any complaints and were happy to work overtime. Su Lin simply asked them to drive the car in and park it wherever they wanted. The staff at the fried chicken and hamburger restaurant said, "Mr. Su, these insulated boxes are the best quality, but we still recommend that you eat them as soon as possible." "Yes, Mr. Su, our takeaway boxes and insulated boxes are the best ones that our boss gave you, but we still don't recommend that you keep them for too long," the hotel staff then said. "I understand." Su Lin nodded and made up an excuse. "Someone will be here to eat soon, you can go now." "Okay, Mr. Su, we'll be leaving first. We'll come at this time for the next few days." The staff looked at the large warehouse and the surrounding warehouse area, and thought that a large number of people would come here to deliver and unload goods in the next few nights. After all, apart from this, they couldn't think of any other reason why Su Lin would order so many things and ask them to deliver them here. Su Lin didn't think too much about it, so he just let them imagine it themselves. After collecting all these, Su Lin closed the warehouse door and drove home. Chapter 14, Golden Desert Eagle. When he got home, it was already past 11 o'clock. Su Lin took a shower and felt hungry. He took out a fried chicken and 2 hamburgers from the space. Sure enough, it was still hot, so he went to the refrigerator and got a can of Coke. It's a direct way to maximize the calories and double the happiness. Su Lin doesn't need to do any body management. He is 1.79 meters tall and his body is not strong, but he is neither fat nor thin, and is generally well proportioned. He has only been exercising for 3 days, so his figure must not have changed much. Su Lin is not pursuing a muscular body. He thinks he is pretty good the way he is now. After sprinkling cumin powder on the fried chicken, he tore off a chicken leg, keeping the skin crispy. The meat quality was okay, and Su Lin didn't care whether it was frozen chicken or something else. As long as it tastes good and doesn't kill me, that is fine. After finishing the fried chicken, he opened the pull ring of the Coke and drank half of the can in one gulp. Burp. Some say fried chicken and beer go best together. But Su Lin still thinks that fried chicken and cola are the perfect match. He ate 2 more hamburgers in a few bites and drank the remaining half can of Coke. After eating until he was 70% full, Su Lin didn't continue. After washing his hands, Su Lin sat back on the sofa. Carry out the lottery draw. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the item, Golden Desert Eagle. Name, Golden Desert Eagle, Advanced. Effect, destroy all enemies in sight, and recharge 1 golden bullet every 7 days. Note, the maximum number of rechargeable bullets is 9. Introduction 1. Unlike ordinary pistols, it can only use its own special bullets. 2. Don't try to point the gun at humans, as its power will surprise you. Comment: bang, golden headshot. After reading the item description, one is similar to the one in the game. But there is one difference: the pistol, even the handle of which is made of gold, appeared in front of Su Lin. He reached out and picked it up from the table, and felt a cold touch. The overall appearance of the gun is pure gold. There are not too many complicated carvings on the gun body, but it gives people a full sense of texture. The first impression this gun gives people is probably gorgeous and noble. In terms of weight, it is about 2 kilograms. Su Lin originally wanted to take out the magazine and take a look at it. It was also his first time touching a real thing. But when he took it, he found that the magazine of the gun seemed unable to be removed. When Su Lin touched the magazine position, a number 1 appeared. Only then did he understand what the sentence in the introduction meant: you can only use your own bullets to shoot. I see you can't even remove the magazine, so you can only recharge yourself, right? Will the power be beyond my expectations? Su Lin held the golden pistol in his hand and thought of the introduction, and he felt eager to try it out. He had only seen the real thing in his previous life, but had never used it himself. Men, how many can resist the temptation of this thing? It is no exaggeration to say that some men may love this thing more than money and women. But Su Lin finally held back. After all, the end of the world has not yet come. It is no exaggeration to say that the degree of prohibition on this thing by the Great Xia Kingdom is the highest in the world. If this thing makes a sound. Su Lin couldn't help but shook his head and suppressed the thought. Besides, he didn't know how loud the gunshot was. The most important thing is that it takes 7 days to charge one of his special golden bullets, and he doesn't want to waste it on testing and practicing with the gun. It seems that during the remaining time, I not only need to keep exercising, but also practice my marksmanship. Su Lin began to plan. Otherwise, once Li Cheng gets me a gun, my 2 tricks in this game won't be very good. Although practicing with a gun in a shooting range is definitely different from actually using a real gun. But it is also the best choice. After all, he can't practice his shooting skills in the game. After organizing his thoughts, Su Lin prepared to rest. It was quite busy these past few days, but it was fine afterwards. It was 9 o'clock the next day before Su Lin got out of bed. After washing up, I went downstairs. He didn't eat noodles today, but changed to something else. Su Lin sat in a bun shop at the entrance of the community and ordered 2 meat buns and 1 vegetable bun, 2 mochi, a fried dough stick, and a bowl of soy milk. After eating, Su Lin felt that the food in this bun shop tasted pretty good, and it seemed that the food was freshly made, not pre-made buns and fried dough sticks. So when he was paying the bill, he simply asked, "Can your bun shop deliver?" Delivery? The bun shop owner rarely heard customers ask this question, but he still said, "Yes, but it depends on the quantity you want and how far you want it delivered." Su Lin thought about it and made a request: 300 of these meat buns, 200 of these vegetable buns, and 1,000 fried dough sticks and mochi. Young man, you are kidding, right? The bun shop owner looked at Su Lin in disbelief. Just send it to the residential complex across the street, Building 4, Unit 3, Room 1402. Su Lin directly gave the address. He didn't plan to stock up too much of these things, just eat them occasionally, so there was no need to send them to the warehouse. Okay, boss, do you have any other requests? After hearing Su Lin even gave the address, the bun shop owner quickly asked, "Do you want it today? Can you finish it today?" Su Lin asked back. He had never made buns before, but as for fried dough sticks, he knew it shouldn't be difficult to make 1,000 in a day. "If you want it today, I can definitely finish it." The bun boss seemed to be afraid that Su Lin would run away, so he just wanted to get the business today. He was already planning to call everyone in his family to make dumplings as soon as the store closed at 10 o'clock. "Are you planning to make some pre-made buns to fool me?" Su Lin couldn't help but ask when he saw the boss's confident look. No, don't worry about that. My brother and his family also run a bun shop not far from mine. The taste of our 2 shops is the same. We will definitely not pre-make buns for you." The bun shop owner looked quite honest and he quickly explained. "If you want it today, I can deliver it to you before midnight." "Okay, then you can deliver it over at night. I'll tell the security guard at the door." Su Lin originally wanted them to deliver it at night. Delivering so many buns and fried dough sticks during the day would attract too much attention. Then Su Lin scanned half of the deposit, but this time he didn't plan to pay just the deposit. When the goods are delivered in the evening, he will scan the other side. After all, it is only a few thousand yuan. After the shop owner received the deposit and noted down the types of food Su Lin wanted, he prepared to close the shop and call for help. Su Lin didn't stay long and went back to the community to exercise. When I entered the gym, the receptionist girl who scored 80 points was still there. As soon as she saw Su Lin, she greeted him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Su, I have hung your clothes for you." "Okay." Su Lin didn't say much, just gave the money and did the job. When I arrived at the workout area, there were still very few people in the gym this morning. And there are no annoying flies to bother you. Su Lin put on his headphones and started exercising. Ding, today's novice mission training completed, potential point +1. 3 hours later. The prompt sounded, and Su Lin also completed today's task. Since he did not choose to add attribute points yesterday, today's training time is about the same as yesterday. After finishing the exercise, Su Lin still took a shower here. After washing, he headed towards the men's lockers. There was no one around, so Su Lin took out a set of clothes from the space and changed into them. When we left the gym, the girl at the front desk politely said again, "Mr. Su, I will hang your clothes properly." Forehead. Hearing this, Su Lin also found her quite interesting. There are only 3 pieces of clothes. If you hang them properly, can you expect flowers to bloom? Chapter 15. Coming home from shooting practice, I ran into my neighbor's wife. After leaving the gym, Su Lin walked towards the underground garage. As soon as he got off the elevator, he saw that construction had already begun on the second-floor underground house he had bought. The efficiency of the earth-changing security group was indeed the same as he had inquired about. Although it is expensive, the quality is really guaranteed. Seeing that the construction workers were working in an orderly manner, Su Lin did not go over to take a look. He would not understand anyway. He got in the car and drove out of the parking lot. Following the instructions on the map, Su Lin arrived at the entrance of a large shooting experience hall. After going up and receiving the employee's introduction, he directly applied for a card and topped up 100,000 yuan at one time. He didn't come to practice for just one day, so naturally he charged a little more. The employees here rarely see so much charging at one time, so their service attitude instantly improved several levels. The coach who taught Su Lin had a very good teaching attitude after knowing that he was a big client. In this way, Su Lin began his journey of practicing shooting. I have to say, it's really fun to play this thing. Moreover, although the bullets here are not real bullets, they are much more exciting than shooting in the game. Before he knew it, Su Lin had been practicing until evening. In one afternoon, he started to play with dozens of rifle rounds, and then basically practiced with pistols. After all, whether it was the Golden Desert Eagle he already had or the gun someone got him, they were all pistols. As for the pistol, Su Lin fired more than 1,000 rounds of bullets in total. He didn't calculate the exact amount. In short, the staff here were shocked. They had seen many rich people playing with guns. But I have never seen anyone fire 1,100 rounds at a time. The most outrageous thing was that they saw that Su Lin didn't seem to be planning to leave. Because Su Lin is a big client, it's time for dinner, so they must ask him if he wants to stay for dinner. Su Lin was also addicted to playing today and was originally planning to go out for a meal before coming back. But since everyone else has invited him, he definitely won T-Mind. I had a staff meal with them and asked them some questions about firearms. Many of the coaches at these large shooting experience centers are veterans. Su Lin asked some questions, and they answered everything they knew. "Mr. Su, it seems that you like playing with guns very much." The coach who taught Su Lin couldn't help but say. Another veteran coach also said, "Indeed, Mr. Su, this is the first time we have seen someone stay here for so long in one day." "Yes, those who don't know might think that you are going to participate in a shooting competition," said the female employee who issued the card for Su Lin. "No, it's just a hobby," Su Lin said with a smile. He couldn't possibly tell anyone that he was preparing for playing with the real thing in the future, right? "But Mr. Su, your foundation is still very good." The coach who taught Su Lin was a retired soldier with 5 years service. He added, "Although the recoil of our guns isn't as strong as a real gun, it's rare to find someone who can fire over 1,000 rounds in an afternoon, especially with a pistol." His words may have been a compliment, but they were not entirely false. Su Lin didn't say anything. His current foundation was indeed pretty good. After all, with the improvement of the system, his physical condition was there. Not to mention ordinary people, even some special forces soldiers or athletes may not be as good as him in terms of physical fitness. After finishing his meal quickly, Su Lin rested for a while and started practicing shooting again. But this time he didn't shoot so hard. After firing 400 rounds, seeing that it was getting late, he left the shooting range. But before leaving, he added another 100,000 yuan to the card. There was no other way. He fought for most of the day and found that 100,000 yuan was not enough for him to train until the end of the world. Of course, the main reason is that he is addicted to playing. After leaving here, he went to the warehouse to collect some dishes and fried chicken burgers, and then went home. By the time Su Lin returned to the community and got into the elevator, it was almost 11 o'clock. When he reached the 14th floor and got out of the elevator, he happened to meet his neighbor across the street. To be precise, it should be said that it was the neighbor's wife. Su Lin remembered that her name was Wang Ying. Her husband worked in another city and was not home for a long time. He only sent money back at a fixed time. If I remember correctly, in her previous life, before the end of the world, her husband happened to come home to celebrate the new year. Wang Ying is a mature woman in her 20s, with a mature charm in both her appearance and figure. Plus, she has the special identity of wife. The overall score is about 94 points. She was carrying a bag and looked like she was going to throw away the trash. Looking at her wearing a silk nightgown and a small cotton coat, Su Lin smiled and asked, "Madam, it's so cold. Aren't you cold wearing so little when you go out to take out the trash?" Being looked at like this by Su Lin, Wang Ying blushed a little. As they had been neighbors for 2 years, she naturally knew Su Lin. "No, it's not cold. I just came up to throw away some trash," Wang Ying said a little embarrassedly. "Xiao Su, why are you back so late today?" "Well, it's a little late." Seeing her like this, Su Lin couldn't help but be moved. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He is not the kind of person who likes to be forced. "Then Xiao Su, I'll go down first." "Yeah." Su Lin made way for the elevator door and, without even looking at her, entered the password to enter his home. When Wang Ying saw Su Lin go in, she remembered that she had not pressed the elevator button, so she quickly pressed it several times. For some reason, she felt that the Su Lin she met today seemed a little different from the one she had met before. But she couldn't say exactly what the difference was. "It seems that he hasn't become more handsome?" Wang Ying turned her head to look at Su Lin's door and said in a low voice, "Bite." The elevator door opened and she hurried in wearing a pair of plush slippers. On the other side, Su Lin returned home, took another shower, and exercised his arms. Although his physique is better now, his hands are still a little sore after practicing shooting for most of the day. Ring 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 ring. At this time, his doorbell rang. Su Lin got up and opened it, and found that it was the owner of the bun shop. And his family should include his wife, younger brother, sister-in-law, son, etc. Each of them was holding several bags full of steamed buns and fried dough sticks. "Boss, you have so many things, where should I put them?" "Come in and just put it on the ground." Su Lin didn't ask them to change their shoes, but just asked them to go into the house and put down their things. After giving him the remaining half of the money, he thanked him with his family and left Su Lin's house. After they left, Su Lin put all the things into the space. Then he mopped the floor and moved his arms a bit, but Su Lin still felt uncomfortable. He simply went out in his pajamas. Su Lin planned to find a regular massage parlor at the door to relax. As a human being, you can't treat yourself badly. Chapter 16, Get. A week passed quickly. That day, Su Lin exercised in the gym for about 3 hours as usual. There are no more training rewards for novices now, but in order to accumulate more potential points before the end of the world, he did not give up training. Of course, Su Lin did not add any more exercise programs in order to increase his potential tank faster. It's still the same 5 things, done every day, and then we're done. These days, Su Lin goes to the gym to exercise in the morning and finishes at noon. In the afternoon, I go to the shooting range to practice shooting. Maintain this good cycle habit. Of course, his shooting practice in the following days was not as intense as on the first day, where he could only fire 1,500 rounds a day. Basically, it is a steady practice of firing 1,000 rounds every day. 100 of them were for rifles, a dozen for snipers, and the remaining 800 or so were all for pistols. At this moment, Su Lin was driving to the shooting range. However, after receiving a phone call, he turned the steering wheel and changed the car's route. 20 minutes later. Su Lin arrived at the door of a small bar that was a little remote. He got out of the car and looked at the name of the bar, which was Black Humor. The name is quite special. Su Lin went straight in. Because it was still noon and the bar was not open yet, when Su Lin went in, he found that there was only someone at the front desk wiping the bar. Seeing someone come in, the man at the bar said, "Sorry, we're not open yet, please come back later. I have an appointment with someone." Su Lin walked forward and said, "Hello, it seems you are Mr. Su, right?" Seeing Su Lin nod, the man pointed to the back and said, "Go to the innermost part of the passage and turn left. There is a small black door. Brother Chang is already waiting for you inside." Su Lin did as the other party said and walked to the small black door. There was no handle on the door. But as soon as he reached the door, it opened automatically. Su Lin looked up and saw the surveillance video, then he understood. When he walked into the room, he found that the decoration inside was also very simple. On the 2 rows of cabinets on the left and right are placed various collectibles that look very precious. There was a desk in the middle, and Li Chang was sitting on a chair behind it, smoking. "Mr. Su, please take a seat." Su Lin didn't hesitate and sat down opposite him. It seems that Mr. Su really loves guns. He goes to the shooting range to practice shooting every day these days. Li Chang said with a smile and handed over a cigarette. Su Lin was not surprised at all about being followed. After all, the risks of what they are trading now are indeed huge. "I see, Mr. Li, you're not just the vice president of the company, right?" Su Lin took the cigarette handed to him by the other party, but did not choose to answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked a question in return. After lighting the cigarette, Su Lin took a puff, slowly exhaled the smoke ring, and continued. "Since Mr. Li has decided to give me a gun, why are you still doing these meaningless things?" "Ha," Mr. Su was still so direct. Li Chang said to the other party. Indeed, as Su Lin said, if Li Chang had not decided to give him a gun, he would not have invited him here today. In the past few days, he also sent people to investigate Su Lin, and finally found out that the other party's parents had died a few years ago, and he was actually an ordinary college student. Moreover, he was a medical student who dropped out of school after only sophomore year. At most, his family left him a considerable inheritance and a nice house. Also, do you like to play? If that were all, Li Chang wouldn't think there was anything special about the other party. But for some reason, Li Chang found that every time he saw him, he felt that this young man was a little unusual. He couldn't say what was wrong, but he felt that a 21-year-old young man should not be so calm when facing him. Of course, Li Chang had no idea what Su Lin had seen and experienced in that apocalypse. Although Su Lin was murdered by someone, he replaced the person before he died, and then was pushed into the abyss caused by the sinking ground. "As for the money, I can transfer it to you at any time." Su Lin didn't plan to talk much and went straight to the point. "Even if you raise the price temporarily, I can accept it if I have enough money." Su Lin didn't mind paying a little more money for the device for equality of all beings. Anyway, he had calculated that the money would be of no use soon. However, if the other party is really too cruel, Su Lin doesn't mind taking some risks and using other means before the end of the world. "It's 500,000, so that's 500,000. Li Chang did not raise the price, but said, "I, Li Chang, am a man of my words. I've agreed on 500,000 yuan. I'll consider it as making friends with you, Mr. Su." Li Chang did not say this casually. Although he had a way to do this, everyone in this industry knew how dangerous it was. Guns themselves are not very expensive. But some people may not even want to do it if you give them 1 or 2 million, let alone 500,000. Besides, the other side needs so many bullets. "Thank you very much, Mr. Li," Su Lin said with a faint smile. Since the other party did not take the opportunity to raise the price, he did not have to consider taking risks in committing a crime against the wind. As for making friends, Su Lin did not give an answer. It was fine before the apocalypse, but after experiencing it, the thing he least believed in was friends. After the end of the world, he saw too many so-called friends, even relatives, fighting to the death for a little bit of food resources. I dare not say 100%, but 99% of people, in a life and death situation, will choose to live. After hearing Su Lin only said this, Li Chang didn't say anything more. He then took out a box from the drawer, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards the other party. Su Lin reached out and opened the box in front of him. In addition to practicing shooting these days, he also looked up a lot of information about firearms, so he recognized the contents at a glance. Inside was a Colt M2000 pistol made in the United States. The gun is silver and black in color and weighs about 0.82 kilograms. Su Lin picked up the gun casually. Sure enough, the touch was different from those in the shooting range. Li Cheng looked at Su Lin from the opposite side, originally wanting to see some shock or excitement on the other's face. But after a while, he found that Su Lin's expression had not changed at all. Not to mention excitement and shock, there wasn't even a hint of happiness. No, this is the real thing. It's completely different from what you saw at the shooting range. Can you at least show some surprise? Li Cheng secretly shouted in his heart. But he did say, Mr. Su, what do you think of this? It's okay, I don't know much about guns. Su Lin glanced at the other person and probably guessed what he was thinking. Indeed, if it was his first time seeing the real thing, he would definitely be a little excited. But now, he has bought a golden desert eagle. No matter how genuine you are, can you be as genuine as me? Of course, Su Lin couldn't say this to the other party. Chapter 17, Acceptance of Safe House. Forehead. Li Cheng didn't want to say anything more after seeing this. He couldn't possibly ask the other party to give him 3 consecutive shocking blows, right? He took out 2 more boxes from the drawer and pushed them towards Su Lin. Here are 300 rounds of ammunition and 2 magazines. Would you like to count them, Mr. Su? Of course not. I still trust you, Mr. Li, on this point. Su Lin just opened his eyes and said, Mr. Li, please send me your personal account number and I'll transfer the money right away. Li Cheng sent the money to a specific account, so he must get the money he deserves. After all, he can choose to earn less. But Lu Zi and his subordinates must be given a lot. After receiving the account, Su Lin started transferring money directly. There was no mention of a deposit here. He finished the operation and the other party received it within 2 minutes. When Li Cheng saw the transfer notification that 600,000.00 had arrived, he couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su is really something. He doesn't even give me a chance to make friends. Mr. Li, a transaction is a transaction, as for friendship. Su Lin shook his head and said meaningfully, if there is another chance in the future, it won't be too late to make this friend again. In the future? That's fine. I look forward to working with Mr. Su next time. Li Cheng didn't understand the meaning of Su Lin's tone. He just thought that the other party might come to him to buy something, so he didn't force it. Mr. Li, I'll be leaving first. I have a shooting practice appointment this afternoon. Su Lin put the gun and bullets into the bag he brought with him, then stood up and prepared to leave. Okay, I won't delay Mr. Su from practicing shooting. Goodbye. After Li Cheng finished speaking, he pressed a switch or something, and the door opened by itself. Su Lin returned the same way, left the bar and got back into the car. After getting in the car, Su Lin took out everything in his bag. Although he didn't show it just now, he must be very satisfied with this Colt. Although he has a golden desert eagle, that looks even more awesome. But no matter how awesome it is, it still takes a while to charge a bullet in 7 days. But the gun in my hand now doesn't have such requirements. One magazine can hold 15 bullets. Thinking of this, Su Lin took out the 2 magazines, took out the bullets one by one, and prepared to fill both magazines. You know what, the process of loading bullets is quite healing. At the shooting range, the instructors had everything set up for him and he just had to fire. After the magazine was full, he loaded one of them into the gun. The bullet was loaded, and he held it up and aimed outside. Bang! Su Lin did his own dubbing in a somewhat childish way. He didn't have any serious illness, so of course it was impossible for him to test the gun in broad daylight. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Su Lin put the gun and magazine into the space, turned around and looked at the pedestrians outside the window. There will be plenty of opportunities to open one in the future. For now, you'd better go to the shooting range and practice your shooting skills. Thinking of this, Su Lin started the car and drove towards the shooting range. Another half-month passed quickly. In the past half-month, he continued to exercise and practice shooting. The rest of the time he ate big meals and got massages. His life was very fulfilling. That afternoon, Li Cheng called Su Lin again and said that the safe house had been renovated. The person in charge of the renovation was already waiting for him to inspect it, but Li Cheng said he had other things to do and would not come today. Su Lin said yes, but did not require the other party to come. Su Lin had just finished practicing shooting, so he drove directly back to the community. After parking the car, Su Lin didn't take the elevator, but went downstairs directly by stairs. As soon as he arrived at the door, a middle-aged man in his 50s, well-dressed and wearing glasses, was standing there waiting for him. "Hello, is this Mr. Su?" "Yes, hello." The famous man Lu Zhu is one of the top leaders in the safe house renovation project of the Shan Tianhuadi Safety Collective and is also a designer. "Then, Mr. Su, let me introduce you to this 7-star safe house." Lu Zhu started to introduce himself to Su Lin. "First of all, the gate is made of a bank insurance grade, lightweight alloy security door. I'm not going to mention the hammers, and ordinary small explosives are just for adding some color. It also uses 3 unlocking devices." As he said that, he asked Su Lin to enter the data. Su Lin did as he said and set the password first, then the fingerprint, and finally the iris. After talking at the gate, Lu Zhu brought Su Lin into the room. "Mr. Su, since your room is located on the 2nd floor underground, there are only 2 glass windows, so we replaced them with 2 top-quality tempered glass, made in Daxia and Yingjiangguo." Su Lin didn't ask why the other party used 2 different types of tempered glass. Anyway, according to him, it's fine as long as neither pistols nor sniper rifles can penetrate it. Lu Zhu saw Su Lin nod, and he continued. "As for the walls, ceilings and floors around the room, we also used the latest alloy aluminum, which is bonded to the walls. Its strength is even higher than the door." Su Lin walked to the wall and patted it. Hard. "Just keep talking, I'll just give it a try." Lu Zhu was also confused by Su Lin's operation. "Is this how you tried it?" But he couldn't say it out loud, so he could only continue. "Finally, there's the ventilation system and heating device. Both of them use the latest global technology. Even though this is the 2nd underground floor, they can filter out all pollutants and harmful gases, allowing you to breathe fresh air. The heating system is provided by a fireplace and a thermal insulation layer, which greatly isolates the outside airflow and reduces the loss of temperature." After the introduction, Lu Zhu waited for Su Lin to speak. Both are perfect. Your ability to change the world is truly formidable. No wonder you dared to choose such a name." Su Lin also praised generously. "As long as Mr. Su is satisfied." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhu smiled brightly. He had participated in the design of this safe house throughout the process. "Since Mr. Su thinks it's okay, please sign this acceptance document so I can report back." "Of course." Su Lin took the document and signed it without even looking at it. As for the remaining 9 million balance, Su Lin definitely couldn't pay it. "By the way, Mr. Su, although our ventilation system is very good, I still suggest you wait about a week before moving in. After all, it has just been renovated." After taking the signed document, Lu Zhu gave a reminder. "A week?" Hearing this, Su Lin smiled slightly and said, "Sure, I just can't bear to leave the apartment upstairs, so I'll stay there for one last week." Lu Zhu naturally didn't understand the deeper meaning of this, and only said, "Then I would like to congratulate Mr. Su in advance on his new home." "Thank you." Su Lin smiled, and suddenly he thought of something. "Mr. Lu, I just forgot to ask you, how is the sound insulation of this room? Soundproof? That must be first class." Lu Zhu just remembered that he hadn't mentioned this, so he explained. "Mr. Su is worried that this is the 2nd floor underground parking lot, and those cars honking their horns sometimes might disturb you, right? You don't have to worry about that at all. Even if a car stops at your door and honks, you'll just hear the buzzing of a mosquito." "Then I feel relieved." Su Lin nodded with a smile. In fact, this was not what he had just thought of, but he was satisfied with the other party's answer. After Lu Zhu left, Su Lin couldn't wait to close the door. Chapter 18, Advancement and Strengthening. Bang! Bang! Su Lin did not dub this time. And what he was holding in his hand was the Colt pistol he had just bought. At this moment, there was still a little smoke coming out of the muzzle of the pistol, and there was also a faint smell of gunpowder inside the room. That's right, he just tried the real thing, and he fired 2 shots in a row. The target of his experiment was precisely the 2 bulletproof glass windows. This is also the reason why he just asked whether the room has good sound insulation. In order to prevent ricochets, he stood a little further away. After firing the gun, Su Lin walked to the 2 sides of glass and took a look at each one. They are indeed hard enough. There were no signs of breakage on either side of the glass, only a tiny bullet mark, which was almost invisible unless you looked closely. After making sure the window was safe enough, Su Lin threw another gun into the space. He didn't try the wall. After all, even the glass was blocked like this, let alone the wall. Trying again would be a waste of bullets. Really? It's a little different. After firing 2 Colt rifles, Su Lin finally experienced the simple happiness of a man. I wonder if my golden desert eagle can penetrate this glass. Su Lin couldn't help but think so. But he didn't dare to try. If he really broke through it, he wouldn't know what reason to use to explain how he broke through the glass. Su Lin picked up the 2 bullet casings on the ground and threw them into the space. It's better not to throw this thing around for the time being. After collecting the shell, Su Lin closed the door and left, preparing to come back in a week. 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Lin went out to have a meal. Walking in the community, he vaguely heard people talking about the recent weather. Have you noticed that this winter seems to be particularly cold? Yes, in the past, the coldest temperature in Tianzhou City in winter was around 10 degrees Celsius, but this year it has dropped to 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. I saw the weather forecast and it looks like the temperature is going to drop. Do you think it's the end of the world? Instead of saying the world is ending, you might as well say I'll get a raise next month. That would be more realistic. Su Lin even heard a prophet. If it weren't for the joking look on his face, Su Lin would have thought he was also a reborn person. Look, that guy seems to be the one who bought the apartment on the second basement floor in our community. It seems so. I went there recently to drive and saw someone doing some renovations there. That's him. He and I live in the same unit. His name is Su Lin. He was originally an owner of our complex. He probably bought that unit because he wanted a cheaper price. Maybe he's just stupid and has a lot of money? With that money, he might as well buy a normal apartment upstairs. Its appreciation potential isn't any better than that basement apartment. Is it not like what you just said, that the world is about to end and he is preparing in advance? Ha 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 ha. When the residents of the community saw Su Lin walking away, they discussed more enthusiastically. Su Lin didn't hear what was said later. He was already at a Gone Cuisine restaurant at the entrance of the community. Another 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The time came to January 22, 2050, the New Year's Eve. Su Lin was sitting in the safe house. According to his memory, as soon as 12 o'clock tonight, the unknown light would appear above the imperial globe. After illuminating the imperial sphere for 3 minutes, the mysterious light slowly disappeared. Then, after the light fades, an extremely abnormal cold current will slowly sweep across the world, and the temperature will drop. By tomorrow noon, the temperature around the world will drop to minus 70 degrees Celsius, and in some areas it will reach minus 100 degrees Celsius. This is not the end, because after the temperature drops to the lowest point, the Earth's crust begins to fracture and deform. The arrival of the sinkhole disaster will deal another fatal blow to people who are already at a loss. Su Lin looked at the time and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. He still has one last bit of preparation to make, but before going, he still needs to strengthen himself. He has been exercising regularly for the past month just for now. After these days of training and the mission rewards of those days, Su Lin's potential points have accumulated to 12 points. He planned to use it all today to facilitate what he was going to do later. Since this time it is not like the previous 2 times, where we just add 2 points at a time. So Su Lin has been thinking about it for a while. Since the limit for ordinary humans is 9 points, I'll give it a try. Su Lin's top priority is to improve his physical fitness. After all, a good body is the capital of everything. Physical fitness must definitely exceed 10, but fortunately, my physical fitness is already the highest, so I don't need to invest too much to break 10. As for strength and agility, Su Lin thought about it and did not choose to let his strength break 10 first. Instead, I decided to increase the agility attribute to 10 points first. After thinking it over, Su Lin started communicating in his mind. Strength plus 3, agility plus 6, constitution plus 3. Hiss. This strengthening process is completely different from the previous ones. After Su Lin silently recited in his heart and started to strengthen his strength, a sharp pain instantly filled his whole body. 2 minutes later, cold sweat broke out on Su Lin's forehead, and his skin began to turn slightly red. It was really painful. Su Lin could only grit his teeth and force himself not to make any sound. The strengthening time was not like usual, it ended in less than 2 minutes. The whole process lasted for a full 10 minutes. These 10 minutes seemed short, but Su Lin actually felt that it was 10 times more painful than the time he was stabbed twice. The strengthening finally ended, and Su Lin lay down on the sofa. During Su Lin's strengthening process, he forcibly dug 2 5-finger holes in this leather sofa. Su Lin paused for a while before slowly straightening up. Just as he was about to check the property panel, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the player for breaking 10 in a single attribute for the first time. Reward, 1 item upgrade coupon. Tip, after using the item upgrade coupon, players can choose any system-issued item to upgrade. The function of this thing is easy to understand. After Su Lin understood it, he chose to use it directly. Use item upgrade coupon. Ding, please select the item you want to upgrade. 1. The Natal Small Stove. 2. Yuan Nun Small Motor. 3. Golden Desert Eagle. Choose the Yuan Nun Small Motor. Su Lin made the choice without hesitation. Item is being upgraded. Time remaining, 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. This is what he thinks is the best option at the moment. First of all, the function of the Natal stove is to provide heating, and its range is 2 meters. An area of 2 meters in radius is enough for him now. Plus, as long as there is enough electricity, the heating system of his safe house is actually not bad. Therefore, there is no rush to upgrade the small stove. The second is the Golden Desert Eagle. This weapon is certainly very powerful. But for now, it is not necessary for him to play a role. His Colt M2000 is enough for the time being. Overall, it is natural to upgrade the Yuan small motor first to ensure that this safe house has sufficient power. It would take another 24 hours for the item to be upgraded, but Su Lin was not in a hurry. He opened the attribute panel and checked. Player name, Su Lin. Potential gauge, 4%. Strength, 8+. Agility, 10+. Constitution, 10+. Potential points, 0. Equipment items, small stove, small energy motor advanced, Golden Desert Eagle. Ability archive, dimensional space. With a huge increase in various attributes, especially agility and physique, both exceeding 10, Su Lin could feel that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. After resting for a while, Su Lin's physical condition improved a lot. He tried twisting his forearm, using about 80% to 90% of his strength. A little pain, but not much. It seems that the power of 8 cannot cause much damage to the physique of 10. Then he stood up and took a few tentative steps around the room. Ha! Su Lin quickly put his hands on the wall and almost bumped into it. The increase in agility made him run a little too fast. The main reason is that he is not used to it yet. Theoretically, once he adapts, his current fastest speed will be faster than the person holding the world record. This increase in various physical attributes made Su Lin's heart beat faster. His mentality also underwent some uncontrollable changes as his 3 attributes improved. Chapter 19, the final collection on the eve of the end of the world. After some simple exercises to help his body adjust a little, Su Lin opened the door and walked out of the safe house. He came to his parking space and got into the Fighting Tiger Guard. I opened the memo on my phone and looked at the address written on it. Su Lin opened the map navigation, started the car, and drove towards the location above. Half an hour later, Su Lin followed the navigation instructions and arrived at a warehouse area located on the southwest side of Tianzhou City. This is the address where Su Lin asked the waitress for their purchases when he went to eat barbecue at night on the day of his rebirth. Although the end of the world was coming tomorrow, he still parked the car a little further away to be on the safe side. After parking the car, Su Lin put on a black baseball cap in the car. He got off the car and walked slowly towards the warehouse. He did not choose to enter through the main gate, but instead went around and came to the wall behind the warehouse. It's a good time to try out my current body. Su Lin looked at the 2-meter-high wall in front of him. He took a few steps back, took a running start, and easily climbed over the wall. After taking a quick look around and finding that the light was on in the security room at the door, Su Lin went down directly. After jumping from a height of more than 2 meters, Su Lin didn't feel anything. This is the benefit brought by attribute enhancement. He didn't find it strange and walked straight towards the warehouse. When he arrived at the door of the food cold storage, he saw that the door was locked. Su Lin had not learned any lock-picking skills. But these were no big problems. He took out Colt from the space and got out a pillow. Pressing the pillow on the lock position, Su Lin fired 2 shots in a row. The firing sound of the Colt itself is not very loud, and with the pillow offsetting it, it definitely cannot be heard in the security room at the door. After entering, Su Lin closed the door first before turning on the light. What caught his eyes were large quantities of beef, pork, and a variety of seafood. The food looks very fresh and should be delivered to various restaurants in Tianzhou City tomorrow morning. Su Lin couldn't say how much inventory there was, but he felt that the ones in front of him were enough to last him for decades. Without any hesitation, Su Lin reached out and put all the meat and seafood into the space. It shouldn't be considered free. I spent at least 100 yuan. Su Lin couldn't help but think so after he put away the things. Well, he felt that this time it was not in vain. He spent $100 to get the address. It shouldn't count, right? After leaving here, Su Lin did not just leave like that. There was more than one warehouse here. He followed the previous instructions, opened the doors of several warehouses in succession, and collected a large amount of supplies. Among them, there are two that Su Lin is most satisfied with and are the most practical. The first is the water tank. In the largest warehouse here, there are about 1,000 5-ton water tanks filled with water. Secondly, Su Lin discovered that there was a large amount of cigarettes piled up in one of the warehouses here. There are also many varieties, many of which Su Lin has never seen before. He didn't care about anything else and took them all away. Su Lin knew very well that this thing was sometimes as valuable as food in the end times and was one of the hard currencies. After finishing cleaning up the last warehouse, Su Lin looked at the time and it was almost 10 o'clock. High-end stockpiling often only requires the simplest stockpiling method. After 2 hours of busy work, Master Su collected all the supplies and prepared to go home and lie down. When leaving the warehouse area, Su Lin still chose the old route. However, the noise from the security room was a bit loud. Su Lin heard that several security guards inside were probably watching the New Year's Eve show. Moreover, he was playing cards while watching the New Year's Eve gala on TV. It would be strange if the volume wasn't loud. Su Lin did not disturb them. Just as he came quietly, he left silently. Back in the car, Su Lin took off his hat. He was very satisfied with his gains. At this point, his stockpiling plan was completely completed. On the way home, Su Lin looked out the window. The streets and alleys of Tianzhou City are all brightly lit. Because today is New Year's Eve, all kinds of congratulatory messages, slogans, advertisements, etc. are flashing on the exterior walls of high-rise buildings. In the dark night sky, colorful fireworks bloom from time to time. Unfortunately, Su Lin knew clearly that this New Year's Eve would be the last afterglow of the sun for people. All of this will come to nothing tomorrow. 20 minutes later, Su Lin returned to the community parking lot. After parking the car, he did not go home, but went up to the ground floor of the community. It's a little colder. Su Lin felt the current temperature and was afraid that it was close to 0 degrees. It was already past 11 o'clock. It was the middle of the night, and it was New Year's Eve, so naturally there was no one walking outside in the community. Most people were either watching the New Year's Eve gala or playing mahjong or cards. The fact that no one was around made it convenient for Su Lin to take action. He took out a wireless surveillance camera from the space and began to install it. After working for half an hour, Su Lin installed more than a dozen surveillance cameras in the community. The locations where he installed them are relatively hidden, and if you don't use equipment to look carefully, you will definitely not be able to find them. After the ground installation, Su Lin also installed a few in the parking lot below. Bang! Bang! After finally installing one at his door, he went straight back into the safe house and locked the door. Less than 10 minutes. After finishing everything, Su Lin lay down on the sofa and waited quietly for the last few minutes. Watching time pass by little. Finally, the time jumped to 12 o'clock. A second later, Su Lin saw a snow-white light shooting down from the sky from the surveillance screen on the tablet. As this ray of light appeared, the originally dark night sky was instantly illuminated. Fortunately, the intensity of the light was not very strong and not too glaring, so Su Lin could barely see the surrounding residential buildings on the screen. Less than 3 seconds after the light shone, residents began to open their windows or go out to the balcony to appreciate this mysterious snow-white light. From the screen, Su Lin naturally couldn't hear their voices clearly, he could only see that these residents kept talking. It goes without saying that they were all discussing this mysterious light enthusiastically. The 3-minute exposure time ended quickly. Perhaps because it was too cold outside, after the light disappeared for a while, the residents closed the windows and returned to the house from the balcony. When he saw the white light dissipate on the surveillance camera, Su Lin couldn't help but clench his fists. At this time in his previous life, he was sleeping. So I haven't seen this light with my own eyes. I saw it from a short video and heard about it from others. I wonder if this is the power of the kingdom of light. For some reason, Su Lin couldn't help but think this in his heart. But he quickly dismissed this somewhat immature idea. Then he took out his cell phone and checked it. Chapter 20, The Ice Begins. In just 3 or 4 minutes, news about this ray of light appeared on the internet. It quickly rose to the top of the hot searches and popularity charts on multiple platforms. Netizens from all over the world expressed their opinions. No, did you see this white light anywhere? I thought it only appeared in our Tianhan city. I've seen several videos of this white light, and the IP addresses are all different. It seems like this white light is nationwide. Then, several netizens with foreign IP addresses said, No, not nationwide, it might be happening all over the world. I'm in the US right now. I'm in Snow Bear country, I have this too. That's right, I saw it too, said a netizen using the IP address of Shaohan country. Below his comment, there is a comment that has more likes than his own. You're from Shaohan country, so don't say anything. The weather forecast is always coming from Daxia country, so wouldn't Bai Guan have it too? Exactly, the people of Shaohan country really like to take advantage of everything. Su Lin also found their comments funny, and then he scrolled down a few more videos. Most of the discussion was about why this white light suddenly appeared and why the area it illuminated was so terrifying. In addition, some middle school students said in the comments, Do you think this white light could be coming from the distant kingdom of light? Don't be ridiculous, the kingdom of light? I'm the child chosen by the light. If I am really chosen by the light, I would be willing to live 20 years less. Tisk only 20 years. I was chosen to live 30 years less. My 40 years? I'm 18 years old. If I'm chosen by the light, then I only need to live for another month. The style of the comments section of this video is completely different from that of other videos. But this also made Su Lin speechless. How could such a thing be caused? The people of Daxia are really going to be involved in gambling all their lives. The one chosen by the light? Su Lin had also watched a lot of anime and knew this stock, so he couldn't help but chuckled. I don't know if I count. Su Lin didn't continue to brush, he probably understood it. After watching so many videos, he found that most people just found it novel and thought the white light was interesting. Their current behavior is what people often call a fun-loving mentality. So few people realize that the global temperature is slowly dropping at this time. That extremely abnormal and terrible cold wave will slowly erode the world. After watching so many videos, Su Lin only saw 1 or 2 comments saying that the temperature was a little off. But they are basically at the very bottom, with only a few likes. But this is normal. After all, most people who watch videos nowadays are indoors or in air-conditioned and heated rooms. If the temperature outside drops by a few degrees or even more than 10 degrees, you may not feel anything. Especially now it is winter. But when the sun comes up, the situation will be different. Su Lin put down his phone and stopped watching the surveillance video. He prepared to take a shower first. When renovating the safe house, Su Lin specifically asked them to make the bathroom a little bigger. The bathroom happened to be next to a small room, and after the Change the World people asked for his opinion, they simply knocked down the wall to connect the bathroom and the small room. Su Lin took out a water tank from the space and tried it. After lowering a 5-ton water tank, the bathroom was still large enough to accommodate a large bathtub. Su Lin didn't want to bother, so he just washed it with the shower head. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Su Lin didn't put on pajamas. He was not used to sleeping with clothes on. Back in the room, he lay down on the comfortable mattress of 0 yuan purchase. The temperature outside may have dropped to minus 10 degrees Celsius at this moment. But this has no effect on Su Lin. The heating and insulation systems in his house are both top-notch. He glanced at the temperature on the wall, which showed 22. The best and most suitable temperature for the human body should be between 18 and 26. 22 is just the temperature that Su Lin personally feels is most comfortable. The temperature was just right and it was getting late, so Su Lin turned off the lights, pulled the quilt over himself, and went to sleep. Maybe it was the blessing of 0 yuan purchase, Su Lin slept particularly soundly that night. I slept for 9 hours. Su Lin got up and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock. He didn't check his phone immediately, but went to the bathroom to relieve himself and wash up before returning to the room to pick up his phone. Walking to the dining table and sitting down, Su Lin took out a few buns and 2 fried dough sticks from the space. The soy milk was gone, but he bought dozens of bags of soy milk powder and made a bowl of it with hot water. Although there are many other foods stored in the space, compared to steaks, there are also some big meals. Su Lin felt that these would taste better in the morning. He drank some soy milk first. Not as good as freshly brewed one, but it was okay. Then he took a bun in one hand and opened his mobile phone to browse. Just as he thought, the situation on the internet at this moment was completely different from last night. Now netizens from all over the country have begun to complain. What's wrong with the weather this year? I feel like I'm freezing to death at home. I turned the air conditioner up to the highest setting and wore a sweater and a thick cotton padded jacket, and it barely felt that cold. I saw someone say it's already minus 40 or 50 degrees Celsius outside. Our cinema has announced that we don't need to go to work today. All the movies scheduled for this year's Lunar New Year holiday have been withdrawn. If the weather stays like this today, I'll never have to go to work again. It's over. Is this really the end of the world? I saw online that a white light appeared at midnight yesterday. Was it that light that made the weather so cold? Su Lin looked at the short video comment section for a while, then switched to the official section to read it. Attention, everyone! Due to an unknown cold wave, the world is experiencing one of the most unusual drops in temperature in history. Please take precautions against the cold and refrain from going out. Power supply stations and water supply stations across the country will do their utmost to maintain normal operations and ensure the daily needs of the general public. This is national news, and there are also reports from various regions. Last night, due to a strong cold front, the temperature in our city has dropped to minus 59 degrees Celsius. Please rest assured, our fellow citizens. Experts say this cold snap will not last more than 7 days. Please cooperate actively, adopt appropriate heating methods, and reduce or avoid going out as much as possible. A well-known expert said that this abnormal drop in temperature came quickly and will go away quickly. Experts recommend that you keep enough food at home for 7 days and don't need to buy more. To avoid causing panic, please refrain from looting supplies. We believe we can overcome this difficult time. Su Lin took a look around and found that the reports from each region were similar, basically copy and paste. Expert? I think he's more like a home decorator. Seeing what those experts said, Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. Good suggestion, don't suggest it next time. As for the last point, it tells people not to steal supplies. Regarding this, Su Lin only wants to say, this is the last chance for ordinary people to use money to buy more supplies through normal means and channels. Chapter 21, Landslide Crisis Plus Taking the Lead. Su Lin finished his breakfast and put down his phone. Lying on the sofa, watching the surveillance video on the tablet. It was still snowing outside, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. As for the temperature, the reports just now said it was minus 59 degrees Celsius. However, Su Lin knew that this temperature was not the end. And in less than half an hour, the sinkhole will come. 20 minutes later. It's finally here. Su Lin was lying on the sofa and noticed a slight sign of earthquake. If I remember correctly, this sinkhole disaster didn't last too long, probably less than an hour. A global subsidence caused by crustal fracture is spreading. Buildings and houses around the world will collapse on a large scale, and some will sink into the ground. Before people can accept the reality of extreme cold, they have to experience another, more direct geological disaster. Since the extreme cold period is still too short, compared to the cold weather brought by the extreme cold, the damage caused to people by disasters like landslides is far less obvious. To say that it is adding insult to injury may not be enough to describe this despair. In this extreme cold, we may be able to survive for a few days without food. But there is no shelter. Su Lin is not the kind of person who feels pity for others. Under this double disaster, the most important thing is to take care of himself first. It's not very clear on the surveillance camera. But Su Lin was able to get through. The cameras he installed on the top floor of the community could vaguely see that the high-rise buildings in the distance were collapsing one after another. It just raised thick layers of dust into the sky, preventing him from seeing further. The Zhenghu Future Court community where Su Lin lived was also affected a little bit, with some slight vibrations. But it was just a slight movement, about 4%. Su Lin was naturally not worried, because his community would not collapse. This is the main reason why he chose to build the safe house here. Suddenly, the surveillance screen on Su Lin's tablet flashed a few times and soon lost the signal. He was not surprised. It was normal for the network to be down due to the extreme cold and the sinkhole. Look, less than 2 minutes later, the lights in his room went out. Su Lin's Yun small motor is still under development and cannot be used for the time being. In the dark house, he did not show any panic. Although the tablet does not have internet access, it still has power. Su Lin let the light from the tablet fall on his face and waited quietly. Another hour passed. The lights in Su Lin's room came on again, and the network on the tablet was restored. The situation is exactly the same as in the previous life. He clearly remembered that it was the same in his previous life. The power and internet were cut off after the ground collapsed. But this process only took about an hour before electricity and the internet were restored. I can only say that the Power Grid Bureau of Daxia Kingdom is still very powerful. But this recovery only lasted about a week, and then it stopped again. But that doesn't mean it's completely cut off. Su Lin remembered that Tianzhou City later implemented a phased power supply. The internet is always available, but the signal is always average. And he heard that this was not a nationwide policy, only cities had this treatment. Thinking about it, Su Lin saw that the network was available, so he started to watch the surveillance again. The ground subsidence had ended, and he saw from the cameras that in the distance were large areas of ruins left by the collapse of houses and buildings. Su Lin didn't look at it for long. After throwing the tablet aside, he picked up his phone and found that there were many messages at all members on Weibo. He opened it and saw that it was from the community residence group. When I clicked in, I saw that the female property manager named Zhu was speaking and at all members. Dear owners and tenants, as I believe you have all seen, we are not only facing extreme cold temperatures, but also a large-scale earthquake. Please do not go out. Stay home and wait for official notification. The disaster will soon be over. Everyone should trust our property management company and the authorities. As previously announced by the authorities, please do not loot supplies to avoid causing panic. Price gouging is also prohibited at this time. If our property management team discovers anyone hoarding supplies to drive up prices, we will immediately report it to the higher authorities. Su Lin could tell at a glance that what Manager Zhu said was very scheming. She forcibly locked the property and the officials together to increase the weight of her words. Anyone who knows a little bit knows that property management is not an official organization, it is just a service unit. She even reported it to the authorities? He really knows how to flatter himself. Su Lin remembered that the female manager named Zhu was a middle-aged woman in her 40s who also lived in the same community, but not in the same building as him. What impressed him most about Manager Zhu was that she had spoken in the same way in her previous life. Then, while other residents were still not reacting, she took a group of property staff who rented the property here and rushed to the community supermarket and robbed it. We stockpiled a lot of food and some other supplies. Relying on the supplies looted from the supermarket, this group of property staff live a pretty comfortable life in this community. They also took advantage of the fact that they had food to act arrogantly in this community. This group of property managers really think of themselves as the owners of this community. Fortunately, Su Lin is half a homebody and has the habit of stocking up on various fast food products at home. In addition, he had found a temporary job in an official shelter in his previous life, so he was rarely disgusted by them. But there was still one time when Zhu Xiuhong dragged me to shovel snow. Manager Zhu, we only have enough food for 2 days. What are we going to do next? Yes, we used to buy and cook rice every day, but now we only have a little rice left, which can only last for 1 day at most. Will your management send us food? This is because of the Lunar New Year. We did prepare some extra food, but it's only enough to last for 3 or 4 days at most. Some residents were actually frightened by her speech and actually asked her for solutions. Su Lin also knew that these people were probably not lying. In a big city like this, especially in a mid to high-end residential area, residents generally don't stockpile too much food at home. After all, there is a medium-sized supermarket in the community, and it is open even during the New Year holidays, so there is naturally no need to stock up too much and eat too much. Whatever you want to eat, just buy it on the same day. At most, you can buy an extra bag of rice and save some extra eggs. However, there are also some knowledgeable people who know that the property management company has nothing to do with the government and directly criticize it. How can we survive without food? Can your management guarantee that we won't go hungry? Exactly. They told us not to go out. Do they want us to stay home and starve to death? Unless you can guarantee that we won't starve, why should we listen to you? Manager Zhu was very proud of the previous speeches, but when she saw the following people actually refuted her, she had all members. Our property management is now trying to contact the supermarket and try to negotiate a price that is acceptable to everyone. It's very dangerous for everyone to go out at this time. Our management team braved the severe cold and went out to talk to the supermarket owner for everyone. Everyone should understand our management team's painstaking efforts. Also, as I said before, if we discover that someone has gone to the supermarket without permission and deliberately purchased large quantities of supplies for hoarding, our property management will definitely report it to the authorities. Su Lin glanced at Manager Zhu's speech. If someone didn't know her, they would think she was some high-ranking official. A female property manager, let alone outside, even in the community, has such little power, and she still gives orders? It's still the same old routine, using some tiger skin as a banner. Thinking of her disgusting face, Su Lin switched to a small account and spoke in the group. Who the hell do you think you are as a property manager? How dare you take over our business? I'm going downstairs to the supermarket to buy things now, so if you want to listen to her, just listen. Wait until you die of starvation, and see if she'll collect your bodies. Bye. Su Lin deliberately used provocative words. After sending the message, he switched back to his main account. Then I watched Manager Zhu making an incompetent and furious speech, and madly at his own small account. Seeing that there was no reply, she finally got angry and kicked Su Lin's small account out of the group. Isn't this indirectly a good thing? Su Lin thought. If you ask him to help these people directly, he will definitely not do it. Su Lin is not the kind of person who is too sanctimonious. Living in the end times, everything must be based on his own interests first. Now, he would not go to the supermarket anymore. After all, he had enough supplies stored in his space. As for how many people would rush to the supermarket to grab things after he sent out the previous message, he didn't know exactly how many people went. But there is one thing Su Lin can be sure of, that is, there will definitely be a lot of people going. In fact, in this situation, what is lacking is a leader. Su Lin clearly understood that this was human nature. As long as one person goes, the rest will think. He's going, so wouldn't I be at a loss if I don't go? If there are just a few more people, and they all go, then if I go even later, then I won't be able to grab anything, right? 1 brings 1, 2 brings 4, 4 brings a bunch. Su Lin didn't care how much they could grab. Anyway, those people from the property management will definitely not have a good time anymore. Chapter 22, Do Good Things Without Leaving a Name. And the fact was just as Su Lin thought. After he sent that message, there was a heated discussion in the group. After seeing Su Lin's second account kicked out of the group, many residents who already disliked the property management company began typing out their condemnation. Manager Zhu, what's wrong with your property management? You're going to kick someone out just because he sent a message? That's right. I think what that person just said is very correct. Is this how your property management treats us owners? That's right. You don't allow others to say anything. I'm afraid your management will really do as he said. When we starve to death, you won't even collect our bodies. Just based on what that person said just now, it's okay to let him buy something first. I agree with him. I just don't know who he is or where he lives. We all agree with him. Su Lin was so overwhelmed by the messages in the group attacking the property management company that he couldn't even keep up. Soon there were hundreds of messages. The residents are now happy, but the property manager Zhu is starting to get anxious. There are so many people in this group attacking and questioning her now. If this continues, the little prestige she had built up by forcibly binding herself to the authorities and relying on the power of others would be completely gone. All of this is to blame on the person who just sent the message. This guy is really damnable, coming out to ruin her business. If he hadn't suddenly come out and sent this message, she could have called several people from the property management team over after waiting a little longer. Of course, she was not planning to talk to the supermarket owner as she said in the group, but she wanted to take the property management staff to rob the community supermarket. But now, with the release of this message, it is no longer possible to achieve this. Xu Xiuhong, also known as Manager Zhu, is now staying at home, holding her mobile phone, staring at the messages in the group that are still cursing their property management. Her expression was one of exasperation, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Xu Xiuhong seemed to suddenly think of something and clicked on the user interface of the group that she had just kicked out of. She found that this person's profile picture was blank, his nickname was XL, but there was no note that he was a resident of a certain unit in a certain building. This left her with no way to find the publisher and question him face to face. Xu Xiuhong had no other choice but to add this person as a friend and ask him to help talk to the property management in the group. She clicked to add a friend and also noted. She said she was too anxious just now and was really sorry for kicking him. He was also asked to help explain in the group, and after their property management in the supermarket had reached an agreement, he could be allocated more supplies. After she clicked on Add Friend, she pulled him into the group and quickly spoke in the group. Dear residents, I was wrong just now. I have already added the resident I kicked out of the group chat and apologized to him. I also want to avoid causing unnecessary disturbances. Please understand the good intentions of our property management company. On the second underground floor of the community, in a warm and safe house. Su Lin naturally received the message from the other party adding him, and saw the benefits she promised him in the note. He couldn't help but chuckle and refuse directly. And he replied to the other party with 3 letters plus a symbol, gun. Funny, would he be short of supplies? Looking at the messages she sent in the group, her words were all for the good of the residents, as if she had done nothing wrong. It didn't look like an apology at all. Su Lin didn't even think about asking for an apology from the other party. He was not interested in reading it anymore and simply set the group message to Do Not Disturb. Xu Xiuhong stayed in her home, shivering with cold. She originally thought that if the other party saw her apologize and promised to give her more things, she would definitely agree to her request. But when I saw that the other party decisively refused and replied with those 3 letters, she suddenly became furious and wanted to smash her phone in anger. But then she thought that there might not be any mobile phone stores now, so she can only resist the urge to smash the phone and cursed angrily. How dare you be so disrespectful to our property management? Don't let me know who you are or where you live. If I find out, you'll be in big trouble. Su Lin must not be able to hear her words if he heard them. It's nothing, I just feel like laughing. Let him see? He wanted to see. After putting down the phone, Su Lin heard a sound coming from the tablet. When I picked it up and took a look, I saw that human figures began to appear one after another on the 2 cameras facing the supermarket area in the community. It goes without saying that after seeing what Su Lin said, they cursed in the group and then couldn't wait to go downstairs to the supermarket to buy supplies. Su Lin would not compete with them for the food, as he had stockpiled so much that he couldn't finish it. There's no need to compete with these people for such small things in this extremely cold weather of -70 degrees Celsius. For example, there was a resident asking in the group which building and household he lived in, what his name was, and asked him to buy things first. Of course Su Lin would not tell these people that he was the one who said that in the group just now. The main theme of his campaign this time is do good things without leaving a name. Not only did he set a good example for them, but he also didn't compete with them for supplies. Su Lin continued to look at the images on the tablet, and saw that the residents appearing in the surveillance were all wearing thick cotton jackets. She wore several scarves around her neck, wrapping herself tightly in 3 layers. It seems that if they really had nothing to wear, they would probably want to wear all the warm clothes at home. Although the extreme cold weather outside is indeed very cold. But Su Lin also knew that some expensive clothes were actually very good at keeping warm. This is also what people often say, winter is the time when the gap between the rich and the poor is most evident. Like some down jackets and plush sweaters, one can provide the warmth as well as several ordinary pieces of clothing. However, no matter how good the clothes are, they can only be of little use in such extremely cold weather. It's okay for a short time, but if you stay outside for a long time, you will still freeze to death. At least Su Lin could see from the surveillance that although these people were wearing plenty of clothes and were dressed well, they were still shivering from the cold. The supermarket door was already open. After the residents entered the supermarket owner quickly closed the glass door. Through the glass door, Su Lin saw that although these residents were frantically buying various supplies, they still maintained a certain order. There was no large-scale fighting or a fight over a bag of rice. Su Lin was not surprised either, after all, it was only the first day of the apocalypse. People can still barely abide by some basic rules, especially since this is still the Great Xia Kingdom. Ordinary people in Daxia have been educated to be more rule-abiding than people in many other places. If this were in some other countries, let alone the end of the world, even on ordinary days. There are also occasional $0 purchases and scrambles for things. Su Lin was no longer surprised. Chapter 23, Decoration. In addition, Su Lin also understood that some people probably really believed what the so-called experts said. It is believed that the disaster will last less than a week. Therefore, these residents did not choose to break the rules for the sake of supplies. Su Lin would not refute their opinions, there was no need. When the power supply was implemented in stages a week later, the supplies they bought were gradually exhausted and the supermarket downstairs closed. They will naturally realize that this disaster will not end in a short time, as the experts say. Su Lin still clearly remembers that a week after the end of the world, people found that their food had been consumed and they could not get any replenishment or help. They no longer follow the rules and violent incidents often occur. But a month later, there is basically no trust between people. There are many cases of people losing their minds just to fight for a little bit of food. What impressed Su Lin the most was that some people, when extremely hungry, even resorted to eating their own children. Some people may not be able to eat their own relatives and children, but eating their own children can alleviate this guilt. At that time, when people think of what these experts said, they will start to curse. Screw that bullshit expert. If I hadn't believed it at the time and stocked up more food in the early days, I wouldn't be doing this now. Of course, what Su Lin is thinking about now is all in the future. Looking inside the supermarket, residents started queuing up to pay after buying supplies. Su Lin saw that the residents inside seemed to be arguing with the supermarket owner and his family. Although he couldn't hear what was said inside, he knew without thinking that it was just the boss raising the price. I want to take advantage of this extreme cold and sinkhole disaster to make a fortune. Su Lin does not judge such matters. As expected, inside the supermarket owner, his wife and son were arguing loudly with the residents. Everyone has seen the weather and the massive landslide that just happened across the city. A 5-fold price increase isn't too much, is it? The residents accused him. Old Qian, aren't you making money from disasters? That's right, Lao Qian, I didn't expect you to be such a person. We are neighbors, don't you feel black-hearted for doing this? Seeing this, the supermarket owner took over the conversation and shouted. Don't you see what's going on now? I originally wanted to increase the price 10-fold, but my husband was kind enough to only increase it 5-fold. If you want to buy it. If not, get out of here. The supermarket owner's son echoed, if you don't buy it today, the price might be different in a few days. With the 3 members of the family speaking in unison, the residents finally paid the money. In fact, most of the residents living in this community are not too short of money. I just feel that this kind of temporary price increase by supermarkets is too unacceptable. Look, Su Lin glanced at the community residents group and saw that some people were already judging the supermarket owner's behavior. They said how bad he was and that his whole family was full of black hearts. Su Lin would not judge whether this matter was right or wrong. Residents and supermarket owners have different perspectives and naturally have different views on things. But if Su Lin were to speak from the perspective of a reborn person, let alone a price increase of 5 or 10 times. Even if the price increases by 20 times, 50 times, or even 100 times, you still have to buy more. It would be better to spend all your wealth. Only in the last few days can I still buy some things with the money. After a while, the money will be pure waste paper. The bank card balance will also become a useless number. Of course, Su Lin would not go into the group and remind them about this again. He had said that in the group before, simply because he couldn't stand the property manager, Mr. Zhu. As he was thinking, Su Lin saw 7 or 8 more people, wrapped like rice dumplings, walking into the supermarket with anxious looks on their faces. Su Lin recognized the leader, Zhu Xiuhong, from the property management department. After they walked into the supermarket, they started chatting with the supermarket owner. According to the trajectory of the previous life, these people should have rushed into the supermarket and killed the supermarket owner and his family of 3. Then they occupied the supermarket and hid all the supplies inside. Then he relied on these foods to bully others in this community. Because they don't know where the food is hidden, the residents here can only listen to them and get some meager food. Unfortunately, because of the message Su Lin sent in the group, they can no longer do it in this life. Just like what is being seen in the surveillance footage, although the residents in the store criticized the supermarket owner for the temporary price increase, they also disliked the property management staff. Those people from the property management definitely wouldn't dare to take action in front of so many residents. This community originally had more than 2,000 people living in it, but with the new year approaching, many residents returned to their hometowns to celebrate the holiday. But now there are still about 200 people in the community. There are at least 30 of them in the supermarket right now, most of them are men. There were only 8 people from the property management, including 3 women. 8 to 30, and they don't have the equality device for all beings. It would be strange if anyone dared to do this. After a while, I didn't know how the property management staff and the supermarket owner talked. Anyway, Su Lin saw that their group of 8 people, each carrying a bag of things, walked out of the supermarket under the leadership of Zhu Xiuhong. Zhu Xiuhong looked very angry and kept saying something while walking. Su Lin knew that they must have spent a lot of money to buy just a few bags of supplies. This situation was definitely not what they planned. It was great to occupy the supermarket at no cost. But even though they were unhappy, Su Lin was in a good mood. In this warm, safe house, he took a can of Coke out of the refrigerator and took a sip. After drinking a sip of Coke, Su Lin prepared to continue exercising to increase his energy bar. Although with his current attributes, it may take a month to fill up 1 point of his potential bar with simple training. But there is no other way, I can only practice. Having 1 attribute point per month may be an ideal situation. According to Su Lin's estimation, if he maintains the previous 5 exercises, it may take him about 40 days to obtain 1 attribute point. I don't know what that particular creature is. Su Lin's tone was filled with confusion. He naturally remembered the system prompt on the first day he turned on the system. Killing certain creatures can accumulate potential tanks and gain potential points. But it has been a month, and the arrogance system has not yet told him what a specific creature is. Forget it, let's just practice honestly first. Su Lin was not in a hurry. After all, even if he could only gain 1 attribute point in a month, it might become even slower in the future. So what? No matter how long or slow it is, at least it exists. Su Lin really likes the feeling of being able to visually see his physical attributes improving bit by bit. He wasn't greedy, he was just curious about that particular creature. But there was no point in being curious, so Su Lin didn't let his imagination run wild. He walked to the non-powered treadmill in the living room and began his first day of exercise in the apocalypse. Chapter 24, Life in the End Times. A week passed quickly. This week, Su Lin has been sticking to 5 exercises. And it's double the strength. But even so, the growth of his potential tank did not increase rapidly because of his double intensity training. It is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Lin has finished the last event of the day, a 20-kilometer long distance run. He was sitting on the sofa and resting at this time. Although it was double the intensity, Su Lin was not very tired after adapting to the enhancement of various attributes. On the contrary, he felt that he could strengthen it further. It's his lazy nature that won't allow him to add any more. Leaning on the sofa, Su Lin drank a sip of water and checked the property panel. I was lucky today and it went up 5%. In a week, his potential bar increased from the previous 4% to the current 34%. The potential gauge increased by 4% on 5 of these days, and by 5% on 2 days including today. It's similar to what Su Lin guessed before, 1 point a month is ideal. According to the pattern of this week, even if he trained at double the intensity, it would take 23-25 days to gain 1 attribute point. To maintain the original intensity, it may take about 50 days. This kind of thing can't be rushed, so Su Lin didn't worry about it. Just take it slow. After resting on the sofa for a while, he walked to the dining table to prepare dinner. It's only a little after 4 o'clock now, so it might not be accurate to say it's dinner time. The main reason is that he has been lying in the safe house these days and his sense of time is not so important anymore. In short, eat when you are hungry and sleep when you are tired. In addition to exercising, I can watch a movie or watch some short videos. This is similar to his life pattern before the end of the world in his previous life. Of course, except for exercise, Su Lin didn't have this bad habit in his previous life. When it comes to watching movies and watching short videos, the current network signal is indeed not very good. Fortunately, before the end of the world, Su Lin had downloaded all the slightly dangerous movies available on the market. For short videos, you can only watch them intermittently. It's just that nowadays you rarely see those video bloggers updating. They are most likely down, or there is a network problem, or the location and environment do not support their updates. The most important point is that there is no money to be made from updating videos now. Some video bloggers who may have sunk into the frozen ground and managed to survive, now realize that there is no money to be made and the money is useless, so naturally they will not update. However, after this week, people have completely believed the rumors about the end of the world on the internet. The main thing is that they have no choice but to believe it, because the facts are now right in front of them. Faced with the double disaster of frozen ground and collapsed ground, they had no choice but to believe it. Su Lin sat at the dining table, eating stewed beef brisket with potatoes and stir-fried lettuce, while swiping the screen of his mobile phone and scrolling down to watch videos. After playing a few games in a row, he felt a little bored. So I just switched to Weixing and started looking at the community residents group. As time went by, these people in the group gradually stopped listening to the so-called experts. There are more and more quarrelsome speeches in this group. Didn't the experts say this cold snap wouldn't last more than a week? Why is there no sign of it disappearing? At this time, are there still people who believe what those bullshit experts say? What should we do now? The things we bought last time can only last our family for 2 days at most. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to those dog experts. Last time at the supermarket, I would have bought more, not just 5 times, but 10 or 20 times. Su Lin looked through the comments of the residents in the group, and found that they were mostly similar. Just as he said before, at this moment, these people finally realized that the words of the pretender were not credible at all. When buying supplies in the supermarket, you should buy as much as possible instead of worrying about the 5 times the price. Su Lin looked at the surveillance camera and saw that the supermarket in the community was closed and the rolling shutter door was also pulled down. The supermarket owner is not stupid. He must know by now that this disaster will not be resolved in the short term. He had locked the supermarket 2 days ago and the whole family stayed inside. He also threatened in the residents group that he would no longer sell supplies. They also told the residents in the community not to even think about coming in to rob them, and that if anyone dared to rush in, they would burn everything. He also took a photo of a large number of supplies piled together. What he meant was, of course, that if anyone dared to rush in, he would really burn it. To be honest, Su Lin didn't quite believe that the supermarket owner had the courage to do that. After all, their family of 3 also wants to survive, and burning supplies will certainly scare the residents. But if he really burned, the 3 of them would have no chance of survival. However, even though they say that, the residents of the community still don't dare to gamble. The supplies in the supermarket now are their only chance to survive. If you don't try to grab it, at least it's still there. If this really burned, it would basically cut off their hope of survival. Su Lin also saw in the group that in the past 2 days, many residents tried to communicate with the supermarket owner. The supermarket owner surnamed Qian also gradually relaxed a little. Su Lin didn't find it strange. Just as he said, the supermarket owner and his family also wanted to live. The supermarket owner is also afraid of what will happen if these residents are really hungry. But just like his last name, at this time, he still wants money. He said that there were not many supplies left in his supermarket. After that, the residents could be provided with a meal every 2 days, but the price would be 20 times higher. This time, except for a very small number of people who said it was too expensive, the vast majority of residents accepted this request. They have to accept it even if they don't want to. Both the supermarket owner and the residents are afraid that the other party will do something. Neither side dared to push the other too hard. Oh, it seems that those people from the property management team and the supermarket owner have indeed reached some kind of agreement. Su Lin saw from the surveillance footage that Zhu Xiuhong from the property management brought 2 people and knocked twice at the supermarket door. After a while, the rolling shutter door of the supermarket was pulled up slightly. Zhu Xiuhong and the 2 people she brought with her crawled down and crawled in from the bottom. After they went in, the door was immediately closed. This is the 3rd time Su Lin has seen this scene in the past few days. The first time, he thought the property management staff were just here to buy food. But when they came out, they had nothing in their hands. This is the 2nd or 3rd time. It goes without saying that there must be something fishy going on between the 2 parties. Su Lin looked through the crowd of residents twice more and couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder the property management people were so kind as to speak up for the supermarket owner in the group chat. Because of the message Su Lin sent using his 2nd account, the property management did not occupy the supermarket immediately. This resulted in the supermarket owner and his family surviving, and the property management staff had no choice but to change their previous ideas. From killing the 3 of them, to the current cooperative relationship with unknown conditions. Su Lin didn't care about their relationship. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Chapter 25, Mysterious Dark Light, Zombies Are Coming. Just when Su Lin finished eating and was about to put down the tablet. What is this? Something strange happened on the surveillance screen again. A dark red light suddenly fell from the sky. Just like the mysterious white light that caused the extremely cold weather before. As it fell, the white world originally covered by ice and snow instantly turned dark red. This light. Su Lin couldn't help but frown, his tone a little surprised. I remember that this dark light should not have appeared in my previous life. He stared at the surveillance video with an immersed expression until 3 minutes later, when the dark red light disappeared. Regarding this uncertain origin and the possible changes it might cause, Su Lin couldn't help but have some bad thoughts in his mind. This was the first time he had such a thought since his rebirth. Forget it, it's useless to just think about it like this. Su Lin still had a good attitude. He thought that as long as this red light didn't affect him, everything else would be fine. The next day, Su Lin got up very early. He watched 2 movies last night and went to bed early. As for that mysterious dark red light, he continued to observe the surveillance camera, but did not find any strange changes in the outside world. After washing up, Su Lin thought about it and chose to eat instant noodles. Instant noodles taste pretty good if you eat them occasionally. He brewed 2 buckets of 2 flavors, stir-fried pepper beef and mushroom stewed chicken noodles, focusing on balanced nutrition. While waiting for instant noodles, Su Lin habitually picked up the tablet and watched the surveillance video. After just one glance, many question marks appeared in Su Lin's mind. He went to wash his face with cold water again, then came back to look at the surveillance camera again. I didn't dream, I should have woken up. Is there a person in the community square? And that person was lying on top of another person? The head kept moving on the person below. Those who don't know might think this is zombie annihilation? But from Su Lin's perspective, he could clearly see that this was not corpse annihilation at all. This is clearly planting strawberries. And it's the kind that breaks the neck. I only see the person above, let us just assume he is a human. Every time he moved his head, he would bring up a piece of flesh and blood from the person below. The white ice and snow on the ground were also dyed blood red. Su Lin's expression was stunned. He had seen murders and had also killed someone himself. But this was the first time he had seen someone killed like this. And the one who plants strawberries doesn't seem to be afraid of the cold? Su Lin saw that he was not wearing very thick clothes, probably just an ordinary cotton jacket. It is also in tatters and you can tell at a glance that it must be leaking. You know, it's minus 70 degrees outside. Dressed like him, he not only didn't freeze to death, but also had the mood to plant strawberries? This is definitely not a normal person. Zombie? These 2 words appeared in Su Lin's mind. He had also watched many zombie-themed TV shows and movies, so he naturally knew about such a thing. Su Lin calmed himself down and continued to stare at the surveillance camera. Maybe that zombie is full? Anyway, it didn't continue to lie on others, but slowly stood up in a weird posture. Su Lin adjusted several surveillance angles and looked at several more cameras. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, he realized that there were more than one person who wasn't afraid of the cold. Su Lin saw a total of 17 zombies from more than a dozen cameras. And the most outrageous thing was that Su Lin noticed that the person who was planted with strawberries when he first saw him actually slowly crawled up from the bloody ground. This is actually quite consistent with the TV series. It is obvious that you will be infected if bitten by a zombie. No, this wasn't the case in my previous life. Su Lin didn't remember that there were such things as zombies in the end of the world in his previous life. He soon thought of the dark red light from yesterday. This is also the only possibility. There was no dark light and no zombies in the previous life. Oh right, specific creatures. Su Lin's thoughts turned quickly, and he immediately linked the zombies to the specific creatures mentioned by the system. Ding, dark light is coming, zombies are attacking. Players can increase their potential tank and gain potential points by killing zombies. I wish players a happy killing and a happy game. Just as Su Lin was thinking, the system prompt sounded. Are you enjoying the killing? Su Lin smiled slightly when he heard that. He placed the tablet on the stand, picked up the instant noodles, and observed the zombies appearing on the screen. It can be seen from the picture that there are not many zombies in the community now. As for how many there were outside the community, Su Lin didn't know. He opened his phone again to see if there was any official announcement. The result was just as he expected. The zombies, like the frozen sinkhole, were also global in nature. Shock. A week later, a new disaster strikes again. One wave has not yet subsided when another wave arises, the cold wave has not yet dissipated, the ground is uneven, and the zombies appear again. Another expert pointed out that zombies are highly contagious, with bites and skin scratches being the only clear way to spread them, and an incubation period of 2 minutes to 2 hours. Attention, people of the country, attention, people of the country, zombies are extremely aggressive, reduce going out, reduce going out. Officials are working hard to build shelters. Please trust us, fellow citizens. Su Lin flipped through it for a while, summarized all the official information, and finally came to a conclusion. Well, basically useless. It was highly contagious and aggressive, he had seen it firsthand. However, one of the messages was not officially released, which surprised Su Lin a little. He saw in the news that some people were suddenly infected indoors. Su Lin originally thought that only those who were exposed to the red light yesterday would turn into zombies. Now it seems that this is not the case. He went to the community group and saw, as expected, that they were having a heated discussion about zombies, and vent their anxiety and fear in the group. The most discussed issue is how long it will take to build the official shelter. Others said that it would be fine if the shelter was provided later, but the authorities could give them some food first. After seeing these remarks, Su Lin thought about it. If he remembered correctly, it would take at least half a month for the first batch of official news to be released about the shelters to accommodate civilians. During this half month, a large number of people who lack supplies will inevitably starve to death. And this apocalypse is different from his previous one. In addition to freezing and ground collapse, there is now another threat from zombies. A double disaster becomes a triple disaster. This is undoubtedly adding insult to injury and pouring a bucket of cold water on people. It also makes people who are already desperate even more hopeless. Su Lin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After finishing 2 buckets of instant noodles, he prepared to meet the scary zombies. Suddenly he thought of something and switched the surveillance camera a few times, cutting the footage to the underground parking lot. After seeing a few cold-proof things in the basement. That's perfect. We don't even have to go out on the ground. Chapter 26, First Encounter with Zombies, Easy First Kill. Inside the safe house, the warmth is excellent, the temperature is just right, and it's not cold at all. So Su Lin usually only wears short-sleeved shirts. But now that I'm going out, I definitely can't do this. Before going out, he took out a black cold-proof jacket from the space, put on a pair of casual pants, and put on a hat. Of course, it's minus 70 degrees outside now. Although Su Lin is in good physical condition now, he definitely can't withstand wearing so little. However, he still has the birthday little stove to protect him. The small stove is not big, just the size of a palm, and is very light. Su Lin adjusted the temperature to 18 and put it directly in his pocket. After getting dressed, he slowly opened the door of the safe house. This was the first time Su Lin stepped out of the door of this safe house since the end of the world. With the small stove on his body, he didn't feel cold at all. However, the air outside was a bit pungent, and most of the lights in the underground parking lot had broken down at some point in time. In the dim second underground floor, there were only 1 or 2 working lights, but they only flickered. If Su Lin hadn't installed a camera with night vision earlier, he probably wouldn't have known that there were several zombies underground. Su Lin was still holding the tablet in his hand, following the surveillance instructions on it, slowly moving towards the location where the zombies were. On the second underground floor, Su Lin found a total of 5 zombies, one of which was alone. The other 4 are in groups of 2. Su Lin was not blindly confident, although he currently had 2 attributes that exceeded the limits of ordinary people. But before knowing the specific strength of the zombies, he would definitely choose to play it safe and go find the lone one first. Soon, Su Lin came near the lone zombie. He leaned against a pillar, put the tablet back into the space, and took out a machete from it. This is a machete with a total length of 77.5 centimeters, a weight of 0.8 kilograms, and a black handle. Su Lin didn't know how powerful this knife was, but it looked quite sharp on the internet. It seemed to be called something like Violent Big. He certainly couldn't kill zombies with his bare hands. If you accidentally get scratched by it, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Using a gun is actually the best option, but Su Lin is worried that the sound of the gunshot might attract other zombies. Unless necessary, using a knife or an axe is a safer option. Everything was ready. Su Lin held the machete tightly in his hand. The zombie kept circling around a car. The car looked quite new. I wonder if it was bought before it was infected. Su Lin didn't rush forward. He waited until the zombie turned around again and his sight was no longer in his direction. He took a leap and covered a distance of about 10 meters. In about 1 second, Su Lin rushed behind the zombie. Without any hesitation, he raised his knife and the blade landed straight on the zombie's neck. Shwa! Su Lin used all his strength in this strike. The zombie boss body was torn into pieces before he could even turn around. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a normal zombie for the first time. 1 potential point will be awarded. Without paying attention to the system's prompts, Su Lin immediately set his sights on the zombie he had just killed. He took out a flashlight from the space, turned it on and shone it on the zombie. The skin of zombies is different from that of ordinary humans. The surface is bluish-black, and blood vessels can even be seen on their arms and faces. The blood vessels are bluish-gray and very twisted. His body was covered in blood, especially at the corner of his mouth, where a long cut had appeared. It's a bit like the slit-mouthed woman, but it's only split on one side. After observing it carefully, Su Lin wiped the blade on it and looked away. It was Su Lin's first time killing a zombie, so he didn't feel much about it. It seems that it is not as difficult to kill as I imagined. Su Lin muttered to himself. Overall, it didn't take him too much effort to kill this zombie. The process of him killing the zombie only took a moment. However, Su Lin was not too surprised. After all, his current physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of the two attributes, 10 plus 8, is the limit of ordinary humans. If it's difficult for him to kill a zombie, how are ordinary people supposed to deal with it without any firearms? Oh right, the potential tank. Su Lin naturally did not forget the main purpose of his trip this time. He opened the panel in his mind. Potential, 34.5%. Su Lin only glanced at the potential bar, which was up 0.5% from yesterday. One zombie can add 0.5%. In other words, killing 8-10 of them would be enough to equal his previous double intensity training? Who has time to exercise now? Just start killing. Although he thought so, Su Lin was not overwhelmed by the increase in his potential tank. Of course we have to kill him, but we can't be too impulsive. There were still 4 zombies underground. Su Lin took out the tablet again and looked for their traces. Soon, following the picture, he approached a pair of zombies that were lying together. This was a female duo. Su Lin did not underestimate this pair of zombies just because he had simply killed them. He held the machete, and when one of them turned around, he rushed forward. He chopped down the zombie that didn't turn around and was facing him. The other zombie heard the noise and immediately turned around. When it discovered it was a human, it roared and ran towards Su Lin quickly. The knife Su Lin just swung didn't hit the zombie's neck, but its body. So there was no decapitation or dismemberment, and the blade was still stuck in the bone. Seeing another one rushing towards him, Su Lin quickly pulled out his machete, then quickly took a few steps back to avoid the zombie's attack and bite. Because Su Lin dodged, the two zombies collided directly with each other and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Lin naturally would not miss this opportunity and rushed forward again. Swish! Swish! He slashed twice in a row, one of which chopped off the head of the zombie lying above. The one that was pressed underneath had its head blocked, so Su Lin only cut off one of its arms. Although Su Lin had previously chopped the zombie in the waist and now had lost an arm, the zombie seemed to have no sense of pain and stood up again staggeringly. Its body was a little unbalanced, but it still pounced towards Su Lin. You're in good health. Su Lin looked at the zombie's waist and arms, where blood was constantly oozing out. He didn't torture it on purpose, he just killed it with a knife. Ignoring pain, quick reaction, not slow at all, and very aggressive. This time, Su Lin did not observe the zombie's body, but made some summary about the zombie. Overall, it was not too difficult for Su Lin to face 2 zombies at once. After finishing the job here, Su Lin prepared to go and kill the last 2 zombies he saw on the second underground floor. Chapter 27, Yuan Nung Motor. Same routine as the previous 2 times. Su Lin did not rush forward head-on, but approached the zombies little by little. Wait for the opportunity and then kill. These 2 zombies are a male and a female, and they have been wandering around within a certain range. When one of the beasts was no longer looking at him, Su Lin rushed forward again. This time the strike was very accurate, and he chopped off the female zombie's head with one blow. The male zombie heard the sound, turned around and pounced towards him while roaring. 1-on-2 was a bit troublesome, but now it's 1-on-1. Su Lin could only say, "The advantage is mine." He gripped the machete tightly, and the sharp blade fell on the male zombie's neck. After beheading him with one blow, Su Lin was just about to wipe the blood off the knife. Slurp! Slurp! He heard some noise nearby and quickly glanced around. Fuck, why is there still some? There were 4 zombies, 1 on each side and 3 on each side, rushing towards Su Lin from both directions. Maybe the noise just now attracted them from somewhere else. Now is not the time to panic. Su Lin took a deep breath and without waiting for them to come over, he rushed towards the lone one with a knife in hand. Without holding back, he killed a zombie with one blow. Then Su Lin quickly threw the knife aside and took out the Colt pistol from the space. Bang! 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 Su Lin did not save any bullets and fired several shots in succession. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the entire second underground floor. Su Lin's shooting skills are pretty good now, especially his pistol shooting skills are even better. You should know that he topped up his card with 300,000 yuan just to practice shooting. The echo of the gun gradually faded away, and 5 zombie bodies had fallen in front of Su Lin. There was another one. Su Lin only shot it twice in the legs, so it was still lying on the ground, trying to get up. Although Su Lin has good marksmanship, he is not a sharpshooter. Of course, it is still impossible to hit the head 100%. The zombie might have broken its leg bones, so it was a little difficult for it to get up. Su Lin walked up to it and fired 2 shots at its head. He was not wasting bullets, mainly because Su Lin discovered that even if these zombies were hit in the head by bullets, they would not necessarily die with one shot. It seems that only a shot in the brain or a chop off of the head can kill them completely. After waiting quietly for a while and seeing no unusual noises around, Su Lin was sure that there were no zombies on the second underground floor. He didn't pick up the discarded machete, as there were already a lot of zombie bloodstains on the blade. Su Lin was too lazy to wipe it off, and he was also worried that the bloodstains might be infectious. He used this knife to kill 6 zombies, so it was worth it. There are dozens of swords like this one in the space, all of which he bought for free. However, as long as you don't have any wounds, or if you just try the smell and just touch the zombie blood normally, you shouldn't be infected. When Su Lin killed the zombie just now, there was actually some blood on his hands. It's unrealistic not to get involved. When he chopped off the head, blood spurted out everywhere. Fortunately, he had put on a baseball cap in advance, otherwise blood might have spurted onto his face. Without paying any more attention to the knife, Su Lin took out the tablet and confirmed again that there were no zombies on the second underground floor before preparing to go back. The continuous gunshots just now may have been heard by zombies in other places. Su Lin was also worried that it would attract too many zombies, so he walked straight towards the safe house. After triple unlocking, the door of the safe house opened and Su Lin closed it immediately after entering the house. The first thing Su Lin did after entering the house was to take off his hat and jacket and throw them in a corner. Call. Only after sitting down on the sofa did Su Lin let out a deep breath. During this outing, a total of 9 zombies were killed. Su Lin looked at the energy bar again, 38.3%. He found something wrong with this number. He originally thought that each zombie would add a fixed 0.5% of its energy bar. It now appears that the amount of this increase is not the same. Su Lin, who has played many games, did not find this situation very strange. 9 zombies increased his energy bar by 4.3%. This is basically the same as the increase he gained from the previous day's exercise. But the difference is that Su Lin used to exercise for about 3 hours every day. It only took him more than an hour to kill the zombies just now. This is when Su Lin is in a relatively stable situation. Of course, being steady is definitely the right thing to do. When killing zombies in the future, he will still focus on stability. Zombies? Quite interesting. Su Lin murmured in a low voice with a smile on his lips. Recalling the feeling of killing zombies just now, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. After his rebirth, Su Lin had originally planned to stockpile some supplies, and then kill those people who had plotted against him in his previous life, and then just lie down in the safe house. But the appearance of zombies disrupted his plan of lying down. The most important thing is that Su Lin feels that he seems to like this feeling a little bit. In addition, killing zombies can also increase the potential gauge, which gives Su Lin more motivation to kill monsters. But he didn't mean to keep killing, he wasn't a god of killing or a bloodthirsty devil. Killing zombies is definitely necessary. But you still have to lie down. There is no conflict between the two. Just like today, Su Lin didn't plan to go out again. This time he went to kill zombies, mainly because he wanted to understand the characteristics of zombies and their habits. Now he has almost understood everything, so he can take a day off today and talk about it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Su Lin went to the bathroom to take a hot bath. It took 5 minutes to finish, and he came out of the shower, ready to have a good meal. Su Lin discovered that as his body's various attributes increased, his appetite also increased a lot compared to before. But this is normal. After all, to maintain body energy, you must rely on food. Just like those athletes, their food intake is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people, or even more exaggerated. Su Lin sat at the dining table, took out a bowl of tomato beef brisket and charcoal grilled lamb chops, and then ordered some fried chicken. Feeling that it was not enough, he prepared to cook a big bowl of noodles to go with the tomato beef brisket. When he got up to cook noodles, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. However, Su Lin has gotten used to it. Since the day before yesterday, Tianzhou City has entered a phased power supply period. Out of 24 hours a day, there is electricity only for half, or 12 hours. But Su Lin was not panicked at all. As soon as he thought about it, a small blue thing appeared in front of him. As soon as it appeared, the lights in the room came on again instantly. It was Su Lin's Yuan small motor. No, it shouldn't be called a small motor now. After upgrading, the energy small motor becomes energy motor. As for what it looked like, Su Lin took another look. Name, Yuan motor, advanced. Function, it can provide 30 degrees of electricity within a 5-meter radius, and automatically recharges once every 24 hours. Note, the remaining electricity can be stored daily. Introduction, although its battery life is not low, you can't squander it recklessly. Comment, remember, the power of electricity is unlimited. After the upgrade, the function of energy motor has been directly raised to a higher level. Not only is the range wider, but the amount of electricity provided is also tripled. However, Su Lin still listened more to the introduction. As long as there is power supply from the outside every day, he does not use the energy motor. As I said, the essence of human beings is white pea monsters. Chapter 28, Neighbor's Wife's Private Chat. While waiting for the noodles to cook, Su Lin was bored and simply took out his phone to check it. When I opened the community owners group, there were not as many unread messages as before. The number of people speaking in the group is also less than in the past few days. Several residents who were previously active in the group have not posted any messages since yesterday. Su Lin also knew that these people were most likely starved to death or frozen to death. Some people may say that a person can only live for a certain number of days without eating. This is indeed the case. It is possible for people to go without food and drink only water for several days. But that's under normal circumstances. But the reality is that in such extremely cold weather, without the energy provided by food, the body cannot get the calories brought by food, which will inevitably accelerate the process of starvation to death. Although it is not as cold indoors as outside, you should know that phased power supply has been implemented. You can't keep the air conditioner and heater on all the time, as freezing to death indoors is not an easy thing to do. In particular, there is no stable food supplement. Su Lin browsed for a while and found that there were two most discussed topics in the group. One is when all-day power supply can be restored. Su Lin knew this. There was basically no hope. For at least 4 months, forget it. In fact, compared with some remote areas, Tianzhou City is already quite good in this regard. At least there is still phased power supply. From what Su Lin learned in his previous life, in some places the power was completely cut off. Of course, he couldn't jump out and tell others about this. People are difficult to satisfy. For example, if you have no electricity for 24 hours a day, and suddenly you have electricity for an hour, you might be very happy. But if you only have 1 hour of electricity for a long time, you might wonder why you can't turn 1 hour into 2 hours. There were 2 hours, which became 4 hours, and so on. Just like the residents now have 12 hours, they want to have it all day long. In addition to the electricity problem, the appearance of zombies has further exacerbated the fear in the hearts of these residents. Several residents also saw through the windows that the zombies bit anyone they saw. This has led to them being afraid to go to the supermarket to buy food that can only be purchased once every 2 days. Because a resident took a video and posted it in the group. The video shows that some residents were so hungry that they went downstairs to the supermarket to buy supplies. Although the residents were very careful, they were still discovered by the zombies. As a result, he was discovered and bitten by several zombies. That scene. It can't be said to be horrific, it can only be said to be a bit bloody. After the video appeared, these residents naturally became even more afraid to go out, having learned from previous experiences. Between starving to death and being bitten to death by zombies, some residents may prefer to starve to death. Starving to death is certainly painful, but being caught by zombies, that. The scenes in that video and the expressions of the residents who were surrounded and bitten by zombies were really too terrifying. It's hard to compare which of these two ways of dying is more painful. Some people may want to take a chance, since they will die anyway. But some people just don't have this mentality. Su Lin didn't comment anyway. After brushing for a while, the noodles were cooked. Su Lin put his phone on the table, without turning off the screen, and went to serve the noodles. Holding a big bowl of hot noodles on the table, Su Lin prepared to have some noodles with tomatoes and beef brisket. At this moment, the cell phone placed aside rang. Su Lin had set the group message to do not disturb, which meant that someone had sent him a private message. He took the phone and looked at it. Su Lin must have known the person who sent him the message. He left the following note to the other party. Neighbor's wife. He has no neighbors in this safe house now, and the neighbor is naturally from the apartment upstairs. Wang Ying? When Su Lin saw the person who sent the message, he was a little confused, but seemed to know the reason. Sure enough, he took a look at the content of the message. Su Lin, excuse me, can you tell me if there's anything to eat at your house? Su Lin was not surprised by this. In the apocalypse, borrowing food happened everywhere every day. Is she still embarrassed? He didn't mean to keep the other person hanging, so he replied, yeah. After a simple reply of one word, Su Lin began to enjoy today's lunch. Upstairs, room 1401. Inside the room, Wang Ying was lying on the bed. After seeing Su Lin's reply, although her hands were already very cold, she quickly stretched them out from under the quilt and began typing. Su Lin, if your family still has some surplus food, could you lend me some first? I will definitely return it to you after this disaster is over, please. Wang Ying really had no choice. Before the end of the world, there was not much food left in her house. Plus, her husband also came back to celebrate the new year, so the food, which was already limited, would definitely not be enough for 2 people. On the day when the supermarket was still open, she originally wanted to buy more food to save. But her husband Sun Xiang said that the expert said that this matter would be over in less than a week and there was no need to buy too much. But now, a week has passed, not only has the original disaster not passed, but there are also those terrible zombies. She hadn't eaten for almost 2 days, and the last 2 buckets of instant noodles in the house were secretly eaten by Sun Xiang last night and this morning. Thinking of this, Wang Ying became furious. But the air is not full. After getting angry, Wang Ying thought about the years she had been married to Sun Xiang. Not only was he in poor health, but he only came back for a few days during the spring festival every year. When we came back, we still slept in separate rooms and were always in a hurry to leave. She knew that Sun Xiang had a mistress outside and even bought a house in another city. Most of the money he earned every year was spent outside, and he only sent her some living expenses every month. It would be fine if the pay was high, but she still has to go out to work. The most important thing is that when this disaster struck, he secretly ate the remaining food. He never thought of leaving a bucket for his wife. It was freezing outside, and zombies were wandering around. Wang Ying was almost in despair. Her pretty face became thin and sad because she had not eaten for 2 days and was disappointed with her husband. But Wang Ying certainly didn't want to starve to death like this. She couldn't help but think of Su Lin, who lived across the street from her. That young handsome guy. Thinking of the simple teasing he made when she went out to throw away the trash last time, her face couldn't help but turn red. Because she is introverted, she doesn't have many friends in this community. In the end, with a try-it attitude, she sent a message to ask Su Lin. After receiving the other party's reply, she was naturally very happy. In particular, the reply was yes. At this time, she saw Su Lin sent her a second message again. Okay, but think it over before you come down. Come down? Wang Ying was stunned when she saw these 2 words. But she suddenly remembered that the other party seemed to have bought the apartment on the 2nd underground floor, but she didn't know when Su Lin moved down. He asked me to think it over before continuing? Although Wang Ying's husband is not good enough, she is not a little girl anymore. After only thinking for half a minute, she understood what the other person meant. Wang Ying told herself that she might be overthinking it. The other person is clearly still a young man of about 21 or 22, while I am almost 30 years old. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall the look the other person gave her at the elevator entrance last time. She naturally took good care of herself, and most of her previous salary was spent on her body. In fact, if she didn't need to maintain her skin and figure, she wouldn't have to go to work. But at this time, in this kind of weather, is there still a man who wants to think about that kind of thing? Wang Ying looked out the window. The cold wind was howling, snow was everywhere, and zombies were wandering around. She couldn't help but think so. After struggling for 10 minutes, she slowly got up from the bed. Standing in front of the wardrobe, Wang Ying began to put on her clothes. Chapter 29, Fair Trade. 20 minutes later. The 2nd underground floor of the community. Su Lin had a good meal in the warm safe house. As the saying goes, when you have enough food and clothing, you will think about that. He is not just having enough to eat and clothing now, but he is very well fed. There are naturally more things to think about. Su Lin glanced at the surveillance footage on the tablet and saw a thickly wrapped figure walking quickly to his door. Judging from her panting appearance, it seemed that she was exhausted after coming down from the 16th floor and coming to him. But when he reached the door, the figure did not knock on the door immediately. She raised her hand and put it down, raised it again, and put it down again. The figure was naturally Wang Ying, who had just walked down from upstairs. After hesitating at the door for a few minutes, she finally chose to raise her hand and start knocking on the door. Naturally, all of her actions were seen by Su Lin. When she knocked on the door, Su Lin couldn't actually hear the knock from inside. I can only say that the sound insulation of his house is really good. Su Lin didn't leave her out on purpose. He didn't want her to hit him for too long and attract too many zombies, which would be counterproductive. Su Lin walked to the door, opened it, let the other person in, and then closed it. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Wang Ying, who had just entered, couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in her heart. But soon, all her worries and sorrows were dispelled by the bright and warm decoration before her. At the same time, the coldness in her body was also dispelled. As soon as she came in, Wang Ying felt a warm heat. This. Wang Ying didn't know what to say. Isn't it a phased power supply? Isn't there insufficient heating? What's going on here? Compared with my own home and the situation of those residents in the community, this place is like heaven. Su Lin did not interrupt her from admiring her safe house, but returned to the sofa and slowly sat down. Su Lin, how come you still have electricity? Wang Ying was shocked for 2 minutes and couldn't help but say. Besides, my house is not as warm as yours even with the air conditioner on. She was even starting to feel hot because she was wearing so many clothes. She hadn't felt this kind of heat for many days. You don't need to know about this. Why did you come to me today? Su Lin did not answer, but asked back. Although he had already said it on Weibo, he definitely had to confirm it again. Speaking of this topic, Wang Ying also began to get a little nervous. She bit her lip and didn't dare to look at Su Lin and said, just as I mentioned on Weibo, Su Lin, I want to borrow some food from you. Yeah. Su Lin nodded. You've seen the situation outside. I'm sure you know how important food is. He paused for a moment and then continued calmly. So I asked you to think it over before coming. Have you thought it over? Su Lin's voice was not loud, but every word that fell into Wang Ying's ears made her feel very nervous. In addition, she was wearing too many clothes and the temperature in the room was high, so she was really feeling hot. Wang Ying couldn't help wanting to take off her clothes, but she also felt that if she took off her clothes at this time, it would be too embarrassing. I've thought it through. I'll give it to you. Wang Ying said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. Oh? Su Lin sat upright on the sofa, looking at the other person with a half smile. Say it again, your voice was too soft, I couldn't hear you clearly. I've thought it through. Wang Ying's voice was a little louder, but that was okay. Su Lin did not continue, but said lightly. Now that you've thought it through, go take a shower first. At this time, Wang Ying was about to go to the bathroom to take off her clothes and take a shower, but Su Lin said. Just take it off right here, ma'am. You're already hot, aren't you? Hearing this, Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, but finally obeyed Su Lin. She reached out and began to take off her clothes one by one. Su Lin was not polite either. He has never been a gentleman. So I began to admire the young woman's figure. Wang Ying is about 1.68 meters tall, with good looks and fair skin. She was wearing a thick cotton jacket on her upper body, and after taking it off, she still had a thinner one on. She was wearing a high-neck sweater underneath, and when she took it off, her slender, white neck was revealed. As the sweater was taken off, there was another sweater left, but at this time, one could already see her plump curves supported by the sweater. After taking off the last white sweater, only the last and the one further inside were left. Instead of continuing, she began to take off the loose thermal pants underneath. Her limbs are very slender, but her waist is not very thin, but has a little bit of flesh. Come to think of it, if the waist is too thin, it may not be able to support it. After taking off the clothes, Su Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Madam, it seems that you are not so honest. Wang Ying was extremely embarrassed. Although she was not feeling so hot anymore, her face was still slightly red. I should have stopped wearing it earlier, she thought to herself. In fact, she wore this at first just to keep warmer, but she didn't expect Su Lin to see it. Before coming down, she thought that Su Lin might not do anything to her. Because in her opinion, in this kind of weather, no man would have the heart to think about this. It's no wonder she thought this way. After all, there were zombies walking around outside, it was so cold, and people had no food to eat every day. Not many people would think about this. But from the moment she entered Su Lin's room, she knew she was wrong. Can I take a shower now? Wang Ying had only 4 pieces of clothing left on her body. She looked at Su Lin with a nervous expression and said. She really didn't want to take off all her clothes in public, although she had already accepted the reality in her heart. Go to that room after you finish washing. Su Lin didn't care about it. He nodded and let her go into the bathroom. 15 minutes later. Su Lin was leaning on the bed, browsing his phone. The door was pushed open little by little, and a pair of white and tender jade feet wearing a pair of transparent slippers walked into the room. Wang Ying was afraid that Su Lin would get annoyed if he waited too long, so she washed much faster than usual. At this moment, she was no longer wearing any thermal underwear and was only wearing a bath towel. Slender arms and long legs appeared in front of Su Lin. All in all, he hadn't touched a woman for almost 10 days. It would be fine if I didn't look at it, but after seeing this kind of exquisite stuff, I started to feel a little impulsive at this moment. That's the true nature of men. But he is not the type to be impatient. Being too impatient in such matters would only lead to bad results. Wang Ying stood at the door. Seeing Su Lin just looking at her without saying anything, she felt a little at a loss. Biting her lip, she thought, since it's like this, I'll just take the initiative. Wang Ying didn't care about being shy anymore and prepared to step forward. Unexpectedly, Su Lin spoke at this moment, smiling. Madam, please put, and, on again. After hearing Su Lin's request, Wang Ying was at a loss whether to advance or retreat. The only thing that came to her mind at this moment was Chapter 30, 2 times in one day. 2 hours later. The living room of the safe house was unusually quiet. In one of the rooms, there were some slight breathing sounds. Wang Ying finally obeyed and put on his favorite clothes. According to what Su Lin just said to her. But after Su Lin's kind words of persuasion, she agreed. As the main character, Su Lin is now. I have to say, it's really great to do it twice a day. Especially this person is not only good looking. She is also the neighbor lady with full buff attributes. Gurgle. Su Lin was smoking a cigarette comfortably. He didn't have a smoking habit, but he liked to have a cigarette occasionally. Suddenly, a voice called out the fairy in the belly. He almost forgot that this neighbor lady hadn't eaten for 2 days. It's hard for her to be hungry. Can I eat now? Wang Ying asked Su Lin in a low voice, her voice already a little hoarse. She was really starving. Originally, he might have been able to hold on for a day or 2, but after being tormented by Su Lin like that, he was already exhausted. He even looked like he was about to collapse. Okay, put on your clothes and go out to eat. Su Lin agreed immediately. Having said that, he got up and went to take a shower. Seeing Su Lin go out, Wang Ying slowly got up from the bed, walked to the bathroom in the room, and started brushing her teeth. Su Lin took a shower very quickly and came out of the bathroom in 5 minutes. When I came to the living room, I saw Wang Ying just coming out of the room, dragging her tired body. She didn't put on all her clothes, just her thermal underwear. I don't know if she didn't have the strength to put on her clothes or if it was because the room was so warm. By the way, I haven't asked you what you want to eat yet. Su Lin saw her come out, so he said generously. I can give you 2 packs of instant noodles, or a bowl of self-heating hot pot. According to the prices in the last world, a pack of instant noodles could usually be exchanged once, or even 2 or 3 times. But this matter cannot be simply calculated in this way. After all, those who change once or twice. It may only take a few minutes, or at most 10 minutes. But Su Lin did enough. If I only gave you a packet of instant noodles, that would be a bit unreasonable. Not to mention anything else, the energy replenished by a packet of instant noodles is not enough to cover the effort they just put in. He wasn't such a stingy person, so he prepared to go to the kitchen cabinet and make her 2 packets of instant noodles. Wang Ying stood there, smoothing her messy hair, and said expectantly. Can I eat those on the table? On the table? Su Lin looked at where she pointed. That was what he had not finished eating. Because a lot of noodles were cooked, there is still half a bowl of tomato and beef brisket noodles and 1/3 of a grilled lamb chop left on the table. Su Lin didn't hide it from the other party and said directly, "What's on the table is what I just left over. If you want to eat it, go ahead and eat it." Although Wang Ying felt a little embarrassed, she thought about how she had eaten that just now, so she didn't hesitate anymore and went straight to the table to start eating. Su Lin ignored her and walked to the refrigerator, took out a can of Coke, and sat on the sofa to drink it. While drinking Coke, he picked up his mobile phone and started watching short videos. Although the latest videos are mostly about the disaster. But Su Lin didn't watch it for long. He opened his watch list and started watching the short video of Adbo directly. Although Wang Ying was eating, she also noticed the sound of Su Lin's video and heard the cheerful little tune. She didn't know why the other party still had the mind to watch this when the situation outside was already like that. She looked around the room, then glanced at the remaining food on the table. Well, she could understand. Although she had been hungry for 2 days, Wang Ying did not eat rashly because she thought Su Lin was right next to her. Instead, she tried to eat slowly. Compared to instant noodles and self-heating hot pot, what she eats now is undoubtedly much more delicious. What's left by others? So what? At this time, being able to eat food of this quality is just a dream for many people. Wang Ying could imagine what would happen if she took a photo and posted it in the residence group. Those people must be envious of her to death, right? But she just thought about it. After all, she knew that if she really took the photo, Su Lin would definitely be angry. Thinking of this, Wang Ying swallowed the noodles in her mouth, thought for a moment, turned sideways to look at the sofa, and asked curiously, "Su Lin, since the cold snap on New Year's Day, it seems you haven't posted any messages in the community group chat, right? Recently, fewer and fewer people are speaking up in the group. Do you think the people in our community can wait for official rescue?" Well, no. Su Lin was watching a short video about sword forging. He didn't even look up and answered casually, "There's nothing much to talk about with them, and I don't have anything good to post. Am I going to show off in the group?" He said this, but in his heart he was thinking, "I did send a message once. If it weren't for that message, there would probably be half fewer people speaking in the group now. You might have come to see me a few days earlier. What about official rescue? Do you think we can wait for it?" Wang Ying asked nervously when she saw that the other party didn't seem to care. Su Lin thought about this question for a while and said slowly, "The official rescue should be real, but I don't know if you can hold on until then." Su Lin answered this question from the perspective of a reborn person. The authorities will indeed provide rescue services later, which means building shelters. If I remember correctly, it should be about a week away. The residents of this community have waited for it. However, out of the original 200+ people, only a few dozen showed up. But in this life, Su Lin was not sure how long it would last. Unlike the disaster in the previous life, this time there are zombies. Then the difficulty for people to survive and the difficulty for the authorities to build shelters will definitely be doubly difficult. Don't you know either? Wang Ying whispered that the food in her mouth was not as delicious as before. Obviously, she is also aware of the current situation. Due to the low temperature and the impact of the ground subsidence, Tianzhou City can still provide power supply in stages now. What about the future? Will there be a day when the power supply time needs to be shortened? Coupled with the lack of food, people either froze to death or starved to death. How long can those who are still alive hold on? Now, there is another terrifying zombie. Wang Ying naturally also saw the video of the zombies biting the residents in the group who wanted to go to the supermarket to buy supplies. She still feels scared when she thinks of that scene. Fortunately, she and Su Lin lived in the same building, otherwise Wang Ying would not have dared to come down. Even so, when she was going downstairs, she heard some noise on a certain floor, which might be made by zombies. That was enough to scare her. Chapter 31, Stay? Thinking of this, Wang Ying couldn't help but look around the room again. The heating is on and it is as warm as spring. There is also food to eat, although the exact amount is unknown. But when she saw Su Lin carelessly leaving food behind and the extra food he had, she thought about that kind of thing. It goes without saying that they must have stockpiled a lot. I don't know why he is so foresight, Wang Ying thought. The bed was also very comfortable. After Su Lin left, she lay down for a while and almost fell asleep. If she hadn't been so hungry, she might have fallen asleep. Wang Ying thought about her own home. Even when there was electricity, it was not as warm as Su Lin's house. When there was no electricity, I was still extremely cold even if I lay in several quilts. Then I thought about my husband. Not only was he useless, but he also secretly ate all the remaining food by himself. What Wang Ying found most difficult to accept was that Sun Xiang not only ate the food secretly but also, after eating, he locked himself in the room and ignored her. He even asked her to go to the supermarket to buy supplies, leaving her, a woman who had been hungry for 2 days, to face those horrible zombies. And he, a man, hid in the room after eating. Compared to Su Lin, her useless husband is simply. She only realized now that if she wasn't so hungry, she might have wondered if she was. It would be nice if I could stay here, Wang Ying thought to herself. There wasn't much food left by Su Lin, and Wang Ying had already finished eating it. Although she had been hungry for 2 days, her appetite was not big to begin with, so she was already very satisfied to eat this. Su Lin didn't know that Wang Ying had already had so many wild thoughts in her mind. Seeing that she had finished eating, Su Lin prepared to get up, open the door and let her leave. He had no intention of keeping the other person, at least not now. Go put on your clothes and go. Su Lin continued to lower his head. At this time, he was watching the video of repairing cow hoofs. After saying that, seeing that there seemed to be no movement, he paused the video and looked up at Wang Ying. Wang Ying was looking at him with a timid expression. When he looked over, she whispered, Su Lin, can you let me stay? She really didn't want to go back and just wanted to stay here forever. It was freezing outside, and she didn't dare to imagine encountering zombies on the stairs. Ha! Su Lin also understood the other party's thoughts at this time. He chuckled and asked, Stay? Why would I let you stay? Because, we just weren't. When Wang Ying heard Su Lin ask this, she suddenly looked shy and was a little unable to speak, but her meaning was already very clear. Interesting. Su Lin naturally understood, but said lightly, You don't think that if you do it with me once, I will keep you, right? But Wang Ying wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su Lin. Don't overthink it. If you do it with me once, I'll have to support you. How many people will I have to support in the future? In Su Lin's opinion, this was just an ordinary transaction. He got what he wanted, and the other party accepted the food he offered. This transaction has ended here. Wang Ying didn't expect Su Lin to suddenly become so cold. Obviously before, he was not like this. Her bones are almost falling apart. Even my legs are still a little numb. But now the other party wanted her to leave without mercy. Wang Ying's pretty face, which was originally slightly red, turned pale in an instant. She looked at Su Lin's calm expression and felt that he was not joking. She bit her lip and asked in a low voice, What if I still be with you in the future? Later? Su Lin smiled and said, If I think of something later, I'll let you know. If Su Lin said that he didn't like Wang Ying's type, he must be pretending. After all, she has an excellent appearance and figure. There is also the buff bonus of neighbor. It is impossible for a normal man not to like it, unless he has no other choice. But preferences are preferences, and keeping her in the safe house is not dangerous. But it's definitely not that convenient. Unless, he could train her into the kind of woman who would completely obey him both physically and mentally. Wang Ying didn't have the ability to read minds, and she wasn't in the mood to think about what Su Lin was thinking at the moment. But she understood what Su Lin meant. In other words, even if she is willing, she will give it to him in the future. That may not necessarily change her and keep her here forever. She will only be allowed to come down when the other party wants her to. But this is not what she thought. Wang Ying herself is the type of good wife, and what she said just now was her last resort. But she didn't expect that this still didn't make Su Lin keep her. Okay, stop imagining that, put on your clothes and leave. Su Lin didn't plan to start training today, and the timing was not right. Okay, I'll leave right away. When Wang Ying heard Su Lin's tone, she didn't dare to say anything about staying. It seemed as if she was afraid that he would not let her in again. Wang Ying can only comfort herself now that even if she can't stay here forever, at least she will have the chance to come back in the future. She didn't want to annoy Su Lin and stop him from calling her again. And now, in Wang Ying's heart, for some reason, she is already looking forward to coming again next time even though she hasn't left yet. I don't know whether she wants the comfortable temperature here or the delicious food. Or something else. Su Lin didn't know that the other party had already imagined so many things in his mind. After a while, Wang Ying put on her clothes, wrapped herself tightly again, and came out of the room. Su Lin, can you give me another pack of instant noodles? Before leaving, Wang Ying made a request, but she immediately explained. I'm not greedy, I'm just afraid that you'll ask me to come again next time. I'm too hungry, and a little, too tired. Too tired? Su Lin didn't want to understand immediately, but still said with a faint smile. Sure, ma'am, what flavor would you like? It's all fine. But can you not have the pickled cabbage? Wang Ying replied in a low voice, and added. Su Lin, can you please stop calling me madam and just call me by my name? I don't have any pickled cabbage here. Su Lin walked to the kitchen, squatted down and opened a cabinet without being seen by the other party, and took out a pack of instant noodles from it. Mushroom stewed chicken noodles. Su Lin walked over and handed it to the other party and said. Ma'am, do you think this tastes okay? Wang Ying felt a little embarrassed when she heard this name, but she still took over and said. Sure, thank you. Su Lin stopped teasing and after unlocking the door triple times, he opened the door and let the other person out. Seeing the door open, Wang Ying could only walk out reluctantly. She originally wanted to turn back and say goodbye, but as soon as she went out, Su Lin had already closed the door. Although the second underground floor is not as cold as the ground, it is still not as cold as indoors. It was even worse than the house she had just walked out of. But thinking that there might be zombies outside, Wang Ying didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly walked towards the stairwell. After Su Lin saw the other party leave from the surveillance screen, he didn't look at him any further. Throwing the tablet aside, he picked up his phone and unpaused it. I continued to watch the show Repairing Cowhooves, which was not finished just now. Chapter 32, Organizing a Team? After Wang Ying left, Su Lin lay on the sofa and watched short videos. With his tendency to lie down, if there were no zombies, he felt he could lie there forever. But after the zombies appeared, he also found it quite interesting. But his main focus is on combining work and rest. Looking at the time, it was already late, so Su Lin prepared to take a shower and go to bed. After brushing his teeth, he returned to his room. Just as he was about to jump onto the bed, Su Lin suddenly braked. He pulled out the top sheet and tossed it aside. There was no way, after 2 hours of battle. Now the sheets are all covered with hard work and sweat. He took out a new bed sheet from the space and spread it on the bed, then lay down on it steadily. I closed my eyes and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Su Lin woke up early. And I feel particularly refreshed, much more energetic than the previous few days. After washing up, Su Lin slowly sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy the 3-piece set of steamed buns, fried dough sticks and soy milk. While eating, he picked up his phone and checked the owners group. After a day of settling down, the horror atmosphere about zombies in the group became even more tense than yesterday. Not only did they complain about the intermittent power supply, they also criticized the authorities for not taking action and not sending armed forces to clear out the zombies. This cold snap has been going on for over a week. When will it end? My house is getting colder every day, especially when the power goes out. Even having 3 or 4 quilts is useless. When will the authorities come? They won't just ignore us, will they? But even though they curse, they probably know in their hearts that cursing in the group now is not close to the reality. One resident, who had a good memory, recalled what the property manager, Zhu, had said in the group chat the day the apocalypse arrived, so he had added her. Manager Zhu, didn't you say earlier that this disaster would be over soon? Exactly, Mr. Zhu, you told us not to stockpile too much supplies, and now we're almost starving to death. You bastards, we just believed your lies. Now look what happened. Not only did the cold snap not pass, but zombies showed up too. We can't leave the house at all. With one person taking the lead, many residents immediately began questioning the property management and manager Zhu. At this time, manager Zhu, who was hiding at home, was curled up in bed and shivering from the cold. After seeing the questions from these residents, panic suddenly appeared on his face, which was already cold and purple. But she didn't think she was wrong, instead she cursed. Now you blame me, but I didn't force you to do that. It would be better if you all starved to death. At the same time, she also blamed the authorities for releasing false information, and those experts who spoke nonsense were not good people at all. And that zombie. Xu Xiuhong got angry when she thought of zombies. She had already made an agreement with Mr. Qian from the supermarket. Their property management helped to calm the residents in the group and told them not to rush into the supermarket impulsively. Mr. Qian from the supermarket provides them with 2 meals a day as a thank you for helping Xu Xiuhong and the others persuade the residents. But now, with the zombies coming out, all this has gone to waste. The residents don't dare to go out, and their property management is also afraid of zombies. After looking around, Su Lin felt that the happiest person was actually Mr. Qian from the supermarket. Although he didn't know what the specific negotiations were between the property management and the supermarket owner. But if you think about it, you will know that it is nothing more than using food as bargaining chips. But due to the appearance of zombies, there is no need for the property management to persuade them. After seeing the video of zombies biting people, the residents simply didn't dare to come down. The supermarket owner now does not have to worry about residents robbing his supermarket, nor does he have to pay for food to the property management. Isn't this the biggest beneficiary in this community after the appearance of zombies? Of course, there is also a prerequisite that his supermarket must be strong enough. Otherwise, if the zombies rush in, everything will be gone. Su Lin looked at the supermarket's rolling shutter door through the surveillance camera. Well, it all depends on luck. After just one look, Su Lin was not optimistic about the supermarket's rolling shutter door. It's just a very ordinary blue rolling shutter door, the kind that pulls up and down. As long as two ordinary adult men knock on the door a few times and kick it a few times, the door can be taken directly to the scrap collection station. In other words, zombies are not very intelligent and would not specifically attack a door, otherwise the supermarket would have been destroyed yesterday. After Su Lin finished the last bite of the bun, he picked up the iced soy milk and took a sip. He had made it yesterday and put it in the refrigerator in advance. He can drink it hot or cold, but he personally prefers iced soy milk to hot soy milk. At all members, owners and tenants, the appearance of zombies was something our property management and officials did not anticipate. While drinking soy milk, Su Lin saw the property manager Zhu Xiuhong in the group again, at ing all members. But now is not the time for us to quarrel among ourselves. We should unite and face these disasters together. Only then can we overcome this difficulty. Su Lin took a glance and saw that Zhu Xiuhong was still using the same old tricks, forcibly binding herself to the official authorities, and then calling herself one of the residents. This increases their own credibility and makes the residents in the group less likely to take the lead in refuting. As soon as she sent these two messages, some residents immediately started asking her. Manager Zhu, we don't want to argue, but what can we do? There's nothing to eat or drink at home, and I've been hungry for 2 days. Unity? How can we unite? Manager Zhu, if you can give us all food, we can unite in any way we want. We are the same. As long as Manager Zhu can give us food, everything will be fine. Su Lin watched the residents' speeches with great interest. These people were cursing Zhu Xiuhong and the property management company before, but after hearing what she said, they immediately changed their tone. But Su Lin also understood, after all, the feeling of hunger was really uncomfortable. He also wanted to see how Zhu Xiuhong would end up after she said that. Everyone has seen it. Because of the zombies that have appeared in the community, our residents are afraid to go downstairs to buy supplies. I suggest that our property management company take the lead, and then the surviving residents, especially the men, form a team to eliminate the zombies. Zombies are scary, but if we just stay at home, we're just waiting to starve to death. We don't know when the authorities will come to our community to rescue us. Now I will count the number of surviving residents. Those who are still alive can sign up. After the zombies in the community are eliminated, those who actively sign up will receive an extra share of supplies. If there aren't enough people at the end, I'll have to call out names, and those who are called out won't get double the supplies. Also, if you don't show up when you're called, don't even think about getting any supplies when things are over. Just as Zhu Xiuhong finished distributing the money, the supermarket owner, Mr. Qian, jumped out and said, "That's right, just like Manager Zhu said, I will give more supplies to those who volunteer to kill zombies." It seems that Mr. Qian and the property management of the supermarket had just discussed it. Lao Qian was also afraid that zombies would suddenly rush into his supermarket one day, and then no matter how many supplies he had left, they would be useless. Compared to the residents coming to rob them, the zombies posed a much greater threat to their family. Chapter 33, A Good Show. Su Lin had more food than he could finish, so naturally he wouldn't sign up for anything. As for eliminating the zombies in the community, he would go kill zombies, but definitely not with this group of residents. Su Lin continued to look at the messages in the group. He also wanted to see how this matter would develop in the end. He probably guessed that Zhu Xiuhong definitely had bad intentions. Judging from her deeds in her previous life where she led people to kill people, seized supplies, and acted tyrannically in the community, she couldn't possibly be a kind-hearted person. If it weren't for the message he sent earlier, their property management would definitely have copied the operations of the previous life. Of course, Su Lin himself was not a good person, so he was too lazy to expose her. And now if he goes to the group, he will remind them to be careful of the property management staff. Maybe these residents might even think he is a bad guy. He just had to watch the show quietly. Sure enough, after Mr. Qian from the supermarket came out to testify in the group, these residents were a little more convinced. Seeing that no one in the group took the initiative to speak, Zhu Xiuhong began to frantically mobilize the residents and made all kinds of bold statements. Su Lin had said before that it was between being bitten to death by zombies and starving to death. There must be people who don't want to starve to death. In this situation, instead of staying at home and starving to death, it is better to go out and fight while you still have some strength. Don't wait until you are so hungry that you have no strength left, then you won't even have a chance to fight. In a sense, some of what the property said is not entirely wrong. Under Zhu Xiuhong's encouragement, several male residents actually started to sign up. The other surviving residents began to get restless when they saw someone sign up. They thought that if the property management distributed the supplies first, and they didn't sign up and were called later, wouldn't they get double the supplies? You have to go in the end anyway. If you don't take the initiative, won't you lose a lot later? There are quite a few residents who have this idea. An hour later, the number of people who signed up reached 36. 32 of them were men and 4 were women. Su Lin guessed that these 4 women probably lived alone, or there were only elderly people and children at home and no one else. There is a small possibility that the men in the family are timid and dare not come out. After all, no one says that men can't be timid, right? After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that no one continued to sign up, Zhu Xiuhong said in the group, "Okay, that's about enough people. We have 8 people on the property management side, so a total of 44 people. For those who didn't sign up, don't regret it when we succeed. Registered residents, please prepare first. Remember to bring weapons like knives and sticks. We will go down together in 10 minutes. Oh, 44 people, that's a pretty auspicious number." When Su Lin saw the final number of people who were going, he couldn't help but chuckle. Just now, Zhu Xiuhong individually had added several people in the group, including Su Lin. But he just ignored it, letting others think that he had frozen to death or starved to death. Su Lin looked at the surveillance screen and switched between multiple perspectives. At this moment, he could see about 30 zombies on the ground in the community. Through yesterday's battle with zombies, Su Lin thought that if these 40 or so residents were all normal people, they still have a chance after killing these 30 or so zombies. He killed 9 zombies yesterday, so naturally he had some understanding of the characteristics of zombies. After these humans became zombies, their strength and speed should have been enhanced to a certain extent. But that's all. Compared to normal humans, zombies have poor brains. They have strength and speed, but lose the brains. Can only attack with hands and mouth mindlessly. Humans can rely on external objects, so their chances of winning are definitely greater. According to Su Lin's estimation, an adult male was holding a weapon, such as a knife, stick, or axe. In a one-on-one situation, it is definitely possible to kill a zombie. Of course, a strong, smart, or courageous woman can also kill a zombie alone. If there were hot weapons or something, it would be a no-brainer. Another thing, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su Lin found that the zombies' eyesight seemed not very good. But in contrast, their hearing seems to be very developed. This may also be the case, you gain something but lose something else. 10 minutes passed quickly. While Su Lin was thinking about this, Zhu Xiuhong spoke again in the group. This time, she didn't say a long speech, but only sent 2 words. Gather. For some reason, when Su Lin saw these 2 words, they automatically became sending to death in his mind. A few minutes later, he saw on the surveillance footage that several people appeared in groups from the doors of each unit. They were holding all sorts of weapons? Let us just call it a weapon. Most of them were holding kitchen knives, or mops and brooms or something like that. Su Lin looked at these weapons and almost couldn't help laughing out loud, but he didn't really laugh. He could understand this. After all, very few people would keep various controlled knives at home. But there were still a few residents holding baseball bats, and 2 with axes. Su Lin even saw a man holding a compound bow. He had originally planned to get a few of these things, but in the end he thought better of it. After buying it, you still have to practice. If you can't shoot accurately, the gun will just gather dust. He spent so much time practicing his gun, he was too lazy to practice this. Compared to guns, it's more powerful, more convenient, more fun to use, etc. The only advantage of a compound bow may be that it makes little noise. Not to mention that even if he is an expert in compound bows, he will most likely choose to use a gun if he has one. After all, in the time you were knocking and releasing the arrow, I was able to empty the magazine. Thinking of this, Su Lin turned his attention back to the surveillance screen. I thought he was a master, but he didn't even hit a slow-moving loss. The man with the compound bow failed to hit a zombie about 10 meters away from him during the sneak attack. At the other end of the screen, a resident holding a kitchen knife next to the compound bow man couldn't help but curse. Didn't you just say you were a very accurate shooter? You missed the target even at such a close distance. You should know when to brag, said another resident holding a mop. The man with the compound bow was about to explain, but the zombie attracted by the arrow had already discovered them. Seeing the zombies rushing towards them, they knew that now was not the time to quarrel. Now that they have come down, they have no way to retreat. Going back will only mean starvation to death. Several people rushed forward directly. The zombie was pitiful and was surrounded and stabbed and hacked by several people. Soon, the zombie became silent. Just as Su Lin thought, as long as they were not afraid, it was not difficult for a few people to kill 1 or 2 zombies. On the ground of the community square. The other residents who signed up also gained confidence when they saw that someone actually killed a zombie. As for the property management staff, Zhu Xiuhong was hiding behind them with a mop in her hand. Seeing this, she took out a loudspeaker with her other hand and shouted. Everyone has seen that zombies are not invincible. As long as we unite, we can eliminate them. Everyone, stop hiding and come out. Let's kill these zombies as soon as possible. When she said this, the other 30 or so residents rushed out immediately. They didn't care about anything else and all started shouting. Damn zombies, it's you who made me go without food for 2 days. Kill, kill, kill. I'll stab you stinky zombies to death. A female resident holding a broomstick followed the 2 men and stabbed the zombies in front of her frantically. There were more than 40 people in total, rushing out from all directions. They seemed to want to vent all their dissatisfaction and pain of the past few days on these zombies. The 30 or so zombies on the ground were also enraged and rushed towards the residents like crazy. Although there are more residents, it is impossible to eliminate more than 30 zombies without any casualties. Soon several people were knocked down by zombies and then bitten. Help, save me. Help me. The residents who were knocked down by the zombies immediately let out miserable cries for help. At this time, although someone came to rescue them, it was too late. Hurry, those bitten by zombies will soon become zombies, kill them first. Someone suddenly shouted this in the crowd. Another person shouted loudly, don't just stand there, we will still have to kill them after they turn into zombies. It's easier to kill them now. The residents who were bitten were not dead at the moment. They still had some consciousness and had not turned into zombies. When they heard these words, they felt despair in an instant. They have already regretted it. In the end, they were attacked by their own people before they even turned into zombies. Su Lin naturally saw this scene through the surveillance camera. He couldn't hear the sound, but from the expressions of those people, he could probably guess what it was. But this is indeed true. If you get bitten, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Now that you've come down, you should have thought about this in advance. It's impossible that you want to get supplies without paying anything, right? In fact, Su Lin has a way to reduce casualties. Originally, these people only needed to be divided into batches, with a few people in each group. Then try to move as slowly as possible and go kill those zombies that are not gathered together. That way, there will definitely be fewer people bitten than now. However, this method was immediately eliminated after Zhu Xiuhong's loud shout. It was only after she shouted that the 30 or so zombies in the community gathered together. It can be said that her loudspeaker directly killed at least 8 or 9 residents. Over there, more than a dozen of the 40 or so residents had died, and there were less than 10 zombies left. Victory is just around the corner. Everyone, work harder and eliminate these remaining zombies. Then we can go to the supermarket to eat. Zhu Xiuhong hid behind a pillar and shouted with her big loudspeaker. The sound was so loud that even Su Lin could hear it through the surveillance camera. I really think death is too slow. Zombies' hearing is already more developed than that of ordinary people, and they would probably be damaged by her shouting. As for Zhu Xiuhong, she didn't care so much. She thought that she should quickly kill all the zombies in the community so that she could go to the supermarket and ask for more supplies. Since the residents were concentrating on dealing with the zombies, no one noticed that Zhu Xiuhong had actually been hiding and had never come out to fight the zombies. In addition, she kept shouting, which gave the residents a false impression. I thought she was also killing zombies and commanding them at the same time. Su Lin has always been watching from the perspective of a movie. The entire process of Zhu Xiuhong's hiding and commanding was witnessed on the surveillance camera. Soon, the last few remaining zombies were also besieged and killed by the residents. Su Lin counted and found that there were 44 people coming, and now there are 23 left. Judging from the results, this battle was relatively successful. How can a record of 30 plus 21 not be considered a success? If it weren't for the loud horn at the beginning, it might have been 30 plus 10 plus. Su Lin continued to watch the movie. On the screen, those residents who survived this battle saw that some zombies had fallen down. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, some began to cry bitterly, and some collapsed to the ground. Maybe the ground was too cold, so they collapsed and immediately got up. At this time, Zhu Xiuhong, the pure commander, finally stood up. She walked into the crowd, picked up the loudspeaker, and was about to say a few words. The speaker was at her lips, but before she could utter a word, it went silent. Zhu Xiuhong looked towards the gate of the community with horror. Seeing her like this, the other survivors also looked towards the gate of the community. You're quite slow. Su Lin saw it earlier than them. At the entrance of the community, more than a dozen zombies appeared at some point. What's more, after them, another large group of zombies swarmed into the community. Because there were so many zombies, the ground was shaking a little. This also caused two of Su Lin's surveillance cameras to shake slightly. There were so many of them that it was impossible for him to count them, but at a rough glance, there were at least hundreds of them. There are even about 200 of them. The surviving residents on the ground seemed stunned when they saw this scene. They stared at that place motionlessly, their eyes becoming somewhat dull. Run, run! Everyone, run! The braver ones finally came to their senses and shouted loudly. But it was obviously too late to run now. Zombies are faster than humans. Moreover, these surviving residents had not eaten for 1 or 2 days, or even longer. I just went through another battle and I have almost no strength left. Hundreds of zombies roared and rushed towards them. In less than 10 seconds, they surrounded almost all the remaining residents. There were only a few who were probably not that hungry and could still stand, and they quickly ran out of the zombie encirclement. The current situation can be said to be a 2-level reversal from the previous one. The difference is that before, the residents and zombies were 44 versus 30 plus. And now the zombies and residents are 100 plus versus 23. The zombies won't care about you so much, they will just bite the alien creatures with different smells in front of them like crazy. These residents were knocked down and bitten by the zombies. From the surveillance footage, Su Lin seemed to be able to hear their desperate screams. He just watched coldly as they were bitten and then infected. As for saving them? Not to mention that Su Lin doesn't have the ability to do so, with nearly 200 zombies, he would almost certainly die if he went out. Although he is now much stronger than ordinary people and has a gun, he is not that arrogant. Besides, even if he had the ability, he would not be able to save her. After all, after they are infected, there will be more than 10 more zombies. Well, it's just right for him to brush. Chapter 34, the end of the show. Su Lin just watched quietly as the residents in the picture were torn apart by zombies. Their expressions make people feel extremely painful even through the screen. After a while, the screams of more than a dozen residents stopped. A few minutes later, they staggered to their feet again. Their expressions and walking postures became almost the same as those of the hundreds of zombies around them. The residents' battle to eliminate the zombies was over. Su Lin didn't watch anymore. The result, of course, ended in failure. 44 people came down, and only 3 or 4 escaped. The community square has returned to peace again. But what was different from before was that there were only about 30 zombies. Now with the addition of the dozen or so newly infected ones, the number must be more than 200. The ground, which was previously covered white with ice and snow, was now covered with a layer of blood red. There were also various broken limbs scattered on it, which looked like they had been frozen solid. Ha! Su Lin turned his eyes away from the surveillance screen and couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Your battle is over, now it's my turn to kill." He checked the time. It was 1 minute to 11. After watching this rather interesting short film, it was naturally his turn to perform. Just like yesterday, Su Lin took out a black windbreaker and casual pants and put them on. He put on a black hat, set the temperature of the small stove to 18, and put it in his pocket. The door of the safe house opened and Su Lin stepped out. In the dim second underground floor, there were only 2 half-broken lights flickering. Su Lin didn't even take a flashlight, but walked slowly in the parking lot with the dim light. He didn't plan to go to the ground to kill zombies today. There is no way, there are too many zombies on the ground in the community at this time. Who dares to go up and die? Su Lin would not be so arrogant as to think that with his current strength, he could face the siege of more than 200 zombies alone. He values potential points very much, but he won't do anything that will get him killed. After all, life is important. Especially for someone like him who has died once, he doesn't want to die again. Su Lin doesn't think of himself as the son of destiny. If I die again, I can be reborn as lucky as this. Therefore, everything is based on stability. Of course, he still has to brush up his potential bar. Fortunately, according to Su Lin's observation, zombies generally do not gather together for a long time. After the more than 200 zombies above disperse a little, he will definitely go out. As for now, he just needs to clean up the zombies that he didn't notice yesterday and those that sneaked to the first and second floors underground last night. Su Lin held the tablet in his hand, slid to switch the perspective, and looked for the location of the zombies. Today is not as lucky as yesterday. He looked around through the surveillance camera and found that there was basically no lone zombie on the first and second underground floors. But it's not a big deal. Yesterday he was mainly inexperienced, so he thought of finding a lone zombie to test his strength. After trying, he found that, as he had said before, even for a normal person, it was not difficult to kill a zombie as long as he had a weapon and was not timid or afraid. With Su Lin's 3 attribute strengths, it goes without saying. After determining the locations of several zombies in the surveillance video, Su Lin slowly moved closer along the screen. The first target he chose today was 2 male zombies. The reason why Su Lin chose them to attack first was simple. These 2 male zombies were a bit funny. They locked themselves in a van. I don't know how they got in. The car window had been damaged by them, but only the size of a head was broken. One of the zombies stuck its head out of the window, looking like it wanted to get out. Unfortunately, the window was too small and its neck was stuck. No matter how hard it was shaken left and right, it couldn't squeeze out. The window glass cut into its neck due to the shaking. It looked painful, but it didn't seem to feel anything. This also made Su Lin confirm once again that after being infected and turning into a zombie, one can ignore pain. This ability is actually not friendly to humans. Ignoring the pain sounds amazing. In fact, it may cause you to die without knowing how you died. But this ability is a powerful benefit to creatures like zombies. This allows them to attack humans more brainlessly. This time, Su Lin didn't try any sneak attack, he just walked straight towards him. Seeing a human coming, the male zombie in the window shook his head even more violently. Su Lin didn't think much about it. The zombie now looked as if it was begging Su Lin to chop off its head. He took out a machete and swung it, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. There was another zombie in the car. Su Lin opened the door and the other zombie fell out. Before it could react and figure out how he got out, Su Lin swung his knife again. The energy of the 2 zombies entered the tank, and Su Lin did not delay. He took out the surveillance and took a look, then went to the next location. 4. Su Lin held the machete tightly in his hand. Not far away, 4 zombies were wandering around. Yesterday, when facing 4 zombies, he used a gun. But that was when he had just killed 2 zombies and was a little relaxed. Today was different, he was the one making the sneak attack. Su Linjing quietly moved to the back of a car, bent his body slightly, and observed the movements of the 4 zombies. He stared at that side, and when they dispersed a little, Su Lin seized the opportunity and rushed towards the nearest one. The knife fell with a loud swoop. As soon as Su Lin dealt with this one, the other 3 reacted immediately. When they saw a living person, they roared and rushed towards this side. Su Lin, who was prepared, was not panicked at all. One of the fastest zombies, who was not sure if it was an athlete in the past, rushed to Su Lin first. He raised his hand and struck with a claw, aiming at Su Lin's face. Su Lin moved back swiftly, easily dodging the grab, and then slashed back with a knife. He tried to kill with one blow, so he used all his strength in every blow. This fastest zombie became the one who died the fastest. Swish! The remaining 2 zombies also rushed to Su Lin. They were not afraid of the death of their own kind, but instead pounced on Su Lin together. Two pairs of zombies' dark blue hands clawed at Su Lin's body. Su Lin dodged one of the pairs by leaning sideways, but the other pair grabbed the brim of his hat and knocked it off. It didn't touch the skin, so it's not a big deal. Su Lin kicked away the zombie that was grabbing his hat and then slashed at the other one with a knife. The zombie that was chopped was not killed this time with one blow. Su Lin didn't cut the neck, but the head, and the blade was stuck in the skull. Grass a kind of plant, this won't die? This zombie didn't die even after his skull was chopped off. I want to see if you have a hard head. Su Lin also got excited. He pulled out the knife and slashed it hard again. Crack! With this blow, he directly chopped off the zombie's head, and the zombie became motionless instantly. Chapter 35, Designation. After this zombie died, the last zombie, which had just been kicked a few meters away by Su Lin, got up again and pounced on him. Without any other zombies to disturb him, Su Lin easily killed this one. Ha! After dealing with the last one, Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief and thought in a low voice. It seems that with my current strength, I should be able to face 5 or 6 zombies at a time without using a gun. His current 3 attributes are indeed stronger than those of ordinary humans, but they are not yet at the level of Superman. 5 or 6 might be a conservative number, but according to Su Lin's estimation, no more than 10 would come at once. If the number is higher than this, a gun must be used. Otherwise, even he might be in danger of his life. It is true that zombies have no brains, but their strength and speed are indeed stronger than ordinary humans, and they have no sense of pain. This means that as long as they are not killed immediately, they still have a chance to counterattack. Su Lin not only had to kill it, but also had to do it without any harm. If it was just a simple matter of killing zombies, he thought it would be okay even if there were more than 10 at a time. But in addition to killing them, he also had to distract his attention to prevent being scratched by other zombies. It's not one-on-one, but one-on-n. This additional concern greatly restricted Su Lin's performance. It also forced Su Lin to be cautious, and even more cautious. If you are not careful and get scratched by a zombie and get infected, there will be no way to seek justice. This time, he killed 4 people at once. In addition to gaining energy, Su Lin also gained a general understanding of his own strength. Thinking of this, he picked up his hat from the ground and put it on again, then started searching for zombies on the tablet again. After looking at a few places briefly, Su Lin walked towards a place where there were 3 zombies. 5 hours later. Time flies when you're killing zombies. Maybe it's the process of killing zombies, which is exciting and a bit interesting. It's like when people are doing interesting things that don't seem boring, they always feel that time passes faster than usual. Crack! A sound of bone cracking was heard, and Su Lin pulled the knife out of the zombie's head. I glanced at the time and realized it was almost 5 o'clock. The zombie in front of him, whose head had been split in 2, was the last one Su Lin could find on the 1st or 2nd underground floor. During this afternoon, Su Lin eliminated all the zombies in the parking lot. Compared to the 9 kills he had yesterday, his performance today was much better. Including the 3 zombies lying on the ground in front of him, he had killed a total of 29. Originally, Su Lin wanted to make it a round number and kill 30. But unfortunately, after searching the surveillance footage on the 1st and 2nd floors underground twice, he could no longer find any zombies. Fortunately, Su Lin doesn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder, so 29 is 29. He wouldn't go to the ground and kill someone just to make it a whole number. Although it was only 5 o'clock, it was already getting dark outside. In this extremely cold weather, it gets dark much earlier than usual. Su Lin was not sure whether the zombie's vision would be affected after dark. But what he was sure of was that his vision would definitely not be that good. So there was no need for him to take the risk and go out and kill one. Su Lin was ready to go back and eat something. Killing for the entire afternoon had drained him of a lot of energy. After taking only 2 steps, he looked at the machete in his hand and saw that there were already many gaps on the blade. Looking at these gaps, Su Lin couldn't help but complain. The bones are really hard. This was caused by him chopping off the skulls of more than a dozen zombies. There's nothing you can do about it. The zombies won't just stand there and let him chop them. They can also hide, and their movements are not slow. Those zombies were also very stubborn. In order to avoid his chopping off their necks, they actually used their heads to block him. But Su Lin will not tolerate them. If they like to use their heads to block, he will chop off their skulls. The knife in my hand is now useless. There are too many notches on it and it is no longer sharp enough. Su Lin threw the knife aside and continued walking towards the safe house. Go back inside. Su Lin immediately put the small stove into the space, then took off his jacket and pants and threw them in the corner. Although he was very careful, after an afternoon, his clothes and pants were still stained with a lot of zombie blood. It was okay on the face because it was covered by the hat and Su Lin was careful to avoid it. After taking off his clothes, Su Lin went straight to the bathroom. Solved in 5 minutes. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Su Lin was thinking about what to eat tonight while wondering whether he should use his potential points. The situation now is different from before. He no longer has to worry about the potential bar gained from training increasing slowly after his attributes become higher. He simply stopped practicing. Su Lin himself is not the kind of person who likes fitness. Now that there are other ways to accumulate potential, he naturally no longer thinks about exercising. Not only is the growth slow, it's also boring. Even Su Lin didn't know whether the potential bar gained from killing zombies would decrease as his attributes improved. This is also the main reason why he is considering this matter now. But soon, he thought it through and decided that if it would become less, then it would become less. The stronger he is, the easier it is to kill zombies. The easier it is to kill zombies, the faster your potential gauge will increase. And the stronger he is, the lower the risk he will take in killing zombies. After thinking it through, Su Lin stopped worrying about it. Although I killed 29 zombies today, my potential gauge is not full. From yesterday's 38%, it increased to 53.2%. But it is worth mentioning that he had a little surprise when he was killing zombies this afternoon. Just like yesterday's first kill reward, in the middle of killing zombies today, the system prompted a 10 kill reward. However, the reward for 10 kills is the same as the first kill, which is 1 potential point. But Su Lin was also quite satisfied, and 2 attribute points were just enough to increase his strength from 8 to 10. He has also played a lot of games and read a lot of novels. Single attribute development certainly has its characteristics. But Su Lin still enjoyed the feeling of balanced improvement in all his body attributes more. He didn't want to be in a situation where he was very strong but not agile enough to hit people. I don't want the speed to be fast enough, but it can only give people a scraping effect. As for physique, it goes without saying that this is the attribute that cannot be left behind. After more than a month of understanding, Su Lin knew it very clearly. If his physique is too weak, he will not be able to support the increase of his strength and agility. With the direction of adding points, Su Lin did not hesitate too much and communicated directly with the system. Strength plus 2. As soon as he finished speaking, he experienced that tingling feeling again. But maybe because of his physical fitness being 10 and the small number of bonus points, the process was only a little painful and took a very short time. In less than a minute, the tingling sensation subsided. Compared to the severe pain last time, this time it was like painless general anesthesia. This made Su Lin a little uncomfortable. After experiencing the last point increase, he quite liked the feeling of being able to clearly feel that he had become stronger through the most direct pain. Ding, congratulations to the player for breaking through 10 in all 3 attributes. Reward now issued, 1 raffle ticket for a designated apocalypse item. While Su Lin was thinking about this, the system issued another prompt. Specify the category? Chapter 36, Bloodshed. Su Lin has already used 3 lottery tickets. However, the one rewarded this time is obviously completely different from the previous 3. But it was easy to understand. Su Lin got the general idea after thinking about it for a while. To put it simply, the 3 lottery tickets awarded earlier were drawn randomly. What type of equipment item you draw depends entirely on luck. This time, you can specify a category of items to draw. As for what categories there are, Su Lin is not sure, but he will know after trying it. Raffle tickets are not like attribute points. Keeping them after you get them is not very useful, so he chose to use them directly. Use the lottery ticket. Su Lin communicated in his mind. Players are requested to select one of the following 3 item categories for extraction. Functional class. Weapons. Defensive equipment. Just as Su Lin thought, this kind of lottery ticket allows you to choose the item you need from several categories of items. Among the functional ones, Su Lin felt that his birthday stove and energy motor should be functional ones. Golden Desert Eagle, needless to say, must belong to the weapon category. As for defensive equipment, Su Lin doesn't have it yet, but the literal meaning is easy to understand. Now he needs to choose one among the 3. As for functional ones, Su Lin has enough for the time being, as he already has a small stove and an energy motor. As for weapons, he was not short of them. He had a golden desert eagle, a Colt pistol he bought, and a machete he bought for free. Defensive equipment is what he needs most right now, so... After thinking about it for a while, Su Lin said slowly. Select the weapon type and draw. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the item, Bloodletting. Name, Blood Fighting, Growth Type. Growth, 0%. Effect, Chop. Chop. Chop him, her, them? Introduction, this is a very sharp blade, yes that's right, it's really sharp. Comment, Kill. This was the least and simplest item introduction Su Lin had ever seen. Moreover, its functions, introduction, and comments are all very direct. After reading these brief introductions, blood control appeared before his eyes out of thin air. Su Lin reached out and held it. Seeing it, he began to carefully examine the knife in his hand. The overall length of the blade is about 80 centimeters, and the length of the blade is about 60 centimeters. Su Lin measured the width of the blade with his hand, which was about 6 centimeters. The handle of the knife was blood red, and the blade was flashing with a cold light, as if to show its sharpness. Su Lin couldn't help but gently touch the blade with his fingers. Hiss. Just with that touch, blood instantly flowed from his fingers. As it says in the introduction, it is really sharp. Su Lin didn't care at all about his bleeding fingers, instead he showed an appreciative smile. In order to try out the knife named Blood Killing, again, he took out a machete from the space, the same kind of machete used to kill zombies before. He held one in each hand, then applied a little force, causing the two knives to intersect. Clang! The two knives collided, making a crisp sound. Although the machete was not cut into two pieces directly, a gap 2 or 3 centimeters long was left on it. Su Lin looked at Blood Gathering again, and the blade was intact. He remembered that the online introduction said that this machete was quite sharp and the blade was made of very sturdy material. But even so, it did not cause any damage to the blade of Blood Control. Su Lin became more and more satisfied with the sharpness and sturdiness of the knife. By the way, the growth type? He thought about the introduction he had just read, where after blood giving, there was a hint of growth type. This is different from the previous 3 items' upgrade ability. Su Lin tried to ask the system, but Brother Tonzi still maintained his social phobia plus aloof style and did not answer. Just suggest that he develop it on his own. Okay, just do it yourself, Su Lin is not in a hurry. Anyway, what this means is that he will know sooner or later. Another difference from the other 3 items is that, in addition to its function, introduction and comments, blood reinforcement also has a growth degree. This is probably why it is labeled as growth type. Su Lin actually already had some guesses about this. But there is no need to rush. After he tries it tomorrow, he will be able to verify whether his guess is correct. Thinking about it, Su Lin opened the attribute panel and checked his current situation. Player name, Su Lin. Potential, 53.2%. Strength, 10 plus. Agility, 10 plus. Constitution, 10 plus. Potential points, 0. Equipment inventory, energy motor, small stove, bloodthirster, golden desert eagle. Ability archive, dimensional space. The potential tank progress is more than halfway, and the potential points are reset to 0 again. However, what made Su Lin happy was that after more than a month of hard work, he finally broke through 10 in 3 attributes. After all, he was exercising first and now he is killing zombies. How is that not considered hard work? The 3 attribute limits of ordinary humans are all 9 points. With Su Lin's current strength, ordinary humans can defeat him without using thermal weapons, long-range attacks, and special means. In a head-on battle, no one could threaten him alone. Although the 3 attributes exceeded 10, it could barely be considered a superhuman. But they are not superhumans in the true sense. Su Lin still has a clear understanding of his own strength. Although he is strong now, he is still far from the level of I don't eat beef. Fortunately, he quite likes eating beef. Thinking of this, Su Lin also had a choice for his dinner. After putting blood control into the space, he took out 2 kilograms of braised beef from it. I want to eat staple foods like rice and noodles today. Su Lin made 10 more skewers of barbecue, then went to the refrigerator to get a can of Coke, and sat down at the dining table to eat. While eating delicious food, Su Lin picked up his mobile phone and prepared to watch short videos. But as soon as he picked up his phone, he saw someone had sent him a message. Su Lin opened Weibo and found that the message was sent in the morning. Neighbor's wife, Su Lin, you're not going to fight zombies with the other residents, are you? Sun Xiang was at Ed by manager Zhu, but he didn't go and wanted me to go. I don't dare go. You must not go. You have so much food at home. Don't take any risks. I kept looking out the window, but I couldn't see clearly below. I only saw a lot of zombies coming from behind. It seemed that everyone who went down was dead. The group said that only 4 people escaped back home. Su Lin, you're not really going, are you? If you see my message, can you reply to me? Please. The neighbor's wife, Wang Ying, sent a total of 5 messages. The earliest one was sent in the morning, and the last one was just sent. Su Lin could see the urgency in her message and her deep concern for his and her safety. It seemed as if they were afraid that he would actually go and kill zombies and not come back alive. Of course, Su Lin would not be so narcissistic as to think that Wang Ying cared about him because she was in love with him. Her concerns may be true. But what she cared about was probably food in this warm, safe house. Su Lin did not reply to her directly like he did yesterday. He exited the private chat interface and opened the community group chat to read it. Chapter 37, the video was exposed, causing public outrage. After the commotion this morning, there are now fewer active people in the group. Originally, there were about 200 people in the community. Over the next week or so, some of them froze to death or starved to death. In addition to the battle with zombies today, there are now less than 50 surviving residents in this community, counted in the group. Su Lin looked through the chat records in the group, which were basically all about zombies. Ad Manager Zhu, I told you not to go, you shouldn't go. Now, of the 44 people who went, only 4 escaped. We've killed all the zombies in the square, but now more have come. We're really done. There were only about 30 zombies. If we were careful, we might have had a chance to sneak into the supermarket. But with what you guys did, there are hundreds of zombies below. We have no chance at all. Ad Manager Zhu, damn the property management, your stupid proposal has left us starving to death. Among the 4 people who escaped was Zhu Xiuhong from the property. Because she had been hiding at the back, she maintained her strength. In addition, when she was escaping, she pushed 2 people to help her block the zombies, and then she escaped back to the house. Zhu Xiuhong was currently huddled at home, looking at the messages in the group chat, and was almost frightened to death. This time, the action of eliminating zombies was proposed by her alone, and she also forced it. In this situation, it's perfectly fine to say it's all her fault. But Zhu Xiuhong is not the kind of person who would admit her mistakes. Even at this moment, she still insisted on sending a message saying, "At all members, shouldn't you have gone? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now that it's happened and everyone knows about it, I went there myself and even killed 2 zombies. How dare you, who didn't go, criticize me?" Su Lin found the message she sent quite funny. But it's true, after Zhu Xiuhong sent out this sophistry message, there were really fewer people scolding her. Mainly because the residents saw her and said that she went there herself and killed 2 zombies. This made the residents who did not go too embarrassed to scold her. Most of the surviving residents now live in high-rise buildings or are far away from the square. Although everyone witnessed the whole process, no one could clearly see the situation at the scene. The key point is that when we went to kill the zombies in the morning, the situation at the scene was very chaotic. Even the other 3 survivors were focused on the zombies at the time, so they naturally didn't notice that Zhu Xiuhong was hiding behind them. I only heard her calling out on the horn from time to time, so I thought she was telling the truth. It was because Su Lin installed surveillance that he witnessed the whole process. Zhu Xiuhong, seeing that no one in the group was scolding her, became even more aggressive. At all members, pity us for working so hard and fearlessly killing zombies. If the authorities knew about this, they would definitely reward and praise us. I've already taken screenshots of the insults you just made in the group chat. If you don't want to wait until the authorities come to rescue us, I'll file a complaint against you. It's best not to post insulting comments about heroes in the group anymore. After she sent this message, the residents who had just scolded her couldn't help but become worried. Their last hope now is official rescue. Although you may not be able to wait for it, what if you can? Then Zhu Xiuhong would complain and say that they were insulting the hero who killed zombies. This will inevitably leave an extremely bad impact on the official side. What if the authorities give up on rescuing them because of this? So the residents who had just scolded Zhu Xiuhong began to apologize. Su Lin really laughed this time. She worked so hard and was not afraid of death, yet she became a hero in the end? He even sought official backing and made a heartfelt yet threatening speech. If Su Lin hadn't seen the whole thing, he might have actually believed it. He decided to be a good guy again. After a wave of apologies in the group, all residents thought that the matter was over. Suddenly, they saw a group member nicknamed XL sent out a video message. The person who sent this message was naturally Su Lin. It was still the same small account as before. After Zhu Xiuhong kicked him out last time, she was forced to pull him in again under pressure from group members. Although Su Lin did not accept her friend request, he joined the group, but he never spoke. He never thought that this trumpet would still be useful. The video that was posted was naturally edited by Su Lin through surveillance. The video shows that Zhu Xiuhong was hiding behind the zombies. Not only did she not go up to fight the zombies, she also kept shouting with a loudspeaker. And at the end of the video, she was clearly captured pushing down 2 residents in order to escape. After posting this video, Su Lin immediately typed, "Is this what you meant by killing 2 zombies? You call yourself a hero? Not only did you not kill a single zombie, you also hurt 2 people. And I saw the official announcement saying that these zombies have very advanced hearing, and those zombies outside were attracted by your loudspeaker blasts." After editing the text, he sent it out directly, then left the group immediately and switched back to his main account. There was a brief silence in the group for a few minutes, probably because everyone was watching the video. After Su Lin's editing, the video was not very long. 5 minutes later, the group erupted, and the surviving residents frantically at manager Zhu and cursed her. The 3 surviving residents were even more furious in the group chat. At manager Zhu, you. At manager Zhu Xiuhong, you're such a beast. We're fighting zombies in the front, and you're hiding in the back watching the show? At manager Zhu, are you still complaining to the authorities? Are you trying to tell them that not only did you kill 40 people, but you also pushed your own people to help you block the zombies while you were escaping? At Zhu Xiuhong's home, she had also watched the video. She hadn't even finished reading it, she knew it was bad after just the beginning. At this moment, facing the abuse from all the surviving residents in the group, Zhu Xiuhong was completely panicked. The already cold house became even colder. My heart felt like it was falling into an icy cave. Once this video came out, she absolutely lost all credibility in this community. Even her former specialty, forcing the authorities to bind her, could not save the current situation. Zhu Xiuhong suddenly thought of something. She clicked on the profile picture of the person who sent the message and found that it was the person with the online name XL again. "It's you again." She gritted her teeth and looked at the blank profile picture. This time, Zhu Xiuhong couldn't even kick him out, her only way to vent her anger. She saw that this person had left the group, and she wanted to add him again, but found that she had been blacklisted. It can be said that people did not give her any chance. Zhu Xiuhong herself didn't know how she had offended this XL. Of course she couldn't know, because that was all from the previous life. And it was just one time, simple snow shoveling. Su Lin didn't look at it any further because he saw that Zhu Xiuhong had left the group on her own. Fortunately, she is not the group owner, otherwise she might have disbanded the group. Inside the safe house, Su Lin ate the last piece of beef in his bowl, drank the last sip of Coke, put down his phone, and said happily, "I've avenged the snow shoveling incident, but now I have to face the revenge of being tricked." Unfortunately, the group that targeted him doesn't live in this community. Su Lin also didn't know where they lived before the end of the world. "I can only wait for a while and then go to the place where they will definitely go to find them." He didn't think too much about it. He went back to the room and lay down on the bed. After killing for an entire afternoon, Su Lin was now a little tired. Now fully fed and in the comfortable temperature of the room, he soon felt drowsy. Within 2 minutes, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 38, First Time on the Ground. After waking up, Su Lin looked at the time and it was already past 7 in the morning. He slept deeply for 11 hours. To be more precise, he was woken up by suffocation. Drinking Coke before bed is a bit too much. After getting up, Su Lin went to the bathroom and the bedroom to relieve himself. Suddenly I felt refreshed. He went back to bed and lay there for 10 minutes to let his body wake up completely. Then Su Lin walked out of the bedroom and started washing up. He chose to have a light breakfast today. First, I cooked a pot of millet porridge, fried 3 eggs, and boiled 3 tea eggs. When the porridge was ready, he took a few slices of bread and sat at the table to eat. Su Lin himself is not very good at cooking. Whether in his previous life or this life, he mostly ordered takeout or ate out. He would just order some simple stir-fried dishes, or some egg-fried rice, or some noodles. Fortunately, the food in the dimensional space will not expire and is kept at a constant temperature. Otherwise, he would have to learn how to cook by himself. It's a pity that the hundreds of thousands of pounds of meat in my space can only be used for barbecue. While eating, Su Lin felt a little regretful about the pork, beef, mutton, and other meats that he had bought for free. But it's just a little bit. Anyway, it won't deteriorate if you keep it in the space, and it will be useful sooner or later. After breakfast, Su Lin began to think about the number of zombies he needed to kill today. According to the potential slot increase of 0.4%, 0.6% for each zombie. On average, he has to kill about 200 to gain 1 potential point. Based on his efficiency in the previous 2 days, it would probably take him a week to kill. But that was when he was relatively stable, and that was before. Now his 3 attributes have exceeded 10, and he has obtained a new weapon. Although I haven't actually used it to kill zombies, it is definitely much more powerful than an ordinary machete. We killed 29 yesterday, and today we killed at least 40. Su Lin set a small goal for himself today, not a lot, just kill 40 first. He planned to fill up his potential gauge once within 3 days, and then fill it up once every 5 days on average. That means you gain 6 potential points per month. This is a relatively stable goal, and neither too much nor too little. However, the prerequisite is that after his attributes are improved, the potential slots he can obtain by killing zombies will not decrease. If the potential gained becomes 100% less as his strength increases, then he will have to change his plan slightly. Thinking about it, Su Lin took out his phone and opened Weixin to start reading. In the community residence group, there are not as many insulting remarks against Zhu Xiuhong as there were yesterday. There's nothing she can do, she was scolded and kicked out of the group yesterday. Su Lin was not surprised by this. After a night of reflection, these residents realized that no matter how much they scolded her, it would not solve the current situation. If scolding people could satisfy their desire, they wouldn't mind scolding her all the time. Su Lin casually browsed through the group and found that there were only a few active residents in the group. In such extremely cold weather, the intermittent power supply and lack of food have forced them to stay at home and wait for death. Especially with the threat posed by zombies outside, these residents, who are already starving and have little strength, don't even have the chance to go out and search for food. After exiting the group interface, Su Lin discovered that Wang Ying had sent him several messages last night. The content of the message is similar to those sent yesterday. But Su Lin could see that her tone was becoming more and more anxious and concerned. There were several more voice messages afterwards, and at the end, she even made 2 video calls. But Su Lin had already fallen asleep at that time. Of course, even if he was awake, he wouldn't answer it. The reason, it was naturally part of his training of her. Su Lin clicked on one of her voice messages. Su Lin, can I go down to find you? Please come back to me. What I heard was Wang Ying's expectant tone, filled with strong and passionate pleading. Su Lin only heard one message and still did not choose to reply to her. He directly exited the Weixin interface and threw the phone aside. As for whether he is worried that the other party will seek shelter from others because he does not reply to the message, Su Lin had indeed thought about this, but he was not really worried. Not to mention that after Wang Ying came into his safe house and experienced the comfortable temperature and environment here, she wondered whether she could find a residence comparable to his. Even if she was willing to give up this place, Su Lin didn't care. He had done what he should do anyway, so he hadn't lost anything. At worst, after she goes somewhere else, if he is really that unhappy, he can just go over and deal with it. It's just in this community, he can find it through surveillance. Su Lin didn't think that at this time, anyone would dare to leave the community alone under the noses of zombies. Then he took the tablet and started watching the surveillance footage. As usual, I first searched around in the pictures on the first and second underground floors. Thanks to his cleanup yesterday, there are no zombies on the 2 floors of the underground parking lot. He looked around and found only 6 or 7 lonely zombies still wandering around below. I guess they just slipped down from the ground last night. These few zombies are far from achieving the small goal that Su Lin set today. He switched the surveillance footage to the ground. On the ground in the community, the number of zombies is much smaller. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Su Lin feels that there are more zombies in the community today than yesterday. He didn't count, but there were definitely more than 200. Maybe some zombies brought their zombie friends from outside to come in and look for food. The community where Su Lin lives is quite large. Although there are more than 200 zombies on the ground now, it does not seem too crowded. In addition, there are not more than 200 of them gathered together. Instead, there were several or even dozens of them wandering around the community. From this, Su Lin also realized that zombies should not be the kind of creatures that particularly like to live in groups. Fortunately, they have such a good habit, which gives Su Lin the opportunity to hunt them. If more than 200 zombies kept sticking together, he would be a little annoyed. Su Lin's eyes fell on the surveillance screen, and he began to plan in his mind the order in which he would kill the zombies later. 5 minutes later. After deciding on the method, Su Lin began to put on his clothes. Just like the previous 2 days, he put on a windbreaker and casual pants, put on a hat, and took a small stove with him, then opened the door and left the safe house. Su Lin didn't plan to deal with the few lone ones underground right now. He planned to keep them as bodyguards for his safe house and check out the parking lot. Su Lin left the safe house and went up the nearest staircase to the unit door. This is the first time Su Lin has returned to the ground since the beginning of the apocalypse. If it weren't for the zombies, he might have stayed in the safe house and not gone out. After reaching the ground, Su Lin did not rush out and kill indiscriminately. Although he is quite powerful now, if he attracts too many zombies at once, he can only turn around and run away. Su Lin thought about it in his mind, and with his familiarity with the community, he easily bypassed the area where the most zombies gathered. We arrived at a place where there were fewer zombies. He leaned against the flower bed. No, it should be called the ice flower bed now. Su Lin lowered his body beside the snowflower altar and looked around. There were 6 zombies wandering about 6 or 7 meters away from him. This number is just right for him. Facing 6 zombies at once wasn't too stressful for him. And it can be resolved relatively quickly, thus preventing the attraction of too many zombies. Blood. Su Lin took out the extracted blade from the space, held it in his hand, and looked at the cold light flashing on its sharp blade. I hope you can be as sharp as your introduction. Chapter 39, Acquaintance. After confirming that apart from the 6 zombies around him, the other zombies closest to him were still more than 20 meters away. Su Lin found the right opportunity and rushed out without hesitation. He was extremely fast and without holding back, he chopped off a zombie's head with one blow. The other 5 also turned to look at him, not knowing if it had been a long time since they had eaten. The moment the 5 zombies saw Su Lin, they rushed towards him like crazy. Su Lin did not retreat, but faced them and swung his sword twice in a row with all his strength. After 2 more died, Su Lin quickly took a few steps back to avoid their claws. There's no way, this is not the time for him to play games and exchange blood with the opponent. Su Lin must ensure that he is not injured. Seeing that their attack was dodged, the remaining 3 zombies roared and rushed towards Su Lin again. Now there are only 3 left, and it is easier for Su Lin to deal with them. He holds the blood-killing knife and strikes them hard. Crack! There was a sound of broken bones, and Su Lin's knife did not hit the zombie's neck. The zombie used his head to block the knife again. He is really stubborn. But this time was different from before. Yesterday, Su Lin often couldn't cut through with one blow, and had to use 2 or 3 blows in a row. But today, his knife directly split the zombie's skull in 2. The blade enters from the head and exits from the chin. Su Lin did not relax because there were still 2 zombies in front of him. Bump! He kicked one of them away, hacked the other to death with a knife, and then quickly stabbed the one that fell to the ground. After dealing with these 6, Su Lin did not stay where he was, but immediately retreated to the nearest apartment building. As soon as he entered, he saw a dozen zombies rushing towards him from not far away. Although Su Lin killed the zombies very quickly, he was still discovered by other zombies. But fortunately he retreated quickly. If he was surrounded, he would have had no choice but to use his gun. Su Lin didn't want to attract other people's attention. The last time he fired the gun, it was on the 2nd underground floor, so the surviving residents probably couldn't hear it. It's different on the ground. Once the gunshot is fired, it will definitely attract attention. Over there, a dozen new zombies surrounded the bodies of 6 of their companions and circled in place for more than 10 seconds. Seeing that their partner didn't move, they started to share the food. The scene was so too beautiful that Su Lin couldn't bear to look at it after just one glance. A few minutes later, perhaps after having eaten their fill, the dozen or so zombies left a trail of blood and flesh all over the ground and began wandering around again. Well, they didn't do the clean plate movement. After seeing them leave, Su Lin started looking for a suitable hunting location. He still tried to choose a place where there were less than 10 zombies gathered. This way he can ensure that he can quickly deal with the zombies and retreat safely. Friends who have killed zombies know that the time spent killing zombies is very fulfilling. Time soon came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Phew, that's really enjoyable. Su Lin leaned against the stairs on the second floor of Unit 1, Building 7. He looked through the glass window at the dozen or so zombie corpses on the ground not far away and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Even though he was very careful, he still made a small mistake. It can't be said that it was his mistake. The main reason is that these zombies have really developed hearing. Just now, when Su Lin was killing a group of 9 zombies, 7 or 8 zombies in the middle probably heard the noise and ran over to join the battlefield. Fortunately, there were 9 zombies at the time, and he killed only 3. Otherwise, Su Lin might really be surrounded by this group of zombies. After sitting on the stairs for a while and feeling a little stronger, Su Lin sat up. He didn't plan to continue today. He had set a goal of 40, which he had already exceeded. In fact, before 3 o'clock, Su Lin had killed enough, and he became addicted to it. Especially the refreshing chopping feeling that this, blood slaying, brought him. Su Lin glanced at the sharp blade in his hand. He killed more than 50 zombies and chopped off more than 20 skulls, but there was not a single scratch on the blade. And what made Su Lin most satisfied was that this weapon named blood killing would not be stained with blood after killing zombies. At first he didn't notice this special phenomenon. It was not until he wanted to wipe the blade that he noticed that there was no trace of blood on the knife. Afterwards, Su Lin observed carefully and found that there was blood on the blade of blood gathering at the moment of killing the zombies. But in just a second or two, the zombie blood on it will disappear in an instant. Drain blood, eat blood? Su Lin muttered in a low voice. He gently stroked the blade with his palm, as if he was stroking a stunning beauty. No. Even when touching a beautiful woman, Su Lin would not be so cautious. It seems as if he is afraid of hurting it. Su Lin was not afraid of hurting it, but was afraid that it would hurt itself. He had already tested how sharp this knife was. After admiring it carefully, Su Lin put blood control back into the space. He didn't plan to continue hunting zombies today. After killing more than 50 zombies, even with his current physical condition, he was already a little tired. Wait. Just as Su Lin was about to leave, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from behind him. Su Lin turned around and saw a man in front of him who looked relatively strong but also looked very weak. Behind this man, there is a woman who was wrapped tightly. Su Lin thought about it and then remembered where he had seen the other person. This was the muscular man and fitness girl who had mocked him when he left the gym on the first day of his rebirth. After recognizing the other person, Su Lin looked at him calmly. What's the matter? Yes. Since Su Lin was still wearing a baseball cap, the two of them didn't seem to recognize him. The woman named Mayueru quickly said, "Excuse me, do you have any food at home that you could lend me?" After saying that, she deliberately pulled away the scarf that was covering her face, revealing a pretty smile. The muscular man also said, "Brother, we haven't eaten for 2 days. Can you lend us some food?" What they said seemed to be the same, but if you listen carefully you would find they were completely different. Mayueru said I, while the muscular man said we. Obviously, in Mayueru's view, as long as she can borrow food, it's fine. Su Lin heard the difference in the rhetoric, but didn't say anything. He did not answer the other party, but asked, "Why do you think I have food?" "Hey, handsome guy, you look like you're not hungry." Mayueru explained. "If you have the energy to go out now and don't go to the supermarket, then you must have food at home." Yes. Our building 7 is the farthest from the supermarket. And you can see from the top of your head that it doesn't look like we're going to the supermarket. Hearing this, Su Lin nodded, and then asked, "Did you just discover me? Or did you come out because you heard some noise? Sound?" Mayueru and the others were a little confused when they heard this question, but in order to borrow food, they answered truthfully. "We live on the 3rd floor and heard some noise in the stairwell, so we came out to check it out." "Didn't you see it?" Su Lin stared at the expressions of the two and thought to himself. Seeing that they were probably not lying, he looked at them thoughtfully for a few seconds before slowly saying, "You can borrow it. Come back with me." Hearing Su Lin's agreement and seeing his relaxed tone, Mayueru and the others guessed that there must be a lot of leftover food in his house. This handsome boy is really kind. Even at this time, he still lends food to others. This silly boy, when I get into his house, I will definitely take away all his food. The two of them thought to themselves. Su Lin couldn't hear their thoughts, so he led the way in front. he took the two of them to his safe house. Chapter 40, Recognition. As soon as the three of them walked out of the unit door, the two saw the remains of zombies lying on the ground not far away. What's going on with these zombies? Mayuaru exclaimed. The muscular man was called Fong Chang, and he was not in much better condition. When he saw the corpses on the ground, he ran to the side and couldn't help but want to vomit. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten for 2 days, so he couldn't vomit even if he wanted to. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract zombies and get yourself killed? Su Lin pretended to be panicked and said to them in a stern voice. These zombies are killing each other. I just hid in your building to avoid them. The zombies in the 2 nearby buildings have basically been cleared out by Su Lin. So he wasn't too worried about attracting zombies. However, it is not difficult to see from the performance of these 2 people that they really did not see the scene where Su Lin killed the zombies. But think about it, if they really saw that scene. I'm afraid I don't dare to follow Su Lin now. After Su Lin finished speaking, Mayuaru and Fong Chang did not dare to speak, for fear of attracting zombies. They didn't ask Su Lin why the zombies were killing each other. Now the 2 of them only wanted to go to his house to eat something. Seeing that they had shut up, Su Lin continued to lead the way, but deliberately kept a distance from them. By the way, the range of the small stove was adjusted to be effective within a 1-meter radius. Handsome guy, why are you taking us underground? When Mayuaru saw Su Lin leading them to the 2nd underground floor, she finally couldn't help but ask. Fong Chang was about to ask when he heard Su Lin's unhappy tone. Follow me if you want to eat, or leave now. I'm not stopping you. After Su Lin said this, the 2 of them dared not say anything more. But Fong Chang secretly said in his heart, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. When I enter your house, you will have a hard time. Although he hadn't eaten for 2 days, he was still very confident in his muscles. Soon, Su Lin brought the 2 of them to the door of his safe house. When Mayuaru saw the house, she thought for a moment and said, Handsome boy, it turns out that you're the one who bought the 2nd basement apartment as mentioned in the group chat. Yeah, I was wondering why you brought us here, brother. I remember hearing in the group chat that the person who bought this house was called Su Lin. I guess that must be you, brother. Fong Chang was also in the community residence group. Before the end of the world, he saw that many people discussed this matter in the group. After all, this is the hardest house to sell in this community, and the residents living here have more or less heard of such a house. This house hadn't been sold for 3 years, and suddenly someone bought it one day, so naturally there would be a lot of discussion in the community group. But most of them just come for fun, or say that the person who bought the house has poor taste. Even if you have spare money and want to hoard houses for appreciation, don't buy this type of underground house. It would be good if the price doesn't fall. The overall evaluation is that the person who bought this house is most likely a fool with a lot of money. But at this moment, Mayuaru and the other 2 would definitely not say this in front of Su Lin. They all relied on Su Lin to lend them some food. Su Lin had actually seen such comments in the group, but he would not argue with those people. It's meaningless. He knew very well that some meaningless arguments would only make those people more self-righteous. As soon as he said one word, the people in the group could list dozens of shortcomings of the house. People are like this. As long as it is not their own thing, they always like to give some advice, either openly or secretly. Almost no one is an exception, and Su Lin himself sometimes does this too. It just depends on the degree of guidance and how you control that degree. Su Lin didn't think much about it, because the 2 people behind him were still waiting for him to open the door. After unlocking the door 3 times, Su Lin let Mayuaru and the other person enter the house first, and he went in behind and closed the door by the way. As soon as she entered the house, Mayuaru saw 2 large sofas that looked very comfortable. There are also bright lights, which make the already spacious living room even tidier and brighter. In the open kitchen, there are many instant meals, as well as some unprocessed vegetables and meat. Su Lin thawed the meat in the morning and prepared to roast it in the evening. What shocked Mayuaru and the others the most was that there was electricity in this room. It would be fine if there was food and drink, but it's clearly not the time for phased power supply, so why is there electricity here? And what's with this comfortable temperature? She turned on the air conditioner at home and wrapped herself in several layers of quilts, but it was still not as warm as the living room in this house. She had only been in for a short while, but she was already so hot that she wanted to take off her clothes. In an instant, Mayuaru was deeply attracted by everything in the room. She didn't want to go out at all. She would rather stay in this room and die. Fong Chang had the same idea as her. He was also dazzled by the warmth and food in the room. He has gotten a little carried away now. Suddenly, Fong Chang realized that this was not his home. But what does that matter? Just when he was about to do something, Mayueru spoke first. "Handsome boy, can you let me stay here with you?" Her tone was even more disgusted than before, and the muscular man felt a little angry when he heard it. He didn't even know that Mayueru could speak in this tone. Handsome boy, and big brother? Su Lin chuckled, slowly took off his hat, and looked up at the two of them. "I remember that you two weren't so polite." After he took off his hat, what appeared in the eyes of the two people opposite was a face that was handsome but also had a hint of ruffianism. "Is it you? Are you the one from the gym before?" Obviously, although Su Lin is not extremely handsome, he is not an ordinary-looking guy either, and both of them have a certain impression of him. Mayueru and Fong Chang were only thinking about food, and since Su Lin was wearing a hat, they didn't notice what Su Lin looked like. At this moment, in such a bright living room, without the hat blocking their view, they could clearly see Su Lin's appearance. "Isn't this the guy they mocked in the gym before the apocalypse? It seems that your memory is still good." Su Lin nodded and said with a faint smile. "Since you have such a good memory, you should still remember what we said that day, right?" What do you mean?" Mayueru's tone was not as disgusted as before. She glanced at Fong Chang and seemed to have gained confidence. "Handsome boy, you don't still remember those words, do you? We didn't mean it before." Why are you talking so much to this kid?" Fong Chang even took off a few coats and showed off his muscles. "Su Lin, right? I advise you not to hold a grudge. Forget about that incident and just treat it as a friend. Otherwise." "Really?" Su Lin said calmly, his expression unchanged. "But I am a person who holds grudges." Chapter 41, Play a little game. "Or tell me, if I don't make this friend, what will you do?" Su Lin said in a calm tone. After he finished speaking, Fong Chang seemed to see that Su Lin was not that cruel, and said more powerfully. "Otherwise? Otherwise, you will be in trouble." As he spoke, Fong Chang took off another coat and showed off his muscles. "Boy, you don't think that I can't handle your little arms and legs just because I haven't eaten for 2 days, do you?" Seeing this, Mayueru remembered that Fong Chang was a fitness coach, and she became more confident. "Handsome boy, we didn't really scold you that time, did we? Now we just want to lend you some food, there's no need to resort to violence. If we really fight, you will suffer, right? Are you sure you just want to borrow some food now?" Su Lin asked back. He had already noticed the envious and greedy looks in the two people's eyes after they entered his safe house. It goes without saying that they either want to occupy this place or stay here. "Yes, we still want to stay here for a while." Fong Chang saw that his true thoughts were seen through, so he simply stated his purpose directly. "Su Lin, you're big enough anyway, and I see you have a lot to eat. It should be enough for the three of us to eat for 2 or 3 months." Mayueru followed and said. "Handsome boy, in 2 or 3 months, the official rescue will surely have arrived. We can leave then, is that okay?" The tones of the two were completely different from when they first met him. It seems like a negotiation, but in fact it is nothing more than cheating, thinking that Su Lin can't drive them away. But they guessed wrong about one thing, that is, Su Lin had no intention of driving them away. Otherwise he wouldn't have brought them back. "You seem to be very confident about your muscles?" Su Lin asked. Hearing this, Fong Chang laughed and said. "Of course, I can deadlift 160 kilograms at most. You've been to the gym before, so you should know what that level is, right?" "I don't know, is it amazing?" Su Lin really didn't know about this. He had never tried that before when he went to the gym. However, when he was watching short videos, he did come across several fitness videos. Judging from the comments, everyone says that any healthy adult male can deadlift 100 kilograms without any training. For male fitness enthusiasts, this 160 kilograms should not be too impressive, right? Fong Chang became angry instantly when asked by Su Lin. This is what fitness enthusiasts hate to hear the most. Especially Su Lin said it with an indifferent look on his face. "Okay, since you're so confident about your muscles, let's arm wrestle." Su Lin didn't care about his anger. After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly changed his mind and just thought of it as a joke. He said calmly, "If you win, I'll let you stay." "Okay, you're asking for trouble, but don't blame me for bullying you." Before Su Lin could finish his words, Fong Chang agreed. So you lose? I lose? Ha, I can't lose. Fong Chang laughed loudly. If I lose, I will leave your house immediately without staying a second longer. No. Su Lin shook his head and refused. Fong Chang didn't think he would lose at all, so he said, then tell me, what are you going to do if I lose? If you lose, I will cut off one of your arms. Su Lin said this in a very calm tone. This. Fong Chang was shocked by Su Lin's words. These words really didn't sound like something the other person would say, and the tone was so calm. It seems that cutting off someone's arm is a very casual thing. Fong Chang, what are you afraid of? At this time, seeing Fong Chang paused and said nothing, Ma Yuero urged. Didn't you say last time that with his physique, could you lift it with one hand? If you defeat him, I will agree to your previous request. Okay, I'll do as you say. After hearing Ma Yueru's words, Fong Chang looked at her and gritted his teeth and agreed. He thought about how before the end of the world, the other party had promised him that they would give it to him after he had trained his peach buttocks in vest lines. But he changed his mind later. It was still modern society at that time, and he couldn't force it, so he could only endure it. But the situation is different now. If she does it again, she won't be able to regret it. Come this way. After seeing that the other party agreed, Su Lin asked Fong Chang to come to the table. The two men sat opposite each other, and Su Lin did not use the handshake method, but used the wrist to do it. He didn't want to shake hands with such a person, even though it was just a test of strength. Seeing this, Ma Yueru acted as a referee. Start. She quickly withdrew her hand. After Ma Yueru gave the order, Fong Chang immediately took action. The instant kill he imagined did not happen. On the contrary, it seemed like he was about to be broken down. Fong Chang looked up at Su Lin and saw that he was also trying hard. Su Lin didn't lower his head. When he saw the other person looking at him, he even smiled. I just haven't eaten for 2 days, otherwise I would definitely kill you in seconds. After the two of them were in a stalemate for a while, Fong Chang blamed everything on not having eaten. Su Lin did not refute, but spoke again, you can use both hands. What? Fong Chang thought he had misheard, are you sure I can use both hands? Of course. Su Lin nodded, but you have to use both hands, or I will have to cut off both of your hands later. That's fairer, isn't it? Fong Chang didn't dare to agree directly this time. Fong Chang, why are you so scared? Don't you want it anymore? Ma Yueru was afraid that Fong Chang would really lose, and then she might not be able to stay. If you lose, we'll both have to leave here, and you can forget about asking for it. Ma Yueru's words strongly stimulated Fong Chang. Okay, 2 is 2. Fong Chang didn't care about the consequences. After he finished speaking, he used his other hand and started to exert force. But in the end, just as he started to exert force with both hands, Su Lin suddenly made a sudden move. Bang! Before Fong Chang could react, he slammed his hands heavily on the table. He felt like his hand was broken off by some strange force. But looking at the opposite side, it was indeed that young man who was not very strong but had a handsome appearance. He is not a world-class strongman, nor a champion of arm wrestling competitions. Fong Chang was confused. You lose. Su Lin retracted his arm and said lightly. When Fong Chang heard Su Lin's voice again at this time, he was finally scared. He was really scared now. Thinking about the arrogant words I just said and the conditions I agreed to. Big brother, please let me go. I'm leaving now. Fong Chang, who was extremely frightened, said hurriedly, and then he stood up and ran to open the door. But the door to Su Lin's safe house needs to be unlocked before you can get out. How could he possibly open it? Su Lin was sitting facing the door. Seeing Fong Chang like this, he shook his head, stood up and walked over. Help him unlock and open the door. Fong Chang thought the other party was going to let him go, so he ran out quickly. But as soon as he went out, he realized something was wrong. It's so cold. Fong Chang had forgotten that he had taken off his jacket and clothes just now in order to show off his muscles. Now he only wears long sleeves, with the sleeves rolled up. Big brother, can you let me in to get some clothes? Fong Chang said, shivering from the cold. If he were left outside in 10 minutes wearing the same clothes as he is now, he would definitely freeze to death. Su Lin followed him out, but after he came out, he closed the door. You lost. Su Lin repeated what he had just said. Fong Chang was already freezing cold, and when he heard this, he was so scared that he turned around and wanted to run away. But his body was so cold that he could hardly move, so his running speed was not as fast as his walking speed before. Su Lin had no mood to play games anymore. He took out blood-giving from the space, walked up to him and chopped off both of his arms. Since the bet has been agreed upon, Su Lin will definitely do what he says. Ah! It hurts. Fong Chang's hands were already numb from the cold, but after being cut, he still felt a sharp pain. He looked left and right and saw that his two arms had fallen to the side. In the extremely cold weather outside, only a spurt of blood gushed out from the broken part of his arm. Fong Chang rolled on the ground in pain, but Su Lin did not let him die. Instead, he swung his knife again and chopped off his head. Ah! Looking at the body that was cut into four, Su Lin sighed and said, "I told you, I'm a vindictive person. P.S. I saw some readers say that this chapter is not very good. I admit this. I wrote it on the spur of the moment and it is difficult to revise it later. I will admit my mistakes if any and pay attention to them in the future." Chapter 42, like? Speaking of which, this muscular man named Fong Chang was the first person Su Lin killed after the end of this world began. But he didn't feel any discomfort psychologically. Not to mention that he had killed in his previous life, he had killed dozens of zombies in this life alone. It would be strange if I felt any discomfort after killing such a person. Su Lin didn't care about Fong Chang's body. The smell of blood here will probably attract the remaining zombies underground. Su Lin was also delivering food to his zombie friends in disguise. He will definitely have to clean them up later. Before killing them, treat them to a meal, which can be considered a small gesture between friends. After putting blood order back into the space, Su Lin turned around and returned to the safe house. "Go inside and close the door." He saw Mayuaru standing at the inner gate with an anxious look on her face. Judging from her expression, she must have tried to open the door just now, wanting to know what happened after Su Lin and the others went out. Unfortunately, she couldn't open it, so she could only stay inside and wait anxiously. "Handsome guy, where is Fong Changren?" Mayuaru asked quickly when she saw Su Lin coming in. "He hasn't got his clothes yet. Why don't we call him back and put them on before we leave?" Maybe because Su Lin was out for a very short time, Mayuaru thought he really let Fong Chang go. Although she heard the bet between the two arm wrestling, she didn't think that Su Lin would really chop off Fong Chang's arms. Come to think of it, he had only been out for a short while, less than a minute, so even if he had chopped it, it wouldn't have been that fast, right? Besides, Mayuaru also watched Su Lin leave. She also didn't see what tool Su Lin was holding that could cut off his arm when he went out. Although Mayuaru looked down on Fong Chang, she was naturally happy to have such a free bootlicker. "Clothing?" Su Lin sat back on the sofa. When he heard her question, he shook his head and said, "He can't wear it anymore. Throw it over there and burn it later." He casually pointed to the wall to the right of the entrance, where he would throw his clothes and pants stained with zombie blood after coming back from killing zombies. Speaking of this, Su Lin forgot that he had not changed his clothes today. He unzipped his jacket, took it off, and threw it to Mayuaru. "Throw this one over there too." "Can't wear it anymore?" "What do you mean?" Before Mayuaru finished speaking, she saw Su Lin throwing a piece of clothing at her and she subconsciously reached out to catch it. After receiving the clothes, she was about to throw them against the wall, but she soon discovered that there was something wrong with the clothes. "Why does this dress feel a little wet?" Originally, Mayuaru thought that there was snow on her clothes, but now it has melted into water, so it is a little wet. But water shouldn't feel like this. She looked at her hands. Ah! Looking at the blood on her hands, Mayuaru was stunned for a few seconds. After realizing that it was not snow but blood, she screamed in fright. Because Su Lin's windbreaker was black, the bloodstains were not obvious on it, so she naturally didn't notice it before. This handsome guy, me, your clothes." She looked at the blood on her hands and smelled the blood on her clothes. She was so scared that she became incoherent. "Shut up." Although Su Lin knew Mayuaru's mood at the moment, he still felt that she was too noisy. "If you want to stay here, don't yell." On the other side, after Su Lin finished speaking, Mayuaru really didn't dare to say anything. In other words, both of her hands were covered in blood, otherwise she would definitely cover her mouth with her hands. At this moment, she also understood what Su Lingang meant when he said that Fong Chang's clothes were no longer useful. In just less than a minute, he might have really chopped off Fong Chang's arm. Wearing a long-sleeved shirt outside in this kind of weather without any arms, you can imagine what the consequences will be. But she was still very confused. Even if Su Lin really cut off Fong Chang's 2 arms, there shouldn't be so much blood on his clothes. But Ma Yueru didn't dare to ask more. She honestly put Su Lin's clothes in the corner as he asked. Then he threw Fong Chang's clothes over and wiped the blood on his hands on his clothes. Of course, Ma Yueru noticed that there were several sets of the same clothes thrown there in the corner. But as I said before, she didn't dare to ask. Come here. Su Lin suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Ma Yueru hurriedly walked up to him. Although she was very afraid of Su Lin now, she was more worried that he would kick her out. After staying in such a warm and comfortable house, she didn't want to go back to her cold room. Besides, it is not only warm here, but also has plenty of food. In fact, after Su Lin went out, she quickly looked around the kitchen and refrigerator. As for Fong Chang? In Ma Yueru's opinion, he was just a freeloader, so let him die. As long as I can survive. Looks okay. Su Lin leaned back on the sofa, his eyes fixed on Ma Yueru's face, as if he was thinking about something. After hearing Su Lin's evaluation, Ma Yueru's heart finally settled down. She was very happy and thought that the other party was interested in her. It's no wonder that Ma Yueru would think this way, as she is pretty anyway. The figure is also shaped into curvy shapes through regular exercise. After all, she has a free fitness trainer. Before the end of the world, she gained a lot of fans with her looks and figure. This is also the biggest reason why she thinks Su Lin is interested in her. No matter what, you are still a man. Take off your clothes. Su Lin gave the order again. Indeed, as Ma Yueru thought, he was a man. And he's the lustful kind. Ma Yueru, who was originally very shy in front of the dog, now took off all her outer clothes at an extremely fast speed. The temperature in the living room was just right, so she took off all her clothes except for 2 small pairs of underwear, and she didn't feel cold at all. Su Lin looked at the other person's half-naked body, not that figure. Overall, Ma Yueru's appearance and figure can reach more than 80 points. Ma Yueru felt even more fortunate upon hearing this, thinking that it was a good thing that she had persisted in shaping her figure for a month before the end of the world. Go take a shower. There's porridge in the pot. You can come out and drink some after you're done. As Su Lin said this, he got up and went back to his room to take a shower first. Before entering the room, he added, "Come in 15 minutes. Okay. I'll go wash it right away." Ma Yueru responded immediately. Seeing Su Lin Fan go to the bathroom, she went into the bathroom immediately. Ma Yueru used to take more than half an hour to shower, but this time she was finished in less than 10 minutes. She wrapped herself in a towel, came out of the bathroom, and walked to the dining table. Although she had been hungry for 2 days, Ma Yueru didn't dare drink too much porridge. She was afraid that. After drinking half a bowl, she walked into Su Lin's room. Chapter 43, Focus on Equality. A pleasant hour later. Su Lin lay refreshed on the soft big bed. Next to him is. Apparently, during this hour. You're doing pretty well. Was it that guy, the one called Wang Chang, who trained you? Yes, it's Fong Chang. Ma Yueru didn't stop the other party's big hand. She slowed down and explained. But I didn't let him touch it. She was telling the truth. In her opinion, a bootlicker wanted to touch her? I'm giving you a thumbs up by letting you take me to the gym. According to you, I am just reaping the benefits without doing anything else? Su Lin said with a faint smile. It's really like a dog licking a dog, and in the end he has nothing. He even practiced and developed the skill, which was just beginning to take shape, but he died without even using it. That's a good deal for you. After an hour, Ma Yueru's fear of Su Lin was reduced a lot. In her opinion, you have slept with me, you are not going to drive me away or kill me, right? And in the past hour, she could sense that the other party still liked her body. This made Ma Yueru even more certain that the other party would not be willing to let her go. Since she couldn't move steadily, she actually had nothing to be afraid of. It's amazing how Su Lin, who doesn't have a strong physique, can. This was something Ma Yueru had not expected. With this advantage, coupled with the comfortable house and abundant supplies, Ma Yueru thought that at worst, she could just give it all to him later. Unfortunately, she was wrong this time. Su Lin decisively withdrew his hand. His expression no longer had the smile from before, and his tone became very calm. Get dressed and go out. because I was lying down. Mayuaru only noticed that Su Lin's hand had left her body. I didn't notice any change in his expression or tone. She thought the other party was just asking her out for dinner, so she quickly put on her clothes. Mayuaru didn't put on all her clothes. She just put on a pair of pants and a long coat and walked out of the bedroom. She wanted to continue drinking porridge, as she was not full just now. I'm also afraid that if I move too much, I'll vomit. Fortunately, she didn't eat much. Otherwise, with the intensity of the last hour, if I drank too much, I might actually vomit. Just as she went to serve the porridge, Su Lin also walked out of the bedroom. He was a little hungry at the moment, but he didn't rush to eat. Instead, he walked towards the gate. Come here. Su Lin unlocked the door and said to the back. What's the matter, brother Su? Mayuaru didn't understand, but still spoke in a disgusted tone, put down the bowl and walked over. Su Lin just opened the door at this time. She was not wearing much and a gust of cold wind blew at her instantly. Mayuaru shuddered suddenly. Now, you can go out. Su Lin said in a cold tone. What? Mayuaru's first reaction was that she had misheard. You can go now. No, brother Su, handsome guy, I don't want to go out. This time Mayuaru was sure that she had heard correctly, he really wanted her to leave. But I had just finished serving him. Yes, what did I do wrong just now? Mayuaru said hurriedly. I can change it, from now on I'll do whatever you say. Su Lin shook his head. There's no future. You can leave now. After saying that, he didn't want to waste time, so he pulled the other person over and pushed him out the door. The severe cold outside woke Mayuaru up. She finally realized at this moment that this man was not one of those lickers who had licked her in the past. But I have already given the other party my most valuable body. She wanted to beg him to keep her, but after seeing his cold eyes, she was speechless. Well, can you let me go in and put on some clothes before going? Mayuaru was shivering with cold and her words were barely clear. You won't need the clothes anymore. I also. As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, before Mayuaru could react, he swung his knife. The last thing Mayuaru saw was Su Lin conjuring a knife out of thin air. Su Lin glanced at the woman's body. Still complete. Then he went back into the house, took out all the bloody clothes, and threw them not far from the door. Pour a bottle of alcohol and light it. The raging fire suddenly illuminated the dim underground parking lot. Su Lin didn't stay to warm himself by the fire, but turned around and went straight back to the safe house. Before entering, he found that the body of the muscular man who had died before had been torn to pieces. He took another look at the dead female corpse. He considered this as another meal for his zombie friends. Go back to the house and close the door. Su Lin began to prepare dinner. As for what to eat tonight, he had already thought about it, a barbecue. After plugging in the electric grill, Su Lin cut the thawed meat and brought it to the dining table. As for getting rid of Mayuaru, Su Lin had already thought about it a long time ago. He also has no burden. You don't really think that he will be soft on a woman he slept with once, do you? Su Lin is not a person who discriminates or treats people differently. His main theme is gender equality. Anyone who offends him will be killed, regardless of gender. But if it's a good-looking woman with a nice figure, and the time and place are right, Su Lin wouldn't mind. He would use it once or twice before dealing with it. After all, whether or not you offend him will not affect his enjoyment of doing things. On the contrary, having sex with a woman who has offended you has a different kind of experience. Again, Su Lin is not a good person, let alone a so-called gentleman. If you say he is a bad guy, Su Lin can recognize it depending on the circumstances. The definition of good and bad people is inherently vague. Some good people may do 100 good things, but no one may praise them. But if he does one bad thing, people will probably slander him immediately. On the contrary, some bad guys may do 100 bad things, but no one may care. But in the end, if he just does a good thing, he may be able to whitewash himself and get a lot of praise and compliments from people. Especially after the end of the world, it becomes even more difficult to define the bad guys and the good guys. Just like Su Lin, he has done some good things as well. Do good deeds without leaving a name, this is not just talk. Although his original intention was not to help those residents. But in reality, his message did indirectly encourage those residents to buy some supplies in advance, thus allowing them to live a few more days. Su Lin didn't have any thoughts about this, and he didn't expect the residents to thank him. Good people, bad people, are not as good as living people. In this doomsday, all Su Lin has to do is to survive. Well, it would be even more perfect if we could survive and enjoy life at the same time. Chapter 44, News from the Shelter. As I was thinking, the electric grill had already heated up. Su Lin brushed a thin layer of oil on the grill. Unlike traditional barbecue with open flames and charcoal, the electric grill pan does not need too much oil to prevent the ingredients from sticking. After the baking tray became hot again, Su Lin began to put the meat slices on it one by one. His cooking skills are average, but he is good at grilling. While grilling the meat, Su Lin prepared 2 more dipping sauces, cumin powder and chili powder. After half an hour of barbecue, Su Lin successfully finished about 3 pounds of pork and beef with lettuce. He didn't eat too much, just until he was 70% full. After the meal, have a can of ice cola, and a delicious barbecue dinner is over. After eating and cleaning up, Su Lin returned to the sofa and sat down. As soon as he thought about it, blood control appeared in his hand. Looking at the blade emitting a cold light in his hand, Su Lin confirmed his guess. Name, blood fighting, growth type. Growth, 5.9%. Really? The growth rate of blood order has changed. Su Lin thought yesterday that perhaps he had to kill zombies in order to increase the growth of this weapon. After seeing that every time the blood gathering knife killed a zombie, the blood on it would be absorbed into the knife, he had actually confirmed that his guess was correct. Now that he actually saw it, he wasn't too surprised. After all, just like the name of this knife, blood killing. To make blood, isn't that the same as eating blood? The name of a weapon will always have characteristics that match its ability. After Su Lin knew the characteristics of blood making, he became even more satisfied with it. After playing with it for a while, Su Lin put blood control into the space. Then he checked the progress of the potential tank's growth. Potential, 81.9%. It is worth mentioning that there is a little good news today. Su Lin discovered that although his strength increased by 2 points, the potential bar that increased after killing the zombies did not decrease. He didn't know if it was because the attribute didn't increase much this time, so it didn't decrease. But if nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to accumulate 1 point by tomorrow. Su Lin didn't count exactly how many zombies he killed today, but it was definitely more than 50. That was a lot more than the 40 he had originally planned. But this doesn't mean that he will kill only as many as he decides. The main reason was that he had just acquired a new weapon, and Su Lin became a little addicted to killing. Besides, the last wave of zombies today were just there to kill them. Their number did not exceed his safety range, so he would not deliberately not kill them. But speaking of it, killing more than 50 zombies a day is actually not too difficult for him. But it also made Su Lin feel a little tired. It can be said that I am tired but happy. Su Lin really likes the feeling of chopping off a zombie's head with one knife. Returning to the bedroom, he first changed the bedsheet and separated the wet and dry areas, then he lay down on the bed. In addition, he had just entertained himself for an hour and had just finished a full meal, so he was already feeling sleepy. The bedroom on the second basement floor is unusually quiet, with no unnecessary noise. After turning off the lights, Su Lin quickly fell asleep in a happy state of mind and body. Early the next morning. Because he went to bed early yesterday, even though Su Lin slept for 10 hours, when he woke up, it was only 7 o'clock. The windowless bedroom was very dim when the lights were turned off, which also helped Su Lin sleep better. This dark and comfortable environment is also the favorite sleeping place for a large number of people. Of course, it is not ruled out that a very small number of people may like to sleep with the lights on. It's just a personal habit. Turning on the bedroom light, Su Lin sat up from the bed and couldn't help stretching. After getting out of bed and stretching his body, then going to the toilet to use the toilet, Su Lin lay back down on the bed. Like many people, he is not used to washing up directly after waking up, but instead lies in bed for a while. By the way, check your phone again. It can be said that it is to completely awaken my body. Otherwise, how can you have a day full of energy? In Su Lin's opinion, those who open their eyes and do nothing but go straight to wash up and eat are all ruthless people. This is just like a boy going to the toilet without bringing cigarettes or cell phones. Anyone who can do all of these things is a really ruthless person. While browsing his phone, Su Lin saw several official announcements. Important notice. Important notice. Important notice. Tianzhou citizens, please note, our city's first official shelters will officially accept surviving residents in 10 days. Please don't give up. Tianzhou officials will do their utmost to search, rescue, and help all surviving residents. The general public is advised not to go out. The location of the Tianzhou city shelter will be announced in 10 days. Citizens who live nearby should go there on their own if they are able to avoid the zombies. Citizens who live farther away should patiently wait for official rescue. These announcements were officially issued by Tianzhou City and are not national in nature. The contents of several announcements are very similar. In short, they tell the people of Tianzhou City that the authorities have not given up on them. 10 days? Su Lin looked at today's date. If he remembered correctly, the first official shelter to accept civilians in the previous life would be opened 6 days later. In this life, due to the appearance of zombies, this day was postponed by 4 days. In the past, 4 days was not a long time. But in this extremely cold weather, another wave of survivors will definitely be harvested in these 4 days. The nearest shelter to me should be. Su Lin thought about it and remembered the official shelter in his previous life, which was the closest to his community. The location is not far, about 3 kilometers. In his previous life, he had also been there and found a part-time job. Normally, it would take an average person 30 to 40 minutes to walk a distance of 3 kilometers. But now many roads outside are covered with ice and snow, and some roads are completely impassable due to sinkholes, so we have to take detours. Fortunately, the snow was not too thick, but it would still take at least an hour to walk across. But you don't have to rely solely on walking. Although the weather outside is extremely cold and covered with ice and snow, some high-performance cars can still be driven. Just like Su Lin's War Tiger Defender, it can drive in the snow. Unfortunately, because of this, after driving his car to the shelter, he was noticed by the authorities and was temporarily recruited. As for refusing conscription, Su Lin had thought about it at that time. But he still understood the meaning of the phrase, "the situation is stronger than people." After thinking it over, he gladly agreed to the conscription. There are benefits, but not many. After thinking for a few minutes and browsing his phone, Su Lin got up to wash up. Chapter 45, Reply. A good day starts with breakfast. After washing up, Master Su went to the kitchen, fried 5 eggs, toasted a few slices of bread, and brought them to the table. Just at this moment, the hot water was ready, and Su Lin made 2 more cups of soy milk. He took out 3 buns and 2 fried dough sticks from the space and began to enjoy today's breakfast. People usually have the worst appetite for breakfast, and Su Lin is no exception. That was all I had to do, and I was about 60% full. After breakfast, Su Lin didn't rush out to start work. I sat on the sofa to cool down and watched some stress relief videos. At this time, Weixing popped up a message. Su Lin clicked on it and took a look. As expected, it was still sent by the neighbor's wife. "Su Lin, are you really gone?" Su Lin was a little speechless after seeing such unlucky words in the morning. But he could understand it. After all, Wang Ying made dozens of video calls from yesterday to today, but Su Lin just didn't see them. He saw it, but ignored it. Su Lin could tell Wang Ying's mood when she sent these simple 9 words. She has probably given up, but she still holds a glimmer of hope in her heart. Looking forward to Su Lin's reply to her. The more she did this, the more it proved that Su Lin's approach was right. However, Su Lin didn't have this thought at the moment. Start working first, and talk about it when you come back. Throwing his phone aside, Su Lin began to put on his clothes. It's better to wear a windbreaker plus casual pants, which is light and does not hinder movement. After putting on his clothes, he took the tablet monitor and prepared to determine the situation and distribution of zombies in the community today. The more you kill, the more there are? Su Lin switched several surveillance angles in succession and found that there was something wrong with the number of zombies in this community. After he killed more than 50 zombies on the ground yesterday, there were less than 200 left at most. But now looking at the surveillance footage, the number of zombies is obviously more than 200. Even more than it seemed yesterday morning. In other words, the community where he lives is big enough, otherwise the density of more than 200 zombies would definitely not be as scattered as it is now. Su Lin also noticed that most of the zombies he killed had their bodies dismembered. All that was left were patches of blood, debris all over the ground, some broken hands and feet, internal organs, and the like. "You're quite picky about food," Su Lin complained. I also understood that it must be because after he killed those zombies, the smell of blood in the community attracted the zombies outside. There is no other way around this. Su Lin has tried before to put the zombie bodies into the space. But I can't do it. But this is not a big problem. In fact, even if he could accept it, Su Lin didn't want to. When he thought about the space, he saw a pile of zombie corpses and food together. Even though the two won't come into contact with each other, it's still disgusting to think about. It's good that you're here. It saves me from having to go out and look for them after I've killed them all. Su Lin quickly thought of the bright side. There were more zombies in the neighborhood, although it would make him need to be more cautious. But it also allows him to fill up his potential tank faster. Su Lin's goal today is to fill up the potential gauge of 81.9%. Based on the increase of 0.4%, 0.6% per zombie, it is estimated that about 35 zombies need to be killed. The number is not large, but it depends on the specific situation. He didn't mean to stop killing after killing 35. After determining the distribution of the zombies, Su Lin put on his hat, carried the small stove in his pocket and went out. With the experience of the previous few days, Su Lin was more adept at killing zombies today. Coupled with the sharp blood gathering, at just 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he had filled up this potential bar and gained 1 potential point. It was still early, at least 2.5 hours until dark. Su Lin didn't rush back. He planned to find a few places with fewer zombies and kill another wave. Soon, he chose a place with 7 zombies. After slowly groping over, Su Lin took a deep breath, then holding the blood control, he rushed forward in 1 step. Holding a sharp blade, Su Lin ruthlessly harvested zombies. In less than 2 minutes, all 7 zombies fell to the ground. Su Lin didn't stay there for another second. After killing the last one, he retreated into the nearest apartment building. Zombies have extremely developed hearing and sense of smell. Just as Su Lin retreated into the building, 20 or 30 zombies came over attracted by the smell of blood. He stood by the window in the corridor on the 2nd floor, quietly watching the zombies sharing and biting their own kind. Su Lin has seen this bloody scene many times and is now somewhat immune to it. After watching for a few minutes and finding nothing interesting, Su Lin turned around and sat on the stairs, closing his eyes and resting. In fact, he killed zombies very quickly, but after each kill, he would definitely attract zombies from other places. There are at least a dozen and at most 30 or 40. Su Lin would definitely not act recklessly, so every time he killed a wave of enemies, he would wait 10 to 30 minutes. He can only kill the next wave after these zombies have finished eating. In game terms, it's like entering a cooldown period. However, his skills were not on cooldown, but he was controlled by the zombie group and forced to cool down. Fortunately, Su Lin is not a very impatient person, so he just waits. More than 10 minutes later, the 20 or 30 zombies that had just gathered finally dispersed and retreated. Su Lin stood up, dusted himself off, and walked to the window. Seeing hard control leave, he went downstairs, ready to hunt the next wave. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Lin returned to his safe house with a record of 60+0. It was already dark outside, but he didn't take the risk of hunting zombies in the dark just because he was addicted to killing. Not only is it more dangerous, it also affects his performance. However, today was still a day where we exceeded our goals. After entering the house, Su Lin threw his clothes and pants into the corner. He wasn't hungry yet, so in the middle of killing the zombies, he had a snack and ate a few meat buns. Su Lin originally wanted to take a shower first, but suddenly remembered that there was something he had not done. I walked to the sofa, picked up my phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the private chat of neighbor's wife. Come down in 10 minutes. After editing the message, Su Lin didn't wait for the other party to reply. He threw the phone away and went into the bathroom. In room 1401 upstairs, Wang Ying was wearing a white down jacket and wrapped in a thick quilt. She was leaning on the bed by the window, her pretty face full of sadness. It can be seen that Wang Ying was about to accept the reality in her heart at this time. She had already seen the official announcement, but what was the point? Officially accepted in 10 days? Now, let alone 10 days, Wang Ying doesn't know if she can survive even 3 or 4 days. She had already eaten the packet of instant noodles she brought back from Su Lin the day before yesterday this morning. Now her family is completely out of food. As for her husband Sun Xiang, no one knows where he has gone now. Wang Ying heard the sound of a door opening outside last night, but she didn't care. When she went out this morning, she found that there was no one in Sun Xiang's room. She didn't want to know where he had gone, nor did she want to think about it. Wang Ying is now thinking about jumping off the building and dying. Jumping off a building is more comfortable than freezing to death, starving to death, or being bitten by zombies. Wang Ying was quite happy before, even though Su Lin didn't let her stay with him. But it also gave her some hope. But now, Su Lin has not replied to her message. In the past 2 days, Wang Ying can be said to have been in constant worry. In addition, she saw with her own eyes from the window that the community property and residents organized a team to eliminate the zombies, but in the end only 1 in 10 escaped. The combination of these two things almost drove her to complete despair. Buzz. Feeling the vibration of the phone in her hand, Wang Ying subconsciously picked it up and took a look. She originally thought it was just a message in the community group, and she didn't set the group message to be Do Not Disturb. Back? Su Lin's sudden reply gave Wang Ying, who had originally wanted to commit suicide, a surge of hope. 10. Go down within 10 minutes? After seeing the content of the message, Wang Ying immediately started typing, but after typing a lot, she felt that it was a bit too sentimental. Finally, she deleted the small essay and replied, "Okay, I'll be right down." After replying to this message, she didn't dare to delay for a moment and didn't want to delay. Wang Ying got up from the bed, lifting the quilt and putting it aside. She wanted to go downstairs right away, but she quickly went to the mirror and put on some light makeup. Before leaving the room, Wang Ying thought of Su Lin's little hobby again. Her originally pale cheeks suddenly showed a blush. After only a moment's hesitation, she walked over to her wardrobe and grabbed 2 new pairs from the bottom drawer. I looked at my phone and found that 3 minutes had passed since the 10 minutes Su Lin mentioned. Wang Ying didn't dare to be late, so she put 2 pairs of socks in the pockets of her down jacket and hurried out. From the emergency passage on the 14th floor, walked towards the second underground floor. Chapter 46, Hope. Wang Ying walked down a full 16 floors from the 14th floor without taking a break, for fear that being late would make Su Lin unhappy. She was afraid that if she walked too slowly she would attract zombies, so 5 minutes later she arrived at the door of the safe house, breathless. Su Lin took a quick shower and when he came out he saw Wang Ying knocking on the door on the surveillance camera. He was not wearing any clothes, just a pair of shorts, and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Wang Ying hurried in. She was wrapped in a thick white down jacket, and her pretty face was covered by the scarf. From the way she was panting, Su Lin could tell that she probably didn't rest for a moment when she went downstairs, and she was obviously very tired. Look, when she came in, she didn't notice that Su Lin was not wearing any clothes. When Wang Ying discovered that the man in front of her was shirtless and only wearing shorts, her face, which was already red from being in such a hurry to get downstairs, became even redder. Although the two have done it before, Wang Ying is still a very traditional woman at heart. If her husband wasn't really useless and didn't care about her life or death, she wouldn't have given her body to Su Lin. Especially after these 2 days, Wang Ying had completely given up on Sun Xiang. And her favorability towards Su Lin instantly reached its peak because of the message she had been waiting for 2 days. "What are you doing standing there in a daze, blocking the door?" Seeing Wang Ying's dazed look, Su Lin suddenly spoke up. "Ma'am, if you want me to freeze to death, just say so." Although he was in excellent physical condition, he couldn't withstand the cold wind blowing in from outside without clothes and without the protection of a small stove. "Ha! Oh. When Wang Ying heard the sound, she finally came to her senses. She quickly moved away and asked Su Lin to close the door. "I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention." After Su Lin closed the door, Wang Ying apologized with an embarrassed look on her face. "Didn't you notice?" Su Lin couldn't help but shiver after closing the door. "It's really cold." The few times he went out before, he always had a small stove to help him, so he didn't feel cold. "Didn't notice anything?" Su Lin returned to the sofa and sat down. He picked up the hot soy milk and took a sip. Then he looked at Wang Ying and asked with a faint smile. By isolating the cold wind outside, the heating equipment in the house quickly warmed up. Wang Ying felt the warm breeze in the house, and the coldness on her body gradually dissipated. But after hearing Su Lin's question, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her pretty face. "She can't say that I was stunned at the door because I saw you shirtless and thought about the simple few words you replied to me, right?" Seeing that the other party looked embarrassed to speak, Su Lin changed his attitude and said sternly, "Madam, if you don't tell me, I will have no choice but to let you go back." "Don't." Wang Ying's face suddenly became anxious when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment. "I saw you were naked, and you suddenly replied to my message." She finished speaking quickly, looking a little embarrassed in the middle. "Oh?" Su Lin nodded with interest, and his expression turned into a smile. "I replied to your message and you seemed very happy." "No, should I say you were very excited?" He knew exactly what she was thinking, but he just wanted her to say it herself. Otherwise, how can it be considered training? Su Lin's attitude changed so quickly that Wang Ying was confused for a moment. But with the somewhat harsh words before her, she no longer hesitated this time. I saw the group was organizing to eliminate zombies, and I thought you were going too. I was worried that something might happen to you. I was also worried that you would never contact me again, but you haven't replied to my messages in the past 2 days. I haven't put my phone down, hoping you can reply to me every moment. Wang Ying thought to herself, it doesn't matter if I'm embarrassed to death. She bit her lip and finished speaking in one breath. After Su Lin saw the other person finish speaking these words, he immediately closed his eyes, as if he didn't dare to look at him. Madam, are you worried about me? Or are you afraid that I'll be gone and you'll just have to wait to die in this neighborhood? Su Lin didn't beat around the bush and asked very directly. Open your eyes and answer me. Perhaps the question was too direct. After hearing it, Wang Ying didn't know how to answer for a moment. But when Su Lin asked her to open her eyes, she opened them obediently. Wang Ying opened her eyes and saw Su Lin sitting upright on the sofa, looking at her with a smile in his eyes. She knew very well that if she didn't answer well, the other party might just kick her out. Wang Ying has experienced how ruthless this man is. He had just finished sleeping with her, and he asked her to leave without any mercy. All. Wang Ying pursed her lips and answered truthfully. I'm worried that something might happen to you, and I'm also afraid that if something really happens to you, I'll just have to wait for death. After a pause, she took a deep breath and simply said what she was thinking. Su Lin, although you may not believe it, before you replied to me today, I actually thought about jumping off the building. If you had sent that message an hour later, I might have really jumped off the building. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but your message is the most hopeful one I've seen since the cold snap and the zombies appeared. It can be said that Wang Ying didn't even organize her words this time, as they were all her thoughts from the heart. It gives me more hope than the official news, she added at the end. Su Lin listened to her heartfelt words quietly. Ha and ha are not necessarily sarcastic, it depends on the context. After a moment's silence, he smiled. Interesting, Wang Ying. He could naturally tell that what the other person said was true, and could even be said to be an expression of deep affection. If she said that she fell in love with him, Su Lin would definitely not believe it. But at least she has already determined herself in her heart, and this cannot be false. In other words, Wang Ying couldn't read minds. If she could hear what Su Lin was thinking at the moment, she would definitely say, if I tell a lie, I'll jump off a building when I'm almost starving to death, and then get bitten by zombies after I jump off the building. This was the most cruel way to die she could think of. But this is just thought. Actually, when Wang Ying heard Su Lin calling her name, for some reason, she felt a little happy for no reason. This seemed to be the first time the other person called her by her name instead of calling her madam. Okay, madam, you look like you haven't had a good meal in 2 days. Su Lin changed his address again and said with a smile. Let's go take a shower first. When Wang Ying heard that the other party had changed back to the previous name, her joy lasted for less than 3 seconds before she felt down again. Well, she wasn't unhappy at all, she just felt a little embarrassed by the title. Chapter 47, Eat or Eat. After washing, are you still going to that room? As the saying goes, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. Seeing Su Lin asking her to take a shower, Wang Ying thought he wanted to. She pointed at Su Lin's bedroom and asked. Wang Ying was mentally prepared before coming, and she even had a little bit of anticipation in her heart. It's no wonder she has this idea. The impression Su Lin left on her last time was too deep. Why are you more anxious than me? Su Lin didn't expect that the other party was so sensible and learned to answer questions quickly. He did have this idea, but there was no need to rush. Su Lin, then what do you mean? Wang Ying realized that she seemed to have misunderstood and asked with a blushing face. She didn't know what was wrong. Now, whenever she saw Su Lin, the 2-hour incident would appear in her mind. I asked you to take a shower and come out for dinner. Su Lin said truthfully. By the way, you should be able to cook, right? The topic changed so quickly that Wang Ying was stunned for a moment, but this time Su Lin's question happened to be in the area she was good at. I can do it. I'm a decent cook. Wang Ying boasted a little, but didn't dare to say too much, and then said. I haven't ordered takeout since I graduated from college. I always cook at home, but I don't know if you would like it. Go take a shower first, then come out and try to make a meal. Su Lin was worried about where to use the food in the space, so he said. There are vegetables and meat in the refrigerator, just watch and cook it later. Although there are still many ready-made dishes in the space, Su Lin also wants to change the taste occasionally. Another thing is that the 8 dishes ordered from the restaurant were delicious. But if the taste of home-cooked food is not bad, then it is not bad either. Yeah, well, I'm going to take a shower first. Wang Ying nodded in response, then she remembered something and whispered. Should I take off my clothes here? Forehead. Su Lin was speechless. This beautiful lady was really like familiar the first time, unfamiliar the second time. It's up to you, you can take it off wherever you want. Su Lin didn't force her this time. He waved his hand and let her do whatever she wanted. After getting the answer, Wang Ying said softly, "Oh." She hesitated for a moment, but still took off her clothes in front of Su Lin. First, she took off the 2 scarves, and then took off her long white down jacket. Next are the 2 turtleneck sweaters inside, and then a black cotton coat. Just like last time, Wang Ying didn't take off all her clothes, leaving only her thermal underwear. She wasn't actually afraid of Su Lin seeing it, but since this was in the living room, she felt a little embarrassed. Su Lin looked up and saw that the other person's figure was still top-notch. It's just that there's something missing from last time. He didn't say anything, and the experience wouldn't be much different if a few things were missing. There's plenty of time later anyway. So he continued to lower his head and watch short videos. Seeing this, Wang Ying put her clothes and pants on the sofa and went to the bathroom. 15 minutes later. The woman's shower speed was still too slow. Although Wang Ying tried to shower as fast as possible, it still took her more than 10 minutes. The bathroom door opened and Wang Ying walked out wearing a pair of new slippers. Since they had just taken a hot shower, there were still pieces of hot steam when the door opened. Su Lin looked over and saw Wang Ying wearing only a bathrobe, revealing a section of her slender calves and her feet. This bathrobe was bought by Su Lin, but he had never used it before and was not used to it. Come here. Su Lin put down his phone and waved. Although Wang Ying was a little shy, she still obediently walked in front of Su Lin. When Su Lin saw this tempting body, he pulled the other person down and fell on top of him. Wang Ying lay obediently in Su Lin's arms, with a hint of shyness on her face. Su Lin didn't go too far, just tried it, and then let the other person go. Okay, let's go cook. It is true that he is lustful, but he is not impatient. And under normal circumstances, Su Lin is relatively able to control his desires. For example, now, he is really hungry. Wang Ying blushed and stood up and walked to the kitchen. She began to cook her first meal after the apocalypse, with sufficient ingredients and a suitable environment. Su Lin, do you want something lighter, or heavier, or spicier? While preparing the food, Wang Ying asked Su Lin a question. In order to maintain her figure and health, she has never eaten spicy food in recent years and has a relatively light taste. But that doesn't mean she only knows how to cook light dishes. Before she was 25, Wang Ying loved spicy food. Since she doesn't have many friends, cooking is actually one of her hobbies. Before the end of the world, when she had nothing to do, she would stay at home and learn some new cuisines. Make a little of both. I can eat spicy or mild dishes. Su Lin thought for a moment. Steam 2 more cups of rice. I have a big appetite. Okay, then I'll add 2 more cups of rice. Wang Ying didn't ask and filled 2 more cups of rice. In her opinion, she could fully understand Su Lin's big appetite. After all, men tend to eat bigger. And Wang Ying knew better that Su Lin had the physique to be able to do it for 2 hours. Naturally, her appetite is bigger than that of an average man, which is not surprising. Wang Ying is very skillful in cooking. Half an hour later, she asked Su Lin to prepare everything and they could start eating. The fairy in Su Lin's stomach had been protesting for a long time. Seeing that the meal was ready, he threw his phone away, stood up and walked towards the dining table. There were 4 dishes on the table, namely, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried lettuce, stir-fried pork with bean curd and chili peppers, and stir-fried green beans. After Su Lin sat on the dining chair, Wang Ying brought the last dish to the table. It's a bowl of stir-fried pork with green peppers. Su Lin picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. It tastes good, Wang Ying. Hearing the other party calling her name again, Wang Ying seemed to have received affirmation. You, as long as you like it. She couldn't help but feel a little happy, but couldn't show it, so she said. Let me help you serve the rice. These dishes will taste better with rice. Sure. Su Lin handed her the bowl. Wang Ying quickly came over with 2 bowls of rice and placed one in front of Su Lin. She walked over to the opposite side and sat down, eating her food in small bites. Because these are indeed good dishes to go with rice, Su Lin ate much faster today. He finished a bowl in about 2 minutes. On the opposite side, Wang Ying saw that Su Lin's meal was finished, so she stood up to serve him some more. No, I can do it myself. The food was on the table behind, less than 2 meters away, and Su Lin didn't ask her to help. He wasn't the type to be particularly content with being served, but at least things like serving food occasionally were fine with him. Of course, if it is serving at other times, that is another matter. After finishing 2 more bowls of rice, Su Lin suddenly said when he was eating the 4th bowl, "Wang Ying, your cooking skills are pretty good, especially the stir-fried pork with green peppers." Su Lin was not talking nonsense. Wang Ying's cooking of these dishes was indeed good. Wang Ying was a little uncomfortable hearing the name and being praised. She thought for a moment and explained, "I'm from Tianqing City, and this is one of my best dishes." Tianqing City? No wonder. Su Lin understood it all at once. But don't people in Tianqing City generally like spicy food? He thought back to the meal he had just eaten. I see you haven't touched the stir-fried pork or bean curd sheets. Many people in Tianqing City love spicy food. Wang Ying did not hide it. I used to love eating, but in recent years, I've gradually become fond of light meals. She was too embarrassed to say that she gave up heavy and spicy food in order to maintain her figure and skin. Yeah. Su Lin didn't delve into it further. He nodded and continued eating. After dinner. Even though Wang Ying had guessed that Su Lin had a big appetite, she finally found that she had underestimated him. She was full after eating 1 bowl. Su Lin ate 8 bowls, which was about 3 or 4 pounds of rice, and there was nothing left of the 5 dishes. Wang Ying must be very happy to see that all the dishes she cooked were eaten. However, Su Lin's appetite really shocked her. If she knew that Su Lin was only 70% full, I wonder how she would feel. After dinner, Wang Ying consciously started to clean up and wash the dishes. 20 minutes later. Seeing Wang Ying had finished packing, Su Lin got up from the sofa. After moving around a few times, he looked at the other person and said with a faint smile, "Now that we've finished our meal, it's my turn. Oh, remember." After adding this, he went back to his bedroom. Wang Ying blushed when she heard this. But he obediently washed his hands twice. Then, wearing flip-flops, she followed him into Su Lin's bedroom. Chapter 48, Complete Compromise. In the bedroom. Su Lin just lay on the comfortable big bed. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Su Lin didn't look at her, but patted the seat next to him, motioning her to come over. He himself was still watching short videos to relieve stress. After a few seconds, seeing that the other party had not yet lay down, Su Lin looked up with some confusion. I saw Wang Ying standing by the door, looking a little hesitant. It was like he wanted to say something, but couldn't. Su Lin didn't think the other party was being reserved, so he said, "Why, ma'am, are you still shy?" At the door, Wang Ying was not shy, she just had something to say. But I also feel that if I speak out, it might seem too. After hearing Su Lin's voice, Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, thinking that it was already like this anyway. In this apocalyptic world, the only man I can rely on is Su Lin. What is there to be shy about? I brought. Question mark. Su Lin had no idea what to do with this. But he quickly understood and looked at the other party with a chuckle on his face. "Madam, I didn't expect you to be so dishonest." "It's not you." Wang Ying wanted to say, "I just knew you had this hobby." But I was afraid that saying it would make Su Lin unhappy. So I didn't say anything, just pursed my lips. In fact, it doesn't matter if she says it out loud, Su Lin is not that stingy. Besides, what's wrong with admitting this? You brought 2 pairs, right? Su Lin didn't think much about it and said immediately, "Show them to me." Okay. Wang Ying turned around and rummaged through her outer pockets. When she came back in, she had 2 pairs of unopened shoes in her hands. "Which pair should I wear?" Wang Ying asked. She placed both pairs of socks in front of Su Lin. "Since it was black last time, let's change the color this time." Su Lin didn't think about it for too long. To him, this thing is just a at best. Anyway, in the end, it's more practical to do this with bare legs. After Su Lin made his choice, Wang Ying sat on the edge of the bed and put it on. While she was putting on her clothes, Su Lin's eyes were not idle either. He just quietly appreciated the process. It's true, the simple movement looks quite beautiful when she does it. Su Lin glanced at the packaging. She had a pair of. After Wang Ying loosened the toes of her socks and put them on completely. Su Lin tried it out. Wang Ying's legs aren't that bony, nor are they very thin. Madam, I won't be polite to you then. That's all he said. Su Lin pulled her over. And unravel. An hour and a half later. The bedroom was basically quiet. Look carefully, this man is called Xiao Shuai. After a while, the opening words of the short video appeared again. Su Lin was holding his phone and watching Xiao Shuai's videos. And Wang Ying next to him. On her plump thighs, at the beginning. Instead, it is. At this moment, she can be said to be. But luckily this time it was after dinner, so I didn't have to go hungry like last time. After the last time, Wang Ying really felt that she wanted to. Although she was tired this time, she felt a little more relaxed than last time. As for Su Lin, he felt refreshed anyway. I'm going to take a shower. After he finished watching an episode of Xiao Shuai, he prepared to get up and take another shower. Wang Ying also wanted to wash it, after all. You go wash outside, I'll wash inside. Seeing that the other party also wanted to wash, Su Lin didn't say anything, but just asked her to go out and wash. He didn't think of doing anything like mandarin ducks playing in the water. Friends who have worked in the bathroom know that the bathroom experience is actually not that good. At most, it's just for the novelty. After trying it a few times, you will find that it is far inferior to some other places. Su Lin said this casually, but it made Wang Ying breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the other party would come again. Although she didn't reject it, her body couldn't help it. Wang Ying was really curious about what the other person's body was made of. It said that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death? How come it's the other way around here? Su Lin didn't care what she was thinking and went to take a shower. 3 minutes later. He had just taken a shower 2 hours ago, and this time he just wanted to rinse off the sweat, so Su Lin moved quickly. After taking a shower, Wang Ying was no longer in bed. He wanted to change the bed. Quite self-aware. Seeing that someone had already changed the bed sheets, Su Lin thought with satisfaction. He simply blew his hair with a hairdryer and then lay down on the bed. Su Lin couldn't help but think of his previous life. It was not even 1/10 as comfortable and enjoyable as this life. In my previous life, I only managed to survive 4 months in the apocalypse by relying on some fast food stored at home and that car. He had also experienced the days of intermittent power supply, hunger and cold, which was really uncomfortable. In the end, he was almost getting better, but was tricked by a few thieves who coveted his spot in the bunker. However, Su Lin could only sigh that luck was really illusory. He has always been grateful for his rebirth. Su Lin is still very capable. He knew very well that he could live such a comfortable life at the end of this life. This is because of the advantages of being a reborn person and the support of the system. Of course, Su Lin would not deny his real efforts and sweat. He was the one doing the exercise and killing zombies. The statement that luck is also part of strength cannot be said to be completely correct, but it does make sense to a certain extent. Although Su Lin is not a proud person, he is not someone who would underestimate himself. As I was thinking, the bedroom door was pushed open again. His thoughts were interrupted and Su Lin didn't think about it anymore. After taking a shower, Wang Ying dragged her tired body and lay down next to Su Lin again. Su Lin was not polite and reached out to embrace her delicate body. Chapter 49, Aftermath and New Draw. Wang Ying leaned obediently in Su Lin's arms, like because Su Lin's mind is not so heavy at this moment. In addition to the things he had just thought about, now he just simply wanted to hug something. But after this hug, his mouth felt a little dry again. Wha? Su Lin didn't go any further. He moistened his lips and let the other person go. After they were both silent for a while, Wang Ying whispered. Su Lin, I can. You can stay here from now on. Su Lin interrupted her without waiting for her to finish. Of course he knew what the other person was thinking. He just didn't want to leave his safe house. Wang Ying had said it last time, but he didn't agree and asked her to leave. But this time the situation is different. Although this time it was only 2 days, the other party's mentality was obviously completely different from last time in these 2 short days. If Wang Ying had only been forced to make a living and wanted to stay here until official rescue came. Now, her body and mind have been occupied by Su Lin. This kind of occupation is not love, but a sense of security. Su Lin didn't expect the other party to fall in love with him, but he insisted that he be obedient. He can accept some minor flaws, but if it is a disobedient woman, then I'm sorry. Either leave or die. Su Lin would definitely not do such a thing as keeping a disobedient woman around. And Wang Ying understood it in her heart. Now, what makes Su Lin like her, besides her body, is her obedience. Wang Ying had experienced Su Lin's indifference when he drove her away. She definitely doesn't want to experience it again. So she knew very well that if she made Su Lin unhappy, all that would greet her would be hunger in the cold room upstairs. Thank you, Su Lin. When Wang Ying heard Su Lin asked her to stay, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. She really didn't want to leave. And compared to before, she can be said to be willing now and wants to stay here to serve Su Lin. Hearing the other party's sincere thanks, Su Lin didn't feel anything. He looked at the other person's face with interest. Wang Ying was already pretty, otherwise Su Lin wouldn't have kept her after training her. After his test just now, Wang Ying's cheeks were still flushed, and she exuded a mature charm. Seeing Su Lin staring at her, she showed a little bit of shyness as a little woman again. She is really a combination of mature wife plus young wife. Su Lin commented in his heart. At the same time, seeing her like this, Su Lin felt a little impulsive again. He kissed her fiercely, and his hands began to move dishonestly. 5 minutes later. Because he didn't want to take another shower, Su Lin just satisfied his desire and didn't take any further action. Buzz. At this moment, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. It's not Su Lin's. Seeing that it was her cell phone ringing, Wang Ying, who had escaped a disaster, quickly reached out and took it. She didn't hide it and clicked it in front of Su Lin. As expected, it was news from the community owners group. Has everyone seen the official announcement? I see it. Is it the news about the shelter? Announcement? What's the point of seeing it? It will be received in 10 days. In our current situation, we can only dream of lasting a week. Oh my god, let alone 10 days, there are only 3 of us in the house, and we only have 1 bag of noodles left. We can't even last 3 days. My family is even worse off. Even though there are only my girlfriend and I, we only have 1 sausage left. What followed was a competition of comparing misery in the group. Even though there were only a few survivors in the group, the number of messages in the group reached 99 plus in less than 3 minutes. From this, it can be seen that the anxiety and despair in the hearts of the residents of this community have reached their peak. Su Lin was leaning on the headboard of the bed, while Wang Ying was lying in his arms. From his perspective, he naturally saw the messages in the other's mobile phone. Su Lin couldn't say that he could empathize with the feelings of these residents, but he could understand them. Official rescue can be said to be the last hope for these residents. Now, 10 days later this announcement comes out. It would certainly be heartening if there was still enough food at home to last until then. They just had to think that if they could just hold on for another 10 days, everything would be fine. But those residents who had already run out of food at home, after seeing this news, they just think, it's over, it's really over. Official Rescue Center. Wang Ying muttered, then turned her head to look at Su Lin and asked softly. Su Lin, how many people in our community can hold out until the official shelter is built? Oh, it's completed? Su Lin sneered when he heard that. Others may still be kept in the dark, but he clearly knows that the so-called shelter built by the authorities should be completed in the next few days. It's just that we haven't accepted any survivors yet. No, to be precise, they haven't started accepting the surviving civilians yet. The official announced that the location of the shelter would be announced in 10 days. The purpose is to take some non-civilian people into the shelter during this period. This is because zombies appeared in this life, otherwise the time would have been earlier. Su Lin had learned this inside information from a minor official in a shelter in his previous life. At that time, when Su Lin learned the news, his first reaction was indignation, extreme indignation. Anyone who is an ordinary person would probably have the same reaction as him. But Su Lin did not let his anger get to his head. He thought about it carefully and finally chose not to reveal it to anyone. What is the point of telling it? Especially at that time, he himself did not have much ability. If he tells this story, whether others believe it or not is another matter. Big trouble will definitely find you. Su Lin was recalling, but Wang Ying was different. She thought it was her problem that annoyed Su Lin, so she was about to apologize. Su Lin probably also noticed the strangeness of the person in his arms, shook his head and said, It has nothing to do with you. As for how many people in this community can make it to the shelter, I estimate there will be only about a dozen, no more than 20. Su Lin didn't just say this number casually. In the previous life, when the official shelter arrived and took in the survivors, there were only about 60 people left in this community. Of course, compared to the previous life, this life has the additional threat of zombies. The time for official shelters to accept survivors was therefore postponed by 4 days. In addition, 40 people died when the organization went to eliminate zombies before, so it is definitely impossible that there are only 60 or so people left like in the previous life. But Su Lin remembered that there were a few families in their community who still had some surplus food when the official rescue arrived. This is normal. After all, in such a large community, it is impossible that every household does not have the habit of stockpiling food. Just like Su Lin himself. As for those families, Su Lin guessed that they did not participate in the last zombie elimination operation. If there is surplus food at home, those families will most likely not take risks. People all cherish their lives. Su Lin was very clear about this. Unless they are in a situation where they are sure to die, few people would choose to fight to the death. After hearing Su Lin's answer, Wang Ying felt very glad to be here. Being able to lie in each other's arms on such a soft big bed, and read these hopeless news with peace of mind. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but put down her phone and tightened her slender, white hands around Su Lin's waist. It's getting late. Su Lin suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Wang Ying thought the other party was signaling her to turn off the lights and prepare for bed. She consciously got up and turned off the lights. But Su Lin said calmly, "Go sleep in the unlocked room outside." Wang Ying was stunned. "No, what does this mean? I don't really like sleeping with two people. Turn off the lights when you go out." After saying that, Su Lin withdrew his hand and placed it on the other person's chest without waiting for the other person to speak. Although she didn't understand, Wang Ying didn't dare to ask more questions. She climbed out of bed, stepped out of bed and put on her slippers. Before leaving, she glanced at Su Lin. Seeing that the other party did not try to keep her or ask her to sleep with him, Wang Ying first turned off the lights and then closed the door. In the dark bedroom, Su Lin had his eyes open, and he didn't look like he was going to sleep at all. He communicates the system in his mind. Use the lottery ticket for the apocalypse survival ability. Chapter 50, I can see the health bar. Friends who have played the game know that there are rewards for the first kill and 10 kills. Then there must have been 100 killings. This apocalypse survival ability lottery ticket was the reward Su Lin received when he killed 100 zombies today. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice came from the system extraction. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the superpower health bar detection. Name, blood bar detection. Function description, this ability acts on the eyes, giving them the ability to detect the health bars of people and things. When using it, just recite it in your mind. The introduction of superpowers is different from that of equipment items, and is very concise and short. But the description is very easy to understand. After the system introduced this special ability, Su Lin felt his eyes light up slightly. In the dark bedroom, blue and white eyes suddenly appeared and disappeared in an instant. Su Lin himself couldn't see, but he knew that there were changes in his eyes. People, things? Su Lin said the two words softly. After thinking about it, he had an idea. I see. The moment Su Lin silently recited in his mind, a blue and white bar frame appeared in front of him. The above display is 159-190. The bar frame floating in front of his eyes looked very much like the health bar of characters in some games. Su Lin had played quite a few games, so he quickly understood the meaning of the numbers in the bar. This is my health bar. In other words, my current full health is 190. Su Lin spoke softly, but he was a little confused. But why is my health only 159 now? Is it because killing zombies today consumed my energy? In line with the principle of being humble and eager to learn, and asking questions when not understanding, Su Lin asked the system a question. This time, the socially anxious brother Tonzi was not so aloof. After Su Lin raised the question, he gave a relatively comprehensive explanation. The upper limit of a person's or character's health is a comprehensive assessment of their strength, agility, and constitution, with constitution accounting for the highest percentage. The HP of an average human is generally 8100. The player's current health is 144 because the energy consumed today has just been reduced. After hearing the answer given by Brother Tongzi, Su Lin immediately understood. Suddenly, Su Lin seemed to think of something and stood up to turn on the light. He fixed his eyes on the lit light, 2930. Everything in Su Lin's house is new. Simply put, the usage limit of this lamp is 30, and now it has been used for more than 10 days, it has become 29. As for what this unit was, Su Lin didn't know. He cast his eyes on the wardrobe again, 50-50. It was obvious that the wardrobe outlasted the lamp in his room. Then there were the door, the bedside table, the bed, the clothes, the quilt. Finally, Su Lin set his sights on the phone. 78910. He has two mobile phones in use, the front one is Xiaowei and the back one is Fruit, both are the latest models of 2049. He was not surprised that the Fruit machine was more durable than the Xiaowei machine. After a simple experiment with this new ability, Su Lin was still very satisfied. This ability cannot be said to be very strong, and it is even less so to say that it is super invincible. After all, the blood bar test did not bring him any improvement in strength. But the first impression this kind of visualization gives people is that it is very direct. So when you see something, you might want to try to clear its health bar to see if it will die. Just like when Su Lin was killing zombies, of course he couldn't kill them with every blow. But after having this ability, he can visually see which zombie has little blood left. With less health left, the threat to him naturally becomes smaller. He could just let it go for now and turn around to deal with those zombies with healthier health. Especially when facing a large number of zombies, this ability will be of greater help to him. Although Su Lin still plays it safe most of the time. Sleep. I turned off the lights and fell asleep quickly. The next day. Boom. 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 Su Lin was awakened by a slight knock on the door. The person knocking on the door was probably afraid of disturbing the people inside, so he only knocked a few times and then there was no response, and the force was so weak that it was pitifully small. Come in. Su Lin sat up and stretched. Outside the door, after getting permission, Wang Ying opened the bedroom door. Su Lin, did I disturb your sleep? She asked the first question when she came in. Wang Ying actually got up 2 hours ago, thinking that she could prepare breakfast as soon as Su Lin got up. But after waiting for so long and seeing that Su Lin still hadn't come out, she finally plucked up the courage and gently knocked on the door a few times. No, what's up? Su Lin took his cell phone and looked at the time. It was 8:30. After sleeping for more than 9 hours, he was almost done with sleep. Then I'll start making breakfast now, is that okay with you? Well, go ahead. Su Lin nodded. The reason why he asked Wang Ying to stay here was not only to relieve fatigue, but also to have someone to cook for her. Although there are many ready-made dishes in his space, it would be a pity to keep those fresh ingredients. Su Lin's cooking can't be said to be bad, but he can only say that it won't be poisonous. As for those ready-made dishes, they won't expire anyway, so you can just have them occasionally to change the taste. Do you want noodles, rice, or something else? Wang Ying asked, explaining. I can cook anything with the ingredients in the refrigerator. She was so busy cooking yesterday that she was worried that Su Lin would drive her away. After Su Lin allowed her to stay, she finally felt relieved when she woke up this morning and took a good look at the ingredients in the refrigerator. After reading it, Wang Ying found that there were too many ingredients stored in it. There are 2 double-door refrigerators in the living room, both with a capacity of 600 liters, and both are filled with various ingredients. There were also 6 or 7 bags of rice, each weighing 50 kilograms. Based on Su Lin's big appetite and her small appetite, it would last at least half a year. Wang Ying was a little suspicious whether Su Lin had known that the end of the world was coming and prepared these ingredients in advance. However, she dispelled her suspicions after seeing a refrigerator with the top shelf filled with Coke. In Wang Ying's opinion, if she knew in advance that the end of the world was coming, she would definitely stock up as much food as possible. How could such an important space in the refrigerator be used to store Coke? Of course, she didn't know that Su Lin also had a dimensional space. No matter how big the refrigerator space is, compared with the dimensional space, it is the difference between an ant and an elephant, or even more. Su Lin had no intention of telling the other party that he was in a dimensional space. At least not for now. The risks that may be caused by revealing this matter to the outside world are still too great. Although Wang Ying seems to have been trained to be very obedient at the moment. Su Lin didn't know that his little hobby of drinking Coke could help him eliminate some of his suspicions. When he heard the other party ask what he wanted to eat, Su Lin didn't think much about it. Just have noodles for breakfast, and fry me 8 eggs. Since he had a modest appetite for breakfast, he didn't ask Wang Ying to cook too much. Chapter 51, Get Clothes. After asking Wang Ying to make breakfast, Su Lin also got up and started washing up. While brushing his teeth, he suddenly thought of something and immediately confirmed it. 186-190. Sure enough, after a nap, Su Lin's health limit did not change, but his current health increased to 186. Just as the system explained, it was probably sleep that restored his energy, and his health naturally increased as well. But it's not full yet, which makes Su Lin a little puzzled. He feels that he is full of energy now. Fortunately, he doesn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder, otherwise it would be very uncomfortable. Thinking about it, Su Lin washed his face and left the bedroom. Wang Ying was making breakfast. The kitchen in Su Lin's house was an open-plan one. So he could clearly see that the other person was cooking noodles in one pot and frying eggs in another. It seemed that her movements were very skillful, at least much more skillful than Su Lin's. I have to say, a beautiful woman who can cook is a plus. Su Lin was very satisfied with having such a sensible and capable neighbor lady. Is this life much better than the previous life? He thought. Soon, Wang Ying made a pot of noodles. She served a bowl to the table and also put some fried eggs on the table. Su Lin took a glance and found that she had only fried 8. She was really obedient. If you want to eat, just fry it yourself. Since I've left you here, I won't be reluctant to give you a few eggs. Su Lin would definitely not be too stingy towards such an obedient family member. As he said that, without waiting for Wang Ying to answer, he picked up a fried egg, ate it in one bite, and then started to slurp the noodles. It's true, ordinary noodles taste pretty good after she cooks them like this. Some shredded pork was added to the noodles, and this was real shredded pork, and it was garnished with chili peppers and chopped green onions. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Wang Ying, who was still in the kitchen, was almost moved to tears when she heard Su Lin's words. She was so obedient because she naturally wanted to get Su Lin's approval and gain more weight in his heart in exchange for staying here. Wang Ying understood that it would be difficult for her to stay here if she relied solely on her body. But she didn't get too proud of it, she just added an egg to her meal. After this, Wang Ying forgot to ask Su Lin why he still had fresh onions. After finishing a bowl of noodles quickly, Su Lin grabbed another bowl. While eating the second bowl, Wang Ying also brought a bowl of noodles to the table. After she sat down, Su Lin looked up, and as soon as she thought about it, a blood bar appeared above her head. 6880. But the difference is that Su Lin's health bar is blue and white. But when he looked at Wang Ying's health bar, it was green. The green health bar is easy to understand. Generally in games, this color mostly represents a healthy state. That blue and white blood bar frame. Su Lin didn't think there was anything strange about the different colors of his health bar. After all, he is the only player, so it is normal for his health bar to have a different color. On the opposite side, Wang Ying saw Su Lin staring at her without saying anything, so she stopped eating noodles. Fortunately, Su Lin quickly said, "The noodles you made are pretty good. You can make them often in the future." Hearing that it was a compliment to her, Wang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know what you want to eat today. Actually, I can knead the dough and make ramen. I see you have a few bags of flour here. Fresh noodles will taste better than these packaged noodles." Wang Ying, I didn't expect you to know so much. Su Lin didn't expect that the neighbor's wife could do this. It's okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying was not as excited as yesterday when she heard her name again. Because she discovered a pattern. Usually when Su Lin was talking about something normal, he would call her name. But when doing that thing, or doing the prelude to that thing, he would call himself wife. Wang Ying discovered this pattern only last night. She also understood that this was Su Lin's little hobby. Although this little hobby was a bit bad, Wang Ying could only accept it silently. In fact, when she was doing that thing with Su Lin, she felt a little stimulated when she heard him call her wife. Su Lin had no idea that this good wife would have such an idea. In short, he himself really feels that the change of name doubles the pleasure. Breakfast time passed quickly. Su Lin watched videos on the sofa, and after digesting his food, he prepared to go out and start work. Wang Ying, who was sitting next to him, saw that Su Lin seemed to be about to leave, and subconsciously said, "Su Lin, are you going out?" "Yeah." Su Lin nodded. But it's so cold outside, and it's dangerous, why do you still want to go out?" Wang Ying's voice was unusually louder. But Su Lin was not angry. After all, he could still hear that this woman was barely worried about him. Kill zombies. Su Lin didn't hide it either. He could hide the matter of space. But even if he wanted to hide the fact that he killed zombies, he couldn't keep it a secret for long, so he might as well just say it straight out. Kill the zombies? Kill the zombies? Wang Ying's first reaction was that she had misheard. She just couldn't believe that after seeing the horror of zombies, there would be people who would dare to provoke them. Especially when there are so many zombies outside. It can be seen that Su Lin looked serious, so Wang Ying believed it. She thought that the other party was not very fond of joking. But why do you kill zombies? Is it for the residents of the community? With Wang Ying's thinking, she could only think of this possibility. In fact, there was one thing she didn't dare say, which was that in her opinion, with Su Lin's personality, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for others. Her understanding of Su Lin was quite correct. Of course Su Lin couldn't have done this for the residents, but he didn't want to explain too much, so he just went with the flow and said. About the same. Also, I think killing zombies is fun. Fun? Wang Ying was completely convinced. It's fun to kill creatures that others are too busy hiding from. By the way, this tablet has the surveillance footage of this community. Su Lin picked up the tablet on the coffee table and handed it to the other party. He has nothing to hide about the surveillance. And he knew very well that it was difficult to make a person absolutely obedient with words alone. But words plus strength can definitely work. Wang Ying took the tablet and saw pictures of various places in the community on it. Except for some unit corridors, it can be said that the view covers almost the entire community. Wang Ying didn't dare say anything more about Su Lin going out to kill zombies. She also knew that she was not qualified to persuade the other party. Well, then Su Lin, you must be careful. Wang Ying could only say this, and after thinking for a moment, she added. When you come back, can you accompany me upstairs to get some clothes, and… As she spoke, she blushed a little. Of course, no problem. Su Lin immediately understood what the other party meant, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After all, I need to use your clothes, ma'am. P.S. Book lovers who can see this, please help promote Book Famine Square. Since I published the book, this is the first time I've asked for a 5-star review and a free gift. Thank you for your support. Chapter 52, Experimenting with New Abilities. Same as the previous few days. Su Lin did not choose to go up from the main exit of the parking lot, but instead took the stairs in the fire escape and went up to the door of the unit. After reaching the ground, he went up another half floor and began to observe the position of the zombies. No, the more you kill, right? Standing by the window on the second floor, Su Lin couldn't help but complain. Ever since the residents of the community organized the zombie elimination operation, not only did they provide the zombies with a big meal, but they also attracted hundreds of new friends from outside. After Su Lin killed 2 waves of these new zombie friends, their number increased instead of decreasing. Just the day before yesterday, he had killed more than 50 of them, leaving only more than 100. Overnight, the number increased to more than 200. Today is even more abnormal. Yesterday, his performance increased to more than 60 stocks. Today, looking at. Damn, the number of zombies that can be seen on the ground in this community alone is over 300. Even though this community is quite large, with more than 300 zombies wandering around inside, they are still not as loose as they were in the past 2 days. Su Lin took a look around and found that there was no longer any group of 4 or 5 zombies like before. There are at least 7 or 8 of them gathered together. If you don't know, you would think they are going to set up 2 tables. And they're south the place where the most people gather. Wow, those 20 or so of them are enough to form 2 football teams. Fortunately, this kind of situation is still a minority. Most of the time there are 8-15 of them together. In addition, Su Lin also had the blessing of blood control, so the number of zombies he could face at one time increased. As long as he could ensure that he was not injured by the claws, he estimated that dealing with a dozen zombies should not be a problem. If I keep killing for a few more days, this neighborhood will be filled with zombies, right? Su Lin couldn't help but think so in his heart. But no matter what he thought, he was not the kind of person who would shrink from it. It was impossible for him to stop making performance just because of this. Soon, he chose a location with 11 zombies and prepared to use them to open the business. As Su Lin was about to take action, he was in his safe house. Wang Ying held the tablet in both hands, staring at it intently. After seeing the figure in the black windbreaker rushing out on the screen, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. After 5 seconds, she saw a black figure holding a long knife, already in front of the zombies. Raise your hand and wave. A zombie's body was separated. Just as Wang Ying was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw 10 other zombies rushing towards the person on the screen. Ah! It was like she was watching a 3D movie and she screamed in shock. But soon Wang Ying discovered that Su Lin moved quickly and easily avoided the attacks of the zombies, and even killed 2 of them. Before she could recover, she saw Su Lin holding a machete on the screen, kicking away a zombie that was rushing towards him. He used the force to rush in front of the other zombies, raising his hands, lowering them, raising his hands, lowering them. In less than 3 minutes, all 11 zombies fell to the ground and were motionless. Wang Ying hardly blinked the entire time, and was stunned at this moment. Her pretty face turned a little red, probably because she had been holding her breath for too long. Good, that's awesome. Although she knew Su Lin couldn't hear her, Wang Ying still spoke subconsciously. In her opinion, zombies are such terrifying creatures that it would be great enough to kill 1 or 2 of them. She had seen it last time. There were more than 40 people in the community fighting more than 30 zombies, and more than 20 people died. But now, Su Lin killed 11 of them by himself, and it seemed effortless. Even Wang Ying saw from the screen that he was not ready to stop yet. He just retreated into the building to hide for a while and would go out to kill again later. This was really shocking to her. Given Wang Ying's mental state, she didn't know how to describe it. She felt like she was watching a movie. No wonder he's so powerful. Wang Ying repeated it again, and no one knew what she was referring to this time. At this time, Su Lin's figure was no longer on the screen. Wang Ying also saw that after killing the zombies, the other party quickly retreated into an apartment building. Without anyone to care about, her gaze returned to the living room. Somehow, after watching those 3 minutes, Wang Ying seemed to be back in those 2 hours. At the same time, her sense of security with Su Lin became even stronger. Wang Ying began to give herself a thumbs up for being so obedient. And on the other side, after Su Lin's tactical evacuation, he was sitting on the stairs in the corridor. He didn't know that the woman in his room had so many psychological activities. But he could roughly guess that it was just that they were more afraid of him. It's right to be afraid, which is why Su Lin told her about the surveillance footage. Words and material things can indeed make people obedient, but they may not necessarily make people truly obedient. But if words and materials are combined with a little strength, the effect will be completely different. After resting for a while and seeing that the gathered zombies had retreated, Su Lin began to look for his next target. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 150. 150. Knock off. The health bar that appeared in front of him was instantly cleared to 0. After dealing with the last zombie in front of him, he ran directly to the building where he lived. He was not going to do anything today as he was already feeling a little tired. The most important thing is that Su Lin found that his arms were starting to feel sore. This has somewhat affected his performance. If we continue to fight hard, it would be bad if we overturn the car. Although he finished work early today, Su Lin's performance increased. He was bored today and even counted them. Today's record is 76-0. Although his 3 attributes have not increased compared to the previous 2 days, his zombie killing skills have improved a bit. There is also the ability of health bar detection, which is quite interesting in actual combat. You can also see how much blood you have dealt with one blow. Su Lin made a special observation today and found that the zombie's health is generally between 120–150. Much higher than the human average. But for him, chopping off the head and neck is just a matter of 1 knife. However, if you accidentally miss these 2 places and hit the body instead, the zombie's blood loss will not be so exaggerated. Su Lin tried to cut several zombies in half, but they only lost 70–80% of their health. If you cut off the hands and feet, you will lose less blood. 1 hand is 20 points of blood, and 1 leg is 25 points of blood. But these injuries are not cumulative. For example, he would chop off a zombie's hands and feet first, and then cut it in half at the waist. Theoretically, its health should be reset to 0. But the truth is, its head can still move and its mouth can still bite people. The health point is maintained at 10 points. Su Lin knew that the zombie would only die completely if he chopped off its head or severed its brain. This is a bit like the health lock in the game, but not exactly the same. Chapter 53, More Decorations. Call. Only after running to the apartment building where he lived did Su Lin let out a long sigh of relief. When he got to the building, he didn't run away in a hurry. He walked slowly and headed towards the second underground floor. While going down the stairs, Su Lin heard some noise. When he reached the second underground floor, he saw two zombies not far away. Su Lin had no intention of dealing with them. He tried to make his steps as light as possible and slowly walked to the door of the safe house. Even though there was someone in the room, he still had to open the door. Su Lin did not give Wang Ying the authority to unlock the door. This is his safe haven. After opening the door and entering, Su Lin saw. No, to be precise, there was a person squatting right under him. There was no one else in the room except Wang Ying. She saw Su Lin coming back from the surveillance camera and waited by the door. The moment she saw him come in, Wang Ying immediately came over, squatted down, and put her slippers at Su Lin's feet. To be honest, this was the first time she had served someone like this. However, when Wang Ying thought about the images she saw on the surveillance camera, she no longer thought it was a big deal. She had been watching the surveillance camera all day today, and naturally witnessed how many zombies Su Lin killed. She didn't count them because it wasn't that clear when counting on the surveillance camera. Also, as soon as Su Lin finished killing, another group of zombies came to eat the corpses. After they finish eating, they leave behind scraps on the ground, which makes it even harder to count. But she knew that the number was large, at least double the 40 or so residents killed last time. In the end times, Wang Ying was very willing to serve such a man. Su Lin understood what she meant, but he didn't care that much. Seeing that she was still trying to take off his shoes, he rubbed his left and right feet against each other and put on slippers. No need, I'm not some young master, just give me a pair of slippers as a token of my appreciation. As he said this, he took off his clothes and pants, took off his hat and threw them to the other person. Put this in the basket in the corner. I'm going to take a shower first. Then I'll wash your two inner pieces later? Wang Ying reached out to take the clothes. She seemed to want to do something. It's up to you. Put it in the washing machine and hang it under the heater after washing. Su Lin said this and walked into the bathroom wearing only his short-sleeved shirt and underwear. He usually runs the washing machine once a week. He hangs the clothes out to dry when he thinks of them, otherwise he just throws them away. Anyway, there are plenty of new clothes and pants in his space. Oh. Wang Ying responded softly, walked to the corner, and threw the windbreaker and pants that Su Lin took off into the basket. After that, she immediately ran to the kitchen to wash her hands. Of course, Wang Ying couldn't have thought Su Lin's clothes were dirty, but the bloodstains on them had stained her hands. She had noticed it a long time ago. She was neither stupid nor blind. Seeing Su Lin kill so many zombies, it was unrealistic for his clothes and hands not to be stained with blood. Although she was very scared, she didn't dare show it in front of Su Lin. After washing her hands vigorously with hand sanitizer several times, Wang Ying smelled her hands to make sure there was no odor. She rinsed them again before wiping them. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, she heard a call from Wei Xing on her cell phone. Knowing who was calling, Wang Ying hurried over and hung up the call without even wiping her hands, as if she was afraid that Su Lin would hear it. Because of the sound of water, Su Lin of course couldn't hear it. But just as Wang Ying hung up, the other party called again. The note on the incoming call was Sun Xiang, which was her husband, but she still hung up. He had called many times today, and Wang Ying only answered the first one and didn't answer the subsequent ones. In the first call, Sun Xiang first asked her to go back and said that he had found food and asked her to go back and eat it. Wang Ying was halfway to believing it, thinking that after all, they were husband and wife. She would not go back, at most she would go to get some clothes to change. But he was still hesitating, wondering whether he should ask Su Lin to give Sun Xiang a little food. Of course, if Su Lin didn't agree, she would never mention it again. But when Wang Ying heard more than one voice on the other end of the conversation, she realized that something was wrong. Yes, how could her husband suddenly become so kind? She was the guy who could secretly eat 2 buckets of instant noodles before, but she actually wanted to risk being driven away by Su Lin and beg him for some food for him. When Wang Ying confirmed that there was another man on the other end of the phone, she thought of something Su Lin had told her last night. Even in this kind of apocalypse, it is not uncommon to exchange women for supplies. She was scared when she thought about this, and it made her even more disappointed in her husband. At the same time, Wang Ying was also glad that Su Lin could tell her such a thing. If she really went back without knowing the consequences, she couldn't even imagine what would happen. Just as she was thinking about it, Su Lin also came out of the shower. Wang Ying put down her phone and went to the bathroom, putting the 2 pieces of clothing he had taken off into the washing machine. Seeing that there were already some clothes piled in the washing machine, she took a laundry detergent bead from the side and put it in, then adjusted the mode and started washing. When she came out, Su Lin had also blown his hair, walked out of the bedroom, and changed into clean clothes. Su Lin, you still want to go out? Wang Ying was puzzled. I've already taken a shower, so I don't have to go out and kill zombies again, right? Have you lost your mind? You have such a bad memory? Su Lin looked at the other person with a speechless expression. Didn't you say this morning that you were going upstairs to get a change of clothes? Wang Ying blushed greatly after hearing what she said. Yes, it was clearly she who said that she wanted the other party to accompany her to get some clean clothes. She was really confused by Sun Xiang's phone calls. Wang Ying didn't want to hide this from Su Lin, so she told him that Sun Xiang had called her several times today. Just then, her cell phone rang again. Su Lin was closer, so he picked it up and took a look. Here, it's your husband calling. He had a good memory and naturally knew that this was the name of the other person's husband. He wanted to ask me to go back. Wang Ying said a little embarrassedly. Su Lin nodded and said, then I'll hang up. We'll go up now anyway. He saw that Wang Ying had some things that were difficult to say, so he didn't ask any further questions and just hung up. Let's go up. There was a hint of urgency in Su Lin's tone, so Wang Ying had no choice but to follow him. 3 minutes later. Su Lin walked up to the floor where he used to live with a relaxed look on his face. He didn't go into his old residence to take a look. He hasn't developed the habit of nostalgia yet. After waiting for a few minutes, Wang Ying finally caught up, looking out of breath. Going upstairs is no different than going downstairs. 16 floors down, Wang Ying still wasn't feeling any better. After going up to the 16th floor, she was naturally very tired. Su Lin was standing at her door. Although Wang Ying was very tired, she immediately pressed the password to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Su Lin strode in as if he was returning to his own home. As he entered, he said loudly, "Ma'am, remember to pack some special clothes, and bring everything you need." Chapter 54, Interesting. Su Lin's voice was very loud. At least in this house, as long as you were not deaf or wearing headphones, you would definitely hear it. Just as he finished speaking, a man in a thick green coat pushed the door open and walked out of a room. Judging from the force with which he pushed the door and his angry look, he must have been very angry. The man who came out was Wang Ying's husband, Sun Xiang. Are you Su Lin? When he heard someone talking in his house, and it was a man, of course he had to come out to see. Of course Sun Xiang knew Su Lin. Although he seldom came back throughout the year, how could he not know his neighbor who lived next door to him? It's me, Su Lin said in a relaxed tone. Of course, he knew Sun Xiang, but they were not very familiar with each other and had only said hello a few times. When Sun Xiang saw that the person who came with his wife was a boy in his 20s from the next door, he got angry. Wang Ying, you didn't come back this day. So you've been staying across the street, right? He blamed Su Lin for Wang Ying's refusal to return home, thinking that the two were having an affair behind his back. Sun Xiang pointed at the two and cursed. I told you that there's no food at home, but you look so good. I didn't expect you to be with another man behind my back, and he's our neighbor. You two are so close to each other. It's no wonder he thought so. After all, apart from this, he really couldn't think of any other reason for the two of them to stay together. The most important thing is that he clearly heard what Su Lin said loudly after he entered the room. What does it mean to pack more clothes and take everything you need? It would be strange if he didn't think about that. Su Lin didn't think anything of it, and he didn't say anything immediately. But Wang Ying was different. When she heard Sun Xiang say this, she felt a little ashamed at first because she had really slept with Su Lin. But after thinking about it carefully, she realized that it was not right. It was you, Sun Xiang, who wronged me first. Now you're turning the tables, huh? Sun Xiang, you're keeping a mistress outside, don't you think I don't know? Wang Ying had been suppressing her anger for a long time, and now she would not tolerate it anymore. I have kept myself clean all these years and worked hard to support this family. How much money do you give me every month? You only paid the down payment for this house, and I'm still the one paying the subsequent mortgage. You're still buying a house for your mistress. I originally didn't want to care about you anymore, and I was going to divorce you after the Chinese New Year. The more she talked about this, the angrier she got. I didn't expect this natural disaster to happen just as the new year started. Sun Xiang, tell me, what did you do before the temperature dropped? That time when we went to the supermarket to buy groceries, you told us not to buy too much and to listen to the experts, saying the temperature drop would be over in a week. But what happened? I'm not the only one who didn't buy extra. Why don't you talk to others? Sun Xiang was a little discouraged. It was the first time he saw this side of his once virtuous wife. Su Lin laughed as he listened to this. Sun Xiang was quite a talker. Others? Okay, it's not just you. Wang Ying was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, so what did you do when we didn't have much food left in the house back there? Not only did you not save your food, but you also secretly ate it when there were only 2 buckets of instant noodles left. Did you ever think of me at that time? I even bought the instant noodles. I was just too hungry to bear it, wasn't I? Sun Xiang continued to argue. Don't you think about it? I'm a grown man, so what's wrong with eating more? After hearing her husband's unreasonable excuses, Wang Ying didn't know what to say. Sun Xiang, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'll come back today, get my clothes, and then leave. You'll live in this house alone from now on. After saying this, she went to the room to pack her clothes. No, you can't leave. Seeing Wang Ying was about to go into the house to pack up and leave, Sun Xiang quickly blocked her way. Sun Xiang, what exactly do you want to do? Wang Ying was blocked by him and turned to look at Su Lin. But the other party didn't move at all, just watched calmly. She didn't know what Su Lin wanted to do, but with him here, Wang Ying felt very safe. I found a good place for you. After stopping Wang Ying, Sun Xiang remembered the business. Wang Ying, it's okay if you don't want to come with me. I've already made a deal with someone. There's a family in the building next to us who still has a lot of supplies left. What do you mean? Wang Ying actually understood a little bit. I sold you to him for half a box of instant noodles, and he also said that after you go there, he can guarantee you a meal every day. Sun Xiang went out yesterday to discuss this matter. But it wasn't him who went there, but that person added him in the community group. After the private chat, Sun Xiang found out that the man had seen Wang Ying several times in the community before. He had long been attracted by Wang Ying's beauty, but he never had the chance. Because that person had the habit of hoarding food at home, there were still quite a few supplies left in his house. Through the messages in the group, the person knew that the residents who were still alive in the community must be short of food. So he thought of Wang Ying, and after searching in the group, he found Wang Ying's husband. After the two contacted each other, Sun Xiang bargained for a while and soon agreed to sell his wife to the other party. He was already extremely hungry yesterday. After seeing that there was food at the other person's house, he ate there and stayed there for another night to avoid the zombies. I took that man back to my home this morning and prepared to let him take Wang Ying away. But after returning home, Sun Xiang found that Wang Ying was not there. He called her, which was the first call Wang Ying received this morning. Wang Ying, come with me now. People are waiting for you anxiously. Sun Xiang said, and was about to pull her. He wasn't afraid that the man would go back on his word, but he was in a hurry to get the food. Sun Xiang, you are shameless. Wang Ying dodged his hand and cursed angrily. Wang Ying had already guessed it a little, but when the other party actually said it, she was still surprised. Her husband actually did as Su Lin said and took her out to exchange for supplies. Wang Ying couldn't help but feel completely disappointed in him. This is really interesting. Su Lin finally spoke. He had almost had enough of the show. He was not surprised by Sun Xiang's action of selling his wife. Just as he said to Wang Ying yesterday, this kind of thing is not uncommon in the end times. Not to mention selling wives, there are even people selling daughters and mothers. Driven by the desire not to freeze to death or starve to death, humans can do everything they can. Su Lin, what are you laughing at? Sun Xiang is now so focused on selling his wife that he has forgotten that there is someone else around. You slept with my wife, and now you're planning to take her home in front of my door? Chapter 55, Breaking with the Past. I laugh at you being a little funny. Su Lin did not indulge the other party at all, and said in a cold tone. I'm just going to take her back. What do you think? On the opposite side, Sun Xiang was really stunned by Su Lin's words. It's not that Su Lin exuded some kingly and domineering aura, but Sun Xiang didn't expect that the other party would be so open and aboveboard. Wang Ying. Su Lin hooked his finger. When her name was called and she saw the other person's actions, Wang Ying immediately walked to his side. Woo woo! Su Lin kissed her hard in front of her. You two dare not carry people on your backs, right? Seeing his wife kissing someone else in front of him, Sun Xian was a little angry even though he had already planned to sell her. The most outrageous thing is that they didn't just kiss each other, but got entangled. Wang Ying was a little shy at first, but after Su Lin hugged her and kissed her, she just felt her body was very warm. No, it should be said that the surroundings around Su Lin are very warm. This made Wang Ying very strange, because the room was obviously very cold just now. But why did my body warm up as soon as I got close to Su Lin? Su Lin didn't have the energy to explain his little stove now. After kissing for more than 10 seconds, he let go of the other person. Then, without paying any attention to Wang Ying's blush, he looked at Sun Xiang and said coldly, "Is there a problem with not carrying people?" After saying that, he couldn't help but think to himself, it's true, kissing like this is more emotional than a normal kiss. Sun Xiang was finally convinced he was not stupid. If they were to fight, Sun Xiang didn't think he was Su Lin's match. Of course, he didn't know Su Lin's strength, but he was clear about his own strength. Over the years, he has been addicted to smoking and drinking, and because of the mistress he kept, his health has long since collapsed. Su Lin was a young man of 21 or 22 years old, at the age when he was in the best physical condition. Given his current condition, it was obvious that he was no match for the opponent. Sun Xiang suppressed his anger for a moment, and after thinking about it, he actually said with a smile, "Su Lin, why don't I just sell her to you? You happen to like her anyway. I don't want half a box, just 10 packets of instant noodles. What do you think?" As for why it's 10 packs, it's not because Sun Xiang is being kind and lowering the price, but because he is using other people's ideas. After Wang Ying was released by Su Lin, she blushed a little, but after hearing what Sun Xiang said, her face turned pale. She simply couldn't believe that Sun Xiang was still treating her like a commodity and reselling her at will. Wang Ying finally saw clearly that her husband, whom she had been married to for many years, was such a shameless person. The last bit of her thought for him was gone. Su Lin noticed Wang Ying's expression, and well, he was very satisfied. That's what he wants. 10 packets of instant noodles? Su Lin saw through Sun Xiang's thoughts at a glance and said calmly, "First of all, you have no right to sell her. She has already eaten my food and sold herself to me. Secondly, the premise of buying and selling is that you have the goods, which you obviously don't have now. Besides, you should still be thinking about plotting against me, right?" After Su Lin said this, Sun Xiang was still trying to argue, "No, You might be thinking that 10 packets of instant noodles are enough to sustain you for 10 days. Su Lin interrupted him and said slowly, "You thought you could just hold on for 10 days, wait for official rescue to arrive, then tell the authorities about this and have them annul this deal, and you could also cheat me out of it. Am I right?" How do you know?" Sun Xiang blurted out subconsciously. This was indeed what he had just thought of. He had also thought so when he sold Wang Ying to the man in the neighboring building. But, how did Su Lin find out? Could he read minds? Sun Xiang was confused. He had clearly been pretending and speaking very seriously, but the man hadn't noticed. Of course, Su Lin didn't have any mind-reading abilities, he just understood the psychology of this type of people very well. Especially since Sun Xiang changed so quickly, it would be strange if he had nothing to hide. "Su Lin, you're not planning to take my wife away without giving me anything, are you?" Sun Xiang was furious when he saw that his plan had been exposed. "Don't dream. If you don't leave something behind today, don't even think about taking Wang Ying away." Su Lin had no intention of leaving like this. He smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll leave something behind. That's more like it." Sun Xiang thought the other party didn't dare to make a move, so he said, "I don't want 10 packets anymore. If you give me 3 packets of instant noodles, I'll let her stay with you for 10 days. Wang Ying was already completely disappointed with Sun Xiang, and after hearing this, she no longer felt anything. But in her opinion, Su Lin was not the kind of person who would compromise so easily. How could I agree to such a request now? Of course Su Lin wasn't he slowly walked towards Sun Xiang. "I'll leave your life here, what do you think?" Su Lin spoke softly after walking to a distance of less than 2 meters from the other party. Hearing this, Sun Xiang's breath was caught in his throat. This didn't seem like a joke. You still dare to kill people? What do you think?" Su Lin said as he walked to the side and picked up the fruit knife, which was about 15 centimeters long, from the fruit plate that had no fruit in it. Seeing this, Sun Xiang was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. He was really scared now. He really felt that the other party dared to kill him. Su Lin weighed the knife in his hand and suddenly swung it hard. Swish! Before Sun Xiang could react, he felt a chill on the right side of his chest. He looked down and saw that the fruit knife had been inserted into his body except for the handle. Ah! He then started to scream loudly. Sorry, my knife throwing skills are just average, I didn't throw it to the left. Su Lin looked embarrassed. Sun Xiangzi was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Even Wang Ying covered her eyes, not daring to watch the scene. Although she saw Su Lin kill so many zombies today, they were still zombies after all. Even though she no longer had any feelings for Sun Xiang and didn't consider him her husband, he was still a human being after all. Open your eyes, Su Lin said calmly. But Wang Ying heard in his tone that he would not tolerate rejection, so she obediently opened her eyes. Now, go pull out the knife and stab him on the left side. But Su Lin, I don't dare, please don't let me. Wang Ying was frightened by this request. She spoke to Su Lin with a rare hint of rejection. Okay. Su Lin didn't force it, but just said casually. Then you stay here by yourself. I'm leaving first. Having said that, he turned and left. Seeing this scene, Wang Ying knew that Su Lin was definitely not just talking. Don't go, I. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Wang Ying quickly walked to Sun Xiang, who was screaming in pain. She gritted her teeth and pulled out the fruit knife. Sun Xiang was already in unbearable pain and had no strength to resist. When the knife was pulled out, he screamed again. When Su Lin heard the noise, he stopped and turned around. Over there, Wang Ying was holding a bloody fruit knife, and her pretty face was also stained with blood that splattered when she just drew the knife. At this moment, she was trembling all over. She turned her head and saw that Su Lin had not left, but was looking at her. Su Lin didn't urge her, he just watched. Wang Ying took 7 or 8 deep breaths and finally mustered up the courage. She closed her eyes tightly, held the knife in both hands, and stabbed Sun Xiang in the left chest with all her strength. After stabbing, Wang Ying let go of the knife handle and sat down on the ground. Less than a minute later, Sun Xiang was completely motionless and seemed to be dead. Only then did Su Lin slowly walk to Wang Ying and help her up from the ground. His hands could feel that the other person's body was still shaking uncontrollably. Su Lin naturally understood this. After helping Wang Ying up, Su Lin looked into her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he stretched out a palm and gently wiped the blood off the other person's face. Madam, it's time to pack your clothes and go downstairs. After doing this, we should go down and do something more interesting. Wang Ying was still immersed in the fear of murder, but after hearing Su Lin's 2 words, her thoughts flew away. Worried that Su Lin would think she was nagging, she nodded and forced herself to stop shaking. He turned around and went to his room and started packing his clothes. After a while, I saw Su Lin carrying 2 large suitcases and walking downstairs with a happy look on his face. Wang Ying followed behind him, carrying several large handbags in her hands. I don't know what's in it, how can it hold so much? Chapter 56, Planning. An hour and a half passed. After Su Lin's patient persuasion, Wang Ying has come out of the shadow of the previous murder. At this moment, both of them were lying on the sofa. Su Lin held the completely compromised in his arms. Although they had just finished, his hands were still dishonest and placed on the other person's lower abdomen, gently pinching her soft flesh. Wang Ying's waist is not very slender, and is a little fleshy. But it can be said that the fleshy texture is extremely good, and Su Lin feels that it feels very good. Feeling the warmth of the man's palm on her abdomen, Wang Ying could only close her eyes and did not dare to move too much. I was afraid that if I moved around, I would accidentally. Even though her hands were stained with blood just now, she no longer had the energy to think about other things. I really don't have the energy to think about it. Ma'am, I'm hungry. Enough, Su Lin said in a relaxed tone. Hearing this, Wang Ying dragged her body up, put on a bathrobe, and went to the kitchen to start cooking dinner for 2. Yes, that's right. After coming downstairs, Su Lin didn't even eat before pulling her. Wang Ying only ate something this morning, and then kept watching Su Lin killing zombies on the surveillance camera. She drank some water in the middle and didn't eat anything else. This is also related to her weak character, because in her opinion, she cannot eat alone when Su Lin is not at home. Especially when the other party was outside killing zombies and she was staying in the house eating. What did that look like? Su Lin didn't know about this at first. After all, he was killing zombies, and while waiting, he ate some convenience food in the corridor. But it was a critical moment. Su Lin couldn't stop halfway, so he had to. 15 minutes later. Today's dinner was simple. I just fried a few steaks and cooked some pasta. At the dinner table, Su Lin was not used to using a knife and fork to eat steak, so he just picked it up with chopsticks and started eating. To be honest, it is more enjoyable and convenient to eat steak with chopsticks. Apart from the fact that it seemed elegant, Su Lin couldn't think of any other benefits to using a knife and fork. Of course, he didn't mean that only chopsticks can be used, it's just a personal habit. Look, Wang Ying is sitting opposite him, using a knife and fork to cut and eat in small bites. That posture is indeed elegant. Why are you always looking at me? As if she realized that Su Lin was looking at her, Wang Ying stopped the knife and fork in her hand. Nothing, I just thought the way you were eating and the way you were doing just now were two completely different people. Su Lin said with a faint smile. After hearing what he said, Wang Ying's face turned red instantly. Of course, she understood what he meant. But can she be blamed? She really wanted to say, it's because you have so much energy and are always deliberately being funny, otherwise why would she be like that? Unfortunately, Wang Ying was too embarrassed to say such words. Su Lin had already figured out the other person's personality, so he was just teasing her on purpose, which he found very interesting. In his opinion, Wang Ying is the typical submissive and virtuous and sensible type. This kind of personality cannot be said to be bad, it can only be said that he likes it very much. Su Lin, when you were upstairs just now, it seemed like the heater was on around you. Wang Ying wanted to change the subject, and couldn't help but think of this strange thing. This is it, take a look for yourself. Su Lin took out a small stove from his pocket and placed it on the table. He knew very well that some things could not be kept secret forever. Especially since he had left Wang Ying here, he had to let the other party know something. Of course, Su Lin would not tell her everything. It can be said that the best way is to reveal a little bit of information appropriately. Is this the thing that makes you feel like there's heating around you? Wang Ying carefully took the small yellow object and looked at it from left to right, but she couldn't see anything special about it. Isn't this just an elliptical metal object? She asked with a puzzled look on her face. There's nothing on it. It's still cold when I hold it. It's useless for you to hold it. This thing is called a small stove, and only I can control it. Su Lin explained briefly. This is also the main reason why he dared to reveal this thing to Wang Ying. It's not just because Wang Ying was trained to be obedient and well-behaved, and she has no second thoughts about him. Also, the small stove can only be turned on by him, and it is useless if someone else takes it. As soon as he thought of it, Wang Ying saw a digital symbol of 30 light up on the small ellipsoid in his hand. Wow, that is amazing. The moment it lit up, Wang Ying felt the temperature coming from the small stove. Although the room was warm, it was not as hot as 30 degrees. Wang Ying admired it for a while and then handed the item back to Su Lin. She was indeed sensible and didn't even ask where this thing came from. This was what Su Lin was most satisfied with her. He took the small stove, put it in his pocket, and transformed into the space. After dinner, Su Lin stayed on the sofa for half an hour and then returned to the bedroom. Originally, Wang Ying wanted to sleep with him, saying that she felt a little insecure sleeping alone. Su Lin naturally rejected this unreasonable request decisively. He doesn't really like sleeping with two people. Isn't it nice to sleep in a bed alone? Actually Su Lin was mainly afraid of sleeping together, and he couldn't help but have some thoughts. In the past few days, he basically had sex every day, and the time was not short. It is true that he is gifted and his physique has been strengthened, but he can't withstand the constant coming. He is just a little better than the average man. Besides, what he awakened was the system, not the ancient kidney body. The most important thing is that Su Lin has to start work tomorrow. If he is too craving for beauty, he is afraid that he will not be able to muster the energy tomorrow. If there weren't zombies, he wouldn't mind coming here a few more times a day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start planning his future direction of adding points. Balanced development of the three attributes is a must, but in terms of physical fitness, you can lean a little more on potential points. Su Lin lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling and thinking. He definitely didn't do this to do more. But I really believe that physique is the most important of the three attributes. Especially as he has been killing more and more zombies every day in the past few days. The more workload he had, the more tired his body naturally became. Don't think that every time Su Lin kills zombies, the process is quick and simple. But he had to stay focused to prevent zombies from elsewhere from attacking him. The energy required here is even greater than the physical strength he consumes. It is also because of this that Su Lin increasingly feels the importance of physical fitness. As he thought about it, he soon felt sleepy. After turning off the lights, Su Lin pulled the quilt over himself and soon fell asleep. Chapter 57, Latest News. The next day, around 10 o'clock. Su Lin got up from the bed with ease. After washing up, he left the bedroom. I saw Wang Ying sitting on the sofa, playing with her cell phone. Seeing Su Lin got up, she put down her phone and said with a smile, "What are you going to eat this morning?" "I'll go prepare it." Wang Ying also got up early today, but she was tactful and did not knock on the door to disturb Su Lin's sleep. She just stayed outside and waited for the other person to wake up so that she could prepare breakfast. Su Lin glanced at her. Wang Ying no longer looked tired and worried like she did the last few times he saw her. It was as if she had completely changed her state, full of the charm of a good wife and mother. This man is always a little impulsive in the morning. Su Lin is no exception. "We'll talk about what to eat later. I want to eat you first." He walked over and kissed her lips roughly, greedily taking what she wanted. Wang Ying tried her best to respond, but she was still a little out of breath. Fortunately, Su Lin didn't go too far and let her go after 2 minutes. Wang Ying took several deep breaths, just when she thought she could go cook. Unexpectedly, Su Lin pulled him back, sat on the sofa, and said with a smile, "Wang Ying, if you don't mind, could you say good morning?" Hearing this, Wang Ying's beautiful eyes dodged and she spat lightly. "Wait a minute, after dinner, then, okay?" Although she didn't like this in her heart, she didn't mind because it was Su Lin's request. "That's right, it's so early in the morning, and I haven't even eaten yet." 20 minutes later. "Just eat whatever you want. I can do it." When Su Lin saw her coming out of the bathroom after washing up, he smiled and said to her. Wang Ying wiped her lips and, showing a rare little emotion, snorted at him. That look is mature yet a little playful. Su Lin didn't care at all, instead he smiled faintly and said, "Madam, are you trying to seduce me into doing this again?" "No. I have to make breakfast." Wang Ying said quickly, not daring to make any unnecessary movements, and started to cook breakfast. The breakfast was very light. Wang Ying cooked a pot of lean meat porridge and made a few boiled eggs. When Su Lin was drinking porridge, she didn't serve herself a bowl first, but sat opposite him and peeled eggs. After peeling 5 smooth eggs and placing them in front of Su Lin, she went to get a bowl of porridge and started drinking it in small sips. "Just drink your porridge, why are you always looking at me?" This time it was not Wang Ying who said this, but Su Lin. He noticed that Wang Ying opposite him would look up at him from time to time, but he didn't know what she was looking at. "I just want to see you," Wang Ying said softly. She really fell in love with Su Lin with all her heart now, and subconsciously couldn't help but want to see him. Women are like this. When facing a man they admire, especially when this man is very strong in both ability and conditions, they will have this mentality. This is what is commonly known as the psychology of admiring the strong. "Okay, if you want to watch it, then watch it," Su Lin said casually. It would be a lot of meat if he looked at it, and he could understand the other person's thoughts. After breakfast, it's actually brunch. Because after we finished eating, it was already 11 o'clock. Su Lin walked on the treadmill to digest his food, and then prepared to go out to work. Seeing that he was about to go out, although Wang Ying was very worried that something might happen to him, she also knew that she could not persuade him. She could only say softly, "Be careful." "Ha, don't worry," Su Lin said with a smile. "I am the person who hates to die the most in the world." After saying that, he changed into a windbreaker and put on a hat. Before leaving, he reached out and touched a baizi. Wang Ying obediently let him do what he wanted. Just like that, Su Lin walked out of the safe house with the lingering fragrance in his hand. Time flies. 8 days later. Nearly 20 days have passed since the end of the world. That morning, Su Lin was having breakfast in the safe house as usual. His breakfast today was hand-rolled noodles made by Wang Ying. It's true, the taste is much better than instant noodles and packaged noodles. In the kitchen, Wang Ying was still preparing the dishes one by one. According to her, it would not taste good if you cook too much noodles at one time, and hand-rolled noodles taste best if you eat them bowl by bowl. Su Lin still understood this principle. He really enjoyed these days, which was why he left a woman at home. A beautiful woman can not only relieve your fatigue, but also provide you with a good chat occasionally. If this woman is also a good cook, that would be a sure win. When Wang Ying brought him the fourth bowl of noodles, Su Lin said, "This bowl is enough. Make the next bowl for yourself." "Okay, then do you want some fried eggs?" Wang Ying asked with a smile. "Yeah, 2 more fried eggs." Soon, Wang Ying came to the table with her bowl of noodles, which contained 3 fried eggs. After spending so many days here, she no longer had to ask Su Lin's opinion even for eating an egg like she did when she first arrived. Su Lin was also very casual about this. He was not a stingy person. At least he would not be too stingy towards such an obedient person. Wang Ying picked up 2 fried eggs from her own bowl and put them in Su Lin's bowl, and then started eating the noodles. However, the way she eats noodles is different from Su Lin's way of slurping them up in big mouthfuls. Wang Ying chewed 1 bite, swallowed it, and then took the next bite. Su Lin was no longer surprised by her image-conscious way of eating. "Su Lin, have you read the latest official announcement?" Wang Ying suddenly remembered this while eating, so she asked. "Latest announcement?" Su Lin swallowed a fried egg and shook his head. He really didn't know this. "It was sent this morning. You got up late, so it's normal that you didn't see it." Wang Ying explained and then got up to get her phone. She took the phone, tapped the screen a few times, and handed it to Su Lin. Seeing this, Su Lin ate noodles while looking at the interface she opened. 3 days. The last 3 days. Dear residents of Tianzhou City, our city's shelter construction has reached its final stages. We will announce the first 2 locations 3 days from now, and we will officially begin accepting survivors. Please hold on for another 3 days and wait for our official rescue efforts. Due to the impact of snow accumulation and ground subsidence, as well as the threat of zombies, our city's rescue forces are severely limited. We ask all citizens, once the official shelter locations are announced, to proceed to those nearby. Su Lin took a quick look and found that the content was slightly different from the last time, but not much. "Su Lin, will you go?" Wang Ying asked in a low voice when she saw that the other party had no expression after reading it. "Do you want to go?" Su Lin did not answer, but asked back. Hearing this, Wang Ying answered without hesitation, "If you go, I will go. If you don't go, I will definitely not go either. Even if the shelter is very close to us, I will not go." She thought Su Lin was testing her, but in fact it was not the case. Su Lin was just asking casually, he was quite confident in this woman's loyalty. Su Lin nodded thoughtfully. "Su Lin, I really won't go, woo-woo." Wang Ying saw Su Lin seemed to be thinking about something and thought that he did not trust her. She was so anxious that she started to cry, and her eyes started to turn red. "No, why are you crying?" Su Lin was speechless. "If I didn't believe you, I would have chased you away long ago." He was just thinking about other things. "Well, then why don't you just say it directly?" I thought you didn't want me anymore," Wang Ying said, sobbing. The pitiful look of that young wife was so pitiful that I felt even more pity for her. "Don't cry, I'm thinking," Su Lin said in a stern tone. "If you cry again, I'll let you go." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Ying, whose eyes were slightly red from crying, immediately covered her mouth and stopped crying, but her tears continued to flow. She knew very well that when Su Lin was in a good mood, or when he had just done it, she could be a little unrestrained. But now, I must not say another word, or he will really chase me away. Wang Ying is now somewhat dependent on Su Lin, both physically and mentally. "I will go." Suddenly, Su Lin said this. Wang Ying didn't understand. In her opinion, staying here was definitely better than the official shelter. Su Lin will not leave at least until the food runs out. Eat noodles, or they'll become clumpy. Su Lin didn't explain and continued eating noodles. Wang Ying responded in a low voice. She didn't dare to continue asking any more questions on this topic. Chapter 58, Strange Sound. After breakfast, Su Lin walked on the treadmill as usual to help digest his food. Wang Ying was washing dishes and tidying up in the kitchen with a somewhat depressed mood. I should have known not to ask such nonsense. She was afraid that Su Lin would be angry with him, but fortunately he didn't say anything to her afterwards. After a long while, Su Lin got off the treadmill. Seeing this, Wang Ying knew that the other party was about to go out, so she quickly got up from the sofa, went to the bedroom closet, and took out a windbreaker and casual pants. Su Lin was also used to the other party's service. After the other party brought the clothes, he took them and put them on. As if he had seen the mood of this sensible lady, Su Lin pulled her over and leaned over to kiss her on the lips. I was just thinking about something. You should know that I don't like others to disturb me when I'm thinking. This was a way of comforting him. After all, he knew very well that he couldn't always be harsh to such an obedient woman. Occasional little comfort can make her more loyal to you. So, after Wang Ying heard Su Lin's words and felt his warm lips, she suddenly found it hard to imagine that he would actually comfort her. He clearly has the right to decide whether she stays or goes, so there is no need for him to comfort himself. Wang Ying was moved by this operation. She couldn't help but whispered, "Yes, I'm sorry Su Lin, I shouldn't have done that." "It's okay, just be careful next time." Su Lin was very generous and accepted the other party's apology. "Then I'll go out first." After saying that, he opened the door of the safe house and prepared to go out to work. Before leaving, Wang Ying suddenly pulled him. "What's wrong? Do you have something else to do?" Su Lin was a little puzzled and turned to look at the other party. Wang Ying blushed and said, "You haven't touched me yet." Su Lin understood instantly. He smiled and stretched out his hand. "Okay, take your luck with you." "Well, you have to be careful," Wang Ying said with concern after a slight nod. Su Lin nodded, put on his hat, and walked out the door. After he left, Wang Ying hurried back to the sofa, picked up the tablet and found the picture of Su Lin. This is something she must do every day. Although this is of no use, Wang Ying is very satisfied to be able to watch Su Lin killing zombies on the tablet. In addition, she would also pray silently in her heart, hoping that nothing would happen to Su Lin. However, after watching for so many days, Wang Ying finally understood that as long as these zombies did not gather too many at a time, they would not pose any threat to Su Lin. These zombies, which seemed extremely terrifying to her and the residents, seemed to be just games for the other party to slaughter every day. Wang Ying didn't know why Su Lin was so powerful. But she knew that this was not something she could ask, and she would not ask any more questions. When the other person wants to tell her, he will tell her naturally. Community ground. Su Lin had already arrived at the second-floor corridor of a building. As before, he observed the movements of zombies in the community from the window. Fortunately, this number has been maintained for 3 days. It seems that they also have the habit of dividing territory, Su Lin said in a low voice. Of course, he has been killing zombies every day for the past 8 days. But 8 days ago, Su Lin discovered that after he killed a wave of zombies every day, the number of zombies in the community not only did not decrease the next day, but instead increased. This left him speechless. Just now he was still thinking, if he continued killing for a few more days, the entire community would be filled with zombies, right? Fortunately, things did not turn out as he expected. Since that day, the number of zombies in the community did continue to increase for several days. However, 3 days ago, Su Lin noticed that the number of zombies here began to stabilize at a certain point. Su Lin was not sure how many there were exactly, but it was probably around 400. Although he killed 8,100 zombies every day, when he woke up the next day, he saw that there were still about 400 zombies wandering around in the community. According to Su Lin's guess, zombies might have a certain sense of territory. This group of about 400 zombies may be the limit of zombies that this community can withstand. Of course, this is just Su Lin's personal guess and may not be correct. After thinking for a while, he chose the first starting point for the day. 15 first, to whet your appetite. After selecting the target, Su Lin took out the blood control and held it in his hand, then went downstairs and slowly slipped over. Swish. 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 130, 140. 20, 110. 70. Su Lin rushed into the zombie group, waving his blade wantonly. Each blow either chopped off a zombie's head, or chopped off its arm and then its head. In a rare mistake, he hit the zombie's waist, splitting it in two, and then he hit it again. As he was killing zombies, the health bars of all the zombies appeared in his eyes. It was as if he was really playing the game of zombie apocalypse. With 10 days of experience, Su Lin can now kill these ordinary zombies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. As long as the number does not exceed 20, he will basically not feel any pressure. Despite this, Su Lin still didn't dare to relax, and his attention remained very focused. He doesn't want to accidentally capsize in the ditch because of his own arrogance. Time always goes by faster when killing zombies. Before I knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although he had been killing zombies for so many days and repeating the same old actions, Su Lin did not find it boring. On the contrary, he has gradually become accustomed to this kind of life. I sleep until I wake up naturally every day, eat breakfast, and occasionally do morning exercises. From 4 to 5 in the afternoon, it's time to go home depending on your mood. After returning to the safe house to take a shower, someone had prepared a delicious dinner. Watch some short videos at night, and then do what I love. Su Lin still thinks it's not bad to be able to live like this in the end times. Like today, he planned to go back at 4 o'clock. 81, barely meeting the standard. Su Lin said in a relaxed tone as he sat in the stairwell. He recently developed the habit of counting how many zombies he killed every day. He also set himself a daily task of killing a certain number of zombies, the minimum being 80. There is no upper limit. Before dark, the most he killed was 101. I killed 81 today, so the mission is completed. Feeling that his condition was beginning to decline, Su Lin didn't force himself. He sat in the stairwell for a while and prepared to go back. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, when Su Lin got up to leave, he heard some loud noises coming from upstairs. Su Lin stopped and looked up. Survivors? Or something else? He was a little curious, so he slowed down and walked upstairs. Chapter 59, Elite Zombies. Originally, Su Lin thought he had misheard. But after going up to the 6th floor, the dong dong sound became more and more obvious, but he still didn't see anything. Since he had already reached the top, Su Lin simply continued to go up. He walked up dozens of stairs, and the sign in the corridor showed that he had reached the 13th floor. Standing in the aisle, Su Lin tried to listen to the noise again, but the sound had disappeared. Damn, this trip won't be in vain. Snap. Just when Su Lin thought he had misheard, a sound suddenly came from upstairs, as if something had fallen to the ground. Su Lin looked up and saw a figure flash by. But he couldn't see it clearly, so he didn't hesitate and quickly chased after it. In less than 30 seconds, he reached the top floor. The door on the top floor seemed to have been forced open by something. After pausing for 2 seconds at the door, Su Lin walked out directly. Fuck, what is this? As soon as he walked out of the top floor door, Su Lin's eyes fell on a zombies? It should be a zombie, but it is different from the zombies below. The skin of the zombie in front of him was a little darker than those he had killed before, and he was wearing a torn short-sleeved shirt, revealing his strong body underneath. Its height is much taller than those ordinary zombies. It is estimated to be at least 2 meters and 12. What surprised Su Lin the most was the amount of blood of this special zombie. 495. Could this be the legendary elite monster? No, should I say elite zombie? Su Lin looked at its blood volume and thought this subconsciously in his heart. Before he could think about it, the strong zombie rushed towards him. Su Lin also reacted and quickly dodged to the side. Bang! The strong zombie's attack missed, and he fell heavily to the wall. Although the solid wall was not smashed through by this blow, a hole appeared. The movements are not very fast, but the power is very great. Su Lin commented. After missing the target, the strong zombie roared and ran towards Su Lin again. Seeing this, Su Lin quickly took out, blood gathering, from the space, avoided its second attack, and then struck back with a knife. Originally, Su Lin aimed the knife at its neck, intending to kill it with one blow. But unfortunately, the zombie was much taller than him and was moving, so the knife only hit its shoulder. 40. Fuck, it's fine if the damage is minimal, but I can't even chop off my arm with one blow? When Su Lin saw that his health had only dropped by 30 points and the blade had only cut into 1/3 of the target, he couldn't help but swear. Although his condition has declined a bit, it shouldn't be this serious, right? He used all his strength in that last blow. But now Su Lin knows that now is not the time to complain. He quickly drew out the blade and retreated 7 or 8 steps. Roar! The strong zombie that was chopped was obviously even more angry. It roared loudly and pounced on Su Lin again. It has fire, but Su Lin is not made of clay. Holding the blood-killing knife in his hand, Su Lin dodged while looking for an opportunity. During this time, he found the right moment and swung the knife several times in succession. 40, 50, 100. 260, 500. My grass, a kind of plant, can't be cut even with a chop on the neck, and it only loses 100 HP? The sharp blood-drenching attack was defeated for the first time. Su Lin knew that this was an elite zombie and it should be harder to kill than ordinary zombies. But when he hit its neck with a knife but couldn't cut it off, Su Lin finally started to complain. The strong zombie did not give up attacking because of the injury. Instead, the desire to attack became stronger and the speed seemed to be even faster. Damn it! This time Su Lin failed to dodge its attack, but fortunately he reacted in time and placed the knife across his chest to block the punch. Bang! 50. Hiss. Although he blocked the punch, Su Lin was still knocked back to the ground and lost blood. It hurts, but it's bearable. He hadn't felt this way in a while. I checked my health, 105/190. After a successful punch, the strong zombie didn't think of letting Su Lin go, and roared and punched him again. Su Lin dodged with a side roll, quickly got up, and retreated several steps. You like fighting, don't you? Let's see how many bullets you can take. He didn't care whether the zombie could understand him or not. He put the bloodletting back into the space and took out the Colt pistol. Su Lin is not the kind of person who likes to show off his strength, although he can still kill this thing with the knife. But he didn't want to be punched again, so he decided to play it safe. Close range attacks are risky, so can I just go for a long range attack? Su Lin held the pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The strong zombie seemed unaware of what he was holding in his hand and continued to rush towards him mindlessly. There is a saying that goes, a gun is faster than anything within 7 steps. Within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. 91, 89, 60, 10. 4 shots were fired in succession, 2 of which hit the head, causing 180 points of damage, and 1 hit its body. Although the last bullet hit the target, it only dropped 10 points, probably because the strong zombie died. The health bar was reduced to 0 and it finally fell to the ground. Ding, congratulations to the player for killing a single elite zombie for the first time. 2 potential points awarded. Hearing the system's voice, Su Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he initially thought, this strong zombie was an elite monster. It's different from killing ordinary zombies easily in the past. The process of killing this elite zombie this time was not very difficult, but it still caused Su Lin to suffer a small loss. Fortunately, he had the device for equality of all beings in his hand, otherwise he might have really failed. Su Lin is not the kind of person who likes to make excuses. Although his condition declined today, he could have been more careful just now. Luckily, I only encountered this one. But it also made me understand the characteristics of this thing. Su Lin had nothing to be upset about. After being hit like that, he could be considered to have learned a lesson. To be honest, the most important thing is that this is his first time encountering this kind of zombie, and he lacks experience. The characteristic of this elite zombie is its great strength, at least much greater than Su Lin's. In terms of speed, it is a little faster than ordinary zombies, but not much, and a little slower than him. Not to mention the blood volume. 500 points of blood volume is more than 3 times that of an ordinary zombie and more than twice his. While summarizing the characteristics of this type of zombie, Su Lin walked downstairs. Fuck, that really hurts a little. When going downstairs, Su Lin pressed the place where he was hammered and couldn't help but say. He was still fighting before and his mind was not on this, so it didn't feel that serious. It was different now. He unzipped it and took a look, noticing a slight bluish tint to his skin. But it's good enough that I wasn't T-scratched. Su Lin could only think so optimistically. It seems that the potential points can no longer be kept. This thought arose in his mind. Chapter 60, The Impact of Gunfire. Because of a minor injury, Su Lin was extra careful on his way back. Ordinary zombies are fine, but he is mainly worried about encountering elite zombies again. In his current state, if he encounters 2 or 3 elite zombies again, he will probably have no choice but to escape. Fortunately, the number of elite zombies at present should not be too many. 5 minutes later, Su Lin returned to the safe house safely. As soon as he entered, the woman inside came over, squatted down, and placed slippers for him. Su Lin was used to it, but he still didn't let her help him take off his shoes. He took off his shoes by himself and changed into slippers. Wang Ying skillfully unzipped his clothes, then took his changed pants and put them into the waste clothes basket in the corner. Su Lin, I prepared a change of clothes for you and put them in the bathroom. You can go take a shower first. I'll start cooking. After doing all this, Wang Ying walked towards the kitchen and said to Su Lin. With these actions, she looked like a virtuous wife. Well, make more beef tonight. Su Lin was very satisfied with this. After saying this, he walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. He doesn't like to keep showering when taking a shower, so he can finish in less than 10 minutes. Because the dishes were prepared by Wang Ying in advance, they only needed to be stir-fried. So after Su Lin dried his hair, they could sit at the table and start eating. Tonight's dinner is simple. It was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy and sour potato shreds, and a big bowl of braised beef. However, after hearing Su Lin say to make more beef, Wang Ying added another pound of meat. I don't know if it's because of the injury, but Su Lin feels that his appetite is particularly good today. Although he only ate 5 small bowls of rice, each bowl weighed about 3 pounds of beef. Except for Wang Ying, who took 2 or 3 pieces with her chopsticks, the rest was quickly finished by him. Although I have known for a long time that Su Lin has a big appetite and I have seen it many times. But Wang Ying is still amazed every time she sees him eat so much. After dinner. I'm going to watch the video first. Come in when you're done. After finishing his meal, Su Lin wiped his mouth and went into the room. Oh. Wang Ying replied in a low voice. After quickly clearing the table and washing the dishes, Wang Ying washed her hands twice more and then went into the bedroom. Su Lin was lying on the big bed, looking at something seriously on his phone. This was not the first or second time, and Wang Ying was not as shy as before. She consciously took off her slippers, got on the bed, and crawled into Su Lin's arms. Seeing that Su Lin did not overwhelm her immediately, Wang Ying thought that the other party was not in a good mood today. But she thought about it and it didn't make sense. Normally, if Su Lin wasn't in a good mood, he wouldn't have asked her in. Is the food I cooked today not tasty? Or is he still mad at me for this morning? Wang Ying began to wonder in her mind again, wondering if she had done something wrong today to make him unhappy. Su Lin, you. Just when she was about to say something, her eyes were suddenly attracted by the message on her mobile phone. Gunshots. Did you guys hear the gunshots around 4 o'clock today? You heard it too? I thought I was hallucinating because I was hungry. No, it's definitely not an auditory hallucination. I heard it clearly, and there was more than one gunshot. It's the official. Did the official rescue arrive early? Su Lin looked at the messages in the group. Obviously, the sound of his shooting today was heard by the surviving residents in the group. He was not surprised by this. The last time he fired a shot was on the 2nd underground floor, so it's normal that the residents upstairs and in other buildings couldn't hear it. But this time he fired the gun on the ground and on the top floor. They were not deaf, and although the sound of Colt's gunshot was not very loud, it was not that quiet either. It would be strange if they didn't hear it. However, after Su Lin looked through the group, he didn't see any residents saying that they saw the person who fired the gun. In other words, no one found him. It's just as well that he didn't see her. Su Lin didn't want to be noticed. Come to think of it, who would stare out the window all day long for no reason? In addition, there are only a few surviving residents in this community, and there are less than 10 people still speaking in the group. Including some who might be lurking, there are only about a dozen residents still alive in the community at this moment. Officials? It's good enough that they didn't come late. How can we expect them to come early? Seeing that these residents thought that official people had arrived, Su Lin couldn't help but think in his heart. However, he also understood that it was no wonder that the surviving residents thought this way. After all, what they were most looking forward to at this moment was the arrival of the authorities. Suddenly, another message appeared in the group, but the content was different from the previous ones. It's definitely not the official ones. When the gunshots were heard, I looked downstairs and didn't see any official people clearing the zombies in our community. The authorities had already issued a notice saying the shelter location would be announced in 3 days. How could they come so early? And there were only 3 or 4 gunshots. It's all because of those people who went to die last time. Since that day, there have been more and more zombies in our neighborhood. There are 3 of us in my family, and we only have half a bag of noodles left. I don't know if we can survive for another 3 days. I only have 2 sausages left at home. Luckily, I'm alone. I hope the authorities can rescue me in 3 days. Otherwise, it would be better if the shelter is closer to us. After learning that it was not the officials who came, the 2 surviving residents started to compare their misfortunes again. More residents stopped speaking and began to remain silent. Su Lin probably understood what they were thinking. These people didn't want others to know how much food was left in their homes. It would be fine if they were not in the same building, but if they happened to be in the same building and the same unit, that would be a bit troublesome. Su Lin also discovered that there was a more alternative message among them. It's the one that says there are more and more zombies in the community. Su Lin didn't think that he was the only one who noticed this, as these residents were not blind. Although they won't stare outside all day long, they will definitely take a look occasionally. There is a big difference between more than 200 zombies and more than 400 zombies. It's like at the beginning, when Su Lin was killing zombies, there were many of them gathered together in groups of 5, 6, 7, or 8. Now this kind of thing basically does not exist, or is very rare. Most of them are in groups of 10 or more, wandering around the community. Seeing that there was nothing interesting to watch, Su Lin logged out of Weixing, threw his phone on the table next to him, and prepared to. Su Lin, gunshots, are there any gunshots outside today? Wang Ying had obviously read the message in the group and couldn't help but ask. Didn't you hear it? This made Su Lin a little puzzled. Wang Ying looked at him innocently and said, No, how could I hear it? Su Lin finally reacted and thought to himself that he had suddenly done something stupid. He fired the shots on the top floor, where he didn't have any surveillance cameras installed. Wang Ying was staying on the second underground floor. The sound insulation of this safe house was quite good, so it was normal that the other party didn't hear it. Mine. Chapter 61, Automatic. Su Lin, did you see the person who fired the gun? Hearing this, Su Lin did not hide it and said, I saw it. Who was it? Did you see the gun? Why did that person shoot? After hearing Su Lin's answer, Wang Ying looked curious and asked several questions in succession. This is also human nature. After all, in reality, guns are something that is both mysterious and scary to ordinary people. I opened it. There was no need to hide this, so Su Lin simply said. I encountered a rather unusual zombie outside today. I saw something was wrong, so I just shot it. You fired the gun? Wang Ying couldn't help but widen her eyes, but she was not more concerned about this. Her expression turned into one of worry. Special zombie. So, Su Lin, are you okay? Wang Ying was not afraid that Su Lin would be infected because she had also read the official announcement. People infected by zombies usually develop abnormal characteristics very quickly. But Su Lin had been back for so long, and she didn't notice the difference at all. Injured, I was slightly injured. Su Lin nodded. I definitely won't be wearing clothes for what I'm going to do later. It would be seen anyway, so Su Lin was not afraid of losing face. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Wang Ying suddenly became nervous. Can you let me take a look? Okay, take a look. Su Lin pulled open his bathrobe, revealing the area where his chest was hit. It's all purple. It must be painful. Looking at the purple spot on Su Lin's skin, Wang Ying couldn't help but reach out and touch it gently. She looked genuinely concerned. Su Lin, I have some medicinal wine and safflower oil at home. I'll go get them and apply them on you. Wang Ying spoke in a serious tone, and was about to get out of bed and go out. No need. Seeing this, Su Lin was speechless. He thought for a moment and said, I remember there's a bottle of safflower oil in the living room cabinet. You can use it to apply to me. Although it was indeed bruised, he didn't really feel much. It was just a little painful when he just came back. I felt almost nothing after eating. Okay, I'll go look for it. Wang Ying immediately got out of bed and went out. Soon she came back with a bottle of safflower oil and a basin of hot water. She first put the hot water aside, wrung out the towel inside, and then applied the hot towel to Su Lin's bruises. Su Lin didn't stop it. It felt quite comfortable after applying it. If it were him, he would definitely not bother to apply it and would just apply some safflower oil at most. You don't even have to wipe it off. The more likely thing is to wait for it to disappear on its own. This is probably what most boys would do. Unless it's a bruise that's so painful it's unbearable, or a cold that's too severe to handle, people generally won't apply or take any medicine. Su Lin increasingly felt that it was a good decision to keep such a virtuous wife at home. After applying the hot compress for a while, Wang Ying took off the towel and wiped the moisture off with some paper. Then he took out safflower oil, poured it into his palm, and gently applied it on Su Lin's purple skin. Su Lin, does it hurt? Should I be gentler? She looked so careful as she rubbed it, as if she was afraid of hurting Su Lin. If you go any lighter, you'll just be needing the air. If you go a little heavier, it's okay. Su Lin said speechlessly. Oh. Wang Ying heard this and said in an awkward tone, then I'm not afraid that if I rub too hard, it will hurt you. Su Lin didn't argue about this matter. When she had almost finished kneading, Su Lin asked her to stop. Wang Ying didn't insist any longer and simply washed her slender hands that had just been coated with safflower oil with the hot water. Ah! Just when she wanted to go out to pour some water, she was pulled onto the bed. With Xiang Yu in his arms, Su Lin didn't hesitate and just kissed her. Woo woo! After kissing for dozens of seconds, Su Lin let go of her, but did not let her go out to pour water. Su Lin, why don't you take a day off today? Wang Ying panted softly and said. It doesn't seem right to do this when you're injured. Su Lin looked at the other person's pretty face and asked, don't you know my body? But, that's different from usual. Wang Ying said in a low voice. Yes, it is indeed different. Wang Ying originally thought that Su Lin agreed with her statement. But soon she saw that the other party looked at her with a half smile on his face and slowly said. I really should take a break today, it's your turn. But Su Lin. Wang Ying understood what the other party meant and her face turned red immediately. All right. Please. Su Lin said with a smile in his tone, looking at the other person's pretty face with a frivolous look. Yes, Su Lin, can you please stop calling me like that? Even though he knew that this was his little hobby. But when Wang Ying heard this name, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Su Lin did not do as she wished and repeated it again. I love looking at your face. An hour and a half later. At this moment, Su Lin was lying on the bed leisurely. After Wang Ying left, he got out of bed and walked into the bedroom bathroom. He didn't take a shower, but simply wiped the sweat off his face. He didn't sweat too much today, after all, he didn't. He went out and changed the sheets, then lay back down on the bed. Although he had finished the important thing just now, Su Lin did not forget his other important thing. Add attribute points. After today's battle with the elite zombie, he felt that his current strength was no longer enough. Before, he killed ordinary zombies every day, and his experience and strength were more than enough, so he was not in a hurry to add more points. But now it's no longer possible. The appearance of elite zombies means that he will face another threat in the future. Of course, Su Lin would not be naive enough to think that there was only one elite zombie and he would never encounter it again. After accumulating for so many days, plus the reward for killing an elite zombie for the first time today, his potential points reached 7. As for the direction of adding points this time, Su Lin has also considered it. Thinking about it, he communicated with the system. Strength +2, agility +2, constitution +3. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lin felt the blood in his body seem to start flowing rapidly. Then came a not-so-severe pain that filled his entire body. This kind of pain is completely different from the pain he felt when he was punched by the zombie today. If the zombie's punch was painful for him, Su Lin would like to call this feeling of pain at this moment pleasant pain. It's really pleasurable and painful. Chapter 62, Blood Volume Increase. Player name, Su Lin. Potential, 18.6%. Strength, 12, plus. Agility, 12, plus. Constitution, 13, plus. Potential points 0. Equipment inventory, energy motor, small stove, bloodthirster, golden desert eagle. Ability archive, dimensional space, health bar detection. As the pain gradually subsided, Su Lin checked his attribute panel. His potential points were reset to 0 again, but he could feel that all aspects of his physical qualities had improved to a certain extent. He got up from the bed and stretched his body. After the experience of almost hitting his head against the wall last time, Su Lin did not rush forward in the bedroom. He tried jumping a few times on the spot. The ceiling in the room was 3 meters and 45 meters high, and his hands could easily touch it. After a simple stretch, Su Lin tentatively punched the vertical sandbag next to him. Bump! The moment the fist touched the leather sandbag, there was a loud impact sound. The refreshing feeling of the blow made Su Lin unable to help but throw a few more punches in succession. Crash! He didn't stop punching until a hole was punched through the sandbag and the sand inside flowed out. Experiencing this enhanced body, his heartbeat quickened. However, Su Lin did not get carried away and think that he was invincible. He quickly calmed himself down. After adjusting to his enhanced body, he fell back onto the bed. So an elite zombie can increase its ability gauge by 6%? Su Lin clearly remembered that when he was about to finish work today, the number on his potential tank was 12.6%. After killing the elite zombie, in addition to the first kill reward, the potential gauge should be added. Compared to the 0.4% 0.6% increase of ordinary zombies, the improvement brought by elite zombies will naturally be greater. The harder it is to kill, the greater the reward. At the moment, it seems that one elite zombie is equal to 10-15 ordinary zombies. I just don't know if the elite zombies will be divided into strong and weak types. In other words, killing them will result in a different percentage of potential being obtained, just like killing ordinary zombies. Su Lin is not quite sure about this. After all, he has only encountered this one elite zombie so far. In terms of the difficulty of killing, Su Lin personally believes that killing 15 ordinary zombies is a little more difficult than killing this elite zombie today. Although he had killed so many ordinary zombies without getting hurt, he was hit when he killed the elite zombie today. But Su Lin still believed that killing 15 ordinary zombies was a little more difficult. But this is just his personal opinion. Comparing the two, the difficulty is actually different. For example, when he faces 15 ordinary zombies, he needs to be more distracted. When facing an elite zombie, he only needs to focus his attention on one point. The difficulty is different, so he needs to pay attention to different things. However, no matter how difficult it is, it still depends on your performance in actual combat. By comparing in this way, we can only get an approximate result. With my current strength, I won't have to use a gun to fight that big guy again. Su Lin assessed his current strength. Suddenly, he thought of something, his eyes flashed, and a blue and white stripe appeared in front of him. 220-280. Sure enough, after the three attributes were improved, Su Lin's health bar limit was also improved. The upper limit of health has increased from the original 190 to the current 280 points. There is still a big gap between Su Lin's health and the 500 health of the elite zombie he killed today. But he wasn't surprised. After all, the zombie's physique is much better than that of humans. Comparing your physique with zombies is the stupidest idea. Su Lin didn't think that it would be okay if his arm was cut. I don't even think that I can survive being hit by a few bullets in the head. Without thinking too much about this, Su Lin turned off the lights and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Su Lin woke up, the first thing he did was check his health bar. 260-280. Still not full blood. He was even 4 points away from full health compared to yesterday, and today he was a full 20 points away. After a night's sleep, his energy and physical strength were replenished. But my chest still hurts a little, so it's normal that there's not enough blood. Su Lin got up, opened the door, but didn't go out. He ran the water first, then washed up, and then left the bedroom. Wang Ying had already fried eggs in cooked meat porridge and placed them on the dining table. Sitting on the dining chair, Su Lin picked up a fried egg and slowly drank the porridge. Su Lin, are you feeling well? Wang Ying was sitting opposite. After she drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge, she suddenly asked this question. What do you mean? Su Lin looked up at her, somewhat puzzled. That's it. Wang Ying looked embarrassed, but still said. You were injured yesterday, and, do you feel unwell today? She was a little worried last night, but she couldn't stand the other party. Hearing this, Su Lin smiled. How's my health? Are you still aware? He said with a faint smile. Besides, last night was, and I'm not tired at all anyway. But you, madam, seem to have held your waist as you left in the end, right? When asked this question by Su Lin, Wang Ying thought of her actions last night, and her pretty face turned red. Really, I shouldn't have asked this question. She cursed herself in her heart. Wang Ying was very clear about Su Lin's physical condition. Just like yesterday, it lasted for more than an hour. In the end, the other party was not hurt at all, but I was the one who. To be honest, after spending so many days here, she felt that as a woman, she could no longer satisfy the other party. An idea came to Wang Ying's mind, but she was reluctant to do so and was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Seeing that she was thinking about something, Su Lin thought she was just embarrassed, so he stopped talking and continued to drink the meat porridge with a smile. He didn't know that what Wang Ying was thinking at the moment was actually closely related to him. After breakfast, Su Lin did not walk on the treadmill to digest his food as usual. Instead, he sat on the sofa and watched the surveillance video with a tablet in his hand. After what happened yesterday, he certainly had to observe the situation in the community carefully. After Wang Ying cleared the table, she sat next to him and watched with him. Su Lin, are you looking for that big zombie you mentioned last night? She also heard from Su Lin that the reason he was injured yesterday was because he encountered a special zombie. But Su Lin didn't say anything to her about elite zombies or anything like that. I simply told her that that kind of zombie was taller and stronger than ordinary zombies. Yes, you can stay at home and look for them today, but there don't seem to be many of those big zombies. Su Lin also looked for a while and found one. He handed the tablet to the other party, pointed to a fat figure on the screen, and explained. That's it. They don't seem to like being around ordinary zombies. Chapter 63, Encountering a New Breed. Su Lin, why don't you not go out today? Your injury hasn't healed yet. Wang Ying saw the tall zombie figure. Just from looking at the surveillance footage, she felt it was very scary. She didn't know that Su Lin's strength had improved last night. She was just simply afraid that something might happen to him. It can be said that Wang Ying has now really put her whole heart and soul into Su Lin. It's okay. I'm fine. Why would I go out and die? Su Lin reached out and touched her face, then stood up and prepared. Seeing this, Wang Ying hurriedly got up and went into the house to get him clothes. After changing into a windbreaker, putting on a hat, and carrying a small stove, Su Lin opened the door and went out. Before leaving, Wang Ying said with concern, "Come back early, I still need to apply some medicine for you." Su Lin smiled and nodded, then casually added her to add some luck to himself. The number of zombies in the community is about the same as yesterday and has not increased. After Su Lin went out, he did not rush to look for the elite zombie he had just seen on the surveillance camera. There are still so many ordinary zombies, so he should warm up with them first and complete his daily tasks. After observing around the window, Su Lin quickly selected a location where there were 14 zombies. He didn't go down the stairs, but jumped directly from the second-floor window. The window was about 2 meters from the ground, and Su Lin landed easily. But because the ground was icy and a little slippery, he still made a little noise. When the dozen or so zombies heard the noise, they quickly rushed towards him, looking extremely hungry. Seeing this, Su Lin took out his bloodletting and went forward, ready to perform a craniotomy on them. With his original strength, it was easy for him to deal with these ordinary zombies, let alone now. Roar! Ho ho! The roars of these dozen or so zombies continued, but soon stopped. In less than 3 minutes, Su Lin resolved the first battle. The ground was littered with zombie corpses, either with their heads separated or with their heads in 2 halves. Seeing dozens of zombies attracted from a distance, Su Lin did not stay long. He immediately took a few steps back, then sprinted, jumped up, grabbed a windowsill on the second floor, and climbed in. Although zombies have good hearing, their eyesight is not as good as that of ordinary people. After those dozens of zombies came over, they circled around for a while. Seeing that there were no living people, they pounced on the delicacies on the ground and began to feast on them. Su Lin had seen this kind of scene countless times and was somewhat immune to it. Without looking at them any further, he sat down on the stairs at the back and waited for them to finish their breakfast and leave. In the following time, Su Lin searched around the community for groups of less than 20 zombies. He said he was killing zombies, but in fact he was also distributing food to other zombies in the community. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, and Su Lin completed his goal of 80 today very quickly. He checked his health, 245-280. Compared with the past, his condition today declined much less. This is also the benefit brought by the improvement of strength. After Su Lin made sure that he was in good condition, he took out his cell phone and sent a message. The other party replied immediately, "Su Lin, it's in Unit 3, Building 2, but I can't see the exact location. You must be careful." The person who replied to his message was naturally Wang Ying. Before leaving, Su Lin reminded her not to keep looking at him today. Just keep an eye on the location of the elite zombie and wait for him to send a message back to ask. It was a rare opportunity to receive a task assigned by Su Lin, and it was something related to zombies, so Wang Ying did not dare to be negligent at all. She spent the whole day holding her tablet, staring at the big zombie on the surveillance camera, and she never put down her phone. After getting the location, Su Lin did not reply. He put the phone into the space and walked towards Building 2. Building 2 is located on the left side of the community gate. Su Lin avoided the wandering ordinary zombies and slowly moved to the vicinity of Building 2. After looking at the unit number, he walked straight into Unit 3. Not knowing which floor the zombie was on, Su Lin could only walk up one floor at a time. He lowered his footsteps and went up to the 7th floor. He could already hear some faint sounds. It should be on the 8th or 9th floor. Although his strength had improved, he did not rush forward recklessly, but still walked up carefully. After seeing the sign for the 9th floor, Su Lin leaned against the door and listened carefully. Help! Help! Ah! The sudden cry for help startled Su Lin. This was the first time in all these days that he heard a real voice other than Wang Ying's. But it's very miserable. He moved his head a little and saw that there was a big hole in the front door of a house. The voices coming from inside sounded like they were from two people, a man and a woman. Now we know without going in that the elite zombie is inside. Su Lin did not choose to go in immediately. As for saving people? Let's just forget it. The thought flashed through his mind for a moment, but he immediately gave it up. Su Lin is not a good person and is not so kind as to save people he doesn't even know. Moreover, facing such elite zombies, he didn't have the energy to divert his attention to protect them. Soon, the cries for help gradually faded away. Seeing that the time was almost right, Su Lin held the blood-draining gun and slowly approached. When he entered the house, he saw two broken bodies lying on the ground. No, what the hell is this? Su Lin's attention was quickly attracted by a strong, no, it should be said that it was a fat figure. This zombie is somewhat similar to the one from yesterday, but also quite different. The point of being similar is that they are both equally black. The difference is that the one Su Lin encountered yesterday was at least 2 meters and 1 meter tall and very strong. The one in front of him today was about 1.9 meters tall, and its physique was not strong at all, and it could even be said to be very fat. Su Lin felt that it weighed at least 500, no, more than 600 kilograms. The fat zombie was holding an arm in his hand and chewing it in his mouth. It also heard someone coming in outside the house at this moment. When it saw Su Lin, it immediately threw its arm to the side. It seems that they think the newcomer is more fresh. Su Lin felt sick just looking at it, but he still activated the ability to detect the health bar and looked at it. 885 900. Ha! Su Lin was stunned after seeing its health bar. No, it's okay that the one with 500 HP yesterday, but you gave me the full 900 HP today? He thought so, but Su Lin knew that now was not the time for him to be surprised. After the fat zombie threw away his arm, he walked towards Su Lin. That's right, it walked over, not rushed over. Su Lin realized this and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 64, Gluttony Crystal Core. Can't run, right? Looking at the fat zombie walking towards him, Su Lin turned sideways and easily avoided its attack. Come to think of it, this zombie is so fat and has so much blood. If it moves fast, he will have no choice but to use his gun directly. As for now, since you can't run anymore, don't blame me for slowly wearing you down. The fat zombie missed the attack and came again with a roar. It's a pity that its body is too fat. Su Lin held the blood-killing knife and dodged it easily, then attacked with a counterattack. 50. You're really thick-skinned. A knife was chopped on its neck, but it only went in a little bit. Su Lin couldn't help but complain. But he was not in a hurry, because the fat zombie couldn't attack him anyway. So Su Lin did the same thing as before, and every time he dodged its attack, he would strike it with the knife in his hand. Compared with the strong zombie yesterday, this fat zombie has no other advantages except for having more blood. The speed is about the same as that of ordinary humans, or even slower. 60 59 68. Su Lin slashed at the zombies one by one. The fat zombie has no other special means of attack except angry roars. You can die now. After detecting that it only had a little blood left, Su Lin chopped down hard on its head. 80. 0900. The fat zombie's health bar dropped to 0, and he fell to the ground with a thud, causing the floor to shake slightly. And extra money? Just as Su Lin killed the elite zombie, the two residents who were bitten to death on the ground suddenly moved. They were also very unlucky. They didn't know how this fat zombie was attracted to them. Without wasting anything, Su Lin made 2 more cuts and accepted the 2 extra incomes. This is? After killing these 2 fresh zombies, he was about to go out. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Curiously walking up to the dead fat zombie, Su Lin found a slightly glowing object at the place of its head. He gently poked it with a knife, and saw a black crystal-like object fall out of its brain. There was no blood on the crystal, but Su Lin still took 2 pieces of paper from the side and carefully picked up the crystal. This crystal is diamond-shaped and is light black overall, or grayish-black. Su Lin brought it closer and placed it in front of his eyes. There seemed to be something inside the crystal, like liquid. Is this a zombie crystal core? Looking at the crystal in front of him, Su Lin couldn't help but think so. He had also read quite a few novels and watched quite a few movies, so he naturally knew about this thing. As he was thinking, a blue-white light flashed in his eyes, and some words appeared in his eyes. Level, First Order Crystal Core Gluttony. Quality, 60% medium quality. Producer, produced by a first-level gluttonous zombie. After using it, you can gain its corresponding ability. The method of use is to swallow it. Effect features, it can quickly improve your physical fitness in a short period of time, but it contains impurities and has extremely high side effects, so please use with caution. After reading the introduction, Su Lin quickly understood the function of this thing. Simply put, eating this crystal core can give you a physique that surpasses that of ordinary people. But Su Lin was not dazzled by this thing. It is also explained very clearly here, that is, this thing has serious side effects. Looking at the zombie lying on the ground, Su Lin guessed that it was likely that it had eaten the crystal core, and its appetite had increased significantly. Then as you eat more, your body will become abnormally fat. Gluttony. No wonder this guy has such thick blood. After Su Lin knew the name of this zombie, he understood it all at once. But he definitely won't use this thing. Although Su Lin wanted to improve his strength, he didn't want to end up like the thing in front of him. It's a pity, if only. Just as Su Lin was about to say something, he heard the system's voice in his ears. Tip: zombie crystal cores can be recycled. Players are requested to decide whether to recycle them. Hearing this prompt tone, Su Lin immediately felt comfortable. He was worried that this thing was wasted. As he thought about it, he said in his mind, confirm to recycle. Ding, first level zombie crystal core, medium quality, can return 6% of the potential tank. The reward returned after recycling was not very generous, but Su Lin did not feel that he was at a loss. After all, this was an unexpected gain for him. Without dwelling on this, Su Lin checked his panel. Potential, 71.5%. Compared with yesterday, today's potential tank has increased by 52.9%. 40.9% of them were obtained by killing ordinary zombies. The other 12% all came from the zombie called Gluttony. Su Lin was still very satisfied with his gains today. Not only did he get to know a new zombie, but he also found a way to increase his potential. I just don't know whether the explosion rate of this crystal core is high. So far, Su Lin has only killed 2 elite zombies, or first-level zombies. He was still very sure that there was no crystal core in the brain yesterday. Actually he wasn't really sure. Su Lin had no idea there was such a thing as crystal core yesterday. He just killed the zombie with a gun and left. Thinking of this, he didn't stay here for a second longer and turned around and went downstairs. 10 minutes later. Su Lin went up to the top floor of the building he was in yesterday in one breath. Fortunately, the body is still there. Seeing that the body of the strong zombie from yesterday was still there and had not been eaten by other zombies who smelled the scent, Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He walked forward and struck it on the head with a knife. Damn, it was a wasted trip. When his head was split open, Su Lin saw that there was no crystal core inside and couldn't help but speak out. But that's it, there's nothing I can do without him. It now seems that not every first-level zombie will produce a crystal core. After going up more than 10 floors, Su Lin considered it as exercise. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already past 4 o'clock and it was about to get dark. Go home. After putting the blood-controlling weapon into the space, Su Lin went downstairs. As soon as Su Lin entered the safe house, Wang Ying was already waiting at the inner door. While he was changing into his slippers, she helped him take off his clothes and hat. After Su Lin handed her the pants and put them in the basket, Wang Ying couldn't help but say, Su Lin, are you okay? No, today went smoothly. Hearing him say that he was fine, Wang Ying finally felt relieved and asked, is that big zombie dead? Yeah. Su Lin nodded. Since he was in a good mood, he also explained. This one today is a little different from the one yesterday, but this one is easier to kill. Simple? Wang Ying didn't know what to say when she heard this word. That zombie looks scary to her. Well, Wang Ying also understood that Su Lin was not the kind of person who liked to talk nonsense. He said it was simple, at least for him, it should be really simple. I'm going to take a shower, just watch me make dinner. Su Lin didn't stay at the door for long. After saying this, he went into the bathroom. Chapter 65, Introducing the Newcomer. Night. In Su Lin's bedroom. After dinner and rest, he naturally wants to do something he loves. Wait a minute, Su Lin. Wang Ying stopped his mischievous big hand. Seeing this, Su Lin was not in a hurry to continue. Let me apply safflower oil on you first, it's still green. Wang Ying sat on the edge of the bed and said in a low voice. Okay. Su Lin naturally wouldn't refuse such a thing. He could just follow this up and do it again later. Just like yesterday, Wang Ying came in with a basin of hot water and first applied a hot compress to him with a towel. Then wipe off the moisture and gently apply safflower oil to the bruised area. After she applied it carefully and evenly, Su Lin felt that the purple skin on his body slowly cooled down, with a slight burning sensation. It's not uncomfortable, it's quite comfortable. Wang Ying applied the medicine and washed her hands twice in hot water. Having learned the lesson from yesterday, she went out to pour water quickly today and was not caught by Su Lin. However, you can escape for 1 minute, but you can't escape for 2 minutes. After pouring the water, she was caught back to bed by Su Lin. Madam, today it's still you. Su Lin said, and then he lay down on the bed and looked at her. I'll just bear with it for a while. Well, then I can also feel wronged. Wang Ying spat lightly, with a hint of shame in her tone. I won't do this again until you're better. Su Lin was not dissatisfied with her little emotion, but instead found it interesting. He didn't say anything, but just raised his head slightly, as if to indicate. Seeing this, Wang Ying also understood what the other party meant. She lifted the hair by her ears and prepared to take off her nightgown. No need to take it off. Helpless, after hearing this, she glanced at Su Lin with a reproachful look in her beautiful eyes. 2 hours later. Su Lin lay on the bed feeling relaxed. One hand is holding the phone to watch short videos, the other hand is still. Wang Ying lay obediently in his arms. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Su Lin, why are you? Wang Ying really couldn't understand. I say. Every day, why is he still so? She even vaguely noticed that the other party seemed to be a little unsatisfied today. Su Lin couldn't help but smile faintly when he heard this. Why, are you not feeling well? He did not choose to answer directly. After all, he could always tell the other party that he had gained 3 more points of physical fitness yesterday, right? After yesterday's increase in physical attributes, Su Lin did feel that his double-sided strength had been greatly enhanced today. His question made Wang Ying's already blushing face turn red. Yeah, this kind of thing isn't just. Speaking of which, the reason why Wang Ying was so loyal to Su Lin was not only because he asked her to stay here. Another reason is that both her mind and body have been completely conquered by the other party. It's just that this conquest is a bit too much. Su Lin, Wang Ying seemed to want to say something. Seeing her hesitant to speak, Su Lin. This made Wang Ying groan. Madam, just say whatever you want. Are you embarrassed to be here with me? After getting permission, Wang Ying took a deep breath, looked up at Su Lin's face and said. I want to introduce someone to you. Can you introduce someone to me? Su Lin was a little confused, but his mind worked quickly. You mean to introduce me to a woman? Considering the current situation, he immediately thought of this. Wang Ying was stunned when she heard this. Su Lin, how did you know? Su Lin was speechless. You can't possibly introduce a man to me, right? Yeah, that's right. Wang Ying felt embarrassed because she was surprised by her own question. She really wanted to introduce a woman to Su Lin, and a very beautiful woman. Wang Ying knew very well that judging from the other party's abilities, she couldn't be the only woman in this apocalypse. Instead of asking the other party to find someone he doesn't know, it would be better for her to introduce one. At least we know everything, right? This way, she doesn't have to worry about the woman she finds bullying her. And you can also gain Su Lin's favor. The most important thing is that Wang Ying really feels that she is alone and can no longer handle the other person. Is really? Wang Ying immediately asked, is that okay? Su Lin pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. Of course you can, but does the woman you introduced also live in this neighborhood? And how do you know she will agree to your introduction? He didn't ask what the woman introduced looked like. He believed that Wang Ying would not be stupid enough to introduce an ugly woman to him. Yes, she also lives in this community. Wang Ying was obviously prepared. She will agree, because she asked me first. This statement might be a bit ambiguous, so Wang Ying continued to explain. She asked if I had any food at home and if I could lend her some. So, you told everyone I had food and that you were staying at my place? Su Lin's tone became a little serious. No, no. Wang Ying quickly shook her head. I haven't replied to her yet. I won't tell anyone else before I ask you. You're quite sensible. Su Lin gave her a small compliment after kissing her on the lips. Tell me, which building does she live in? Wang Ying was encouraged and spoke more fluently. Her name is Sun Yiting, and she lives in this building, which is actually 2 floors higher than ours, at 1602. Last night she asked me on Weibo if there was any food left at home. I wanted to tell you this morning, but are you afraid that after she comes, I'll fall in love with her and no longer like you? Seeing that she looked embarrassed, Su Lin helped her add. Yes. After being exposed, Wang Ying simply admitted that she did think so. This was also the reason why she had been hesitating in the morning whether to tell this matter or not. Su Lin didn't say anything, he understood the other party's psychology. She was simply worried that if a new woman came, her position would be squeezed out. In fact, Su Lin is not the kind of person who gets bored easily, especially since his wife is so beautiful and sensible. Suddenly, he remembered something. You just said, Sun Yiting? Yes, do you know her? Seeing Su Lin's reaction, Wang Ying asked curiously. Know him? Not really. I can only say I've seen him before. Su Lin nodded, recalling the 175 centimeters tall figure he saw in the gym before the end of the world. Chapter 66, Feeling Energetic Again. It's even better if you've seen her. I was going to show you her photo. Wang Ying heard Su Lin say this, so she continued. She is definitely more authentic than her photos, so you don't have to worry about her being a photo scam. Photo fraud? When Su Lin heard this word, he couldn't help but think of the stories he had seen on the internet before. For example, when you meet someone in person after an online romance, the other person looks like a 170 centimeters tall cool lady and a 160 centimeters tall sweet loli in the photos they sent you. But when you meet them in person, the difference can only be described as worlds apart. What about those things we have been talking about for months, strawberry jam and not eating coriander, and the person on the other end of the conversation actually photoshopped the picture and made it up, with a guy picking his toes? All of these are accidents caused by photo fraud. Su Lin, what are you laughing at? Are you listening to me? Wang Ying found that the other party seemed to be thinking about something and smiled from time to time. Yes, I just thought of something interesting. Su Lin didn't think any more about the deception. He didn't have to worry about such a situation happening anyway. By the way, her last name is also Sun, so she and you. He suddenly remembered that Wang Ying's deceased husband seemed to have the same surname, so he couldn't help but think of this. No. Wang Ying understood what he meant and quickly waved her hand to explain. Yiting and he are not siblings, and they have no relationship at all. She is my only friend in this community. She was afraid that Su Lin would misunderstand, so she explained much faster than usual. Su Lin actually didn't care about this. Even if the two were really siblings, he would just play with them once or twice. He wouldn't feel any psychological burden because of such a small matter. But he could still see that Wang Ying did not lie about this matter. After all, she is not a fool. She must have considered it carefully before introducing Sun Yiting to her. Su Lin nodded. Friend? Are you familiar with her? Seeing that the other party believed her, Wang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She really did not lie. We are quite familiar with each other, otherwise she wouldn't have thought of asking me to borrow food. Before the disaster, she and I would occasionally practice yoga together. After we got to know each other better, Yiting would often come to my house and cook with me. Wang Ying talked about how the two met. Su Lin had no doubts about this, he just said calmly. You should know that I can't give her food for free. I have requirements. Do you think she will agree? He didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Yes, I think so. Wang Ying said in a low voice. She had actually thought about this, but even if she were asked to chat with the other party directly on the phone, she still couldn't bring herself to say it. But now that she had said it, she couldn't go back on her word. She was afraid that this would affect Su Lin's opinion of her. Then I'll ask her now. Wait for me to go outside and get my phone. With that, Wang Ying was about to get up and go out. No need. It's so late today. Just ask her tomorrow and let her come down directly. Su Lin pulled the other person back and said with a smile. Look. Wang Ying was pulled down and lay in Su Lin's arms. Hearing this, she turned towards When she saw this, she was stunned. How could? No, wasn't it just less than 10 minutes ago? She really had no strength left at this moment. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Su Lin first kissed her on the lips, then said in her ear, "Since Madam has no strength left, then we can only." "Oh." Knowing that it was difficult to escape, Wang Ying responded in a low voice. The next day. Maybe it was because she slept too late last night, or for some other reason, Wang Ying didn't get up early to cook today. However, Su Lin got up at around 9 o'clock. After washing up, he went to the living room and didn't see the woman. Su Lin didn't even go to call Wang Ying to make breakfast. He is not a black-hearted capitalist or an unscrupulous slave owner. He's worked hard all night, so what's wrong with sleeping in? He himself is in high spirits anyway. Besides, I haven't eaten buns for a while. So Su Lin took out 4 buns and 2 fried dough sticks from the space. I made a cup of soy milk and brought it to the table, slowly enjoying the breakfast I made. Even if you don't eat it for a few days, it still tastes okay. After finishing a big meat bun in 2 bites, Su Lin couldn't help but comment. 5 minutes later. After a simple breakfast, Su Lin did not slack off. He took the plates and cups to the kitchen to wash them. After cleaning up, he sat on the sofa and picked up the tablet to watch. According to the surveillance footage, after one night, the number of zombies in the community has returned to about 400. However, Su Lin was not concerned about these ordinary zombies. After switching the screen perspective and looking around, he finally found 2 special zombies. Yesterday, Su Lin didn't look carefully because he didn't know that first-level zombies were divided into different types. Today he saw it clearly. The 2 zombies on the screen were the same as the strong zombie he encountered the day before yesterday. It shouldn't be the kind of zombie called gluttony from yesterday. After confirming that there were only 2 first-level zombies in the community, Su Lin put down the tablet and went back to the bedroom to put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, he left the safe house. After Su Lin had been gone for more than 10 minutes, Wang Ying slowly opened her eyes. It's over, it's over. Why didn't I set the alarm last night and went to bed? When she woke up, Wang Ying looked at the time and found that it was already past 10 o'clock. Realizing she was late, she quickly got out of bed. Maybe she got up too quickly and she lost her balance and almost fell down. Fortunately, she held onto the edge of the bed. Standing up straight, Wang Ying immediately walked out of the room where she slept. From her somewhat unsteady steps, it can be seen that she was indeed very tired last night. Have you left yet? When she came out and saw that Su Lin's bedroom door was not closed, she knew that he must have gone out to kill zombies. I don't know if he'll blame me for sleeping in, but I was really tired last night. Wang Ying muttered softly and rubbed her still sore waist. If Su Lin heard what she said, he would definitely tell her. I have seen your hard work, so there is no need to worry about it. I am not that kind of person. She was used to making breakfast for Su Lin, and she felt a little uncomfortable if she didn't make it for a day. Wang Ying was alone and didn't want to cause any trouble, so she washed some rice and prepared to cook some porridge. After washing the rice, putting it in a pot with water and setting the time, Wang Ying went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, the porridge was not ready yet, so she went back to her room and took out her mobile phone. She returned to the sofa in her nightgown and sat down. Perhaps it was not very comfortable for her to sit there, so she lifted her legs and placed them on the sofa. Because the hem of her nightgown was not long, when she put her legs up, her slender calves and white feet were exposed. She didn't pick up her phone to watch videos, but opened Weixing and started chatting with one of the people named Yiting. Yiting, I'm out of food at home, but you can. Chapter 67, Violence. And on the other side. Su Lin did not choose to kill ordinary zombies first today. After he went out, he immediately walked towards the location of one of the first-level zombies he had just discovered on the surveillance camera. Are you afraid to gather around it? Standing by the corridor window, looking at the zombie wandering alone in the community not far away, Su Lin analyzed. He noticed that the other ordinary zombies seemed to be afraid. It seemed that he didn't dare to get close to the first-level zombie. This gave Su Lin an opportunity. If other ordinary zombies came to interfere while he was dealing with this first-level zombie, it would be quite troublesome. 3 or 4 are fine, but if there are more than 10 or even dozens of them, he will have no choice but to give up. This wasn't the top floor today, so he didn't want to use his gun. Once the gunshots are heard, I'm afraid all the zombies in the community will be attracted here. Su Lin slowed down and slowly approached the first-level zombie. He stopped when he was less than 6 or 7 meters away from it. 595-600. After seeing the health of this first-level zombie, Su Lin thought he had seen it wrong. He took a few more glances and confirmed that its health limit was 600. It seems that the health of these first-level zombies is not fixed even for the same species. Su Lin thought so. At the same time, he also guessed that this strong zombie should be more powerful than the one he encountered the day before yesterday. However, Su Lin's strength has improved a little compared to before. He can use this opportunity to test his current strength. And the difference from last time was that the last time he encountered that first-level zombie, the two of them happened to meet face to face. This time it was different. He didn't have to attack head-on, at least the first strike could be a sneak attack. No, it should be called attacking when the enemy is unprepared. When the zombie turned its back to him, Su Lin took action instantly. He clenched his sword tightly and slashed at its neck without holding back. 120. Roar. After being attacked, the strong zombie, although it had no sense of pain, roared as if in pain and immediately turned its body to face the person who attacked it. Su Lin didn't care whether it was in pain or not. After a successful attack, he didn't feel proud. He continued to swing the knife towards its neck. 50. Unfortunately, his second knife was blocked by the strong zombie's arm. Although the blow penetrated half of the flesh, the damage was more than half of the first blow. Su Lin had no choice. After all, this zombie was not the gluttonous zombie from yesterday, which let him chop it like a living target. Bang, bang. The strong zombie was much faster than the fat zombie. It rushed in front of Su Lin and punched him. However, Su Lin was able to dodge it last time, and now his agility has increased by 2 points, so it is naturally easier for him to dodge this time. The attack missed, and its punch slammed heavily into the ground, cracking the frozen ground. The commotion here was already quite loud, so Su Lin didn't dare to delay too long, and immediately struck out with his sword continuously. 60-40-110. Every time Su Lin dodged its punch, he would hit it back with 2 swords. 40-600. Just like that, when its health was only 40 points left, Su Lin didn't dodge anymore and slammed his knife against its fist. The blade did not completely break its fist, but it did cause it to bleed again. Su Lin seized the opportunity and chopped at its head with a knife. The strong zombie's body suddenly seemed to freeze and then fell to the ground. Seeing that it was dead, Su Lin didn't hesitate for a second and chopped it on the head again. This is not a necrophiliac. When he cut with the knife, a black crystal fell out. Good luck. Su Lin picked up the crystal core and without even looking at it, he quickly left the place. Before he even entered the corridor, the nearest group of ordinary zombies had already rushed over. Fortunately, their eyesight was poor, and there was a big meal on the ground that attracted them, so they did not notice Su Lin's figure. Return to the second-floor corridor window of a building. Oh, if it's dead, it's dead. I didn't dare to get close to it when it was alive, but I'll still eat it after it's dead. Looking at the first-level zombie being eaten by ordinary zombies, Su Lin couldn't help but sigh. Of course, Su Lin didn't feel sorry for it. There's nothing to feel sorry for, since he was the one who killed her. He had seen the scene of sharing food many times. Although this time was a little special, it was not much different. After taking a few glances, Su Lin sat down on the stairs and took out the crystal core from his pocket. Level, First Order Crystal Core Brutal. Quality, 70% upper middle grade. Producer, produced by a first-level violent zombie. After using it, you can gain its corresponding ability. The method of use is to swallow it. Effective features, it can quickly increase your own strength in a short period of time. However, it contains impurities and has extremely high side effects. Please use with caution. Violent? The name fits it quite well. When Su Lin thought of the appearance of the violent zombie, he immediately felt that the name was very suitable for it. In addition to the different name, the function of the crystal core produced by this violent zombie is completely different from that of gluttony. The gluttony crystal core is to quickly increase physical fitness, while the violence is to increase strength. But these have nothing to do with Su Lin. He definitely won't swallow this thing. Although the sales of violent zombies are better than those of gluttons, Su Lin doesn't want to become like that. He is quite satisfied with his current appearance. Not to mention that the system has reminded him that the side effects are extremely high and he should use it with caution. It's not like he doesn't have other ways to improve his strength, so there's no need for him to use something that might cause him to lose more than he gains, risking unknown side effects. Crystal Core Recovery. Ding, first level zombie crystal core, quality is upper middle grade, can return 7% of the potential tank. After hearing the system's recycling prompt, Su Lin also realized that the quality of the crystal core is linked to the returned potential slot. If I remember correctly, the quality of the gluttonous crystal core yesterday was 60%, medium quality. After recycling, his potential tank increased by 6%. Today's 70% medium to high quality coin has an additional 1%. Combined with the 7% energy increase from killing this violent zombie, Su Lin's potential energy bar increased by 14%. This amount is probably what he needs to kill 30 ordinary zombies to reach. However, this took much longer than killing 30 ordinary zombies. Thinking of this, Su Lin took out the tablet from the space and looked for the location of another violent zombie. Where did you go? After searching for a few minutes, he still didn't see the violent zombie on the screen. After searching for a while, seeing that he couldn't find it, Su Lin didn't dwell on it. Of course, he couldn't go back now. It's only been less than an hour since he came out. Although he is not considered diligent, he is not that lazy either. Since the violent zombies could not be found, Su Lin could only continue to kill as his old business. He stood up and looked at the group of ordinary zombies in the neighborhood. After observing for 2 minutes, he ran towards a place where 14 zombies were. Chapter 68, You Yourself. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After Su Lin completed the task of 80, he prepared to return to the safe house. As he was walking back down the stairs, he heard light footsteps coming from above. Judging from the sound, it seemed like there was only one person. Su Lin thought it was a zombie. He leaned towards the corner of the stairs, ready to kill it from around the corner. The footsteps were slowly approaching, and he was just about to take out his blood-killing knife to kill him. He realized that the person who came was not a zombie, but a woman wrapped in a scarf like a dumpling. Seeing how she walked down the stairs and not swaying from side to side like a zombie, Su Lin gave up the idea of taking the knife. Ah! The woman who went downstairs was already nervous. When she suddenly saw someone appear, she thought the other person was a zombie. She was so scared that she screamed and turned around to run back. What are you shouting about? Su Lin didn't want to attract zombies, so he shouted. The woman who had just turned around heard the voice and looked back. She saw that although the other person was wearing a hat, he was dressed neatly and did not behave in a strange way, so she confirmed that he was a human being. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she also quickly persuaded. Are you also a resident of this building? It's too dangerous outside. You'd better go home quickly. Go home? Hearing the woman's words, Su Lin said calmly. I was going home anyway. Didn't you scare me? He had already figured out who the person was. With the other person being about 175 centimeters tall, it was hard for him not to recognize him. You live underground? Are you the person Sister Ying mentioned? This woman was Sun Yiting. When she heard what Su Lin said, she immediately understood. After all, there is only one house underground. It would be strange if she still couldn't think of it. And she came down today, also planning to go there. Yeah. Su Lin just nodded. They were still outside and he was not prepared to explain anything. Come with me and be quiet. If you attract zombies, I won't have time to save you. Having said this, he turned and walked downstairs. Sun Yiting was not stupid. She knew that now was not the time to ask more questions, so she quickly caught up with the other party. Come in. After opening the door of the safe house, Su Lin went in and called out to the outside. In the room, Wang Ying had been watching the surveillance camera, so she naturally knew that Su Lin had brought someone back. She also knew this person, so she was considerate and took an extra pair of her own slippers and placed them at the inner door. After letting the people in, Su Lin closed the door. Not paying any attention to others, he changed into slippers, threw his clothes and pants to Wang Ying, and sat down on the sofa. Wang Ying skillfully took the clothes and put them into the basket in the corner. This scene fell into the eyes of Sun Yiting, who was standing behind. She felt like she was watching some kind of warm family movie. After a busy day, the husband returned home. His virtuous wife prepared slippers for him and put away his clothes. Suddenly, she noticed that the man in front of her was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt after taking off his coat. Isn't this cold? But soon, she found that her body was getting hot. Yes, it is a warm breeze. The warm wind blowing on her face made her pretty face, which was originally red from the cold, reveal a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Sun Yiting was wearing a thick down jacket with several warm clothes underneath, and she was already sweating slightly at the moment. It's like being in a sauna. Yiting, take off your down jacket first. Wang Ying seemed to notice her friend's discomfort. She had also experienced this situation herself, so she naturally knew that it was really hot. Hearing this, Sun Yiting no longer cared about anything else. She quickly took off her 2 scarves and then her down jacket, and only then did she feel a little more comfortable. After a pause, Sun Yiting watched her friend hang up her clothes, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. At this time, Su Lin said slowly, "Sun Yiting, right?" He sat upright on the sofa, his eyes scanning the tall woman's body as if he were looking at a piece of merchandise. Hearing this, Sun Yiting realized that this was not her home, nor was it her good friend Wang Ying's home, but in a stranger's house. Wang Ying saw that her friend was a little dazed and understood her feelings, but now was not the time to relax. She gently pulled the other person's arm and led her to the sofa. "Su Lin, this is Yiting, whom you have met," Wang Ying introduced. "Hello," Sun Yiting said timidly. She hadn't noticed it just now, but now she had time to look at the other person's appearance. This sight made her confused again. You are the one who lives downstairs opposite Sister Ring." Obviously, she recognized Su Lin. "Yes, it's me." Su Lin was a little confused. "Didn't Wang Ying tell you?" He thought the 2 girls had already talked. "Well, Su Lin, this matter still depends on you, so I only asked Ting to come down after 4 o'clock. The rest has not been discussed yet," Wang Ying said with an embarrassed look on her face. It's not that she doesn't want to say it, but in her opinion, it would be more useful if Su Lin said it. Another thing is that there are some things that Wang Ying really finds difficult to say. Su Lin didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Just like what the other party said, he has to make the final decision on this matter. In this case, Su Lin did not intend to say any more nonsense, he said directly. "You came here to borrow some food from me, right?" "Yes, me, I don't need too much, 2 meals, no, 1 meal is enough." Sun Yiting recognized Su Lin and also remembered the conversation they had when they met by chance in the gym before the end of the world. Now she speaks in a somewhat unnatural way. 2 meals? Su Lin looked at the other person, smiled and said, "Do you think that official rescue will arrive the day after tomorrow, so we only need to hold on for 2 more days?" He saw the other party's embarrassment, but he was not so petty. "The other party didn't offend me last time in the gym, it was just a few simple conversations." Yes. Seeing that Su Lin did not use the previous gym to criticize herself, Sun Yiting also breathed a sigh of relief. And her thoughts were exactly as Su Lin said, official rescue would be here soon, and she just had to hold on for 2 more days. If there was no food left at home, she would not have thought of borrowing food from Wang Ying. She certainly knew that food was extremely precious in every household right now, and no one would want to borrow food from others. Even though she has a good relationship with Wang Ying. Su Lin did not discourage her idea, but said calmly, "I won't tell you the value of the food right now. If you want to borrow it, you can, but what do you want as collateral? Mortgage?" Sun Yiting wanted to say money, or exchange it for jewelry. Her family is well off, otherwise she wouldn't have bought a house in this community with full payment. But she also knew that in today's world, money was almost useless. Sun Yiting didn't think about taking it for free. The other party had nothing to do with her, so why should she take it for free? But apart from money, what else does she have that is valuable? Just when she was thinking about what she should use as collateral, Su Lin seemed to see her dilemma, and he was very satisfied with her attitude of not being in vain. So he signaled with his eyes to Wang Ying, who had been standing beside him without saying anything. Wang Ying was very tactful and did not participate in the conversation between the 2. Now she noticed that Su Lin was sending her a signal, so she whispered in Sun Yiting's ear. "Yiting, you yourself?" Chapter 69, Contrast. "Me, myself?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yiting immediately looked at her friend, her eyes filled with realization. Although she had never been in love, she knew what it meant. Thinking about the scene she saw when she came in, Sun Yiting understood. Naturally, she knew her good friend Wang Ying very well. The other person has a pretty face, and although her figure is not as good as mine, it is much better than most women. Some parts of her body are even fuller than mine. A man and a woman are alone in this warm house again, how could nothing happen? Thinking of this, her body began to heat up again. It's not her fault that she is hot, the temperature in Su Lin's safe house has always been kept at 22 degrees. Sun Yiting just took off a down jacket, which contained 2 warm sweaters and underwear. Sister Ing, I. Sun Yiting's face turned red because it was so hot and she had so many thoughts. Don't be so pushy. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. Su Lin said in a cold tone with an impatient expression. I'm going to take a shower first. If you haven't figured it out by the time I come out, I'm sorry, but I can only ask you to go back to where you came from. After saying this, he stood up and went into the bathroom, leaving the 2 girls in the living room. Sun Yiting felt very hurt by Su Lin's cold words. Once upon a time, those men who pursued me were all extremely attentive to me. She refused them directly, but those people still kept coming to her, and each one was more polite than the last. Yiting, stay here with me. Wang Ying saw her grievance, took her hand, and said gently. Su Lin is actually a very nice person. As long as you are obedient and don't make him angry, everything will be fine. Compared with Su Lin's indifferent attitude, Wang Ying's words at this moment obviously made Sun Yiting feel extremely cordial. Sister Ing, what is your relationship with him? Without Su Lin's presence, Sun Yiting relaxed a little. Are you talking about me and Su Lin? Wang Ying had nothing to hide about this matter. If the other party stayed later, she would tell him the same thing. She thought about it and explained more tactfully. Su Lin and I are lovers, I guess. Although he may not think so, that's all I can say. Wang Ying has a clear understanding of herself, and she knows that Su Lin may not fall in love with her. And it is impossible for me to be the only woman for him. Lover relationship. Although she had guessed that the 2 might have this kind of relationship, Sun Yiting was still a little surprised when she heard Wang Ying say it in person. Then you and Sun. She was about to say something when Wang Ying interrupted her. Don't mention that person. He's dead. I have nothing to do with him anymore. When I think about the fact that Sun Xiang not only doesn't care about my life or death, but even wants to sell me out. Even though the other person was dead and died at her hands, Wang Ying still felt very disgusted. Hearing this, Sun Yiting did not continue to talk about this matter. As a friend, she knew that Wang Ying had a bad relationship with her useless husband. As for his death, Sun Yiting just thought that he died last time when the residents organized a group to kill zombies. Sister Ing, if official rescue comes in a couple of days, what are you going to do then? She changed the subject. I won't go. At least if Su Lin doesn't go, I definitely won't go. Wang Ying's tone was extremely firm, even when Su Lin was not around. Sister King, are you planning to stay with Su and Su Lin forever? Sun Yiting was a little confused as to why Sister Ing, who was always gentle, was so firm in this matter. Wang Ying smiled softly at her and said, I said before that Su Lin is a very good person. Also, look at the environment in this room. Do you think the conditions over there are better than here? After hearing this, Sun Yiting didn't understand the first half of the sentence yet, but she agreed with the second half. She didn't know what the official conditions were. But the warm and comfortable environment in this room made her not want to leave after being in it for less than 10 minutes. Yiting, I can't say more, but I can only tell you that Su Lin is really amazing. For some unknown reason, Wang Ying added in a low voice. And he is amazing in every way. After saying this, her face couldn't help but turn a little red. Is it amazing? Sun Yiting was very curious. She opened her beautiful eyes and asked. Sister Ing, what are those aspects? Is there anything inconvenient to talk about? Anyway, as long as you stay, you will know sooner or later. This was all Wang Ying could say. She couldn't possibly tell the other party directly that Su Lin could not only easily kill those terrifying zombies. Also, it can force you to sleep in. But I haven't even been in a relationship yet, will it be possible to just do that kind of thing? Speaking of staying, Sun Yiting remembered what the other party said in her ear a few minutes ago. Wang Ying didn't know what to say at this time, but she thought about what would happen if the other party didn't stay. Not only would it affect Su Lin's opinion of her, but she would also have to endure his intense. Thinking of this, Wang Ying could only put on a thick face and said in embarrassment. Don't worry, Sister Ing will help you. Click. Just at this moment, Su Lin came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. He was wearing a bathrobe and without drying his hair. He walked up to the 2 of them. Well, have you thought it through? Wang Ying did not interrupt. She had already said everything she needed to say, and it was not her place to decide for others on such matters. Yeah. Sun Yiting responded softly. After Su Lin's initial indifference and Wang Ying's subsequent gentle persuasion, she was afraid that if she hesitated any longer, the other party would really drive her away. I want to stay, is that okay? Because of Wang Ying's words, Sun Yiting changed her original idea and now she really wants to stay. Su Lin did not agree immediately, but said calmly, "Go take a shower first. We'll talk about what's left tonight." Oh. Sun Yiting lowered her head, looking weak and helpless. Her 175 centimeters tall figure and mature appearance, coupled with the expression she made at this moment, created a strong contrast. "Let's go, Yiting. I'll take you to the bathroom. After you wash, put on my pajamas first." Wang Ying spoke at the right time. "Wait a minute, take it off here." Su Lin also said at the right time. Can I?" Sun Yiting was about to speak. Then Su Lin interrupted coldly, "No. Ing, Sister Ing." Sun Yiting looked at her good friend beside her with grievance. But the other party just nodded to her slightly. Wang Ying was also helpless, it was only because Su Lin was right next to her, otherwise she would have wanted to tell him that she had gone through the same thing. But at the same time, she also knew that although the other party was a little slutty, well, he is a big pervert, but not the kind of person who is impatient for sex. Seeing that Sister Ing had tacitly agreed, Sun Yiting had no choice but to slowly take off her clothes in front of the two of them. Su Lin said nothing, just watched quietly. I have to say that Sun Yiting has an excellent figure. After she took off 2 thermal sweaters and 2 pairs of thermal trousers, a set of light pink thermal underwear was revealed. Although I didn't take it off completely. But the other person's beautiful figure has been revealed. Especially those straight and slender long legs, which are probably about 1.1 meters long. Su Lin was indeed not a man who was impatient. He had almost finished appreciating her. Seeing the other party's ashamed look, he waved his hand. "Okay, go in and take a shower." As he said this, he got up and went back to the bedroom to blow dry his hair. "Yiting, it's okay. Just be obedient. Su Lin won't go too far." Wang Ying said to her gently. I understand." After what happened just now, Sun Yiting seemed to have understood something. Wang Ying didn't say anything more, took her hand and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 70, Sun Yiting's Psychology. In the bathroom. After Wang Ying helped adjust the hot water, she left the bathroom. Only Sun Yiting was left inside. She just stood under the shower, letting the hot water wash over her curvy body, and couldn't help revealing a look of satisfaction. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. Why was there hot water here? You know, there is no water supply in this community now. It is minus 70 degrees Celsius outside. Even if there is water, it is unlikely to flow out of the pipes. Moreover, electricity is only supplied in stages. If you want to take a hot bath, you can only raise your pillow a little higher when you go to bed at night and see if you can take a hot bath in your dream. Sun Yiting hasn't had a hot bath for a while. These days, she just takes a bucket outside to collect ice and snow and then brings it home. After the water has melted, boil it in a kettle while the power is on, and use the hot water to wipe your body. She was lucky because she lived on a high floor, only a few floors away from the top floor, so she could go out and decorate the ice and snow every day. If she lived on a lower floor, with so many zombies wandering around outside, how would she dare to go out and pretend to be snowing? This is a big bucket. At this time, Sun Yiting finally noticed the tall water barrel on the side. At the same time, she remembered that now was not the time for phased power supply. When she first came into the room, her mind was completely dazzled by the warm temperature, which is why she only thought of this now. He has water and 24-hour electricity supply. Is it a generator? And Sister Ing also told me, the food here is enough for them to eat for more than half a year. Sun Yiting was extremely shocked by all this. The more she thought about it, the more surprised she became, and a bizarre idea popped up in her mind. That is, did Su Lin predict in advance that this disaster would come on New Year's Day? Otherwise, why would he prepare all this in advance and even buy this apartment on the second underground floor that no one else wanted? And the house is decorated so safe and warm. Sun Yiting naturally saw it when she came in. The door looked like it was custom made. Not only did it look heavy and sturdy, it also required 3 unlocking steps before it could be opened. She absolutely did not believe that all this was just a coincidence. How could there be so many coincidences in the world, all happening at the same time? At this moment, her view of Su Lin changed drastically in an instant, becoming mysterious and majestic. Sister Ring said that all we have to do is listen to him, right? Sun Yiting rubbed shower gel on her beautiful body and thought so in her heart. And outside in the living room, Su Lin had already blown his hair and was lying on the sofa watching short videos. He didn't know that the new little playmate in the bathroom had already vaguely guessed his premonition. But it doesn't matter to him, guessing is just guessing after all. Another thing is that he was able to prepare this place so perfectly before the end of the world. He himself would not believe that he did not have some prophetic ability. Just tell them that you knew it in advance, and it's actually harmless. It's nothing more than making up a random excuse to explain it, and they won't get to the bottom of it. Thinking that he was bored after watching videos for a while, he saw Wang Ying preparing dinner, so he got up and walked over. What did you do today? Beef brisket stewed with potatoes and a steamed egg. Wang Ying really liked the casual tone Su Lin used when talking to her. This will make her feel that the other party is already quite satisfied with her. Su Lin didn't pay much attention to this. He always spoke according to the situation. However, he also saw what Wang Ying had done these days, and he was indeed very satisfied. Who wouldn't be satisfied with a virtuous wife who is obedient and sensible and beautiful and useful? Pick up a piece of meat for me to taste. Su Lin was not polite and prepared to let everyone try the taste first. The beef had been stewed a long time ago. When Wang Ying saw that it was almost cooked, she picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, blew on it, and brought it to Su Lin's mouth. It's okay, it's almost tasty. He put the meat into his mouth, chewed it for a few bites, and then praised it a little. Just simmer it for another 5 minutes. Wang Ying smiled gently. She felt that the two of them were like a real couple now. But her next sentence was a little different. Wang Ying thought of something and whispered. By the way, Su Lin, tonight, should Yi Ting accompany you tonight? Su Lin noticed the change in her tone and couldn't help but said with a smile. Ma'am, are you jealous? No, no. Wang Ying denied softly. But her expression and tone betrayed her. Jealous? If Wang Ying says that she is not jealous, that would definitely be a lie. With the arrival of a new woman in this house, Su Lin's affection for her will naturally be divided a little. But Wang Ying understood that she had no right and no reason to be jealous. After all, it was she who introduced Sun Yiting to the other party. Wang Ying knew very well that a man as capable and well-equipped as Su Lin would sooner or later have another woman in this catastrophic apocalypse. Wang Ying introduced other women in, not because she was stupid. On the contrary, it is a very smart approach. Since it is clear that Su Lin will have other women sooner or later, why not make an alliance first? Isn't this the best of both worlds? And in Wang Ying's opinion, there is no reason for Su Lin to look down on a beauty of Sun Yiting's level. As a woman, she envied the other person's tall and perfect figure. But Wang Ying was not worried that Su Lin would completely ignore her after Sun Yiting came. The other party has his or her own advantages, but she also has her own advantages. That is, the scale in front of him is one letter larger than that of the other party. This is also the main reason why she dared to ask Sun Yiting to come over. If it was a woman who surpassed herself in perfection in all aspects, Wang Ying would indeed be worried that Su Lin would neglect her because of her. Behind her, Su Lin heard that the other party's words were not true. He didn't expose her either. It's normal for women to be a little jealous. As for being ignored? Su Lin hugged her. Then he whispered in her ear. With her? Want to? Clang. Wang Ying was so frightened by this operation that the spatula fell to the ground. The main reason is that this kind of thing is a bit too much for her. Also, let's not do it. Don't you need it? Su Lin didn't force it, just smiled and said, forget it then. He squeezed her gently again, then let go of her body and returned to the sofa. Just at this moment, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Wang Ying quickly tidied up the hair around her ears and pretended to be cooking very seriously. Chapter 71, First Time? Although she wanted to wash for a while longer, Sun Yiting was afraid of being accused of wasting water. She rinsed off the shower gel as quickly as possible, then dried herself, put on her nightgown and went out. Even so, she still felt grateful. You have to know that in such extremely cold weather, coupled with the threat of zombies, being able to take a hot bath in a warm bathroom is really an unattainable dream for most people. Seeing Sun Yiting coming out, Wang Ying picked up the spatula and washed it, then walked up to her and smiled gently. Yiting, you feel much better after taking a bath. Yeah. Sun Yiting responded softly, but nodded heavily. Although this bath lasted only 10 minutes, it could be said to be the happiest moment she had in the past 10 days. As she spoke, her eyes couldn't help but look at Su Lin, who was sitting on the sofa. Seeing that the other party didn't look at her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Because what she is wearing now is really too revealing. Yiting, you are still too tall. My nightgown looks a little too short for you. Wang Ying noticed that the other person's expression was a little unnatural, and her hands were always pulling at the hem of her skirt. She is 1.68 meters tall, which is considered quite tall among women. But compared with Sun Yiting's height of 1.76 meters, she is still a lot shorter. Just like now, Wang Ying's nightgown is originally above the knee. But after the other person put it on, not only did it not cover his knees, but it also exposed a small part of his thigh. Although Wang Ying's voice was low, Su Lin had good hearing and of course he heard what she said. His gaze shifted from the phone screen to the other person's slender legs. Sun Yiting was wearing thermal underwear before, and Su Lin didn't see it so clearly. Now, 2/3 of her 1.1 meter long legs were exposed. The perfect leg curve is now clearly revealed, making it even more attractive. However, Su Lin was not so worried at the moment, so he did not take action directly. Over there, Sun Yiting also noticed Su Lin's gaze. I thought he would be eager to eat me, and my heart was filled with shame and fear. Fortunately, the other party only glanced at her for a few seconds and then looked away. She then whispered to Wang Ying. Ying, sister Ying, I want to blow dry my hair. Wang Ying didn't let her into Su Lin's room, but pointed to the bedroom where she slept. It's in that room. The meal will be ready soon. You can come out and eat after you blow dry your hair. Sun Yiting smelled the fragrance of the food and didn't even want to blow dry her hair. But she didn't dare to bring it up, so she just walked in quickly and started blow drying her hair. Su Lin, it's time to eat. After a while, Wang Ying brought a large bowl of stewed beef brisket with potatoes and steamed eggs to the table and said. Su Lin, who was already a little hungry, didn't let others serve him rice. He served himself a bowl of rice and started eating with some vegetables. Wang Ying was used to him doing this. Although she was willing to do these things, Su Lin generally would not let her serve him with such small matters. Except, in that matter. She also filled half a bowl of rice and sat opposite Su Lin. At this time, Sun Yiting, who had finished blow drying her hair, walked out of the room. Wang Ying did not act on her own, but called Su Lin in a low voice. Just let her eat with us. Since Su Lin asked her to take a shower, it meant that he had already accepted half of her. When it comes to food, he is not too stingy in giving it to his own people. Su Lin, thank you. Sun Yiting was already very hungry, and her main purpose of coming here today was for food. She originally thought that she could borrow at most 1 or 2 packets of instant noodles or something, but she never expected that she could actually have a meal. And it was done by Sister Wang Ying. After thanking her, she hurried to fill the rice cooker with rice. At the dining table, she hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and wanted to sit next to Su Lin, but he said, You go sit across from me, I'm too lazy to move my chair. All right. Sun Yiting knew that it was all in vain. But at this time, her mind had already been attracted by the food on the table. Hearing the other party's words, she sat next to Wang Ying, picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. Good, so delicious. After just 2 bites, the meat fibers are gently broken down. The beef was tender and juicy, and the aroma slowly bloomed in the air. Sun Yiting couldn't help but praise it, and her expression was full of emotion. When Su Lin heard this tone, he couldn't help but look up at the other person and wanted to laugh. The other person's domineering appearance, combined with her current cute expression, is really interesting. But he could understand it, after all, he had experienced this situation in his previous life. Wang Ying, who was standing by, understood it even better, as she herself had been in a similar situation to the other person some time ago. Perhaps realizing that her performance was too exaggerated, Sun Yiting suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But she really wasn't pretending. She had been hungry for 2 days and hadn't had a proper meal in more than 10 days. Now that she can eat such delicious food, she is undoubtedly very satisfied. Sister Ying, your cooking skills have improved again. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Sun Yiting could only change the subject herself. No way, if it tastes good, just eat more. Wang Ying said with a smile. It is impossible for a cook to not be happy when hearing others praise his cooking skills. Su Lin said nothing, but just stood up and served another bowl of rice. Half an hour after a meal, Su Lin lay on the sofa and watched the short video of Odibio. Wang Ying and her two daughters sat on another sofa, leaning against each other and whispering something. And it seems that the topic between the two of them seems to be a little hot. Wang Ying was slightly better, but Sun Yiting's face was slightly red. After watching a complete episode of Brother Biao, Su Lin stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Before entering the door, he said lightly, "Come in." Without waiting for the other party to answer, he walked in. "Sister Ing, I." Although she had been mentally prepared, Sun Yiting's heart still beat faster when the time came. "Go, Yiting." Wang Ying took her hand. "If you want to stay here, you must be obedient." "Oh." Sun Yiting knew that she had no way out, and she didn't want to leave here at all. She responded softly, slowly stood up, and walked into Su Lin's bedroom. Bang! She was very conscious and closed the door carefully. It seemed as if he was afraid of making some noise and being heard by others. In the bedroom, Su Lin was lying on the bed wearing a bathrobe. Seeing someone come in, he patted the seat next to him. Seeing this, Sun Yiting moved to the bedside in small steps, but did not sit on it. "What? You haven't thought it through yet?" Su Lin said coldly. Although he knew that the other party had already considered it, he still said in a rather stern tone, "If you regret it now, I can give you another chance. Get out now." When Sun Yiting heard Su Lin's cold words, her eyes suddenly turned red and she looked like she was about to cry. She actually thought it through. But, although she is 24 years old, she has never been in love. In fact, she really doesn't know what to do. Seeing her with such an expression, Su Lin felt speechless. He is a person who believes in mutual consent. It's not impossible to be tough, but it won't be pretty. This is my first time. Sun Yiting lowered her head a little bit. She felt very aggrieved. After saying this, a blush appeared on her cheeks. "Ha!" Her words left Su Lin confused. First? No, he really didn't know about this, and Wang Ying didn't tell him. At the same time, his eyes fell on the other person's beautiful body. The other person's already proud long legs were even more attractive in his eyes. "Come up first." Su Lin hooked his finger. Although his tone became a little lighter, it still contained a hint of urgency. Sun Yiting didn't dare stay under the bed any longer. After taking off her slippers, she slowly climbed onto the bed. Her movements were hesitant, and Su Lin was not polite at all, so he pulled her over. Before Sun Yiting could react, her chin was pinched, and under her panicked gaze, Su Lin kissed her lips hard. This is my first kiss." With her mouth blocked, Sun Yiting could only think in her heart. She quickly closed her eyes, not daring to look at the other person. "Oh." Su Lin chuckled softly and greedily, for dozens of seconds. "It's just that the other party really doesn't know how to do it, but it feels different." Leaving each other's mouth, Sun Yiting couldn't help but gasp. Su Lin also found this very interesting, so he leaned over and whispered in her ear. "Don't worry, I'll teach you what to do." After receiving this, Sun Yiting could only nod her head lightly, not daring to say a word. "You can take off your clothes yourself, right?" Su Lin looked into the other person's eyes with a smile. Still need to let the other party have some sense of participation. This matter was relatively simple. Sun Yiting turned her face away shyly and slowly unzipped her short nightgown. She kept telling herself, "I don't want to go back and suffer from the cold and hunger. Be obedient, I must be obedient." Wha? Although she doesn't know how to do it at all, Sun Yiting is still very clumsy. It's almost time. Chapter 72, Exhausted. The 40 minutes of happy time passed quickly. During these 40 minutes, Su Lin was very responsible and acted as an excellent teacher. Taught such a young girl who had no learning experience. At this moment, he was leaning against the head of the bed looking at his mobile phone, with a delicate body lying in his arms. Sun Yiting just lay in Su Lin's arms, one hand on his chest. His eyes were tightly closed, and he looked like he was asleep. Just look at the redness in the corners of her eyes, it seems like she just cried. I don't know if she's sad or something else. Why are you still shy? Su Lin realized that the woman was pretending to sleep, but he didn't pretend not to know. Instead, he exposed her directly. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, his hands fell on her deadly long legs again and gently stroked them. Sun Yiting knew that her trick of pretending to sleep was not working. Don't. Su Lin, I'm still in pain. She opened her eyes, raised her little head, and looked at Su Lin pitifully. It's okay, I just won't do anything else, Su Lin said, looking down into her eyes. He really wasn't lying, unlike some experts. At first I said I was just looking. Well, that's just because Su Lin just finished. What he said in sage mode is still relatively credible. And he is not the kind of person who likes to force things to happen. After the test, he also confirmed that the woman in his arms was indeed a virgin. The girl's first time was naturally unbearable for his. So he didn't act like usual. Instead, the time was controlled within an hour. When Sun Yiting heard him say that, she didn't stop him from doing evil. This is less than an hour of high intensity. She really has some. Fortunately, she could also feel that Su Lin was very. Except at the beginning. The subsequent process is relatively gentle. Su Lin, I don't want to borrow food anymore. Can you let me stay? Sun Yiting said in a low voice. Yes, she has changed her mind since she came here. Now she just wants to stay in this warm house. Stay? Su Lin raised a smile. Of course it's fine if you want to stay, but. As he spoke, he applied a little more force and pinched her leg. Sun Yiting couldn't help but let out a soft "hmm." But she's not stupid, not to mention what she's been through now. Even before trying it, she could understand what the other person meant. External things like money, jewelry, and bags are useless. The only thing of value to me now is this face and this body. I do. Although Sun Yiting was still a little shy, she answered without hesitation. Yeah. Su Lin nodded. He is a lustful person, and especially after his physical fitness has been strengthened, his desires in certain aspects have become greater than before. Once he gets his hands on a top-notch woman like Sun Yiting, he will naturally not let her go easily. Go and call Wang Ying in. Su Lin suddenly let go of the other person and spoke. Ah. Sun Yiting was stunned when she heard that. She thought the other party hadn't. But she couldn't say much, so she put on her nightgown and got out of bed to shout. But because her legs were a little sore, she unconsciously knelt down when she got out of bed. He. Su Lin couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Of course he wasn't mocking me, it was a good thing he did. However, when Sun Yiting heard his laughter, she blushed. It didn't hurt that much in bed, how could this happen? Sun Yiting thought to herself. She held onto the edge of the bed to steady herself, then quickly opened the door and went out to call for help. After a while, the two women entered Su Lin's bedroom at the same time. Wang Ying was originally preparing to go to bed, but when a newcomer came, she must have thought that she didn't need her company tonight. She was suddenly called over and was extremely nervous. Others may not know Su Lin's style, but she knows it very well. No, he wants to come. Sun Yiting and Wang Ying actually have similar ideas. But the difference is, she thought Su Lin just hadn't yet, so she asked her to call Wang Ying over. She was only responsible for calling someone, and then she could go and rest. The two girls walked slowly to the bed with different emotions. You come this way, you go that way. Su Lin smiled and moved to the middle of the bed, making room for those on his left and right. Su Lin, do you want to? Wang Ying's face flushed, unable to speak. If it was something else, she would definitely agree without hesitation. But Wang Ying didn't say that she was completely unwilling to do this. But she felt that it was only the first day, so it was a bit too much. Wang Ying could still speak a little, but Sun Yiting was completely speechless. Although she was a virgin, others had told her that it was possible for 3 people to do it together. No, what are you two thinking about? He saw that the two women had wrong ideas. Su Lin was speechless and looked at the two women and asked. Am I that kind of person? Yes, right. Wang Ying chuckled, covering her mouth. After spending some time together, she got to know Su Lin quite well and could tell that his tone was quite casual. Hearing this, Su Lin didn't say much, but looked at the other one. I don't know. Seeing this, Sun Yiting quickly shook her head. She is not familiar with the other person yet, but she is very smart. For difficult questions, it is best to say that she doesn't know. Well, Su Lin had already anticipated the two girls' answers. He didn't care and immediately said what he meant. Don't think too much about it, I just want to chat with you too. But chatting is more comfortable in bed, isn't it? After hearing Su Lin's unreasonable statement, the two girls didn't know how to refute it. But they don't actually object to this in their hearts. At most, they just feel a little shy about being 3 people together. So both of them took off their shoes and got on the bed, lying on the left and right of Su Lin. Su Lin was not polite either. He put his arms around the two girls and placed them on their shoulders, gently stroking them with his fingers. But he is still very honest, that's all. Seeing that he did not take any further action, Wang Ying and Sun Yiting both breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lin, when you say chat, you don't mean just chatting casually, right? Do you want to tell us something? Wang Ying, who was lying on the left, spoke first. She knew Su Lin's personality better. Generally, the other party will not specifically seek them out to chat. I guess so. Su Lin thought for a moment, then said calmly. I know you both have questions for me, and today I can answer some of them. Chapter 73, Simple Disclosure. When the two girls heard Su Lin's words, they were stunned. It was just as he said, both of them had many questions to ask each other. Not to mention Wang Ying, even Sun Yiting, who just arrived, has a few things that she is very curious about. But Wang Ying knew that there were some things Su Lin didn't want to tell her, and she couldn't ask casually. Sun Yiting had heard Wang Ying say several times that the biggest requirement for staying here was to be obedient, and she had experienced it. It's okay, I'm not testing you. Su Lin saw the two girls' concerns and smiled. Tell me, what do you want to ask? Since he chose to let the two girls live here, he knew very well that some things could not be kept secret forever. So in Su Lin's opinion, instead of letting them discover it themselves, it would be better for him to pick out some answers that he could say. Su Lin, where does the electricity in this room come from? Wang Ying saw that Su Lin didn't seem to be joking, so she asked a question in her mind. Other residents' homes have intermittent power supply. I've lived here for 10 days and haven't seen any generators in their homes. It's the small blue box on the cabinet in the living room. Su Lin said casually. Remember the little stove I showed you last time? That blue box is called a small motor, and its principle is similar to that of a little stove. Although the energy small motor has been upgraded to the energy motor, he did not explain this to her. Small motor? Wang Ying immediately understood. She had seen the blue box in the living room more than once. Wang Ying originally thought that it was just a small ornament placed there by Su Lin. Who would have thought that it was that inconspicuous little box that provided power to the house? At the same time, she couldn't help but recall the yellow oval object called small stove that Su Lin showed her a few days ago. She compared the two. Yes, these two things are very inconspicuous, but they are very magical. As for his origins, since Su Lin didn't say it directly, it meant that he didn't want to say it, and Wang Ying wouldn't ask any more questions. However, the conversation between the two left Sun Yiting, who was standing by, confused. Su Lin, sistering, what are small motors and small stoves? She looked puzzled. Why are there only things that she can't understand at all? You can ask Wang Ying about this later. Su Lin didn't intend to explain it again. Yiting, I'll talk to you tonight. Wang Ying said at the right time. Oh. Although she was extremely curious, Sun Yiting could only respond softly. She whispered again, then I also have a question. Go ahead. Su Lin did not refuse this time and nodded. That's right, that's right. Sun Yiting was a little confused, but driven by curiosity, she still asked. Did you know about this disaster in advance? Having said that, she simply said out loud everything that had occurred to her while bathing. You first bought this empty house on the second basement floor, then hired someone to renovate it, installed such thick doors, and stocked your house with so much food. Hearing this, Wang Ying said, Su Lin, I actually wanted to ask this too. The question asked by Sun Yiting also troubled Wang Ying for a long time. Su Lin had no reason to be surprised that they would want to know this. After all, according to normal people's thinking, they would probably have such a question. Yes, I knew it a long time ago. Su Lin did not deny it. You really know. The two girls said in unison, obviously shocked. This is not a big deal. Anyone who knows about this will have a similar reaction. After all, this is predicting the future. Wang Ying looked surprised and asked tentatively, Su Lin, how did you know this? Can you tell us? Well. Seeing the two girls' expectant expressions, Su Lin spoke calmly. I saw it on a forum, from someone with the ID part.. He made up a reason on the spur of the moment. Of course, he couldn't say that he was reborn and had already experienced the end of the world. But this apocalypse is different from his previous life, with the emergence of creatures like zombies. It's that simple? After hearing his answer, the two girls looked puzzled. They had heard of the website Tieba. But are the people above so exaggerated? Can you predict the future? What else? Su Lin's tone remained unchanged. Don't underestimate the posts. Some of the guys on there really have stuff. The two girls had no choice but to believe it. After all, they couldn't think of any other reason. Su Lin, if you knew this a long time ago, why didn't you tell us? Believing it, Wang Ying hesitated for a moment and said carefully, we are neighbors next door. Sun Yiting also said, I used to live 2 floors above you, so I'm also a neighbor. The two girls' tones were a bit coquettish. Have both of your brains been eaten by zombies? Su Lin looked at the two women he was holding with a look of funny. Let us not talk about the fact that I wasn't familiar with either of you at that time, and whether you would believe me if I told you. Even if I knew both of you very well, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Why? The two girls were puzzled and looked at Su Lin at the same time. Heh, you two are really clueless, aren't you? Su Lin sneered. I should have told you earlier. After you believed me, you should have prepared some food in advance. Now you can lie in my arms like this and let me eat you voluntarily. His simple and direct answer left Wang Ying and Sun Yiting stunned. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes stayed on Su Lin's face without blinking. Yes, if I had known this earlier, I probably wouldn't have come down. But Wang Ying actually feels that if the end of the world is bound to come, then life now would be better. Even if she had known this and prepared supplies in advance, if she had to choose, she would still choose to be here now. Because for her, although Su Lin is sometimes indifferent, the sense of security he brings to her is unmatched. Sun Yiting believes that this possibility is no longer realistic. She is a relatively conservative girl, otherwise she wouldn't be 24 years old and have never had a relationship. And now, her first time has been given to the man in front of her. At this moment, her heart was definitely inclined to stay with the other person. Su Lin couldn't tell what the two girls were thinking, and he didn't need to know. Anyway, this is the current situation, and Wang Ying is basically relieved. Sun Yiting's words, Wang Ying's persuasion, and his. I believe it won't take long, it will be almost. Okay, it's getting late, you can go to bed. Su Lin started to chase people away. Upon hearing this, the two girls prepared to get up and go back to their rooms. Sun Yiting got up, but Wang Ying was held back. Wait. Su Lin shook his head. I mean, she can go, you need to stay. It had only been less than an hour, of course he hadn't eaten enough. That is to say, Sun Yiting is unable to bear him, that's why he let her go. Wang Ying was embarrassed when she was pulled back to her original position. Originally, this kind of thing was nothing to her. After all, the two of them already knew each other about this matter. But there are other people around now. Her face flushed instantly. Seeing this, Sun Yiting's pretty face turned red, and she knew she should get out quickly. However, before she left the bedroom, she suddenly thought of something. She turned around and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's hum, Can I take the bed and the sheets with me? Su Lin did not refuse. He and Wang Ying both stood up and asked her to pull the bed sheet away. After picking up the bed sheet, Sun Yiting didn't dare to stay for even a second. After she left and closed the door, Wang Ying virtuously changed the bed sheet and said angrily, Can you please not call me in front of Ting, call me? Ha, of course not, ma'am. Su Lin laughed loudly, and then used a move of 2. Looking down at the other person's charming face. For the first 2 days. I'll take care of it today. Is that okay? There were only 2 people in the room at the moment. Wang Ying's shyness faded away and she said softly. Su Lin kissed the other person's tender lips without any hesitation. Chapter 74, Still working on it. The next morning. Su Lin woke up naturally from his sleep. And there was no other woman in his bed. After the second round of sex last night, he of course drove Wang Ying to her own room to sleep. Are you kidding? Isn't it more comfortable for one person to sleep in a bed than for 2 people? Sitting up and stretching, Su Lin felt extremely refreshed at this moment. After all, changing the sheets twice a night, how can it not be annoying? After getting out of bed and washing up in the bedroom bathroom, he came to the living room. When he went out, he saw that the 2 girls had gotten up earlier than him and were sitting on the sofa, talking about something. Wake up, I'll go prepare breakfast. When Wang Ying saw him come out, she turned her head and said something to him gently, then got up and walked to the kitchen. Su Lin nodded and sat on the sofa. He didn't lean towards Sun Yiting on purpose, but sat on another sofa, took out his mobile phone, and browsed while waiting for breakfast. I'm going to help Sister Ring. Sun Yiting looked a little nervous. She stood up and spoke. Go ahead. Su Lin glanced at her and saw that her face was slightly red, but didn't say much. It can be seen that Sun Yiting is still a little uncomfortable because she has only been there for less than a day. Because it was an open kitchen, Su Lin could clearly see Wang Ying skillfully handling the ingredients. Seeing Sun Yiting coming over, Wang Ying said to her gently. Yiting, why did you come in? I can do it. You should go and accompany him. The reason she said this was not only to make Su Lin happier. In fact, it is also for Sun Yiting's sake, wanting her to be able to adapt to life here more quickly. Sister Ring, I'm a little scared. Upon hearing this, Sun Yiting first glanced at Su Lin before speaking in a low voice. She also understood that Wang Ying asked her to accompany the other person for her own good. Last night, after Sun Yiting left Su Lin's bedroom and went to the room where Wang Ying slept, she did not go to bed directly. It's not that she doesn't want to sleep, it's that she can't sleep at all. It was her first time experiencing that kind of thing. How could a girl like her sleep well? She waited for more than an hour before Wang Ying dragged her tired but uncomfortable body back to the room. The two chatted until very late. She also heard a lot from the other party about Su Lin. After knowing some things, especially when hearing Wang Ying say that Su Lin could easily kill zombies, Sun Yiting couldn't help but admire him. She also asked about small stoves and small motors. After learning the functions of these two things, she was even more shocked. Sun Yiting trusts Wang Ying's words very much. Of course, she wouldn't be so stupid as to think that Su Lin asked Wang Ying to tell her those words in order to deceive her. Because there's no point in lying to her. I have given him my most important and valuable body, so what else is there worth him cheating on me? So after confirming the authenticity of the matter, Su Lin's image in her mind suddenly became a little more prominent. To be honest, she was willing to accompany the other person. In this apocalyptic world, how could Sun Yiting not want to stay with such a reliable man? However, she is really not used to taking the initiative. Okay, just help me fry the eggs today. Wang Ying said with a smile. Having known each other for 4 or 5 years, Wang Ying also understands this girl who is a few years younger than her. On the surface, she looks like a cool and arrogant lady, but in fact, she is a cute, simple girl with a little social anxiety. Oh. How many do you want to fry? Sun Yiting got a task and wanted to get started immediately. She also knew that it would be best if she could be more useful. Otherwise, relying solely on Sister Ying's relationship and my own health, I might not be able to stay here forever. Su Lin usually eats 8, and I eat 1. You can eat as many as you like. Wang Ying said this naturally while cooking noodles. It's like a virtuous wife telling her daughter the amount she and her husband need to eat. 8? When Sun Yiting heard this number, she was slightly stunned. Yes. Wang Ying said softly. Su Lin's appetite is larger than that of the average person, and since he consumes more food every day, he naturally eats more. Is that so? No wonder Sister Ring said you. Sun Yiting expressed her understanding and was about to say something. Wang Ying saw that she was thinking nonsense, quickly covered her mouth and said. Keep your voice down, don't say it. As she spoke, she also glanced at Su Lin, and saw that he was looking at his phone and not paying attention to them, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Woo woo. Sun Yiting had her mouth covered and looked at Wang Ying with her big eyes in confusion. It seemed to be saying, Sister Ring, why are you covering my mouth? Wang Ying released her mouth, looking annoyed. Yiting, you can't just say this kind of thing. She really didn't expect that a girl who just said she was shy and didn't dare to take the initiative. Less than 2 minutes later, even this matter was brought up and talked about casually. What? Sister Ring. Sun Yiting looked at her innocently. Didn't you say last night that Su Lin kills zombies every day? His energy consumption is high, isn't it because of killing zombies? She really didn't understand. Isn't killing zombies a good thing? And this is a compliment to Su Lin, why can't he just say it casually? Ha 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 ha. On the sofa, Su Lin finally couldn't help laughing out loud. His hearing was already good, and this was an open kitchen. Although the two women's conversation was low, he could certainly hear it clearly. It wasn't that he wanted to laugh, it was just that what the two women said was so funny. As for Wang Ying, after listening to Sun Yiting's explanation, she actually blushed a little. When she heard Su Lin's laughter again, she suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. It turns out that I was thinking the wrong way. When Sun Yiting heard the laughter, she didn't understand what was so funny. However, she did not dare to ask Su Lin, so she could only whisper to Wang Ying. Hey, Sister Ying, why are you blushing? And what is Su Lin laughing at? No, nothing, maybe he's watching funny videos. Seeing her curious look, Wang Ying quickly changed the subject. Go fry the eggs first, my noodles are almost done. After saying that, she turned around, picked up the chopsticks, and started stirring the noodles without looking at Sun Yiting. Okay then. Seeing this, Sun Yiting didn't ask any further questions. She lit another stove and started frying eggs. 10 minutes later. Su Lin, you can come over and eat now. The two girls came out of the kitchen, carrying the prepared breakfast and placed it on the dining table. Su Lin threw his phone away, stood up and sat down on the dining chair. Today's breakfast is simple, just Wang Ying's hand-rolled noodles with shredded meat and vegetables. There are also 10 eggs fried by Sun Yiting. As soon as he sat down, Sun Yiting brought a bowl of noodles in front of him and even considerately placed chopsticks on it. Su Lin glanced at her, picked up the chopsticks and started eating noodles with satisfaction. Chapter 75, each has its own advantages. Su Lin eats noodles much faster than he eats rice. In addition, Wang Ying's hand-rolled noodles tasted great, so he finished a big bowl of noodles in just a few minutes. Across from her, Wang Ying saw Su Lin finish eating and gently touched her arm to the side. If Sun Yiting still doesn't understand this, then she is really stupid. I'll help you pick it up. She looked at Su Lin and spoke carefully. Okay, come on. Although the noodles were on the table, Su Lin usually didn't care much about this kind of small service, but he did not refuse. The sensible wife is perfect now. But as for Sun Yiting, he has to take a closer look. Sun Yiting stood up and took the bowl from the opposite side. After filling it to 70% full, she put it back in front of Su Lin and continued to eat in small bites. When eating the second bowl of noodles, Su Lin did not finish it as quickly as the first bowl. He picked up the bowl and ate while his eyes fell on the two women opposite him. The way they ate noodles was not as casual as Su Lin's, but more elegant. Su Lin just looked at their pretty faces, slowly picked up a fried egg and ate it in one bite. It has to be said that the looks of the two girls are very much to his liking. In terms of appearance, Wang Ying and Sun Yiting are comparable. But in terms of figure and temperament, they both have their own merits. Wang Ying is the typical charming mature woman type. Moreover, her gentle nature and the attributes of a virtuous wife give her a lot of extra points. As for Sun Yiting, her appearance is more like a mature woman. Su Lin didn't quite understand his personality. However, judging from her performance last night and this morning, there is a contrast between her personality and appearance. In addition, the two women each have their own greatest advantages. The former is the Dubai which he hand-tested as D. The latter has a pair of beautiful 1.1 meter long legs. And then there's the body shape aspect. Wang Ying's figure may be described as slightly plump, but to be precise, she has flesh in all the right places. Compared to those skinny ones, he has a sticky body. Su Lin just wanted to say that the slightly plump one is the true god. Sun Yiting's figure is even more curvy due to her long-term training in the gym and yoga studio. Last night, Su Lin got a glimpse of her full appearance. Her abs and peach buttocks were both well trained. Well, if I had to find a woman to compare her with, Su Lin would probably say that she was a higher-end version of the woman named Ma whom he had played with before. On the opposite side, Su Lin's gaze was not concealed at all, and the two girls naturally noticed that the other party was looking at them. Wang Ying was already used to it. When her eyes met Su Lin's, she would give him a gentle smile. But Sun Yiting was a little nervous. She didn't even dare to raise her head and just kept eating noodles in small bites. Su Lin didn't think there was anything wrong. If she could be completely obedient and loyal in less than a day, she was probably pretending. Thinking about it, he picked up another fried egg. There is an idiom called beauty is a feast for the eyes. Of course, Su Lin didn't mean that beauty could really be eaten. However, with two such beautiful women accompanying him for dinner, his appetite would definitely be better. Look, he finished his second bowl of noodles very quickly. I'll do it. Although Sun Yiting lowered her head, she would raise it slightly from time to time. Seeing that Su Lin's second bowl was empty, she didn't wait for Wang Ying to remind her this time, but stood up and helped him pick up the noodles. Of course, Su Lin had no reason to refuse her initiative. Breakfast time is over. After dinner, Wang Ying wanted to take the bowls and plates to the kitchen to wash them. But Sun Yiting rushed to take on the job. Su Lin did not get involved in such trivial matters and let the two women deal with it themselves. He got up and lay down on the sofa to digest his food. Wang Ying didn't argue. She understood that the other party wanted to do more so that she could be more useful. She understood this mentality very well, because she herself was in the same situation when she first came here. Someone cleaned up and Wang Ying had some free time, so she walked to the sofa and sat next to Su Lin. Look at this guy, he dares to call himself the fat ceiling. I think he is not as good as you at all. Su Lin happened to see a female internet celebrity who was borderline, and when he saw Wang Ying sitting over, he couldn't help but speak out. It has been more than half a month since the end of the world, and it is quite rare to still see this kind of video. As he spoke, he handed her the phone screen for her to look at. Wang Ying took a curious look and found that the woman above didn't even show her face, only her figure. As a woman, she immediately realized that the figure of the female internet celebrity above had been processed. No way, I'm obviously not fat. Wang Ying did not comment, but said in a little coquettish manner. Not even slightly fat. Really? Su Lin raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes falling on the other person's plump figure. I don't believe it just by saying it. Let me try it. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the woman sitting next to him into his arms, and his hands began to move in a restless manner. Wang Ying had experienced situations like this many times before, and she was not at all disgusted by them. On the contrary, she actually kind of liked being so affectionate with Su Lin every morning. But now that Su Lin was pulling her, she instantly panicked. There are more than just her and the other person in the living room now. No, Yiting is here. Wang Ying stopped him in a low voice. But with Su Lin's strength, if he didn't want to let go, how could she possibly escape? I just want to hug you. Su Lin did not let go, but hugged her a little tighter. However, madam, if you continue to rub against me, I can't guarantee that I won't be impulsive. Wang Ying knew the other person's character, so she could only say, go to the room, okay? What are you going to do in the room? Su Lin asked back. He really wasn't feeling too worried right now, after all, he had just released it last night. But it's still okay to satisfy your craving. As he spoke, his hands. Wang Ying knew that she could not escape, so she could only silently accept the bullying in the presence of a third person. Su Lin found her looking wronged and found it even more amusing. In the kitchen, Sun Yiting naturally heard and saw what the two did. She almost broke all the dishes she washed and was too afraid to go out. Okay, come out when you're done. You don't want to stay in the kitchen forever, do you? Su Lin sat on the sofa and spoke out. Sun Yiting was startled when she heard his voice, but she stopped slacking off. After wiping her hands, she walked to the sofa with her head lowered. When Wang Ying saw her come out, she suddenly became shy and buried her head deeply in Su Lin's arms. Ha! Seeing them like this, Su Lin raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Are you two playing the hide-your-face game? What's there to be shy about? After hearing what he said, the two girls had no choice but to slowly reveal their faces. Isn't this all pretty? Su Lin smiled faintly and glanced at everyone, then hooked his finger at Sun Yiting, who was standing there. Seeing this, Sun Yiting suppressed her shyness and slowly walked to his side. Su Lin let go of Wang Ying and pulled Sun Yiting over. Wang Ying, who escaped from the clutches of the devil, couldn't help but smile when she saw her friend taking her place. That's how it should be. I can't be the only one being bullied. Wang Ying thought so in her heart. But Sun Yiting is different. She felt ashamed just by watching it. Now that I have experienced it myself, my body can't help but tremble slightly. She wasn't afraid of anything else, she was just like Wang Ying. Last night when it was just her and Su Lin, although she was very shy, she could still accept it a little. With the beautiful woman in his arms, Su Lin naturally couldn't remain calm. He looked down at Sun Yiting's pretty face, which was flushed with color, his hand already on her leg. I taught you last night. Let me test you to see if you've made any progress. As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, he kissed her red lips. Ugh. Things have come to this, and Sun Yiting doesn't care that there are other people around. She tried hard to recall what happened last night, trying her best. My teaching is indeed good. I have made some progress. I feel that the other person is, obviously, much better than last night. Su Lin gave his teaching level a score of 97 in his heart. I didn't give it a perfect score because I'm sure there will be improvement in the future. Chapter 76, Just Be Obedient. I'm going out. Keep an eye on those two zombies and wait for me to send a message back. Su Lin was standing by the inner door and said this at this moment. He had already dressed and put on his hat, ready to go out to work. After the tender moment just now, Su Lin satisfied his oral and hand cravings and did not take the next step. Just kidding. He is not the kind of man who would give up the task load for the sake of desire. Then, just like the previous 2 days, he searched for the first-level zombies on the surveillance camera and finally found 2. He enlarged the screen and looked carefully, confirming that one was a violent zombie and the other was a gluttonous zombie. Su Lin, I will definitely take good care of them. Me too, I watched it with Sister Ring. The 2 girls stood in front of Su Lin pretty much, and after hearing his instructions, they responded softly. The 2 girls were very happy to receive the task assigned by him. Because this proves that they are useful for other things besides cooking and having sex. Okay. Su Lin nodded, and without saying anything more, he opened the door and prepared to go out. Before going out, he suddenly remembered that there was something important that he hadn't done. What's wrong? Seeing him turn around, Sun Yiding asked in confusion. Did you forget something? I'll get it for you. I didn't forget the things. Su Lin shook his head in denial, then said with a smile. However, the lucky buff hasn't been added today. After hearing what he said, Sun Yiding had no idea what it meant. She turned her head to look at Sister Ring beside her, wanting to ask something, but found that her face was a little red. This made her even more curious. What exactly is the lucky buff? Sun Yiding didn't know, but Wang Ying certainly understood what Su Lin meant immediately. Although she knew that this lucky buff was just something Su Lin said casually and had no practical effect. But Wang Ying did not care too much about the other people around her as she did before. She took small steps forward. Su Lin stretched out his right hand and gave her a good pinch. Seeing this situation, it was impossible for Sun Yiding not to understand. So this is what lucky buff refers to? Then she heard Su Lin say, "It's your turn." With Wang Ying's demonstration, Sun Yiding was still a little shy, but she immediately took 2 steps forward. She closed her eyes, thinking that it was already like this, and she straightened her body cooperatively. But after a few seconds, she didn't feel the touch. Sun Yiding was wondering, could it be that he had already touched her? But why didn't I feel it? She opened her eyes to see what was going on. I saw Su Lin looking at me with a faint smile. Your lucky spot isn't this. As he spoke, under the other person's puzzled gaze, his right hand reached out to her round and tight thigh and touched it hard. Sun Yiding let out a soft moan. After doing this, Su Lin opened the door of the safe house. He walked out with the double lucky buff. Su Lin, be careful. Wang Ying quickly expressed her concern, like a wife sending her husband to work in the morning. Hearing her voice, Su Lin waved without turning back. After he left, Wang Ying quickly closed the door to block the cold wind from coming in from outside. Looking at her virtuous appearance, Sun Yiding beside her couldn't help but feel envious. She also remembered that when she first came yesterday, the other party had slippers ready to greet her at the door. And her cooking skills? If it were her, it would be difficult to be so perfect and show such meticulous care. Sister Ing, you are so great. Sun Yiding praised from the bottom of her heart. Yiding, it's not me who's good, it's Su Lin who deserves my kindness, or rather, it's Su Lin who's good. In response to her compliment, Wang Ying looked at her with a smile, shook her head, and said in a gentle tone. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be alive in this disaster, let alone living in such a good place. There was something I wanted to tell you last night. Having said that, Wang Ying paused, and Sun Yiding did not interrupt her. After hesitating for a while, she slowly said. If it weren't for Su Lin, I would not only have starved to death or frozen to death, but I might even have been sold to a neighboring family by Sun Xiang. In fact, she didn't want others to know about the latter incident. After all, this is not a very glorious thing. But at this moment she still chose to speak out. Wang Ying was not only speaking for Su Lin, but she had also been suppressing her emotions for a long time. Now she had someone to talk to, and this person was her good friend, and she was the one who introduced her. She finally had the opportunity to speak out. After saying this, she suddenly felt unusually relaxed. Wang Ying spoke very sincerely, and Sun Yiding listened very carefully. Sister Ing, don't be sad. After hearing these words, she couldn't help but want to comfort the other person, but she didn't know what to say. In addition, these words also made Su Lin's image in her mind become extremely majestic. No need, Yiding, I'm not sad, and that incident didn't cause any real harm to me. Wang Ying smiled softly. The reason I'm telling you this is just to tell you that the biggest benefactor for us being able to chat here is Su Lin. Yiding, do you still remember what I said to you yesterday? I remember. Sun Yiding nodded heavily and repeated it again. Su Lin is a very good person. I just need to be obedient. Yes, we just need to be obedient and don't think too much about other things. Just listen to what he says. Wang Ying said softly. Sister Ing, I know. During this conversation, Sun Yiding's mentality had obviously changed, and it was completely different from when she first came yesterday. Stop standing there chatting, we still have to watch the surveillance. Wang Ying didn't want to delay what Su Lin had asked her to do. She quickly took the other person's hand, walked to the sofa and sat down, picked up the surveillance camera, and stared at the two tall and fat figures on it. And it was in the second-floor corridor of a building in the community. Su Lin didn't know that the two girls were still chatting by the door after he left. The chat was all about him. He has now completed the first order of the day, which is to kill 15 ordinary zombies. For him now, killing a dozen zombies is very easy as long as he doesn't let his guard down. Su Lin was sitting on the stairs to rest at this time, and by the way waiting for the dozens of ordinary zombies below to disperse. It's easy to deal with a dozen at a time, but if there are dozens, he can only make a tactical retreat. Fortunately, he is flexible and will not act recklessly, so he will just hide for a while. Waited for more than 10 minutes. Seeing the zombies below gradually scattering, Su Lin began to look for the next target. Chapter 77, The Difference Between Zombies. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Lin took 4 hours to complete today's task of 80 pieces. There were still about 2 hours until dark, and he hadn't forgotten that today's main course was still unfinished. He took out his cell phone from the space and sent a message to the woman who was in charge of keeping watch at home. Wang Ying on the opposite side replied immediately. It seemed that she had been waiting. Su Lin, the fat zombie is on the 8th floor of Unit 3, Building 7. The taller one has entered Unit 1, Building 1, but it can't be seen on the surveillance cameras on the other floors. You must be careful. After reading the message, Su Lin put away his phone. Let's do the easy ones first. Without thinking, he went straight to Building 7. He quickly entered Unit 3 and walked up to the 8th floor in one breath. He heard some slight noises. On the 8th floor corridor platform, he checked his status. 240-280. After making sure he was in good condition, he held the blood control gun and walked into the door of the destroyed room 801. As soon as Su Lin walked in, he saw a fat zombie gnawing on a corpse. However, he could still see that the corpse was not bitten to death by this gluttonous zombie. The body didn't look like it had just died. It must have frozen to death or starved to death a long time ago. Since he didn't deliberately lower his footsteps when he came in, the gluttonous zombies naturally noticed the living person. Seeing Su Lin's fresh food, it immediately dropped the thigh it was gnawing on and wanted to pounce on Su Lin. Unfortunately, he was too fat, and his movements seemed extremely slow to Su Lin. It looks like he's rushing forward, but in fact, he's just walking faster. After easily dodging its attack and bite, Su Lin glanced at the health bar displayed on its head. 745-750. Compared to the last gluttonous zombie, this one has 150 less health points. It seems to be a bit faster. Su Lin keenly noticed that the glutton in front of him was different from the last one. The amount of blood is indeed less, but the movement is a little faster. But for him, it doesn't make much difference. The only characteristic of the gluttonous zombie is that it has a lot of health, but it is not actually a big threat. Anyway, in Su Lin's opinion, it is basically a living target. After confirming this, Su Lin began to attack with his knife. 100-40-80. Roar. After being stabbed by him several times in a row, the gluttonous zombie could only roar in anger but was unable to cause any harm to him. Although Su Lin couldn't kill it instantly, every time he dodged its claws, he would hit it twice with the knife in his hand. After several minutes of wasting time, when he saw that it only had a little blood left, Su Lin did not relax at all and cut its head with a serious knife. 30-0750. The gluttonous zombie's health dropped to 0 and he fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Su Lin walked to its corpse and picked up the light black zombie crystal core that it had dropped from the ground. Level, First Order Crystal Core Gluttony. Quality, 50% medium quality. After reading the introduction of this crystal core, Su Lin was not surprised. With less blood, the quality will definitely be reduced, which is natural. At least the crystal core exploded, which is better than nothing. He didn't mind at all. Recycle. Ding, first level zombie crystal core, medium quality, can return 5% of the potential tank. A first level zombie shouldn't have less than 1% of its energy tank, right? Seeing that the potential value returned by this crystal core was 5%, Su Lin whispered to himself. After killing the glutton, he immediately glanced at his potential gauge and discovered that it had only increased by 5%. Su Lin has recycled it 3 times, so of course he knows that the energy slot that a zombie crystal core can increase is the same as that of the zombie that produced it. Based on this, he guessed that it was unlikely that there would be a zombie with less than 1% energy slot among the first level zombies. Come to think of it, even ordinary zombies can have 0.4%, 0.6%. If the proportion of these first level zombies is less than 1%, it would be outrageous. Su Lin didn't think about this issue for too long. There's no point just thinking about it. You'll know it naturally after you kill more people. Then he turned and left the room. After going downstairs, he avoided the ordinary zombies and walked straight towards a building. After entering a unit, Su Lin went up to 10 floors in a row, but still didn't see the figure of the violent zombie. If he hadn't seen the obvious large footprints on the stairs, he would have suspected that Wang Ying and the others were not paying close attention. He continued to go up until he reached the top floor, where he saw a tall and strong zombie. You really like going to the top floor. Regardless of whether it understood or not, Su Lin couldn't help but complain. The first time he killed this kind of violent zombie was also on the top floor, and now this one is the same. I don't know if this type of zombie has any fear of heights. Fortunately, he has a good physique, otherwise he might lose 5 points of blood after climbing to the 20th floor. However, Su Lin soon discovered something was wrong and he gave up the idea of joking. Look at the blood bar above the head of this violent zombie. 890-900. After just one look at its health, Su Lin secretly thought that something was wrong. The health of this violent zombie is higher than the first time he encountered it and the one he encountered yesterday. It even had the same health limit as the first gluttonous zombie he killed. On the opposite side, the violent zombie had also seen Su Lin. It couldn't speak, let alone joke. The first time it saw a human, it rushed over and tried to crush him to death. Su Lin quickly dodged to the right, but was almost hit by him. Bang! The violent zombie punched the ground, instantly creating a hole several centimeters deep in the frozen concrete floor. No wonder he looks stronger and taller. Su Lin made an analysis quickly and his attention was focused on it. The punch missed, and the violent zombie turned its tall body and attacked him again. After dodging several punches, Su Lin discovered that its strength might be slightly greater than his, but its speed was not as fast as his. So he didn't just dodge, but instead dodged while swinging his sword to fight back. 30-60-100. Fortunately, its defense was not too exaggerated, and every time Su Lin slashed at it, it could still cause considerable damage. Sizzle who? After being slashed several times, the violent zombie angrily grabbed the wall a few times and continued to pounce on Su Lin while roaring. Its claws are as slow as the gluttonous zombie in front. Bang! Su Lin narrowly avoided it, but was knocked to the ground by it, and the splashing ice chips and gravel scratched his face. There is no time to look in the mirror now. After dodging the punch, he rushed forward, jumped up, and slashed twice with all his strength. 110-100. 80-900. Its health was running low and its speed seemed to have slowed down a lot, but its desire to attack had not diminished at all. The moment he landed, Su Lin took several steps back and avoided the violent zombie's punch again. And seized the gap in its attack and swing the final blow. 80. Hoo. Only when it fell to the ground and stopped moving did Su Lin take a few steps back, lean against the wall, and breathe heavily. 140-280. While he was resting against the wall, he took a look at his health bar. When I killed the glutton before, he only lost 5 points of health, so it was considered a kill without any damage. Facing this violent zombie, Su Lin not only consumed 95 points of blood, or energy. There are some minor scratches on my face. Good luck. After resting for a while, Su Lin walked up to the zombie that had injured him and picked up the crystal core from its head. The rewards are proportional to the effort, and this is the most motivating thing. Level, First Order Crystal Core Brutal. Quality, 90% top grade. Recycle. Ding, First Level Zombie Crystal Core, top quality, can return 9% of the potential tank. Apart from the system's kill rewards, today was the day Su Lin gained the most. Including the ordinary zombies he killed, his potential bar increased by more than 70% today. I'll soon get one more potential point. Su Lin walked downstairs while thinking. He was really tired today and now he just wanted to take a shower, have a meal, and then. Chapter 78, Some Trivia. Click. Open the door and enter the safe house. Su Lin saw a tall figure squatting in front of him and placing slippers for him. After closing the door, he rubbed the heels of his left and right shoes against each other and put on slippers. The person who is doing this welcoming work today has changed from Wang Ying to Sun Yiting. She took the initiative to apply for this small job from Wang Ying. She also asked Wang Ying what to do after he changed into slippers. After putting Su Lin's shoes on the shoe rack, Sun Yiting immediately stood up and wanted to take off his windbreaker. Although she was a little clumsy at zipping, Su Lin didn't stop her. Come to think of it, this was the first time he stood face to face with this woman at such a close distance. Before, they were either on the bed or he was sitting while the other person was standing. Looking at it now, Sun Yiting is really quite tall. How tall are you? Su Lin asked. Hearing his question, Sun Yiting, who had zipped up halfway, suddenly raised her head nervously. Su Lin himself was 1.79 meters tall, and when she raised her head like this, he was just eyeing her. I'm 176. Sun Yiting answered in a low voice. She thought Su Lin thought she was too tall and that he would feel uncomfortable if she stood so close to him. It's no wonder she would think too much. After all, among women, her height is very rare. I'm just asking, why are you so nervous? Seeing that she looked like she was about to hunch her back, Su Lin was speechless. Of course, he wouldn't mind a woman being too tall, let alone 1.76 meters. As long as she's pretty and has a good figure, he'd still like her even if she's 1.8 meters, 1.9 meters, or even 2 meters tall. Like Hakashaku Fumi? I went off track. I'm not nervous. Hearing the voice, Su Lin quickly cleared the image in his mind and saw the shy look of the woman opposite him. He simply slapped her hand away from the zipper, took off his coat himself, and then took off his pants and threw them to her. Sun Yiting quickly reached out to catch it, and then she heard Su Lin say, "You know where to put it. I'm going to take a shower first." Seeing him walk into the bathroom, Sun Yiting couldn't help but blame herself in a low voice. Really? I'm so prepared, why am I still so clumsy? Yiting, Su Lin won't care too much about these little things. You'll just have to get used to them slowly. At this time, Wang Ying walked over from the sofa and spoke gently to comfort her. When she started doing some chores for Su Lin, she was also not very skilled and felt nervous. It was only after spending 10 days together, coupled with my admiration for him, that I was able to become so natural now. So she can understand the other person's current psychology very well. After being comforted, Sun Yiting felt a little better. She nodded and said seriously, "I understand, Sister Ing. I will definitely study hard." Seeing her unusually determined look, as if she was going to learn some great skills, Wang Ying smiled. There's nothing much to learn. In fact, the most we can do here is some trivial things for him, which are very simple. Okay, let's go prepare dinner. Su Lin usually takes a shower and rests for a few minutes before eating. Yeah. Unlike when she was facing Su Lin, Sun Yiting was still like a little girl in front of Wang Ying. Let me put his clothes away first. She also saw it when she first came yesterday, and put the clothes in her arms into the basket by the wall. Then he accompanied Wang Ying to the kitchen. As for the little blood on her hands, Sun Yiting didn't make a fuss about it, but just washed her hands several times. Because Wang Ying had already told her about this matter. Moreover, she saw it with her own eyes on the surveillance camera today. When she thought of this, Sun Yiting couldn't help but think of Su Lin's heroic figure killing zombies with ease. Even though she had heard it last night. But there is a world of difference between hearing others say it and seeing it yourself. It was after seeing the scene with her own eyes that Sun Yiting's heart was completely conquered. In this apocalyptic environment, how could she not admire a man who had supplies, warm accommodation, was handsome and powerful? Especially after she heard that Wang Ying was almost sold. In addition to comforting her, how could Sun Yiting not know what a pretty woman like her might face? At the same time, she was also glad that she had made the decision yesterday and agreed to give it to the other party. She is still quite modest. She is not just a pretty girl, otherwise Su Lin would not have kept her. In the kitchen. Wang Ying was skillfully stir-frying the sweet and sour pork tenderloin in the pot and pouring sauce over it to color it. Come, Yiting, try the taste. Sister Ing, your cooking skills are really good. It feels better than when I ate it before. Sun Yiting picked up a piece, blew on it twice, and ate it, then couldn't help but praise it out loud. Stop praising me. Do you want to try the next dish? Upon hearing this, Wang Ying shoveled the food from the pot onto a plate and asked with a smile. Me? Forget it, it's better for you to come, Sister Ing. Sun Yiting waved her hands repeatedly. I'm afraid if I don't cook well, Su Lin will be unhappy after eating it. Although she can cook, the dishes she makes are very simple and the taste is average. If she is eating alone, she can still make it. Now, when she comes to the kitchen, she can only wash rice, steam rice, and help out. At this time, Su Lin had just finished drying his hair and came out of the bedroom. He was lying on the sofa in loose pajamas, waiting for dinner. If I come, then you can go out and accompany him. Wang Ying said to her with a smile. Ah. But I. Sun Yiting wanted to speak in a low voice. But then I thought, haven't I already made up my mind? Must I learn to be more proactive today? So she nodded and slowly walked out. Seeing this, Wang Ying didn't look over there any longer and started preparing the next dish with peace of mind. Why are you coming out? Aren't you making dinner? Su Lin looked up at the girl coming over. He didn't hear the conversation in the kitchen. I'm here to accompany you. Sun Yiting's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. However, Su Lin still managed to hear clearly, and seeing that her ears were almost red after she said this, how could he not understand what she meant? He didn't say anything, just looked at her figure. Her long, white legs were 2/3 exposed. Sun Yiting noticed this and suddenly remembered that the nightgown she was wearing was Wang Ying's and the length was not suitable. Thinking of what she had just said, she pulled down her skirt in shame. The clothes don't fit, right? Su Lin asked with a faint smile. Sun Yiting, who was standing, pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Come over. Chapter 79, A Family of Three? Sun Yiting sat beside him with a tense look on her face. Su Lin didn't blame him, but just smiled and lifted his chin. Still shy? No. Sun Yiting nodded first, then immediately shook her head. It doesn't matter if the clothes don't fit. Su Lin let go of her chin and stroked her round thighs. Let's see if your kissing skills have improved. If so, I'll go upstairs with you to get your clothes after dinner. As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, without waiting for her to answer, he kissed her tender lips hard. Although Sun Yiting's beautiful eyes were closed, she began to try hard to recall the past. How did the other party? Himself last night? 20 minutes passed. Wang Ying had already put the food on the table, but she was still not eating. There is no way, the two people on the sofa next to each other. She didn't want to interrupt. Fortunately, Su Lin didn't do it for real, he just did some. 3 minutes later, he got up from the sofa and sat on the dining chair. He was already a little tired today and hadn't eaten yet. After all, only when you have enough food and clothing can you think about other things, and he doesn't think about that much now. Let me heat up the food. Seeing him coming, Wang Ying said softly, preparing to take the dish to heat it in the microwave. No, it's not cold in the room, so it tastes just fine if it's warm. Su Lin picked up a piece of shrimp and scrambled eggs with chopsticks, tested the heat and found it was okay, so he didn't bother her any further. It tastes good. Your cooking skills have improved again. He gave appropriate praise. Of course, Wang Ying cared a lot about his praise. If it's delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Wang Ying didn't rush to eat. Instead, she picked up some food and put it in the other person's bowl, watching him eat with a gentle look on her face. For her, nothing could make her happier than getting Su Lin's affirmation. She was also very glad that, in addition to her body, she also had pretty good cooking skills that made the other person like her. This will make her feel that she still has some value and is not just a decoration in this house. She could also accept the protection Su Lin gave her with greater peace of mind. On the opposite side, Su Lin did not refuse her feeding and cooperated by passing the bowl over a little. He doesn't really care about cooking skills. Even if Wang Ying didn't have the cooking skills, Su Lin wouldn't mind supporting her just because of her physique and obedience. But she has the advantage of cooking, so of course he is more satisfied. Yes, I forgot to call Yiting. Oh, I forgot too. Su Lin said perfunctorily and continued eating. Wang Ying was busy picking up some food for Su Lin when she suddenly remembered that her good friend hadn't come to the table yet. She quickly looked towards the sofa. Yiting, come and have dinner too. On the sofa, Sun Yiting's face was still red, and she was looking at the two of them with a sad and pitiful look. She saw the harmonious scene between the two, just like watching dad and mom showing their love at the dinner table. But the problem is, she is not a daughter. The father character among the two had just been like that to her. Sun Yiting was not dissatisfied. She certainly didn't think that Su Lin's attention to her could be comparable to that of the virtuous and beautiful Sister Ing just because she had just arrived. But the key point is, Sister Lianing also forgot herself. She secretly vowed to work harder in the future to improve her status as a sister in the family. After swearing, she stood up and walked to the dining chair and sat down. Perhaps to make up for having ignored the other person, Wang Ying kindly served her food. There were only 2 dishes for dinner, sweet and sour pork and scrambled eggs with shrimp, but both were very large in quantity. After the family of 3 finished their meal, Sun Yiting took over the cleaning and tidying up. 10 minutes after a meal, Su Lin leaned back on the sofa, with the 2 women sitting on his left and right. He had just finished his meal and hadn't done anything else, so his hands were quite still. Just as simple. Su Lin, do you think the authorities will really announce the location of the shelter tomorrow? Because this time, 2 people were taken advantage of together. Wang Ying was just a little restrained, so she was thinking about something to talk about. If she is like this, let alone Sun Yiting. So after Wang Ying finished speaking, she asked, Sister Ing, do you think the authorities are lying? I don't know. Wang Ying shook her head. Su Lin, what do you think? Now that she was talking about the shelter, she was not afraid that Su Lin would be angry with her. He made it very clear last time that he was thinking about something and I disturbed him. An official shelter? Su Lin's expression became thoughtful when he heard this question. After a few seconds, he said calmly, they will definitely make the announcement. I don't think their officials would lie to us about this. So, what do you mean? Wang Ying was quite smart and could tell that there was something else behind his words. If this doesn't deceive people, how can it deceive others? Sun Yiting on the side was very curious, but she tactfully said nothing and just waited to see what Su Lin would say. Ha! Su Lin sneered. The official location will definitely be announced, but as for rescue, it's hard to say. The reason he said this was because he knew very well that the official shelters still needed some survivors to go to. Because for some things, they cannot fully maintain the operation by themselves. And if you have a skill, you can find a job in the shelter that can barely make ends meet. Just like Su Lin himself, he was a student at a medical university, although he dropped out after only his sophomore year. But he still knew a little bit of common sense about healing. In his previous life, he relied on this and the car that was requisitioned to get a part-time job in a shelter. Although this life is somewhat different from the previous one, there are creatures like zombies. But the fact that the shelter needs some useful people will definitely not change. However, it is precisely because of the increase in zombies that he said that official rescue may not come. At least it is impossible to implement it city-wide. The most important thing is that now there are not only those ordinary zombies, but also first-level zombies. With the extreme cold outside and the threat of zombies, the difficulty of the rescue is naturally needless to say. After the official announcement of the shelter's location, most people will have to get there on their own. Rescue may come, but it's best not to count on it. Su Lin gave his own opinion. After hearing his words, the 2 girls suddenly felt that the room was warmer. Yes, there are so many zombies outside. If Su Lin hadn't taken them in, even if they had food and could hold on until the official announcement of the shelter, they would not be able to get through on their own. The 2 women couldn't help but hug the arms of the men beside them at the same time. The arms are not strong, but the sense of security they give them is unmatched. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls blushed slightly in surprise. They understood what this meant. But I still. Sun Yiting said a little embarrassedly. She didn't lie, although she was shy. But Su Lin didn't force. After all, people. What else can he say? Then you should rest for a while. Su Lin didn't force her and immediately let go of her hand. Ah! Being picked up by a princess. Wang Ying exclaimed softly, and then she heard. Since she can't do it, it's up to you. Su Lin didn't care about the other person and just held her in his arms and went into his bedroom. I didn't even bother to close the door. After a few minutes, Sun Yiting outside heard a sound coming from inside the house. The owner of this voice seemed to have covered his mouth. Maybe he wanted to control his voice. Maybe he was afraid that the noise would be too loud and be heard by people outside? But unfortunately, she ended up. Sister Ing. Sister Ing seems very. Why didn't I feel that last night? Sun Yiting felt refreshed after hearing this and couldn't help thinking this in her heart. Chapter 80, Announcement of Location. The next morning at 9 o'clock. Su Lin sat up from the bed, yawned, got out of bed and stretched, then went to the bedroom bathroom to run the water and wash up. During the process, he checked his own blood status. 240-280. After a night of rest, his health points recovered from 140 yesterday to 240 now. He felt a little weird about this. Su Lin didn't think that the blood volume recovery was too little, but in his opinion, the recovery speed was a bit too fast. He had clearly worked hard for 2.5 hours last night. He originally thought that after a good sleep, he would be lucky to recover about 200 HP at most. Of course, he couldn't possibly complain about the fast recovery speed. It's just a little bit of misunderstanding. After washing up, Su Lin jumped around the house a few times and felt that he was in good physical condition. Without dwelling on it, he left the bedroom. In the living room, the two girls got up early and were sitting on the sofa looking at their phones and discussing something in low voices. Seeing Su Lin coming out, she put down her phone and turned her head towards him. "Get up, I'll go prepare breakfast." Wang Ying smiled gently. She was already used to this kind of life. Just serve this man wholeheartedly and don't worry about anything else. I'll go help Sister Ing. Sun Yiting followed. After, she is now more adapted. Breakfast is not urgent. What were you just watching? Su Lin is not in a hurry to eat his first meal every morning. So he walked up, sat next to Sun Yiting, and put his arm around her. But there was no other bad action, so he just gently stroked her shoulders. Being embraced by him like this and feeling the warmth on his shoulders, Sun Yiting was still a little nervous, but not as shy as yesterday. This is not surprising. After listening to Wang Ying's personal story and witnessing Su Lin's strength, she was already very willing. Plus the encouragement of 2 days and 3 days. It is enough to allow a young girl who has just experienced sex to quickly transform from being immature to being sensible. She was very cooperative and leaned her body against Su Lin. In Sun Yiting's opinion, as long as she didn't do that in front of Sister Ing, she could accept everything else. When Wang Ying saw this scene, she did not feel jealous. She couldn't eat it either, because it would do her no good except making Su Lin unhappy. Another thing is that there is no need for her to be jealous. Su Lin spent much more time with her last night than with the other person. That's enough. She won't fight for anything else. She just needs to do her part. Su Lin, Yiting, and I were just talking about the new news released by the official. Wang Ying immediately answered his question. Hearing this, Su Lin also remembered the topic they talked about last night. Has the official announced the location of the shelter? He asked without stopping his hands. This smooth and fragrant shoulder feels quite comfortable to touch. Yes, it was sent out at 8 o'clock. In order to appear less nervous, Sun Yiting also spoke at the right time. Sister Ing and I have been watching for a while. Has the official announced the locations of several shelters? Su Lin was still quite concerned about this matter. Is it the same as before, only 2 places will be announced? Yes, just 2 places. Hearing his question, Wang Ying answered while taking the phone and handing it to him. Taking her phone, Su Lin looked at the screen. Tianzhou City official website breaking news. Dear citizens of our city, please pay attention to the latest official announcements. After nearly 20 days of hard work and overcoming numerous difficulties and obstacles, our city has finally established 2 shelters to accommodate surviving citizens. The first shelter is located at Tianhe subway station. The second is located at Nanchur Agricultural University. Citizens who live closer to these 2 locations can go to the shelters to register. Survivors who live farther away are also advised not to give up. Officials are working hard to implement rescue operations. Please do not give up. After Su Lin took a quick look, he stopped and fell into deep thought. Sun Yiting wanted to speak, but Wang Ying quickly patted her. Don't say that. Wang Ying had suffered a loss once, so she must never interrupt Su Lin's thoughts when he is thinking about something. She had already eaten, and she didn't want her little sister to be treated harshly by Su Lin because of this. Sun Yiting is quite sensible now. Seeing this, she quickly shut up and just leaned against the other person. Come here for a while. Nancher, Tian He. Su Lin put down his phone and resumed his hand movements. Su Lin, do you know where these two places are? Wang Ying asked when she saw that he was not thinking. Sun Yiting on the side also looked at him curiously. I know half of it. Su Lin did not hide it and slowly said. I know the location of the Tianhe subway station. As for Nancher Agricultural University, I've heard of it before, but I don't know where it is. The location where the official shelter was built in this life was different from what he knew in his previous life. He was just thinking that according to his memory, the official would announce 3 shelters in the first batch. 2 of them are subway stations and 1 is a university. But that university is not the Nancher Agricultural University that has been announced now. The subway station was right, but there was one thing missing. He couldn't say he wasn't completely surprised by the deviation, but it was also within his expectations. After all, the situation in this life has been extremely different from that in the previous life since the moment the zombies appeared. In his opinion, it was precisely because of the existence of zombies that the authorities reduced the number of shelters from 3 to 2. And corresponding changes have been made to the location of one of them. Su Lin can be said to be very familiar with the Tianhe subway station. The place he went to in his previous life was also this place, which was renamed Tianhe Shelter. The subway station is about 3 kilometers away from their community. If it were in the previous life, although the outside was covered with ice and snow, there was also a huge area of ground collapse. But as long as you are not too hungry and wear a few more warm clothes, you can still walk this distance safely. But this life is different, there is the threat of zombies outside. The most important thing is that zombies are creatures that can roam around and are not fixed in one place. So even if the authorities announced the location of the shelter, the survivors would not dare to go there casually. After hearing Su Lin's answer, the 2 girls were not surprised. They are not rich girls. Although they all have cars, they have taken the subway before. That subway station isn't too far from our neighborhood, but I don't know where that university is. Sun Yiting suddenly whispered that although she definitely would not go, she was definitely curious. Wang Ying is the same as her. Women are always more curious. It's easy to find out where it is, Su Lin said with a smile. What Sun Yiting said with a bit of coquettishness. You said you didn't know before. Turns out you were lying to me and sistering. Wang Ying also thought Su Lin was bored, so she teased them. Facing the 2 girls' words and eyes that questioned, Su Lin curled his lips, looked at them with an expression that looked at them as if they were funny, and sneered. You 2 are really stupid for staying here, aren't you? You don't even know how to use the map on your phone? As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 girls blushed at the same time. This time it wasn't a blush of shame, but an embarrassed blush. I seem to have become really stupid. Wang Ying and Sun Yiting couldn't help but think so in their hearts. Chapter 81, Making Teaching Materials? With Su Lin's guidance, Wang Ying picked up her mobile phone and opened the height map. Enter the place name and the specific location will pop up below. She didn't just watch it herself, she placed the screen between the 3 of them. Su Lin took a look and found that according to the map, the Nancher Agricultural University was 18 kilometers away from the community. It has even gone beyond the urban area of Tianzhou City. It's normal, after all, this is an agricultural university. Generally speaking, these universities are located in suburban areas or agricultural areas. Su Lin originally planned to go to this university to investigate, but after learning about the distance, he temporarily gave up the idea. 18 kilometers, even though he is now in better physical condition than ordinary people, he still feels it is a bit far. The main reason is that the roads outside are not easy to walk on, and you can't drive around casually. Driving on ice and snow is not as convenient as before, and the sound of the car can easily attract zombies. At this time, a message popped up above the phone. Wang Ying didn't hide anything and clicked it in front of Su Lin. It was sent in the community residence group. It didn't matter anyway, so Su Lin just started watching. Did everyone see that? The authorities actually released the location of the shelter. We are saved, we are saved, we are finally saved. My family ran out of food yesterday. I didn't sleep all night waiting for this. But it's been almost 2 hours since the announcement, why is there still no movement outside our community? Today, the people in this residence group became particularly active, unlike the previous few days when almost no one spoke. Su Lin had just finished reading a few messages when new news appeared. Yeah, you guys think our neighborhood isn't within the official rescue area. They don't want us to go there on our own, do they? No way? I just checked the map. Not to mention the university shelter, it's 18 kilometers away. There's no way we can walk there. You all should know the subway station. It's about 3 kilometers away. Impossible? 3 kilometers would be fine under normal circumstances, but it's freezing outside, and there's a swarm of zombies. How are we supposed to get out? I don't dare either. I still remember the video that XL posted in the group last time. It showed the tragic scenes of people in our community who went to eliminate zombies being bitten to death or infected by zombies. After Su Lin looked around, he found that almost all the content in the group was related to the shelter. It can be seen that after the official announcement of the location of the shelter, these surviving residents were very excited and couldn't wait to enter the shelter immediately. But after this excitement wore off, the 3-kilometer distance brought them back to reality. He didn't read on. There were some happy news later on, but most of them were negative. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Wang Ying closed the Weixing interface, put the phone aside, and hugged Su Lin's arms tightly with both hands. Whenever she saw the news in the residence group, she would feel extremely fortunate that she could stay with Su Lin. Sun Yiting had the same idea as Wang Ying. After seeing these contents, she was deeply grateful that she did not have to worry about her livelihood and safety like the people in the group. She was already leaning on Su Lin, and now she had her face pressed against his chest. Noticing the strangeness of the two girls, Su Lin just smiled faintly. If they have such thoughts, it means that my training is quite successful. The three of them stayed like this for a few minutes. Okay, you can go make breakfast now. I have to go out later. Su Lin didn't care how tender the two girls were in their hearts. He pulled his arm away and said. The two girls were not dissatisfied. Instead, one of them kissed him on the face and then got up to go to the kitchen. Let Wang Ying go. You can't do it anyway, so don't get in her way. As soon as Sun Yiting stood up, Su Lin pulled her back to her original seat and sat her down. Today she didn't wear Wang Ying's nightgown, but her own clothes. Su Lin also said before dinner last night that as long as her kissing skills improved, he would take her upstairs to get her clothes. Although he was not bound by his words, since it concerned his own interests, he would definitely accompany her to get it. Compared with Wang Ying, she has a similar number of clothes, but there are obvious differences in the types of clothes. After all, one of them is more mature and the other is more girlish. The style of clothing is definitely different. Today Sun Yiting wore a white long dress, revealing only a part of her white calves. But it didn't matter. Su Lin's hand slid down the hem of her skirt and soon landed on her thigh. He liked her long legs very much, just like he liked Wang Ying's big white, which felt great. Wang Ying, who was standing aside, saw this. She glanced at Sun Yiting, who was blushing, and said with a smile, I'll go prepare breakfast, Yiting, you'll be in charge of preparing the appetizers. Sister Ying, you. Hearing the other party's teasing, Sun Yiting was about to retort, but her sore spot was touched, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Wang Ying didn't want to be a light bulb here, and hurried into the kitchen. She was afraid that the next time she was treated like this, the other party would learn from her. She didn't see it. Why are you still shy? Su Lin looked at her, her earlobes almost reddening, and whispered in her ear. I remember you weren't very shy in bed last night. Well, that's because Sister Ying is not around. Sun Yiting said in a low voice, not daring to move at all. Now she's going to make breakfast. Su Lin only said one sentence, and then moved his lips forward to hold her red, tender, and translucent earlobe. Although Sun Yiting has experienced love-making. But she had never experienced anything like this before. It was like an electric shock, and the numbness instantly spread throughout her body. Su Lin would not let her go so easily. After releasing her mouth, he lifted her little chin and looked at her delicate lips. He did not take the initiative to kiss her. Come here this time and let me see how good my teaching skills are. Ah. Sun Yiting's eyes widened when she heard that. I don't know how to do it yet, okay? Under Su Lin's stern gaze, she slowly pressed her cherry lips against his. After sticking it on, she quickly closed her eyes before starting to show off her clumsy kissing skills. Su Lin let her perform for a while and then left her lips. Not bad, there has been progress. Sun Yiting pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. She can't just say, thank you for the compliment, right? Breakfast will take a while, I'll see below. Su Lin was not satisfied with this. He leaned back and placed his hands casually on the sofa. I don't know how to do this. Sun Yiting was really at a loss, and it was obvious that she knew what this meant. She did know because Sister Ring told her last night. I know. I can learn if I don't know. Su Lin looked at her with a half smile. There's a first time for everything, and I don't mind. Knowing that she couldn't escape this disaster, Sun Yiting glanced towards the kitchen and saw Wang Ying preparing breakfast seriously. She thought to herself, it would be like this sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter if it's a little earlier or later, right? She encouraged herself in her heart. Alas, teachers like me are still too dedicated. He couldn't help but think so. Chapter 82, First Time Out of the Community. 20 minutes later. Wang Ying, who was busy in the kitchen and hiding, finally came out with breakfast. She took off her apron and hung it up before saying softly, Su Lin, breakfast is ready, you can come and eat now. She really worked hard. The food was ready 10 minutes ago, and she just stood in the kitchen for 10 minutes. On the sofa, Su Lin stood up easily and sat down on the dining chair. I looked at today's breakfast, it's very simple, just an egg sandwich and millet porridge. He reached out and took a sandwich and took a bite, then picked up the porridge and tasted it. He also praised. It tasted okay, but the sandwich was a little cold. Would you like it to be heated up? Wang Ying asked first, then said with a slightly complaining tone. That's because you asked for it this morning, it's supposed to taste best when it's ready. Ha, who told you to introduce someone so tempting? Who could resist that? Su Lin said with a smile, not minding her little mood. I didn't ask you to. This obviously made Wang Ying extremely embarrassed, and she didn't know what to say. She shook her head and stopped discussing this when she saw Sun Yiting coming out of the bathroom. Yiting, come over and have breakfast. Although Wang Ying had some complaints, she also felt very happy for. After all, if Sun Yiting hadn't come, the one who was about to go might have been her. And last night too, this friend helped me share the pressure. So that she wouldn't have to walk out of Su Lin's bedroom with her hands on her waist. Over there, Sun Yiting pursed her lips when she heard someone calling her to have breakfast. Sister Ring, you guys eat first. I'm not very hungry yet. Not hungry? Well, if you want to eat later, heat it up in the microwave. Wang Ying just witnessed a moment, but heard the whole process and understood that the other party was not in a good mood now. She served herself half a bowl of porridge and drank it in small sips. Su Lin, who was eating his second sandwich on the dining chair, naturally heard what the two girls said. He just smiled. I thought to myself, I just ate, so I'm not hungry anymore, right? After breakfast. After washing the dishes, Wang Ying walked to the sofa and sat next to Su Lin. Seeing that the other party was watching the surveillance, she thought he was looking for those big guys or those fat zombies again. She tactfully didn't disturb him, but leaned gently against him. When someone came over, Su Lin didn't hesitate to hold her in his arms and, Su Lin, how many have you found? Feeling, Wang Ying did not stop her and asked softly. Strange, there doesn't seem to be any. Su Lin said truthfully that he had been searching the screen for several minutes but had not seen a single first-level zombie. Is it in a blind spot of surveillance? Or maybe that violent zombie ran to the rooftop, so he couldn't find it? When he installed the cameras, they did not cover the entire community without any blind spots. After all, it is impossible for him to install them in some corridors and residents' homes one by one. Moreover, due to the extremely cold weather outside, some of the cameras that Su Lin installed at the beginning had malfunctioned, so he had to install more than a dozen more later. But it doesn't matter if he can't find it. He has other things to do today and didn't intend to kill zombies. Looking for first-level zombies is just to determine their location to avoid being disturbed when going out. After putting the tablet on the coffee table, Su Lin stood up and prepared to go out. Knowing that he was going out to work, Wang Ying and Sun Yiting also got up. One of them went into the room to get his clothes, and the other went to get his hat. After putting on his clothes and hat, Su Lin walked to the door. After thinking for a while, he turned back and said, I have to go out of the community today. If I come back late, you two don't have to wait for me for dinner. You can eat by yourselves. Su Lin, you want to leave the community? But what are you going to do outside? The two girls were extremely confused. They originally thought that the other party was just going out to kill zombies like before. The key point is that they can't understand why they should leave when they are living well in this community. Su Lin, there are so many zombies in our neighborhood, it must be even more dangerous outside. Wang Ying was most concerned about Su Lin's safety. She said with a hint of pleading, Could you please not go out? Even if something happened to Su Lin, she was still in the safe house, and there was enough food for both of them to eat for a long time. But Wang Ying found that she really couldn't live without him now. Yeah, Sister Ying is right. Please don't go outside, okay? Sun Yiting nodded repeatedly to show her agreement. Although she had only been there for less than 3 days and was not as affectionate as Wang Ying, she gave her first time to the other party. In her heart, she already belongs to Su Lin. And Sun Yiting also knew very well that without Su Lin, they would just wait for death here, and at most they could only live a little longer. Seeing the two of them looking like they were about to part with each other for life and death, Su Lin was speechless. But he was not angry. After all, the two women were concerned about his safety. Okay, I'm not going out to get killed. He waved his hand and said with a smile. Besides, even if others don't know, you two still don't know my ability? Hearing his double entendre, the two girls blushed instantly. Be careful when you go out. Knowing that she couldn't persuade the other party and couldn't do anything else, Wang Ying could only express her concern gently. Sun Yiting pursed her lips and said shyly, Come back, wait for you to come back, I will return it to you. You could tell she was extremely nervous to say this, but she said it anyway. Su Lin looked at the two girls and said with a smile, In that case, why not offer the lucky buff? This time, although there was a third person present, they all acted very proactively. Wang Ying took small steps forward and straightened her. Sun Yiting hesitated slightly. She lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her beautiful white legs. Su Lin was not polite at all. After Su Lin's hand left, the two girls were still. There was no way Su Lin would refuse this. He accepted it with pleasure, opened the door of the safe house and walked out. I still took the stairs and went up to the unit door. Today Su Lin had no intention of disturb the zombies in the community. After observing the position of the zombies, he nimbly avoided their sight and walked towards the gate of the community. Chapter 83, Sentinel Outside the Shelter. Su Lin originally wanted to go out through the main gate. But unfortunately, the gate was blocked by 30 or 40 ordinary zombies. There were too many of them, and he didn't want to attract an attack from zombies. There's no way, Su Lin is not the kind of person who would show off his strength. Since the main door is blocked, can't I go out through the side door? After walking around and seeing that there were no zombies at the second side door, Su Lin immediately quickened his pace and slipped out. After leaving the community and walking a distance, Su Lin finally relaxed and looked at the surrounding environment. The air was filled with a biting cold wind, rustling. After this extreme cold disaster, the once prosperous city is now left in ruins. The streets became deserted and silent. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow, which meant it hadn't been snowing all day, otherwise the snow would have piled up to an unknown height after so many days. Many of the original high-rise buildings collapsed and turned into ruins due to the landslide disaster. In some places, huge bottomless pits appeared. Su Lin did not walk around the streets in a swaggering manner. It's not that he doesn't want to, the streets are deserted and no one is around, but the key is that there are zombies. He had just walked less than 100 meters and had already seen at least a few hundred zombies. This number alone is comparable to, or even much more than, the number in the community where he lives. Fortunately, many of the zombies on this street are not in groups like those in the residential area. There are only a few places where there are more than a dozen of them huddled together. Maybe because the area outside is too large, most of them are alone or wandering around in groups of a few. Su Lin tried to walk as carefully as possible so as not to attract their attention. He didn't want to take action. Tianha subway station. The place he was going to today was naturally one of the shelters that had just been announced by the authorities. This was what he had planned last night. Of course, Su Lin didn't want to sign up. The main reason he went there was to observe and prepare for some future actions. He knew the way to the subway station by heart. After all, in his previous life, he had gone back and forth at least a dozen times. The distance of 3 kilometers, although the road is not easy to walk, but with his current physical condition, it actually won't take too long. He slowed down his pace just to avoid the zombies. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Su Lin looked at the road sign next to him and realized that he had only walked about 1 kilometer. Something's wrong. Why are there so many? Su Lin murmured in a low voice. After walking this kilometer, he found that there were zombies almost everywhere. In his memory, the number of survivors in Tianzhou City in his previous life should be less than 1 million. As for the specific number, he couldn't know it because of his status at that time. But it will definitely not be more than this number. Considering the area of Tianzhou City is 7,435 square kilometers, the density of zombie distribution should not be so dense. Su Lin was deeply confused, and at the same time, he vaguely thought of a possibility. Could it be that all those who died turned into zombies? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he couldn't help but shudder. If it was really as he thought, all the people who died in this extreme cold sinkhole would become zombies. That's not right. Su Lin shook his head. He couldn't help but feel that his idea was a bit too outrageous. You should know that the permanent population of Tianzhou City is about 18.83 million. If we calculate this based on a 95% mortality rate, the number of zombies would have to be 17.8885 million. If there really were so many zombies, they should be spread out at a higher density. I don't understand. Su Lin no longer worried about this issue and continued walking forward. As he walked, he saw some colorful trees on the roadside. When I walked up to take a look, I saw that someone had put a sweater on him. Seeing this, Su Lin found it quite funny. I don't know if someone is afraid that the tree will freeze to death in this extreme cold. He was not in a position to comment on the matter, so he made no comment. Half an hour later. After being careful along the way, Su Lin finally approached the subway station. He chose not to go forward and stayed about 50 meters away. As his physical attributes improved, his eyesight also improved a lot. Looking over there, I saw a metal plaque hanging above the original subway station entrance. There are 5 big words engraved on it: Tianhe Shelter. This is still the same as his impression. But unlike his previous life, he saw 6 more people wearing the same uniform at the entrance of the subway station. They looked like they were standing guard. Although the distance was far, Su Lin could still clearly see that each of the 6 men was holding a gun in their hands. And they are not pistols, they are all rifles. It goes without saying that these are official sentries stationed at the entrance. As for the purpose, it is nothing more than preventing zombies from invading. On the ground in front of the shelter entrance, large patches of snow were dyed crimson. Perhaps in addition to the blood of zombies, there is also a lot of human blood. 6 people. Su Lin whispered to himself. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, the authorities had also arranged people to stand guard outside the shelter. But there were not 6 people, but only 2. As for guns, each person is only equipped with 1 pistol. Although he has never tried it, according to Su Lin's estimation, if 6 people are equipped with rifles and have sufficient ammunition and are well prepared, it will not be a big problem to hold off hundreds of zombies. Of course, the premise is that these hundreds of zombies are ordinary zombies. Su Lin had tried using a pistol and it would kill an ordinary zombie in 2 or 3 shots if he hit its head. The power of a rifle is definitely greater than that of his Colt. Hit the zombies in the head, and 2 shots at most, or even 1 shot may kill them. But if there were violent and gluttonous zombies, let alone hundreds of them, even dozens of them might not be enough for these 6 people to withstand. The speed of violent zombies is much faster than that of ordinary zombies, and their strength is much greater. Although the gluttonous zombie is very slow, it has high health and high defense. At this moment, Su Lin discovered 2 figures not far away, running desperately towards the shelter. Not zombies, but 2 people. Behind these 2 people, there were 7 or 8 zombies. Although they were dozens of meters apart, he could still clearly hear the 2 people shouting for help while running. Someone actually managed to escape here. They're quite lucky. Su Lin didn't feel very strange. The authorities have announced the location of the shelter, so those survivors who are still alive but have run out of supplies will naturally try their best to escape here. It is now 11 o'clock, and only 3 hours have passed since the location of the shelter was announced. The place where these 2 people live should be relatively close to here. Otherwise, generally speaking, with the prevalence of zombies, it would be impossible for them to get here so quickly. Su Lin's eyes never left that place. He wanted to see how these sentinels would deal with these zombies. At the subway entrance, the 6 sentries saw someone coming, and one of them, who was probably the foreman, immediately gave the order. There are only 7. Don't shoot yet. Of course, they also knew that gunshots could easily attract the attention of zombies. The 2 men who had escaped finally reached the entrance. The sentry in charge shouted, "You 2 stay here for now." After saying that, all 6 of them drew a knife from their backs. Su Lin couldn't see clearly what kind of knife it was, and he didn't recognize it, but it looked like a machete. 7 zombies followed the 2 men, and 6 sentinels held knives and chopped at their heads. Obviously, they also understand the weaknesses of these zombies. Chapter 84, Encountering Survivors. Su Lin just watched from afar. In less than a minute, the 7 zombies were hacked to death by the sentries. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In a one-on-one situation, it is not difficult for an ordinary person to kill a zombie. Not to mention these 6 sentries, all of them were holding machetes. And looking at the way they chop zombies, it's obvious that they are much stronger than ordinary people. It's obvious that this is not their first time killing zombies. Just think about it, the authorities are not stupid. It is impossible for them to send some useless people to guard such an important location as the entrance to the shelter. These sentinels sent out to guard the gate at least have some basic knowledge. Over there at the subway entrance. After getting rid of the zombies, the leader of the 6 sentries gave the order. Get rid of the zombie corpses first. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 people hurriedly dragged the zombie they had just killed to a place nearby that looked like a manhole cover. One person opened the lid, and the 4 of them threw all the zombie corpses into the hole. They moved quickly and closed this thing, which was similar to a manhole cover, after they threw it away. Su Lin saw the scene from a distance and nodded. The way these sentinels, or the official authorities, dealt with zombie corpses was still correct. After killing the zombies, they did not leave the bodies there casually. Instead, they built a place that was supposed to be a place specifically for discarding zombie corpses. The biggest benefit of this approach is that it can reduce zombie attacks. If you kill the zombies, just leave their bodies there. Zombies' sense of smell is more developed than humans, so the bloody smell emitted by these corpses will inevitably attract the surrounding zombies. From this handling method, Su Lin also realized that the official understanding of zombies is quite comprehensive. Thinking about this, he turned his gaze back to the entrance of the subway station. The leading sentry said something to the 2 survivors who had escaped earlier. Then he handed them a booklet and asked someone to bring them a pen. The 2 men nodded repeatedly, quickly took the booklet and pen, and started writing on the table. It didn't take long to write, it was just registering personal information or something like that. After completing the registration, the leading sentry signaled his men to open the gate, and asked one of the sentries to lead the 2 people down. The backs of the 3 people slowly disappeared. Su Lin did not have clairvoyance, so he naturally could not see what happened next. Unless he goes there himself and takes a look inside the shelter. Su Lin must go in, but there is no rush for the time being. The person he was looking for definitely had not entered the shelter at this point in time. Su Lin's main purpose of coming out today was just to ascertain the situation outside and understand the external defense settings of the shelter. Next, he spent about an hour walking around the perimeter of the subway station. This shelter, which was converted from a subway station, originally had 4 entrances. After Su Lin walked around, he found that only 2 of the 4 entrances were open. The authorities only arranged sentries to patrol outside the entrances of these 2 places. There are 2 other entrances that have been closed. They also used explosives to blow up the entrance. This point was inconsistent with Su Lin's memory. In his previous life, the authorities did not close any entrance. He guessed that the main reason the authorities did this was not only to prevent the invasion of zombies. It is also possible that there are not enough guards in the shelter. After all, if there were enough guards, there would be no reason for the authorities to waste energy and explosives and take certain risks to blow up the 2 entrances. After going around in a circle, Su Lin returned to the place where he had just arrived. Stayed there for another half an hour. Including the previous hour, he has been here for almost 2 hours. During this time, apart from the 2 survivors who started running, only 1 male survivor escaped. In addition, Su Lin also saw a military green truck stopped at the entrance. 3 official guards, wearing the same uniform as the sentries and holding rifles, got out of the car first. Then 7 or 8 more people got out from the back carriage. They also registered in the booklet, returned to the car, and followed the vehicle inside. From this point, it is not difficult to see that under the threat of zombies, it is difficult for the survivors to rely on themselves and come to this official shelter. Su Lin didn't find it strange that the car could drive into the subway station. During special periods, it is not difficult to build a road inside to facilitate the entry and exit of vehicles. Su Lin looked at the time and it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was extremely cold and it got dark earlier than usual. There was only about an hour left until dark. The journey back takes about 40 to 50 minutes. He didn't like traveling at night, and since it was getting late, he prepared to turn back. On the way home, Su Lin remained highly alert, not wanting to disturb the zombies on the roadside. After all, the outside world is different from his community. Not only is he less familiar with the terrain, but the number of zombies is far greater than inside the community. If you're not careful and attract zombies chasing you, you're done for. After walking slowly for about 20 minutes. Ah! Run away, run away. Suddenly, Su Lin heard a miserable cry. He was also a little startled, mainly because the sound came too suddenly. No, it's not that unlucky, is it? Su Lin looked in the direction of the sound and couldn't help but complain. Not far away, 5 figures appeared running hurriedly. From the way they run, it can be seen that these 5 are still normal human beings. Su Lin was not surprised to meet survivors when he came out. Tianzhou City is so big, and although there are not many people who survived, there are still hundreds of thousands of people. What made Su Lin complain was not the 5 of them, but the zombies behind them. Well, a group of zombies to be precise. Looking at the zombies following behind the few people, there were at least 100 of them. Su Lin felt extremely speechless. He just went out casually and encountered such a thing. The direction the 5 people fled was just towards him. Fuck, 5 idiots ran away, and they even yelled. At this moment, Su Lin cursed, turned around and ran into a nearby building. Hundreds of zombies, even if they were just ordinary zombies, were not something he could deal with now. It was even more unlikely that he would be kind enough to help the 5 survivors and stop the zombies. After entering the building, he didn't care where he was and went up to the 8th floor first. Hurry, hurry, I just saw someone going up, let's go in and hide. Stop talking, go upstairs first. Su Lin's hearing also improved to a certain extent as his physical attributes increased. After reaching the 8th floor, he could still clearly hear the conversation coming from downstairs. Zombies have pretty good hearing, and since these people were making loud noises, they must have heard it. Su Lin didn't have time to care about them now, so he ran upstairs again. Chapter 85, Policewoman? Then we went up 8 or 9 floors. Su Lin saw that the door of a room was not closed, so he slipped in and closed the door. After entering, he first quickly searched the house. After confirming that there was no one there, he relaxed a little. After looking at the furnishings in the room and the signs in the corridor, Su Lin determined that he was currently in an apartment building. The owner of this house has disappeared. After walking around the room, Su Lin noticed that many of the furnishings in the room had been knocked over. It looked like it had been ransacked, no wonder the door was even open. Slow down, I can't breathe. At this time, there was a noise outside the house. Hearing the sound, Su Lin leaned against the door and looked out through the peephole. Outside the door were the 5 people being chased by zombies, 3 men and 2 women, all wrapped in thick down jackets, but their clothes were very dirty. 2 of the men were carrying a large bag, and the other 3 were each carrying a small bag. The one who just said she couldn't breathe was one of the women. Because of the scarf blocking their view and because he was looking through the peephole, Su Lin couldn't see the faces of the people clearly. All we could see was that they were all out of breath and looked extremely panicked. After all, he had climbed to more than 10 floors and was being chased by zombies. It was normal for a normal person to feel so tired and panicked given his physical and mental condition. Su Lin had no intention of going out to greet them in a friendly manner or help them. With the experiences of his previous life and this life, his mentality has already undergone a huge change. Not to mention, it was these 5 people who attracted the zombies, forcing him to hide here. He was considered kind-hearted for not going out and teaching them a lesson. Outside the door, the survivors slumped on the stairs and rested for a while. Finally, they regained some strength. One of the shortest men spoke first. It seems the zombies didn't continue to chase us? No, they chased us to the 9th or 10th floor and then stopped. Let's not get nervous for now. A tall woman in a gray down jacket walked to the handrail, looked down, and turned around to speak. The other 4 people heaved a sigh of relief when they heard her speak, as if this woman was their leader. Zhao, Officer Zhao, what should we do now? Among the 5 people, a boy with a fat face and a broad body wearing a black warm hat asked. Inside the house, Su Lin clearly heard his name. He didn't expect that there was a female police officer among these people. This was something he had never expected. But it's nothing, he just had a little accident. If it were placed in a society before the end of the world, this special profession would indeed have a certain deterrent effect on ordinary people. But the situation is different now. It is the end of the world, and more than 20 days have passed since the end of the world. In the society at the end of the world, there are not so many moral customs, order, and laws. In the past society, there were many superiors who had special rights. In this apocalyptic society, their rights will be greatly weakened. Even if they wanted to control it, they couldn't do it. Not so many people would give them face. Su Lin didn't dare to think about it anymore, and his eyes moved closer to the cat's eye again. Sister Zhao, Wu, tell me, are we going to die here? The petite girl who said she couldn't breathe suddenly started crying. As soon as she said this, the others fell silent and their expressions became extremely depressed. The 5 of them were originally neighbors living in the same building. After the end of the world, they were able to survive until now because they still had plenty of food left at home. But excluding a very small number of people, most people living in big cities, even if they have the habit of stockpiling food, can only eat for 10 days to half a month at most. Maybe under normal circumstances, the food in their house would last a while longer. However, under the influence of extremely cold weather, the energy required by the human body will be more than usual. In addition, if there is insufficient heating, people will need to rely more on food to provide themselves with heat. They had barely managed to survive 3 weeks by living relatively frugally. The reason they went out today was not because they were looking for death, but because there was no food left at home. In addition, the official location of the shelter was announced today, so the 5 people discussed it and finally decided to come out and go to the shelter to seek the last hope. Xiaoya, don't cry. Policewoman Zhao was still a police officer after all. After some training, she was the first to get out of her pessimistic mood and comforted her. Don't lose heart, everyone. We will definitely reach the shelter safely. Even though it didn't sound very useful to her, she still had to say it. Because she knew that if even she lost confidence, the others would give up completely. The policewoman knew very well that it was impossible for people like them to survive in the apocalypse. The saying that there is strength in numbers may not be entirely correct. But at least given their current situation, only by uniting together can they have a chance of reaching the shelter. Everyone, cheer up. Officer Zhao is right. Finally, a thin, younger-looking man said. We've already walked 2/3 of the way. Now we're less than 2 kilometers away from the shelter. If we persevere a little longer, we'll definitely make it. After he said this, the female police officer named Zhao nodded at him and gave him an approving look. Su Lin was separated from them by only one door. He could hear the conversation between several people clearly. The policewoman's on-the-spot reaction and performance were unexpectedly good. She is not like the policewomen in some TV dramas and movies, who ask questions all over the place when there is a problem and panic when encountering something. In dangerous times like this, the more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. After feeling the approval in Officer Zhao's eyes, the thin man became more energetic. The other 3 people also understood at this time that if they continued to be passive, they would only wait for death. No one would want to die if there is a possibility of living. The mood of the 3 people was lifted a little by the encouragement of the female police officer and the agreement of the thin man. By the way, Sister Zhao, when we were outside earlier, was there another boy who also ran into this building? The girl named Xiaoya asked with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Her physical fitness was the worst among the group. When she was running away outside before, she didn't pay attention to what was ahead and could only run with everyone. Yes, that's right. A man in a black jacket entered the building first. The policewoman adjusted her scarf to keep herself warm before responding. He was wearing a baseball cap, and I couldn't see his face clearly, but judging by his figure, he must be a man, and probably not very old. The thin man was the first to praise, Officer Zhao is amazing. I didn't even see it clearly, but you were able to explain it so clearly. Hearing this, the policewoman smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. Su Lin naturally heard her analysis. Although what the thin man said was a bit of flattery, it is undeniable that this female police officer is indeed something. I can only say that this woman is worthy of being a police officer, and she is not a half-baked one. Chapter 86, Zhao Yuron. Sister Zhao, why did the person who came in before us hide and not come out to join us? After listening to the policewoman's description, Xiaoya asked. He should be going to the shelter like us, right? Wouldn't it be safer to come with us? In her opinion, it was freezing cold outside and there was the threat of a large group of zombies. 100% of those who choose to go out today will rush to the shelter to seek official asylum. It is definitely more dangerous to go alone than with a group of people. In her opinion, she still believes that there is strength in numbers. Su Lin heard her 3 questions in succession from the inner door and just smiled. For most survivors, there was nothing wrong with her idea. Standing and listening was tiring, and there was nothing else to do, so Su Lin simply took a chair from the side, gently placed it next to the door, sat on it, and continued to eavesdrop. No, it should be listening to opera. After Xiaoya finished asking, before the policewoman could answer, the thin man who was flattering her spoke first. Xiaoya, it's good that he didn't come out. He saw us downstairs earlier and ran away. Now he's hiding and not coming out to see anyone. Who knows if he's a good person or not? Yes, Brother Lu is right. The fattest man among them echoed. Even though we weren't very familiar with each other before, we've been together for so many days since the disaster. If an outsider joins us now, we won't be able to trust him, right? The shorter man didn't say anything at the end, but judging by his expression, he obviously agreed with the other two's opinions. The female police officer surnamed Zhao did not refute them. Because when they were still in the community, there were other survivors who came to look for them. At the beginning, due to the sense of responsibility brought by her identity and the consent of several other people, she chose to take the person in. However, during the process of taking them in, some unpleasant things happened, or things that made them feel regretful. Originally they were on the same floor, and there were actually 6 of them. It was precisely because of that incident that their small team no longer had much trust in some other survivors. It's right to be on guard. The female police officer agreed with the 2 men and then added. Not to mention the current environment, even in the harmonious society of the past, there were always some bad people with bad intentions. But we can't deny all the survivors because of them. After all, we are all human beings. The last experience was arguably the most painful for her, but she still had to say these words. After all, if they could make it to the shelter alive, they would eventually have to spend time with other survivors. It would be unrealistic to cut off all future social interactions because of that one incident. At this moment, the influence of this identity made her still deeply believe in the words in unity is strength. Officer Zhao is right. The thin man was the first to agree. There are still more good people than bad people in this world, just like the 5 of us, aren't we all good people? When we got to the shelter, it was full of nice people. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded in agreement. They were quite convinced by the policewoman's words, and one could say that they had no choice but to believe them. These 4 people saw her kill a zombie alone with their own eyes. It was because of her that the 4 of them were able to make it here alive. It was she who brought them together when they were in the community before. The female police officer surnamed Zhao is named Zhao Yorong. It's understandable that the man would hide. Zhao Yorong was not just trying to get excited, but analyzed. If something bad happens to us, it can happen to other people too. Maybe this is the reason why he is hiding. And from the fact that he ran away without hesitation after seeing us just now, it can be seen that he is very vigilant. She paused, glanced at the 4 people, and continued. Speaking of which, it was our fault earlier. If we hadn't attracted a large group of zombies, he wouldn't have to hide here. Her last sentence made the other 4 people very embarrassed, but they couldn't refute it. The facts are exactly as she said. Especially when they thought about how they were shouting while running away before. There were originally a dozen zombies chasing them, but after they shouted like that, the number of zombies increased from a dozen to hundreds. Yes, I'm sorry, Sister Zhao. I was really scared. Xiaoya apologized softly. She really didn't want to scream, but when she saw the horrific appearance of the zombies and thought of the bloody scene of humans being torn apart by those zombies, she couldn't help it. As for the other 3 men, they might be a little braver than Xiaoya. It would be fine if they just watched, but when they were actually being chased by zombies, they were scared to death. Human beings, as creatures, will have some specific reactions when they are afraid. Shouting loudly is one of them. Officer Zhao, I'm sorry. We will never do this again. This time, the thin man was not the first to stand up. The one who said this was the slightly shorter man. Being afraid is a normal human reaction. Zhao Yorong did not continue to blame them, but still reminded them. But this is a matter of our safety. If we encounter such a situation in the future, we must try to exercise restraint. After that, she didn't talk more about this topic. After all, she knew that just talking would be useless. Moreover, if you talk about this kind of thing too much, it will easily make people dislike you. Sister Yorong, what should we do now? Seeing that Zhao Yurong remained silent, Xiaoya looked at her weakly and asked. Seeing the topic change, the other three people also looked at her, waiting for her to make a decision. Now. Zhao Yurong looked down at the gap between the stairs again. We definitely can't go to the shelter now. The zombies are still down there. The thin man said at this time, Officer Zhao, where else can we go now if not to the shelter? Yes, Officer Zhao, we haven't eaten for almost a day. We had the last bit of food last night and we're still not full. We've also been traveling all day today. If we don't go to the shelter now, what are we going to do? The man with the fat face and broad body started to become negative again. At this time, the relatively calm ones among the four were the girl named Xiaoya and the shortest man. Zhao Yurong thought for a moment after hearing this, and then she made a decision. Let's continue walking up and see if there's a house with its door unlocked. If not, it's the new year before the apocalypse, and many people have gone back to their hometowns. We can find a way to break into one of their houses and see if there's any food left. Although she is a police officer, at this moment, she certainly would not say anything. It is wrong to break into a house without permission. After saying that, she took the lead and walked up. Seeing this, the other four hurried to follow her. After they left, seeing that there was no more show to listen to, Su Lin did not stay by the door. He stood up, walked to the window, opened it and looked down. Damn, looks like I'll have to spend the night here. As soon as he saw the number of zombies at the bottom of the building, Su Lin started complaining. He hadn't seen it clearly when he was downstairs before. Looking down from above, there are at least more than 300 zombies below. And judging from their appearance, they probably won't leave in the short term. There were more than 300 zombies, even though they were just ordinary zombies, but they were not something he could deal with. Oh, it's my bad luck. Complaints aside, staying here for one night didn't have much impact on Su Lin. Unlike the 5 people outside who were afraid of the cold and had to worry about food. He had a small stove for heating, and there was plenty of space in the eating area. The most that happens is that you can't have sex at night. Su Lin is not some lustful devil, it's just a one-night stand, so it's still a small kiss to him. Chapter 87, Overnight. Close the windows. Although he would only stay here for one night, Su Lin checked the room again to be on the safe side. This is a suite with 2 bedrooms and a living room. When he came in, he just took a quick look around. Now that he had some free time, Su Lin went into the 2 rooms again to take a look. Make sure all the windows in the house are closed and there are some cabinets where people can hide to see if there is anyone hiding. Fortunately, the indoor space was not large, and Su Lin checked everything in less than 2 minutes. After making sure the house was safe, he returned to the living room. It has been quite some time since he came out, and since he was hungry, Su Lin decided to have a meal first. He didn't go to the dining table, but sat on the sofa. This couch isn't as comfortable as the one in his safe house. He wasn't that particular, so after thinking about it, he took out the food from the space and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Since he didn't kill any zombies today and didn't do much exercise, Su Lin just prepared 2 dishes and 4 steamed buns and started eating. It took 10 minutes to finish. There happened to be some paper on the coffee table. He took 2 pieces of paper and wiped his mouth, then took a bottle of mineral water from the space and drank it. A delicious dinner ended just like that. After dinner, Su Lin took out his cell phone out of habit and checked it, only to find that there was no signal at all. This is understandable. After all, although the State Grid Corporation of China has certain strength, it is impossible to guarantee that there will be network access at all times and places after such a large-scale landslide. It is already amazing that we can maintain phased power supply in some areas and weak signals. He couldn't watch short videos without internet, so he looked at the time and found that it was already past 4 o'clock. The sky outside the window was slowly beginning to darken. Su Lin walked to the window without any expectations and looked down. Well, that group of zombies really hasn't left yet, and it seems that there are more of them than before. He was just looking around and didn't think about going back to the safe house after all the zombies left. It's getting dark now. Even if the zombies below have left, Su Lin is unlikely to risk going back before dark. After the end of the world, Su Lin spent most of his time in the safe house on the 2nd underground floor. I only go out for a few hours every day to kill zombies. Basically, after killing, they would go back, take a shower, eat, and sleep. There are few opportunities like now to appreciate the unique scenery of Tianzhou City after the disaster. It just so happened that this was a high-rise building, and Su Lin didn't notice whether it was the 16th or 17th floor. At this moment, his expression was calm as he stood quietly by the window, looking at the ruins of the houses left behind after the landslide. I watched the darkness gradually envelop the white earth behind the ice. After a while, it was completely dark. Only a few scattered lights remained, flickering below. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to rest. The room was unusually quiet and dark, perfect for sleeping. Although it was already dark outside, Su Lin still pulled the curtains. There was no electricity in the apartment building, so he had to take out a flashlight and choose the cleaner-looking one of the 2 bedrooms. He went in and lay down on the bed without taking off his clothes. He threw the quilt on the ground casually. With a small stove by his side, he was definitely not cold. After turning off the flashlight and putting it aside, Su Lin was not very sleepy yet. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the 5 survivors. There was nothing special about 4 of them, but although Su Lin didn't see the female police officer clearly, he was still deeply impressed by her. There was definitely too much he didn't understand, but from the conversation just now, it could be seen that this female police officer had certain leadership abilities. He speaks clearly and has his own opinions. And the fact that she can break the door to find food shows that she is not a stubborn person. Su Lin recalled the female police officers he had seen in some TV dramas and movies. This place is almost dead, and you are still talking useless nonsense, which does nothing to help. Really pure and stupid. Officer Zhao, Sister Yurong. Su Lin thought of what those people called her and whispered to himself. Oh, Zhao Yurong? That name sounds strangely familiar. As he thought about it, he closed his eyes. Su Lin was asleep, but in a room a few floors above him, 5 people could not sleep at all. Sister Yurong, just rest here. I really can't walk anymore. The petite girl named Xiaoya sat down on the stool with a tired look on her face. After she finished speaking, the fattest man said, Yes, Officer Zhao, I can't walk anymore and I'm starving. Let's share the food we just found. Among the 5 of them, 3 were holding flashlights, and Zhao Yurong was one of them. Hearing this, she turned around and shone the light on the 2 of them. Seeing that they were both exhausted, she looked at the other 2 people respectively. The thin man was actually very tired, but he didn't want to be the first to say it. Now that someone took the lead, he said. Officer Zhao, it's already dark. Although we didn't find much food, it's enough to last us through the night. In the end, the short man did not express his opinion, but just looked at Zhao Yurong, as if waiting for her to speak. Zhao Yurong originally wanted to search for more supplies in case of emergency. But seeing the situation, she knew she couldn't force it, so she nodded and gave up the idea of going out to look for food. Okay, let's rest here tonight. Since they decided to stay here, Zhao Yurong immediately said. First check the doors and windows of the entire room to make sure they are safe. After saying this, she took the lead in closing the door, and after making sure that the lock was in good condition, she locked the door. Among the other 4 people, 2 were too tired to move, so the thin man and the short man took a flashlight and went into a bedroom each. The layout of this room is the same as the one where Su Lin stayed. After a quick look around, the 3 of them returned to the living room. Lao Huan, Lulu, take out the food you just found and share it with us. Zhao Yurong said this as he put his bag on the ground and placed a flashlight aside for illumination. The man called Lao Huan was the shorter one, while Lulu was the thin one. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them first took off their backpacks and then stood up the flashlights like she did. With the lighting of 3 flashlights, the living room seemed quite bright. At this time, Zhao Yurong, who had already sat down, suddenly stood up and walked to the window. Everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to her. She pulled the curtains shut, said nothing, and sat back on the stool. With her action, the 4 of them once again felt how lucky they were to have such a companion in the apocalypse. Officer Zhao, we just broke into a few houses and found 2 bottles of water, 3 bags of biscuits, and 4 sausages. How do you think we should divide them up? When it comes to food distribution, everyone still listens to Zhao Yurong. After all, they knew very well that the other party was very fair. She doesn't take more just because she works harder. Xiaoya and I will share 1 bottle of water, and you 3 will share 1. Zhao Yurong said without hesitation. Biscuits are more filling. Xiaoya and I will have 1 bag, and we'll take 2 sausages. You can divide the rest. The 4 of them had no objection to her distribution method. Just like that, a few people ate these dry delicacies in the cold room. Sister Yurong, do you think the person who entered this building before us is too hungry to sleep now? While eating, Xiaoya asked curiously. Maybe. I don't know. Zhao Yurong was not very interested in such things. Xiaoya, don't you think about it? Lu said. Since he came out today, he must have run out of food at home and couldn't stand it any longer, so he wanted to go to the shelter. Didn't Officer Zhao say he didn't even have a bag on him, or any tools to break into the house? He must have found a room with an unlocked door and hid inside, not daring to come out. Is that so? Xiaoya muttered softly. Brother Lu's analysis makes so much sense, it must be right. That person is really stupid for not coming out to join us. Okay, after you finish eating, unfold your sleeping bag and go to sleep. We will definitely get shelter tomorrow. Zhao Yurong didn't like these topics very much and interrupted them. Su Lin, who was being discussed by them, had already eaten and drunk his fill. I am sleeping soundly in the warmth of the small stove. Chapter 88, 1,000 Corpses at Midnight. Midnight. Su Lin was sleeping soundly. In his daze, he seemed to hear some faint noises. In the dark bedroom, he suddenly opened his eyes, quickly sat up, picked up the flashlight beside him, and scanned the surroundings. Seeing that there was nothing, for safety reasons, he got up from the bed and went to check the living room and another room again. Still no abnormalities were found. I heard wrong? But just when Su Lin thought that he was being too cautious and thus had auditory hallucinations. Tap tap snap tap. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came into his ears again. Now Su Lin was sure that he had not heard it wrong. There's no one in the room, and the sound doesn't seem to be coming from outside the door, so it can only be. Su Lin quickly walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, opened the window, and looked downstairs. What the hell is this? He said with a hint of shock in his tone. His eyes were full of surprise. Seeing this, even though Su Lin had a good heart, he was still stunned. I saw a dense crowd of people under this apartment building. They were like black waves, dragging their crooked bodies and moving in disorder below. Although it is not very clear, these are most likely zombies. He put the flashlight aside, replaced it with a high-intensity flashlight, and shone it downwards. After only 2 or 3 seconds, Su Lin turned off the strong light and switched back to a small flashlight. Now he also confirmed that those large groups of people below were really all zombies. Fortunately, he doesn't have trypophobia, otherwise he might have fainted. But even though he didn't feel dizzy, Su Lin still felt his scalp tingling. Zombie gathering? Or the number of zombies downstairs is probably over 2,000. In the 2 or 3 seconds he took the photo just now, he could see that zombies covered the entire 200 or 300 meter long street. This was the first time Su Lin had seen such a large number of zombies. To say he's not afraid would be a bit of a lie. After all, with more than 2,000 zombies, it is impossible for any normal human being to say that they are not afraid at all. Even though Su Lin's strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But if he were to face so many zombies now, he would have no choice but to give up. However, the panic was only temporary. Su Lin took a deep breath and exhaled slowly to calm himself down quickly. After adjusting his mindset, he began to wonder why such a large group of zombies suddenly appeared here. And they are still gathered together. He has killed so many zombies that he has some experience. In the past, even if zombies would travel in groups, there would only be a few or a dozen of them. There are only 200 or 300 at most, and they are very rare. When more than 2,000 of them gather at once. Is it said that they met by chance and waited at midnight to watch the meteor shower together? Who would believe this? Su Lin didn't believe it anyway. He soon noticed that this group of zombies was not targeting this building. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. They are going to. Looking at the direction the zombies were moving, Su Lin fell into deep thought. Although the steps of these 2,000 zombies were disorderly at the moment, they were all heading towards the Tianhe shelter where Su Lin had visited today. He was certainly a little curious about this phenomenon, but that was all. It's impossible for Su Lin to go down now and follow them, right? His eyes followed the group of zombies until they slowly disappeared into the night like a black tide. It is not 100% certain now, but Su Lin guessed that the target destination of this group of zombies is most likely the Tianhe shelter. I don't know if those official people can handle it. Su Lin murmured softly with a calm expression. If there were only more than 2,000 ordinary zombies, according to his estimation, the official armed personnel would definitely be able to defend the shelter as long as they discovered the zombie attack in advance. At most there will be some casualties. However, Su Lin clearly saw that among the group of zombies, there were many gluttonous and violent zombies. There aren't many of them, only about 30 or 40 in total. Well, he definitely can't handle it. It all depends on how powerful the official armed forces are in the Tianhe shelter. Since they were not coming for him, Su Lin didn't have the mind to worry about the safety of other people. I looked at the time and it was just after 2 in the morning. He closed the window, drew the curtains, and returned to the temporary bedroom to take another nap. 4 hours later, daybreak arrived. The bright light shone through the curtains onto Su Lin's face. He woke up instantly. After waking up, he remembered that this was not the bedroom of his safe house, and it would be dark unless the lights were turned on. I can't say I slept very comfortably, at least not as well as I did at home. Fortunately, the sleep time is enough. Because he had nothing to do yesterday, Su Lin went to bed around 7 o'clock. I was woken up by the zombie horde in the middle of the night and had to sleep for another 4 hours. All in all, he slept for nearly 11 hours. In fact, sleeping for a long time does not necessarily make your body feel comfortable. Unless you are extremely tired, Su Lin personally believes that sleeping for 8-9 hours each time is perfect. After getting up, it was not convenient to wash here, and Su Lin was not so particular and just rinsed his mouth with a bottle of water. Then he walked to the window and lifted the curtains to let in the light. It is definitely impossible to stay here today. Su Lin glanced down at the bottom of the building. After a night, and with the zombies collecting corpses at midnight, there were no zombies wandering around anymore. There are only 7 or 8 left, and they haven't gathered together yet. He planned to have a simple breakfast, then go downstairs to deal with them and then return to the safe house. As for going to Tianhe shelter to see what the situation is there now? Su Lin did have this plan, but there was no need to be so anxious. And even if he doesn't go, he will probably find out through other channels. So there is no need to take the risk and make another trip. Sister Yurong, do we really have to leave now? Su Lin was sitting on the sofa. Just when he was about to get something to eat, he heard a sound coming from outside the door. So he didn't rush to eat, but walked to the door and started to sniff. That's right. We have to leave here quickly while there are fewer zombies down there. Zhao Yurong said firmly. We've run out of food and drink. Even if we break down the door and look for it, we might not be able to find it. If we don't leave now, we'll just be waiting to die here. Lulu quickly agreed. Officer Zhao is right. If we continue to stay here, we will either starve to death or freeze to death. We have to trust her. Zhao Yurong didn't look at him, but took out a pistol from her bag and put it on her waist. He then pulled out a baseball bat, held it in his hand, and said to everyone, "Okay, let's do as we agreed. There aren't many zombies coming down here. We can handle them." After hearing what she said, the others did not object. Because they knew that if they didn't go with her now, they would just have to wait for death. Inside the house, Su Lin heard their conversation clearly, but it didn't matter. What is more important is that he saw through the peephole that the female police officer named Zhao Yurong was actually carrying a gun. This was something he had never thought of. Chapter 89, Watching the Show. Su Lin felt a little strange that she was holding a pistol. However, when he thought about her identity as a police officer, he could barely understand it. Despite what he'd heard, police officers couldn't just take their guns home. But there are still special cases, and this is the only explanation. Su Lin didn't dwell on this matter for too long. Huh? They didn't hear any zombies last night? From hearing their conversation, it seemed that these people were going to the shelter. In his opinion, if a normal survivor saw the direction in which the large group of zombies moved last night, it would be unlikely for them to go to that shelter again. Even if I have to go, at least I won't be in such a hurry. In addition, based on his observations yesterday, this female police officer should not be the type of person who is overly radical, and she should have a certain level of brains. How could she not have thought of this? Just when Su Lin thought he had mistaken the person, he suddenly realized that he might be wrong. These survivors lived on a higher floor than him, and they must have kept their doors and windows tightly closed to keep out the cold. In addition, after traveling all day and being chased by zombies, the 5 people were exhausted both physically and mentally, and they must have slept very soundly at night. A combination of various factors resulted in them not being able to appreciate the terrifying number of zombies that was like a black tide last night. In fact, the reason why Su Lin was able to hear the noise last night was because he was more alert. The most crucial thing is, as mentioned before, after the various attributes of his body were improved, his hearing was also enhanced to a certain extent. Of course, it doesn't matter if they didn't hear or see it themselves, but Su Lin 1 pretend to be a good person and go out to remind them now. While he was thinking about this, several people outside the door had already gone downstairs under the leadership of the female police officer. Su Lin withdrew his thoughts, changed his position, walked to the window, opened it and looked down. It doesn't matter if there is no show to listen to, but now there is a show to watch. In order to see more clearly, he took out a telescope from space. Before the end of the world, he certainly collected more than just the necessities. He also prepared some miscellaneous items in case of emergency. With the help of the telescope, Su Lin could see the situation downstairs clearly. Going downstairs was much faster than going upstairs. In just a moment, Su Lin saw them appear in his sight. Through the telescope, he could clearly see the actions of the 5 survivors. The policewoman named Zhao Yurong seemed to be directing the other 4 people on how to get rid of the zombies at the apartment gate. Quite clever. There are still 7 zombies left under the apartment, and they are not gathered together. This gave these 5 people an opportunity. There are 2 zombies closest to the door. Su Lin saw that under Zhao Yorong's arrangement, the 3 men formed a team to deal with one of them. She herself was holding a baseball bat and walking towards the other one. As for Xiuya, she was left at the back and did not come forward. Zhao Yorong's approach seemed to be a waste of the combat power, but in fact it was very correct. This is also the reason why Su Lin praised her for being smart. Judging from Xiaoya's performance yesterday, she is not only timid, but also lacks physical strength, not to mention power. If you take her to fight zombies, forget about her combat power. It would be good if she doesn't hold you back. If things go wrong, you might even have to distract yourself to protect her. As it is now, letting her hide behind and not come out is already the best option. Of course, this only applies to this policewoman. If it were Su Lin, the best option would be to just give up on this kind of person who was of no use to him. At this time, Su Lin saw that they had already started to act. It was obvious that this was not the first time for these 4 people to deal with zombies, especially the female police officer. Under the apartment building, Zhao Yurong held a baseball bat and approached the zombie step by step. When the distance was less than 3 meters, she gathered all her strength and swung the baseball bat hard at the zombie's head. This blow stunned the zombie and it fell to the ground. It also realized that there was a living person here and was about to get up and bite her. But Zhao Yurong did not hesitate at all when dealing with the zombies. She hit the zombies' heads with the baseball bat again and again. He didn't stop until it lay on the ground and stopped moving. While she was taking action, the other 3 men did not dare to delay. Among the 3 of them, Lao Huang and Lulu were holding kitchen knives, and the fat man found a broom from somewhere. When Su Lin saw the broom, he couldn't help laughing. He guessed that the fat man didn't use a kitchen knife because he was afraid of being bitten and infected by a zombie if he got close to it. The destructive power of a broom is definitely not as great as that of a kitchen knife, but it is a long weapon and is safer. Compared with Zhao Yurong, the movements of these 3 people seemed a bit clumsy. But with a weapon in hand, a person in normal physical condition can kill an ordinary zombie. Not to mention, there were 3 men doing it together. The zombie was chopped to pieces beyond recognition in less than 10 seconds after being attacked by the 3 men, and fell to the ground. Their actions inevitably attracted the other 5 zombies. When the 5 zombies heard the noise, they roared and pounced on them. You 3 go kill the 2 on the left, and I'll take care of the other 3. Zhao Yurong reacted quickly and gave orders immediately. Don't worry, Officer Zhao, I won't let these 2 zombies disturb you. Lulu rushed to speak at this time. Neither old Huang nor the fat man said anything. Zhao Yurong ignored him and focused on facing the attacking zombies. Having asked for trouble, Luli's eyes flashed, and he immediately hid himself and went with the 2 men to deal with the zombies. 3 against 2, still at an advantage. Even though Zhao Yurong is a little stronger than them, she is still an ordinary human woman. Facing 3 zombies at once is obviously not easy. Su Lin was upstairs, holding a telescope in his right hand and a big bun in his left hand. It was quite enjoyable to watch the show and eat at the same time. He wanted to see how the policewoman could kill 3 zombies by herself. Su Lin didn't have to wait too long. Zhao Yurong soon showed him. She first used a baseball bat to knock down the zombie closest to her. Bang! 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 Then he drew his pistol and fired 4 rounds. At such a close distance, she shot all 4 bullets at the heads of the other 2 zombies. Next, Zhao Yurong probably wanted to save bullets. She used a baseball bat to smash the zombie she had just knocked down to death. Well, forget you have a gun. Su Lin, who was upstairs, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. There is no doubt that guns play a huge role in dealing with zombies. After Zhao Yurong finished, the three people on the other side were a step slower than her and also killed the two zombies. Xiaoya, come out quickly. We have to leave quickly. The other zombies nearby will come over soon after hearing the gunshots. After dealing with these 7 zombies, Zhao Yurong did not hesitate for a moment. When killing zombies, it is definitely impossible to carry a bag on your back or in your hand. She asked several people to pack their backpacks quickly. She herself looked around, watching to see if there were any zombies attacking. But what surprised Zhao Yurong was that he didn't see any. It wasn't like this yesterday. She didn't know yet that 99% of the zombies nearby had joined the zombie army last night. Zhao Yurong didn't have the mood to think too much at the moment. For her, nothing was of course the best. After they finished cleaning up, she led the 4 of them in the same direction as the group of zombies from last night. Upstairs, seeing that the show was over, Su Lin was not interested in watching their backs as they left. He put away the telescope and took the last bite of his bun. As for the fate of these people and whether they can reach the shelter safely, it has nothing to do with him. Among these people, only the female police officer interested him a little. Unfortunately, she was wearing a mask and wrapped in a thick down jacket, so Su Lin couldn't see her face clearly. But that's all. After finishing breakfast, he had no intention of staying here any longer. Su Lin had nothing to pack, so he clapped his hands, turned around, opened the door, and walked downstairs. Someone helped to deal with the zombies downstairs, so he was happy to have some free time. At most, the performance of 7 zombies was wasted. But Su Lin didn't think it was a big deal. After all, there were so many zombies in the city. It was impossible for him to ask the rest of the people to stay still and leave them all for him to kill, right? Chapter 90, 1000 Kills Reward. Because of the zombie horde that passed by last night, there are no zombies around this apartment building. After Su Lin went downstairs, he walked more than 200 meters in a relaxed manner, and then the number of zombies on the street gradually increased. They are just like those gay men, wandering around the streets, looking for people to eat and drink for them. As there were more zombies, Su Lin stopped being relaxed and became a little more cautious. There were no accidents along the way. More than 20 minutes later, Su Lin returned to his residential area safely. It was just one day and there was no change around the community. The main gate was still blocked by 30 or 40 zombies, so he went in through the side door as usual. After successfully entering the community, Su Lin Ben planned to go directly back to the safe house. But after thinking about it, I realized that if I went back now, I would have to come out later. Yesterday was considered a day off, so he couldn't possibly not work for 2 days, right? Su Lin can admit that he is quite delicious, but he will not admit that he is lazy. He still likes to do a. Once you make up your mind, just do it. Su Lin is not the kind of person who likes to procrastinate. He is very familiar with the environment in this community. First, I found a building to hide in and observed from the corridor window. He selected a zombie squad arranged in the shape of a football team, which was 11 in number. I haven't done it for just 1 day, so it's definitely not the case that my hands are clumsy. But to be on the safe side, 11 is just the right number for a warm-up battle. After finding the target, Su Lin flipped his hand and jumped out of the window. After landing steadily, he took out the blood-killing weapon from the space. Although the noise he made when he jumped off the building was small, the 11 zombies closest to him still noticed it. The moment they saw a living person, they roared and rushed towards him with their twisted bodies. With Su Lin's current strength, facing these ordinary zombies, unless the number is too large, it will be a true one-sided crushing. There were only 11 of them, which was not a large number for him. Despite this, Su Lin still remains highly focused every time he faces zombies. He is very confident, but never arrogant. Without wasting any time, Su Lin clenched his blood control gun and faced the zombies head-on. 120,130,105. After more than 20 days of actual combat training, Su Lin can now basically do it, with each blow landing accurately on the zombie's head. The result of an ordinary zombie being chopped on the head by a bloodthirsty zombie is naturally death in one blow. As for swordsmanship, Su Lin didn't think he had any. In short, his idea when dealing with zombies was simple: to kill them. Even if you can't kill them with one blow, you should try to cut them in the part that will cause the most damage. 145. The last blow was quickly delivered, and in less than 2 minutes, all 11 zombies were torn apart and fell to the ground. Seeing zombies from other places coming after hearing the sound, Sulin quickly retreated to the bottom of a certain apartment building, jumped up, grabbed the windowsill, and flipped over to get in. After he entered the corridor, dozens of zombies appeared at the place where he had just fought. They turned their drooping heads left and right, searching for the source of the noise with their gray eyes. But these zombies seem to be very impatient, or perhaps there is the temptation of food on the ground. After searching for more than 10 seconds and finding no one to be found, these dozens of zombies immediately lay on the ground and enjoyed their first meal of the day. Sulin, who was delivering food to them, was standing at the window at this moment, watching the food he had prepared with his own hands being scrambled to eat by the zombies. Seeing this scene, he was quite relieved. Just like chefs and the cooks at home, they will definitely be happy when they see that the food they cook is eaten up. The principles between the two should be similar, right? That's what Sulin thought. In fact, he has always had a small question, that is, will the zombies starve to death? Sulin knew that zombies were not afraid of the cold and would not be frozen to death. He has never studied this issue. If zombies are not only not afraid of the cold but also not restricted by hunger, then this kind of creature really has a little bug. But even if they really have such a bug, it won't have much impact on Sulin. He was going to kill the zombies anyway. If the zombies starved to death, who could he turn to for justice? To be honest, Sulin was originally a person who was willing to lie down. Otherwise, he would not have dropped out of school in his sophomore year, gone home to lie down and enjoy life. But now he seems to have become a little addicted to killing zombies. Anyone who has killed zombies knows that it is truly addictive. 1 or 2 days, 3 or 4 days is fine. But if Sulin were to go a week or even longer without killing zombies, he would probably feel itchy and uncomfortable all over. Am I a little? Even he himself was a little surprised by this idea. Sulin shook his head and temporarily gave up the idea. Thinking about this, his gaze returned to the zombies. It's better to just watch the zombies eat each other and calm down. Is the head not tasty? Sulin felt a little puzzled when he saw that these zombies only ate the bodies of their companions and left their heads aside. He had noticed this a long time ago, and at first he thought it was just the zombies being picky eaters. Later, after several days of observation, Sulin confirmed that zombies did not seem to eat the heads of their own kind. At most, just pull it a few times. Just like what happened before his eyes, Sulin saw a zombie and went up to the zombie head he had just chopped off and sniffed it. Then it didn't move a bite, but pushed the head aside and went to compete with several other zombies for a zombie corpse. I don't know what the reason is. Don't you like it? Or are zombie heads not tasty? Sulin certainly had no way of knowing the specific reason. Zombies can't speak, so he has no place to ask questions even if he wants to. Unless you try it yourself? Forget it. He doesn't want to do such a stupid thing just to find out the answer to this question. Without looking any further, Sulin returned to the stairs and sat down. Wait for the zombies below to leave, and then look for the next wave of targets. 2.5 hours later. After Sulin dealt with the 14 zombies of the Fifth Order, he also completed today's task of 80. Just as he was about to retreat back to the safe house. Ding, congratulations to the player, the number of zombies killed has exceeded 1,000, and the reward is 1 special creature egg. I heard the system prompt sound suddenly ringing in my mind. Sulin was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that now was not a good time to look at the reward. Zombies don't care whether you reward them or not. The reward ball of light appeared out of thin air in front of him. He didn't have time to look at it and put it into his space. After collecting the reward, Sulin didn't delay for a moment and ran straight to the apartment building where his safe house was located. Chapter 91, Yoga is good, we must learn it. Return to the safe house door safely. After Sulin unlocked the door 3 times, he pushed it open and walked in. After entering the house and closing the door, he just turned around and was stunned by the beautiful scenery that caught his eyes. I saw 2 yoga mats on the clean floor of the living room. Wang Ying and Sun Yiting are doing yoga upstairs. The 2 women were wearing blue and gray tight yoga clothes respectively. Although it was not cold in the safe house, they both wore white cotton socks, perhaps because it was uncomfortable to walk barefoot. They were the long-legged kind, with the socks stretched out and worn over the yoga pants. The 2 girls are extremely beautiful and have their own unique characteristics, otherwise Sulin would not have accepted them. And with the help of this tight yoga suit, the advantages of each of the 2 women are even better highlighted. Sun Yiting's 1-meter-long legs, bound by blue yoga pants, appear even more slender and charming. Next to her, Wang Ying was wearing a gray yoga top, which made her already plump figure look extraordinarily beautiful. On the other hand, Su Lin's sudden return probably caught the two girls a little off guard. Look, they stopped at the same time and looked towards the door. The two women were now maintaining the posture of placing their hands on the mat, stretching their legs backwards, and raising their hips. One foot is pressed firmly to the ground, while the other leg is raised high. Su Lin didn't know what this yoga move was called, but it looked pretty good anyway. After about 4 or 5 seconds of silence, the two girls finally reacted. He was about to get up and help Su Lin get his shoes and take off his clothes. No need, you guys continue. Su Lin signaled them not to come. How could such a trivial matter be as important as watching two beautiful women do yoga? He took out slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on, then took off his clothes and pants and threw them into a basket beside him. At this time, the two girls were a little embarrassed. They rarely disobeyed Su Lin and did not continue with the next yoga movements. Instead, he quickly lowered his raised leg, stood up, and adjusted his breathing. Wang Ying is a little better, as she has spent more time with Su Lin. Moreover, the two of them can be said to have a relationship where they know each other well. Plus, she had experienced many embarrassing things before. Sun Yiting is different. It's not that she and Su Lin have had sex before, so nothing matters to her. Of course, if she were to do things with Su Lin again, she might not be too embarrassed. But if she were asked to do yoga in front of the other person, she would actually be a little restrained. There is actually no conflict between the two. Su Lin did not force them to continue, as there would be plenty of time to watch it later. He walked to the coffee table, picked up the cup of water and took a sip. Su Lin, you're back. After all, Wang Ying had lived here longer and understood things better. When she saw Su Lin changed his clothes as soon as he came back, she knew that he must have killed a zombie and got his clothes dirty. Do you want to take a shower first? I'll get you some clean clothes. Wang Ying asked like a virtuous wife. Yeah. Su Lin nodded slightly. He really wanted to take a shower first. After killing zombies, it is very comfortable to take a shower to relieve fatigue. When Wang Ying went into the bedroom to get clothes, Sun Yiting was still standing on the yoga mat, looking a little at a loss. Why, after just one day of not seeing you, you're shy again? Seeing her like this, Su Lin couldn't help but want to bully her. No. Sun Yiting said timidly, it's just. She wanted to say that I acted like this because you saw me doing yoga. However, she was worried that Su Lin would think she was being pretentious if she said this. After all, the two of them have basically done everything they should do, so there is nothing to be shy about when someone looks at this. What's that thing you just made called? Su Lin also understood her psychology, but he didn't intend to change the subject. It is a little difficult for Sun Yiting to take the initiative at the moment. But she answered every question Su Lin asked. Between answering questions and taking the initiative to talk, she still prefers the former. Not to mention that this issue is an area she is more proficient in. The move that Sister Ying and I did before is called the one-legged downward dog pose in yoga. Sun Yiting replied without thinking. This name is. Su Lin felt a little strange about the name of this yoga move. He knows nothing about this, so it's hard for him to comment. After Sun Yiting answered the question, she saw Su Lin looking at her with an appreciative look, and she suddenly became nervous again. The name isn't very good, but it's pretty. You can do more of it in the future. Su Lin didn't continue teasing her. He put down the water cup and said with a smile. Even though he couldn't understand it, it didn't affect his feeling that it was beautiful. Especially this movement, for girls with long legs like Sun Yiting, it looks more beautiful and charming. Su Lin, I put your clothes in the bathroom. Wang Ying came out of the bathroom at this time, came to the two of them and said. Do you need to prepare something to eat? Because it was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Ying didn't know whether Su Lin had eaten. When Su Lin went out, he didn't say when he would be back. He also told them that they didn't have to wait for him to eat. So she and Sun Yiting had dinner around 10 o'clock today. We just had some porridge and a boiled egg each. The two girls stayed at home and didn't consume much, so they weren't very hungry now. Just cook some noodles and add more beef. Su Lin had a simple breakfast, and since he had just consumed some energy from killing zombies, he was indeed a little hungry now. Okay, then you go take a shower first. It should be just in time for you to come out. Wang Ying said gently. Nodding, Su Lin didn't answer and walked into the bathroom. He waited until he closed the bathroom door and left the two girls in the living room. Sister Ying, you are amazing. When can I be as natural as you? Sun Yiting's tone became relaxed again. Yiting, how do you want me to answer this question? Wang Ying didn't know how to answer the question raised by her best friend. She couldn't just say, go get to know him better. Then just make a fool of yourself in front of him a few more times, right? By the way, didn't Su Lingang say that you looked very good when you did that move? Wang Ying laughed and joked. We did the same thing, but he didn't even praise me. I'm a little envious of you. If you do yoga in front of him more often, it will definitely become more natural. This. Sun Yiting seemed to be really thinking about this. But she quickly realized that Sister Ying was joking with her. Sister Ying, you're making fun of me. Sun Yiting immediately retaliated. It just so happens that we're doing the one-legged downward dog pose. If we did the crescent pose instead, Su Lin would definitely like you more. At the same time, Su Lin in the bathroom suddenly sneezed. He thought to himself, this shouldn't be the case. Did I catch a cold from going out? In the living room. Hearing this, Wang Ying thought of the crescent-shaped movement. After she remembered it, her face suddenly turned slightly red. Okay, Yiting. Wang Ying never expected that the trouble she had caused would come back upon herself. On the other side, Sun Yiting saw that her counterattack was successful, and immediately surrendered with a smile. I'm sorry, Sister Ying, I was wrong. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Wang Ying knew she was in the wrong and turned to the kitchen. Su Lin takes a quick shower, I have to cook noodles quickly. Yeah. Let me help you. Chapter 92, Daily Life in the End Times. Less than 10 minutes. Su Lin finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom. After coming out, he went to the bedroom and blow-dried his hair. When he returned to the living room, a large bowl of beef noodles was already on the dining table. Sitting down on the dining chair, Su Lin didn't hesitate and picked up the chopsticks and started eating. The noodles were topped with 2 layers of beef. Knowing that Su Lin liked spicy food, Wang Ying poured homemade chili oil on top. She sprinkled it with chopped green onions, but she didn't add cilantro. It's not that coriander is not delicious, it's just that Su Lin doesn't like coriander. Needless to say, the noodles taste great, with good color, aroma, and flavor. Wang Ying and Sun Yiting sat opposite Su Lin. They didn't say anything, just watched him eat with a smile on their faces. People often say that beauty is a feast to the eyes. This word can be used not only when men look at women. Men and women are equal, women actually look at men the same way. Su Lin's appearance cannot be said to be particularly handsome, at most he can be described as a little handsome. But now, in the hearts of these two girls, the sense of security that Su Lin can bring to them is unmatched. This special feeling gave them a unique filter for him. As the old saying goes, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. The only difference is that Su Lin is not a lover, let alone a she-sure. His position in the two women's hearts must be far more exaggerated than this. After all, you won't die without your lover. But if it weren't for Su Lin, they wouldn't dare to imagine what kind of terrible things they would face in this apocalypse. With the addition of the filter, Sun Yiting may not have reached that point yet. But it can be said that Wang Ying is completely devoted to Su Lin. While sipping his noodles, Su Lin looked up at the two women opposite him. Only then did he notice that while he was taking a shower, they both changed out of their yoga clothes and put on casual home clothes. How should I put it? It's still pretty, but just missing a feeling. Seeing Su Lin looking over here, the two girls looked a little confused. Wang Ying put away her smile and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Are the noodles not tasty?" She thought the noodles were not cooked well today, but she tested the taste before taking them out of the pot and asked Sun Yiting to try it as well. The taste is almost the same as before, and it is even a little more fragrant because of the addition of chili oil. No. Su Lin shook his head. The noodles taste good, and your chili oil is great. Wang Ying felt relieved when she heard him say it was no problem. She knew that she could not be of much help to Su Lin, so she just wanted to do her best to do the best for him in these little things in life. Even if it's just a simple bowl of noodles. But Su Lin paused and glanced at the two girls' faces. But what? Wang Ying's breath, which had just been relieved, was lifted up again. Sun Yiting was the same. She saw Su Lin's eyes lingering on her face for a moment. She seemed even more uneasy than Wang Ying. Why do you want to change clothes? Su Lin asked casually. He didn't go to great lengths to create an atmosphere that would make them too nervous, because there was no need for that. The two girls thought it was a big deal and their hearts were in their throats, but they didn't expect Su Lin to say such a thing. Finally, their hearts were at ease. But on second thought, the two girls felt something was wrong. Clothing? We just wore. They quickly realized that the clothes Su Lin was referring to were yoga clothes. Thinking of his little hobby, the two girls' faces suddenly turned red. The reason they changed back into their home clothes was because they all felt that it was a bit weird to wear yoga clothes all the time when they were not practicing yoga. Another thing is that although the two girls have already been frank with Su Lin, but in front of him, wearing yoga clothes, which are too tight, still makes me feel a little ashamed. This is not something difficult to understand. This situation may occur between lovers or even husband and wife. Seeing the two girls' unspeakable expressions, Su Lin understood immediately. He smiled and didn't ask them why. However, no one else knows what he is thinking at this moment. Thinking that the noodles would become unpalatable if left for too long, Su Lin lowered his head and continued to eat the noodles. On the opposite side, Wang Ying and Sun Yiding felt a little strange when they saw that he did not question them. He was never like this before. Wang Ying still remembered that during the inner period, she had clearly told him not to. But he still likes to call me wife and makes me. Sun Yiding has relatively less experience, but she was also forced to shout. They had all decided that if Su Lin said one more word, they would still tell the truth even if they were ashamed to death. Of course, in the current situation, it is impossible for the two girls to take the initiative to bring up this topic. They thought that he was in a good mood today and wanted to let them go this time. After a big meal, Sun Yiding was responsible for the cleaning work. There were only 2 bowls, and she finished in less than 2 minutes. For some reason, the network signal is particularly poor today. I can't watch short videos or read information online. Since I had just finished my meal, there was nothing much to do. Su Lin has killed enough zombies to meet the requirement for today's task. He was feeling a little tired and had nothing to do, so he decided to find a movie to watch. Take care of your body and mind, relax, and relieve fatigue. Wait, don't get the wrong idea, this is a serious movie. In order to prevent himself from being too bored in the apocalypse, Su Lin had downloaded and stored a large number of TV series and movies on multiple USB flash drives. There are many types of movies among them, and Su Lin plans to find a comedy to watch today. After searching and considering for a while, Su Lin chose a classic comedy movie from more than 30 years ago. The name of the movie is The Richest Man in Tomato City. Su Lin saw this movie on the internet in a series of nostalgic comedy old films. He looked at the reviews and found some good and some bad, but overall it was pretty good. The film tells the story of an amateur goalkeeper named Wang Duoyu, who gets kicked off the football team and then suddenly becomes rich. After plugging in the USB drive and projecting the screen onto the big TV in the living room, Su Lin went to the refrigerator to get a can of Coke and lay down directly on the sofa. After lying down, he waved to the 2 girls. "Come, let's watch it together." When it comes to watching a movie, there is a big difference between watching it alone and watching it with a few people. Watching it alone without being disturbed by anyone is more about the sense of immersion. When a few people watch it together, they can discuss the plot and focus more on the sense of atmosphere. It is hard to say which of these 2 methods is better, it all depends on personal preference. However, Su Lin personally thinks that the latter is slightly better when watching comedy films. When Wang Ying and Sun Yiding heard his call, they were naturally happy to accompany him to watch. Because it was freezing cold outside and there was the threat of zombies, they didn't dare go out. Watching TV series and movies has become one of the few things they can do to prevent boredom when Su Lin is not around. After Su Lin waved, Sun Yiding went to turn off the lights in the living room, and Wang Ying pressed the play button. After doing these 2 things, they consciously leaned on Su Lin on the left and right. Su Lin would naturally not refuse. He comfortably placed his hands on the 2 women's smooth shoulders. Watching a movie is just watching a movie, he doesn't have much other actions. As the opening sound rang out, Su Lin's hand. Pointing to the Coke on the coffee table, Sun Yiding picked it up and opened it very sensibly, then fed him a sip. Wang Ying did not compete with this sister for work, and she was even happy to see her like this. So that I can integrate into the life here faster. Su Lin drank the Coke and put his feet on the coffee table. I have to say, watching a movie this way is really an extraordinary enjoyment. Chapter 93, really accurate in judging people. The movie is less than 2 hours long. Su Lin didn't fast forward much in the middle and watched the whole film in its entirety. He felt it was okay. The content of the movie was not much different from what he saw in the recommendation. There are a lot of laughs, but not much educational. Unlike some hypnotic films, it not only likes to teach the audience in the plot, it makes people fall asleep while watching it. Overall, this is a cool drama. The protagonist of the movie, Wang Duoyu, is like the middle-aged successful male protagonist in a cool novel. As an old comedy movie made more than 30 years ago, this is considered relatively successful. After the movie, Su Lin withdrew his hands from the two girls, then stood up and turned on the lights in the living room. When the lights came on, they laughed too many times, perhaps because the movie was too funny. At this time, Wang Ying and Sun Yiting's faces were slightly flushed, and wrinkles appeared on their clothes. After turning on the light, Su Lin did not return to the sofa to sit down, but stood in front of the coffee table, looking at the two of them with a smile on his face. Watching movies can indeed relieve fatigue, but there are things that can relieve fatigue even more. The two girls noticed that Su Lin looked as if he was still unsatisfied. Sure enough, within 2 seconds I heard him speak. "Is the movie good?" The two girls nodded their heads at the same time. They didn't say this because they were forced to do so by Su Lin's authority. They really thought the movie was good. Since the movie is so good, shouldn't we recreate some of the deleted scenes? Su Lin said to them with a faint smile. After hearing what he said, the two girls were confused. What kind of logic was this? Well, his words represented logic to both of them. Well, you have the final say. Knowing that she couldn't escape the disaster, Wang Ying did not act too shy. After all, she and Su Lin already know each other well on this matter. Except in certain special circumstances, she may feel a little ashamed. I'm the same as Sister Ing. Although Sun Yiting was not as calm as Wang Ying, her performance was much better than the previous 2 days. After receiving the two girls' soft, mosquito-like responses, Su Lin blurted out without a second thought. "Then together?" His voice was quite loud, and the two girls on the sofa heard it clearly. These 3 simple words echoed back and forth in their ears. At the same time, some dirty images appeared in their minds. Wang Ying's certain special circumstances refer to situations like the current one. The two girls looked at each other, and Sun Yiting looked at Wang Ying with a strong pleading look. It seemed to be saying, "Sister Ing, please speak up." She didn't dare to refute Su Lin, and the reason she used last time was obviously not applicable today. Wang Ying's mentality at this moment is actually only slightly better than the other parties. But when she thought about being with her bestie, she knew that she would be watched by others. With her conservative personality, just thinking about it was a bit too much for her. Thinking of this, Wang Ying gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and tentatively whispered, "Su Lin, everything else is fine, but can we not be together?" As she said, if it was just her, she could accept whatever Su Lin wanted to do, or any new tricks he had. After saying this, Wang Ying didn't dare look at Su Lin, for fear that he would be angry. Hearing this, Su Lin did not feel any dissatisfaction. Double and triple are certainly tempting. But this will be more interesting only if there are 3 or more people who are willing. He didn't force it, as there would be opportunities in the future. Okay, if we don't want to go together, then we won't go together. Su Lin nodded and said in a thoughtful manner. Well, if we don't go together, then who goes first? He's not going to choose for himself today. Yiting first. Wang Ying spoke first and gave her own reasons. I went first the day before yesterday, so today it's Yiting's turn. Knowing Su Lin's first battle strength very well, she decisively sold her best friend. Sun Yiting was confused at first, but she quickly reacted and said angrily, "Sister Ing, why are you like this?" She wasn't really angry, she just felt that she, as a good sister, was selling her out too quickly. "Yiting, isn't what I said right?" Wang Ying counterattacked when she heard it. This, Sun Yiting didn't know how to refute and could only snort in anger. This cute tone and action, coming from a girl who looks cool, is particularly likable. Su Lin was happy to watch the two girls' little quarrel. When beautiful women quarrel, they become even more beautiful. Your sister Ing gave a very good reason. You go first today. Su Lin said at the right time. Madam, wait a minute. After he spoke, the two girls stopped making noise. In fact, Su Lin doesn't care who comes first or later, because no one can escape anyway. Letting them decide for themselves was his little bit of bad taste. As physical attributes increase, a woman obviously has some and cannot satisfy his needs. After the order was set, Sun Yiting knew what she had to do next. She didn't say that she didn't like doing that with Su Lin. I have to say that teacher Su Lin is the best teacher. Standing up, Sun Yiting just wanted to go to the bedroom quickly. She stayed in the living room because she was afraid that Sister Ing would laugh at her again. Wang Ying did not get up from the sofa. Based on her understanding of Su Lin, she planned to find another movie of about an hour and a half to watch. And then, she really admired Su Lin. How could he come up with such vivid words? Over there, before entering the bedroom, Sun Yiting suddenly heard Su Lin's voice. Wait a minute. She turned her head with some confusion, and Wang Ying also looked at Su Lin, wanting to know what he was going to say next. Go change into the clothes you were wearing. After Su Lin said this, he went into the bedroom first. The two girls were left looking at each other in bewilderment in the living room. Hey! Yiting, you should go change. Wang Ying had experience with this before. After all, she knew that Su Lin had some little hobbies. Sun Yiting was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing Sister Ing nodded at her encouragingly, she had no choice but to go to the room they shared and change into the yoga clothes she had worn when practicing yoga. After changing, she didn't dare to look at Wang Ying for even a second, and ran into Su Lin's bedroom. Having learned her lesson, she closed the door as soon as she entered. On the sofa, Wang Ying thought about the last time she left the door open and the other person outside heard the noise clearly. She quickly shook her head and started looking for a movie. In the bedroom, Su Lin was lying on the bed. Sun Yiting, wearing a blue yoga suit, stood by the bed with a blushing face. Since her yoga clothes had no pockets, she didn't know where to put her hands. This isn't the first time. You even had a day off yesterday. Are you feeling well now? Su Lin looked at the other person with a smile and said. Yeah. No problem. Sun Yiting nodded vigorously as if to encourage herself, and then spoke timidly. Her already curvy figure becomes even more alluring when outlined by her yoga clothes. The blue yoga pants wrapped around her 1.1-meter long legs. It was a pity that she didn't wear white cotton socks on her feet this time, otherwise it would have been more perfect. Of course, Su Lin didn't let her wear it outside again. If it's not perfect this time, why not try again next time? Just like life, there will never be a perfect time. Leaving some anticipation for the future is also a kind of enjoyment. After a day of resting and gathering strength yesterday, Su Lin now feels a little horny. You come. But he still did not rush, but chuckled and said. I need to check to see if you've regressed since you haven't studied for over a day. Sun Yiting felt extremely ashamed by his words. But she still obediently took off her slippers, got on the bed, and slowly crawled to his side. Sister Ing said, You like to wear, right? Sun Yiting asked timidly. What do you think? Su Lin asked back. You should like it. Sun Yiting thought about her two previous experiences and some of the things Wang Ying had said to her in the past few days. She believed that the other party really liked this. Su Lin really didn't expect that Wang Ying would teach her this. He borrowed a line he had just seen from The Richest Man in Tomato City and replied with a smile. Your Sister Ing is really good at judging people. P.S. Although it may not be available, I still wish all the female book friends who read this a happy Women's Day. Of course, I also wish a happy holiday to the mothers and wives of all the male book friends. Chapter 94, Two Serious Matters. An hour and a half later. Sun Yiting dragged her tired body and climbed down from the bed with a flushed face. She was already dressed, or not quite dressed. The difference from when she came in was that the yoga pants that were originally intact had changed from 2. As for Su Lin was still lying on the bed with a very comfortable expression. After putting on her slippers, Sun Yiting prepared to go out. Even though this wasn't her first time experiencing, it was still. The main reason was that Su Lin's teaching level was too high, and for a beginner like her. I'll go out first. Sun Yiting said carefully. Wearing the battle-damaged yoga pants, she was about to go out when she heard a voice behind her. Remember to make your Sister Ing the same as you. Su Lin did not forget to remind. He had a day off yesterday and only did it twice, so naturally he wasn't satisfied yet. Oh, I know. Sun Yiting replied softly, then opened the door and left the room. In the living room, Wang Ying had just finished watching a short movie. When she heard the door open, she turned her head to look. Sun Yiting said quickly. Sister Ing, it's your turn. Su Lin asked you to change into your yoga clothes. After she conveyed Su Lin's meaning, she covered her lower body with her hands and quickly ran into the bathroom. Afraid that Wang Ying would notice, he tore a big hole under his pants. After entering the bathroom, Sun Yiding closed the door. Leaning against the door, her legs finally couldn't hold on any longer and she slid down to the ground. The room was so warm, and she had been exercising for an hour and a half, so she was naturally sweating. She now understood what Sister Ring had said to her before. Su Lin's daily energy consumption and exercise volume are both very high. What does this sentence mean? After staying here for a few days, she increasingly realized how powerful Su Lin was. After killing so many zombies outside every day, I can still come back. No wonder Sister Ring is so devoted to him. I can do it. Sun Yiding encouraged herself quietly. After a while, she regained some strength, stood up, took off her clothes, stood under the shower head and started to wash. She came in so hurriedly that she forgot to bring her pajamas. That yoga suit definitely can't be worn anymore. Not only is it deformed, it's also covered in sweat. However, Sun Yiding was not worried at all. She felt embarrassed if she went out naked after washing. The reason is that even if she takes a long bath, it will only take her about 20 minutes at most. But Su Lin's internal affairs would take at least half an hour each time. Sun Yiding silently gave herself a thumbs up for her wit. Then he began to wash his own body carefully. The other side. Wang Ying changed into her equipment and came to Su Lin's bedroom. She had not forgotten the lesson from last time. After coming in, she said nothing and closed the door tightly. Su Lin laughed out loud when he saw the two girls doing the same thing. It's not that he was laughing, but he felt that this behavior was just like covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Well, but they are quite interesting this way. After closing the door, Wang Ying turned around. Her yoga suit is white and the style is slightly different from Sun Yiding's. The top tightly wrapped around her fullness, revealing her slender waist with a little bit of plumpness. As for the yoga pants, Su Lin couldn't tell any difference except for the color. Come here, madam. Su Lin raised his head slightly. Compared to Sun Yiding's girlish naivete, Wang Ying, the top mature beauty, is more attractive to him. Especially, now the other party is still wearing. With a new skin, the appeal is naturally enhanced. It's like when you're playing a game, every time you get a new skin, especially if it's one you like, you're bound to love it. Without her best friend present, Wang Ying lost her shyness. She consciously got off the bed and came to Su Lin's side, scolding him softly. Can you please not call me madam in front of Ting next time? A mature woman's occasional act of coquettishness is far more tempting than that of a young girl. Su Lin did not show any dissatisfaction, but lifted her chin and said with a wicked smile. You can't shout in front of her, so you mean you can shout at any other time? This is not up to you. Wang Ying sneered. It's not like I haven't told you before that when you're doing internal affairs, you still have to call me that. Is that so? Su Lin looked as if he had forgotten it a long time ago, then he said with a smile. But ma'am, I see you seem to like it quite a bit, don't you? Wang Ying thought back to the previous dozen or so times, and she seemed to be a little averse to this title at the beginning. The next few times, it seemed that when she really heard Su Lin calling her like that, she would feel even more. No, don't talk nonsense. Of course, she would never admit to such a thing. Su Lin didn't continue talking about this matter. Business first. He pinched the other person's chin, put his beautiful red lips in front, and kissed her greedily. Woo-woo. Compared with Sun Yiding, Wang Ying's cooperation can be considered at the university level. After kissing for dozens of seconds, Su Lin left the other's lips and let go of his hand. Wang Ying pursed her red lips and breathed for a while, then she heard Su Lin say, Madam, you don't need me to teach you what to do next, do you? Wang Ying hummed softly. After many experiences, she understood Su Lin's little hobby. I know what he meant by asking her to change into this yoga outfit is that he doesn't have to. Next, Wang Ying smoothed the hair by her ears. I only regret that there is a taboo here, and I cannot write about my love affairs. 40 minutes later. Su Lin finally breathed a sigh of satisfaction. After resting for nearly 2 days, I did this again and it felt more comfortable than the previous 2 days. Although he still has the fighting power at the moment, this kind of thing would not be good if it happened too much. For him personally, twice a day on average is more appropriate. Next to her, Wang Ying, who was the second runner, was not under as much pressure as before. That's the benefit of sharing. She felt that it was absolutely right for her to find a little friend. Su Lin didn't have so many thoughts, after all, he was the beneficiary. I'm going to take a shower. You can change the sheets and then go back to your room. Although he had taken a shower when he came back, he still had to wash off the sweat after this exercise. I took a look at the other person's clothes and saw that they were wearing battle-damaged yoga clothes +1. Su Lin got out of bed with a smile and walked towards the bathroom. Wang Ying had long been accustomed to Su Lin's ruthless attitude. However, she was very aware of her own status and she never expected the other person to fall in love with her. But as long as he falls in love with me, I will do my best to serve him well, and that will be fine. In the end times, Wang Ying has always felt fortunate to have met a powerful man like Su Lin. After he went into the bathroom, she took out new sheets from the closet and changed them. Take the sweat-soaked sheets out of the room to wash. 5 minutes later. Su Lin walked out of the bathroom feeling relaxed. After throwing the bath towel aside, he lay down naked on the bed. The small things have been done, and now he still has a big thing to do. With a little thrust, he sat cross-legged on the bed. Then the communication system in his mind came to mind. An egg-shaped object, much larger than an ostrich egg, appeared in front of Su's clinic. Chapter 95, Contract. Looking at the egg in front of me, it is 3 or 4 times bigger than an ostrich egg. Su Lin couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, the reason why he felt this way was not only because the egg was very big. Also, its color is very different from the eggs he had seen before. The shell of this big egg is 90% dark blue, and the surface is not smooth, with some white textures. Bang, bang. Su Lin reached out and knocked on the egg twice, but he didn't dare to use too much force for fear of breaking the egg. But he found that the egg was quite hard. Special creature egg? He thought of the name mentioned when the system distributed rewards before. Since it is an egg, as the name suggests, this egg can definitely give birth to a special creature. But, how do I get it out? Su Lin thought, you can't ask me to find a chicken to hatch this egg, right? If this chicken sees this egg that is bigger than itself, it will definitely say, thank you for thinking so highly of me. Fortunately, although the system brother is sometimes aloof, it will still give reminders when necessary. Just as Su Lin was considering how to hatch the egg, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Tip: various unique creatures may appear in special creature eggs. Players need to drip their own blood onto the surface of the eggshell and sign a contract before they can hatch. Brother Tonzi's explanation is still so easy to understand. After understanding how this egg is hatched. Blood? It shouldn't be too much, right? Su Lin thought for a while, took out the blood draining knife from the space, and cut a small cut on his finger. Then he placed his hand above the egg and let the blood flow out from his fingers and drip onto the egg drop by drop. Su Lin's eyes were focused on this. Miraculously, after his blood fell on the eggshell, it did not slide along the texture of the egg and onto the bed. Every time a drop of blood fell, it disappeared immediately before it could slide down, as if it was absorbed by it. As the blood dripped drop by drop, the egg quickly changed. Its originally dark blue shell took on a faint red hue after absorbing more than a dozen drops of Su Lin's blood. Seeing that it had changed, Su Lin felt relieved. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and used his blood bar detection ability to take a look at the egg. It's really good? Su Lin muttered to himself. Although he didn't see a health bar above the egg, he saw something that should be similar to a progress bar. It shows contract completion 19%. And Su Lin noticed that for every drop of blood he dropped, the completion rate would increase by 1%. Does this mean you want 100 drops from me? Su Lin couldn't help but be speechless. It's not that he thinks it takes too much blood, but if this 1% is added bit by bit, he is afraid that his fingers will be squeezed off. In order to speed up the process, Su Lin picked up the blood-removing knife and lightly cut the palm of his hand. This time he didn't let the blood drip, but instead placed his cut palm directly on the surface of the egg. The moment he placed his palm on it, Su Lin clearly felt a suction force sucking his blood. Moreover, when he wanted to withdraw his hand, he seemed a little reluctant to let go of the egg. It didn't hurt at all, so Su Lin just let it suck. When this egg is sucking blood, the progress bar above it does not grow bit by bit like before. In less than 10 seconds, it reached 100%. The egg seemed to be satisfied and stopped absorbing after reaching 100% completion. Su Lin withdrew his hand and ignored the wound, his eyes still on the egg. At this time, after absorbing his blood, the shell of the originally dark blue egg had turned red and blue. But there is still no sign of hatching. The player's contract with the special creature has been completed. Incubation has now begun and will take 7 days. Tip: please do not forcefully break the eggshell during the hatching process to avoid unpredictable consequences. Another 7 days? Okay. Although Su Lin was very curious about what kind of creature was inside the egg. But he doesn't mind a few days. As the saying goes, good food is never too late. As for the system's prompt at the end, telling him not to force the egg to break, so as to avoid some unpredictable events? In this regard, Su Lin really wanted to know what this incident referred to. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. After all, even Brother Tonzi said that this matter is difficult to predict. Don't let him get a useless creature, or even get a dead egg if you're unlucky. Then Su Lin is really stupid. Looking at the big egg in front of him, watered with his own blood, Su Lin couldn't help but speak. "I've sucked so much blood, I hope you can give me something good." After saying that, he put the egg back into the space. Time can be stopped within the dimensional space, and this is all controlled by Su Lin. He set aside a small area, without turning on the timer, specifically to place the egg. This way you don't have to worry about affecting its hatching time. After doing all this, Su Lin prepared to treat the wound. He walked to the bathroom and took out a bottle of saline solution and a roll of medical gauze from the space. After all, he studied in medical school for 2 years. He definitely hasn't learned anything too complicated, but he has no problem bandaging a simple wound. First, I rinsed the cut on the palm of my hand with saline solution, then wiped off the blood, and then wrapped it with gauze several times to bandage it. Once the palms are taken care of, the fingers don't need to be so particular. Su Lin put a band-aid on it and then went back to bed. Speaking of which, today is one of the more fulfilling days he has had since the end of the world. I came back from a trek outside, then killed dozens of zombies, and then went home to watch a decent movie. Then there was another wave of second battle. Now I still have an egg to play the blood-sucking contract. Su Lin looked at the time. It was not late, just a little after 8 o'clock. However, in the last days, many people's concept of time is no longer the same as before. After all, in normal modern society, this is the time when some people go out and start their nightlife. In the past, Su Lin was actually also a person who stayed up late to cultivate immortality. After this apocalypse, he actually developed the good habit of going to bed early and getting up early. The key is not to go to bed early. Su Lin wanted to kill zombies at night instead. But after dark, his ability to move and his vision will be affected to a certain extent. But the zombies may not do that, as one side gains while the other loses. His killing efficiency will inevitably be greatly reduced, and it will not be that safe, so there is no need to stay up late to cultivate immortality. Lying on the bed, Su Lin put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the scene of thousands of corpses coming out at midnight. His eyes were calm, and I wonder what he was thinking about. Chapter 96, Bad News from the Shelter. Early the next morning, Su Lin slept until he woke up naturally. When he sat up and saw the light coming from under the crack in the door, he knew that Wang Ying and the others had already gotten up. Without even looking at the time, Su Lin turned on the light and went into the bathroom. He ran the water first, then washed up briefly and walked out of the bedroom. Although the 2 girls worked hard last night, they recovered after a good night's sleep because their energy was dispersed. But what was different from the past was that today, after Su Lin opened the door and came out, neither of them turned aside to say hello. Su Lin doesn't care about such trivial matters. He also discovered that the 2 girls were sitting on the sofa, holding their mobile phones and looking down at something. It seemed to be something very important. From their side faces, you could see that they were both shocked. Su Lin took 2 steps forward, and the 2 girls heard the noise and reacted. They both looked up at him at the same time, still with surprised expressions. "Su Lin, look." Wang Ying immediately handed over the phone, and Sun Yiting sensibly moved away so that he could sit between them. Even Su Lin was a little curious at this moment. What on earth could make them so surprised? He sat on the sofa without saying a word and looked at the phone screen in Wang Ying's hand. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. What caught my eye were 3 consecutive notifications with a red exclamation mark. Su Lin continued to look down. Dear Tianzhou City residents, it is with a heavy heart that I am releasing an important message. At midnight yesterday, Tianhe Shelter, one of the first shelters in our city, was attacked by a large number of zombies. Despite the strenuous resistance of the government soldiers, they repelled the zombies and held the shelter. However, the defenders suffered heavy casualties, and internal resources were drastically reduced by the zombie invasion. This shelter has been temporarily closed. Residents of Tianzhou City who see this notice are advised not to go to the Tianhe shelter again and await official notification. It was rare for Su Lin to read an official announcement in its entirety. Seeing that he didn't say anything after reading it and seemed lost in thought, Wang Ying thought that even he was shocked by the news. It's no wonder she thinks this way. She and Sun Yiting have been watching it for almost 10 minutes, but they still find it hard to believe. When they first saw the notice, they both almost wanted to risk being scolded and wake up Su Lin to come and see it. After hesitating for a while, and seeing that Su Lin didn't seem very surprised, she tentatively whispered, "Su Lin, do you think what the official said is true?" Hearing this, Su Lin regained his composure and nodded. There's no need for the authorities to make such a fuss. At this time, releasing some false information, especially information that will damage their prestige, is even less likely to be false. In fact, Su Lin had anticipated this announcement last night. After all, he saw it with his own eyes, 2000 plus ordinary zombies, plus 30 or 40 first-level zombies, rushing towards the Tianhe shelter. Su Lin didn't know how many firepower guards the authorities had deployed in that shelter. But he saw the number of zombies with his own eyes. Without advanced preparation and sufficient firepower support, it is absolutely impossible to defend. Judging from the official announcement, although it says that the guards suffered heavy losses and supplies were greatly reduced. But the guard force in Tianhe shelter is not weak, as it can withstand a zombie swarm of this size. On both sides of Su Lin, the two women felt even more nervous after hearing his answer. In their opinion, if the authorities were attacked by zombies, they would suffer heavy losses. Well, here they are. Thinking of this, the two girls couldn't help but move closer to Su Lin. "What are you two afraid of?" Su Lin said calmly after noticing the two girls trembling slightly. "It's not that easy for zombies to find this place. You won't die so early." These words were not meant to comfort them. Through so many days of observation, Su Lin had completely understood the habits of zombies, or to be more precise, ordinary zombies. Most of them live in groups, but only in a specific area, such as the community where he lives. Once the number of ordinary zombies reaches a certain level, there will not be much change. Only when the number of zombies in the area decreases will zombies from other places come in to replenish it. Su Lin had noticed this earlier, but he was not so sure. Now he is completely sure. Unless there are special circumstances, the number of zombies in this community will only remain around 400. Moreover, most of them move on the ground, and only a few occasionally wander to the underground 1 or 2 floors. In order to prevent too many zombies from appearing underground, Su Lin deliberately left a few of them down there and did not kill them. Its function is to let these zombies serve as his security guards. Another point is that the zombies that have come down can tell their zombie brothers above that there is no food below, although they don't necessarily communicate. But the facts proved that his approach was not bad. The two women who were leaning against Su Lin were speechless when they heard his straightforward answer. "Not dying so early? Isn't that too casual?" Well, both girls knew very well that he always spoke casually like this when he was not serious. Of course, they both firmly believed in what he said. It was a bit blunt, but it also made the two girls feel relaxed. At this moment, the cell phone in Wang Ying's hand vibrated several times in succession. She had nothing to hide, so she opened Weixing in front of the two of them. Without even looking, Su Lin knew that it must be news from the residents of this community. Sure enough, after Wang Ying clicked on it, the group was filled with messages one after another. This group started with over 100 people speaking at the beginning of the apocalypse, but now only has less than 10 active people. "It's over, it's really over now. It's been 3 days and official help hasn't arrived yet. We're completely hopeless now. If we had known it would be like this, we might as well have gone straight to that university shelter the day before yesterday while we still had some strength. I'm so hungry I don't even have the strength to walk. Still waiting for notification? I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until then, and will die of cold and hunger. The authorities are so useless." The few residents who survived here were all extremely negative at this time. Obviously they all saw the latest official announcement released today. Su Lin could still barely understand their feelings. When faced with death, how many people can truly accept it calmly? As for sympathy, there really isn't any. Everyone has his own destiny, and all Su Lin can do is take care of himself. These residents vented their dissatisfaction with the authorities in the group. He had no interest in watching anymore, so he might as well do something else. Seeing him look away, Wang Ying exited the washing interface and prepared to make breakfast. Just as she was about to get up, she noticed the gauze wrapped around Su Lin's hand. Su Lin, how did you get injured? Wang Ying asked anxiously. Ah? Is it really? Sun Yiting heard this and saw the gauze wrapped on the other person's palm. There hadn't been any last night, she was sure of that. The reason is that this hand was all over her body last night. Oh, you're talking about this? Su Lin smiled and explained casually. Nothing. After Wang Ying left last night, I fell out of bed and got scratched. The two girls thought? Of course they didn't believe this reason. Falling down after getting out of bed? Based on their understanding of Su Lin's body, this was unrealistic. Su Lin suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth. Speaking of which, this is really your fault. Blame us? Wang Ying was puzzled. Sun Yiting looked even more confused. Why? Seeing that Su Lin didn't say anything, the two girls raised the corners of their mouths slightly and looked at them with a smile. How could they not understand this? Although this reason was false, the two girls could not think of any other possibility. It's not me. Sun Yiting blushed and tried to shirk responsibility. Sister Guiying, it's me. I'll go back first. Wang Ying naturally couldn't admit it, she retorted. Of course it's your fault. I did go there later, but Yiting, you stayed in there longer than me. Looking at the two girls' little quarrel, Su Lin's smile became even brighter. Chapter 97, Add to the Fun. The two girls quarreled for a while, but it was only with Su Lin's intervention that the situation was mediated. Because she had two experiences of applying the medicine, Wang Ying said naturally. Su Lin, I'll put some medicine on your hand and change the gauze. It will heal faster. Well, come on. Su Lin readily agreed. The scratch was on his hand, and it was not convenient for him to change the gauze himself. While Wang Ying went to get the medicine box, Sun Yiting next to her also wanted to do something. Sister Ying will apply the medicine for you, and I will make breakfast today, she volunteered. After spending these few days together, and with Wang Ying's advice, Sun Yiting now belongs here wholeheartedly. But she certainly knew that her influence on Su Lin was limited. And with Wang Ying as a super good role model, Sun Yiting also wants to do as much as possible so that she will not seem so useless except for serving the emperor in bed. At this time, Wang Ying returned to the sofa with the medicine box and sat down. When she heard that Sun Yiting wanted to steal the job, she did not say anything more. This just proves that this little bestie took her words to heart, so Wang Ying naturally wouldn't stop her. As for Su Lin, he smiled. Are you sure you can do this? Don't blow up my kitchen. No way. Hearing this, Sun Yiting puffed up her cheeks slightly, revealing an unhappy look, and refuted in a rare rebuttal. I can't cook as well as Sister Ying, but I'm pretty good at making porridge, boiling eggs, and frying eggs. The puffy cheeks of a beautiful girl are very lethal to boys. Not to mention a girl like Sun Yiting who looks like a queen, she looks extremely cute after doing this action. Su Lin couldn't help but reach out and pinch both sides of her cheeks. Bo. As he exerted force gently, Sun Yiting's technique was broken in a second, and she made an interesting sound. Seeing her pitiful and helpless look, Su Lin stopped teasing her and let her go to prepare breakfast. Sun Yiting stood up in a sullen manner, walked into the kitchen with her 1.1-meter long legs, and filled the pot with rice to make porridge. After she left, Wang Ying first looked at her friend's angry back, then turned to look at Su Lin and said, You always like to tease Yiting. It would be strange if she didn't get angry. There was no blame in her tone, just like a wife talking to her husband about their daughter. Su Lin did not deny it, but asked with a smile. Life after the apocalypse is boring, so I occasionally find something interesting to do to enrich my life. If you keep suffocating, won't you suffocate to death? Wang Ying agreed with his words very much. Didn't she also want to talk more with him every day? However, she understood her identity and usually kept these words to herself. Wang Ying didn't say much, just asked Su Lin to lie down, put his hands on her legs, helped him remove the gauze first, and then began to concentrate on applying the medicine. While applying the medicine, Wang Ying saw the wound on Su Lin's hand. She was not stupid and she could tell that it was not caused by a fall. It looks like it was scratched by a sharp object? Wang Ying was puzzled. How could the other party suffer such an injury at home? How could she have imagined that Su Lin would injure himself to feed his eggs last night? However, she was tactful enough not to ask any more questions, but continued to apply the medicine carefully. Su Lin could probably see what she was thinking. This was the thing he was most satisfied with about Wang Ying. She was absolutely sensible. Know when to ask and when to remain silent. Of course, Wang Ying's sensible nature was due not only to her own weak character, but also to his first few trainings. After applying the medicine evenly, Wang Ying took the gauze and bandaged the wound for him. After doing all this, she was about to take the medicine box back, but she found that the hand she had just taken and placed on her leg had no intention of leaving. Wang Ying looked up and saw Su Lin looking at her. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that he wanted to say good morning. No, Su Lin, Yi Ting is in the kitchen. Is it okay tonight? Wang Ying turned her head to look towards the kitchen and spoke in a low voice. Obviously, she didn't want her best friend who was making breakfast in the kitchen to hear it. What's wrong with that? Wasn't she like that the day before yesterday morning? But Su Lin said with a smile. Please prepare breakfast a little slower and don't come out. Your sister Ying will be embarrassed. In the kitchen, Sun Yiting just nodded vigorously after hearing these two sentences. She didn't even dare to turn her head, for fear of seeing herself from the day before yesterday. Not to mention Wang Ying, who was blushing with shame. She didn't expect Su Lin to say it out loud. Knowing that it was impossible to escape, Wang Ying withdrew her hand from the medicine box. She understood Su Lin. Generally speaking, if she rejected him first, he would feel more sensitive. Especially in the living room with your bestie present. Although she felt embarrassed, she was not opposed to doing this for Su Lin. So she moved her body slightly, then pursed her lips. 15 minutes later. Su Lin turned over and sat up from the sofa, walking towards the dining chair with a refreshed look. Sun Yiting had already prepared breakfast. Seeing Su Lin finally coming over, she brought the fried eggs and bacon from the kitchen and placed them on the dining table. She was about to serve him some porridge, but Su Lin didn't let her do it. He served himself a bowl and said to her, I can do it myself, you just serve your sister Ying. Wang Ying, who had just come out of the bathroom, heard this. She waved her hand and said with a blushing face, Yiting, you guys eat first. I'm not hungry for now. I'll eat later. Sun Yiting is actually a bit mean, especially when facing her best friend. Okay, Sister Ying. After hearing Wang Ying's words, she thought about it and said with a smile. Then when you're hungry later, heat it up in the microwave. Wang Ying felt that this sentence was extremely familiar. Wasn't this what she said the day before yesterday morning? It's only been 2 days and already it's my turn to be laughed at. Su Lin, who was drinking porridge, heard the conversation between the two girls. As the instigator, he undoubtedly understood it very well. Although he wanted to laugh, he held it back for fear of spitting out the porridge in his mouth. However, his expression was still seen by the two girls. They immediately formed a united front and gave him a slight scolding at the same time. Su Lin was not angry, but rather quite happy. In this cold and cruel apocalypse, there are two beautiful and interesting women at home. It is not only pleasing to the eyes and can satisfy your desires, but it can also add some different kinds of fun to your boring life. After breakfast, Su Lin lay on the sofa for about 10 minutes to digest his food, then got up and prepared to go out. Seeing this, the two girls each went to get him clothes and a hat. When he was dressed, they walked him to the door as usual. Before Su Lin reminded them today, the two girls offered their lucky buff at the same time. Su Lin readily stretched out his hands and smiled faintly. I may not come back today, so you don't have to wait for me for dinner. This wasn't the first time he'd gone out, and although the two girls were worried, they knew they couldn't change his mind. Su Lin, be careful. Watch out for zombies. The two girls spoke one after another, asking him to be careful. Okay. Su Lin nodded, then turned around to open the door and quickly disappeared from the sight of the two women. P.S. Thanks to all the book friends who can see this. Please give me 5-star reviews and free gifts to make the energy I generate for love more sufficient. I feel embarrassed to ask for large gifts given the amount of updates I make, so fellow book lovers, please give according to your ability. Thanks again. Chapter 98, Return to the Sanctuary. Su Lin left the safe house and came to the ground level of the community. Still the old way, go around from the side. After leaving the community, he followed the route he took the day before and walked towards the Tianhe shelter. But unlike before, Su Lin was not going to check out the situation today, but was preparing to enter the shelter. Although in this doomsday environment, personal martial arts is very important, it can even be said to be the most useful. But if you want to survive for a long time in the apocalypse, staying in a safe house is indeed a good choice. This was also Su Lin's original plan. But with the appearance of zombies, his original thoughts slowly changed. Especially after he learned that killing zombies could make him stronger, his original idea was further weakened. In addition, after killing zombies for so many days and experiencing the enhancement of his physical attributes, Su Lin became more and more fond of these two wonderful feelings. By staying in the community and steadily killing zombies every day to improve himself, he can indeed become stronger. However, the speed of becoming stronger, although not slow, is really limited. This was also one of the main reasons why he chose to go to the shelter. After walking for about 20 minutes, Su Lin suddenly stopped. Next to him was the apartment building where he had stayed the night before. He had been in such a hurry when he entered that he didn't even have time to look at the name of the apartment. This time, no one led the zombies over, so he looked up casually and then continued walking towards the shelter. What is happening? There are still many ordinary zombies on the desolate and cold streets. Su Lin was not surprised at this. He always tried to avoid them. What made him wonder was that there were too many first-level zombies along the way today. He had seen nearly 20 first-level zombies alone. This number is 3 or 4 times more than what he encountered when he came out the day before yesterday. Su Lin shook his head and didn't think too much about this strange thing. He definitely won't be able to figure it out if he tries hard enough. Then he slowed down his pace even more, fearing that he would attract the attention of those first-level zombies. Based on Su Lin's estimation of his current strength, he would be very confident in dealing with 2 first-level zombies at once. 3 is the limit. If there are more, he can only make a strategic retreat. Of course, the 2 and 3 here refer to the first-level violent zombies. If it were a first-level gluttonous zombie, there would definitely be more. Fortunately, Tianhe's shelter is not far away. Su Lin slowed down his pace, and after walking for another 20 minutes, he saw the sign for the shelter. He did not go forward immediately, but stood 100 meters away and observed. In less than 2 days, the originally snow-white land in front of the shelter had been dyed blood red. This is not surprising. After all, at least 2,000 zombies died here at midnight last night. Although zombie blood is different from human blood, in such extremely cold conditions outside, zombie blood will not freeze quickly after flowing out of the body. Su Lin had noticed this a long time ago. But after more than 30 hours, their blood had formed a blood-red ice surface on the ground. Maybe it's because there are too many zombies, or there is a shortage of staff in the shelter. Su Lin saw that there were still many zombie corpses on the ground. In order to prevent the zombies from smelling the scent and attacking again, more than a dozen people are now carrying the corpses and throwing them into the manhole cover specially used to handle zombie corpses. Moreover, these people had a clear division of labor. Some people moved the corpses, while others used shovels and other tools to chisel the ice surface formed by the zombies' blood. Around these working people, there were several sentries with rifles walking back and forth, looking around to prevent sudden attacks from zombies. Su Lin had to admit that the official arrangements in this shelter were reasonable. I don't know, it's still those few people who make the decision. Muttering to himself, Su Lin took out a long winter coat from the space. After changing into his coat, he turned off the small stove and put it back into the space. Come to think of it, this was his first time in the outside world without using a small stove for heating. As soon as the small stove was turned off, Su Lin immediately felt that the temperature around him dropped a lot in an instant. Fortunately, his physical attribute was the highest, and he had changed into cold-resistant clothes in advance. However, no matter how good the cold-resistant clothing and physique are, they are still far inferior to the warmth of his own little stove. Su Lin must still be cold. It's minus 70 degrees Celsius outside. It would be strange if he wasn't cold. After adjusting to the lower temperature for a while, he stepped back a distance. After making sure that the people from the shelter couldn't see here, Su Lin had an idea. An SUV appeared in front of him. It was his Tiger Defender. How could he not have put the car away before the end of the world? In addition to his own war Tiger Defender, Su Lin also collected all the pretty good cars in the underground garage. On the eve of the apocalypse, on his way home, he also visited several high-end car 4S stores in Tianzhou City. As for some cars not having keys? Who would be afraid of losing keys if they have a car? This is the easiest solution. After parking the car, Su Lin was about to open the door and get in, but then he felt that this didn't seem perfect enough. After thinking for a moment, he stuck to the car and began to wipe the dust from the car with his winter coat. After wiping off the dust from the car, he reached out and touched the wheel a few times, then put on some makeup on his face. After doing all this, Su Lin looked in the rearview mirror. Looking at his rather sloppy self in the mirror, he didn't feel unhappy at all. He even smiled slightly, nodded with satisfaction, then opened the door and got in the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Lin didn't wear a seatbelt, started the car directly, stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the shelter. Don't learn this. In the open space in front of Tianhe's shelter. Everyone who was working heard the noise. They couldn't help but stop what they were doing and look in the direction of the sound. When Su Lin appeared driving the car, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those who originally thought that it was zombies attacking again, immediately breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the ones coming were not zombies. When the armed sentries saw a car driving towards them quickly, they immediately raised their guns. In the car, Su Lin saw them holding guns, and quickly rolled down the window, pretending to be very anxious, and shouted loudly. Don't shoot, I'm not a zombie. When there were about 30 meters left to the shelter, Su Lin slammed on the brakes. But the ground was too slippery and he almost hit a pillar. Fortunately, there were some pebbles on the ground, which saved him from the car accident. After Su Lin parked his car, 3 sentries wearing thick standard camouflage immediately ran to his car. Open the door and get out. One of them walked up to the car door and said to him. Su Lin looked extremely nervous and didn't dare to say a word. Just open the door and get out of the car to show weakness. Chapter 99, Symptoms of Infection. Su Lin opened the car door and got out in a panic. He acted in a hurry and walked up to the sentries. Seeing Su Lin like this, the leading sentry made a gesture to the 2 sentries behind him. Seeing this, the 2 men put down their guns and walked to the car to check the situation inside. Soon, they returned to their original position and reported one after another. No dangerous items were found. There are no zombies in the car. After hearing the 2's answers, the leading sentry pointed his gun downwards and said to Su Lin. Hello, surviving citizen, this is the Tianhe shelter. We were attacked by a large-scale zombie attack at midnight yesterday. The shelter suffered heavy losses and is now temporarily closed. We officially released an announcement this morning. Didn't you see it? No. Su Lin was prepared. He answered slowly in a very weak tone. I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. I was so hungry that I forgot to charge my phone and didn't see your official message. Su Lin's reason was not perfect. But coupled with his superb acting skills and the previous series of acting, this greatly enhances the credibility. The sentry stared at Su Lin for a while, and seeing that his face was gray and his clothes looked dusty, he immediately believed what he said. Wait here for now. However, he didn't seem to have the power to decide. After saying this, the leading sentry walked to the entrance of the shelter and picked up something that should be a walkie-talkie. Su Lin looked at him and spoke a few words to the other end of the walkie-talkie. Finally, he nodded, put down the walkie-talkie and came back here. This time, the sentry was not as serious as before. He smiled and said to Su Lin. Okay, it says you can come in, but you have to undergo some inspections from us. This result was almost what Su Lin had expected. There are survivors who escape here, and it is impossible for the officials to drive them away. In particular, apart from these sentinels, most of the people clearing the zombies outside are survivors who escaped from outside. With so many people watching, the authorities would not spare someone like Su Lin, who seemed to have gone through a lot of hardships to get here. As for the inspection, Su Lin could understand it. He also wanted to see how the authorities checked the survivors entering the shelter. The examination shows that everything is fine. What do I need to do? Su Lin said, half kneeling and almost falling. Seeing this, the leading sentry quickly supported him, fearing that a newly arrived survivor would die at the door of the shelter. This surviving citizen, the examination is very simple, let's go in first. As he spoke, he helped Su Lin walk to the entrance. When he reached the entrance, he stopped. Within 2 minutes, Su Lin saw 2 people in white clothes coming out. To be precise, it was 2 people wearing white protective suits, one on the left and one on the right, who took Su Lin's arm from the sentry. Then he took him and walked into the shelter. Su Lin gladly accepted their support and observed silently as he walked. Since this shelter was converted from a subway station, after just a few steps in, you will reach the stairs. Su Lin also saw that the place where the elevator should have been had been demolished by the authorities and a downhill road had been built in its place. It is obviously used exclusively for vehicle access. Before going down the stairs, the 2 security guards stopped and one of them asked, "Do you need us to carry you down?" It was a female voice. But Su Lin didn't want to be carried down by the woman, lest he fall down if he didn't lift her properly. So he slowly said, "No, I feel a little better now." After he finished speaking, he struggled slightly, and the two security guards let go of his arms. Su Lin held the stairs by himself and walked down step by step. The interior space of the Tianhe shelter is very large, not to mention the depth. After all, it was originally a subway station. The further he walked in, the more Su Lin could feel the temperature around him slowly rising. Although this is far from as warm as his safe house. But compared to the extreme cold outside, it is abnormally warm here. Su Lin was actually a little surprised by this. He remembered that in his previous life, the temperature in this shelter was indeed much higher than outside. But it has never reached this point. According to his estimation, the temperature here is at least 7 or 8 degrees above zero. And this is not the deepest part of the shelter, the temperature inside must be even higher. What kind of heating do the officials use? Su Lin asked in his mind. After walking for another 4 or 5 minutes and going down 3 or 4 stairs, Su Lin followed them to an office. There was a sign at the door with a few simple words written on it: survivor testing point. They opened the door and motioned for him to go in first. Su Lin was not worried that these two people would harm him. He was a newcomer and had nothing worth being murdered by others. Walking into the room, he took a look at the layout inside. It's like a place in a hospital where people who come for medical treatment stay. "Please sit down first." The woman who had asked Su Lin if he needed anything and carried him downstairs spoke again. Su Lin didn't say anything, just found a chair and sat down. After he sat down, the female security guard walked up to him with a small flashlight. First I shone a light in his eyes, then asked him to open his mouth and looked at his throat. Su Lin allowed her to examine him and then took the initiative to say, "Do I need to take off my clothes to see if I've been scratched by zombies?" Forehead. It was the first time that the female protective personnel had seen a survivor so cooperative. "That's not necessary." She shook her head. "You're fine. Just stay here for another 2 hours and then you can leave." Su Lin could understand it in 2 hours. Because he also knew that people who were bitten or scratched by zombies would generally turn into zombies within 2 hours. But how did the other party know that he was fine? In line with his fine quality of being humble and eager to learn, Su Lin immediately asked, "You can tell if someone is infected by looking at their eyes and throat?" Maybe he was bored here, and Su Lin looked okay and was so cooperative. The female protective worker was talking about sex. She took off her protective mask and explained to him, "We've conducted numerous experiments and discovered that the vast majority of humans infected with the zombie virus experience mutations in their throats. This is likely the primary reason zombies are able to consume large quantities of flesh and blood. Another thing is the eyes. Infected people's pupils will initially be a little grayer than normal humans, then gradually turn a little blood red." She also reminded, if you encounter someone with these symptoms in a shelter in the future, you must stay away from them immediately and report it. Hearing her words, Su Lin thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, got it." And he was thinking, report it? If I really met someone like that, wouldn't I have to wait for him to transform into a zombie and make some extra money? Just then, another man came in, but he was not wearing protective clothing. When Su Lin saw the person coming, his eyes couldn't help but focus. Chapter 100, Organization and Structure. "Director Wu, why are you here?" Seeing him come in, the female guard stood up. "He has been checked and has no symptoms of infection." "Okay, that's fine. Sister Ma happened to be busy, so she asked me to fill out the information. Hello, new survivor." The man held a booklet in his hand and handed it to Su Lin with a smile, saying, "Originally, you should have filled it in when you came in, but you looked too weak before, so I skipped that step. Please fill it in now." The female guard was quite kind-hearted. She introduced Su Lin. "This is Director Wu from our shelter. He's primarily responsible for managing and distributing important supplies." After she finished speaking, the man called Director Zhao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Ha, what's the point of calling him director? That's all in the past." As the two were talking, Su Lin's eyes returned to calm. Director Wu should be in his 30s, about 1.8 meters tall, thin, but he doesn't look frail. As for this person, Su Lin couldn't say that he was very familiar with him, but he definitely knew him. Director Wu's real name is Wu Feng. According to what he learned in his previous life, before the end of the world, the other party was a deputy director-level small leader of an official unit in Tianzhou City. Later, after the end of the world, he was arranged by the authorities to this shelter. Su Lin remembered that in his previous life, the other party was the second in command in this Tianhe shelter. As for now, he is not quite sure. Thinking about it, Su Lin reached out and took the booklet handed to him by the man. They were talking before and didn't notice Su Lin's changes. Holding the booklet, Su Lin saw the words written on the cover. Tianzhou City, Tianhe Shelter, List of Survivors. My name is Wu Feng, and I'm currently in charge of the supplies department of this shelter. Wu Feng first introduced himself, then said to Su Lin. There are examples on this list, just fill them out according to the actual situation. The weak personality was still there. Su Lin nodded slightly and moved the chair to the table on the side. The information required to be filled in the booklet is very simple. Just name, age, relationship, original home address, and finally, special skills. Su Lin filled in the first 3 items truthfully, but when it came to the 4th item, he hesitated for a moment. Then write 1701 Jiaxing Apartment, Haishou District. Of course, he couldn't write his real address, so what he wrote was the name of the apartment where he stayed for the night. Regarding the last specialty, Su Lin thought about it and decided to write down that he dropped out of medical school in his sophomore year, just like he did in his previous life. He was not afraid that the other party would investigate. After all, given the current official situation, it was impossible to send someone to verify the identity information of all survivors one by one. Besides, everything else he said was true except the address. After filling it out, Su Lin handed the booklet back to the other party. Wu Feng took the booklet back and glanced at the first 4 items, his eyes resting on the bottom line. Su Lin noticed this, but he was not surprised. The authorities don't really care about your name, age, etc. They just want to know what you're good at. Su Lin. Wu Feng looked at the last line for about 10 seconds. Were you a medical student? Yes, but I haven't graduated yet. Su Lin answered truthfully. If you haven't graduated. Hearing this, the other party showed a look of regret, but still continued to ask. You should know some basic first aid techniques and bandaging, right? Yeah. Su Lin still said truthfully, I can basically handle less complicated injuries. He was trying to be as conservative as possible. Anyone who has studied at a medical university knows that even after graduating normally, it is difficult for medical students to perform practical work. Not to mention someone like Su Lin, who dropped out of school after studying for less than 2 years. Wu Feng shook his head unconsciously when he heard his answer, but finally said with a smile. Our shelter is in need of young talents like you. You will have to stay here for more than an hour, and then someone will come to arrange some subsequent matters for you. After saying that, he took the booklet and left the testing room. After he left, the female guard came forward again and explained to Su Lin some of the characteristics of zombies and what would happen after being infected. They chatted for more than an hour. During this time, perhaps because Su Lin looked so pitiful, the female guard even gave him a piece of bread. Judging from her reluctant expression when she gave the bread away, this bread might have been something she had treasured for a long time. Of course Su Lin couldn't refuse, as he was a refugee who had been hungry for 2 days. If you refuse this, your character will be exposed immediately. After a while, the door was pushed open again. The person who walked in this time was a middle-aged woman around 40 years old. Hello, is your name Su Lin? That's right. Su Lin nodded. After confirming his identity, the middle-aged woman asked Su Lin to follow her. Su Lin is now playing the role of an obedient boy, so naturally he will follow if he is told to. My name is Ma Mei, and I'm in charge of the Human Resources Department. I'm mainly responsible for arranging the work of all the surviving residents in this shelter. I also give some instructions to new survivors. Everyone calls me Sister Ma. Oh, it's the question-answering machine. Su Lin thought to himself, and then, out of his inherent curiosity, he asked. Hello, Sister Ma. I'd like to ask what the personnel structure is like within our shelter? He quickly put himself into his current identity. Ma Mei was not surprised to hear Su Lin ask this. Most people who just came here would be curious about this. There was nothing to hide about this, and she had a good impression of Su Lin. He started by saying we. He was a medical student. Although he hadn't graduated yet, he was a good talent to be placed in their shelter. Ma Mei introduced as she walked. Our shelter is now mainly divided into 4 departments: the logistics department, the personnel department, the medical research department, and the final defense team. Wu Feng, who asked you to fill out the information earlier, is the head of the materials department, and I am the head of the human resources department. The role of the medical research department is self-explanatory. They are responsible for personnel injured while out on the road, as well as matters related to zombies. The director is Han Bingyan. Then there's the defense team. They're also the most important department in this shelter. They're responsible for standing guard outside and defending against zombie attacks. They have a captain and 2 deputy captains. Having said this, Mame paused, and then continued. In addition to these 4 departments, we have another person elected to coordinate all matters related to this shelter. Oh? Su Lin became even more curious. This seemed very different from what he knew in his previous life. Su Lin didn't hesitate and asked directly, "What's his name?" Zhou Weiman. P.S. It's finally the 100th chapter, please give me some free gifts. Please give me some more 5-star reviews. Although most books have low ratings when they are first published, am I being too pitiful? To this end, I am prepared to reduce my rest time again. After that, if you generate 500 electricity for love every week, you will add an extra chapter. If you receive 55-star reviews, the same applies. If I say more and fail to do so, I would be deceiving my fellow book lovers, so there is no need for that. The limit is 2 chapters per week. If we reach that limit, we will add more chapters on Saturdays and Sundays. Thank you for your support. Chapter 101, Democracy? Zhou Weiman? Hearing this name, Su Lin recalled it carefully. But he still couldn't remember that there was such a person in the Tianhe shelter in his previous life. And from what Mame said, this man named Zhou Weiman is the head of this shelter. Or rather, the top manager here. In his previous life, he stayed in this shelter for nearly 3 months, but he had never heard of this man's name. In other words, this life is influenced by new creatures such as zombies, which have invisibly changed the trajectory of things. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Zhou Weiman was indeed in this shelter in his previous life. But it wasn't as famous as it is now, so he hadn't heard of it. Just like Su Lin himself, in his previous life he was just an insignificant little person in the shelter. It was normal that no one knew his name. After all, in the previous life, this shelter housed nearly 3,000 people after it was officially built. If you want to recognize all 3,000 people, it is not very realistic. What's wrong with you, Su Lin? Seeing Su Lin's expression as if he was thinking about something, Mame, out of consideration for the newcomer, greeted him with concern. You still feel tired, do you want to rest? Before she came to pick him up, she had heard that Su Lin had gone through untold hardships before trudging to escape here. He could hardly stand before coming in and had to be supported by someone. He looked very weak. In addition, Su Lin originally had a handsome appearance, and he even put on grayish makeup on purpose, which made him look even more fragile at the moment. Yes, a little bit. Hearing the sound, Su Lin reacted immediately. I knew that I was a little distracted because of the changes in my memory. Fortunately, the personality was well established and did not arouse the other party's suspicion. Su Lin knew very well that in this shelter, the Human Resources Department must be the people who knew the most about various information. Taking advantage of the presence of this Tianhe know-it-all, he continued to ask. By the way, Sister Ma, I just heard you say that Zhou Weiman was elected by you. Can you tell me how this election was carried out? Seeing that Su Lin showed no signs of fainting, Mame felt relieved. Newcomers like this with medical knowledge are not that valuable in their shelter, but there are not many of them either. Do you think our election is just a formality, with the officials deciding the winners? Su Lin pretended to be honest. Sister Ma, I won't lie to you. This is what I think. To be honest, Su Lin did think so. The reason why he had this idea was very simple, because that was the official policy in the previous life. But he soon gave up the idea. The reason was that when Mame mentioned the name Zhou Weiman earlier, Su Lin could clearly feel that the other party very much identified with this person. Mame was stunned for a moment when she heard Su Lin's honest admission. However, she was not dissatisfied. Instead, she felt that Su Lin was a quite honest person. It's okay. I understand why you think this way. After all, in the society before the apocalypse, this phenomenon is not uncommon. Can I say this? When Su Lin heard her words, he couldn't help but think so. After Mame finished speaking, she immediately began to explain to Su Lin. In this shelter, we are now firmly implementing the 4 democratic systems. Simply put, when deciding certain special and important matters, the ministers of the 4 departments, plus all the residents here, will vote together to make a decision. So democratic? Hearing this, Su Lin nodded slightly. This was another unexpected thing for him. Sister Ma, what are the rules for this voting? This matter is out in the open, so Mame will naturally not hide it. Most minor matters are decided by the 4 of us ministers after consultation. If it comes to a vote, it will require the approval of 2 or more ministers and more than 50% of residents before it can be implemented. Alternatively, it can be passed if more than 9/10 of residents vote, or if all 4 ministers agree. At first glance, this doesn't seem to be a big deal. But Su Lin heard the loophole in this statement. He didn't believe that so many people in the shelter, including the ministers, hadn't discovered this loophole. In this case, there is only one possibility, which is the Zhou Weiman mentioned earlier. So he thought about it and said directly. Sister Ma, if 4 ministers agree during a vote, but more than 9/10 of residents oppose, who will ultimately have the final say? In fact, Su Lin already had a guess in his mind, he just wanted to confirm it again. You're really quick-witted. Some of the survivors who came here before also noticed this problem, but none of them reacted as quickly as you. Mame couldn't help but praise him, and then replied. If the problem you mentioned really arises, then Director Zhou will have to make the final decision. Her answer confirmed Su Lin's previous guess. Director Zhou? This title is quite appropriate, director of the shelter. Su Lin thought their system was very reasonable. The shelter is like a large collective, but even in the most united and friendly collective, there will always be disagreements. In this case, someone has to step forward and solve the problem. Otherwise, this difference will definitely affect the unity of this large collective. Of course, not everyone can be the person who stands up. He must possess one most important quality, which is to win the support of the people. If this person fails to convince the public, something very funny might happen. As soon as you stand up, you are kicked back by 2 groups of people with different opinions. By the way, Director Zhou was elected by vote, and he voted twice. Mame then recalled the beginning of their initial discussion on this topic. The first vote was 10 days ago, and the second was yesterday. In both cases, Director Zhou received the votes of 3 ministers plus over 70% of the residents. It seems that our Director Zhou has won the trust of the residents of the shelter. Su Lin showed an expression of admiration and said to the person in front of him who seemed to be Director Zhou's old fangirl. At the same time, he became more and more curious about what kind of person Director Zhou was. I also want to know how he managed to convince most of the people in the shelter to trust him so much. Yes, most of us here, even those who didn't vote for him, actually trust him. After saying this, Mame stopped moving forward, pointed ahead, and said, We're here. This is the cafeteria of our shelter. Go eat first. After you're done, I'll come take you to your accommodation and arrange your future work. Okay, thank you, Sister Ma. As Su Lin spoke, he rushed into the cafeteria impatiently. It is just like a starving ghost that has been hungry for several days, and after being freed from the restraint of the ghost messenger, it goes to ask for food for its life. Chapter 102, Contribution Points. Enter the shelter cafeteria. Su Lin discovered that although this place was called a cafeteria, it was actually just a subway station. They chose the largest empty space and built it simply. The layout inside is similar to that of many school cafeterias, with long rows of seats. There are 12 tables in total, which should be able to provide meals for about 100 people at a time. Before entering the cafeteria, Su Lin glanced at the clock hanging at the door. It was almost 12 o'clock. Normally, this is lunchtime. But when Su Lin entered the cafeteria, he didn't see anyone eating inside. It seems that the shelter's mealtime is not at this time. He is right. It's the end of the world. Who would want to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with you? You mean, why doesn't anyone come to the cafeteria to eat at lunchtime? As if seeing Su Lin's doubt, Mame next to him said. Our shelter cafeteria normally only serves 2 meals a day, at 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. Hearing this, Su Lin casually asked a question that ordinary people would ask. Sister Ma, what if someone is hungry? The meal is ready for you. Please sit down and eat. We can talk while we eat. Mame pointed to a table not far away and said. Okay. Su Lin took a look and saw a plate on the table. I walked up and sat down. There was a large portion of rice on the plate. The dishes were definitely not rich, with only two: a tomato, egg, and pickles, with a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup on the side. The kind with very little seaweed and egg drop. Su Lin, don't complain about the food. This is a benefit that only new survivors like you can enjoy. Seeing that Su Lin didn't pick up his chopsticks immediately, Ma Mei thought he was disgusted. No, how could it be? Su Lin shook his head and said with a touched look, I haven't eaten rice in a long time. Seeing all this now still seems a little surreal. It's not that he disliked it, but the food was obviously much worse than what he had in the safe house before. But Su Lin also knew that what the other party said was true. Being able to eat such hot meals in the end times was certainly a welfare. Ha, that's right, then you should eat quickly. Under Su Lin's superb acting skills, Ma Mei really thought that he hadn't eaten for too long. She smiled and said, While you eat, I'll tell you about the question you just asked. Su Lin did not answer this time, but started to eat. But after taking just 2 bites, he didn't want to eat anymore. It's not that the dish is not delicious, it's mainly because he is used to eating the food cooked by Wang Ying, and it's really difficult for him to eat this now. But there was no other way. Su Lin still had to pretend that he was eating delicacies from land and sea. He started eating, and Ma Mei began to explain to him some matters concerning meals in the shelter. Su Lin, for new residents like you, we usually provide 2 meals for free, and these 2 meals will make sure you're full. After these 2 meals, if you want to continue living in this shelter, you must complete some of the work assigned to you every day. The 2 meals at 10 o'clock and 8 o'clock every day are equivalent to your work meals. Having said this, she glanced at Su Lin, and seeing that he was still eating hard without saying anything, she continued. Like you asked just now, what should we do if we get hungry? We've considered this, but the supplies in the shelter are limited. We can't provide unlimited food and drink for everyone. Those 2 working meals can only sustain the minimum daily needs of the residents here. There's nothing wrong with what she said. If people are allowed to eat as much as they want, who can afford to feed so many people in the shelter? Sister Ma, there must be a way to eat enough every day, right? Su Lin swallowed the food in his mouth and looked up and asked. Your mind is really quick. Sister Ma praised him again, and then said what Su Lin wanted to know most. After discussions among the 4 of us ministers and Director Zhou, we finally decided to implement the contribution system. Simply put, this thing is to pay wages. There are many types of jobs in the shelter. We will arrange a job that suits you based on the specialties you fill in. But that doesn't mean I'll really pay you a salary. After all, no one cares about money these days. We will distribute corresponding contribution points according to the difficulty of each job. In other words, contribution points are the currency of the shelter. You can use the contribution points you earn to exchange for items in the supplies department, such as food, drinks, and some daily necessities. After hearing Ma Mei's answer, Su Lin nodded thoughtfully. Sister Ma, what if the assigned work doesn't give me enough contribution points and I don't have enough to eat and drink? Su Lin heard her say that there are many types of work. Since they are divided into types and difficulty levels, it is inevitable that the contribution points distributed will be different. Just like in normal work in society, there will always be people with high salaries and people with low salaries. Although people say that there is no distinction between high and low jobs. But the reality is that as long as it is a job, there will be differences in high and low. Otherwise, why do you have a low salary while others have a high salary? Hearing what question Su Lin asked, Ma Mei thought Su Lin was a foodie, so she said with a smile. Don't worry about that. Newcomers like you who understand the basics of rescue are highly valued at our shelter. If you choose to stay, your job will be assigned to the medical research department, and the contribution points you receive will definitely be enough for you to eat and drink. Seeing that Su Lin seemed to want to ask more questions, Ma Mei didn't feel impatient, but because she had something to do later. Originally, it was not her job to lead people. After all, she was the director of the Human Resources Department. Although her power is the smallest among the 4 departments of the shelter. But no matter how big or small, they are all officials. It was because she heard that Su Lin was a medical expert that she came over to take a look. Generally, newcomers are led by other human resources specialists. If you still feel it's not enough, there are some special part-time jobs in the shelter that can also earn contribution points. If you have a lot of contribution points, you can even exchange them for some unexpected items. You can go to the materials department for details. I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Someone from the Human Resources Department will come and take you to the dormitory later. Okay, goodbye, Sister Ma.
Su Lin said goodbye to the answering machine very politely.
Okay, take your time eating, no need to rush.
After saying that, Mame got up and left the cafeteria. After she left, Su Lin didn't pick up his chopsticks again.
Contribution system.
Su Lin was very interested in this system. In his previous life, this shelter would also arrange jobs for the survivors who came here. But there are no contribution points, only meals, which is also 2 meals.
Unexpected items?
Su Lin muttered to himself, thinking of what the other party said before leaving. He felt a little excited. As he was thinking, he lowered his head and saw the unfinished food in front of him, and suddenly he had a headache. Regardless of whether it tastes good or not, the key point is that he was not very hungry in the first place.
Someone just had no choice but to pretend in order to maintain his hungry persona.
Now that the person has left, Su Lin doesn't want to eat a single bite. He looked around and found that there was no one, then looked up to confirm that there were no cameras in the cafeteria. Come to think of it, the food is kept in the supplies department, and no one would come to the cafeteria to steal. After making sure it was safe, he poured the remaining food and the bowl of vegetable soup without the egg together. With a thought, he took it into the space. Only empty plates and bowls were left, as clean as if they had been licked.
Chapter 103, 179 and 400?
I waited in the cafeteria for 5 or 6 minutes. Su Lin saw a woman dressed like a woman walking in from outside.
Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Sun Li from the Human Resources Department.
The woman looked to be in her early 20s, not tall, and about 65 points in appearance. However, her figure was still acceptable thanks to her uniform. She walked up to Su Lin and saw that he had eaten all the food and soup so cleanly. She also said kindly,
Mr. Su, do you need more food? Only newcomers can enjoy it for free. Don't waste the benefit of eating twice.
Hearing her words, Su Lin was speechless. But he couldn't show it yet, so he could only wave his hand. No, although I still want to eat a little more, but I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can't eat too much at one time, otherwise it will put a burden on my stomach.
Su Lin really doesn't want to enjoy this kind of welfare anymore. After hearing his explanation, Sun Li looked impressed and said with a smile, Mr. Su is indeed a medical student.
He can control his appetite even at this time and is so concerned about his health. Hearing this, it seemed that the other party's tone of voice was very sincere, otherwise Su Lin would have thought she was making fun of him.
It's okay.
Su Lin smiled bitterly.
Well, we can still have another meal tonight. Sun Li didn't force it and said,
Mr. Su, your accommodation has been arranged.
I will take you there now. Okay. Su Lin nodded and said, just call me by my name.
He is not used to people calling him Mr. or something like that. Then he followed Sun Li out of the cafeteria. On the way to his residence, Su Lin saw slogans posted or written on many walls. Like, with a passionate heart, you won't be afraid of the extreme cold.
Unite as one to survive the apocalypse, and unite as one to destroy the zombies.
Help each other, work together, unite and love each other, and overcome difficulties together.
And so on.
In short, these sentences are inspiring.
How should I put it?
When I saw these slogans, Su Lin personally didn't feel much.
But he would not laugh at it.
Perhaps the people living in this shelter would ignite the fire of hope every time they saw these sentences. Although it may not have any substantial effect, people should always have hope. After walking for less than 10 minutes, Sun Li, who was leading the way, stopped. Su Lin looked in front of him. There was no house, only tents set up on the open space in front of him. He was not too surprised by this. Su Lin, you'll stay in tent 179 over there.
The quilts and pillows inside are all new.
Perhaps thinking that Su Lin would feel that letting him live in a tent was deliberately making things difficult for him, Sun Li finished her words and explained. Our shelter was converted from a subway station.
The space is really limited, and some rooms are added.
Only the 4 ministers and Director Joe live in single rooms. Some of the remaining materials were used to store supplies, and some were distributed to the medical research department for them to conduct experiments and treat and accommodate the wounded. The remaining 5 rooms were given to the defense team. They have to guard the safety of the shelter every day and need to get enough rest.
After listening to what she said, Su Lin said he understood.
After all, it was the same in the previous life. As for the 4 ministers and Director Joe, they can live in single rooms.
Su Lin didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
After all, privilege exists everywhere.
Number 179, right? Su Lin confirmed. He quite likes this number, which is the same as his height. That's right.
Seeing that Su Lin was not dissatisfied, Sun Li came close to him and whispered. Su Lin, in fact, the accommodation arranged for you is already a shelter. Seeing that you understand medical care, we are giving you special treatment.
There are only about 200 tents in the shelter.
People like you who have certain abilities can get preferential treatment and live in tents directly.
Most residents have to use contribution points to exchange for tents. Some residents can only sleep on the floor with sleeping bags to save contribution points. There are also many people who buy a tent together and live together.
I also share a tent with another girl from the HR department, Sun Li said, using herself as an example.
But our tent area is not here. This is the tent area for you boys. Hearing this, Su Lin smiled and said, "Thank you for the preferential treatment. Did I get a little privilege?
Our shelter is relatively fair.
People with ability will have a better life."
Sun Li continued to tell him. Those with less powerful abilities can still find survival guarantees in this shelter. It's at least much better than freezing to death, starving to death, or even being mauled to death by zombies outside.
Su Lin did not refute her, this was indeed the fact. By the way, how many people are living in this shelter now?
Su Lin asked her casually. If other people were to ask this question, they would only be able to give a rough answer, but it would be different if you asked the HR department.
Sun Li didn't even think about it and blurted out.
Counting the new residents who joined yesterday and the day before yesterday, and subtracting those who sacrificed their lives fighting the zombies, the total number of people in the shelter is now 399.
Oh, now that you are one more, that makes it exactly 400. Am I the 400th? Su Lin nodded slightly.
This is less than half the number of people at the former Setagawa shelter during the same period.
But that's normal.
This shelter opened a week later than the previous life, and there are still the threats of zombies, so it's not surprising that a few hundred fewer people come in.
Do you have any other questions? Seeing that Su Lin was silent, Sun Li took the initiative to ask.
Although this girl is not very good looking, she has a pretty good personality. Whenever he spoke to Su Lin or answered his questions, he always used a playful tone and gestures.
Not for now, thank you.
Su Lin shook his head.
For now, he really didn't have anything to ask.
It's not that he doesn't want to ask, but the other party probably doesn't know or can't tell him what he wants to ask.
Okay, this is the resident guide of our shelter. You can take a look at it yourself.
Sun Li said, taking out a booklet and handing it to Su Lin.
I'm going back now.
You should rest first today.
I'll come back tomorrow morning and take you to work.
After Sun Li said goodbye to him, she was about to go back to her workplace, but after taking only 2 steps, she suddenly turned around. I forgot to tell you, Su Lin, our shelter will hold a welcome and memorial service tonight. We welcome you, the new residents, and we also mourn those who have sacrificed their lives defending our sanctuary.
The 4 ministers and Director Joe will be attending, don't forget.
She also reminded, I heard from Sister Ma that we can have a good meal tonight.
This is a rare benefit. Okay, I understand.
Su Lin nodded in agreement. Of course he would go, of course, he was not interested in the good meal. What Su Lin was interested in was the opportunity to meet the other 2 ministers and Director Zhou. This time he entered the shelter not to stay for a day or 2 and then leave, but to stay here for a longer period of time. Since he wanted to stay, he must learn more about the people and officials here. After Sun Li left, Su Lin did not go to his new residence to rest. He flipped through the resident guide in his hand, which also contained a small map of the shelter. After finding the location marked as Supply Department, Su Lin thought for a while and then walked straight towards it.
Chapter 104, Corpse Hunting Zone.
On the way to the Supplies Department, Su Lin only saw a few residents.
This is not surprising.
Sun Li just told him that most residents are working at this time. Just like the residents he saw at the entrance cleaning up the corpses of zombies when he came here today. Although there are currently 400 residents in the shelter, including him, the area of Tianhe subway station is indeed large enough, otherwise it would not have been able to accommodate nearly 3,000 people in the previous life. It is precisely because it is large enough and underground that the authorities chose to build the shelter here. With the guidance of the small map and his familiarity with the terrain of the shelter, Su Lin quickly arrived at the location of the supply department.
This is also the place that Su Lin is most interested in.
Unlike the cafeteria, the supply department stores supplies for the entire shelter, so its importance is self-evident. At the entrance of the materials department, Su Lin not only saw multiple cameras installed around, but also 2 men with guns guarding outside.
But they didn't seem too serious.
At least compared with the sentries at the entrance, the 2 gatekeepers seemed a little relaxed.
This is normal.
After all, most survivors who come to this shelter want to have enough food to eat, a place to sleep, and avoid being harmed by zombies.
Who would dare to come here to steal things? Sending 2 people to guard here is more of a deterrent.
After walking around the door twice, Su Lin arrived at the main entrance of the logistics department. The 2 guards saw someone coming and stepped forward to stop him.
One of them said, "Hello, are you here to exchange supplies? Let me see your resident ID." Hearing this, Su Lin understood what he meant. "I just arrived today. The Human Resources Department said they will issue my resident card after I start working tomorrow."
Ma Mei had mentioned the matter of the resident ID card to him during dinner, so he knew a little about it. Simply put, you need a resident certificate from this shelter before they can calculate your salary or contribution points.
New here?
The guard looked puzzled and looked at the person with him. The other guard also felt a little strange when he saw this.
Didn't several ministers hold a meeting last night and decide that our shelter won't accept new people for the time being?
They didn't suspect that Su Lin had sneaked in. There are only 4 entrances to this shelter, 2 of which were blown down, making it impossible to dig through them by one person. The other 2 entrances were guarded by at least 4 armed sentries, making it even more impossible for ordinary people to get in. Not to mention, Su Lin walked over openly, and he looked handsome and harmless, and it didn't look like he was here to rob supplies.
"Did you fill out the information when you came in?" the shorter sentry asked again. "Yes, I have filled it out." Su Lin nodded and said truthfully. "But I didn't fill it out when I came in. A leader named Wu Feng asked me to fill it out when I was undergoing the infection test."
The reason why he mentioned Wu Feng was to increase his credibility, and he didn't want to be questioned by these 2 people again.
Minister Wu. Sure enough, after hearing the name Wu Feng, one of the guards immediately believed it.
But the short guard looked skeptical.
"Filling in the information is the job of the Human Resources Department. Why would it be our Minister Wu who is doing it?" Su Lin is really impressed by these 2 guards. "Is it necessary for them to be so responsible?" Minister Wu said it was Sister Ma who asked him to go.
After I filled out the information, it was Sister Ma who took me to the welfare meal. Of course Su Lin couldn't force his way in, although it was not difficult to deal with the 2 people in front of him.
But with so many cameras around, it's still unclear what the exact number of guards and their locations are in this shelter.
Fortunately, after hearing the name Sister Ma, the 2 of them finally believed it completely.
"No, brother, where are you assigned to work?"
Minister Wu gave you the paperwork to fill out, and Sister Ma even personally took you to a welfare meal.
"What do you do?"
After confirming that Su Lin was fine, the 2 men's tone became much better and they began to treat each other like brothers.
"Medical Research Department, should be this department." Su Lin thought about it and said after hearing Sister Ma's introduction. "So you know medicine?"
No wonder Sister Ma took care of you herself. Most of the survivors who came over 2 days ago were taken care of by human resources specialists.
"Brother, your life in this shelter will definitely be easy." Su Lin didn't understand for a moment. "What do you mean?"
You new here might not know this, but the contribution points distributed daily by the Medical Research Department are the only ones we have that are on par with the Defense Corps. After learning about his job, the 2 guards showed an expression of envy.
Su Lin himself didn't feel anything. No matter how high the salary was, it was just a fixed salary.
Instead, seeing their expressions, Su Lin asked with some confusion.
"Aren't you from the defense team?"
No, we are both from the logistics department."
Hearing Su Lin's question, the 2 of them waved their hands. "There are strict requirements for joining the defense team. Not everyone can join. Most of the current defense team at our shelter are from the military, and a few are police officers.
Aside from those 2 special professions who can directly join the defense team, everyone else who wants to join must obtain the approval of the defense team captain."
"Is that so? No wonder,"
Su Lin said softly. He also said that the sentries outside looked like they had been trained. The 2 brothers standing in a loose position before him suggested that they had gotten the guarding job through connections.
"But not everyone wants to join the defense force. Although there are more contribution points there, the dangers they face are also much greater." That's right, my two brothers don't want to join the defense team.
The taller guard said with a smile.
In this shelter, the medical research department you're in is the best. Not only is the risk lower, but the contribution points are also higher. Su Lin didn't want to continue chatting, so he said, "Can I go in and take a look now? Can I exchange contribution points for something?"
Okay, brother, just register here.
Just your name and the time you're entering will be fine.
After learning about Su Lin's job, the two guards were very friendly. But this is not surprising. Although the probability of injury is not that high in the shelter, some minor illnesses are inevitable.
Normally, people would just make friends with them, and no one would intentionally offend people in the medical department. Although Su Lin is just a half-baked and cannot be considered a doctor at all. After registering his information, Su Lin walked into the materials department. The supplies department consists of 4 rooms in total. In addition, since the temperature inside this shelter is much higher than the outside world, a freezer has been specially built here to store meat and some ingredients that are easy to spoil. As soon as he entered a small room, Su Lin saw a fat man sitting behind a desk. In front of him were a few people who should be residents, talking to him. When Su Lin approached, he learned that these were residents who came to exchange supplies. This chubby guy who looked younger than himself was sent by the shelter to be in charge of the registration and checkout for the residents who came to exchange supplies. Su Lin looked at it for a while and found that the exchange process was not complicated. First, go to the fat guy and tell him what you need to replace, then another person working in the supplies department will go to the warehouse manager and get it for them. Finally, you will go to the fat man to deduct the contribution points required for the item, and then you can take the item and leave. Su Lin saw a tablet on the table next to him with a contribution exchange form written on it. Seeing that the 2 staff members were busy, he picked up the tablet and started flipping through it. This should be an app specially developed by the shelter. There are quite a lot of supplies that can be exchanged on it, such as some instant foods, such as instant noodles, turkey noodles, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, dumplings, canned food, etc. Scrolling down, there are some snacks and drinks, even cigarettes and alcohol. In addition, there are some daily necessities, and there are quite a lot of varieties. The required contribution points are also different. The cheapest bag of shrimp crackers costs 1 contribution point. The most expensive item is a tent, which is worth 180 contribution points. Of course, this does not mean that tents are more valuable than food. Things like food and drinks are single-use consumables. Tents can be used for a long time, so the price will naturally be much higher. Soon Su Lin turned to the bottom and saw that there was a second page, so he clicked it without hesitation. The tablet interface flashed, and what caught Su Lin's eyes were 5 words. Corpse Hunting Special Items Area. The items on this page are no longer food and daily necessities. Can I change guns? Chapter 105, Purpose. Su Lin carefully browsed the page titled, Corpse Hunting Special Items Area. At the top are some sharp weapons such as knives, sticks, axes, and daggers. The price is mostly between 20-50 contribution points. Su Lin thought it was normal to be able to exchange these things. But when he scrolled down and saw the guns, Su Lin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that contribution points could be exchanged for guns. But after thinking about it carefully, he could barely understand it. After all, under the threat of zombies, the residents in the shelter would definitely want to change to a gun for self-defense. The contribution points required to exchange for firearms should be quite expensive. Su Lin doesn't know yet how strong the purchasing power of contribution points is. But just looking at it, even the cheapest pistol requires 500 contribution points to buy. This price is nearly 3 times that of the most expensive tent in the living area. From the fact that many residents cannot afford to buy tents, it can be inferred that this gun is definitely not cheap. This is not the point. After you change the gun, you must have bullets. The bullets for this pistol have to be purchased separately, and each bullet requires 3 contribution points. These are just pistols. There are many other types of firearms, such as rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and even sniper rifles. Not to mention the price of the latter type of guns, the minimum one requires 1,000 contribution points. The most expensive sniper rifle requires 3,000 contribution points, and the bullets are extremely expensive. This is not really intended to be replaced for residents. Su Lin thought for a moment and realized that the shelter put these guns on the exchange list probably just for the residents to see. Many survivors come here to have a place to live, and the contribution points they earn are barely enough for their own food and drink.
They don't have any extra contribution points to exchange for these guns. Even if there are really that many, most of the residents here would probably choose to exchange them for other, more practical supplies. At this time, the residents who came in before Su Lin had all registered the supplies they wanted to exchange with the fat man.
Another staff member from the supplies department quickly took it out for them from the supplies room.
Su Lin took a look and saw that they had basically switched to fast food, instant noodles, and self-heating hot pot. There were 4 of them in the group. I don't know if they knew each other before or just got to know each other after coming to the shelter, but in any case, they looked quite familiar with each other. One of them exchanged 2 bags of peanuts and spicy fish, and also carried a few bottles of beer. The 4 of them walked out excitedly with the things they had just changed, apparently looking for a place to have a drink. As he passed by, Su Lin heard someone complain. "I've been working on this for 5 days, and finally I can have a drink. Hey, it would have taken me half a day's salary to buy this little bit before. Now it takes the 4 of us several days to get enough. You should be content. We are lucky to live very close to this shelter and came in early. If we lived further away, we would have starved to death long ago. If you want to eat better, go kill zombies. Come on, I don't have that ability. Okay, give me the cigarettes I exchanged and share them. I've been holding it in for a few days." Hearing this, Su Lin saw one of them give each of the 4 cigarettes in his hand a cigarette. The shelter is quite humane. Knowing that some residents are addicted to smoking but cannot afford to exchange a pack of cigarettes, they can choose to exchange them one by one. After the 4 people left, the little fat man saw that there were still people in the room. He thought Su Lin was also here to exchange supplies, so he didn't even raise his head and just said habitually, "Hello, do you want to exchange for daily necessities or food?" "Ha." Seeing no one answer, he looked up at Su Lin with a puzzled look. "I can't name all the people in this shelter, but I've seen most of them. I don't think there's anyone like you. I just got here today." Su Lin simply repeated what he had just said outside. "No wonder, I was wondering why I had never seen you before." After hearing what he said, the little fat man didn't doubt him at all. After all, anyone who could enter the shelter had to be inspected by the defense team at the entrance. The energy and materials department also had to have guards outside check the resident ID cards. But you're new here, so you probably haven't made any contributions yet. What do you want to do in the supply department? It's rare to see people of the same age in the shelter, and the little fat boy's attitude is quite friendly. Su Lin said truthfully, "The HR department asked me to take a break today. I have nothing to do, so I want to go for a walk. By the way, let me know what I can exchange for contribution points so I can exchange them later when I have them." This reason was very sufficient, and the little fat man did not question it at all. He stood up and asked with a smile, "I haven't asked you your name yet." "My name is Zhou Xiaodong. You look about the same age as me, right?" "Zhou Xiaodong?" Hearing this name, Su Lin repeated it in his mind. He subconsciously thought of Director Zhou, whom he had never met. There is a high probability that there is a relationship between these 2 people. Su Lin, this year he is 22. He wanted to say 21, but then he remembered that the new year had passed, so it would be better not to pretend to be young. "It's almost the same as me. I'm 20 years old this year." Zhou Xiaodong seemed to be very talkative and very familiar. "Su Lin, you don't know that the proportion of young people in this shelter is pitifully small. Most residents are over 30 years old. There are less than 20 young people like us under 25 years old. In a shelter of 400 people, there are only a dozen or so people in their 20s, which is indeed a very small proportion." Although this information was useless, Su Lin saw that he loved to talk so much, so he took the opportunity to ask. "The things that can be exchanged for contribution points are all here, right?" "Yes, have you finished reading it?" Zhou Xiaodong replied quickly. "Yeah, I've finished both pages." Hearing this, Su Lin nodded, but couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But it shouldn't be. Just as he was about to put the tablet back, Zhou Xiaodong stopped him and said, "2 pages? Ha, you're so careless. No. It's your tablet that hasn't been updated yet." As he spoke, he walked up to Su Lin, took the tablet from his hand, and handed the tablet on his desk to Su Lin and said, "I forgot to update your tablet. Look at this. There are 2 good things added to the back." Seeing the other party's mysterious look, Su Lin's interest returned. Taking the new tablet handed to him, he quickly scrolled through the first 2 pages.
At the bottom of the second page of the tablet's redemption interface, there is an additional option for the next page.
Click to enter the third page interface, which is completely different from the previous 2 pages. Even the screen color changed from normal color to black and red. Moreover, this page has much fewer items than the previous 2 pages, with only 2 items on the entire third page. When he saw one of the items, Su Lin's eyes fixed and he couldn't help but smile. Because he had quickly and kept his head down, Zhou Xiaodong, who was still operating another tablet, did not notice that his expression was abnormal. Sure enough, they also found the zombie crystal core. Su Lin stared at the screen and thought silently.
Chapter 106, Novel Lover?
The moment Su Lin saw the zombie crystal core on the screen, his original disappointment disappeared.
Su Lin could be said to have fully anticipated that crystal cores would appear among the items exchanged for contribution points in the shelter.
The main reason why he chose to come into this shelter was for this thing. Su Lin was not naive enough to think that he was the only one who discovered the existence of the zombie crystal core. After all, the defense teams of these shelters and other official armed forces have definitely killed more zombies than him. Not to mention what he didn't see, among the group of zombies that raided Tianhe shelter that night, there were more than 30 first-level zombies.
Su Lin has killed less than 10 first-level zombies so far. 500 contribution points.
The shelter prices zombie crystal cores at 500 contribution points each, the same price as the cheapest pistol.
Considering the value of the crystal core alone, Su Lin couldn't say whether the price of 500 contribution points was expensive or cheap.
Although he didn't have any contribution points yet, he personally felt that the crystal core was worth the price. But just like the previous firearms, the shelter released this thing not for exchange with ordinary residents. Residents who just want to live here will definitely exchange for something else if they have 500 contribution points. Beside him, seeing Su Lin watching intently, Zhou Xiaodong stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said with a smug look on his face.
Hey, you're confused, right? Is this the first time you've seen this?
Su Lin was not annoyed when his thoughts were interrupted.
He knew whose territory this was.
Taking advantage of the other person's chatterbox nature, he pretended to be very curious.
What is this zombie crystal core? Is it like the ones in novels?
Su Lin Ben just randomly picked the excuse of novel so that the other party would not think that he was deliberately trying to trick them.
But after hearing his words, Zhou Xiaodong was surprised. Su Lin, you like reading novels too? Sigh.
Although there are still a dozen or so young people in this shelter, none of them like to read novels.
Every time I talk to them about this, they completely don't understand me.
As he spoke, he sighed, but soon he looked at Su Lin again, as if he had found a confidant.
Now there's finally someone who likes to read novels. I can finally find someone to talk to in the future. Forehead.
Su Lin was completely speechless after hearing his long speech and was completely unable to get a word in.
Is this little fat guy in front of me a novel otaku?
No wonder, he also asked why the shelter gave the zombie crystal core the name Zombie Crystal Core in the exchange item list. People who haven't read apocalyptic novels generally don't know about this.
I guess I just like watching.
In order not to arouse the other party's suspicion and to get more questions, Su Lin immediately said, I used to really enjoy reading novels, but after this extreme cold weather hit, I've been thinking about how to survive every day, and I haven't had the time to read for a long time. It's not like what he said was all lies. He did read novels in the past. After all, boys who love reading novels will not have too bad luck. He did have some free time, but it was this heart that allowed him to do other things. Now that you've come to our shelter, you'll definitely have time to continue reading novels.
Zhou Xiaodong said with a smile. By the way, what kind of novels do you like to read?
Urban, fantasy, cultivation, history, or fan fiction?
Apocalypse.
I used to love reading apocalypse novels.
Apocalypse?
My favorites are doujinshi and urban novels, but I've also read quite a few apocalypse-themed books.
How about I recommend a few to you?
As Zhou Xiaodong spoke, he took out his mobile phone and opened an app called Tomato Novel.
Well, this is a heavy fiction lover. Su Lin didn't want to continue talking about this, so he quickly interrupted. Stop. We can talk about the novel later. First, tell me about this zombie crystal core.
It was a rare opportunity to meet a peer who shared the same hobbies as him, so Zhou Xiaodong was very happy. Friends who love reading novels know how pleasant it is to find a friend who also loves reading novels.
You really love reading apocalyptic novels. You're so interested in this stuff.
After being interrupted, Zhou Xiaodong was not angry at all. Instead, he immediately said to Su Lin,
"You must have seen zombies, right?" Hearing this, Su Lin looked at the other person with an expression as if he was looking at a fool. "What do you think?" "Ha! Let me continue. Most of the zombies you saw, as described in the novel, are ordinary or low-level zombies. Their bodies cannot produce crystal cores," Zhou Xiaodong said, pointing to the screen in Su Lin's hand. "The zombie crystal core above is only found in the heads of mutant zombies. Actually, you can also call it a first-level zombie," Su Lin said appropriately. Yes, first-level zombies, a lover of apocalyptic novels, that's a professional." Zhou Xiaodong looked delighted, and became even more convinced that the other party really loved watching it. "So, if I eat it, or use some other method to fuse this crystal core into my body, I can awaken my superpowers, or gain other special abilities?" Su Lin was not shy at all and asked back. Even he himself could not have imagined that a random excuse would allow him to ask questions that were difficult to say as he did now. "It's better to talk to someone like you who knows the ropes. When other newcomers asked me about it before, it was so troublesome for me to explain it to them." Zhou Xiaodong complained a little at first, then immediately explained. "This zombie crystal core awakening ability is not good, but it is also very powerful." Su Lin already knew this, but he didn't interrupt him. "Actually, our shelter has only recently discovered the zombie crystal cores. The first to obtain the crystal cores were from the official side." When talking about this kind of thing, Zhou Xiaodong was not bored at all. He explained enthusiastically. An official research institute, after obtaining the zombie crystal core, confirmed its function through research. Its use is very simple, just swallow it. Those who swallow zombie crystal cores can enhance their physical fitness to a certain extent in a very short period of time. The more crystal cores they swallow, the more their physical fitness will be enhanced. Hearing this, Su Lin nodded thoughtfully. He knew that eating zombie crystal cores could improve physical fitness. But is it really that simple? Others may not understand, but Su Lin knows clearly that the side effects of zombie crystal cores are extremely serious. Seeing that Su Lin didn't say anything, Zhou Xiaodong thought he was trapped in the magic of the zombie crystal core. He believed that Su Lin liked to read apocalyptic novels and must have fantasized about himself arriving at the end of the world, obtaining crystal cores, and then killing everyone. Just like himself, he also dreamed of traveling through time to his favorite fan fiction and urban novels and becoming the male protagonist in the book. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing the little fat boy suddenly grinning foolishly, Su Lin waved in front of him. "No, nothing." Zhou Xiaodong didn't dare to admit that he had just started fantasizing again. In order to hide his embarrassment, he quickly returned to the previous topic. "Su Lin, don't think that everyone can improve their physical fitness by swallowing crystal cores." "Why, isn't it?" Although he hadn't thought about it this way, Su Lin still pretended not to understand. "Of course not." Zhou Xiaodong did not hide it. This matter had been publicized in the shelter. He said it truthfully. After many tests, it was confirmed that swallowing zombie cores is risky. It's not 100% guaranteed to improve one's physical fitness. If it fails, the person could be infected at best, or die at worst. Even if it succeeds, it can't keep swallowing the crystal core. I don't know much about this in detail. I just heard it from our director Joe and the others. Probability of success? Su Lin said softly. After hearing this, he was able to confirm it. In this shelter, there must be someone who has successfully swallowed the zombie crystal core and strengthened his body. 107. Special abilities and blockers. Although it was confirmed, in order to fit in with his current personality as a post-apocalyptic novel enthusiast, Su Lin still asked. "From what you said, has anyone in our shelter already successfully swallowed the crystal core?" That's right," Zhou Xiaodong said proudly. "Someone in our shelter has indeed succeeded, and it's not just one person." "More than one?" Su Lin had never tried this before, so he didn't know the probability of successfully strengthening his body after swallowing the crystal core. "Yes, there are currently 3 people who have succeeded in this shelter we are in." Before he asked, Zhou Xiaodong couldn't wait to tell him. 3? Can you tell me who they are? Su Lin looked very curious. He could actually guess who it was, and that was Director Zhou. As for the other 2, he just came today, how would he know where to go? Fortunately, there is a chatterbox in front of me. The first person to succeed in our shelter was Director Zhou, followed by Captain Ma of the defense team. The last one is also the only woman among the three. She is Han Bingyan, the director of the medical research department.
Zhou Xiaodong did not hide anything and quickly revealed the names and identities of the three people one by one.
Just as Su Lin had thought before, among the three people who successfully swallowed the crystal core, there was Director Zhou. He didn't find this surprising.
The fact that the other party was elected as the director and was able to convince the public showed that he definitely didn't just rely on words.
There is also Captain Ma of the defense team.
Su Lin has never heard of this person, and he probably wasn't in this shelter in his previous life. Su Lin has become accustomed to the reappearance of people beyond his memory. As for the person Zhou Xiaodong mentioned at the end, she is currently the only woman in this shelter who has successfully swallowed the crystal core. Su Lin could see that the little fat boy's eyes were full of fantasy and admiration when he talked about her. This made him a little curious about what kind of person his future female boss, Director Han Bingyan of the Medical Research Department, was.
Returning to the topic, Su Lin immediately asked another question that fits his personality very well. Then what should we call these three successful people? Are they superpowers? But they only became stronger physically, and didn't awaken any special abilities, so that shouldn't be called this, right? Su Lin, it's so easy to talk about this with an expert like you.
Zhou Xiaodong became more and more excited as they talked.
He felt that Su Lin, this new peer, was someone he could talk to very well.
Although he didn't know, Su Lin was just asking questions.
I actually don't think they should be called psychics. After all, they don't have abilities like controlling ice or fire, or telekinesis.
Zhou Xiaodong used another classic line from a novel, and then replied.
The government has given people like them a name, special ability people.
According to our director Zhou's description, after successfully swallowing the zombie crystal core, the most intuitive manifestations are two characteristics that are different from the past. The first is that I have a lot more strength than before, and the second obvious change is that I am not as sensitive to the cold anymore.
Specially abled person? This title is quite appropriate. Su Lin expressed his approval.
As for the two characteristics mentioned by the other party, Su Lin was not so surprised. The zombie crystal cores swallowed by these successful people were nothing more than violent and gluttonous crystal cores. He had already seen the effects and characteristics of these two crystal cores.
Violence could increase a person's strength, while gluttony could enhance physical fitness. If your physique becomes stronger, won't you be less afraid of the cold? Su Lin himself has a deep understanding of this.
Su Lin, I know you like to read apocalyptic novels, but don't just stare at the crystal core.
Not everyone can become a special power user. There's something else in it that we ordinary residents want more.
Seeing Su Lin was engrossed in watching, Zhou Xiaodong patted his shoulder with a smile. Although this little fat boy is talkative and very outgoing, he is still quite friendly and Su Lin has a good impression of him. Hearing this, he looked down and saw the second item in the interface.
Zombie virus blocker.
When Su Lin saw this thing, he was even more surprised than when he saw the crystal core.
Especially on this screen, the function of this thing is explained in detail. Zombie virus blocker. After being scratched or bitten by a zombie, this drug can be injected briefly to inhibit viral infection to a certain extent. The introduction was simple and clear, but Su Lin read it carefully twice. This thing, if it really works as described above.
In this apocalypse filled with zombies, having this potion is like having a second life. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to have a certain level of strength yourself, otherwise you won't even be infected by zombies, you will just freeze to death or starve to death.
Zhou Xiaodong.
Su Lin looked up at the other party and said in a gentle tone.
Where did this blocker come from? Official?
Zhou Xiaodong didn't hear the change in his tone. Even if he did, he would just think that the other party saw the effect of the blocker. After all, any normal person would be excited to know that there is a drug that can suppress the zombie virus.
Of course it's official. How could it be made anywhere else?
Zhou Xiaodong said truthfully. This blocker was brought back to our shelter by Minister Wu a few days ago. He said that the official department that researches zombie crystal cores also developed this thing.
Su Lin nodded.
As the other party said, it was indeed unlikely that anyone other than the official could research such a thing.
Has anyone tested the effects of this blocker? Well.
Zhou Xiaodong was rarely at a loss for words.
After a pause, he continued. You've seen the price of this thing. Most people can't afford it. No one in our shelter has ever used it.
However, according to Minister Wu, this blocker is still a semi-finished product and cannot make people immune after being infected by zombies. It can only temporarily suppress the zombie virus and delay the time it takes for the infected to turn into zombies.
The success rate is not 100%, and what?
Seeing that the other party was having trouble speaking, Su Lin thought for a moment and said tentatively,
"It has side effects, doesn't it?" "How do you know?" Zhou Xiaodong exclaimed in surprise.
He quickly looked around the room and saw another person from the supplies department go into the warehouse to play with his cell phone. He breathed a sigh of relief. But he was still very confused. The fact that the blocker has side effects is currently known to only the 4 department heads and Director Zhou in our shelter. It hasn't been shared with other residents yet.
"How did you know?" Su Lin didn't say how you knew.
He said to the little fat boy as if he had guessed a riddle. "You said before that zombie crystal cores have side effects, and I thought that if that's the case, then it makes sense that blockers would have side effects.
Besides, not to mention zombie virus blockers, most other virus blockers have side effects. Isn't that normal?" "Is that so?"
Zhou Xiaodong scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and then he whispered, "You must not tell anyone. If my dad knew I leaked this information to anyone, he would definitely spank me and then forbid me from reading novels or watching anime for a week."
Su Lin was really convinced this time.
He could hear from Zhou Xiaodong's words that compared to a beating, the punishment of not allowing him to read novels and cartoons seemed to be more difficult for him to accept. Without talking much on this topic, Su Lin looked down at the screen.
"The price of a blocker is 1,000 contribution points, which is indeed unaffordable for ordinary residents.
Moreover, it cannot make people immune to the zombie virus, it can only delay it, and even the success rate of delaying it is not 100%. Come to think of it, it makes sense, even if it can delay the time of turning into a zombie 100%. Then its price would not be 1,000, but 2,000, 3,000, or even 10,000 contribution points. If it is 100% immune to the zombie virus, it will become one of the most sought after and precious supplies."
"I understand. I won't tell anyone," Su Lin assured the other party.
"There is no need for him to publicize this matter if it does not benefit him. We love to read novels, but we are all honest." After receiving the guarantee, Zhou Xiaodong felt relieved. At the same time, he took out his phone again and opened Tomato Novel. "We can only look at these 2 things, so let me recommend 2 novels to you first." He had long wanted to give away some of his favorite novels. This way, the other person can discuss the plot with you after watching it.
"Wait, let's talk about the novel next time."
Su Lin quickly stopped him and rubbed his head and said,
"I've been chatting with you for so long, I have to go back and rest."
Su Lin had said so. Zhou Xiaodong knew that he had indeed just come in today, so it was difficult to continue recommending, so he could only say,
"Go and get some rest. Our shelter will have a welcoming and memorial service tonight. You have to come find me."
"Okay." Having achieved his purpose of asking questions, Su Lin said something perfunctorily and left the supplies department room directly. When he went out, the 2 guards at the door greeted him politely.
Su Lin responded, but he didn't really go back to the tent area.
Instead, he wandered around in the shelter. "P.S. 2800 plus words, please give me 5-star praise and a small gift for love. I know myself that updating 1 chapter a day is really not enough. Readers want to read more, and authors also want to update more. After all, more updates mean better data for the book, but part-time writing is really beyond their ability. I hope you understand and thank all the book friends for their support."
Chapter 108, Zhou Weiman.
The time soon came to 7:50 in the evening.
Su Lin came out of the tent and prepared to go to the welcome and memorial service.
This afternoon, he basically visited every possible place in the shelter. Overall, the interior of this shelter had changed significantly compared to what he had seen in his previous life.
There are 2 biggest changes. The first is the addition of a special defense team dormitory area.
Another thing is that a huge deep pit was dug at the track under the shelter to throw away the zombie corpses falling from the pipes above. These 2 places were not available in the Tianhe shelter in the previous life. Other places were not much different from what he remembered. At most, when he was strolling around, he saw far fewer survivors than in his previous life.
Ring ring.
When Su Lin was halfway there, a bell like a school bell suddenly rang out, and it continued to ring for more than 10 seconds before stopping. The welcome and memorial service was scheduled for 8 o'clock, and the bell was to remind the residents of the shelter that they could get ready to go. The sound of the bell was not loud, and the person in charge of ringing the bell in the shelter was not stupid. Although the shelter was located underground, it was unlikely that the sound would be transmitted. But if this really attracts zombies, then it will not be as simple as losing his job. The meeting place is in the cafeteria. After all, the cafeteria is not only large in area, but also convenient for everyone to eat later. After walking around for an entire afternoon, Su Lin was already very familiar with the routes in the shelter. When I walked into the cafeteria, there were already about 300 people gathered inside. Su Lin didn't come early, but he wasn't the last one either. Shortly after he entered, dozens of people came in one after another. Speaking of which, after the end of the world, Su Lin has seen and killed quite a few zombies. But it was the first time I saw so many living humans. Well, it can be said to be the most human day. An employee named Sun Li from the Human Resources Department had told him before that he could have a good meal tonight. Su Lin didn't really care about this, but he couldn't help but be curious about what this so-called eating well meant. Now he finally understood that this good meal was actually called a buffet. The 12 long rows of tables in the cafeteria were now filled with food. When everyone comes in, they can get a plate and take whatever they want to eat. Since there are not enough seats and sitting would affect other people's ability to pick up food, most people eat while standing. This doesn't matter to them because they can eat more while standing. Su Lin walked forward and took a look. The variety of food was not rich, and there was not much meat. The main advantage was that the quantity was large and filling. He had no appetite, but the residents nearby were different. Su Lin learned in the afternoon that although most of the residents here were working, the contribution points they earned were not enough to feed themselves. Including the 2 free meals at work, it can only sustain my daily work needs. If you are better off, you may be able to save some contribution points and occasionally go to the supply department to exchange for food to improve your meals. Now that they have a chance to eat their fill, these residents are naturally all very happy. Especially those residents who have no special skills and do manual labor in the shelter. It is rare for them to have a full meal, so they eat it eagerly. In order to appear sociable, Su Lin symbolically took some food, put it on the plate and ate a few bites. In terms of taste, it was even worse than what he had at noon. His evaluation was that it was edible, nothing more. But Su Lin didn't come here to eat. Director Zhou and 4 ministers are here. Just then, a voice came from the door. Su Lin turned his head and saw a group of people walking in from outside. There was a person in the front, 3 people were walking side by side behind, and a woman was alone at the end. I have never seen the leader Su Lin, but I don't need to guess that since he can walk in the front, he must be Director Zhou. Director Zhou's appearance was somewhat different from what Su Lin had imagined. He should be around 40 years old, a little over 1.7 meters tall. He is not strong and his appearance is not majestic, but he looks quite kind. Behind him were 2 people whom Su Lin had already met, namely Wu Feng from the Materials Department and Ma Mei from the Personnel Department. Standing side by side with the 2 of them was a burly man wearing a green military coat, over 1.9 meters tall. Judging from his build and attire, he can only be Captain Ma from the defense team. As for the woman who came in last, she must be Su Lin's future boss, Han Bingyan from the Medical Research Department. She was wearing a white coat, so Su Lin couldn't see what was underneath. She was also wearing a mask on her face, so his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. She is quite tall among women, about 1.7 meters tall. While watching them, Su Lin also activated the ability to detect the health bar. 7317594150159165. The system has previously reminded that the health bar of an average human is generally between 80 and 100 points. Among these 5 people, the health bars of 3 of them exceeded the upper limit of ordinary humans. Just as Ma Xiaodong told him, there were Director Zhou, Captain Ma, and Minister Han. After successfully swallowing the zombie crystal core, they became special people. Among them, Director Zhou has the highest health bar limit, which means that theoretically speaking, he is the strongest among the 3. Su Lin was not surprised by this, after all, he was able to become the director. What he didn't expect was that the person with the second highest health volume was not Captain Ma of the defense team. But it was his future female boss, Director Han Bingyan. Judging from the health of the 3 of them, Director Zhou and Captain Ma are not in very good condition at the moment. Especially Director Zhou, who lost more than half of his health. Interesting. Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone around him was in a hurry to eat, so naturally no one would stare at him. With the arrival of these 5 people, the originally bustling atmosphere gradually quieted down.
Everyone, please pause for a moment. Director Joe has a few words to say. A woman who came in with a few people spoke. After she said this, most of the residents put down their chopsticks and turned their eyes from the food to look at them. Probably to make it easier for the leader to speak, there was an extra podium in the cafeteria with a standing microphone on it. No, just keep eating. It's the same as me talking while you eat. Joe Wayman stood behind the podium and motioned for everyone to continue eating. His tone was calm and his words were effective. The residents continued to use their chopsticks, but they did not whisper as before. Although they were still eating, most of their eyes were on Joe Wayman. Su Lin naturally noticed this. He had to say that the other party's reputation in this shelter was indeed similar to what he learned in the afternoon. After everyone started eating, Joe Wayman also began to speak. Everyone, this is the first time we've gathered together except for voting. I'm sure everyone knows what this gathering tonight is for, ahem. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed twice. Han Bingyan, who was behind him, saw this and walked forward and whispered something to him. Joe Wayman shook his head, and after Han Bingyan returned to her original position, he continued. Originally, these two things shouldn't be done together, but now is a special period, special matters need special treatment. First of all, let us welcome the 78, 79 new residents who have joined us over the past 2 days. Their joining has added 79 new forces to our shelter. At the same time, we also want to thank the 56 residents who sacrificed their lives to protect everyone and defend the shelter during this period, bravely fighting against the zombies. Pay tribute. Chapter 109, Recruiting. Director Joe did not make a long, passionate, useless, and boring speech like some other leaders. After he said these words, he stepped back. Afterwards, except for Han Bingyan from the medical department, the directors of the other 3 departments came on stage and gave a brief self-introduction to the new survivors. The last person to come on stage was Captain Ma from the defense team. He looks very anxious and has a tall and strong build. When he stands in front of the stage, he gives people a very oppressive feeling. I'm Ma Shan from the defense team. I'm sure everyone knows me, so I won't go into detail. Since we're all gathered here, I'd like to make an announcement. Ma Shan spoke loudly. The residents present did know him. After all, he was not only the captain of the defense team, but also one of the only 3 people with special abilities in this shelter. Most residents here have the impression that he rarely speaks and always has a stern expression. Among the 5 managers of the shelter, Director Joe Wayman is friendly and easygoing. Wu Feng from the materials department also often talks with residents. Not to mention Ma Mei from the human resources department. The residents affectionately call her Sister Ma, which shows that she is a nice person. Only Director Han from the medical department usually speaks less than him. Ma Shan rarely spoke at this moment, and the residents who were still eating heartily immediately looked at him, wanting to know what news he would tell them. Ma Shan didn't keep anyone in suspense. He didn't even use the microphone and spoke loudly. Due to the repeated zombie attacks in recent days, coupled with the zombie wave attack the night before, our defense team has lost a total of 31 people, and we are seriously short of personnel. Therefore, I have decided to relax the requirements for joining the defense team starting today. If you want to join, you can go to our team and sign up later. Ma Shan, won't say nice things, but I can guarantee that as long as you join our defense team, you will have enough to eat every meal. After he finished speaking, the scene was quiet for a few seconds, and then the residents began to discuss in whispers while eating. Being among the residents, Su Lin could of course clearly hear what the residents around him were talking about. After listening for a few minutes, he roughly understood what these residents were thinking. They were not excited about Ma Shan's statement that the defense force would relax the conditions for joining. It's not even as exciting as when I came to have this meal. Su Lin could fully understand these people's thoughts. Most of the survivors who came here only wanted shelter to protect their safety. Then it's enough to have food to eat every day, a place to sleep, and not starve or freeze to death. Although conditions do get better after joining the defense force. But the risk factor will also rise sharply. The defense team members not only have to stand guard every day, but also have to patrol nearby. And they also need to go out regularly to search for supplies and bring them back to the shelter. Most of the survivors here don't dare to risk their lives to do this kind of work. Like now, they just need to do simple work in the shelter every day. Maybe some of the work is indeed a bit hard, but they are very content to be able to live a stable life. To use an old saying to describe it, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. Not to mention, being bitten to death by zombies is not considered a good death. Behind the podium.
Several managers naturally noticed that after Ma Shan finished speaking, many residents in the audience were discussing it.
However, only a few people actually responded. Ma Shan couldn't help but feel angry.
He was impatient and was about to go on stage to say a few more words.
Forget it, Ma Shan.
At this moment, Joe Wayman reached out to stop him, patted his shoulder, and whispered.
Didn't we already think about this when we discussed this matter last night?
Joe Wayman was not surprised that this situation occurred. But, Brother Joe, our defense team is now. Ma Shan wanted to say something, but Joe Wayman shook his head.
Let's not talk about this today.
It's rare for us to have such a happy meal together. There won't be another zombie wave of that magnitude in the near future, so you can wait and see.
I'll find another opportunity to recruit you.
Hearing this, Ma Shan glanced at the many residents present. Seeing that they were still busy eating, he clenched his fists, but had no choice but to give up.
Cough, cough, cough. Joe Wayman couldn't help coughing a few times, and his face looked a little pale. Director Joe, you need to rest. Han Bingyan said beside him.
Yes, Chief Joe, listen to Dr. Han and go back to your room first.
Brother Joe, I told you not to come. It would be the same if my sister came.
Ma Mei and Ma Shan tried to persuade him at the same time.
With so many new people here and a memorial service for the fallen, as the director elected by everyone, how can I not be so complacent? Joe Wayman finished speaking slowly, then stepped forward and said a few words of encouragement to the residents before leaving. The remaining ministers did not speak and followed him out of the cafeteria. After the managers left, a staff member from the supplies department came up and said, "Everyone can eat and drink as much as they want within an hour. Our supplies department will continue to provide food during this time, but you must not take anything back." Most of the residents present complained a few words, but since this had been mentioned in advance, no one jumped out to object. These residents all understand the principle that the first tree to stick its head out gets shot. It really is a buffet.
After hearing what the materials department staff said, Su Lin thought of the buffet format. However, he didn't want any of the food even if it was given to him, so there was naturally no need to take it away. His main purpose for coming to this party today was just to meet a few leaders. Now that everyone had left, he had no interest in staying any longer and immediately prepared to go back to sleep.
Return to tent number 179 assigned to you. Su Lin unzipped the tent and went in.
It was just a normal two-person tent, not very big. There were pillows and quilts inside. He had checked them out in the afternoon and found they were indeed new, a welfare given to him by the shelter. He is used to sleeping in the comfortable big bed at home, so it's a bit uncomfortable for him to sleep here now. Fortunately, he had slept in this kind of tent in his previous life, so he could be considered to be sleeping in the old place again. Su Lin was a little particular about where he slept, but not too particular.
Just a little quiet and no light. Because it was a bit hard to lie down in the tent, Su Lin wanted to put a quilt underneath and then take out a small stove to keep warm. The idea only lasted a second before he rejected it. Although he could control the range of the small stove to cover only the tent, there was still a risk of being discovered. Just as he was about to go to sleep to prepare for his new job tomorrow, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Su Lin thought that some residents had just returned from their meal, but he didn't expect the footsteps to stop outside his tent. Then he heard a voice that seemed familiar. Brother Su, is that you? Chapter 110, what is your job?
Who?
Su Lin asked with some doubt.
He had just arrived at the shelter today, and only a few people knew his name. But among these people, there was obviously no one who would call him Brother Su.
Zhou Xiaodong might be a possibility, but this voice was not his. And since the other party called me so smoothly, he must have known me for a long time. Brother Su, it's me, I'm Zhong Ming.
Outside the tent, a man about 1.7 meters tall with slightly dark skin quickly spoke. After hearing the other party's name, Su Lin quickly found the corresponding person. This person was the security guard at the gate of the community where he lived. Then he stood up and unzipped the tent.
Brother Su, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things.
Zhong Ming acted as if he had met a family member. I wanted to call you at the party just now, but you left too quickly. I was afraid of making a mistake and wasting the opportunity to eat, so I didn't dare to come out to find you directly.
Brother Su, it's great to see you here.
Su Lin was a little surprised to meet someone he knew here, but he didn't want to reminisce about the past.
Instead, he asked directly.
How did you get here? On the day the cold snap hit, I happened to come here to take the subway to the train station, preparing to go back to my hometown for the new year. Speaking of this, Zhong Ming suddenly looked frightened. Then there was another earthquake, and all subway services were suspended. When I left the station to check, I discovered that many areas outside had sunk, and it was freezing cold. Luckily, my hometown is in the south. The weather there during the New Year holidays is much colder than in Tianzhou City. I definitely brought a lot of thick clothes back home. Since I had to take the train, I also bought a lot of food and snacks. I relied on these and hid in this subway station the whole time. Zhong Ming finished this long speech in one breath, omitting many details, but what he said was indeed the truth. He still respected Su Lin very much, because when he was a security guard, although the other party was the owner, he did not look down on him for that reason. And every time I go out, I will give him a cigarette when I meet him and say hello. Sometimes when I go to the store at the entrance of the community to have barbecue supper, I will bring him a couple of skewers when I come back, or buy him a bottle of drink or something like that. Although they seem like trivial matters, Zhong Ming remembers them very clearly. This is also the reason why he was so happy after seeing Su Lin. After listening to his story, Su Lin thought for a moment and then remembered that it seemed to have happened in his previous life. I have to say, the other party is really lucky. Then Su Lin seemed to have thought of something. So, you were one of the first to enter this shelter? Yes, it should be the 4th or 5th day after the cold wave earthquake. The officials came to take over this place. After getting confirmation, Su Lin moved aside and said, "Come in and talk." Anyway, he was not very sleepy now, and there happened to be an old man from the shelter, so he could ask for some more information. For example, the specific strengths, or battle records of the 3 special ability people. The first thing Zhong Ming did after he came in was to ask before Su Lin could ask. "Brother Su, I haven't seen you before. You just came here these 2 days, right?" "Well, I came here today." "Is there any problem?" Su Lin nodded. "Today?" "No, Brother Su, I remember the shelter issued an announcement today saying they won't be accepting anyone for now." Zhong Ming was very confused. "It's okay if you came today, but why can you sleep in a tent as soon as you arrive, and a double tent at that? I've been working here for almost 3 weeks and I still haven't earned enough contribution points for a single-person tent." Su Lin was not the type of person who only asked questions himself and did not answer other people's questions, so he immediately replied. "The shelter gave it to me. They said it was a benefit for me." At the same time, after answering, he also asked. "You said you've been working for nearly 3 weeks and still can't afford a single-person tent. What kind of job are you doing here, and how many contribution points do you get every day?" Su Lin was naturally curious about the value of contribution points. It is impossible for him to exchange supplies like food and drinks, after all, he has plenty of them in his space. It was impossible for Su Lin not to be interested in the various firearms, zombie crystal cores and blockers in the exchangeable list. He had already thought about it in the afternoon and realized that trying to rob someone by force would not work. This shelter, especially near the supplies department, has surveillance cameras with no blind spots. The defense team's dormitory is also very close to the logistics department. Let us not talk about how he avoided surveillance. I'm afraid that as long as there is any movement, a dozen guns will rush over and shoot at him. Su Lin's current strength is indeed stronger than that of ordinary people, but it is difficult for him to withstand bullets. When asked about work and salary, Zhong Ming's face turned a little awkward. He said a little embarrassedly, "Brother Su, even though I'm one of the first to come in, the contribution points I earn may not be as good as those who have only been here for a week or so." Then, he introduced to Su Lin the high and low levels of work in this shelter. To be more specific, jobs that do not require much technical skills, such as moving things, digging, cleaning, and cooking, only earn 1-3 contribution points a day. This type of residents simply cannot save contribution points. What they earn every day is barely enough for their own food and drink, and they are not even full. Some people with a little more technical skills, such as master workers who can build houses, or people who understand network technology, can contribute 3-5 points a day. When Su Lin heard this, he found it quite ironic. Even at the end of the world, these people who build houses will not be able to live in the houses they build, just like in the normal society in the past. However, the lives of the second type of residents are still slightly better than those of the first type. At least they can have enough food and clothing, and occasionally they can have a better meal. Brother Su, if you want to live well in the shelter, you have to be able to join those 4 departments. Speaking of this, Zhong Ming's expression showed a hint of longing. The personnel and materials departments are fine. Their daily contribution points are about the same as the second category of work, except that they are a little easier.
But the Defense Corps and the Medical Department are different.
The people in these two departments have a fixed contribution point of 8-10 points per day, and there are also some additional contribution points.
Especially the defense team.
They can be rewarded with a certain amount of contribution points for every zombie they kill.
Su Lin knew this.
The people in charge of the shelter encourage the residents here to kill zombies.
Thinking about it, he smiled and said, "Didn't Captain Ma say at the party today that the requirements for joining the defense team would be relaxed? Why don't you give it a try?"
I'd better forget it.
I don't dare to go to the defense team. It's too dangerous.
Zhong Ming was not afraid of being laughed at. After all, he was not the only one who did not dare to do so. Su Lin had no reason to laugh at the other person, as everyone would be afraid. Otherwise, at the gathering just now, there wouldn't have been only a few people who responded to join the defense team.
I wish I could join the medical department.
Zhong Ming expressed his true thoughts. The medical research department is not only easy to work in, but also offers a lot of contribution points. Most importantly, there are several beautiful girls there, especially Han Bingyan. Director Han is the goddess in the hearts of all the men in our shelter.
Su Lin just nodded. You haven't told me what job you are doing yet. Well, I'm repairing a house here.
Although it's a bit dirty and tiring, I can still have a full meal every 3 days on average. Zhong Ming explained. My dad does this back home, and I learned from him for a while. By the way, Brother Su, what kind of job did you get assigned to by the HR department?
And where did you get this tent?
After he finished speaking, he did not forget to ask.
Me? Su Lin said honestly, medical department. Chapter 111, Demonstration of Strength. What? Medical department?
Zhong Ming looked at Su Lin in surprise.
Brother Su, weren't you lying down at home before? How did you get to the medical department?
Although the two were not very familiar with each other, Zhong Ming had asked Su Lin what he did when he was working as a security guard. He remembered that the other party's answer at that time was that he had no job and was just lying at home enjoying his retirement. Zhong Ming really believed it, because he himself was the security guard at the gate, and it was not beyond his sight that the other party would go out for a midnight snack every day, and occasionally go out of the community to have dinner at night. This irregular lifestyle and the relaxed state he appears in every time I see him, don't they seem like something an office worker would have? In addition, he knew that the houses in that community were not cheap, so Zhong Ming just thought that the other party's family was rich and started to enjoy life at a young age.
I haven't been to work.
Su Lin said casually. I studied at Tianzhou Medical University for 2 years before dropping out and started staying home and taking a rest. Su Lin remembered that he had told the other party that he was unemployed, which was indeed the truth. Besides, dropping out of school was not something glorious or worth showing off, so there was naturally no need for him to take the initiative to tell the other party at that time.
This, dropping out of medical university?
Zhong Ming said with some stammering.
He could never think of this.
If he had been admitted to a medical university, or a double first-class university like Tianzhou Medical University, his family would be so happy that they would probably set up 100 or 80 tables and invite all the relatives and friends from all over the place.
Drop out of school? He couldn't drop out. He would rather die in school. Yes, this happened almost a year ago. Su Lin nodded.
Seeing that the other party looked calm, Zhong Ming really believed it. He originally thought that being able to become a construction technician in this shelter would be great. But as soon as the other party arrived, he immediately joined the most popular department here. Now he finally understood that this tent was probably a welfare gift given by the shelter to the other party, a real technical talent.
If you talk about envy, Zhong Ming definitely has some.
After all, he has been here for nearly 3 weeks and is considered one of the most senior people in this shelter. But even so, he still hasn't collected enough contribution points for a single tent and is still sleeping on the ground in a sleeping bag. But Zhong Ming also knew that this kind of thing could not be envied, and he did not know how to treat wounds or cure diseases.
Just like the construction work he is doing now, not everyone can do it.
At least he lives a better life than those manual workers who earn 1-3 contribution points a day. On the opposite side, Su Lin saw what the other party was thinking, but he was not surprised.
Everyone has this kind of envy.
In the afternoon, he asked someone for information, so he knew some news that was filled with resentment. It is said that when this shelter was first built, some people protested against the material system of contribution points, saying that it was unfair. Some residents also asked why the skilled workers had so many contribution points, while they worked so hard every day but earned so few. But the result is predictable. These protesting residents either shut up themselves, or someone tells them to shut up.
Later, such protests gradually died down.
Su Lin felt that there was nothing wrong with doing so.
Not to mention the end of the world, isn't it the same even in modern society?
At most, the leader will use a slightly more legal method to make you shut up. Brother Su, you have to give me a discount when I go to the medical department to see a doctor and get medicine. After confirming Su Lin's job, Zhong Ming was envious, but he was not very jealous.
After all, this is an acquaintance.
He knows someone who works in the medical department, so it would be prestigious for him to tell others about it. Having been here for so long, he knew best that in this shelter, the so-called fairness.
But in reality, there is an absolute chain of contempt between jobs.
Or in other words, it is a strict hierarchy. Let us put aside those people in charge. The members of the defense team are the highest level among the ordinary residents in this shelter.
As for why?
Because they hold the equality instrument for all beings. Of course, the people from the defense team were also at the forefront when the zombies arrived. This is also why, although the defense team members sometimes use their status to bully ordinary residents in the shelter, no one dares to say anything. The first is to eat the purple eggs, and the second is, of course, that these residents have to rely on the defense team to protect the safety of this shelter. But even the defense team members did not dare to offend the medical staff.
In fact, they are the ones who attach the most importance to the medical department.
Patrolling, standing guard, and going out to look for supplies all make it easy to get injured, so they certainly won't offend the people who are responsible for treating their illnesses and injuries.
Yeah. Su Lin didn't refuse the other party.
He didn't forget the main business and immediately asked what he was most curious about.
You've been here for so long, you should know about people with special abilities, right?
Of course. Seeing the other party agree, Zhong Ming said with a smile.
Just Director Zhou, Captain Ma, and Minister Han. Brother Su, you must have heard this from other residents, right?
Besides food, newcomers are most interested in this, but I can tell you something not many people know. In order to show his identity as an old man, Zhong Ming stuck his head out of the tent and took a look. Seeing that no one had returned, he lowered his voice and whispered. I heard that in our shelter, there were 4 people who swallowed the zombie crystal core at the beginning, but only one succeeded in the end, and that is our current Director Zhou. 10 more people tried again, but this time the probability of success was even lower. Only Captain Ma and Minister Han succeeded in becoming special ability people.
About 21%.
Su Lin calculated silently in his mind and came up with a success rate.
Not high, but not too low either.
However, this probability is not accurate because the base number is not large enough, only 14 people.
To get a more accurate probability, we need at least hundreds or thousands of people.
Of course, he would definitely not do this experiment.
To conduct the experiment on hundreds of people would mean that hundreds of zombie crystal cores would be needed.
If he had so many crystal cores, he would have collected them long ago and used them to improve his strength. Only a fool would be willing to use them for such an experiment.
Who is the strongest among these 3?
Although he had seen their health limits, Su Lin still asked.
This must be Director Zhou.
Zhong Ming instantly became excited when he heard this. Brother Su, you don't know how powerful our Director Zhou is.
He can kill 8 zombies by himself with a knife, not a gun.
This isn't the most amazing thing, because even though we can't kill so many ordinary zombies at once, we've still killed 1 or 2 at a time.
Director Zhou's most amazing thing is?
Having said this, Zhong Ming paused, seeming very excited. Su Lin did not interrupt him and motioned him to continue.
Brother Su, have you seen the kind of mutated big zombies that are much scarier than ordinary zombies? Zhong Ming asked first.
Su Lin knew that the other party was referring to a first-level zombie, so he nodded. Just yesterday, Director Zhou killed a mutant zombie by himself. Captain Ma had actually killed some before, but the mutant zombies he had killed were very fat and not as powerful as the big zombies.
He then immediately said.
However, Director Zhou was also injured while killing that zombie, but this also made our residents admire him even more.
No wonder I just saw Director Zhou coughing and looking so pale.
Su Lin made an expression as if he was really that powerful. Although he had already guessed that the other party might have been injured while fighting zombies.
Su Lin was not surprised when he learned that the other party could kill 8 ordinary zombies. On the contrary, he felt that this was not the way it should be. You can roughly infer their strength from the upper limit of their health bar.
Joe Wayman's upper limit of health bar is 175, and he remembered that when he first got the ability of health bar detection, his upper limit of health bar was 190. It was indeed 15 points higher than him, but at that time, the number of ordinary zombies he could handle at one time was about 15. This is on the premise of ensuring your own safety and not getting scratched. But when Su Lin learned that the other party could kill a violent zombie alone, he was a little surprised. Su Lin had no doubt that Captain Ma could kill a gluttonous zombie. Even if you are not a person with special abilities, an ordinary person with a little more agility, as long as he is not afraid, can slowly kill a gluttonous zombie with a sharp machete.
But the violent zombie is different.
Not only is he strong, but he is also not as clumsy as gluttony. It is impossible for an ordinary person to kill a violent zombie directly without using hot weapons. Even though Su Lin suffered a small loss the first time he dealt with the violent zombies. From this we can see that although Joe Wayman was injured after killing Bowley, the strength he showed was indeed stronger than that of Captain Ma, as shown by the upper limit of his health bar. Thinking of this, Su Lin suddenly felt that something was missing.
You just mentioned two people, what about Minister Han?
Su Lin quickly thought of the blind spot.
I don't know about that.
Zhong Ming shook his head. Minister Han has never used force in front of us, so the residents here only know that she is stronger.
But she is definitely a special person.
Director Zhou and Captain Ma have both acknowledged her.
Brother Su, you don't have to doubt it.
Su Lin didn't doubt it, he had seen the other party's health bar with his own eyes. Brother Su, Minister Han is not only the head of the medical department, but also the only female special ability specialist here.
Zhong Ming kindly reminded him.
Although she is very beautiful, her personality is not as good as Director Zhou, Sister Ma, and Minister Wu. If you work under her in the future, you must be very careful not to offend her.
He was quite sincere in what he said.
The key point was that he didn't want his biggest connection in this shelter to be fired as soon as he arrived.
Why would I offend her if I have nothing to do? Su Lin just smiled and couldn't help but yawn. Brother Su, I'm going to go back first.
You just got here today, so you need to rest early.
You still have to go to work in the medical department tomorrow.
Zhong Ming was very considerate and stood up and left the tent. After he left, Su Lin zipped up the tent. Lying in the uncomfortable tent, Su Lin began to sort out what he had gained today in his mind. Throughout the day, he learned a great deal of information through various indirect means. Many of them are useful, but many are useless as well. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Su Linshan let out a sigh. In short, the first step is to attend tomorrow's first shift well. After thinking it through, he pulled the quilt over himself, closed his eyes, and prepared to welcome his new construction site. P.S. This chapter has 3,200 plus words, and it's a little late, sorry.
Ask for a 5-star review and a small gift, thank you for your support. Chapter 112, Registering Identity.
The next morning, Su Lin woke up from his sleep. He sat up and stretched his neck a few times.
He hadn't slept very comfortably.
But there was no other way. In order to implement the plan, he had to endure it.
I opened the tent and went out. The lights outside were already on.
In order to save electricity and to prevent residents from being affected by light when they sleep at night, the lights in the tent area of the shelter are turned on and off at fixed times every morning and evening. Su Lin was not the first one to get up. When he came out of the tent, there were already many residents outside. Residents also crawled out of their tents or sleeping bags. I glanced at the clock on the wall and it was still early, 9:15. Su Lin remembered that Zhong Ming had told him last night that most residents here started work between 9 and 10:30. Sun Liren from the Human Resources Department had not arrived yet, but Su Lin was not in a hurry.
He took out a toothbrush, toothpaste, towel and wash basin from the tent.
These were given to him yesterday along with the quilt and pillow, which can be considered as a welfare. Su Lin remembered that there was a combination of these 4 pieces on the contribution point exchange table, and it seemed to require 3 contribution points. Carrying toiletries, he followed several residents who also wanted to wash up and came to the public washing area in the men's tent area. It was converted from a subway station toilet, so the environment was definitely no match for his safe house. After a simple wash, when he went back to put his things away, he saw Sun Li already standing by his tent waiting for him.
Good morning, Su Lin. Sun Li was still wearing the same personnel uniform as yesterday.
When she saw Su Lin coming over, she greeted him warmly.
Morning. Su Lin replied and put the things into the tent. Come on, let's go have breakfast first, then I'll take you to get your resident certificate, and finally you can report to the medical department.
Su Lin nodded and followed the other party to the cafeteria. It was lunchtime at this time. Although there were not as many people in the cafeteria as at the party last night, it still filled up 8 or 9 long rows of tables and chairs.
There are only a few empty seats left.
However, the breakfast format was not the buffet style like last night.
Because there wasn't much food in the free meal, many people only ate for a few minutes before putting down their plates and leaving to go back to work. Su Lin walked to the place where they got food and took a look. The free work meal in the morning was just white porridge.
It's the very thin kind, with some pickles and a not very big steamed bun.
Moreover, the amount of white porridge is limited, and each person can only get 1 bowl.
This breakfast portion is so large that even people who are on a diet would shake their heads.
Of course, if residents have contribution points, they can consume nearby. Su Lin went over to take a look at the breakfast that required contribution points.
Although it was not too sumptuous, it was much better than the free breakfast. After seeing its price, Su Lin finally understood why many residents said they couldn't get enough to eat.
There are 2 breakfast sets. One is noodles, which includes a large bowl of noodles, a fried egg, and a cup of soy milk.
The other option is a bowl of white porridge, but the bowl is bigger than the free one and not as watery, plus a boiled egg and a big steamed bun.
The price of both packages is 2 contribution points. At this price, it's no wonder that most residents can't afford it.
According to what Zhongming said last night, the lowest level residents who do odd jobs only make 1-3 contribution points a day.
Just enough for breakfast.
For people with a big appetite, a paid breakfast may not necessarily not fill them up.
Not to mention lunch and dinner.
After watching it, Su Lin wanted to return the free breakfast and pretend to get by, and then find a place without surveillance to have a meal when he had the chance. Su Lin, you still have a free meal for new members.
Do you want to use it now?
At this time, Sun Li on the side spoke up to remind them.
Su Lin really forgot about this.
After all, he couldn't say anything good about the taste of the free meal yesterday at noon, so why would he deliberately remember such a thing?
Okay, use it. After getting Su Lin's consent, Sun Li went forward and talked to the chef, who obviously knew her. Didn't you just have a full meal last night? Are you sure you want to use it now?
The chef looked at Su Lin and said, My appetite for breakfast isn't that great, so newcomers usually save it for the evening so they can eat more.
No, just this meal.
Su Lin gestured for him to just get the food.
Keep it? You must be kidding. It's not some kind of delicacy, why should I keep it? If he could avoid it, he didn't want to drink that watery white porridge. Do you want both, or should I get you a few more bowls of porridge and noodles?
The chef didn't say anything more and prepared to serve him porridge and noodles.
Give me a bowl of noodles. Su Lin said immediately, add 6 fried eggs. And a cup of soy milk.
Although he was curious about the other person's way of eating, the chef still served him noodles and put 6 fried eggs on it.
Master, I want the porridge set meal. Sun Li said immediately after Su Lin brought the delicious food.
After all, she works in the Human Resources Department. Although her salary is not that high, she can still have a full breakfast every day.
Su Lin quickly finished the noodles and fried egg. The taste was not very good, just ordinary.
The soy milk is pretty good, and tastes better than the soy milk powder he makes himself. After drinking the soy milk, Su Lin felt about 50% full, so he didn't ask for more. He sat there and waited for Sun Li to finish eating, then followed her out of the cafeteria. After walking for 5 minutes, the two stopped in front of a house. After looking at the small map in the resident guide yesterday, Su Lin knew that this was the location of the Human Resources Department. When you walk into the Human Resources Department, the furnishings inside are a bit like those of a public institution. There are several desks and chairs, each with a computer and some folders on them. There are also 2 people from the Human Resources Department sitting in front of their computers, probably working. Sun Li walked to her office and asked Su Lin to sit over. She first operated on the computer, then took out a mobile phone from the drawer and handed it over. Su Lin took it and took a look.
It was just an ordinary Xiaowei mobile phone. Su Lin, I have already registered your personal information. You just need to register it.
Sun Li explained to him. There is an app on this phone, which was specially developed by a network technician in our shelter who knows this field. After registration is completed, it is equivalent to your resident card, and the contribution earned from daily work is also checked on it. You will need to use this app to redeem contribution points for supplies or meals in the future. Su Lin was not very curious about the existence of internet here. He knew that the local area network was set up by the officials, so the signal was much better than outside.
When he was in the safe house before, the network was actually very unstable. Su Lin turned on the screen.
There was nothing else on the desktop except for a software called Tianherenju with a blue snowflake icon. He clicked in and the registration process was simple, just fill in his name and the time he joined the shelter. The page in this app is very simple, with only 6 items. Name, age, job occupation, contribution, tasks, and the last item, the total number of zombies killed. When he saw the last item, Su Lin smiled slightly. Because he just registered, his personal interface is still very clean.
Name, Su Lin. Age, 22 years old. Occupation, Medical Research Department internship. Contribution, 0. Total zombies killed, 0. Well, how to put it, Su Lin felt that this scene was a little familiar. Like when he was looking at the system panel. It's just missing a few things, and it's not as convenient as the system. Chapter 113, Unexpected Incidents at the Beginning of Employment. The other 2 employees from the Human Resources Department, having finished their work, also came over. Sunli, is this the new person who arrived yesterday and is going to join the medical department?
Yes. After Sunli answered her 2 colleagues, she saw that Su Lin had already registered. She smiled and stretched out her hand and said, "Now you officially become a member of our Tianhe shelter, Su Lin, welcome to join us." The 2 HR staff nearby also applauded to express their welcome.
Su Lin didn't pretend to be aloof and extended his hand to shake hands with the other party. Su Lin, if you have any questions in the future, you can come here and ask me.
Our Human Resources Department is not only responsible for welcoming new residents and arranging their work, but we are also responsible for the statistics of contribution points exchange.
You can take a look at this first.
Retracting her arm, Sunli took out another tablet and handed it over. Su Lin took it and looked at it.
The interface said Recyclable Items Exchange Contribution List.
The meaning was easy to understand, and Sunli then explained to him. Our shelter not only provides various supplies for exchange, but if any residents can bring in some valuable items, they can be exchanged for a corresponding amount of contribution points.
To put it simply, it is exchanging things for money.
It's just that since it's the end of the world now, money has lost its function, so the money here is replaced by contribution points. Su Lin took a look and found that there were quite a lot of things that could be recycled. Things like medicines, vehicles, food, knives, guns, sticks, and various repair tools. In general, as long as it is practical material, it can be exchanged for contribution points here. Then use the contribution points to exchange for other supplies you want. Sunli also explained to him the reason for this system. In this shelter, although most residents are doing various jobs, there are very few residents who do not have fixed jobs. Some of these residents do not want to work, while others do not want to be constrained by the shelter. So this small group of residents gradually formed a small group. This small group of people would go out together every day to search for various supplies throughout the city, and then bring them back to the shelter for exchange. At the end of the explanation, Sunli added with a smile. Don't the authorities give people like Director Zhou, who have successfully swallowed zombie crystal cores, the title of special abilities? This group recently gave their team a name, something called Seekers.
Isn't that funny? Hearing this name, Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. Seeker? Isn't this just pure ruthlessness?
However, he understood the mentality of this group of people. Since they dared to go out to look for supplies in such extremely cold weather and with zombies around, it proved that they still had some courage.
If you have the courage, why don't you join the defense force? There are only 2 reasons. One is that they could not meet the defense team's recruitment requirements before.
Another thing is that after joining the defense force, although the treatment and status will be improved, it will be subject to certain regulations. However, according to Sunli, although the shelter does not quite recognize this small group, it still encourages residents to learn from them.
At least they dared to go out, and they could always bring back some supplies. The supplies in the shelter are not unlimited. With 300 or 400 people consuming them every day, they will eventually run out. Therefore, the defense team not only needs to protect the residents of the shelter from zombies, but also has to go out and find new sources of supplies. This is also the main reason why the defense team has the highest status and treatment in this shelter. However, no matter how much encouragement is given, those residents who are content with the status quo and have less courage will still not be able to go out.
After listening to the other party's explanation, Su Lin suddenly thought of something, looked at the exchange list on the tablet again, and then said,
Can vehicles be exchanged for contribution points?
Yes, but it needs a car that can drive in the snow.
Sun Li said.
We accept low performance, cheap cars and sports cars with low chassis, but the recycling prices are very low. As she spoke, Sun Li probably figured out why the other party asked this question, so she smiled and continued. Su Lin, you were too weak when you came here yesterday, so the defense team helped you drive the car in.
Do you want to change the car now?
Yes, my car is quite good and can drive well in the snow.
If it weren't for it, I might not have been able to get here yesterday.
Su Lin praised his car very genuinely. Anyway, there is not much use for him to keep this car, and he has a lot of space for SUVs with better performance. Another thing is that Su Lin knew very well that even if he didn't ask for it, the shelter would definitely requisition his car for use. In this case, it would be better for him to be more proactive and exchange the car for some contribution points to redeem the items that he is more interested in. Sure enough, after he finished saying this, Sun Li followed up with, Su Lin, your War Tiger Guard is really easy to drive.
Last night, the defense team came to us to ask about it.
They heard that you joined the medical department, so they wanted our HR department to persuade you to exchange the car for contribution points. After all, you won't be going out much in the future, so using your contribution points to buy food and drinks will be more helpful to you.
Of course, no problem. Su Lin said sincerely. The defense team is right.
They have to go out and search for supplies every day, so driving is indeed more convenient and safer. Regarding Su Lin's considerate attitude, Sun Li said that she would definitely convey it to the defense team and let them remember this kindness. Next, she typed something on the computer. I've already redeemed your car. According to the defense team's performance evaluation yesterday, it's worth 650 contribution points. You can see it on Tianhe Habitat. Su Lin put down the tablet, opened the app and took a look. 650 contribution points had been credited to his account. As for bargaining, he still didn't do that. On the exchange list, most items are clearly marked with prices, including various vehicle models. Just like his War Tiger Defender, the exchange price that Su Lin saw on the list just now was actually only 630 contribution points. But perhaps because he was more proactive and had a relationship with the medical department, he was given an extra 20 points.
Su Lin, if you have no other questions, I will take you to the medical department to start work now.
Okay, let's go. Having understood almost everything he needed to know, Su Lin stood up and followed her out of the Human Resources Department.
10 minutes later,
Su Lin finally arrived at the door of his workplace. Compared to the area of the Human Resources Department, the Medical Department appears to be much more spacious. The Medical Department consists of 3 rooms in a row, and the area of any one of them looks much larger than the Human Resources Department. Of course, it cannot be compared with the Logistics Department, which stores supplies for the entire shelter. Just as Sun Li was about to knock on the door and go in, Su Lin heard a noisy voice coming from behind him. He turned around and looked back, only to see 6 or 7 people in defense uniforms, crowding around and lifting up a person, rushing towards him. As they were about to approach, several of them shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't block the road." Su Lin stepped aside to make way, but he was not angry at their bad tone. He had noticed that drops of blood were left on the path where the defense team carried the people. Seeing this, Sun Li quickly made way for them and opened the door of the medical department for them. When they passed by, Su Lin finally saw clearly that the person they were carrying was one of the 3 special-powered people he had seen in his shelter last night.
Ma Shan, the captain of the defense team. Chapter 114, Defense Force Ma Shan.
After clearing the way and allowing these people to carry Ma Shan into the medical department, Su Lin also followed in to see what was going on.
"Doctor, where is the doctor?"
The members of the defense team shouted loudly and anxiously inside.
"What are you arguing about? I'm still changing someone's dressing. Don't you know this is Captain Ma?"
A man in a white coat walked out from the inner room upon hearing the noise. His expression was originally very impatient. But when he saw who the injured person was and saw the blood on the ground, his expression immediately turned into surprise.
"Captain Ma, how did you get injured?"
"No, it couldn't be, bitten by a zombie, right?" Even though the other party was the captain of the defense team, if he was really bitten by a zombie, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
"Zhang Wang, what the hell are you talking about? How dare you curse our Captain Ma?"
Upon hearing this, the 6 or 7 members of the defense team immediately became angry and were about to go up and hit him. Their defense team doesn't want to offend the medical department, but this is also a scoring situation. It would be fine if they were injured themselves, but now it is their captain who was injured, and it was done while protecting them. Ha! Don't worry, it wasn't a zombie bite. Although Mashan, who was being carried, looked pale, he still stretched out his hand to stop his men from moving forward.
No? That's good. Captain Ma, let me show you.
The residents of the shelter all knew that Mashan was not the type to talk nonsense, and the male doctor named Zhang Wang naturally knew this as well.
He went forward to check it out. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the injury did not look like a zombie bite.
It would be okay if an ordinary person turned into a zombie, but if Mashan, a person with special abilities and a strong body, turned into a zombie, he couldn't imagine how terrible it would be. Captain Ma, your injuries look serious, but fortunately they're just superficial.
Your physical condition is better than most of us.
After applying some medicine and resting for a few days, you should be able to walk normally again. The male doctor examined it carefully again and gave his conclusion.
Su Lin stepped forward and took a look. Mashan was injured mainly on his calf.
Although it was wrapped in pants, blood was still oozing out. The rest of his body didn't look too bad, except for a few scratches on his upper body and some broken skin on his face.
43,150.
He checked the opponent's health bar, which had dropped a little compared to last night, and had dropped by 1/3.
A very insecure bloodline.
Although Su Lin lost more blood than him during his most serious injury, his blood loss never dropped below 1/3 because of his higher upper limit. But it was just as Zhang Wang said, those injuries on Mashan were just superficial. They would certainly hurt, but they wouldn't kill him, and they certainly weren't like the scratches or bites from zombies.
Are you here to see a doctor?
Zhang Wang stood up and prepared to get medicine to treat Mashan's wound. Seeing a stranger standing next to him, he asked. Dr. Zhang, his name is Su Lin, and he is joining your medical department today. Before Su Lin could speak, Sun Li introduced herself to him.
I heard from Minister Han that there would be a new person coming today. So it was him? So young? Zhang Wang looked Su Lin up and down, but he didn't question anything. He just felt that Su Lin looked too young and his temperament didn't seem like that of a doctor. Instead, he looks a bit like a chief physician who has performed many operations? An illusion?
Zhang Wang thought he was just too distracted by his shift.
It just so happens that I have a patient inside waiting for a dressing change. You can come and treat Captain Ma's wound. Minister Han asked me to test your skills. This will be your entry test.
Zhang Wang pointed to a cabinet nearby and said, the things you need to stop bleeding and bandage are all there.
Go get them yourself. I'll go in first.
After saying that, he really just ignored the place and went back to the ward he had just left.
Zhang Wang, would you like our Captain Ma to give a newcomer a training session?
Seeing this, several members of the defense team felt looked down upon by the medical staff, and 2 of them stepped forward to capture him.
No need, it's not a big deal, let's just let this new doctor come.
Mashan grinned and stopped the 2 team members, and said to Su Lin.
Su Lin, right? Don't worry about the treatment.
It's rare for a new doctor to come to our shelter.
As the captain of the defense team, it's no big deal for me to give you a training session.
Hiss. As he said this, it seemed as if his wound was touched, and Mashan couldn't help but take a long breath.
Okay, carry him to the bed.
Su Lin did not show any fear at all. He immediately walked to the medical supply cabinet and took out some items needed to stop bleeding and bandage. After picking up his things and coming to the bed, Su Lin picked up a pair of scissors and cut open the man's trouser leg, revealing the wound inside. Sun Li couldn't help but scream after seeing the bloody wound. Su Lin didn't feel anything, but several members of the defense team beside him felt very guilty.
Can you handle it?
Don't make our Captain Ma's condition worse. Obviously, they also saw that Su Lin was young and did not really trust his medical skills. Not bothering to pay attention to these little karamis, Su Lin gave Mashan a painkiller injection, and then demonstrated his skilled hemostatic and bandaging skills.
The guards immediately shut up. Su Lin really doesn't have any knowledge of medical skills. It would be even more difficult for him to undergo surgery.
But when it comes to bandaging and hemostasis methods, Su Lin has at least studied in medical university for 2 years, majoring in clinical medicine. Although he has dropped out of school for a year due to his current physical condition, don't forget that he did the same thing in the shelter in his previous life.
How could he not be skilled at it?
While bandaging Ma Shan, Su Lin said casually.
Can you tell me how you got injured? What's there to hide?
Ma Shan's complexion had improved somewhat due to the pain-killing injection, and he laughed loudly. Today we led the team to a shopping mall that's quite far away. While searching for supplies inside, we encountered a few big guys. Afraid that Su Lin didn't understand, he asked.
Dr. Su, have you ever seen a tall and strong zombie?
Perhaps because he had witnessed Su Lin's superb medical skills, Ma Shan changed the way he addressed him.
I have seen it.
Knowing that the other party was referring to the violent zombies, Su Lin nodded. We call that kind of zombie a force-type zombie, Ma Shan explained, then continued. I don't know if it was just because we were unlucky today, but we encountered 3 force-type zombies and more than 20 common zombies in that mall.
How many of you went together?
Su Lin was a little curious.
The configuration of 3 violent zombies and more than 20 ordinary zombies is certainly not too weak.
But considering the strength of the opponent's own special ability people and the configuration of some teammates with guns, they should not be injured.
Violent zombies are stronger than gluttonous zombies, but they are still afraid of bullets, let alone ordinary zombies.
When asked this by Su Lin, Ma Shan showed an embarrassed expression for some reason. The team members who carried him here were now very similar to him.
Chapter 115, Questioning?
After hesitating for a while, Ma Shan finally told the story of how he was injured. Their defense team went out early this morning because many places nearby had either been searched by themselves or by a small group calling themselves searchers.
There was no other way.
In order to find a new source of supplies, Ma Shan had to lead the team himself to a place far away from the shelter to see if he could get anything. Fortunately, they actually found a small shopping mall that was not often visited. But just when the members of the defense team were excitedly collecting supplies, an accident happened. Perhaps they smelled the scent of humans, but 3 violent zombies suddenly broke through the wall and appeared. If they are prepared in advance, the members of the defense team will not be afraid. After all, in addition to Ma Shan leading the team, they also dispatched a team of 9 people, each of whom was equipped with a rifle.
This configuration is very simple to deal with 3 violent zombies.
But unfortunately, they were caught off guard.
After the 3 violent zombies appeared, they didn't listen to reason and killed their 4 members in an instant.
Among the remaining 6 people, Ma Shan was the first to react. He immediately asked his teammates to drop the supplies in their hands and concentrate on dealing with the zombies. Before last night, the defense force had not relaxed the conditions for joining.
So the members who went today are all veterans or police officers.
Their physical fitness and reactions are naturally much better than those of ordinary untrained people. Although they suffered casualties due to the zombie ambush, the remaining few people quickly launched a counterattack after receiving instructions from the captain. Even though the violent zombies are powerful, they cannot withstand the concentrated fire of several rifles. However, it was precisely because of the shooting that the ordinary zombies outside the mall also surrounded the mall after hearing the gunshots. Normally, these defense team members would not take these 20 or so ordinary zombies seriously.
At most 2 people with guns can solve it.
But at that time, since it was just a small shopping mall, the area inside was not very large. There were already 3 violent zombies inside, and then more than 20 ordinary zombies came in all of a sudden, immediately surrounding them. In the end, although the defense team killed all the zombies, they lost 2 more people. Captain Ma Shan was hit hard by a violent zombie while trying to protect his team members.
But he was lucky.
He was knocked down on the stone steps and was not caught or bitten by the zombies. His calf was only seriously injured. After listening to his story, Su Lin nodded slightly.
No wonder he felt embarrassed and didn't want to speak.
There are not many members in the defense team now, otherwise Ma-san would not have announced last night that the conditions for joining would be relaxed.
It's been less than a day since he said this.
Today, he took 9 people out and 6 of them died. This sacrifice rate made it even more unlikely for those residents who were already afraid of zombies and did not dare to join the defense team to go after hearing the news. At this moment, a member of the defense team took 2 steps forward and said with a look of self-blame,
"Captain, you shouldn't have cared about me at that time. If I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ma Shan wanted to kick him regardless of the injury on his leg.
Su Lin released his hand that was disinfecting him, and did not stop him.
He just said calmly, "Captain Ma, if you don't want to be a cripple in the future, you'd better not move around while I'm dealing with you. I'm such a newbie."
I'm sorry, Dr. Su. Ma Shan was quite friendly to the doctor who treated him. Then he looked at the team member who blamed himself and said in a very domineering manner, "Don't say such nonsense. I told you when you joined the defense team that as long as you join the defense team, you will be my Masan brothers. Not only do I need to ensure you have enough to eat, but as the captain, I will definitely take on the honorable task of getting injured." Hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but look up at the other person. I found that the other party's expression was very serious. He was not like the kind of leader who was just shouting slogans and was just talking casually. Some department leaders say nice things when recruiting people, but when it comes to taking the blame for their subordinates, they are nowhere to be seen and may even want you to take a few more bullets. If that was the case, Su Lin could understand why these members of the defense team showed such respect for Ma Shan. Who wouldn't like this kind of good leader who does what he says? After hearing this, he even wanted to temporarily change his department and join the defense team. Of course, Su Lin was just thinking about this in his mind. If he really joined the defense team, that would be another matter. His main purpose for coming here for shelter was not to engage in any brotherhood. After disinfecting the wound, Su Lin took the gauze and began to bandage it. During this process, Ma Shan grinned and said, "Fortunately, this trip wasn't without results. That mall may look small, but it actually has quite a few supplies. Didn't you guys count them on the way back in the car? How much would the supplies we brought back be worth in terms of contribution points?" "Captain, it should be worth more than 9,000 points. The exact amount still needs to be calculated by the Personnel and Supplies Department." More than 9,000 contribution points does sound like a lot, but you have to know that these were brought back by 10 people who went out, and 5 of them even died because of it. Ma Shan sighed and said, "Let's follow the old rules. You will each get 1% of the total contribution calculated in the end. For the 5 brothers who died, if you have relatives in this shelter, you will get 3%. If not, you can share the 5% among yourself." Su Lin also learned about the rule the other party mentioned yesterday. If the defense team goes out to search for supplies, it certainly cannot be voluntary labor. Every time they bring back supplies, they will be accounted for by the Personnel and Materials departments. The final total contribution can be divided into 1% for each member of the defense team who goes out. As Ma Shan said, the members who sacrificed their lives can get 3% if they have relatives. If they have no relatives, the surviving members will get 1%. Whatever is left is placed in the shelter's supply department. This sharing ratio seems extremely black. But you should know that all the equipment of the defense team members, such as guns, bullets, and knives, are distributed free of charge by the shelter. There is no such thing as free breakfast, lunch, or dinner in the world. If you get something, you have to pay for it. After sighing, Ma Shan smacked his lips and said with a smile, "Supplies are secondary. This time we got 3 more force-type crystal cores. Brother Zhou, that woman, and I can try and see if we can increase our strength a bit more." "Yes, Captain, you can become stronger again. The brothers in our team are all waiting to see you kill a powerful zombie alone." Hearing what they said, Su Lin became interested. While wrapping the gauze, he listened to their conversation silently. However, Ma Shan had no time to brag to his brothers. Su Lin heard a female voice behind him, with a hint of ridicule. "That woman? You're not talking about me, are you? Don't I have a name? Also, Ma Shan, you don't think that if you swallow another crystal core, you'll be able to face a force-type zombie head-on like Zhou Weiman, right?" The female voice asked questions continuously, and even Su Lin was confused. Not to mention Ma Shan, who was still lying on the hospital bed, speechless and at a loss as to how to answer. Chapter 116, Han Bingyan. You know who's coming without even looking. But in order to conform to the nature of human curiosity and not make himself appear so different, Su Lin stopped what he was doing and turned to look behind him. The person was wearing a white coat and no mask. Her facial features were delicate and three-dimensional. Perhaps because she had just made a light mockery, her expression still had a hint of coldness. The collar of her white coat is slightly raised, which perfectly shows off her slender neckline. With her hair gently tied up, she looks intellectual. In this shelter, the only woman who dared to speak to Ma Shan like this was Sister Ma. The only one who could do that was Han Bingyan from the medical department, who was also a person with special abilities and Su Lin's current immediate boss. Last night, I couldn't see her face because she was wearing a mask. But today, I see that my female boss is really pretty. How to say it? Su Lin's first impression of Han Bingyan was that she was beautiful, for sure, but that was only secondary. The main reason is that she has a cool and intellectual temperament, which can make men feel desire, but they dare not get close to her. To explain it in the simplest and most direct terms, I want to train her well and then slowly subdue her.
Su Lin didn't look at it for long. Now he could only think about it. It would be unpleasant to just think about this kind of thing.
Moreover, from the question she just gave to Ma Shan, it can be heard that this woman is not a gentle person.
He simply turned around and continued with his employment exam.
Han Bingyan, who had just come in, naturally noticed this new subordinate, who seemed to be looking her up and down. But his eyes were calm, and he didn't linger on the man for long, before he went back to bandaging the man. This gave her a pretty good first impression of her new subordinate, Su Lin. At least after she arrived, he was not in a hurry to introduce and show himself, and knew to put the injured first. However, what Han Bingyan didn't know was that although he only watched for a few seconds, a lot of bad thoughts had already emerged in Su Lin's mind. It was only because the current conditions did not allow it, and his expression management and self-control were perfect, that no one noticed anything.
Tell me, Ma Shan, what are you saying about me behind my back?
Han Bingyan's gaze returned to the hospital bed. Ma Shan, who had a domineering look just now, became much more shy at this moment. However, in order not to lose face in front of the team members, he smiled awkwardly and said,
Bingyan, I said your name, didn't you hear it?
My brothers and I were just talking about how we went out and killed 3 power-type zombies today. After handing over the crystal cores to the higher-ups, there were still a few left for me, Brother Zhou, and you to use. As for your question about whether I can take on a strength-type zombie single-handedly if I swallow another crystal core, I think it's no problem. You can just wait and see after my leg injury heals. When he said the first few sentences, Ma Shan was still a little lacking in confidence, but when he said the last sentence, his expression regained its initial momentum. The defense team members next to them didn't dare to interrupt at all. They all knew that in this shelter, Captain Ma was not even afraid of Director Zhou, but the person he least wanted to offend was Director Han of the medical department.
However, the specific reason is unknown. Really? Upon hearing this, Han Bingyan did not continue to question the other party. She walked forward, looked at the wound on his leg, and after seeing that it was not serious, she said, I heard that this was caused by a power-type zombie? After that, without waiting for the other party to answer, she chuckled and walked towards her office. Su Lin, after you've dealt with him, come over to me. Obviously, Han Bingyan had already learned Su Lin's name from the Human Resources Department. Before entering the door, she turned around and said something. Oh. Su Lin nodded in response without looking up.
After Han Bingyan closed the office door, Ma Shan looked at the team members next to him. Seeing that they were all trying to hold back their laughter, he suddenly became furious, but he didn't know how to criticize them. So he can only change the subject and said to Su Lin, who was bandaging himself.
Dr. Su, your Minister Han is quite fierce.
When you work under her in the future, try not to offend her.
Thank you for the reminder.
After thanking the other party for the kind reminder, Su Lin said for no reason.
But Captain Ma, the soundproofing in this medical department should be pretty good, right? Well, it's okay. Ma Shan laughed awkwardly. The two chatted for a few more minutes.
As Su Lin finished bandaging the wound, Ma Shan felt a little dizzy due to the effect of the anesthetic and painkiller injection.
Okay, just take a nap here.
I heard from Dr. Zhang just now that you special ability people have better physical fitness than us ordinary people.
Su Lin thought for a moment and instructed. Come here every day to change the medicine. You'll be able to walk normally in about 4 or 5 days. If you want to walk during these few days, it's best to find a pair of crutches or a wheelchair.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Ma Shan was very friendly to the person who treated him.
I won't sleep here anymore. I won't take up your bed. As he said this, he said to his men with an indignant look on his face, You guys, why don't you help me up and go back to the dormitory to rest? I don't know whether he didn't want to take up the bed or he didn't want to see another woman when he woke up. The members of the defense team stepped forward and saluted Su Lin at the same time to express their gratitude, then quickly helped Ma Shan out. I've heard of these defense team members before. Most of them are from the army or police.
The expression of saluting seems to be the most normal thing. After putting the medicine and gauze back into the medical supply cabinet, Su Lin washed his hands and walked into Han Bingyan's office. After entering, he habitually observed the furnishings inside. It was very simple, just a desk like the one in the Human Resources Department, with a laptop on it, a pile of folders, and a cabinet with various medicines next to it. Han Bingyan's computer was on and she was looking at something. Seeing him come in, the other party raised his head and said, Remember to knock before coming in next time.
Come and sit down. I understand.
Su Lin answered calmly and sat on the chair in front of her.
After he sat down, Han Bingyan didn't leave him alone and made a few notes on her notebook. Su Lin, 22 years old? At your age, you're still a medical student?
I can understand why she asked this question. After all, most medical schools are 8 years long.
If you want to become a formal doctor, it usually doesn't mean you can become one directly after studying for 8 years.
There was no need for Su Lin to talk nonsense about this matter, so he answered truthfully. I only studied there for 2 years, but then I dropped out because of some personal issues.
Well, I heard this from Wu Feng and Sister Ma.
Han Bingyan was just confirming it, mainly because she had just seen his bandaging technique, which didn't seem like that of a medical student who had only studied for 2 years.
Your bandaging technique just now was very skillful. It seems you studied hard in school.
Su Lin could only silently accept this compliment.
He can't say that this is purely the result of practice and subsequent practical operations, right? Which school did you attend before you dropped out? Han Bingyan asked out of curiosity about his subordinate. Tianzhou Medical University.
There was no need for Su Lin to hide this from the school. It would not be difficult for the officials to investigate this.
Tianzhou Medical School? Han Bingyan's expression changed slightly, and then she smiled. So, we are still alumni. Chapter 117, First Class. Alumni? Are you also from Tianzhou Medical University?
Now it was Su Lin's turn to be surprised. He had never thought that he would meet someone from the same school in this place. Of course, the two of them can only be considered alumni.
He studied for 2 years and didn't even graduate. He was just a half-baked student at best.
The other party must have graduated from a formal school, most likely with a bachelor's, master's and doctoral degree.
Why, I don't look like that. Han Bingyan smiled and replied after hearing his doubtful voice.
It seems that I have wasted these 10 years of college.
No, I just think it's a coincidence.
Su Lin shook his head. Judging from his appearance, he should be no more than 27 or 28 years old. If I remember correctly, the undergraduate, master's and doctoral programs at Tianzhou Medical University take 10 or 11 years, which is exactly right. There was a reason why the authorities sent her to be the director of the medical department of this shelter.
So, I'm still your senior. Can we talk about why you dropped out of school?
It's rare to meet an interesting newcomer in this place, and he's also a junior from the same school.
In addition to his performance just now, Han Bingyan is somewhat interested in him. Senior?
Hearing her address, Su Lin couldn't help but feel a little different in his heart.
Now this is a combination of the dual identities of female boss plus senior student?
Hiss.
If this, it would be so cool.
Realizing that his thoughts were going off the track, Su Lin quickly discarded this idea and answered honestly.
There's no special reason, I just don't want to study anymore. Your reason is fine. Han Bingyan didn't have the ability to read minds, so she naturally couldn't tell what her junior plus subordinate was thinking.
She didn't delve too deeply into this issue. She would ask a few more questions, mostly because she wanted to know more about this new junior subordinate.
Since you've only been studying at the medical university for 2 years, there must be a lot of diseases you don't understand, right?
Han Bingyan returned to her initial coldness and looked at Su Lin and asked. After all, her current identity is the director of the medical department of this shelter, so work must be her top priority.
Yes, I only know some simple ones. I can't understand anything too complicated. Su Lin nodded. Now is not the time to show off, this matter must be made clear from the beginning.
Su Lin knows his own abilities, and he is not a real medical master. Don't brag now, or you'll end up slapping yourself in the face when the time comes. After all, after knowing the supply reserves in this shelter, he planned to stay here for a while. In that case, I can't arrange for you to work the early shift alone. Seeing Su Lin being so modest, Han Bingyan smiled again.
She clicked a few times on the computer and then said, "The shift is about to be handed over." I checked the shift schedule. You will be working the morning shift with Fongqing for the next few days.
Su Lin naturally had no objection to this, although even if he did, it would be of no use.
The medical department doesn't have that many rules, and I don't like to be in charge.
As long as you complete your work, no one in this shelter will pay special attention to you. Han Bingyan said, pointing to the wall beside her. That's the daily working hours and the duty personnel list, as well as some things you need to pay attention to when working here.
You can go and take a look yourself.
After saying that, she turned her gaze away from Su Lin and concentrated on doing her own thing on the computer. Su Lin stood up and walked to the table, scanning it from top to bottom, so that he could get a better understanding of where he would be working for a period of time in the future.
There are currently only 5 people in the medical department, including the director Han Bingyan.
Precisely because of the shortage of staff, the treatment in the medical department of the shelter is much better than other jobs.
Treating illnesses and saving lives is not like some other jobs where you can just learn a few things and get away with it.
Yesterday, Su Lin also heard that someone had pretended to be a doctor in order to get a better salary in the medical department, but was exposed after a simple test. In this special period, in order to prevent this kind of situation, the person in charge of the shelter directly kicked the man out and posted a notice to serve as a warning to others. It's freezing outside and there are zombies everywhere. You can imagine what would happen if an ordinary person was driven out. After this incident, naturally no one dared to test the law again.
Su Lin looked at the working hours of the medical department above and found it quite humane. There are 3 shifts every day, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., and from 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Due to shortage of manpower, only the first shift had 2 people, and the next 2 shifts had only 1 person on duty. These 3 shifts are on a rotation basis and change once a week. Minister Han Bingyan naturally couldn't be on duty.
She didn't have fixed working hours and could come at any time. As for the things that need to be paid attention to in this job, there are indeed not many, and it can even be said to be very loose. In short, when there are no injured people who need medical treatment, you can do whatever you want, although there is nothing much to do here.
Bang, bang, bang.
At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Han Bingyan said come in without even looking up. Hello, Minister Han. I heard there's a new person here? The office door was pushed open and a woman came in.
Su Lin turned around and saw that it was someone he knew, the female protective worker who had examined him for infection when he first came in yesterday. The other party naturally saw him and came forward to greet him enthusiastically. Su Lin, it turns out you really are studying medicine. When I heard you say yesterday that you were a student from the medical school, I was afraid you were just talking nonsense. Minister Wu was next to me at the time, so I couldn't remind you. When Su Lin was filling out the list of survivors yesterday, she was watching and naturally knew his name.
Hello.
Su Lin had a good impression of this woman named Fong Qing who had given him a piece of bread. Fong Qing, since you two know each other, I won't introduce you to each other.
Han Bingyan was not surprised that the two knew each other.
The first people that every new survivor who arrives at this shelter gets to know, besides the guards at the entrance, are the people in the medical department who check them for infection. Su Lin will follow you first. His basic treatment skills are quite good.
Han Bingyan then looked at the two of them and said,
As for old Ding, who was originally on duty with you, I've already informed him that he will be transferred to the afternoon to early morning shift starting today.
Okay, Minister Han. Fong Chang agreed quickly.
Su Lin also said that of course there was no problem with this.
Okay, you two should cooperate well in the future. If you have nothing else to do, please leave first. Han Bingyan said something casually and continued looking at the computer.
Su Lin and the other person didn't say much, opened the door and left her office.
After going out, Fong Qing took Su Lin around the medical department.
It consists of 3 row houses in total, 2 of which are used to accommodate patients' wards. Of course, the number of beds inside is limited, in case some residents do not want to live in sleeping bags in tents and stay here. Only those who are injured or seriously ill and have been diagnosed by medical staff can be admitted to the ward for recuperation. Su Lin himself saw that it was indeed very limited.
There are 12 beds in the 2 wards, and 11 of them are currently occupied. Then Fong Qing introduced him. Su Lin, out of these 11 people, 10 are from the defense team. They were all out searching for supplies or were injured while fighting zombies. Yeah, I can see that.
Su Lin recalled the injuries of the patients he had just seen, which were basically external injuries. By the way, I don't know if Minister Han has told you that for residents who come to us for medical treatment, unless they are injured while fighting zombies, we will provide them with free treatment. For other minor illnesses like colds and fevers, we provide free medical treatment, but they need to pay contribution points for prescription medicine.
Now I know. Su Lin didn't think there was anything wrong with this paid medical treatment system. Not to mention this special period, even in a normal society, aren't there still charges for medical registration? Not to mention prescribing medicine.
This also shows once again that the managers of the shelter seem to encourage residents to kill zombies. However, no matter how much encouragement is given, there are still very few people who dare to kill zombies.
Chapter 118, Work.
After taking Su Lin to visit the medical department, Fong Qing took him back to the ward.
This is the new doctor we recruited into the medical department. His name is Su Lin.
You can call him Dr. Su from now on. She introduced Su Lin's identity to the wounded and continued. By the way, your Captain Ma came back injured today after going out, and it was Dr. Su who just treated his wound. The wounded lying in the hospital beds were very surprised to hear that there was a new doctor. After all, most of them are from the defense force, and they are bound to get injured in the future. If there are more doctors who can treat injuries, their safety will be better guaranteed.
Hello, Dr. Su. We just heard about the cavalry. Thank you, Dr. Su. We in the defense team are frequent visitors to your medical department. We will have to trouble you in the future, Dr. Su.
Some of those who were less seriously injured stood up and offered a friendly welcome. The others were unable to move due to injuries, so they could only lie down and say hello.
Su Lin couldn't help feeling a little weird when he heard the name doctor.
He was a student who had only been studying medicine for 2 years, and it was a little awkward to be called that.
Fortunately, he was very receptive and didn't feel embarrassed at all.
Besides, he had just disinfected and bandaged someone's wound, so why wasn't he considered a doctor?
It's not a big deal, Su Lin said calmly.
You were injured to protect the safety of our shelter, so I deserve the contribution points for your work. These two simple sentences made the wounded realize that the new Dr. Su seemed to have a high level of awareness. Especially those members of the defense team were deeply moved when they heard Su Lin say, "Your injuries are all for the safety of our shelter." Not to mention, this Dr. Su had just treated their Captain Ma. They all thought that when they recovered from their injuries and returned to the team, they would definitely praise Dr. Su, who looked young but spoke well and had a high level of awareness, in front of their brothers and Captain Ma. After that, Fong Qing took Su Lin to another ward.
It was the same operation as before.
Fong Qing started to introduce the injured person, and Su Lin repeated the previous words. After the tour, the two returned to the main room of the medical department, which was also the room where Su Lin treated Ma Shan's injuries. There is also a desk here with a computer on it, probably used to register the medical records of the injured.
Su Lin, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking.
Fong Qing looked at Su Lin and said with a smile. Those defense guards were so happy after hearing what you said, especially after learning that you treated their Captain Ma's injuries, their faces were filled with joy.
It's okay. I think they treat you pretty well. Su Lin didn't feel anything. Isn't he doing this so that he can have a better life in this shelter in the future?
Through yesterday's observation and exploration, Su Lin has already had a relatively clear understanding of the structure of this shelter. This shelter appears to consist of 4 departments, but in fact only 2 departments are the most critical.
That is, the defense force and the medical department. These 2 departments are absolutely indispensable. There is no need to explain the role of the 2.
One is to resist the invasion of zombies, and the other is to provide treatment guarantees to those who resist zombies. Of course, this does not mean that the other 2 departments are not needed.
It's the work of the Human Resources Department and the Materials Department. To be honest, any normal person can do it. Su Lin has now joined the medical department.
If he gets more familiar with the defense team, he will not be able to walk around like an idiot in this shelter. But it is definitely much more convenient when doing certain things. Hearing this, Fong Qing smiled and explained, "You just heard it too. The people from the defense team themselves said they were frequent visitors to our medical department.
How could they be unkind to me?"
As she spoke, she glanced at the ward and lowered her voice a little.
Su Lin, you just arrived yesterday so you don't know. Some people in the defense team have bad tempers and often bully the lower class residents.
In the modern world, I didn't think being a doctor was that great, but since the apocalypse, I'm really glad I'm a doctor. After hearing what the other party said, Su Lin naturally had no objection. Not to mention this life, he had personal experience of this in his previous life. In his previous life, even though he only knew some basic treatment measures, he still managed to find a pretty good job in the shelter. In the end, he even got a spot in the bunker. Although it was precisely because of this quota that he was murdered. But it is also undeniable that the identity of a doctor is important in the end times. Next, Fong Qing said that they only knew each other's names, so she suggested introducing themselves. Su Lin did not refuse. After all, the other party was still his colleague. Through the introduction, Su Lin learned that Fong Qing was 31 years old, and also learned that she did not work in a hospital before, but ran a small clinic. This surprised Su Lin a little, so he looked at the other person twice more. Fong Qing's appearance was not particularly stunning, and she was definitely far inferior to his wife and student who were in his safe house. But perhaps because of her age, there is a touch of charm on her face that young girls don't have. Su Lin also noticed that when the other party turned sideways, there was a slight tension on the second button from the top of his white coat.
Combined with her enthusiasm, the overall score is about 80 points.
After Fong Qing finished her introduction, Su Lin also briefly talked about his own situation. When Fong Qing heard Su Lin say that he was only 22 years old, even though she had known it yesterday, she still said that he was really young.
Su Lin didn't talk much about this matter, but asked, "What do I need to do today?"
Su Lin, I'm 9 years older than you. You can call me by my name from now on, or you can call me Sister Fong or Sister Qing.
Fong Qing didn't care about her age or her status as a veteran employee in the medical department.
She smiled and explained the work to Su Lin.
Our medical department is not very busy most of the time.
Many residents, even if they have a cold or fever or other minor illnesses, usually endure it on their own to save contribution points. They only come here to get medicine when they really have no other options. For the wounded patients you saw in the ward before, we only need to change their dressings on time every day, and other than that, there is basically nothing else to do. If no one comes to see the doctor today, our job is to change the dressings for those 11 people.
This computer is shared by all our medical staff.
It has the specific injuries of the injured and the dressing change time.
You can check it out yourself.
At the end of her speech, Fong Qing suddenly remembered something and pointed to a door inside the house and said,
"This is a small bathroom. We can take a shower there for free. We don't have to go to the public bathroom like other residents. It's a small benefit for our medical department."
"Okay, thank you, Sister Qing." After being introduced to so many things, Su Lin hesitated for a moment and nodded politely.
The time quickly came to 5:55 in the afternoon. Working time is so dull and boring.
But it is true as Han Bingyan said, no one will care about you when you work here. She left the medical department in the afternoon, and Su Lin certainly didn't know why she was going. Su Lin now completely understood why those residents were so envious of the work in the medical department.
It's really easy.
In the afternoon, 3 wounded soldiers were discharged after their final dressing change, and the other 8 had to stay for a few more days. Apart from changing the dressing today, only one resident came to see the doctor. It was a cold and diarrhea. The man looked like he couldn't bear it anymore, so he came to the medical department to get medicine. Su Lin still remembers the pain on his face when 6 contribution points were deducted from his contribution.
He also said that if he had known he should have eaten less at the party last night, otherwise he wouldn't have.
Before he could finish, he took the medicine, covered his stomach and ran out. At this time, the doctor who was taking over came outside the door. After Fong Qing handed over the shift to him, she asked Su Lin to open Tianhao residence. Su Lin, open the software and swipe the clock on this time clock.
Your contribution points for today will be credited to your account.
Your first week is considered an internship, so you only have 8 contribution points, but after 3 days it will be 10 points. Fong Qing said as she took out her cell phone to demonstrate to him. Seeing this, Su Lin also swiped his finger, and when he looked at the software interface again, his contribution had become 658 points. Pay wages now is still very humane.
Would you like to have dinner together? Fong Qing invited Su Lin, thinking of bringing in a new colleague. The free meal provided at 8 o'clock is very ordinary. There are not many people in the cafeteria at this time. We can order food using contribution points.
You go first, Sister Qing, I have something else to do.
Su Lin shook his head and declined. Fong Qing didn't ask any more questions.
After changing out of her white coat, she went to the cafeteria by herself. After leaving the medical department, Su Lin didn't think twice and walked straight towards the supplies department.
Chapter 119, Becoming a Special Person?
Su Lin from the logistics department had been here once yesterday, so he was very familiar with the place today. The 2 guards at the door were still the same ones from yesterday. When Su Lin approached, they recognized him immediately.
Wasn't this the newcomer from yesterday?
The main reason was that they both remembered that Su Lin said he was assigned to the medical department, so they naturally had a deep impression of him.
You're here again. Are you here to exchange things today?
One of the guards greeted enthusiastically, while the other said,
Brother, your resident ID card should be ready. Although you were here yesterday, we still need to take a look before letting you in. Okay. Su Lin cooperated and opened the software, letting the two of them take a look. When they saw the line occupation, both guards showed a hint of envy. As they continued to read, they found that Su Lin's contribution was displayed as 658 points. No, is there something wrong with your contribution? The two guards thought there was something wrong with the software. They knew that the medical department's daily fixed salary was the same as that of the defense force. But wasn't this person new yesterday? How could he suddenly have so many more contribution points? During the more than 2 weeks they have been guarding the gate, the two have rarely seen any residents other than the defense team, and their contributions are so high. Not to mention those residents who work at the bottom of society. They have to work 2 or 3 hours a day, or 3 or 4 hours a day to save, and it is unknown when they can save enough. In addition, there are 2 or 3 people in the small group that calls themselves searchers who have contributed more than this. But that's because they concentrated the contributions of more than a dozen people on a few leaders. On average, it's not particularly much. No, I was lucky. I drove a car that can drive in the snow. I heard that it can be exchanged for contribution points, so I traded it in. Su Lin only gave a brief explanation and didn't want to talk more, so he pointed to the door. Seeing this, the two guard brothers naturally would not stop him. When I entered the supplies department, I found that no one was exchanging supplies today. As soon as Su Lin entered, he saw the fat boy Zhou Xiaodong chatting with another person from the supplies department. It was said to be a chat, but if you listen carefully you would find that it was basically Zhou Xiaodong who was talking alone. Seriously, this slime fanfiction is super good. I'm not kidding you. Just go read it and you'll see. Xiaodong, I'm almost 40 years old, and you want me to read this kind of book? You can tell that the employee from the supplies department sounded helpless. If it weren't for the fact that his father was the director, I would have ignored him a long time ago. Forget it, forget it. You don't know the value of it. Isn't mine much better than those rural romance novels you've read? Zhou Xiaodong said with a sneer. When the man heard this, he didn't even think of refuting. It seemed that this was not the first time this had happened. Su Lin did not go over to disturb them. He waited until they realized someone had come in before he walked over to them. The moment he saw Su Lin, Zhou Xiaodong's expression suddenly became delighted. Su Lin, he doesn't understand novels. You should take a look at this slime fanfiction. It's definitely good. When the person next to him saw the recommended person move away, he quickly took his chair and sat a little further away, no longer caring what the person was there for. We'll talk about the novel later. I'm here to exchange something today. Su Lin didn't want to even look at it, fearing that if he said one more word about the novel, he would be dragged along by this chatterbox to keep talking. Okay, I guessed you might come over in the next 2 days, and I wanted to look for you at the party last night. After exchanging your things, you can't just leave. Zhou Xiaodong looked like he wouldn't give up until he recommended a novel he liked today. Did you guess that I might come? Su Lin automatically ignored the other party's next sentence. You have made a lot of contributions now, so you will definitely come to me to exchange for supplies. Zhou Xiaodong said directly. Also, you guys in the medical department generally don't eat the free meals provided by the shelter, so you often come to the supply department to exchange for food and drinks. From what he said, it seemed that he knew that Su Lin had exchanged the car for contribution points. And Su Lin remembered that he did not mention to the other party yesterday that he had been recruited into the medical department. But he soon realized that Zhou Xiaodong was the son of Director Zhou, so it was normal for him to be well informed in this shelter. Here, let's see what you want to exchange. You have so much contribution points, you can exchange for a lot of things. Zhou Xiaodong handed over the tablet for exchanging supplies and said. The best thing about reading a novel is having some potato chips and spicy noodles, followed by a bottle of happy water. I do this every day. Although Su Lin likes to drink happy water, he doesn't drink it every day. Besides, there are hundreds of these things in his space, so it is impossible to exchange them here. Not in exchange for food. Su Lin did not wait for the other party to ask back, and then slowly said. I want to exchange for a zombie crystal core. Oh, you don't want to exchange food, but zombie crystal cores, what? Zhou Xiaodong wanted to recommend a few more snacks. But when he heard the last sentence clearly, he exclaimed. You want to exchange for a zombie crystal core? Su Lin, I know you like to read apocalyptic stories, but zombie crystal cores are no joke.
I should have told you yesterday, and you guessed it yourself, that the success rate of using the thing is very low, and it also has side effects.
At the very least, you'll be infected and turned into a zombie, and at the worst, you'll die instantly.
Zhou Xiaodong thought that Su Lin had heard what he said yesterday, that one could become a special ability person after swallowing the crystal core, and that was why he couldn't wait to exchange it after he had enough contribution points. It was so hard to find someone of the same age who had the same hobby as me. He didn't want Su Lin to die so foolishly just to realize his superpower dream. The most important thing is that Zhou Xiaodong now completely believes that Su Lin really loves to read apocalyptic novels. Zhou Xiaodong also likes to read novels, and he thinks he can understand Su Lin's inner thoughts. When I learned that swallowing zombie crystal cores could potentially enhance my physical fitness, Zhou Xiaodong also imagined the scene of himself becoming a special power person and killing everyone.
Especially since his father was successful.
But after hesitating for a long time, and because his father, Zhou Weiman, disagreed, Zhou Xiaodong never dared to try it.
I know I might fail, but I still want to try,
Su Lin said seriously. He looked serious on the surface, but in his heart he was thinking.
Failure? It's impossible to fail. I didn't really eat it, so how could I fail? Are you sure you don't want to think about it carefully again? Zhou Xiaodong continued to persuade. I've already thought about it. Well then. Seeing Su Lin's determined expression, Zhou Xiaodong knew he couldn't persuade this apocalyptic fan, so he said naturally.
Su Lin, compared to you, I, Zhou Xiaodong, am still not brave enough.
You are the real hero.
This sentence is so childish that even Su Lin himself is a little childish and still feels awkward. After saying this, Zhou Xiaodong said to the colleague next to him, "Go get my dad and Minister Han and tell them someone is trying to swallow a zombie crystal core."
Okay, I'll go right away.
The man understood that this matter was very important, so he didn't say anything and ran out immediately.
Do we need to notify others about this?
Su Lin asked when he saw this.
It's a bit troublesome, but that's the rule. Chapter 120, Choice. Regulations? What do you mean? Su Lin asked curiously. Didn't he just swallow a zombie crystal core? Does he really need people to watch? Su Lin, don't misunderstand.
Zhou Xiaodong immediately explained. Because there aren't too many people who have swallowed crystal cores, and even fewer who have successfully evolved into special abilities, every time someone wanted to exchange a crystal core, they would call my dad and your Minister Han over. This is to allow them to observe the process and determine if there will be any other side effects after swallowing the crystal core.
After listening to Zhou Xiaodong's explanation, Su Lin understood the reason.
It seems that the official is still only partially aware of the zombie crystal core.
He himself actually didn't quite understand it.
After all, every time he got a crystal core, he chose to let the system recycle it. But I'll find a chance to ask later. Before he could think about it, he heard several hurried footsteps outside the door.
Hello, Director Zhou. Hello, Minister Han. When the two brothers guarding the door saw the two men coming, they quickly stood up and greeted them, then made way, opened the door, and let them in. As for looking at the resident ID cards of these two people? Forget it.
They don't want to lose this goalkeeping job that they had to compete for with great difficulty, with little work and a decent salary. The employee from the supplies department who went to notify the two also returned to the door, but he did not go in.
The two guard brothers obviously knew him.
When they saw him coming, they pulled him aside and whispered.
Do you think Su Lin is crazy? He has 500 contribution points and there are so many things he can redeem. Why would he choose to exchange it for something else but some zombie crystal core? That is to say, if I had 500 contribution points, I would definitely buy a tent first. I'd sleep in my sleeping bag after all. Then I'd buy a whole pack of cigarettes and a case of wine. Then I'd go to the cafeteria and order some snacks and have a good meal. After hearing this, Lao Lu, an employee of the materials department, went to close the door first, and then chatted with the two of them. You all know that ever since we learned that swallowing zombie crystal cores can enhance physical fitness, who in our shelter doesn't want to become a special ability person? That's true, but the only people in our shelter who have managed to accumulate 500 contribution points are the defense team and the members of that small group that calls themselves searchers. Indeed, besides Director Zhou and the other three, the remaining 11 who attempted to swallow the crystal core were 9 members of the defense team, and the other 2 were from the small team. However, they all failed. Doesn't this also indirectly reflect the strength of Director Zhou, Minister Han, and Captain Ma?
The shorter guard said with a smile, while the three of us are talking, if Su Lin is lucky, maybe he can succeed. Since we can't go in now, how about we make a bet, suggested old Lou from the supplies department.
Okay, but don't bet too much. How about 5 contribution points? While these 3 people were betting, there was an exchange office in the house.
Su Lin met again the director of the shelter named Zhou Weiman and his current boss Han Bingyan. This was someone else's territory, so Su Lin certainly wouldn't think too highly of himself and politely greeted the two of them separately.
Hello, I'm Zhou Weiman. I heard you're a new resident who just arrived yesterday. Welcome to our shelter.
Zhou Weiman stepped forward and spoke first, then took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with Su Lin. Then his gaze fell on the young man, as if he wanted to see what kind of person was this who had dared to try to swallow the zombie crystal core less than 2 days after arriving at the shelter.
Hello, Director Zhou.
Su Lin looked at him calmly. He hadn't done anything bad yet, so naturally he was a man of integrity, has nothing to fear from his own shadow. Compared with last night, Zhou Weiman's complexion has improved a little. Su Lin activated the blood bar detection function to take a look.
102-175. After a night's rest, the opponent's health recovered by more than 20 points.
Zhou Weiman observed for a while, but didn't see anything special about the young man in front of him. At most, when shaking hands with him and talking to him, I acted a little more indifferent than the average resident. This was not a big problem, so he continued. On the way here just now, I heard your minister Han introduce you. I heard from her that although you only studied medicine for 2 years, you are very skilled in basic treatment techniques.
You even treated Ma Shan's wound this morning? Su Lin glanced at Han Bingyan, and without being overly modest, nodded, yes, that's right. After chatting casually for a few minutes, Zhou Weiman's expression suddenly became serious. Su Lin, did Xiaodong tell you that there might be consequences after swallowing a zombie crystal core? I told Dad, I just advised him. Before Su Lin could answer, Zhou Xiaodong rushed to say. But Su Lin is a true hero, Okay, let's talk business now, so don't bring up those nonsense for now. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Weiman frowned. He knew what kind of person his son was, so he interrupted him and looked at Han Bingyan and said. Xiao Han, Su Lin is one of your men. What do you think? Han Bingyan still had that cold expression, but after hearing this, her eyes also fell on Su Lin. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. I don't really care about the people in my department. Since I've already told him the consequences, if he still wants to try, I won't stop him. After all, it's his own contribution points that will be used. His boss is really open-minded, Su Lin thought to himself after hearing this. Su Lin, before I exchange the crystal core for you, I will remind you one last time. Zhou Weiman said in a very serious tone. While swallowing the crystal core may improve your physical fitness and make you stronger than ordinary people, the success rate is extremely low. If you fail and don't die immediately, but instead show symptoms of infection, I will kill you immediately for the safety of the shelter. Su Lin once again made a few random remarks and expressed his determination to die if he fails. Director Zhou, I want to contribute more to our shelter. Hearing this, Zhou Weiman was moved by the young man's determination, even his willingness to face death. Even Han Bingyan, who was standing by, was staring at this junior subordinate. Xiaodong, go and take out all the crystal cores in the warehouse. Zhou Weiman said no more and turned around to give the order. Okay, I'll get it right away. Zhou Xiaodong ran into the warehouse of the materials department. Su Lin understood what the other party meant. He was saying take them all out. Doesn't this mean there are a lot of zombie crystal cores here? There was no need to ask, because Zhou Xiaodong soon came out with a large glass plate. Su Lin's attention was immediately attracted to it. My goodness, aren't those diamond-shaped gray-black zombie crystal cores placed on the plate? A quick scan revealed at least 20 of them. This already exceeded the number of crystal cores he had recovered before. However, this did not surprise Su Lin. After all, the guard force of this shelter was not bad. Being able to kill so many first-level zombies is still understandable. In the zombie tide just 2 days ago, there were more than 30 first-level zombies. Thinking of the surveillance outside and the rifles of the defense team, Su Lin resisted the urge to put all the crystal cores into the space. Zhou Weiman seemed to notice that Su Lin was very interested in these things. But this is not surprising. Through previous observations, they found that people would be attracted to this thing at first sight and could not help but want to eat it. The most important thing is that Zhou Xiaodong was still smiling and saying, Su Lin, take a look. These are zombie crystal cores. Do they look like the descriptions in the apocalyptic literature you read?
His words indirectly explained why Su Lin was so interested in the zombie crystal core.
Joe Wayman finally understood. No wonder this young man was so determined. Could it be that he, like his son, also loved reading novels?
Su Lin, this is your first time swallowing a crystal core, so the difference is not big, but you can choose one yourself, which can be regarded as a kind of psychological comfort.
I've been waiting for you to say this.
Su Lin began to carefully check the quality of these crystal cores.
Chapter 121, First Time Eating a Crystal Core. Level, First Order Crystal Core Brutal. Quality, 50% medium quality. Level, First Order Crystal Core Gluttony. Quality, 80% top grade.
The quality of the zombie crystal cores in the glass plate appeared in Su Lin's eyes one by one. Just when Su Lin was about to choose a crystal core of the highest quality for exchange. Among them, there was a crystal core with a description different from the others, which caught his attention.
Level, First Order Crystal Core Swiftness. Quality, 40% medium and low quality.
Producer, produced by a first-level swift zombie. After using it, you can gain its corresponding ability.
The method of use is to swallow it.
Effective features, can quickly improve your agility in a short period of time, but contains impurities and has extremely high side effects, please use with caution.
Su Lin looked at the crystal core calmly.
In fact, Su Lin had already expected the existence of this kind of zombie called Swift. After all, he could tell from the information he learned from the producers and functional characteristics of the crystal cores when he obtained them several times before. Violent zombies correspond to the strength attribute.
The gluttonous zombie corresponds to the physical attribute. Then there must be a type of zombie that corresponds to the attribute of agility.
It's just that he has never encountered this kind of zombie before. But needless to say, everyone can guess that the biggest feature of this agile zombie is its outstanding speed.
Beside them, seeing Su Lin staring at the zombie crystal core without moving, Joe Wayman and Han Bingyan did not urge him.
After all, although swallowing the crystal core is the other party's own choice, it is a matter of life and death. In their opinion, Su Lin was still so young, so it was normal for him to hesitate for a while. However, Su Lin did not think about it for too long, even though it was the first time he had seen this kind of swift crystal core.
But for him, the type of zombie crystal core is not a factor he needs to consider.
He doesn't really eat it, but uses it to recycle and increase his potential tank. What he cares about most, of course, is the quality of the crystal core. Among more than 20 first-level zombie crystal cores, he quickly selected a top-grade one with a quality of 90%.
I'll just exchange this one.
Su Lin picked up the crystal core and asked Joe Wayman for advice.
By the way, Director Zhou, after swallowing the crystal core, if I succeed, what kind of reaction will my body have?
Of course, he had to ask more clearly about this, otherwise it would be difficult for him to act in front of others later. Joe Wayman thought about this matter and explained patiently. According to the experience summarized by Xiaohan, Ma Shan, and me, after taking the crystal core, if you successfully fuse it, your body will be weak for 10 minutes to an hour. Then you'll feel sleepy and may have some fever and itchiness. Han Bingyan, who was standing by, suddenly spoke.
The authorities have conducted many tests.
Itching and fever vary from person to person, but weakness and drowsiness are symptoms that will definitely appear within half an hour after successfully fusing the crystal core.
Some people may even fall asleep as a result.
On the other hand, if these two conditions do not occur within half an hour of swallowing the crystal core, the fusion will fail. After she said these two sentences, she sat down on a chair beside her. That's right, your Minister Han knows more about zombie crystal cores than I do.
Joe Wayman agreed.
Although it didn't help much, Su Lin did learn some new knowledge about zombie crystal cores. Su Lin, if you succeed, then I, Zhou Xiaodong, will recognize you as my big brother. If I find any good novels or anime in the future, I will definitely recommend them to you first. Zhou Xiaodong, who had been holding back and not saying anything, quickly interrupted. It seemed as if he was afraid that after Su Lin succeeded or failed, it would be too late for him to say anything. Upon hearing this, Joe Wayman, his father, felt extremely embarrassed that his son could say such words in such an occasion. But he didn't say much, because he thought that Su Lin might really have the same hobby as his son. Su Lin, the real boss, was speechless after hearing this.
This guy recognizes me as his big brother and recommends novels and anime to me. Is there any benefit for me in this? At this moment, he only wanted to say to this talkative little fat man, That's not necessary. Just keep it for yourself. Without responding, Su Lin took the crystal core and said, just put it in your mouth and eat it, right? Yes. Joe Wayman nodded. But this crystal core is amazing. It's different from what we normally eat. You don't need to chew it. Once you put it in your mouth, it will dissolve in it. You can almost say it melts in your mouth. After getting a clear answer, Su Lin no longer hesitated. He slightly turned sideways, pinched the crystal core and slowly put it into his mouth. The moment he put it into his mouth, he had a thought, recycle. Then he made another swallowing motion. Ding, first level zombie crystal core, top quality, can return 9% of the potential tank. A voice rang out in his mind, a voice that only he could hear. Joe Wayman and the other two, who were standing by, didn't notice anything unusual even though they were always looking at Su Lin. From their perspective, Su Lin had already swallowed the crystal core. Now we just need to wait for at most half an hour to see whether the other party succeeded or not. Among the three people in the logistics department besides Su Lin, Joe Wayman's expression is the most serious. He hoped that Su Lin could succeed, although the most important way to guard this shelter was to rely on guns. But only he, the director, and a few other shelter managers knew about it. Ammunition, like supplies, is not infinite. Even though the authorities would send a batch of ammunition regularly, it was still not enough. Especially after the zombie wave, there is very little ammunition left in this shelter. At a time like this, if they could have one more person with special abilities, it would at least relieve a little bit of the pressure, even if it didn't do much else. Joe Wayman himself is a person with special abilities, and he is very clear about the huge difference between people with special abilities and ordinary people. Take himself for example. When facing zombies, he had to be careful not to get infected by the zombies' scratches and bites, so he could only deal with 7 or 8 zombies at a time. But if he fights ordinary people with bare hands, he can beat 10 people at a time when fighting against those in the defense team. You know, most of the people in the defense force are veterans or police officers. If we replace them with ordinary people who have never practiced, the number will be even greater. As he paced back and forth, worried about Su Lin. On the contrary, Su Lin himself, after eating the crystal core, leisurely went to sit on the chair next to Han Bingyan. Noticing Su Lin's calm expression, Han Bingyan looked at him. After a moment of silence, this cold female boss asked softly, "You don't seem afraid of death? You should still remember that Joe Wayman told you that if you fail, he will kill you, right? Not afraid of death?" Su Lin heard this and smiled faintly. "I don't know about others, but I am afraid." "Who wouldn't be afraid of death?" "Then you." Han Bingyan hesitated to speak. "Minister Han, I've already eaten the crystal core. You know it melts in your mouth. Can I really spit it out?" Han Bingyan was choked by the question. Looking at the calm young subordinate in front of her, she also smiled. You're quite open-minded." She wasn't choked at all, and she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she admired the character of this junior subordinate. Seeing this, out of courtesy to his boss, Su Lin did not continue to contradict her. At the same time, he began to recall the weakness he felt when he first arrived yesterday. Time passes by every second. 15 minutes later. Su Lin showed better acting skills than yesterday. Not only did he show a sense of weakness, but his eyelids also began to fight with each other. After a while, he lowered his head and looked like he had fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 122, Difference. After seeing Su Lin swallow the crystal core, in less than 10 minutes, his eyelids went from drooping to his head and he fell into a deep sleep. Joe Wayman and Han Bingyan, who were standing by, had their expressions changed at the same time. Isn't this symptom a precursor to the successful fusion of the crystal core? Xiao Han, I didn't expect that a new special person would be born in your medical department, which has the smallest number of people. Joe Wayman said with a smile. I originally thought that the next special person would most likely come from the defense team, or the group calling themselves Seekers. Currently, they are the only ones who can accumulate 500 contribution points in a short period of time to redeem crystal cores. As the manager of the shelter, he was naturally very happy that there was a new person with special abilities in the shelter. Director Zhou, since Su Lin was able to succeed, you can worry less about crystal cores in the future. Han Bingyan said this for no reason. Yeah. Joe Wayman seemed to be relieved and smiled and said. But we can't be too relaxed. Now, including Su Lin, we are sheltering 4 special ability people, and the demand for crystal cores will increase.
The reason why he was so happy was not only because he could relieve some of the pressure on his defense, but there was another more important reason. That is after the official discovered the existence of the zombie crystal core and understood its function. Clear instructions had already been issued that the shelter he was in was required to regularly hand over a certain number of zombie crystal cores. Simply put, when the official sends them ammunition regularly, they also need to take out a corresponding number of crystal cores for replacement.
This request is not excessive. But mutated zombies are not as easy to kill as ordinary zombies.
If you want to save ammunition and not use a gun, it is almost impossible for an ordinary person to kill a mutant zombie.
Therefore, if you want to obtain more crystal cores, you must consume ammunition. Joe Wayman himself is the first human in this shelter to successfully fuse the crystal core and become a special person. But because of this, he became more aware of how powerful the mutated zombies were, even though he had killed one alone 2 days ago, a zombie they named the Power Zombie. However, he suffered serious injuries during the battle and his body had not recovered even after 2 days of rest. Fortunately, when the authorities issued the order, they also gave an additional condition. That is, in the shelter he leads, with each additional special ability person, the number of crystal cores that need to be handed over will be relatively reduced. This also reduces the risk of them having to hunt mutant zombies in order to hand in the crystal cores. Listening to the conversation between the two, Su Lin, who was standing by, estimated that it was almost time and slowly woke up. Seeing that he had woke up, Joe Wayman and the other man stopped talking. Han Bingyan stood up and walked in front of Su. "Look up, let me see your eyes."
Su Lin naturally obeyed the orders of his boss and raised his head slightly.
Looking down at the dazed look of his subordinate, Han Bingyan began to observe him carefully.
She lifted his chin with her fingers and pinched and touched his face left and right. Although Su Lin did not feel any discomfort, he always felt something was strange.
"Isn't this my operation?" Su Lin thought. After checking for about a minute, Han Bingyan sat back down in her chair.
A smile suddenly appeared on her originally cold face.
She looked at Su Lin and said, "There are no symptoms of infection. Your fusion was successful. There's nothing wrong." Hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but laugh to himself. "Isn't it okay? I didn't actually eat it, so how could I get infected?" Of course, he certainly looked extremely happy on the surface. Some were even so excited that they couldn't speak. It is perfectly normal for ordinary people to show such behavior after successfully surviving such an experiment with an extremely high mortality rate. Su Lin silently added a point to his acting skills. Okay. After receiving confirmation from the Minister of Medical Affairs, who was also a special person, Joe Wayman laughed. After Xiao Han and Ma Shan last time, someone finally succeeded. Congratulations, Su Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiaodong, who had been wanting to speak for half an hour, came over impatiently. "Su Lin, oh no. Brother Su, now I have to call you Brother Su." The little fat man said in disbelief. "Brother Su, you actually succeeded." As he spoke, he also shook Su Lin's hand. "That's amazing. 14 people in our shelter tried it before, and only my dad, Minister Han, and Maduan survived. 11 people died. With such a high mortality rate, you can still succeed, Brother Su. You are so lucky. Is it because you like to read apocalyptic novels? Starting today, I will also start reading novels about the end of the world, and I will read them as much as I can." Is there any connection between these? Su Lin was amused by the little fat boy's words, and even Han Bingyan couldn't help but chuckle. As his father, Joe Wayman was suddenly embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Su Lin, my son is like this." He first apologized, then pulled his son's hand away and said seriously, "Zhou Xiaodong, if you dare to say one more of those nonsense words in this kind of situation, I will take your phone away and lock you up in your room for a week." Faced with such a severe punishment, Zhou Xiaodong quickly walked away, shut his mouth, and dared not say another word. "Ha! Director Zhou, I was indeed lucky and succeeded by chance." Su Lin smiled faintly and did not feel too proud because of this small success. After all, he had already become what they called a specially abled person. Joe Wayman nodded in approval of Su Lin's modest attitude. "Su Lin, fusing the crystal core does rely on luck, but knowing the high mortality rate, you were able to make such a resolute decision to try it in such a short period of time. This is not something that ordinary people can do." Joe Wayman couldn't help but sigh as he spoke, then continued. "In our shelter, although 500 contribution points is a lot, it's not uncommon for residents to have them.
However, after learning about the side effects and mortality rate, few people dare to try it. Of course, I can understand them, especially after seeing the example of the 11 people who died, they are even more afraid to try it. Su Lin did not comment on this. It is human nature to be afraid of death, and he is afraid too. He was even more afraid than most people. He had experienced death once, and he didn't want to experience it again. Seeing Su Lin's silence, Zhou Weiman knew that it would be difficult for the other party to respond to his words, so he changed the subject and said, "Xiao Su, can I call you that?" "Of course, Director Zhou." "In that case, I remember your information says you're 22 years old, and I'm 41. You don't have to call me Director Zhou. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Zhou." "Okay, Uncle Zhou, Uncle Zhou." Su Lin is not very particular about the way he addresses people. It doesn't matter what others call you, as long as it's not an insult. As for calling the other person Uncle Zhou, that's not a big problem. He is 19 years older than me and has a good attitude. It's still his territory, so I'll just shout at him. However, from the fact that the other party took the initiative to change the address, it can be seen that Zhou Weiman's opinion of him has changed after Su Lin successfully fused the crystal core. "Haha, okay. By the way, Xiao Su," Zhou Weiman said with a kind smile. "Do you feel anything different in your body now?" I feel a little tired and a little sleepy, but I don't think it's a big deal. I should be fine after a night's rest." Knowing what the other party meant by asking this question, Su Lin said what he had prepared long ago. In short, just say it in the most vague way possible. "This is a normal phenomenon that occurs after successfully fusing the crystal core. You will be back to normal within 2 hours, not overnight." At this time, Han Bingyan on the side reminded. "Minister Han has done more research in this area than I do." Zhou Weiman thought for a moment and sat down on a chair nearby. "Xiao Su, I wasn't sure if you could succeed, so I didn't tell you. Now that you have officially become a special person, as per usual practice, I will explain to you the ins and outs of this. Or, in other words, the difference between those with special abilities and those with special abilities." "The difference?" These words piqued Su Lin's interest, and his expression became more serious. Chapter 123, Major or Minor? "Uncle Zhou, are you saying that there are differences among people with special abilities?" This topic piqued Su Lin's interest, and he pretended to be ignorant and asked. He wanted to hear the opinions of this so-called specially abled person. Or in other words, how deep is the official research on zombie crystal cores? Yes, there is a difference. Zhou Weiman thought for a moment. Actually, it's not too complicated. Xiaodong should have told you about mutant zombies, right? Yes, he told me yesterday. Su Lin glanced at Zhou Xiaodong, who was hiding aside. At this moment, the little fat boy didn't dare to interrupt at all, for fear of being put in solitary confinement. He couldn't even imagine a week without reading novels and comics. When talking about the differences between people with special abilities, we have to mention zombies. Now that you know this, it will be easier for you to understand what I am saying. Zhou Weiman said, organizing his words a little, and then slowly opened his mouth. Those of the survivors who are still alive probably know that a week after the cold snap and sinkhole, a very dangerous creature appeared. Most people have seen this creature in movies or TV shows, zombies. Although these zombies pose a significant threat to humans, once you become familiar with them, it's not difficult to deal with them. With a sharp weapon in hand, it's quite easy for a healthy adult to kill a zombie. We call these zombies ordinary zombies. Unless there are too many of them at once, they won't pose any threat to our shelter. There was nothing wrong with what the other party said, but he had already known this. So after listening to this, Su Lin just nodded without interrupting the other party. Seeing that Su Lin had no intention of asking, Zhou Weiman began to talk about the follow-up. But a few days later, we suddenly discovered that some different zombies appeared outside, which are the mutant zombies we just mentioned. Not only do they share the pain-resistant nature of ordinary zombies, but they also differ significantly in appearance and possess distinct characteristics. Currently, we have discovered 3 types of mutant zombies. The first type is officially called Force-type zombies. This type of zombie is much taller and stronger than ordinary zombies. Its characteristic is its great strength. From what we have seen, 2 strength zombies together can even lift a car weighing about 1,200 kilograms and use it to smash our defense team members. It's difficult for us to kill a Force-type zombie without using firearms. What the other party said sounded like a violent zombie. Although Su Lin knew that the characteristic of violent zombies was their great strength, he didn't really know much about it in detail. After all, 2 of the violent zombies he encountered last time were on the rooftop, and there were no heavy objects for them to use to smash themselves. Thinking about it, Joe Wayman continued to explain.
The second type of mutant zombie is called a fat zombie.
As the name suggests, the biggest characteristic of this type of zombie is that they are extremely obese.
After killing them, we also weighed them.
The lightest one weighed more than 500 kilograms, and the heaviest one weighed more than 1,400 kilograms.
However, they move very slowly, so they're much easier to kill than strength-type zombies.
They're just a bit thicker skinned, so we usually don't use guns to kill fat zombies.
We usually just slowly wear them down with sharp weapons.
This must be the gluttonous zombie. Su Lin was quite touched when he heard Joe Wayman say that when they killed the gluttonous zombies, they also used sharp weapons to slowly grind them to death. As for the last type of mutant zombies, we call them swift zombies. Joe Wayman paused for a moment and continued.
We haven't encountered many of these zombies yet.
They're short and thin, and their characteristic is that they move very quickly. Our defense team members who were out searching for supplies were the most likely to be scratched and infected by these zombies. Speaking of this, he gritted his teeth slightly, took a deep breath, and then looked at Su Lin. But fortunately, although the swift zombies are very agile, their physical defense is far inferior to that of the strength zombies, let alone the fat zombies. They are almost the same as ordinary zombies and can usually be killed with 2 or 3 shots. After listening to Joe Wayman's introduction, the first 2 categories were fine, but Su Lin now wanted to see more and more what the so-called swift zombies look like.
That's not right. Su Lin suddenly realized that the other party was going to tell him the difference between people with special abilities? Why is this just about zombies?
Although he is also interested in zombies, he currently wants to know more about people with special abilities. Fortunately, Joe Wayman seemed to see Su Lin's doubts, and he immediately said with a smile.
Xiao Su, first understand the differences between zombies.
Then you can better understand the special-powered ones, and it will also help you choose your future direction.
Su Lin understood the first half of the sentence, but what did the second half mean? Choose? Is there anything else to choose?
With the idea of being humble and eager to learn, Su Lin did not speak. Instead, he showed an eager-to-know look, waiting for the other party to explain.
Joe Wayman didn't delay and quickly gave his answer. After the mutant zombies appeared, zombie crystal cores were also born. To become a special power user, one must swallow the zombie crystal core.
In order to better understand mutant zombies and crystal cores, the authorities set up a department dedicated to researching this area. After many studies and repeated experiments, they finally confirmed that the crystal nuclei produced in the skulls of the 3 types of mutant zombies each have their own characteristics. The simple explanation is that the crystal cores produced by the 3 types of zombies, strength zombie, fat zombie, and swift zombie. They correspond to the 3 aspects of human strength, physical fitness, and speed respectively. Su Lin had actually known this for a long time, but he didn't interrupt the other party. People like us who have successfully fused our crystal cores are officially called special ability individuals because our physical qualities can be rapidly improved, even surpassing the range of normal humans.
The more crystal cores you fuse, the greater the improvement in your physical fitness.
At this point, Joe Wayman paused, his expression and tone becoming more complex. Unfortunately, official research has revealed that even those who successfully fuse a crystal core for the first time cannot consume it indefinitely thereafter. Otherwise, there is still the possibility of infection, or even the risk of death.
Finally, I heard some useful information. Su Lin actually thought in his heart that if the zombie crystal core could be swallowed infinitely, wouldn't that be too outrageous? Moreover, the system also reminded him that crystal cores have extremely high side effects, otherwise he might have tried it. This is what distinguishes people with special abilities. Joe Wayman began to talk about the key points.
Since it's impossible to swallow crystal cores indefinitely, the official research department came up with a method. That is to choose only 1 or 2 types of crystal cores to fuse, so as to maximize one's own strength. For example, if a person with special abilities wants to be strong, he would choose to fuse the crystal core of a strength-type zombie. If he wants to have good physical fitness, he would fuse the crystal core of a fat body. If he wants to be fast, he would naturally choose the crystal core of a swift body. However, choosing only 1 type of crystal core for fusion is quite extreme. It was indeed quite extreme, Su Lin understood. No wonder the other party mentioned the choice before, it turns out this is it.
Perhaps to prevent Su Lin from taking a detour, Zhou Weiman pointed at himself and said,
For me, I mainly choose to fuse force-type crystal cores, but I also fuse a small amount of fat-type crystal cores.
What about Captain Ma of the defense team and our Minister Han? Su Lin asked at the right time. I knew you would ask this. Ma Shan and I follow the same path. Zhou Weiman smiled and said,
As for your Minister Han, she happens to be here, so let her talk to you herself. Upon hearing this, Su Lin turned his head to look at Han Bingyan, who was silent beside him. Seeing this, the other party did not pretend to be aloof and replied softly, swift and powerful type.
Now Su Lin finally understood the difference between these so-called special ability people. To put it in the terms of the game, isn't this a main attribute and then a secondary attribute?
For example, Zhou Weiman and Ma Shan mainly increase the strength attribute, and secondary points increase the constitution.
Han Bingyan's main focus is agility, and secondary focus is strength. None of the three of them has the main body constitution.
No wonder among the more than 20 crystal cores just now, the number of greedy crystal cores is the largest. I suggest you choose the same fusion route as Director Zhou and Ma Shan.
Han Bingyan reminded.
Hearing this, Zhou Weiman also said, Yes, Xiaosu, your Minister Han is right. Currently, our shelter has 18 fat cores, 4 strength cores, and only 1 swift core in its crystal core reserves. Therefore, we do not recommend that you prioritize swift core fusion. Oh, Xiaosu, since we're talking about this, I have to tell you that the exchange prices of the 3 types of crystal cores are the same only when you exchange them for the first time.
If you want to continue exchanging them later,
the fat core will still cost 500 contribution points, but the strength core will cost 800 contribution points, and the swift core will cost 1000 contribution points.
After hearing this, Su Lin didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
Scarcity makes things valuable. Just when Zhou Weiman thought that Su Lin would think about it for a long time and would discuss this with him tomorrow, Su Lin suddenly asked for no reason.
Uncle Zhou, if I fuse too many fat crystal cores, will my body become as fat as this one?
This.
Zhou Weiman didn't react at first.
That's not the case. Although we don't have any major fertile crystal cores in our shelter, I have seen people with this type of special ability. Although their appetite increases a lot compared to before, their body size doesn't change much.
Okay, that's fine with me. Get a definite response. Su Lin didn't know what happy thing he was thinking about, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Chapter 124, Unexpected Gains. Zhou Weiman, who was standing by, saw Su Lin suddenly smile and looked quite happy. He was just excited about successfully fusing the crystal core and becoming a special powered person.
It's just that the other person's reaction time seems a bit long. It's been almost half an hour, and he's only just starting to laugh.
Of course Zhou Weiman would never guess that the reason Su Lin laughed was not because he became a so-called special person. After learning that humans who have fused with the gluttonous crystal core will not become as disgusting and obese as gluttonous zombies,
Su Lin has already made plans for the next road. Is it okay? Zhou Weiman thought of what Su Lin Xiao said before, and couldn't help but asked with some doubts.
Xiaosu, have you decided which crystal core you want to fuse?
Yes. Su Lin nodded. You don't have to be too anxious about this. I suggest you give it some thought and give us an answer tomorrow. Don't think about it, Uncle Zhou.
Su Lin said directly. Hearing Su Lin's affirmative answer, Zhou Weiman subconsciously thought that the other party had listened to his and Han Bingyan's opinions and was preparing to focus on the fusion-type crystal core. In Zhou Weiman's opinion, although Su Lin behaved much more steadily than the average young people. But after all, he is a young man in his early 20s. And judging from what Zhou Xiaodong said, Su Lin seems to like reading some kind of apocalyptic literature. Therefore, Zhou Weiman felt that Su Lin had obtained this kind of opportunity that only existed in movies, TV dramas, and novels. He must want to quickly increase his strength first, and then imagine himself killing everyone in sight. All I can say is that Zhou Weiman is Zhou Xiaodong's father after all, and the father and son have exactly the same ideas. Of course, there is nothing wrong with him thinking this way, as this is also the thinking of many normal people.
Xiaosu, since you've decided to focus on the fusion-type crystal core,
Zhou Weiman was about to say something when Su Lin interrupted him awkwardly. Uncle Zhou, I don't plan to focus on the force-melting crystal core. I want to focus on the fat-melting crystal core. Although he would not actually eat the crystal core, Su Lin asked that question in order to avoid causing unnecessary suspicion later.
You want to melt the fat body crystal core? Zhou Weiman's expression was full of surprise at this moment.
Xiao Su, I have to remind you that although the main melting fat crystal core will not make you fat, it will not significantly improve your strength.
Zhou Weiman seemed to have thought of something as he spoke, so he continued. Do you think that the fat body crystal core has the cheapest exchange price, so you want to choose it as the main melting crystal core? Well, that is indeed the factor. Su Lin answered honestly.
You don't need to worry too much about this.
Seeing Su Lin's honesty, Zhou Weiman smiled and said.
Back when the official order was issued for the shelter to hand over some of its crystal cores, several of us in the management team had already agreed that every person who successfully fuses a crystal core will receive a main fusion crystal core from us every week. And if you kill a mutant zombie in the future and obtain its crystal core, even if it is not the crystal core you chose for main melting, you can take it back to the shelter for replacement. For the 3 types of crystal cores, we will convert 90% of their original price into contribution points and give them to you. Ma Shan, Xiao Han, and I are no exception to this.
Zhou Weiman was not talking nonsense.
Even though he was the director of this shelter, he did not receive any preferential treatment in the matter of crystal core replacement and exchange. As for the reason, in addition to the fact that Zhou Weiman himself is upright, it is also because someone from above was sent to keep an eye on him.
This shelter is not his place of authority. Of course, as the director, he naturally has some benefits. Without going into details, for example, Zhou Weiman gets 2 main molten crystal cores distributed every week. After listening to his words, Su Lin shook his head. No need, Uncle Zhou. I've made up my mind.
I still want to focus on the fertilizer body crystal core.
The reason I chose it is that it's cheap.
Oh, is there any other reason?
Zhou Weiman was puzzled. Is there anything more important than becoming stronger? Our shelter currently has limited reserves of force-type crystal cores. If I choose this, Uncle Zhou and the cavalry might not have enough to share.
Su Lin spoke calmly, saying something very enlightened. At this stage, we still need to focus on you two becoming stronger so that we can better protect the safety of our shelter.
This. After hearing this speech, Zhou Weiman stared at Su Lin and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Isn't this young man in front of me too aware? Looking at his son sitting not far away, Zhou Weiman couldn't help shaking his head.
Over there, Zhou Xiaodong was sitting there, not daring to say a word. Naturally, he also heard what Su Lin said. He saw his father looking at him again and shaking his head. No matter how stupid he was, he understood what the other person meant.
However, Zhou Xiaodong was not dissatisfied at all.
Instead, it deepened a certain idea in his mind. At the same time, he already had great admiration for Brother Su, whom he had just met yesterday. The other party can even show off in front of his father, which is definitely more exciting than reading his favorite fanfiction. Even Han Bingyan, who was standing beside him, looked at Su Lin with surprise. But she did not say anything to persuade him, but just nodded silently, with a different thought in her heart. As for Su Lin who said this, he actually felt that it was too fake. Fortunately, his acting skills were good enough and most people could not see anything wrong with it.
Xiao Su, since you said so yourself, I won't try to persuade you anymore.
Perhaps moved by Su Lin's enlightenment, Zhou Weiman pondered for a moment and then said slowly.
It is indeed as you said.
Except for the fat body crystal core, the other 2 crystal cores are in short supply in our shelter.
There is a limit on the number of crystal cores we need to hand in. We can't just hand in the fat body crystal cores at a time, otherwise they will interrupt. At this point, he realized that he had said too much, so he stopped talking and looked at Su Lin. You were able to successfully fuse the crystal core, which actually makes you luckier than many people. Furthermore, while those with special abilities primarily based on their molten fat body crystal cores don't have the advantages of the other 2 types, they are still significantly stronger than ordinary people. At least when it comes to withstanding the cold, this type of physique special ability is the most formidable. Su Lin actually didn't care about it at all.
There was one thing he hadn't lied about before, and that was that he said the main fuel was greedy for the crystal cores because they were cheap. This was the truth. Unlike other people with special abilities, he doesn't look at the type of zombie crystal core, but rather pays more attention to its quality. The higher the quality, the greater the potential tank will be increased after recycling.
Xiao Su, take another fat crystal core. Consider it a gift from me.
Perhaps moved by Su Lin's high awareness, Zhou Weiman smiled and pointed to the glass plate with the crystal core on the side. He had just finished speaking when Su Lin didn't have time to reply when he heard Han Bingyan's smile spread. Director Zhou has already given one, so it would be stingy for me, your superior, not to give one.
If you take one more, I'll give you a contribution point boost.
Su Lin didn't expect that his casual words could bring such benefits.
These 2 crystal cores are a pleasant surprise.
Oh, by the way, Xiao Su, since you're here, why not pick up this week's special ability benefits so you don't have to come back again?
You can pick 3 fat crystal cores.
Hearing this, Su Lin didn't hesitate and walked to the glass plate containing the crystal cores and selected 3 of the highest quality gluttonous crystal cores. Su Lin, generally speaking, even if you only melt one type of crystal core, it's best not to melt too many in one day.
Seeing Su Lin put the crystal core into his pocket, Han Bingyan reminded him.
It's best to take 1 pill a day, or at most 2 pills. Never take 3 pills in one day, otherwise the risk of infection and death will be very high.
Okay, thank you Minister Han for the reminder,
Su Lin said with a faint smile. After that, Su Lin asked the 2 of them a few more questions.
Although Zhou Weiman and Han Bingyan did not tell Su Lin everything, they did allow him to learn more about people with special abilities.
Finally, Su Lin ended the topic by saying that he felt a little tired and wanted to rest due to the side effects of the fusion crystal core.
Okay, Xiao Su, you should have a good rest tonight. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me.
Zhou Weiman was in a good mood as there was one more special ability person, and a very highly conscious one at that.
Han Bingyan couldn't help but cough lightly, and Zhou Weiman immediately understood and said, "Look, I'm overstepping my authority here.
Minister Han knows more about this than I do, and you work under her, so it would be better to ask her." Su Lin didn't expect that his female boss, who seemed to have a cold appearance, could have such a slightly arrogant side. After saying okay with a smile, Su Lin pushed the door and left the supplies department. The moment they saw him walk out of the door alive, the 2 brothers guarding the door and the employee from the supplies department suddenly widened their eyes.
Su Lin didn't pay any attention to them and walked straight towards the tent area where he lived. Chapter 125, Long-Awaited Bonus Points. After returning to the tent,
Su Lin zipped up the tent, sat cross-legged, and took out the 3 crystal cores he had just obtained from his pocket. Including the one that was previously fused in front of Zhou Weiman and the other 2, he obtained 4 crystal cores in one day. This amount is certainly not a lot, but you have to know that it was obtained at almost 0 cost. Although all 4 are gluttonous crystal cores, they are actually the same to Su Lin. In comparison, it is much easier than killing the first-level zombies one by himself. This is the biggest reason why he joined the shelter, no doubt about it. At least for now, his personal strength is far from enough to allow him to hunt zombies unscrupulously. The overall strength of a shelter and the speed of collecting and obtaining zombie crystal cores are definitely much faster than his.
Zombie Research Institute?
Looking at the 3 crystal cores in his hand, Su Lin murmured softly. He recalled some of the little knowledge Zhou Weiman had just given him, all of which he had heard from the official Zombie Research Institute. This official department, established to better resist zombies and understand the role of crystal cores, does have some real value. From what Zhou Weiman said, it can be heard that this department has indeed conducted thorough research on ordinary zombies and first-level zombies.
In some aspects, Su Lin didn't even know as much as they did. However, although this so-called Zombie Research Institute has figured out the types of zombies, they also successfully experimented and found out that after humans fuse 3 types of zombie crystal cores, their physical attributes can be improved accordingly. However, they seemed unable to find out that the quality of each zombie crystal core was different. Su Lin still remembered what Zhou Weiman said when he was choosing the crystal core for the first time: there is not much difference between crystal cores, and asked him to choose one himself. From this sentence, we can tell that the official department that studies zombies cannot yet tell that even the same type of zombie crystal cores have quality differences. And the gap is not small.
Just like the more than 20 crystal cores stored in this shelter, the lowest grade crystal core Su Lin saw was a 20% low grade violent crystal core. The highest was the 90% top grade gluttony crystal core he chose.
The difference between the 2 is huge.
Especially for Su Lin, what he values most is the quality of the crystal core. Of course, he couldn't possibly remind them, it would be best if they couldn't see it. In this way, Su Lin will be able to take advantage of this in the future, exchange some low-quality crystal cores for contribution points, and then exchange them for high-quality crystal cores. Another thing that made Su Lin feel the most happy was that there was actually a big difference in the prices of the 3 types of crystal cores in the shelter. The gluttonous crystal core is the cheapest, requiring only 500 contribution points, while the violent crystal core is in the middle at 800 contribution points. Swift crystal core is the most expensive, and 1,000 contribution points are required to redeem it. With such a price difference, Su Lin can make better use of it. There is such a difference in the exchange price, it's not the fault of the person in charge of the shelter being stupid. After all, this price was finalized after several discussions by their management and official approval from above. According to them, gluttonous zombies are the easiest to kill, there are the most of them, and of course they are relatively cheap. Although there are a lot of violent zombies, it is not easy to kill them, so it is naturally more expensive. Not to mention the swift zombies, not only are they fewer in number, but they are also more dangerous to kill, so it is normal that they are a bit more expensive. In fact, even if this is the case, according to Joe Wayman, this is not the main reason for their pricing. The most fundamental reason for this pricing is that after successfully fusing the crystal core, the special ability person will rarely choose the main fusion gluttonous crystal core when choosing the main fusion crystal core.
Although Joe Wayman said that there are still very few people with special abilities.
But among those special powered people he had seen, most of them chose to fuse the violent crystal core, even himself.
As for the swift crystal cores, their number is already limited, and zombie crystal cores cannot be swallowed indefinitely.
After successfully fusing the crystal core, in order to quickly improve their own strength, it is rare to find people with special abilities who fuse this type of crystal core.
Major in finance and minor in.
Thinking about the method proposed by the official after they found out that zombie crystal cores cannot be swallowed indefinitely, Su Lin actually agreed with their approach.
Under certain restrictions, this is indeed the best solution to maximize personal strength.
However, this is not a problem for Su Lin, who is in charge of the Doomsday game system. Other people with special abilities are afraid of fusing too many crystal cores, which may lead to infection or even death, so they can only fuse one type of crystal core as the main one, and at most practice one other type as a secondary one.
But Su Lin doesn't have this worry.
It is true that he also needs to kill zombies, but after harvesting the zombie crystal cores, he does not need to eat them, just let Brother Tonzi recycle them. It is because of this that Su Lin can now cultivate 3 attributes at the same time. Thinking about it, he silently said recycle, and the 3 crystal cores in his hand suddenly disappeared. Ding, 3 first-level zombie crystal cores, all of top quality, can return 24% of the potential tank. You can choose the crystal core yourself, and Su Lin of course chose the best quality one.
Adding the previous 9%, today's potential tank increased by 33%.
He had barely achieved the task load he had set for himself for the day.
It was completed without a single cut.
This made him feel more and more that his choice to join the shelter was the right decision.
Unfortunately, I still haven't accumulated enough potential points. However, he still had 2 points of potential that had not been used before, and Su Lin planned to add it now. He didn't use it before because he was worried that after his physical attributes were enhanced, the potential bar that could be increased when killing zombies would decrease. Fortunately, after trying, Su Lin found that it should not be possible. At least not a small increase. Besides, he won't be in a hurry to go back this time because the situation outside is different from that in the community. Although there is a defense team in the shelter, in order to be protected, we still have to rely on our own strength. Without thinking anymore, Su Lin immediately communicated with the system. Strength +1, agility +1.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lin's body, which was sitting cross-legged, shook slightly. It had been a while since he had added any points, and he actually missed the pleasure that came with adding points.
Perhaps because it only added 2 attributes, the comfort that made him addicted soon disappeared. Then, Su Lin opened the property panel to check. Player name, Su Lin. Potential, 72.3%. Strength, 13, plus. Agility, 13, plus. Constitution, 13, plus. Potential points, 0.
Equipment inventory, energy generator, small stove, blood maker, golden desert eagle, special creature egg remaining hatching time, 4 days 23 hours 56 minutes.
Ability archive, dimensional space, health bar detection. The neatness of the 3 attributes all reached 13 points.
Well, Su Lin said that he really doesn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder, he just happens to have only 2 potential points. In addition, in the equipment inventory, Su Lin saw the special creature egg that was the reward for 1,000 kills. There are nearly 5 days left in the incubation period, and he is extremely curious about what will hatch from this egg.
After adding some, you naturally need to move your body.
Fortunately, this double tent is quite large, so Su Lin doesn't have to go out.
He just needs to get up and do some simple exercises.
Every time I add a little, my body will feel warm and sweat slightly. It must be uncomfortable to go to bed without taking a shower. Su Lin remembered that when he was leaving get off work, Fong Qing reminded him that there was a small bathroom in the medical department. Although he didn't care much about such trivial matters, Su Lin would naturally not endure the hardship of not having to squeeze into a public bathroom with those residents. So he planned to go there to take a shower and then come back to sleep. Chapter 126, A Little Famous? The next day, at 9:30 in the morning. Today is Su Lin's second day of work, so naturally no one will come to pick him up. So after washing up, he went to the cafeteria alone. He had used up the 2 free meals that were a benefit for new members of the shelter yesterday morning. Now, if Su Lin doesn't want to eat the extremely thin white porridge and small dry steamed buns, he has to spend his contribution points to buy them. Although there was plenty of food in Su Lin's space, he still had to go to the cafeteria to pretend to be well in this shelter. Otherwise, if people found out that he didn't go to the cafeteria to eat every day but was still full of energy, he would have a hard time explaining it. Fortunately, he took the initiative to replace the War Tiger Defender. Even if I spent 500 contribution points yesterday to exchange for a gluttonous crystal core, I still have 158 contribution points left. In this shelter, he is barely considered a wealthy person.
At least when it comes to eating, Su Lin will definitely not save money.
I spent 6 contribution points and bought 2 noodle sets. The chef who served the food was a woman in her 40s. She was stunned when she heard someone wanted 2 servings. After all, there are only a few residents who are willing to spend their contribution points on breakfast, and she has never seen many people eat 2 servings at a time.
You are Su Lin, Dr. Su?
After seeing Su Lin's expression, the aunt who served the food suddenly opened her mouth and asked.
Yes, it's me.
Su Lin nodded without thinking much about it. It's not surprising that the other party knows your name and job title, you just heard it from somewhere else. As we all know, whether it is a company or a school cafeteria, they are always at the forefront when it comes to inquiring about information. After getting Su Lin's answer, the auntie quickly prepared 2 servings of noodles and placed them in front of him. When she was picking up the noodles, her hands didn't shake at all. Both bowls were filled full. Finally, she picked out the 2 biggest eggs from the fried eggs and put them on the noodles for him. Seeing this, Su Lin thought that she was so steady because of her current identity as a doctor.
Unlike the waiters in some places, who serve dishes as if they have Parkinson's disease, and their wages may be deducted if they serve more. 2 servings of noodles were served, and Su Lin chose a seat and sat down to start eating. Perhaps because he had just finished eating last night and his body functions were improved, he was indeed quite hungry after waking up. When people are hungry, food actually tastes better than usual.
Su Lin quickly finished 2 bowls of noodles that tasted average. After drinking 2 more cups of soy milk, he was 70% full. In order to provide some residents who have no special skills or abilities with something to do, the shelter has also specially opened some very simple jobs. Just like in the cafeteria, there are people who specialize in cleaning and washing dishes. After breakfast, Su Lin took the dishes to the washing area, left the cafeteria, and prepared to go to work. On the way to the medical department, Su Lin discovered that all the residents passing by looked at him with something strange in their eyes. It's not that he is very sensitive, but when these residents looked at him, they not only did not avoid him, but also whispered to each other. This made Su Lin very confused. Even if he was from the medical department, he had only entered this shelter the day before yesterday and started working there yesterday.
It doesn't make sense that all the residents here know him in just 2 days, right?
After thinking about it for a long time but still unable to figure out why, Su Lin walked into his workplace with this confusion.
Inside the medical department. When Su Lin arrived, Fang Qing was just handing over her shift.
The person who took over the shift from her was the doctor named Zhang Wang, who had been asked by Su Lin Kai to treat Ma Shan's wound as soon as he arrived yesterday.
Su Lin didn't go over to disturb others. He went to the wall and took down a white coat to put on. At this time, the 2 people on duty noticed someone coming in. They turned around and saw that it was Su Lin, and their expressions changed at the same time. Congratulations, Su Lin.
The 2 stopped their shift and stepped forward and spoke in unison. Su Lin didn't react at first, but he soon remembered that the other party was congratulating him. I guess the fact that I have become a person with special abilities has been discovered by the 2 of them.
Did Han Bingyan tell them?
But after thinking about it carefully, Su Lin didn't think that with Minister Han's cold personality, she would specifically tell her subordinates that another of her subordinates had become a special person. While Su Lin was thinking, Fang Qing smiled and spoke to him again. Su Lin, we've all heard that you successfully fused the crystal core last night and became the 4th special-powered person in our shelter.
Congratulations.
Yes, Dr. Su, you are so lucky. Doctors are scarce in our shelter, but those with special abilities have the highest status.
Although Zhang Wan was not very familiar with Su Lin, he spoke with a flattering attitude.
Now that you understand medicine and have become a special person, your status in this shelter will probably be second only to Director Zhou, and on par with those ministers.
Sure enough, that was the only thing.
Hearing this, Su Lin smiled and nodded, "Thank you, it was just luck." When people congratulate him, he is not a cold-faced person, so he will naturally not be proud and ignore them. As for Zhang Wang's statement that his status would be higher, Su Lin did not comment. This person was obviously deliberately praising him. Su Lin did not think that after becoming this so-called special person, he could call the wind and rain in this shelter. However, Fong Qing's words made him feel a little strange. Su Lin didn't beat around the bush and asked directly.
Dr. Fong, you just said that you all heard about it. Besides you two, who else is there? Don't you know yet?
Upon hearing this, Fong Qing showed a very surprised expression. She looked at Su Lin puzzledly. Director Zhou had the news of you becoming a special ability person posted early this morning for all residents to see. Zhang Wang, who was standing by, also explained, "That's right, Dr. Su. Director Zhou even had someone write down the words you said after becoming a special ability person." The two of them talked back and forth, and after listening to the explanation, Su Lin finally solved the confusion he had when he came here. It turned out that Zhou Weiman had sent someone to post the news of his successful fusion of the crystal core on the residence bulletin board at 7 o'clock in the morning. In addition, he even recalled Su Lin's sudden thought in casual words yesterday. "You and Captain Ma must become stronger so that you can better protect our shelter." Zhou Weiman slightly modified this sentence and added, "It doesn't matter if I make a little sacrifice in front of it." After adding this sentence, Su Lin's original sentence was directly sublimated. It fully highlights the noble spirit of sacrificing the small self for the greater good. Zhou Weiman also asked the residents to take Su Lin as an example and learn from him. He also said that although the probability of becoming a special person is very small, for the sake of the big family of the shelter, someone has to sacrifice. Zhou Weiman is already very popular in this shelter. The residents naturally believed what he said.
No wonder, no wonder.
Su Lin now understood why the residents looked at him with such admiration and envy when he first arrived. To be honest, after hearing what Fong Qing and the others said, Su Lin felt a little embarrassed by the praise. He really wanted to say, "I really don't have such a great spirit."
Of course, it is impossible for Su Lin to deliberately undermine it.
Director Zhou probably did this to encourage more residents to exchange crystal cores and try to become special-powered people. Fortunately, this should not have any negative impact on Su Lin.
At most, it will be discussed by more people. With this thought in mind, Su Lin didn't want to continue chatting.
Seeing this, Zhang Wang tactfully said goodbye and left the medical department on the pretext of having finished the night shift and going back to sleep. After this person left, Su Lin and Fong Qing sat down in front of the computer shared by the medical department. This job is indeed easy, mainly because no one cares.
No wonder every resident here wants to get in.
Su Lin took out the mobile phone given to him by the Human Resources Department and opened the Tianhe Residence app.
Click on the Task Options column on the screen. Chapter 127, Corpse Oil.
The shelter had people create the Tianhe Human Settlement software, which of course serves more than just as an identity verification. For example, after completing your daily work, you need to use this software to swipe your card on something similar to a time clock to get your salary for the day. And in this software, there is also a task bar.
The meaning of the task is easy to understand.
All departments within the shelter, including all residents, can post tasks on it. According to the difficulty of each task, the recipient will obtain corresponding contribution points after completing a task.
The Tianhe shelter is quite large, accommodating up to 400 survivors.
Naturally, the more supplies you need, the better.
But there are also differences in value between materials.
For example, if some supplies are very scarce or even unavailable in the supply department, he will post them in the taskbar and want people to go out and look for them.
Usually this kind of task will give a very high contribution.
Because shelters generally do not force residents to hand in supplies they have found outside.
Some people may keep some scarce supplies for themselves when they find them.
Therefore, in order to encourage them to hand it in voluntarily, the contribution level of rewards for such tasks is increased. In this way, residents who find those scarce supplies will naturally be happy to use the supplies they find to complete tasks and gain contribution points. After all, if you want to survive in this shelter, contribution is the most important thing. This is also the biggest reason why the shelter's top management launched this contribution system after consultation with the authorities. After Su Lin clicked on the taskbar and browsed through it, he found quite a few good tasks. There's nothing he can do, he just has to adapt to local circumstances. There are quite a few zombie crystal cores in the logistics department, but there are surveillance cameras and armed guards guarding it, so Su Lin can't force his way in. I can only find a way to earn more contribution points to exchange for those crystal cores.
This is...
Su Lin's eyes suddenly focused and he let out a soft exclamation.
Among all the tasks listed here, many are long-term tasks.
One of the tasks was issued by the medical department where he is currently working. Purchase of various emergency medicines. If you provide the location of the medicines, you can also receive corresponding rewards.
This is normal. No matter what time it is, medicine is one of the most indispensable supplies. However, what surprised Su Lin was not this task, but another long-term task. Long-term purchase of zombie corpses, no limit on type or quantity. How to describe this mission? Although Su Lin already knew that the shelter encourages residents to hunt zombies. But what do they want with so many zombie corpses? There is no limit on the type and quantity. Even if it is for research, a few corpses are not enough. Wouldn't dozens or hundreds of the same type be enough?
Seeing Su Lin staring at the phone screen, Fong Qing came over and took a look. I was wondering what you were looking at so intently, but it turns out you were thinking about completing the mission.
After seeing the contents on the screen, Fong Qing said with a look of sudden realization.
That's right, now that you're in the medical department, you won't have to worry about your contribution to food and drink. But you are a special ability user now, so you have to find a way to earn contribution points to exchange for crystal cores, right? Hearing this, Su Lin came back to his senses. Fong Qing has been in this shelter longer than him and must know more than him.
Yes.
Su Lin admitted directly.
I saw the mission above. What's the mission about collecting zombie corpses? Hearing Su Lin asking her a question, Fong Qing was very happy to answer this colleague plus special person. This is actually an open secret of our shelter. Fong Qing pulled a chair and sat closer.
Su Lin, it's been your third day here.
Aren't you curious about why our shelter has electricity and the heating system is still running? You mean?
Su Lin didn't care about the other person approaching him, and said after a while.
The electricity and heating here are all related to zombie corpses? Of course he was curious.
Su Lin thought about this on the first day he came to this shelter. It was just because I had just arrived and was thinking about the crystal core, so I had never thought about this issue.
Now is a good opportunity to take a good look at the situation here. You have a very clever mind. Fong Qing praised with a smile. This sounded like flattery.
Su Lin didn't think much about it and gestured for her to continue. I heard this from one of the first survivors who entered this shelter while I was treating patients. Fong Qing sorted out her words and said slowly. Initially, the shelter was powered by diesel and gasoline generators, but these would eventually run out. Later, zombies appeared. It was said that an official department discovered through research that after humans turned into zombies, their body structure would change, and the zombies' bodies could extract a new energy source. After processing, this new energy source is called corpse oil by them. Corpse oil has a similar function to diesel and gasoline, but it must be used in conjunction with a specially developed generator made from corpse oil. Fong Qing paused for a moment and pointed at Su Lin's phone screen. The reason this mission requires unlimited zombie corpse recovery is because the amount of corpse oil that can be extracted from each zombie's body doesn't seem to be very large. As you can see, our shelter is quite large. Providing electricity and heating for such a large area consumes a lot of energy every day. By the way, even some of the cars driven by the defense team use corpse oil as a starting energy source. After listening to the other party's explanation, Su Lin nodded thoughtfully.
So that's it.
He also explained why a special pipeline for dumping zombie corpses was built outside the shelter. In addition to preventing other zombies from smelling the scent and coming over, it also makes it easier for them to collect zombie corpses. As for the fact that corpse oil can be extracted from zombie corpses, this is not a question that Su Lin needs to know. All he wanted to know was why the shelter needed so many zombie corpses. After figuring this out, Su Lin's gaze returned to the screen of his mobile phone, on which was marked the recycling price of each zombie's corpse. The corpses of ordinary zombies are the simplest, with each one costing an average of 10 contribution points. However, when recycling the corpses of first-level zombies, the price is exactly the opposite of the price of crystal cores. If we go by the price of crystal cores, the crystal cores of the swift zombie should be the most expensive. But if it comes to corpses, the most expensive one is the gluttonous zombie. In addition, the price of each gluttonous zombie is different, ranging from 5,100 contribution points. As for the price, it is based on the weight of the gluttonous zombie. In this regard, Su Lin said that the gluttonous zombie finally proved that it still has some value.
Chapter 128, Beginning.
Next, Fang Qing talked about some things related to zombie corpses. In her opinion, she and Su Lin are now colleagues, and the other party has become a special person. If she talks about this with the other party, Su Lin will definitely be more interested. Su Lin listened attentively and started chatting with her seriously. When it comes to creatures like zombies, Su Lin doesn't think he knows much more than the official ones. Of course, most of what Fang Qing said was well known in this shelter. But she also said that a small part of it was rumors she heard from Minister Han.
For example, she told Su Lin that Han Bingyan was the main server of Swift Crystal Core.
She said that only a few people in the shelter knew about this news. She heard it by chance when she entered Han Bingyan's office one day and Zhou Weiman happened to be talking to Han Bingyan.
You told me this just like that, aren't you afraid that Minister Han will know? Su Lin asked with some confusion. It's okay. This isn't really a big secret. Fang Qing smiled. After Director Zhou left, I asked Minister Han about it, and she said that I just had to not publicize it. Besides, you are now a member of our medical department, and like Minister Han, you have become a special person, so it will be okay for you to know. That's true. Su Lin nodded. He knew this yesterday when he swallowed the crystal core. It was not really a big secret. Oh right. Fang Qing seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously. Su Lin, how do you feel after becoming a special person? Also, what crystal core do you use as your main server? Like other residents in the shelter, Fang Qing is actually very curious about things related to people with special abilities. However, there are too few people with special abilities in the institute now, and one of them is her boss, so it is definitely not easy to ask. Let us not talk about the other two. Zhou Weiman is quite kind, but he is the director of the shelter after all, so it is not easy for her to ask him about such things. As for Ma Shan from the defense team, Fang Qing didn't even dare to ask him questions. I don't feel anything. I mainly serve the gluttony crystal core. The other person answered many of his questions, so Su Lin had nothing to hide. Greedy crystal core? Fang Qing was stunned for a moment when she heard this. What is a greedy crystal core? Forehead. Realizing that he had let something slip without noticing, Su Lin remained expressionless and immediately said, As for the fat body crystal core you mentioned, I didn't think the name sounded good, so I came up with one myself. Oh, I see. You're quite good at naming then. Do you have anything else to ask? Su Lin didn't talk much about the name and changed the subject. Yes, some. After being asked this by Su Lin, Fang Qing did not delve into the matter and immediately asked the question she was most curious about. I've seen the crystal core exchange table at the supply department. Swift crystal cores are the most expensive, while fat crystal cores are the cheapest. Does that mean that Minister Han, who specializes in swift crystal cores, is the most powerful? The fat crystal core is the cheapest, if you are the main server of the fat crystal core. At the end of the sentence, Fang Qing suddenly realized what was going on and stopped talking immediately. However, Su Lin knew without thinking that she wanted to ask whether he, a special ability user who mainly eats crystal cores, was the weakest among the special ability users. In fact, Su Lin really couldn't say which of the three types of crystal cores was weaker and which was stronger. At most, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. For him, the type of zombie crystal core is actually the least important. What he values more is the quality of the crystal core. As for types, he accepts all. It can be judged according to the official value. Among the three types of crystal cores that have appeared so far, the swift crystal core is the most valuable. When Su Lin exchanged crystal cores previously, Zhou Weiman and others also explained the reasons to him. This is because the number of swift zombies is small and the difficulty of killing them is higher than that of violent and gluttonous zombies. This is not difficult to understand. The essential differences between zombie crystal cores are actually not that big. After being successfully swallowed, they can all enhance human physical fitness. It's just that the direction of enhancement is different. In this case, naturally, that type of crystal core is rarer and harder to obtain, so the contribution points to the pricing will be greater. As the saying goes, things are valuable because they are rare. However, although the swift crystal core is expensive, its corpse is actually the cheapest among the three first-level zombies. Su Lin has not yet seen what the swift zombie looks like.
According to the description he heard yesterday, this type of zombie is usually thin.
It's no wonder that the recycling price of its corpse is low.
Although they are both first-level zombies, the corpse of a gluttonous zombie is of such a size that the amount of corpse oil that can be extracted from it is naturally much more than that of a swift zombie.
This is why the general recycling price of the corpse of a gluttonous zombie is 5,100 contribution points. The recycling price of swift zombies is only between 20-30. According to Fong Qing's explanation, this is because the official announcement stated that the corpses of swift zombies have certain research value. Otherwise, given its size, its recycling price would probably be the same as that of an ordinary zombie corpse. Thinking of this, Su Lin couldn't help but think that he hadn't killed any zombies for 3 days, and his hands were itching. Especially now he has another way to obtain crystal cores. Previously, when he killed zombies, ordinary zombies could only add potential gauges. Level 1 zombies are better. After filling up their potential tanks, they can also allow the system to recycle crystal cores. It's different now. After killing ordinary zombies, the bodies can be collected by the shelter. First-level zombies are even better. Not only does the shelter recycle their corpses, but their crystal cores can also be exchanged for contribution points. The most important thing is that the prices of crystal cores are different. He can make a profit from the price difference and then let the system recycle them. It feels good just thinking about it. That is, now what kind of suitable and reasonable reason should be found to make it easier for him to obtain zombie corpses and collect crystal cores to exchange them here? This is a bit of a headache. On the opposite side, seeing Su Lin suddenly stop talking, Fong Qing thought that her words had made him angry. She immediately felt embarrassed. It's no wonder she thinks so.
In her opinion, Su Lin is young and a man. Being called the weakest by a woman like her would definitely make her feel dissatisfied. Although she didn't say the word weak.
Su Lin, don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Don't think too much about it.
Fong Qing hurriedly explained. She knew very well that even though she had more experience in the medical department than the other party, seniority was often not considered. Hearing this, Su Lin came back to his senses.
Angry? There's nothing to be angry about. Not to mention that he didn't major in gluttony crystal core.
If this little thing is worth getting angry about. Then in his previous life, he would not have been killed by someone, but would have been angered to death. Su Lin said without thinking.
You're right.
Someone with special abilities like Minister Han should be more powerful.
Su Lin didn't refute the other party, he just talked about it.
It's not like he says that a certain type is strong, so that type is really strong. Hearing that Su Lin's tone hadn't changed and his expression didn't look angry, Fong Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, the door of the medical department was pushed open. Su Lin turned around and saw Ma Shan from the defense team walking in. Of course, his injury couldn't heal so quickly. He came with a crutch and someone was pushing a wheelchair with him.
Captain Ma, can you please change the medicine?
Seeing this, Fong Qing got up to get the medicine.
Let Dr. Su come.
Ma Shan said, Dr. Fong, it's not that I don't trust your skills. After all, the other party was from the medical department, and Ma Shan didn't want the other party to misunderstand him, so he explained.
I have something else I want to talk to Dr. Su about. Could you please come to my place to change my medicine? Hearing this, Fong Qing looked to the side.
Su Lin thought for a moment, and nodded without asking any more questions.
Okay, Captain Ma, go back first. I'll pack up the things I need and then come over.
Okay, Xiao Wang, you stay here and wait for Dr. Su. Take him to our place. Ma Shan gave an instruction to the team members, then got on the wheelchair and walked out. After Ma Shan left, Su Lin came to the doctor's cupboard, taking the necessary medicines and gauze, while wondering what the other party wanted to see him for.
Chapter 129 Help?
After packing up the supplies needed for treatment, Su Lin followed the security guard named Xiao Wang and walked out of the medical department's door. On the way there, Su Lin couldn't help but wonder what Ma Shan wanted to talk to him about. But after thinking about it, he really couldn't think of anything else he could do to help him, based on his current abilities, other than changing the medicine. Su Lin didn't ask much to the person who led the way, as he was one of Ma Shan's men.
Without Ma Shan's instructions, it was naturally unlikely that he would reveal anything to him.
After walking for about 5 minutes, Su Lin arrived at where the defense team was located, which was a dormitory area, or a stronghold.
I can only say that they are the defense team.
Even in the sleeping area, there are people standing guard with guns, and there are two of them. When Su Lin was strolling in this shelter before, he naturally did not miss this place. It was just that there was someone standing guard, so he didn't go closer to take a look. The two guards on duty were invited here today and have already received orders from Ma Shan.
Seeing the two approaching, one of them stepped forward and asked, "Brother Wang, this is Dr. Su, right?" "Yes, you should also recognize the servants. Don't offend Dr. Su in the future.
He was the one who treated Team Ma's wound yesterday." The man who had upgraded from Xiao Wang to Brother Wang immediately introduced himself upon hearing this. "I see, Brother Wang, you know that our defense team has always been friendly to the medical department, not to mention that this person is Dr. Su." Another person who was standing guard came forward and said with a smile,
"Dr. Su, we heard that you went to exchange for a zombie crystal core yesterday and it was successful?" Su Lin just nodded. This wasn't the first time he was asked this question today. After learning that Zhou Weiman had successfully swallowed his crystal core and announcing it to the entire institute, he already knew that he would probably be questioned many times. But there's nothing he can do about it. This is his territory and he's the boss. He can't just stop people from speaking, right? Team Ma wants to talk to Dr. Su.
I'll take him over first. Seeing that Su Lin didn't seem to be in the mood to talk, this little Brother Wang tactfully interrupted and reminded him. Of course, the two guards didn't dare to stop them from leaving, so they made way and let the two go in. It was not convenient to get closer and take a closer look last time, but now Su Lin can observe the structure of the defense team very well. Compared with the personnel department, the medical department, and the materials department excluding the material storage warehouse, the defense force's territory is obviously much larger. Besides being large, the place is not a tent, but consists of 6 independent houses.
One of them is newly built and has not been completed yet.
No wonder people say that the defense forces are well treated. Not only are their salaries high, but they also live better than most of the residents here. When Su Lin passed by these houses, several members of the defense team, who might be on duty today, came out of the houses.
"Hello, Brother Wang. Brother Wang, who is this person? Is he a new member of our defense team?"
From the way several people addressed him, Su Lin could tell that this Brother Wang seemed to have some status in this defense team.
"I think he's only in his early 20s. He's so young, with small arms and legs. It's not certain whether he can kill zombies, or even if he dares to face them, right?"
"That's right. Even though our defense team has lowered its recruitment standards, we can't just hire everyone."
"Brother, I think you are a new arrival.
I suggest you find another job in the shelter. At least it will be safer. Don't let us encounter zombies, as we will have to spare some time to protect you." After greeting Brother Wang, these people all looked at Su Lin with questioning expressions.
Broken. Hearing these words, Brother Wang secretly thought that something was wrong.
The main reason was that these people were talking so fast and he had no time to stop them.
"What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up!"
Xiao Wang shouted angrily, then quickly turned around.
"Dr. Su, I'm sorry. They're just talking nonsense.
Please don't take it to heart.
I'll ask them to apologize to you right away."
Their defense team would never easily offend people from the medical department, let alone the fact that this person has now become a special person. At this moment, Brother Wang really blamed himself for being too slow in speaking. Su Lin would not get angry just because of these few words. Although these words were a bit contemptuous, there was no sarcasm in them. He has a delicate appearance and is not a strong type. However, he still glanced at each of their faces, then shook his head and said,
"Nothing, no need to apologize. Aren't your cavalry still waiting for me to change the medicine? Let's go."
Seeing Su Lin being so magnanimous, Brother Wang had no choice but to apologize again, and then glared at those people fiercely. "Dr. Su, this way, our cavalry team lives in the innermost room." After the two left, only a few members of the defense team were left there, staring at each other.
"Dr. Su? Is his surname Su? I remember that the new special ability person that Director Zhou reported this morning also had the surname Su, right?" "Yes, right, from the medical department. His name is Su Lin." The guard duty inside the shelter was not as strict as outside. The two brothers who were originally on guard duty saw several people gathered there motionless, so they came over. As soon as someone arrived, they said, "Brothers, you all saw it, right?"
The person who just came with Brother Wang is the resident who successfully swallowed the crystal core yesterday, and he is from the medical department. Upon hearing this, the faces of the defense team members who had just looked down on Su Lin turned pale. Like all other defense teams, they are definitely the ones who least want to offend the medical department.
The reason is simple: people on the defense team are the most vulnerable.
If they were just members of the medical department, they wouldn't be like this. But the identity of this doctor plus person with special abilities really made several people worried. Fortunately, judging from Su Lin's expression and tone when he left, he didn't seem to take it to heart. Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. At the same time, thinking that the other party had only been here for a few days, he dared to swallow the crystal core. These people, including the two on guard, all admired Su Lin's courage. Not only them, but their entire defense team was surprised when they learned that someone had tried to swallow the crystal core raw and succeeded. Compared with ordinary residents, the members of their defense team actually admire Su Lin more. The cheapest crystal core is worth 500 contribution points, and most residents don't have the chance to try it because they can't afford it. But for the people in their defense team, although 500 contribution points is a lot, it is not impossible for no one to save it.
But those who have saved enough contribution points really don't dare to try.
After all, they all knew that if they failed to swallow the crystal core, there would be a small chance of infection and a high chance of death. Given these two risks, few people dare to take the risk of saving their lives, which they have finally saved from this disaster. It is precisely because of this that these defense team members admire Su Lin even more. Especially those who had just looked down on Su Lin felt extremely ashamed at this moment. If Su Lin knew what they were thinking, he would definitely want to laugh and say to himself,
"Don't be ashamed, I'm not that brave."
At the same time, in the innermost room of the defense team, Su Lin had already started changing the dressing for Ma Shan. Brother Wang stood aside, afraid that Su Lin would tell what had just happened.
Su Lin didn't have that thought.
After he had almost finished exchanging money for Ma Shan, he slowly said,
"Captain Ma, tell me, you asked me to come here to change your medicine. What do you need from me?" Ma Shan was stunned for a moment by Su Lin's directness, then laughed and said, "Dr. Su is really quick-witted. I do have something to trouble you with. But before that, I still have to ask, did you really succeed in swallowing the crystal core yesterday?"
Su Lin was speechless and just looked at him silently.
Chapter 130: Invitation and Request.
I was prepared to be asked multiple times, but I was asked 3 times in such a short time.
Forget it. Seeing Ma Shan's serious look, Su Lin nodded as an admission.
In order to avoid being pestered by the other party, he added, "Captain Ma, there is no point in me lying about this matter, and it will not benefit me in any way. Besides, even if you don't believe me, Director Zhou and Minister Han saw it, so you should believe them, right?" Since Su Lin said so, Ma Shan naturally believed it without a doubt. Just as the other party said, he may not trust other people, but he has complete trust in Zhou Weiman. In fact, it was only after Ma Shan woke up this morning that he was informed by his subordinates that a 4th person with special abilities had appeared in their shelter. Because of the serious injury he suffered yesterday, he went to bed early in the afternoon. Otherwise, if he hadn't been injured, he would definitely go and watch if he knew someone in the institute had swallowed a crystal core.
"Captain Ma, can you tell me now why you asked me to come here?"
Su Lin asked again without stopping changing the medicine on his hands.
"I'm sorry, Dr. Su, it's not that I don't believe you."
Although Ma Shan looks rough, he is quite good at talking. He first apologized, and then slowly explained the purpose of inviting Su Lin here to change the medicine.
"Dr. Su, it's been 3 days since you came here.
I think you should know that the supplies in this shelter are not unlimited." After saying this, Ma Shan paused and looked at Su Lin. Hearing this, Su Lin could probably guess the other party's purpose in looking for him.
"Well, I know that, of course." However, he did not say anything on his own initiative and only gave a brief answer.
Seeing this, Ma Shan continued.
"As the official headquarters of Tianzhou City, in addition to providing some firearms support to the shelter, we need to find ways to obtain most of the other daily necessities ourselves.
There are now nearly 400 residents in the Tianhe shelter, and the amount of supplies needed every day is not a small number. Dr. Su, you have also seen that in our shelter, a large number of residents dare not go out, and the main force searching for supplies is only our defense team. After the last large-scale zombie attack, there are only 20 people left in our defense team, including me. 20 people are responsible for the daily necessities of 400 people. This is really difficult, very difficult." Speaking of this, Ma Shan couldn't help but sigh. Su Lin did not interrupt him, just waited for him to continue. Now he was able to determine what the other party wanted him to do.
Dr. Su, could you please join our defense team?
Ma Shan felt that he had laid the groundwork enough and his emotions were on point, so he finally stated his purpose.
Sure enough, just as Su Lin thought, Ma Shan wanted to trick him into joining the defense team.
No wonder the other party didn't say it in the medical department, but asked him to come here specifically. If this were said in the medical department and his female boss heard it. Others may not know this, but Su Lin knows that Ma Shan is no match for Han Bingyan. Especially when he learned that Ma Shan was mainly violent and his secondary nature was greedy for crystal cores. Han Bingyan, on the other hand, majored in agility and minored in strength. Judging from the health bars he observed earlier, Han Bingyan's current health limit is 165, and Ma Shan's is 150. The only difference between the two of them seems to be a health bar limit of 15. But you have to know that Ma Shan has swallowed the gluttonous crystal core, but Han Bingyan has not. Although Su Lin had not done any tests, he could see the characteristics of the three types of crystal cores from the information provided by the system. Although all three types of crystal cores can increase the upper limit of the health bar, the gluttonous crystal core must add more. Therefore, the upper limit of the health bar can only be used as a reference to estimate the approximate strength of humans or zombies.
Moreover, humans' health bars are naturally thinner than zombies, which is normal.
After all, even Su Lin couldn't say that he could withstand a few knives and a gunshot and still jump around like a zombie. Seeing that Su Lin seemed to be thinking, Ma Shan did not disturb him. The reason why he asked Su Lin to come here to discuss this matter was that he did not want to poach people from the medical department blatantly. Ma Shan also understood that perhaps in the eyes of most residents of the shelter, he looked stronger than Han Bingyan. This is inevitable, even though the residents know that both of them are special people. But Ma Shan is a man, and he looks tall, strong and tough.
No matter how you look at it, she is more powerful than Han Bingyan, a woman, right?
This is not sexist. This is not sexist. This is not sexist. This is not sexist.
The body structures of men and women are completely different. This is innate.
90% of the residents of Tianhe shelter, both men and women, think so.
Ma Shan actually had a lot of grievances that he couldn't express.
After becoming a special powered person, he had secretly challenged Han Bingyan to a competition.
That was the result.
He wasn't abused, but he certainly couldn't win. But how could he have the nerve to admit that he, the captain of the defense team, was not as good as the director of the medical department in fighting?
If this gets out, won't it become a laughingstock for the entire shelter?
Even if these residents didn't dare laugh at him in front of him, they might tease him in private. Of course, at present, only the two parties involved in Zhou Weiman know about this matter.
Thinking of this, Ma Shan couldn't help but praise Han Bingyan silently.
Not exposing this matter saved the face of the defense captain.
In fact, Ma Shan didn't know that Han Bingyan just didn't have that idea.
Instead, she wanted to study zombies more and find ways to improve herself. Su Lin and Ma Shan were both thinking about their own things at this moment.
3 minutes later.
Originally, Ma Shan thought that Su Lin would need to think about it for a while, but he suddenly said,
Captain Ma, I'm sorry, but I'm not very interested in joining the defense team.
Just kidding, he joined the medical department because it was a quiet department and he could find ways to do more other things.
Also, if I change departments, I will definitely offend Han Bingyan.
Su Lin was not afraid of the cold female boss, but there was no need to do so. Although he said so, he actually had other plans in his mind in the past 3 minutes.
Dr. Su, you don't have to rush to answer me. Let me first hear what my conditions are.
Ma Shan did not give up because of Su Lin's rejection.
I think you must have inquired about it.
The daily basic contribution points for our defense team members are 10 points. I can make the decision and increase your hours to 20 o'clock a.m. day, and you don't have to stand guard or patrol every day.
This is the maximum authority I can give you.
If it's higher, you have to discuss it with Director Zhou. In addition, if you agree, I will personally give you another crystal core.
It can be seen that Ma Shan really wants to recruit Su Lin into their defense team. He was indeed sincere.
The main reason was that Su Lin not only became a special person, but he also understood medical knowledge. If they join their defense team, they can receive immediate treatment anywhere if they get injured when they go out to look for supplies, which greatly improves their safety. Their defense team had thought about having a doctor accompany them every time they went out.
But after several managers discussed it, they finally rejected the proposal.
The main reason is that there are few doctors in the shelter, and if we take him out, we have to distract ourselves to protect him. If we accidentally lose one person, it would be more trouble than gain. But if the doctor is also a special person, the risk can be greatly reduced. For ordinary residents, the conditions offered by Mazhan are actually very good. There is no need to patrol or stand guard, and the daily contribution is still doubled. If someone else comes, they will probably agree directly. But these things are actually not very tempting to Su Lin. He doesn't have to patrol or stand guard in the medical department, so as for contribution, 10 more points a day is nothing to him. He wants contribution points only to exchange for crystal cores. If you add 10 points every day, even if you exchange it for one more of the cheapest gluttonous crystal core, it will still take 50 days. However, the last one who gave the crystal core was pretty good for Su Lin. It's just one, if it was 30, he might agree. But Su Lin just thought about it, not to mention that Ma Shan did not have such high authority. Even if he had it, Su Lin didn't think that the value he showed now was worth someone bribing him with 30 crystal cores. Captain Ma, I'm sorry. Su Lin repeated what he had just said. Seeing this, Ma Shan shook his head helplessly and glanced at his leg, which had been patched up. Don't be sorry, Dr. Su. It's understandable that you would refuse. After all, most of the residents here don't dare to go out again after coming here. Especially since you were the doctor who treated my injuries, I understand seeing this kind of injury. It can be seen that Ma Shan is a man of temperament. Su Lin gave him another evaluation. Since the medicine had been changed and the matter had been rejected, Ma Shan prepared to have the guests sent away. But Su Lin didn't stand up, and now it was Ma Shan's turn to be confused. Captain Ma, I don't want to join the defense team, but I can still accept going out with you. Hearing this, Ma Shan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Lin and said with a faint smile. Of course, let me be clear. I won't help you out of obligation. I'll charge you a certain fee for going out with you to search for supplies. Finally, I want to go every time, so you can ask me before you go out. Of course, Ma Shan didn't understand what was going on. It turned out that the other party was not afraid, but did not want to be restricted. Okay. I'll do as you say, Dr. Su. After only 3 seconds of consideration, Ma Shan laughed and agreed. Before Su Lin could speak, Ma Shan couldn't wait to say, Dr. Su, since you've said that, I won't be polite to you. We have several members in our defense team who are specifically assigned to look for supply points outside. They brought back news an hour ago that they had found a warehouse about 50 kilometers away from the shelter, but there were many zombies wandering around the warehouse, so they couldn't get close to it. But what is certain is that the warehouse door is still intact and has not been damaged, so I decided to organize people to go and take a look in a few days. How about it, Dr. Su, do you want to go with us? What a coincidence! I was feeling sleepy and someone gave me a pillow. Su Lin wanted to go out anyway, he was just looking for a reason. Now you don't have to look for it anymore, you can go out with a clear conscience. Looking at Ma Shan's expression, it was precisely because he had discovered this warehouse that he was anxious to find Su Lin to join the defense team. Okay, when exactly? This time Su Lin did not refuse. Maybe in 3 or 4 days. Ma Shan replied immediately, wait until my injury gets better. Su Lin glanced at the other person's injured leg. The recovery ability of people with special abilities is much better than that of ordinary people. But it will take at least 10 days for Ma Shan to fully recover from this injury. If it only lasts 3 or 4 days, at best you can walk without using the pestle. But it wasn't him who was injured anyway, so if they said it would be a few days, then it would be a few days. Su Lin did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Chapter 131, Part-Time Job. Seeing that Su Lin agreed, Ma Shan immediately became in a good mood. The main reason why he asked the other party to come here today was indeed to recruit Su Lin into their defense team. The reason why Ma Shan recruited Su Lin to the defense team was simply to have him go out with the team to increase their survival rate. In this situation now, although he was rejected by Su Lin. But fortunately, the talks did not completely break down. At least he agreed to go with them on the next operation. Even if the other party says that, they may not go out with them every time in the future. If there is one, there may be two. Having said that, Ma Shan's goal today was barely achieved. Su Lin solved the reason why he wanted to go out. It can be said that both of them are very happy. 3 or 4 days later, Su Lin said in a neither loud nor soft voice. The medicine had been changed and the conversation was over. He didn't plan to ask any more questions and was about to get up and leave. Although Su Lin didn't ask, Ma Shan could hear the other party's words 3 or 4 days later with a hint of doubt in his tone. He also noticed that Su Lin looked at his injured leg when he said these words. Ma Shan can be the captain of the defense team, and his identity as a special person does have certain advantages. But he was not stupid, so he naturally understood the other party's doubts. So Su Lin didn't need to ask, he pointed at his leg wrapped in gauze and asked with a smile. Dr. Su, are you asking if my leg will be healed in 3 or 4 days? Su Lin didn't want to ask whether Ma Shan's leg was okay or not, as it had little to do with him. He just followed the defense team out, and as for what would happen after they got out. It's not like this shelter outside, where there are cameras and armed guards everywhere, so he can do whatever he wants. Seeing that Ma Shan really wanted to answer his questions, Su Lin had no choice but to stay for a while. It would be a bit of a lie to say that he wasn't curious about this at all. In Su Lin's opinion, Ma Shan doesn't look like a fool. Su Lin was not the only one in the shelter who could treat injuries. How could Ma Shan not know that it was impossible for his injuries to fully recover within 3 or 4 days? Seeing that Su Lin was sitting there without moving, Ma Shan asked Brother Wang to get a small box from the table nearby and give it to him. After taking the box, he opened it in front of Su Lin. Seeing the things inside, Su Lin didn't seem surprised. Dr. Su, you must be familiar with this thing, Ma Shan said as he reached out and picked up the gray-black crystal in the box. Zombie crystal core. Su Lin nodded and said, I saw it yesterday, so of course it's familiar to me. It's still a gluttony core, but the quality is not high, 50%. Su Lin naturally didn't say the latter sentence, but he was just thinking in his heart, what does it mean that the other party took out a crystal core? Show off? It doesn't look like. Yes, it's the zombie crystal core. After Su Lin finished speaking, Ma Shan explained without waiting for him to ask. Dr. Su, you just became a special ability person yesterday, so you may not know much about this. After successfully swallowing the crystal core, it can not only improve our physical fitness, but also be of great help in injury recovery. Of course, I didn't discover this, it was the Zombie Research Department at Tianzhou's official headquarters that informed us. It was this so-called Zombie Research Department again. Su Lin had heard news about this department many times. Returning to his thoughts, he did not interrupt, but just listened quietly to the other party continue speaking. Through their numerous experiments, they concluded that swallowing crystal cores can accelerate the recovery of wounds in our special abilities. In addition, they also discovered that among the 3 known types of crystal cores, the fat body crystal core is the most helpful for wounds. Having said that, Su Lin already understood and learned a little knowledge. Crystal cores can help people heal wounds, so that's how it is. After knowing that the crystal core had this function, Su Lin's expression changed slightly. He suddenly thought that since it was said that the crystal core could help these special people and speed up the recovery of their wounds, so when he uses potential points to increase attributes, does that also? When he thought of this, Su Lin recalled his previous state after each time he added points, and suddenly it became clear. Admittedly, every time he added a little bit, the process was a little bit sour and refreshing. But he clearly remembered that every time he completed the extra point, his physical condition was better than ever. Thinking about it this way, it suddenly became perfectly normal that the crystal core could restore the body's functions. The most important thing is that even though Su Lin hasn't experienced it yet, he can guess it without trying. Increasing the recovery speed will definitely be faster and better than if they swallowed the crystal core. Speaking of Ma Shan, the recovery effect of the gluttonous crystal core is the fastest. The gluttony crystal core corresponds to the physical attribute. From this, Su Lin could infer that when he improved his physical fitness, the speed at which he recovered from his injuries was simply unimaginable. Well, of course, it would be best if you don't get hurt. Su Lin didn't want to actually try such a thing. But regardless of whether to try it or not, knowing another way to use potential points would still be helpful to Su Lin. Dr. Su, did you listen to me? After Ma Shan finished speaking, he noticed that Su Lin's expression didn't change much, as if he was thinking about something, so he couldn't help but call him. Realizing that he had been distracted, Su Lin said aloud. I just think that crystal cores are really useful. I need to come to your defense team more often to help and earn more contribution points to exchange for crystal cores. Su Lin said something that was 9 truths and 1 lie. This is the right reaction. This is what a novice special person should say. Hearing Su Lin say this, Ma Shan thought to himself and laughed again. Part-time job? Dr. Su, you use this term in a very modern way. I haven't heard of it in a long time since the apocalypse. Of course, we in the Defense Force would very much welcome you to work part-time.
Captain Ma, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Just let me know when you come.
Su Lin stood up and said goodbye. Seeing this, Ma Shan handed over the crystal core in his hand and said, Dr. Su, I originally gave you this crystal core to join our defense team. Since you refused, then this crystal core will be considered as my payment for you to accompany us on our outing. I've heard that this is the fat body crystal core of your main fusion. Although this type of crystal core doesn't increase combat power the most, taking one more will at least give you a little more self-protection ability when you get out. In front of the crystal core, Su Lin could not be polite at all.
Okay.
He took the crystal core, put it in his pocket, and said with a faint smile,
Captain Ma, I'll accept this for now. As for the final reward, we'll decide after we visit the warehouse. Want to see it first? Okay, Dr. Su, you're really smart. I won't keep you here.
I'll have someone notify you of the specific time you'll be out. After Ma Shan finished speaking, he asked Brother Xiao Wang to take Su Lin away from his residence. After leaving Ma Shan's room, Su Lin told Brother Wang that there was no need to see him off, and that he could just go by himself. Brother Wang couldn't force him to give it to her, so after saying a few compliments, he immediately turned around and went back to Ma Shan's house. While thinking about something, Su Lin touched the crystal core in his pocket and walked towards the outside of the defense team. Just as he was standing guard outside the defense team, a woman came in front of him. When the other party saw him coming, he took the initiative to give up the way. Su Lin looked into her eyes for 2 seconds, then looked at her face and body for a few seconds.
This person is? What surprised Su Lin was that he actually knew this woman. The understanding may not be very rigorous, it should be just an encounter. This woman was the female police officer he met a few days ago in the apartment where he stayed for one night to avoid the zombie attack. The name seems to be Zhao something. He didn't remember it for a moment, but when he saw the scale in front of the other party, Su Lin suddenly realized it. By the way, Zhao Yurong.
His eyes didn't stay on the woman for long, and the two passed each other.
Zhao Yurong only glanced at Su Lin and obviously did not recognize him. After all, she only saw Su Lin's back that day.
After passing her, Su Lin returned to his job here thoughtfully.
Chapter 132, Unusual Movement.
When I returned to the medical department, I didn't see Fong Cheng when I entered. She should be in a ward, changing the dressing for the injured or something like that.
Su Lin didn't go looking for it.
He just sat in front of the public computer, thinking about going out in a few days. After thinking for a while, he took out the gluttonous crystal core from his pocket and held it in his hand.
The deposit is okay.
Su Lin said it in a relaxed tone with a hint of regret. The quality of the gluttonous crystal core in my hand is only 50%. He remembered that among the 20 or so crystal cores he saw yesterday, there were several with a quality of 70% or 80%.
It's acceptable, right? Su Lin can't say to Ma Shan, I don't want this one, can you let me pick one myself?
If he really did this, even if Ma Shan agreed, it would still make the other party suspicious. Although the probability of suspicion is extremely small, there is no need for Su Lin to do something that may arouse suspicion just for a 2 or 3% increase in his potential. The advantage of the crystal core quality can be seen as a huge help to Su Lin. He didn't want others to know that he had such an ability, even if it was just a suspicion. Thinking of this, Su Lin put the crystal core back into his pocket, but when he put it into his pocket, he silently said recycle. Ding, first level zombie crystal core, medium quality, can return 5% of the potential tank.
He had observed carefully yesterday and today. Except for Han Bingyan's office, which was not very clear, there were surveillance cameras in other places in the medical department. Maybe it's to prevent residents from stealing medicine? Su Lin naturally wouldn't be so blatant as to perform the crystal core's disappearance technique here. After recovering the crystal core, he glanced at the panel. Potential, 77.3%. There is still more than 20% left to accumulate a full potential point. Don't think about it these days. Su Lin is still quite Buddhist. Just treat it as a vacation for himself. Just work or slack off here for 3 or 4 days and see what happens. After a few days of going out with the defense team, he would have to find a way to make up for this leisure time. With nothing to do, Su Lin wanted to learn more about the residents here, so he started browsing the medical records collected by the medical department on this computer connected to the shelter's local area network. After all, it is the end of the world now. Naturally, the medical records written by the medical department of this shelter cannot be as long and detailed as those written by hospitals in normal society. A medical record can easily contain thousands or even tens of thousands of words. Well, if Su Lin were to say, many doctors are coding saints. This is a joke, of course. The medical record written on the computer introduces the name of the injured person, briefly describes where the injury is, what needs to be paid attention to, and the time to change the dressing. Su Lin started looking at the latest medical record and suddenly noticed that the policewoman appeared on it again. Her exact name was on the medical record, which was Zhao Yurong, whom he met when he just came out of the defense team. Her name is the same as the one Su Lin thought of himself.
The name is indeed well chosen.
As for meeting this female police officer here, Su Lin didn't think it was a coincidence or fate. The apartment where he temporarily hid that day was only closest to the Tianhe shelter. When Zhao Yurong and others came out that day, their destination would only be here. He scanned the medical records next to hers. Judging from the time of admission, this should be their group. However, Su Lin remembered that there were 5 of them. There are only 4 medical records now, and I don't know whether the remaining person is completely uninjured or no longer needs treatment. As for the policewoman surnamed Zhao, she was able to arrive at the shelter safely with 4 people who were not old, weak, sick, or disabled, but could be said to be almost useless. Su Lin was still a little surprised. This can be seen from the conversation he heard that day and the performance of the 4 people when they were killing zombies downstairs. Aside from the older man, the other 3 were complete drags. Even so, I was able to come here alive. Su Lin couldn't say whether they were lucky or the policewoman was really something. Hey, Su Lin, you're back. What are you looking at? As Su Lin was thinking, the door of the ward on his left was pushed open, and Fong Qing came out with replacement medicines. I just came back a while ago, and since I didn't have anything to do, I just checked the medical records. Before Fong Qing came over, Su Lin removed the page of Zhao Yurong's medical record and flipped through a few pages casually. Upon hearing this, Fong Qing put the medicine away and sat down next to Su Lin. Su Lin, you are so lucky. If you had come a few days earlier, you would have been busy. Fong Qing said with a bitter face. Actually, our medical department is pretty idle most of the time. But after the massive zombie attack a few days ago, several of our doctors worked for almost 30 hours straight, even Minister Han. Hearing this, Su Lin nodded without comment. He had already heard about this. It is said that during that zombie tide, a small number of zombies even rushed into the shelter. The result, naturally, was chaos among the residents. There were naturally quite a few injured residents, but fortunately most of them only had minor injuries. Because many residents were not injured directly by zombies. Rather, it was when they were fleeing in a panic that they got injured because there were too many people and everyone was pushing each other. Su Lin, can I ask what Captain Ma wants to talk to you about? If it's inconvenient to say, just pretend I didn't ask. Fong Qing also understood that the fact that Ma Shan personally came to invite Su Lin to his place was enough to show that what he wanted to talk about must be no simple matter. Nothing, Captain Ma wants me to switch jobs and join his defense team. Su Lin didn't hide it and told it casually. Anyway, after a few days, when he goes out with the defense team, the other party will still know about this. What? Captain Ma asked you to go to the defense team? Isn't he afraid that our Minister Han will look for him? Fong Qing said in surprise. But she was still quite smart. After thinking about it carefully, she understood why Ma Shan did this. Although Fong Chang already knew that Su Lin only knew basic first aid, he also had the added benefit of being a person with special abilities. It's understandable that the captain of the Centaur team wants to poach him. Then you agreed to him? Fong Qing asked worriedly. Since the defense team is here to recruit people, the conditions they offer must be better than those of the medical department. This is something you can guess without even thinking about it. Su Lin wouldn't be unable to resist the temptation of the defense team and change departments directly, right? Although she and Su Lin had only known each other for 2 days, she felt that she was quite comfortable getting along with each other. Moreover, there is a colleague with special abilities, and their minister is also a special ability person. The presence of 2 special ability people in one department has invisibly increased the weight of their medical department in this shelter. As the weight increases, it is only a matter of time before the salary increases. No, I'm about to agree, so why would I come back here to look at the medical records? Su Lin shook his head. But I promised Captain Ma that I would occasionally work part-time in their defense team in the future. If Fong Chang had heard the words job hopping and part-time job before, she would have thought they were very common.
But now that Su Lin said it, she found it very interesting. She knew very well that she shouldn't ask too many questions, so she didn't continue to ask Su Lin what he did part-time in the defense team. Just at this moment, Fang Qing's cell phone alarm rang. She set it specifically to make it easier to change the dressing for the injured.
Is it time to change the medicine? That bed?
Su Lin stood up and prepared to go to work. I'll go, just continue looking at the medical records. Fang Qing was deeply moved when she learned that Su Lin had rejected the high salary of the defense team and chose to stay in their medical department. She took the initiative to take on the task of changing the dressing and asked Su Lin to read the medical records and learn first.
Studying is obviously just an excuse.
Su Lin would not take the initiative to grab the work, as he was not really here to learn.
I was idle for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
It was not until 3 days later that Su Lin finished his boring shift in the medical department. When he returned to his residence, he saw a man in a defense uniform waiting outside the tent where he lived. Seeing Su Lin coming, the defense team member hurried forward and said politely,
Dr. Su, Captain Ma asked me to tell you that we will leave at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You don't have to go to the medical department tomorrow.
He has already discussed this with your Minister Han.
Okay, I'll go directly to your place tomorrow morning.
Su Lin answered straightforwardly.
After being idle for so many days, he was finally able to go out and work, and his mood suddenly became much better. He was really getting bored, mainly because he was just sitting around doing nothing, and at most he would find someone to chat with. It would be fine if I was resting in his safe house, but with his wife and daughter around, the situation would be completely different. The three of them can play some other games.
After receiving Su Lin's reply, the defense team members politely said goodbye. Su Lin unzipped the tent, ready to have a good rest and recharge his energy for going out tomorrow. Just when he opened it halfway, he suddenly heard a burst of anxious discussion in his ears.
It sounds like something big happened outside.
At the same time, he also saw many people running towards the entrance of the shelter.
Is it possible that another wave of zombies is coming? Su Lin couldn't help but think so. Chapter 133 Dark Light reappears.
With such a big commotion outside, Su Lin naturally couldn't go into the tent and rest peacefully. After zipping up his pants, he walked out with the residents.
Outside Tianhe shelter,
Zhou Weiman, Ma Shan, Wu Feng and other management members stood at the front, and their expressions looked very serious. Behind them were all the remaining members of the defense team, all of whom were holding guns and looking ready for battle. As for the other residents who came out to watch the excitement, they all gathered at the entrance because it was too cold outside and did not go out completely. But they all made the same upward-looking gesture.
Su Lin, who was still behind, quickened his pace when he saw these residents making such movements.
The closer we got to the exit, the temperature naturally began to drop rapidly without the corpse oil for heating. However, Su Lin did not squeeze into the crowd to keep warm, but quietly leaned in the corner. He took out the small stove from the space and put it in his pocket, adjusted the temperature, and finally set the range to half a meter around his body. After doing all this, Su Lin raised his head slightly and looked at the sky with a serious gaze. It was already past 6 in the evening. Due to the extremely cold weather, it should have been pitch black outside at this time. But today a very abnormal scene occurred. Just now, the defense team members standing guard outside discovered that the sky, which had been darkening, suddenly became brighter.
To be more precise, it's not bright. Because this bright color is too abnormal, even abnormally excessive. It is completely different from the normal daytime, in broad daylight. After noticing this scene, the sentries on duty must have quickly informed Zhou Weiman and Ma Shan.
It's impossible to hide such an obvious thing.
Soon other residents discovered this as well. After that, it spread from person to person.
Now, it is likely that all the people in this shelter have gathered here.
Su Lin watched the sky change from black to red, and then from red to black.
The clouds are still flickering.
This strange scene made everyone present feel extremely horrified. These residents were all wondering, could it be another natural disaster?
The frozen ground collapse was already outrageous enough, and the subsequent appearance of zombies further increased humanity's despair.
Now that we have finally escaped into this shelter, we are a little safer and have been able to live a peaceful few days. What is going to happen this time?
In the corner, Su Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, watching this strange scene closely. After about 2 minutes, the sky's transition between black and red finally stopped, and the clouds stopped flickering. Finally, the entire sky turned dark red. Immediately afterwards, dark red rays of light shot down from the sky one after another.
After a while, this dense dark red light enveloped the earth.
At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world had quieted down. The ground that was originally covered with ice and snow now looks like it is covered with a layer of blood.
It is inevitable that people will feel fear when they see it. Fortunately, this strange phenomenon did not last long.
3 or 4 minutes later, when the dark red light dissipated, the sky and the earth returned to their normal state. Su Lin also withdrew his gaze from the sky. When he saw the dark red light, he had already guessed it.
But he still can't make a 100% accurate judgment. This was not the first time that strange dark red rays of light appeared.
Su Lin remembered very clearly that the last time this kind of light appeared was the night before the zombies were born. The dark red light last time was almost the same as this time, except that it didn't last as long as today's.
Su Lin lowered his head and fell into deep thought. If this is the case, then the reappearance of the red light is still related to zombies?
Su Lin was thinking here, and the other residents were suddenly in an uproar after the dim light dissipated. More than 300 people began to argue fiercely.
They say the same thing, but their conclusions are different.
Despite this, the face of almost every resident is filled with fear of the unknown. At the front, Joe Wayman and several other shelter management members were also discussing this matter.
Brother Joe, if I remember correctly, last time, after this kind of light appeared, our people discovered creatures like zombies the next morning.
Ma Shan was the first to speak up.
From what he said, we can tell that the planning and construction of this shelter actually started a long time ago, but it was not immediately notified to all the citizens of Tianzhou City. Director Zhou, Captain Ma is right.
Before I came to this shelter, I heard from the people at the research institute that the appearance of zombies was most likely due to this dark red light.
Wu Feng, Minister of Materials, followed suit. He was sent by the official headquarters of Tianzhou.
Although he was not a special person, he knew a lot.
After the two spoke, Joe Wayman frowned and his expression became more serious.
Don't chat here, let's have a small meeting at my place to discuss this.
After thinking for a moment, Joe Wayman said, Ma Mei, go evacuate the residents first. If so many people stay here and talk, they'll attract the zombies. By the way, remember to bring people to calm everyone down and avoid causing any unrest. Ma Shan, your defense team will have to work hard tonight. Send a few more people out to stand guard. Okay, Brother Zhou, I'll go right away. As the Minister of Human Resources, Ma Mei is naturally responsible for comforting the residents. It's not that difficult. Just give my defense team more bullets. Ma Shan agreed immediately. After Joe Wayman made the arrangements, he took the lead and walked into the shelter.
Among the several managers, only Han Bingyan did not speak.
However, when she followed Joe Wayman and the others into the shelter, she noticed Su Lin standing in the corner. Han Bingyan felt a little strange as to why the other party did not join the discussion with other residents. In addition, she found that Su Lin's expression seemed a little too calm. It didn't look like there was any panic or fear of the unknown. At most, it looked like a little surprise. However, she didn't take the initiative to go forward and say hello. She just thought that Su Lin had become more confident than before after becoming a special person. Thinking of this, Han Bingyan withdrew her gaze and followed Joe Wayman and the others. Su Lin naturally noticed that Han Bingyan was looking at him. But he has no intention of caring about this female boss now. After considering that this matter might be related to zombies, many thoughts suddenly emerged in Su Lin's mind. For example, starting from tomorrow, will the number of zombies increase? Will the size of zombie hordes get bigger in the future? Or, whether the strength of zombies in the future will be significantly different from now. At this time, Ma Mei led the staff of the Human Resources Department and began to evacuate the residents. Seeing this, Su Lin put the small stove back into the space and walked in without waiting for anyone to urge him. But no one noticed that after Su Lin left, the ice on the ground in the corner where he was staying, which had originally melted into water, quickly solidified into ice again. On the other side, Su Lin had returned to the tent. After lying down, he continued to think about the scene just now, while making plans for going out tomorrow. As he was thinking, Su Lin closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Chapter 134, Interlude Before Going Out. The next morning just after 7 o'clock, Su Lin woke up naturally. It was really boring to come to this shelter, but it also helped Su Lin develop the habit of self-discipline. Although he was originally in his own safe house, he was quite self-disciplined. But sometimes, because I played too much at night, I need to sleep in the next day to recharge my energy. After unzipping the tent and walking out, Su Lin stretched his body and then went to wash up.
He didn't plan to wait for Ma Shan to send someone to call him. He planned to go to the cafeteria to have breakfast and then go there by himself. On the way to the canteen, Su Lin saw that some residents who started working at 8 o'clock had already gotten up to eat. As he passed by them, Su Lin could hear that what they were discussing was all about what happened last night. It is impossible for these residents to forget the extremely strange dark red light that covered the sky and the sun last night so quickly.
But what can I do if I can't forget it?
For the residents living here, this is not their concern for the time being.
They still have to keep going to work for their daily livelihood.
At least in their opinion, having a place to live now is much better than staying at home and waiting to die. Su Lin could probably understand the thoughts of these residents, as he was the same in his previous life.
I work every day, and after work, I also work part-time in the medical department.
Just to survive, and to gain the so-called qualification to enter the bunker. Unfortunately, in the end, he finally got it, but was tricked and killed.
GG. Then comes this life. Ha, ha.
Thinking about it, Su Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and chuckled. He didn't know whether he was lucky, fortunate, or destined to live this life again. With such thoughts in mind, Su Lin finished his breakfast and walked towards the defense team. When he walked outside the defense team, Su Lin found that many people had already gathered there. In addition to the defense team's own people, even the director Zhou Weiman and his female boss Han Bingyan came.
Ma Shan was tall and strong.
He was the first to see Su Lin coming and waved to him. "Dr. Su, I was just about to ask someone to call you, but I didn't expect you to come early."
"I'm just waiting for you."
"Oh, I'm used to getting up early, so I came here first since I had nothing to do." Upon hearing this, Su Lin took out the cell phone issued by the shelter and looked at the time. It was only 7:30. Taking a few steps forward, he saw rows of guns and boxes of bullets lying nearby. They are basically rifles and pistols, but there is also a sniper rifle among them. Judging from the length of the entire gun, it should be about 1.3 meters, and the barrel is about 8 or 9 centimeters. Su Lin is not a military or gun fan, and does not know the model name of this sniper rifle. However, if a normal man says he is not jealous when seeing these things, it would be a lie, unless they are physically removed. Su Lin is no exception. If there weren't so many people around and the surveillance cameras, he would have wanted to collect all the guns at once. Seeing Su Lin looking at the guns, Ma Shan came over, patted his shoulder, and said with a big laugh,
"Dr. Su, how about it, do you really want to try it yourself? My previous invitation still stands. If you want to join my defense team, you can choose any gun in this shelter. I'll give you one."
As soon as he finished speaking, before Su Lin could respond, Han Bingyan spoke in a bad tone.
"Ma Shan, you've swallowed a few more crystal cores and become bolder.
Now you're poaching people right in front of me.
Are you assuming I don't exist?"
She said this rudely at all. I wonder if it was really because the other party was poaching her in front of her. After hearing what she said, Ma Shan's face suddenly changed. He was not angry, but he just said it casually and really forgot that the other party was here. If he had said this in private, it would have been fine, but with so many of his men here, for the sake of face, Ma Shan did not weaken his momentum at this moment.
"Minister Han, I wanted to challenge you to a duel yesterday, but my leg wasn't fully healed yet. It's still early today, so why not give it a try?"
In fact, what Han Bingyan said just now was very correct, that is, Ma Shan had fused several crystal cores in order to speed up the recovery of his injuries in the past few days. This fused crystal core, of course, not only speeds up his recovery, but also enhances his strength. It was precisely because of this that Ma Shan had the courage to challenge Han Bingyan again. Otherwise, even if it meant losing face, he would never propose to compete with Han Bingyan in public.
"Is there something interesting to watch?"
Su Lin thought to himself as he stood there. As a third party, he had no intention of getting involved, let alone trying to persuade the two of them. To be honest, he really wanted to see how these people with special abilities other than him fought.
Apart from him, everyone present wanted to see it more.
The main reason is that although Han Bingyan is beautiful and has an outstanding temperament, she usually looks cold to everyone.
These people all wanted to see what she would look like when she fought.
In addition, these defense team members had already witnessed Zhou Weiman and Ma Shan's abilities when they were fighting against zombies. Han Bingyan had never demonstrated it in public, and what they didn't know was that their captain had actually fought with him a long time ago.
"I just haven't had it, and I'm embarrassed to say it out loud."
Before preparing to watch the battle, Su Lin did not forget to activate the health bar detection ability.
154 160,167 170. The former is Ma Shan's health bar, and the latter is Han Bingyan's.
Su Lin remembered it quite clearly. The last time he looked at their health bars, the upper limits were 150 and 165 respectively.
Su Lin knew that Ma Shan's health bar limit would increase.
After all, he already knew that he would fuse the crystal core to recover from his injuries. Even Han Bingyan's price had increased, which surprised Su Lin a little.
But it is understandable.
As the director of the medical department, she will definitely find ways to improve herself.
Why would she stay where she is?
If we look at the increase in the health bars of the two, Ma Shan's health bar limit has increased more. But you have to know that he is the main and secondary gluttonous crystal core, while Han Bingyan is the swift crystal core. Even if we ignore this point, Ma Shan's health bar limit is still lower than Han Bingyan's.
From this point of view, we can know without fighting Su Lin that Ma Shan will most likely lose. Unless Han Bingyan lets him off, this is impossible.
After realizing this, Su Lin's interest in watching the game faded a lot, and he turned his gaze to Zhou Weiman again.
174-180. Well. As expected, Director Zhou's health bar also increased by 5 points.
I just don't know how many crystal cores they each fused. We need to know the specific number and types of crystal cores swallowed by these three people. Su Lin was able to calculate how many of the three types of crystal cores needed to be fused to increase the upper limit of the health bar.
If he could figure this out, it would be of some help to him. He planned to find an opportunity to ask.
At this moment, Zhou Weiman's attention was completely attracted by Han Bingyan and Ma Shan, and he didn't notice Su Lin looking at him at all.
Ma Shan, are you sure you want to fight me here? Han Bingyan asked back in a flat tone.
Right here. Even at this point, Ma Shan couldn't lose his momentum.
Why, Minister Han, do you think my defense team is too small and worried that it won't be able to deploy properly?
Alright, both of you, stop talking. Seeing that the two were really going to fight, Zhou Weiman said helplessly. They are leaders, but they don't act like leaders in front of their subordinates.
Just when everyone thought that Zhou Weiman was going to give the two of them a beating, he said.
Especially you, Ma Shan, poaching Xiao Han's people right in front of her. This has a very bad impact. After saying this, he asked Ma Shan to go with him to the side, and then he whispered in his ear. Xiao Han went out twice in the past few days and brought back 5 crystal cores, 3 of which she used herself. Ma Shan himself is a person with special abilities, and he immediately understood what Zhou Weiman meant. Generally speaking, people with special abilities who mainly fuse a certain type of crystal core cannot use too many crystal cores of that type as a secondary fuse. In other words, among the 3 crystal cores Han Bingyan has taken recently, there are at least 1 or 2 swift crystal cores. It seems that there is a high probability that I still cannot beat her.
Fortunately, I didn't do anything.
Thinking of this, Ma Shan breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. If they really did fight, especially since he was the one who initiated it. If he were to be taught a lesson by Han Bingyan in front of so many subordinates, Ma Shan would have no face to stay here any longer.
Thank you, Brother Zhou, for the reminder. Ma Shan expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, just go and tell Xiao Han, get it?
Zhou Weiman also didn't want the two of them to argue.
Okay, it's a small matter.
Since he didn't lose face too much, it didn't matter if he lost a little, so Ma Shan agreed without hesitation.
With Zhou Weiman's reminder, he also knew how to apologize.
The two returned to their original place, and Ma Shan immediately said as Zhou Weiman had taught him.
I'm sorry, Minister Han.
It was wrong of me to poach your people. I mainly wanted to recruit Dr. Su into our team because I thought he was a talented person. As for what I said just now, it was mainly because I am a rough man and not very good at speaking, so please forgive me.
Han Bingyan is not the type who will never give in even if she is right.
And she understood that Zhou Weiman was already on her side, so she snorted and said nothing more. There was no more show to watch, but it was no big deal to Su Lin.
He could see the strength of the two anyway.
The defense team members who were watching felt very sorry.
It would be a pity if I didn't see the goddess fighting.
It's almost time, Ma Shan. Since you've decided to go out today, I won't try to persuade you.
Zhou Weiman's expression turned serious.
Ma Shan is also quite serious at this moment. Brother Zhou, we should have gone out 2 days ago to look for capital.
My injury has already delayed us for a few days. We can't delay it any longer because of what happened last night.
As he spoke, he walked over to Su Lin and said, besides, with Dr. Su joining us this time, our safety will be greatly improved. Yes, with Xiao Su joining you, you will indeed be safer. Zhou Weiman looked at Su Lin and hesitated for a moment before asking.
Xiao Su, how are your crystal cores doing? Have you used all of them?
Well, I've already used up the 4 that day plus the one the cavalry gave me.
Su Lin answered truthfully. Aren't swallowing and recycling both used?
After receiving Su Lin's affirmative answer, Zhou Weiman thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, be extremely careful when you go out this time.
As for that dark red light last night,
I'll go to headquarters and ask about it as soon as possible.
Chapter 135, Gagogo.
After saying this, Zhou Weiman gave some encouraging words to several members of the defense team who had volunteered to go out this time. Then they were asked to put on their equipment, leaving only Ma Shan, Han Bingyan, and Su Lin who was waiting to be assigned. After the defense team members left, he specifically instructed Ma Shan. Ma Shan, although Xiao Su has also become a special ability user, he is a special ability user who mainly swallows fat body crystal cores and is not good at fighting. This is also his first time accompanying your defense team on a mission, so you must bring him back safely. It can be seen that Zhou Weiman still attaches great importance to Su Lin. But think about it, after all, the official headquarters of Tianzhou stipulates that for every additional special ability person in the shelter, the amount of crystal cores to be paid will be reduced accordingly. Another thing is that Zhou Weiman, as the highest manager of this shelter, has a special person with medical knowledge under him. It would be strange if he didn't take it seriously.
If such a talented person were sacrificed, Zhou Weiman would be heartbroken. Ma Shan, if you don't bring my people back, don't blame me for. Han Bingyan added in a calm tone at this time.
The meaning of her words was very clear. After hearing what the two of them said, Ma Shan felt a lot of pressure. Zhou Weiman is fine, because compared to the director, Ma Shan is actually more afraid of Han Bingyan. The main reason was that he understood what Han Bingyan meant. She was afraid that if he didn't bring Su Lin back safely, she would inform the whole institute that she had beaten him into submission.
Don't worry, Brother Zhou, Minister Han, Ma Shan, have made this clear. As long as I'm still alive this time, Dr. Su will definitely not die before me.
Ma Shan has a rough temperament and speaks very directly.
Su Lin, the person involved, was speechless when he heard this. What's the point of talking about life and death?
You haven't even left yet and you're already saying all these unlucky things. Those who have watched certain TV dramas and movies, and those who have played games all know that when doing something important, most words are just said. But remember, never, ever, ever set a flag. It's okay if you don't set it up every time, but once you set it up, there is more than 90% probability that something will go wrong.
Well, this guy has already made the decision, and Su Lin can't let him take back his words, mainly because he can't take them back. Zhou Weiman and Han Bingyan also seem to be accustomed to Ma Shan's way of speaking. Be careful.
Han Bingyan stopped pressuring the other party and turned her head to look at Su Lin. If you encounter a large number of zombies, don't think about testing your current strength. Although your physical fitness should be good, you haven't taken the strength and swiftness crystal cores yet.
When it comes to dealing with zombies, you may not be better than those in the defense team.
Most of them have killed more than 10 zombies, and some have even killed nearly 100 ordinary zombies. Your main task this time is not to kill zombies, but to provide treatment for them after they are injured.
Here are some medical supplies that may be of use, take them.
After saying that, Han Bingyan took off a small medical box hanging on her shoulder and handed it to Su Lin. It was rare for Han Bingyan to say so many words at once. Su Lin nodded to his female boss's kind reminder, took the medical kit without even opening it, and slung it over his shoulder.
Got it. Thank you, Minister Han. I will pay attention to it.
As for what she said, that he is not as good as those defense team members in dealing with zombies?
Of course, there is absolutely no problem in saying this from Han Bingyan's perspective.
After all, being able to kill 10 to 100 ordinary zombies, even if most of them are killed with guns, is already quite impressive. Su Lin had also seen how the defense team members on guard fought against zombies, and they were indeed stronger than ordinary people who had no training. However, for Su Lin, who relied 99% of his success on the sword to get the 1,000 kills reward, that was all. At this time, those who had just gone to put on their equipment came back. Seeing this, Zhou Weiman and Han Bingyan said no more and left the defense team together.
The defense team members who returned were no longer wearing camouflage uniforms.
Now they all changed into the same style, probably professional cold-resistant clothing.
Captain Ma, we've all changed. These two are for you and Dr. Su.
Su Lin recognized the person who was speaking as Brother Wang, who had led him a few days ago. He looked carefully and found that the winter clothes the man was wearing and holding seemed to be a little different from those of the other people.
Dr. Su, do you see the difference between these two types of winter clothing? Yes, it looks like there's not much difference, but this one looks a little lighter? Su Lin didn't deny his curiosity. Ma Shan took the winter clothes from Brother Wang. Seeing Su Lin's confused look, he began to change while explaining.
That's right, what you see now are actually the special winter clothes provided to us by the Tianzhou official headquarters.
This is completely different from the winter clothes you have seen on the market before. Don't underestimate this as just a set of clothes. If I hadn't worn it, my last injury might not have been a simple leg injury.
Like the one I'm wearing now, it can not only keep you warm in an environment of minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, but also can resist the scratches and bites of zombies to a certain extent. Most importantly, wearing it doesn't significantly affect your mobility, making it much safer and more convenient to deal with zombies. Next, Ma Shan explained the two different types of cold-resistant clothing.
After listening, Su Lin understood.
No wonder the other party was not infected even though his leg was injured when fighting against the violent zombies last time.
It turns out that there is external protection.
Ma Shan also said that this special cold-proof clothing saved his life several times. If he hadn't been wearing it, he would have been infected long ago. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be many of these high-quality winter suits at headquarters. They only gave our shelter 3 sets. If you want more, you'll have to exchange them for zombie crystal cores. At this point, Ma Shan shook his head helplessly, which was rare. The winter clothes worn by the rest of my team, although also obtained from headquarters and of good quality, are about the same in terms of warmth and cold protection compared to these 3 sets, but they are still a little inferior in terms of lightness and resistance to scratching and biting. Of course, since you, Dr. Su, have agreed to accompany our defense team this time, we will definitely give you the best quality. As soon as he finished speaking, another member of the defense team stepped forward and handed the winter clothes in his hand to Su Lin. It was impossible to be polite. Su Lin took the so-called high-quality cold-proof clothing and waited a few times to try it out. The whole set of cold-proof clothing weighs about 5 or 6 kilograms, which is not very light. Compared to the lightness of the short sleeves plus jacket when he killed zombies before, this is definitely incomparable. However, compared with what the other members of the defense team were wearing, it did look a lot lighter. There were only 3 sets of high-quality cold-weather clothing, and as the captain, it was only natural for Ma Shan to wear one. It's not surprising that a foreign player like Su Lin comes with a set of skills. Su Lin just found out that Brother Wang was the deputy captain of the defense team. From this point of view, it is normal for him to get one set. This cold-proof suit adopts a one-piece design with an invisible zipper crotch structure, which is very easy to put on and take off. Su Lin didn't look for a place to change, he just put on the cold-proof clothes where he was. After changing, Su Lin glanced at the defense team members who were going out this time. Including him and Ma Shan, there were a total of 10 people going out this time. It is definitely dangerous, but I wonder how many of these people can come back after this trip? Brothers, it's getting late. Let's set off now and try to get there and come back as early as possible, instead of delaying until nightfall. I've already told the kitchen to come back tonight to prepare a snack for everyone. Ma Shan said loudly and led the way out. Yes, cavalry, the 8 members shouted in unison. Go, let's go. Brother Wang's name is Wang Chao, and he also livened up the atmosphere. Su Lin said nothing. Chapter 136, Xiao Zhao is not small. Su Lin followed Ma Shan and others to the parking area in the shelter. The destination of this trip is a warehouse located 50 kilometers away. If you walk there on your legs, it would obviously not be so easy even a month ago in normal circumstances. Not to mention, it's freezing cold outside and the road is bumpy. Even if Su Lin walked here from his safe house community, which was only a little over 3 kilometers away, it would still take him about half an hour. It is not completely unrealistic for people to walk a distance of 50 kilometers. The time spent on this single route is at least 10 hours or more. And time is only secondary. The physical and mental strength of the members who go out are the most difficult to deal with. Because of the existence of zombies, these defense team members cannot consume too much physical energy before reaching their destination. Therefore, although driving out is more likely to attract zombies, it is inevitable to take this risk in order to find supplies. The most important thing is that their main purpose of going out was to find supplies. It's okay for places that are short distances, and things can be moved back by manpower. But for a distance as long as 50 kilometers, if you don't drive out, even if you find the supplies, the biggest problem is how to transport them back. Since he knew all this clearly, there was no need for Su Lin to pretend not to understand and ask Ma Shan why he had to drive out. This time the defense team planned to drive out in 4 vehicles. 3 of them are mainly used to carry people, and there is a large truck that looks like a military truck, which is obviously used to load supplies that may be found. The 3 vehicles carrying people were all professional 4-wheel drive SUVs. Su Lin recognized at a glance that one of the 3 vehicles was his own replaced War Tiger Defender. Of course, he didn't say he missed his car. After all, it was precisely because he had this car to exchange contribution points that he could redeem crystal cores openly. It is natural to become a person with special abilities in the eyes of others. This car is well used. Dr. Su, your car has been of great help to our defense team these days. After Ma Shan arranged the other 17 members, he saw Su Lin looking at the car that originally belonged to him, so he walked over and said, "You don't know, with the road conditions outside right now, many cars are completely unable to drive. Only a professional 4-wheel drive like this, and a car with a high chassis of SUV can drive it. And we have to use the special oil we refine as the starting energy for the vehicle. It's not easy to drive even with gasoline." Hearing this, Su Lin nodded, agreeing with the other party's statement. He also noticed that snow chains had been installed on the tires of all 4 vehicles. It would be difficult to drive without this thing given the road conditions outside, and few people dare to drive it. "Then let's take this car," Ma Shan suddenly said. "Dr. Su, this car was originally yours. If you want to drive it, I'll let you do it. You can sit, but you don't have to drive." Su Lin shook his head speechlessly. "You still want me to be your driver?" With a wave of his hand, Su Lin opened the door and sat in the back seat. Ma Shan was actually just being polite. He still trusted the driving skills of the man in the driver's seat, who was a new member of his defense team who had recently joined. He didn't look carefully at first, but after sitting in the back seat, Su Lin found that there was already someone sitting in the driver's seat. He originally thought that Brother Wang, also known as Wang Chao, would be driving. But at this time, Wang Chao had already sat in the co-pilot seat, and Ma Shan sat next to Su Lin. Let me introduce you to Dr. Su. This is our new member of the defense team." Ma Shan thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Forget it, Xiao Zhao, you should tell me yourself. If I remember correctly, you and Dr. Su are about the same age. Now is a good time to get to know each other." In the driver's seat, the woman turned her head, revealing a mature and beautiful face. "Hello, Dr. Su, I'm Zhao Yurong, nice to meet you." Zhao Yurong extended her hand while speaking. It can be seen that her first impression of Su Lin was quite good. To be precise, she thought this was the second time she met him. Of course, she didn't recognize Su Lin, but the man she met in that apartment last time. She felt that the first time they met was in the defense team a few days ago. Although the two didn't speak last time. It was precisely because he didn't speak that Zhao Yurong had a better first impression of Su Lin. It's not that she is narcissistic, but she is very clear about her appearance and figure, and how attractive they are to men. Especially in terms of body shape. Fortunately, she has a certain ability to protect herself, otherwise, in this apocalypse, she might have already. The last time Su Lin saw her, he not only didn't look at her for a few seconds, but also didn't take the initiative to talk to her. Zhao Yurong rarely encountered such a situation. This greatly improved her impression of Su Lin, and she felt that he was not a lustful person. "Hello, Zhao. Just call me Zhao Yurong, or Xiao Zhao like Ma Dui." Seeing that Su Lin didn't know how to address him, Zhao Yurong quickly reacted. Even though Ma Shan said that they were about the same age, she knew that Su Lin was definitely younger than her as soon as she saw his appearance. Zhao Yurong is 25 years old this year, but she knows very well that in this shelter, seniority is not the only thing that counts. She has been a police officer for 3 years and is certainly not the kind of woman who is naive to the ways of the world. Zhao Yurong knew very well what was most important in this end times. Hearing this, Su Lin's expression remained unchanged and he extended his hand. "Hello, Zhao Yurong, my name is Su Lin, nice to meet you too." It's okay to call the other party Xiao Zhao, but when he saw the other party's pair of big fruit, Su Lin really couldn't say the word Xiao Zhao. If Su Lin knew that Zhao Yurong had such a good first impression of him and even gave him an evaluation, saying that he was not a lustful person, then Su Lin would definitely beat her, then look into her eyes and say, "Xiao Zhao, you are really good at judging people." "I know. I've heard about it and seen the notices posted. Dr. Su, you're the 4th person with special abilities in this shelter. I hope I can be the 5th. Zhao Yurong's tone was filled with admiration and determination. Obviously, she read the propaganda slogans that Joe Wayman wrote for Su Lin. After a simple handshake with the other party, Su Lin was the first to withdraw his hand. To this, he just wanted to say, "Girl, you don't really believe it, do you? Okay, you two are acquainted now. Xiao Zhao, drive first." Seeing that neither of them was taking the initiative, Ma Shan realized that now was not the time to matchmake them, so he rolled down the window and shouted,
"Everyone, follow the arranged order and set off now."
After receiving the order, 4 vehicles started one after another and drove towards the exit. The car Su Lin was riding in was not the lead car, but the last one in the convoy. Zhao Yurong started the car, drove steadily, and soon drove out of the shelter. Although he hadn't been out for a long time, Su Lin was still a little excited at this moment. Outside, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, just as before. The road surface is also bumpy due to the ground subsidence, but fortunately these cars are quite powerful. But in order to reduce the possibility of attracting zombies, the vehicle's speed is as slow as possible. Of course, no matter how slow it is still faster than walking and easier. Su Lin's eyes fell on the snow white outside the window, and he didn't know what he was thinking at the moment.